For a packet of instant noodles, a man knocked his own mother unconscious and personally delivered her to a mafia boss. In a desperate fight over a single cookie, a group of men, armed with hammers and grabbing tables and chairs, fought tooth and nail, creating a horrific scene. On the other side of the city, an electric current crackled on the exterior walls of a safe house, electrocuting anyone who approached. Inside, however, the scene was quite different. A man had several women in his arms, champagne was being opened, and seafood was piled high on the table. They were discussing with great interest who would be on their turn tonight, and what positions they should try to make things more fun. The root of all the chaos was that the world suddenly fell into an ice age, with temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees Celsius, and the entire world was frozen by a thick layer of ice. In his previous life, Xiao had joined a survivor team spontaneously organized by the community, where he and others went out to painstakingly collect supplies. However, Dufong, that scumbag, relied on being a rich second generation in the neighborhood before the apocalypse to act arrogantly and domineeringly, targeting Xiao at every turn. During an outing, Xiao found a batch of valuable supplies, but Dufong harbored malicious intentions and cruelly murdered him and two teammates, taking all the supplies for himself. When Xiao opened his eyes again, he had been reborn 2 months before the apocalypse, and had unexpectedly awakened his lightning powers. He also had an additional power space in his body that could store billions of resources. At this very moment, "You don't want to lose this job because of my complaint, do you, little man?" In the luxurious presidential suite, Fu Hongmei, dressed in a purple lace mini-dress, leaned lazily against the sofa, her eyes sparkling and her smile radiant, as if victory was in her grasp. This still attractive lady is named Fu Hongmei, and she is an extremely wealthy woman. Back then at the bar, she was almost harassed by thugs while drunk, but Xiao came to her rescue in time. After that, Fu Hongmei became obsessed with Xiao, repeatedly trying to make him her sugar daddy. But Xiao, young and ambitious at the time, only wanted to make a name for himself and resolutely refused her. However, Fu Hongmei did not stop there. Instead, she intensified her efforts, often sending him short videos late at night to seduce him. She even went to the hotel where he worked and specifically asked him for his services, causing him a lot of headaches. Looking back now, Xiao felt utterly foolish in his past life. Fortunately, fate had given him a second chance. As long as he served this wealthy woman well, he wouldn't have to worry about money or supplies. Thinking of this, Xiao became even more excited, his gaze carefully scrutinizing the noblewoman before him. Fu Hongmei had exquisite features, skin as white as snow, her hair piled high, and lips as red as fire. In particular, her captivating peach blossom eyes were like a spell to bewitch the soul. Her figure was also superb, with a curvaceous figure, full breasts, a slender waist, long legs, and a shapely bottom. Her purple lace mini-dress paired with black stockings and stilettos was incredibly sexy and alluring, like a natural-born beauty. I actually had such a beauty in my past life and didn't cherish her. What a huge loss. Xiao cursed himself for being incredibly stupid. Fu Hongmei suddenly sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes cold. Little man, I've lost my patience. If you don't satisfy me today, don't blame me for turning on you. With that, she crossed one of her long legs, covered in black stockings, and offered it to Xiao. Come on, help me take off these stockings. Xiao grinned. Wouldn't it be more interesting to wear that? Fu Hongmei exclaimed, huh, in surprise. You've come to your senses, yes, Xiao said calmly. Sister Mei, you're so beautiful, how can I resist your charm? Upon hearing this, Fu Hongmei's face lit up with joy, and she said in a coquettish voice, That's more like it. Hurry up and get on. Coming. Xiao replied with a smile, and climbed onto the bed. In his heart, he secretly shouted, Come on, rich lady, don't be too kind to this delicate flower. When Xiao left the hotel, Fu Hongmei was still lying on the bed, her face flushed, clearly very satisfied with him. Of course, she wasn't the only one satisfied. Xiao himself was even more pleased. This mature woman was indeed a beauty. Before leaving, Fu Hongmei not only offered to take him as her sugar daddy, but also handed him a bank card with a staggering 200 million yuan in savings. Rich women have it good. With this startup capital, stockpiling supplies was no longer a problem. Xiao was heading to the wholesale market when he stumbled at a street corner and almost fell. Looking down, he saw that it was just a small, inconspicuous pebble that had tripped him. Annoyed, he cursed. When you're down on your luck, even stones bully you. Unexpectedly, the next second a surge of electricity erupted within him, cleaving the stone in two with a crack. This? Xiao stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock. Have I awakened a lightning-based superpower? After a series of tests, Xiao finally confirmed that he really possessed lightning powers. Not only that, but there was also a square lightning tower inside his body, containing a huge alternate space with a volume of 1 trillion cubic meters. With a mere thought, a 4 by 5 meter tower gate can be opened in front of one, storing supplies inside the lightning tower for immediate retrieval, ensuring they never spoil. While it cannot store living creatures, it is an absolute godsend for stockpiling supplies. Even more exciting is that his physical abilities were greatly enhanced after his powers awakened. With a single punch, a deep fist mark was left on the tree trunk. Now, even without using his lightning powers, he could easily take on several adults with his bare hands. Awesome! Xiao cried tears of joy, secretly laughing to himself. Dufong, you just wait! In this life, I will make you pay for your blood debt! He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power throughout his body, his confidence overflowing. After calming down, Xiao began to think about his next plan. Now that he had the alternate dimension, he could stockpile goods like crazy. However, the 200 million he had, while seemingly a lot, was actually far from enough to build a large-scale safe house. He had to find another way to raise money. Soon, an idea popped into his mind. He remembered that on this day in his previous life, a calligraphy master had found an authentic work by Yan Jinqing at a stall in an antique market and resold it for 230 million, causing a sensation. If he could buy that authentic work before him, wouldn't he make a fortune? Thinking of this, Xiao immediately took a taxi to the antique street. After searching for a while, he finally found the authentic work by Yan Jinqing in a corner stall. Fortunately, it had not been bought by anyone else. The stall owner was a lecherous old man whose eyes kept glancing at the buttocks of passing women. He was clearly no respectable person. Hey, young man, what do you want to buy? The old man grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. Xiao casually pointed to a few paintings and calligraphy works and asked, How much are these? The old man patted his chest and boasted. Genuine works by ancient masters, 100,000 each, guaranteed to be more than worth the price. Xiao sneered. Heh, an authentic work for only 100,000? Boss, aren't you doing charity? The lewd old man chuckled awkwardly. Xiao said to the stall owner. My friend is learning calligraphy recently, and I'd like to buy a few pieces as a gift for him. Can you give me a discount? I'll take them all. The somewhat sleazy-looking old man smiled and replied. How about I give you a 40% discount? Xiao snorted coldly, his tone firm. 100 yuan apiece, take it or leave it. The old man shook his head violently, clearly unwilling. Xiao didn't hesitate and turned to leave, silently counting, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, the old man panicked and hurriedly called out to him. Young man, wait a minute! Never mind, I'll sell it to you, consider it my first sale. In the end, Xiao bought all 5 calligraphy works on the stall for 500 yuan. Watching Xiao's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the sleazy old man grinned from ear to ear and muttered to himself. Hee, these 5 yuan junk pieces can actually sell for 100 yuan each. This silly kid is so easy to fool. I've made a fortune. After walking a distance from the antique street, Xiao kept only the genuine piece and threw away the other 4 fakes. He then entered a well-known calligraphy and painting shop. The shop owner recognized its value immediately, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and said casually, Young man, although this piece is a later copy, it's still quite old and has some value. How about we sell it for 800,000? Xiao responded coldly. Boss, you know your stuff, so stop beating around the bush. This is an authentic piece, a fixed price of 250 million. You won't lose money. If you don't buy it, I'll go somewhere else. The boss sighed inwardly, realizing this kid was not easy to fool, so he stopped being coy and said seriously, How about this, 230 million, is that alright? If you take it to auction, you'll have to pay a handling fee. It's much more cost-effective to do business with me. Xiao pondered for a moment, feigning hesitation, before finally nodding in agreement. After completing the transaction, Xiao turned and left. Shortly after, a young woman hurriedly led an elderly man dressed in a tang suit into the antique street, heading straight for the lecherous old man's stall. The woman asked impatiently, "Shopkeeper, what about that calligraphy I had my eye on earlier? I'll buy it for 100,000. The old man froze on the spot, his face contorted with distress. I've already sold it to someone else," he said. The woman pressed on urgently. "Can you buy it back and resell it to me? I'll pay more, 200,000, no, 1,000,000. The sleazy old man was filled with regret and hurriedly inquired around, only to learn that Xiao had gone to that famous calligraphy and painting shop and had already left empty-handed. The calligraphy had obviously been sold. Alas, what a pity, what a real pity! The elderly man in the tang suit shook his head and sighed upon hearing this. He asked in a low voice, "Could that calligraphy be an authentic work?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "I wasn't sure at first, but judging from the current situation, I can be pretty sure it's true. The market price is at least 230 million. After all, that calligraphy and painting shop definitely wouldn't have bought it if they hadn't been so sure." What? 230 million? The sleazy old man exclaimed in shock, his whole body sinking into an ice cave, utterly bewildered. He recognized the old man as the famous local calligraphy master, who was definitely not lying. That was 230 million. He watched it slip away right before his eyes, his heart bleeding. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He cursed, then suddenly couldn't catch his breath. Everything went black, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. After leaving the antique street, Xiao went to a 4S store, intending to buy a motorhome and carry out heavy modifications to create a war vehicle suitable for the post-apocalyptic environment. Although he originally planned to stay in the safe house, it's always good to be safe than sorry, especially since he wasn't short of money. In the end, he bought a super-large Madu brand all-electric RV for 12 million. As a lightning-type ability user, this electric car was perfect for him. He didn't have to worry about battery life at all, and it was much more convenient than a gasoline car. The saleswoman was so excited that her mouth almost stretched to her ears. This was the first time she had ever met such a generous customer. No haggling, no hesitation, just paying in full, a true tycoon. There happened to be a car in stock, so the saleswoman personally led Xiao to get it. She walked ahead, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor, her slender waist and full hips swaying, her long, beautiful legs encased in glossy black stockings exuding irresistible charm. Xiao observed this and secretly speculated, feeling that there's potential. After retrieving the car, Xiao stared at the alluring curves beneath her uniform and smiled. "Miss, I'm not very familiar with the car's functions yet. How about we find a place to take a closer look?" The saleswoman gave him a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and reproach, but she did not refuse. The two drove to a secluded spot by the lake and then began their deep conversation. It must be said that the female salesperson's business skills were indeed outstanding, which greatly satisfied Xiao. Upon learning that Xiao planned to convert his RV, the salesperson provided attentive service, personally taking him to a nearby repair shop before leaving alone. However, Xiao was slightly taken aback when he saw the repair shop owner. The person was none other than Yaan, Dufeng's mother. He almost forgot that Dufeng's family ran a large auto repair shop. Dufong had been his college classmate, and the two had never gotten along. Xiao came from a poor family, and Dufong always looked down on him, often taking the opportunity to bully him. Later, Xiao's parents died in a car accident, and the party responsible for the accident compensated him with a luxury apartment, which happened to be located next to Dufeng's house. As soon as he moved in, Dufeng's family was immediately dissatisfied, thinking he was bad luck and even threatening to kick him out. But less than a month later, Dufeng's father passed away due to illness, which made Dufong and his mother even more convinced that Xiao was a jinx, and the relationship between the two families plummeted. 3 years have passed, and Dufeng's auto repair shop has gradually declined, becoming unprofitable. If there is no turnaround, it will have no choice but to close down, which greatly worries Xiao. At this moment, Xiao sat on the sofa, carefully observing the elegant and beautiful woman in front of him. Xiao exudes a mature charm. Her long hair, styled in an updo, accentuates her fair and delicate face. Her red lips are like fire, and her eyes are like water, full of allure and affection. She was dressed in a professional office lady outfit, her full bust making the white shirt bulge, and she wore a high-waisted pencil skirt, paired with black stockings and high heels, revealing her long, beautiful legs. Despite having seen her countless times, Jihao was still stunned by her beauty. This woman was curvaceous and alluring, a true gem, especially her round, full buttocks, which rivaled those of Fu Hongmei. Jihao thought to himself, if he could spend a night with her, it would be worth sacrificing 10 years of his life. Xiao Yalan noticed his burning gaze, and anger rose within her. She snapped, "This is not a place for you. Get out in 3 seconds, or you'll face the consequences." Jihao chuckled. "Is this how you treat guests?" Xiao Yalan moved a few steps to the side in disgust and said coldly, "Who do you think you are as a guest? Get out of here, or you'll bring me bad luck." He replied calmly, "If you don't have a big order, your factory won't last much longer, right? It just so happens that I'm here to deliver money today. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Who doesn't know you're a penniless wretch? Do you really have a big order?" Xiao Yalan said with a look of disdain. "I just bought a new Madu brand RV and plan to convert it into a post-apocalyptic war machine. I wonder if you're interested?" Jihao said in a calm tone. Xiao Yalan sneered, her words dripping with sarcasm. "The Madu RV costs at least tens of millions. If you can afford it, I'll sleep with you right now." Before he could finish speaking, a worker rushed in, his expression excited. "Boss, there's a Madu brand RV parked outside. Looks like it's here for modifications. This is a big order. If we get it, the factory will be saved." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yalan turned sharply to look at Jihao, her face full of shock. "The car outside, is it yours?" Jihao grinned and said casually, "Congratulations, you guessed right." Xiao Yalan asked curiously, "Aren't you a poor boy? Where did you get the money?" Jihao looked directly into her eyes and asked in return, "That's none of your business. I'm just asking you, are you going to do this deal or not?" Xiao Yalan remained silent, neither refusing nor agreeing. The repair shop was indeed in dire straits, barely able to pay its employees' wages, and desperately needed a large order. But she couldn't bring herself to bow down to Jihao. She was filled with conflicting emotions. Jihao, however, remained unhurried, sitting calmly on the sofa with his legs crossed, patiently awaiting Xiao Yalan's decision. Finally, Xiao Yalan gritted her teeth, her expression softening, and said, "All right, I'll take your job. Tell me how you want it modified." "No rush." Jihao's gaze lingered on her full, almost bursting breasts for a moment, then he said with a smile, "You just said that if I can really afford the Madu brand RV, you'll sleep with me. You won't go back on your word, right?" Xiao Yalan's eyes turned cold, and she glared at him fiercely, but did not respond. Seeing that she ignored him, Jihao did not want to make a fool of himself, so he took the initiative to change the subject and began to explain in detail his requirements for modifying the RV. According to his vision, the RV needs to be fitted with an extra thick steel plate to enhance its defensive capabilities. It also needs to be equipped with tracks, because in icy and snowy conditions, tires alone are insufficient for navigating, and tracks are more suitable. As for the interior of the RV, it needs to be equipped with a state-of-the-art heating system to ensure that even if the outside temperature drops to minus 60 degrees Celsius, the interior will remain as warm as spring. Jihao listed all his requirements one by one. After listening, Xiao Yalan felt a little puzzled, but since Jihao was willing to pay, she didn't ask too many questions. As long as the money was right, any request could be fulfilled. "According to your requirements, the modification costs will be quite high, probably around 10 million. Which is almost enough to buy a new RV," she said truthfully. Jihao waved his hand without hesitation and readily said, "Money is no problem. I'll give you 2 months. Can you get it done?" Xiao Yalan thought for a moment and nodded. "Time is a bit tight, but I can have the workers work overtime and pay them double wages. It will definitely be completed within 2 months." "Okay, deal." Jihao extended his hand. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." She hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and shook his hand. At that moment, Jihao felt that this mature woman's hand was fair and smooth, like the finest jade, making it irresistible to touch. Xiao Yalan's cheeks flushed, she glared at him fiercely, and forcefully pulled her hand back. "Since we've reached an agreement, let's sign the contract and pay a deposit." "No need for a deposit, I'll pay in full at once," Jihao said. "You can write that into the contract." She was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. In all her years in business, she had never encountered such a straightforward customer. But a sense of unease followed. She feared Xiao was playing a trick on her. With a touch of trepidation, she drafted the contract. After Xiao reviewed it and found no problems, he signed his name on it. The contract officially came into effect. With 10 million yuan in hand, the repair shop finally saw a turnaround, and Xiao Yalan felt a sense of relief. "Pay up, so I can prepare the materials for the modifications," she urged. "What's the rush?" Xiao laughed. "Come to my place tonight, I'll give you the money. It's just next door, only a few steps away." "You!" Her chest heaved violently with anger, her voice icy. "Are you playing me?" Xiao remained nonchalant. "The contract is already signed, what are you afraid of? Go ahead and sue me if you want." After thinking about it, Xiao Yalan snorted and said, "Fine, I hope you don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born." Xiao left the RV keys behind and turned to leave the repair shop. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly realized that the RV needed to be left here for modification, and he would have no car to get around. So he turned back to the factory and went to find Xiao Yalan again. "What are you doing back here?" She stood with her arms crossed, her graceful figure appearing even more upright in the posture. "I need a car to get around," Xiao said bluntly. "You still have your BMW 7 Series, right? I can borrow it for 2 months, and I'll return it to you after the RV is converted." Xiao Yalan frowned slightly, initially ready to explode in anger, but remembering the 10 million yuan modification fee, she had no choice but to suppress it. "Be careful when you open it." She took the keys out of her pocket and threw them to him, threatening him fiercely. "If you break it, you'll be in big trouble." "Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver," Xiao joked as he took the keys. "Besides, if something really happens, I can compensate you with the RV. If all else fails, I can be your gigolo and comfort your lonely heart, haha." "Get out!" Xiao Yalan stomped her foot angrily, her face flushed. Xiao arrived at the parking lot, found the BMW, and as soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he smelled a familiar, light fragrance, exactly the same as Xiao Yalan's scent, which was refreshing. She was indeed a sophisticated and mature woman. Even her fragrance was unique. He started the car, humming a little tune, and headed to various banks to handle some important business. Tonight, he wanted to give Xiao Yalan a surprise. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Yalan finished her shower and changed into a sexy bright red bodycon mini-skirt. The skirt accentuated her figure, making her even more shapely, especially the lines of her chest and hips, which were simply stunning. She stepped out of her room into a hallway, intending to knock on Jihao's door next door, when she saw 3 men emerge from the stairwell. The 3 men carried buckets of paint, their faces filled with malicious smiles. The middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke up. "Oh, what a coincidence! We were just looking for you." This man was named Lu Batian, a figure in the underworld and a notorious bully in the neighborhood, with considerable power. "You should know why I'm here," Lu Batian said coldly. "A while ago, your son lost 8 million at my casino and hasn't paid it back for a month. I've called so many times, but neither you nor your son have responded. Since you don't want to pay it back, then I'll assume you're not planning to live here anymore. I'll throw paint in front of your house." Xiao Yalan looked troubled. Since her husband's death, her son, Dufong, had developed a gambling addiction, and her attempts to persuade him had been unsuccessful. Now they were burdened with a debt of 8 million yuan, which she had no way of repaying. The 10 million yuan that Jihao promised hadn't arrived yet, and even if it did, she wouldn't dare to misappropriate it. If the RV modification didn't meet the standards, she would have to pay an exorbitant penalty, which would be catastrophic. "Brother Lu, how about giving me 2 more months? I'll definitely pay you back then," she said in a low voice. "Looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences." Lu Batian sneered, waving his hand at his 2 henchmen. "Come on, splash it!" 2 men, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with dyed green hair, each carrying a bucket of paint, were about to start working. In desperation, Xiao Yalan blocked their way, pleading, "Brother Lu, I'm really in trouble, please understand. I will definitely pay it back, please give me some more time." A playful glint flashed in Lu Batian's eyes, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and his tone became meaningful. "Actually, it's not that there's no way." Her eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "What way? Tell me." Lu Beixian's gaze swept passionately over her alluring figure beneath her pencil skirt, and he said with a wicked grin, "Actually, I've admired you for a long time. If you're willing to let me have a kiss, I'd do anything, even 2 years, let alone 2. You!" Xiao Yalan blushed with anger. The blonde-haired guy grinned maliciously and said, "Boss, this woman is gorgeous. After you're done, let us have a taste too." Yeah, the green-haired guy chimed in. "My video shooting skills are top-notch. Come on, boss, I'll film you a great video. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "You beasts, do you have any humanity left?" Xiao Yalan was furious, trembling with rage. Lu Batian, seeing that she was still unwilling to hand over the money, lost his patience and said coldly, "Since you can't pay me back, it's reasonable for you to use yourself to pay off the debt. Today, you have to agree whether you like it or not." As he spoke, he commanded the blonde and green-haired men, "Come on, hold her down. I'm going to show her what I'm capable of." The blonde and green-haired men immediately stepped forward and approached Xiao Yalan step by step. "No!" Tears of humiliation welled up in Xiao Yalan's eyes, her sorrow reaching its peak. "When a woman says no, she means yes. Don't worry, I'll make you enjoy it very much." Lu Batian was overjoyed. He had coveted Xiao Yalan for a long time, and now he could finally get his wish. "Help! Help!" Xiao Yalan cried out as she retreated. But she quickly reached the end of the corridor, with nowhere left to go, and her heart sank to the bottom. Was she destined to be defiled by these beasts? The thought of such consequences filled her with endless sorrow. Just then, the door next to him suddenly opened, and Jihao poked his head out. "Who's calling for help?" He was stunned when he saw Xiao Yalan and Lu Batian. In his memory, on this night in his previous life, Xiao Yalan was out of town on business, while Lu Batian threw paint at the auto repair shop, making a scene known to everyone. The next day, Xiao Yalan sold the repair shop and mortgaged her house, finally managing to raise 8 million to pay off her debts. In the apocalypse, her fate was even worse. Dufong sold her to Lu Batian for a box of instant noodles. Xiao Yalan refused to comply and ultimately jumped from the 17th floor, dying instantly. When Jihao saw Lu Batian again, his anger surged instantly. If Dufong was the person Jihao hated most in his past life, then Lu Batian was the second person he hated most. In his past life, this villain formed a resource-gathering team, but he bullied and oppressed the team members at every turn, causing Jihao to suffer greatly. Now that he has been reborn, he will naturally not let this beast go, and will make him pay the price. "Jihao, please save me!" Xiao Yalan cried out to Jihao urgently. Lu Batian glanced at Jihao, his expression full of disdain. "Kid, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" Jihao retorted. "What, is that not allowed?" "Ha!" Lu Batian, Huang Mao, and LV Mao burst into laughter simultaneously, their faces full of disdain. "With your skinny appearance, you should just go home, wash up, and go to sleep. There are idiots every day, but there seem to be more than usual today. Kid, if you want to live, I'll give you a job. While the three of us are doing our business, you can use my phone to record a video. Maybe after we're done, if we're in a good mood, we'll let you have a taste of me too." Hearing the three men's vulgar language, Xiao Yalan became extremely nervous. Lu Batian was notoriously ruthless, and she was truly afraid that Jihao would compromise. If that were the case, she would face endless darkness. However, Jihao looked relaxed and directly retorted angrily. "You guys like taking pictures so much, right? Why don't you call your mothers over so I can take some pictures with them?" "Damn it, you're asking for it!" Lu Batian roared, then said to Green Hair. "Go! Kill him!" Green Hair charged forward and swung his fist at Jihao. Bang! The next second, he was kicked to the ground by Jihao, completely powerless to fight back. The blonde guy, not believing in bad luck, also rushed forward, but like the green guy, he couldn't get up again. "So you're a trained fighter after all?" Lu Batian sneered, arrogantly adding. "Too bad you've run into me. Back in the day, when I could take on 10 men at once, you were still playing in the mud. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and maybe I'll go easy on you." "Idiot!" Jihao showed no mercy, rushing forward and punching Lu Batian, sending him flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This time, not only Lu Batian, but even Xiao Yalan was stunned. Jihao's strength was incredibly formidable. "Don't just stand there, come in. Jihao remained calm and composed, beckoning to Xiao Yalan before turning and entering the house. Xiao Yalan then realized that Jihao seemed like a different person, more domineering and masculine than before, stirring a long-dormant emotion within her. What am I thinking? Her face flushed slightly, she shook her head, suppressing the romantic thoughts in her heart, and then followed him inside. The interior decoration was extremely simple, a stark contrast to the extravagance Jihao had previously displayed. It was hard to imagine that he was someone who could casually buy luxury cars worth tens of millions. Xiao Yalan sighed, full of worry. Aren't you afraid of Liu Beixian's revenge? He's a gangster, very powerful. Jihao joked. You're worried about me. Xiao Yalan stomped her foot and said irritably. I'm talking to you about serious matters, don't act like it doesn't matter. Don't worry, with his pathetic skills he's no match for me. Jihao clearly didn't want to dwell on the topic, and changed the subject. Your husband has been gone for many years, your son is in huge debts, and your auto repair shop is on the verge of closing down. You must be having a tough time. Haven't you ever thought about finding a man to rely on again? Xiao Yalan's tone was icy. None of your business. Jihao pointed to himself and smiled slightly. What do you think of me, young, handsome, and rich? As long as you become my woman, besides the 10 million for the RV conversion, I can give you another 10 million, enough to solve all your troubles. Xiao Yalan interrupted him directly. You don't need to say anything more. Jihao continued to persuade him. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Xiao Yalan said impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and give me the 10 million in the contract. I still need to go purchase materials and don't have time to waste with you. Don't rush, we can have a drink and talk about our life goals, Jihao said. The more you get to know me, the more you'll find that I'm a good person, someone you can entrust your life to. Xiao Yalan's ominous premonition grew stronger, and she questioned. Did you just take a job as a driver? That car isn't yours at all, it belongs to your boss. You've been lying to me all along, haven't you? Jihao shrugged, looking rather helpless. Is that really necessary? Xiao Yalan's face turned ashen, and she angrily retorted. You poor wretch, pretending to be a rich man to try and seduce me? I think you're even worse than that beast Liu Beixian. Poor wretch? Ha! Jihao sneered. Xiao Yalan, open your dog eyes and see clearly, I have plenty of money. As he spoke, he stood up from the sofa and walked to the middle of the hall. There was a rope there, connected to the ceiling. Jihao pulled hard, and the ceiling cracked open. Countless 100 yuan bills rained down, like a storm of cash. Swish, swish, swish. The bills flew densely, landing on Xiao Yalan. Exactly 200,000 bills, weighing about 460 kilograms, totaling 20 million yuan in cash. This was the first time in Xiao Yalan's life she had seen so much money falling from the sky, raining down on her. Luckily, the money was in loose bills, otherwise, if it had fallen in bundles, she feared she would have been injured. She stood there, motionless, letting the pile of cash rain down on her. At that moment, she felt as if she'd been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning, completely numb. The scene before her was so shocking that it utterly shattered her composure. Is this enough? Jihao sat back down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at her with a smile. Xiao Yalan stared wide-eyed at the bills fluttering in the air, frozen in place, as if in a dream. After a long while, she finally came to her senses, hesitant to speak. Jihao was clearly very satisfied with her reaction. He had been busy all afternoon preparing for this moment, transferring such a huge amount of cash from various banks. Fortunately, he had hundreds of millions in deposits in his account, making him a major client of the banks, which allowed the operation to proceed smoothly. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to complete. As long as you're willing to be my woman, this money is yours, Jihao said. Today, Liu Beixian not only splashed paint on you, but also tried to force himself on you. If you don't pay back the money, I won't say more about the consequences. Xiao Yalan remained silent. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jihao continued to persuade him. Even if you disregard your own safety, you have to think about Dufong. After all, he's the one who owes money. What if Liu Beixian gets ruthless and breaks his arms or legs? Wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? This? Xiao Yalan trembled. After careful consideration, she had to admit that Liu Beixian was indeed capable of such a thing. No, this absolutely cannot happen. But if she were to truly submit to Jihao, she would be unwilling. Her mind was in turmoil, and she didn't know what to do. Just then, Xiao suddenly picked her up and said with a mischievous smile, I still prefer you in your bright red floral cheongsam. It's the weekend, Dufong is probably out wandering around. Come on, let's go to your house and let me see the cheongsam you're wearing. Late at night, Xiao was preparing to leave. As he reached the bedroom door, he suddenly saw the door pushed open and a staggering figure walk in. He reacted quickly, retreating back into Xiao Yalan's bedroom before the other person could notice, and locked the door behind him. Why are you back again? Xiao Yalan was furious, wondering if this guy wanted to do something to her again. Dufong is outside, Xiao reminded her in a low voice. What? Xiao Yalan was utterly shocked and anxious. Dufong had gotten completely drunk tonight, and had originally planned to stay out all night. However, due to recent events and his depressed mood, he ultimately decided to go home. He stood outside Xiao Yalan's door, knocked on it, and shouted loudly, Mom, I'm home. Xiao Yalan was filled with shame. If Dufong discovered Xiao hiding in her room, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hide quickly, whatever you do, don't let Xiao Feng find you, she urged in a low voice. Xiao said dismissively, Why don't you just not open the door? Judging from his voice, he's definitely drunk. I have to take care of him. He's the apple of my eye, how can I ignore him? Xiao Yalan said anxiously. All right, I promise you, okay. Xiao looked around. But where am I supposed to hide this? Xiao Yalan was at a loss for words. Outside the door, Dufong called out again. Mom, are you asleep? Why aren't you saying anything? I'm here, wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. Xiao Yalan replied. Then, she pointed to the space under the bed and said to Xiao, You hide there first. Once tonight is over, I'll do whatever you want. You said it, don't go back on your word. Upon hearing this, Xiao was immediately excited and crawled under the bed. Xiao Yalan then opened the door and saw that Dufong was indeed drunk, his steps unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. Why did you drink so much again, Sai? She said, her face full of concern. Dufong frowned and said, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Can't you sleep alone? Isn't this a coincidence? Lu Batian has been pursuing you, hasn't he? If you're willing to be his concubine, I won't have to pay back the 8 million I owe him. It's a win-win situation. As he spoke, he became agitated. You're my own mother, it's only natural for you to sacrifice yourself for me, right? You, what did you say? Xiao Yalan felt a wave of weakness wash over her, tears welling in her eyes. Was this really her biological son? How could he utter such rebellious words? Xiao, who was under the bed, was dumbfounded and sighed inwardly. No wonder Dufong was able to do such a shameful thing as betraying Xiao Yalan during the apocalypse. This guy really is a complete beast. Dufong wanted to say something more, but the alcohol hit him hard, and he felt dizzy and fell asleep on the floor with a thud. Xiao Feng, the floor is cold, go to bed. Xiao Yalan called softly, but he didn't move, only snoring evenly. At this moment, Xiao crawled out from under the bed, walked to Xiao Yalan's side, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Don't cry. You're just unlucky to have such a rebellious son. Wash your face first, and I'll help you carry him to the bed. Thank you? Xiao Yalan rarely said thank you. At this moment, she truly realized how rare it was to have a man sheltering her from the wind and rain. Xiao easily hoisted Dufong up, carried him to the next room, and casually tossed him onto the bed. So thirsty, water, I want some water, Dufong suddenly murmured. Xiao initially didn't want to pay attention, but then something occurred to him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He picked up the empty water glass on the table, turned around, and went into the bathroom. A moment later, when he came out of the bathroom, the water glass had been refilled. He sneered. Want some more water? Dream on. You'd better drink my piss. Come on, good boy, drink your pee. Oh no, drink your water. After feeding Dufong the urine from the cup, Xiao looked satisfied, revealing a relaxed expression of revenge. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and murder was still illegal, so he could only vent his anger for now. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao suddenly noticed the computer next to him, and then remembered that Dufong in his previous life had drugged and raped many women and secretly filmed the videos. After the apocalypse broke out, Dufong used these videos to blackmail them into bringing him food. If anyone refused, he would upload the videos to the internet, causing a huge sensation at the time. Xiao thought to himself, "You like to threaten people with videos, huh? Then I'll make a copy too, and we'll see how I deal with you then." Of course, Xiao didn't intend to actually release the video. Even if the threat failed, he still had his bottom line. He turned on his computer and searched around, but couldn't find the videos directly. He only found an encrypted folder. Without a doubt, the videos were inside. Xiao tried several passwords but none were correct. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He found Dufeng's ID card in the room and entered his birthday. Luckily, the folder was unlocked. Inside were a huge number of videos, the content of which was utterly appalling. "Huh! Is that Antley from the neighborhood committee?" Xiao's eyes widened when he saw a certain video. That video was unusual. Antley was the one who initiated it, and Dufong was the one who was passively involved. Good heavens, this is outrageously sensational. Then, Xiao discovered another document. He casually clicked on it, and moments later, he was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. It was a confidential document left to him by Dufeng's father before his death, and its contents were extremely shocking. After reading it, Xiao took a long breath and finally understood why Dufong treated Xiao Yalan that way. He looked towards Xiao Yalan's room and sighed in his heart. That woman is so pitiful, she was kept in the dark for so many years without knowing anything. After a moment of silence, Xiao uploaded all the videos and materials to the cloud drive, cleared his browsing history, and then shut down his computer. Thinking about what he had just seen, his anger flared up again, and he decided to teach Dufong another lesson. He activated his supernatural power, and a tiny bolt of lightning condensed at his fingertip, slowly approaching Dufong. "From now on, you'll be a eunuch," Xiao sneered as he left, turning to walk towards Xiao Yalan's room. At this moment, Xiao Yalan's eyes were red and swollen, and her voice was faint. "You can't stay here overnight. If Xiao Feng finds out I won't have the face to live anymore. This is the last time. I'll leave after this is over," Xiao replied firmly. "Don't go too far," Xiao Yalan scolded in a low voice. Xiao stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, leaning close to her ear and smiling wickedly. He, madam, you don't want your son to know the secret between us, do you?" Xiao Yalan trembled. Dufong woke up early in the morning, feeling a dull ache in a certain part of his body. He didn't think much of it and turned on his computer to watch some old videos. However, after watching for a while, he was horrified to find that his body didn't react at all. "Damn it, what happened?" Dufong was sweating profusely with anxiety. He began to wonder if he had been playing too hard and ruined himself. To make matters worse, his arrogant senior from the dance department in college had recently agreed to date him, and he was planning to take her to a hotel to win her over. After graduating, the senior student didn't pursue a career in dance. Instead, she became a flight attendant. Standing at 174 centimeters tall, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. When she wore her flight attendant uniform, her chest bulged out, paired with a tight-fitting pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Combined with her hair styled in an updo, she exuded a powerful and sophisticated aura, truly a top-tier beauty. If we can only look but not eat from now on, wouldn't that be a huge tragedy? Dufong didn't care about anything else, immediately dressed and went out to rush to the hospital. In the morning, Xiao Yalan transported the 20 million yuan in cash she had received from Xiao and deposited it in the bank. The bank staff complained bitterly. Yesterday a young man withdrew a large sum of cash, and today a beautiful woman deposited a huge amount. Rich people these days love to play these tricks, it's so annoying. Xiao Yalan looked somewhat embarrassed, but forced herself to remain calm. After depositing the money, she transferred 8 million to Lu Batian, but didn't tell Dufong, fearing he might gamble it away again. She now has 12 million yuan left in her account, enough to save her auto repair shop. All of this is thanks to Xiao. Not only that, Xiao also gave her a large sum of money to solve all her problems. Thinking about all this, Xiao Yalan's resistance lessened somewhat, and she felt that perhaps accepting Xiao wasn't so difficult after all. Having figured this out, she felt much better. As she walked out of the bank and looked up at the clear sky, she felt refreshed, and even the sky seemed much bluer. Xiao was scrolling through news on social media. Shocking! Super hurricane hits eastern England, a once-in-a-decade event. Shocking! Torrential rain hits the Sahara Desert. Temperature in a European country plummets 30 degrees overnight. Looking at these news reports, Xiao sighed softly. These phenomena were clearly signs of the impending apocalypse. But in his previous life, he, like everyone else, paid no attention and ultimately suffered greatly. With only 2 months left until the extreme cold and apocalypse, he must hurry up and make all the preparations. The heavy truck and RV are already secured. The next step is to build supplies, weapons, and a safe house. Supplies are manageable, but weapons are a bigger problem, since guns are banned in China. If he can't get any, he'll have to go to the United States. The most pressing issue right now is the safe house. This is far more complicated than converting a camper van, and if it's not finished in 2 months, he'll have to pay extra to expedite the process. With that in mind, Xiao went to the sales office of the residential complex to see if there were any large apartments available. If he could find an entire unsold floor, that would be ideal. He could knock it all down and convert it into a super large safe house, big enough to house as many women as he wanted. When he inquired at the sales office, his eyes lit up. There were 4 apartments on the 28th floor of Building 2, each 120 square meters. 2 of them were still unsold, and the owners of the other 2 were also planning to sell them to recoup their investment. Xiao was secretly delighted. What a coincidence. "I'll take all 4 apartments." "Swipe my card," he said bluntly. "Yes, sir. What did you say?" All the saleswomen in the sales office were shocked. Buying 4 apartments at once? Why aren't they playing by the rules? Shouldn't they try to pull some strings, take advantage of the situation, make some unreasonable demands, and then close the deal? This guy, on the other hand, isn't taking advantage of anything and just giving them his commission for free. This is a transaction worth 20 million. They'll be raking in commissions left and right. Seeing that all the saleswomen were staring at him blankly, Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, "What, is there something on my face?" One of the saleswomen couldn't help but chuckle and said sweetly, "There's no flower, but you are very handsome, sir." "Hee, I think so too." Xiao touched his face narcissistically. Afterwards, the sales office contacted the owners of 2 of the apartments, and since they happened to have time, they came over in person. The process went very smoothly, and Xiao bought 4 apartments in one go. The moment the payment was completed, all the saleswomen's eyes lit up. Paying 20 million in one go, he was undoubtedly a super tycoon. If they could hook up with a man like that, they probably wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Before leaving, all the saleswomen handed Xiao their small business cards. He casually picked one up. Besides the phone number, it had 3 digits, 108, 65, 96. Upon seeing these measurements, Xiao immediately recognized her as Chu Jing, the real estate agent. She had a stunning figure and was indeed a rare beauty. Unfortunately, he was busy with business at the moment and had to postpone this romantic encounter. After he left the sales office, the women started gossiping. "My goodness, this man is not only handsome, but also so rich. I really want to date him. Yeah, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? I love him to death. Me too. You guys only covet his money, how despicable. I'm different, I also covet his body." After securing 4 apartments, the next step was to find someone to build a safe house. Xiao took out his phone and searched for information on various renovation companies, but none of them were satisfactory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Fu Hongmei, that wealthy businesswoman. Her businesses span numerous industries, naturally including real estate. Asking her for help might be a good option. When we arrived at Fu Hongmei's villa, the beautiful woman was doing yoga. Her tight yoga clothes accentuated her extremely exaggerated curves, with her breasts and buttocks in a voluptuous and alluring way. Fu Hongmei said with a hint of resentment, "I thought you'd forgotten me." Xiao smiled and said, "How could I possibly forget someone as beautiful as you?" "Humph, I sent you messages, but you didn't reply to a single one." Fu Hongmei glared at him, annoyed and embarrassed. He gave an embarrassed look. Sorry, I'm here now." "Since you're here, what are you waiting for?" Fu Hongmei snorted. Looking at her alluring figure, Xiao was thrilled. That yoga outfit was simply too tempting. After a long silence, Fu Hongmei asked, "Speak, what exactly do you want to see me about?" Xiao smiled casually and said, "Couldn't it be because I missed you that I came?" "Get lost!" Fu Hongmei glared at him. He no longer hid his intentions and frankly revealed his desire to build a safe house. After listening, Fu Hongmei reached out and touched Jihao's forehead, her brows furrowing slightly as she said, "You don't have a fever. In peacetime, why would you believe in the end of the world? That's just nonsense. Haven't you seen the news about the recent natural disasters?" Jihao retorted. "Of course I have, but it's just normal weather changes, there's no need to overanalyze it." She remained unconcerned. Jihao glanced down at the date on his phone, his mind replaying his past life, and slowly began to speak. "I recently had a dream that a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck the island nation at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I also dreamt that 2 months later, an extreme cold disaster would occur, with temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees Celsius. The 7.8 magnitude earthquake had caused a huge sensation in his previous life, so he remembered it exceptionally clearly. If the dream came true, Fu Hongmei would naturally believe in the extreme cold disaster 2 months later. This was the only way he could think of to make her believe it. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Jihao's prediction, Fu Hongmei laughed out loud and said dismissively, "If a 7.8 magnitude earthquake really happens, then you're my dear husband, and I'll do anything you ask." "You said it, you can't go back on your word," Jihao agreed with a smile. Fu Hongmei's face turned serious. "But if it doesn't happen, don't mention the end of the world to me again from now on, or I'll send you to a mental hospital." Jihao made an okay sign. "No problem." Around noon, Fu Hongmei personally cooked a sumptuous meal. To be honest, this woman, despite being a wealthy woman, has culinary skills that rival those of a professional chef. If she hadn't been so focused on her career and never dated, Jihao wouldn't have had a chance. Thinking back to his past life, he was only focused on self-reliance, and actually rejected Fu Hongmei's kindness, which was incredibly foolish. Later, when the apocalypse came, Fu Hongmei offered to send him food, but the two quickly lost contact. One day, while searching for supplies, he discovered Fu Hongmei's body in the snow near the neighborhood. She was already frozen stiff, clutching his photo tightly in her hand. Only then did he realize that Fu Hongmei had frozen to death on her way to find him. Her deep affection, like the heavy snow, was profound yet ultimately silent. It was just a pity that everything was beyond redemption. Now that fate has given him a second chance, he will naturally protect Fu Hongmei for the rest of his life. After 2 p.m., Fu Hongmei opened the news on time. She kept refreshing the page, but there was still no update. Just as she was starting to feel impatient, a headline popped up on her social media platform, marked with the word, "Breaking. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck an island nation, causing devastating damage." She read the entire news article, let out a long breath, and was deeply shocked. "I initially thought Jihao was just joking, but it actually came true. If that's the case, will the extreme cold 2 months from now also be as he predicted?" She gave Jihao a meaningful look and asked seriously, "Could you tell me about your dream in detail?" Jihao nodded. "Okay." He organized his thoughts and began to describe it vividly. After listening, Fu Hongmei fell into deep thought. After a moment, she said, "It's better to be prepared. I have a friend who owns a renovation company. I'll give you their contact information in a bit, and you can go and negotiate. Make sure the safe house is as solid as a rock." "Okay, leave it to me, no problem at all." Jihao nodded in assurance. Fu Hongmei continued, "As for the matter of stockpiling goods, only you can handle it. Recently, I've been competing fiercely with another company, and everyone is watching closely. If we stockpile goods on a large scale, and someone with ulterior motives takes the opportunity to speculate, that would be a huge problem." Jihao nodded in understanding. "You're right. After all, you're a top-tier rich woman. Not only are your rivals watching your actions, but relevant departments will also be paying attention. It's indeed inconvenient." Fu Hongmei reiterated, "You not only need to fill the safe house, but also rent several large warehouses near the community and fill them up as well. If the extreme cold really comes, we'll have enough supplies to get through the crisis." "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Jihao chuckled inwardly. Compared to the warehouse and the safe house, he wanted to fill her up first. Fu Hongmei seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke again. "By the way, don't stock up on too much grain and oil. I have a close friend who used to own a large grain and oil store. She and another close friend have now switched to running an entertainment company, but they still have a large batch of grain and oil that they haven't gotten rid of. We can buy it at a low price, enough to last for several years. Xiao gave a thumbs up and smiled in response. As expected of my good wife, you've thought of everything so thoroughly. Get lost. Fu Hongmei snorted, her tone tinged with resentment. If the apocalypse really comes, who knows how many, or even dozens, of your good wives will appear. You can't abandon me then. Xiao was deeply moved and took her hand, saying solemnly, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Fu Hongmei then said, Let me tell you, my best friend's entertainment company is full of models and stars. I'll introduce you to them. As long as you take good care of her, you'll never lack women in the future. Jihao's eyes lit up, clearly showing interest, but he maintained a serious expression on the surface. You're enough for me. I'm the god of pure love. How can I handle you all by myself? Having my best friend help me share the burden will make things easier for me. Fu Hongmei said, feigning helplessness. Besides, pure love can exist even in a harem. Jihao was slightly taken aback, and found her words quite reasonable. Pure love could exist even in the imperial harem, he. Thinking this, his anticipation of meeting his best friend grew stronger. Fu Hongmei was already a voluptuous and alluring top-tier noblewoman. Her best friend should be no less stunning. Before leaving, Fu Hongmei transferred another 200 million to Jihao to secure a safe house and purchase supplies. This moved Jihao deeply, as he felt he couldn't let Fu Hongmei always suffer losses and should also show some sincerity. So, he returned 100 million, making Fu Hongmei beam with joy. Next, Jihao contacted Jing Jianye, the head of a decoration company, a refined-looking man wearing glasses. This company, a partner of Fu Hongmei, possesses exceptional professional capabilities. When Jing Jianye learned that Jihao was going to build a safe house, he repeatedly assured him that their craftsmanship was top-notch, and the safe house they built would be of absolutely superior quality, making it impossible for anyone to easily breach. Seeing his sincere attitude, Jihao listed his needs in detail. The 4 apartments should be connected, with only one entrance and exit, the other 3 doors sealed off, and a 30-centimeter thick explosion-proof door installed to ensure that even a grenade could not blow them open. A fireplace must be installed inside the house so that it remains warm and cozy no matter how cold it is outside. In addition to the bedroom, several other functional rooms should be created, not necessarily large in size, but numerous in number, to be converted into a yoga room, dance studio, chess and card room, movie room, etc. After hearing these detailed requirements, Jing Jianye nodded, indicating that he could complete it. Jihao then asked, Approximately how much will it cost? Jing Jianye pondered for a moment and replied, Mr. Ji, your safe house is 480 square meters in total, which is quite large, and the price is relatively high, at least 100 million. That's acceptable. Jihao nodded. How long will it take to complete? Jing Jianye said. It will probably take about 3 months. That's too long. Jihao frowned. I can only give you 2 months at most. Jing Jianye looked troubled, but finally nodded in agreement. Okay, 2 months it is. I will arrange for the workers to work overtime, but we have to pay more, 120 million. Deal! Jihao extended his hand. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Jing Jianye also extended his hand and shook it firmly with him. After the contract was signed, Jihao paid a deposit of 20 million yuan on the spot, with the remaining balance to be settled after the safe house was completed and inspected. With that, the safe house deal was considered finalized. The next morning, Jihao began his stockpiling plan. Naturally, the supplies couldn't be brought directly into the residential area. If someone discovered he was maliciously hoarding them, it would be a huge problem. After careful consideration, Jihao decided to find another place. He rented a nearly abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city for only 2,000 yuan for a 2-month term. After giving the warehouse a quick clean, Jihao took out his phone, opened a food delivery app, and began making large-scale purchases. This time, Jihao focused on food, planning to buy medicine and daily necessities another time. He first clicked on a 5-star hotel, and the dazzling array of seafood dishes made his mouth water. In his previous life, he lived a life of hardship and never truly enjoyed life. Now, reborn as a tycoon, he naturally wants to make up for all his regrets. King crab, champagne lemon juice oysters, French lobster jelly, steamed squid, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, vermicelli scallops, French bouillabaisse, whelk with mustard sauce, Buddha jumps over the wall, scallion oil razor clams, steamed crab, king crab fried rice, braised pork intestines, 50 servings of each. Ordering too much food might attract attention and slow down the food preparation, but the apocalypse still has 2 months left, and the food won't expire if stored in the raft. He can simply stock up on it in batches. Next, he raided various snack shops. Boiled chicken in chili oil, oden, hot dry noodles, pan-fried buns, scallion pancakes, rice noodle rolls, char siu bao spicy soup, rigiamo, Chinese hamburger, cold noodles, stinky tofu, steamed dumplings, chicken biscuits, wife cakes, satay noodles, Gillan rice noodles, oyster omelets, snail rice noodles, 50 servings of each. Watching the orders for famous snacks being successfully placed, Xiao had only one feeling: awesome. When the apocalypse comes, he'll be living a real man's life, surrounded by beautiful women, and indulging in delicious food and drinks in his safe house. Then he stormed into a pizza and burger joint, and scanned the entire menu. Durian pizza, chicken wrap, cheese and beef burger, crispy chicken leg burger, fries, onion rings, popcorn chicken, fried chicken wings, vegetable salad, 50 servings of each. Of course, you can't have without drinks when you eat these, so Xiao went on a crazy order: ice black tea, cola, Sprite, pearl milk tea, charcoal roasted oolong milk tea, jasmine milk green tea, red bean pudding milk tea, peach oolong tea, mango pomelo sago, latte, ginger cola, rock sugar pear, 50 servings of each. These drinks were more than enough for him to enjoy. Not only that, he also stocked up on a considerable amount of red wine. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have some red wine to enhance the mood and create a more intimate atmosphere when being intimate with a woman? He didn't forget to buy all sorts of ingredients, since there's plenty of time in the apocalypse, and occasionally cooking and bonding with the women is one of the pleasures. After placing the order, came the long wait. Not long after, the food deliveries began to arrive. The road in front of the warehouse was already narrow, but now it was completely blocked by a large number of delivery drivers, and even cars couldn't get in. Beep, beep, beep! The horns blared incessantly, extremely piercing. Make way, make way! My shop is almost bankrupt, and I finally landed a big order. Anyone who delays me will be my enemy. Pa, it's all the same. Get out of the way. The shop owner gave me $100 tip, just in case I'm late for the client. We can't be late. Outside the warehouse, the path was teeming with people. The sheer number of delivery drivers was astonishing. Xiao had ordered an enormous number of orders, 50 portions of each dish, far exceeding the capacity of ordinary delivery drivers. Some merchants even came in their own vans to deliver the food. With so many people and such a narrow road, friction was inevitable. A van's horn blared incessantly, irritating the delivery drivers ahead, who immediately launched into a tirade of insults. Damn, you're practically deafening me. You think you're so great just because you drive a beat-up van? Yeah, with a traffic jam like this, why don't you fly over it? Idiot, try pressing that button again, or I'll beat you up. Inside the van, a burly man covered in tattoos was completely enraged. He grabbed a steel pipe and jumped out of the van. I'm a gangster! Anyone who dares to squeeze past me, I'll kill them! He roared menacingly at the delivery men in front of him. Damn, you think you're so great, huh? Pa! You think you're from the underworld? If you really want to fight, I'll show you who has the stronger fist. The delivery men were no pushovers either, and they retorted without backing down. The tattooed man roared. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Before he finished speaking, he had already charged forward, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. After a chaotic fight, the tattooed man, though injured, managed to subdue the delivery men with his ruthlessness, making them obedient. Seeing his ferocity, those around him all backed down, and no one dared to challenge him again. And so, the van arrived at the warehouse without any hindrance. Damn it, thank goodness I didn't go over time. If I had offended the client, I would have been in big trouble. The tattooed man checked the time and secretly rejoiced. When he saw Xiao, he was immediately filled with excitement, a rare smile appearing on his face. He took the initiative to greet him. Brother, let me tell you, my restaurant was almost bankrupt, and I couldn't even pay my employees. This order from you is a lifesaver, a full 200,000 yuan. It's enough to get me through the toughest times. From now on, you're my brother. Xiao laughed and replied, no problem, big brother, don't be so polite. The tattooed man patted Xiao on the shoulder, exclaiming with magnanimity, to be honest, I used to be in the underworld, I had a bit of a reputation, people called me Brother Long. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come to me, I'll stand up for you. After speaking, he handed over a business card. Xiao put the card away, a thought suddenly occurring to him. He was planning to get his hands on crossbows and firearms, and since this Brother Long had a triad background, he might be able to find a way in, a truly unexpected bonus. Okay, thanks a lot. I'm hosting a dinner party in a few days, so I'll need your help again then. Xiao laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he hurriedly said, no trouble at all, no trouble at all. I'll give you a discount. Next, the food deliveries arrived one after another. Xiao gave the deliverymen a small tip and asked them to help arrange the food on the tables, saying that he was preparing for a banquet, in order to dispel their suspicions. Once everyone left, Xiao immediately opened the Thunder Tower door and put all the takeout orders inside. With everything ready, he locked the warehouse door and turned to leave. That afternoon, Xiao rented a large truck, covered the outside of the vehicle with red cloth, and wrote 4 large characters. Supplies donation. The hoarder is back online, hee. He laughed as he started his truck and headed to the wholesale market for a massive purchase. Because of the huge volume, the prices were even more favorable. After the truck was fully loaded, Xiao drove it to a secluded spot, quietly opened the tower door, and stored all the supplies into the Thunder Tower space. He repeated this process until nightfall before finally stopping. In just one day, he stockpiled a large amount of supplies, enough to last for decades. I'm so tired. Feeling exhausted, he went into a 5-star hotel, intending to have a feast. In fact, the space in Leda already contained countless delicacies, but the unique environment and atmosphere of a 5-star hotel made him want to relax and enjoy himself there. He ordered a whole table of luxurious dishes in one go: king crab, steamed lobster, whelks cooked in spicy wine, French seafood stew, grilled eel, salt-grilled yellow croaker, everything imaginable. In addition, he ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite, which alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. The entire meal would easily cost over 100,000 yuan. Xiao thought to himself, I lived such a miserable life in my past life, so I should be more extravagant in this one. The waitress seemed quite surprised by Xiao's behavior. He was alone, yet he ordered so many dishes plus a bottle of Lafite. He looked every bit the ultra-rich second-generation heir. She immediately had an idea and prepared to seduce him. So, she subtly pulled down her collar, revealing her exaggerated bust, and her attitude became increasingly enthusiastic. To be honest, this waitress was pretty and had a hot figure. But compared to Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yaoan, she was still several levels below, so Xiao didn't show much interest. Before the food was served, Xiao took out his phone to check his bank account balance, and discovered that he had spent nearly 100 million yuan on ordering food in the morning and renting a car to stock up on goods in the afternoon. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This money just disappears too quickly. Although he still had several hundred million in his account, it wouldn't last more than a few days if he kept hoarding it like this. He needed to get more money. Since the food hadn't arrived yet, he simply downloaded several loan apps and started taking out loans. If you have even a penny left after the extreme cold arrives, it would be an insult to the apocalypse. The following is a list of loan names and related terms: Ma Do Dai, Yamai Dai Dai, Iku Dai, Sang Laoshir Dai, Bodua Laoshir Dai, Guzejia Dai, San Miao Dai, Jisu Dai, Wega Dai, Tao Se Dai, Yixiang Dai. After a series of maneuvers, Xiao successfully obtained 800,000 yuan. It's a pity I'm a man. If only I could take out a loan with my clothes on. He sighed, shaking his head. As the dishes were served one after another, Xiao began to feast. A bite of Lafite, a bite of lobster. Only one word came to mind: delicious. The more Xiao ate, the more regretful he felt. In his past life, he had actually rejected Fu Hongmei, that rich woman. It was outrageous. He had a good life, but he insisted on being strong and talking about self-reliance. He was even more foolish than an idiot. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a man and a woman walked in. The man was simply dressed and ugly, but with an arrogant look in his eyes. It was Dufong. The woman was a gentle and elegant older woman. She had probably just finished get off work and was still wearing her flight attendant uniform, making her profession immediately recognizable, a flight attendant. She was none other than Dufeng's new girlfriend, Xiao. Xiao majored in dance in college, and was not only the most beautiful girl in her department, but also the most beautiful girl in the entire school. However, after graduation, she chose to become a flight attendant. She was 3 years older than Dufong and possessed a unique, mature charm. Xiao also lived in Xingfu community and naturally knew that Dufeng's family had fallen on hard times, yet she still chose to associate with him, her intentions self-evident. Indeed, in her past life, she had swindled Dufong out of a considerable amount of money, leaving him heavily in debt, without his knowledge. After the apocalypse, Xiao joined the community's resource collection team. Relying on her looks and numerous admirers, she bossed Jihao around and bullied him constantly. Now that she's been reborn, Jihao naturally won't let her off easily. First, he'll seduce her, then he'll toy with her, and when the apocalypse arrives, he'll let her taste the bitterness of being devoured by despair. Humph, perfect. Tap tap tap. Xiao walked over step by step, the crisp rhythm of her high heels striking the ground, as if striking the hearts of every man present. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her long hair was styled in a high bun, a silk scarf was tied around her neck, and her face was lightly made up, giving her a natural, fresh, elegant, and poised appearance. At 174 centimeters tall, she was already quite tall, and with the addition of high heels, she stood out even more, towering over everyone else, even taller than Dufong standing next to her. The well-tailored flight attendant uniform accentuated her figure perfectly. Her breasts were high and full, rising and falling slightly with her steps like rolling waves. Her round and full hips stretched a pencil skirt so wide that they were even wider than her shoulders, making her an absolutely stunning figure. Looking down, you see her most lethal feature, a pair of incredibly long legs. Encased in sheer black stockings, these legs appear long and shapely, exuding irresistible allure. During her university years, Xiao was hailed as the #1 long-legged goddess, a title well-deserved. Whenever she wore black stockings and high heels, she could easily ignite the passion of male students. Standing to the side, Dufong was secretly smug, feeling the intense gaze of all the men present fixed on her. The goddesses others could only dream of were now his girlfriend. Whether you envied him or were jealous, there was nothing you could do about it. His only regret was that the woman was too arrogant, and wouldn't let him touch her. But he wasn't in a hurry. He planned that as long as he got her drunk, took her upstairs to a hotel, and filmed her to blackmail her, she would surely submit. Just thinking about how he could thoroughly toy with this elegant and sophisticated flight attendant made Dufong so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure, Jihao. He immediately switched to mocking mode, speaking with a disdainful tone. "Oh, isn't this the notorious loser in our neighborhood? What, not afraid of going bankrupt by eating here?" Ignoring his sarcastic remarks, Jihao continued to leisurely enjoy his food, too lazy to pay any attention. Seeing this, Dufeng's gaze turned cold, and he continued to mock. "I bet you don't have any money to pay the bill. You're just trying to dine and dash." Even a clay figure has a temper, and Jihao immediately retorted. "No matter what, I'm still better than you. At least I don't owe Lu Batian 8 million in gambling debts. I suggest you go to the Shaxian Grand Hotel for a meal instead, so you don't end up unable to pay and create an embarrassing situation." He knew perfectly well that Yaan had already paid off Dufeng's debts, but he didn't intend to tell him. Otherwise, this guy would probably go gambling again, and then how would he deal with the mess? Dufong was stunned upon hearing this, and the image of the enormous gambling debt immediately flashed through his mind, making him furious. Unfortunately, Jihao brought it up in front of Xiao, and he immediately felt embarrassed, quickly denying it. "Don't talk nonsense, you're the one who owes 8 million. Jihao sneered. "Oh? You mean I spread rumors about you in front of your girlfriend and ruined your reputation? Then let's do this. To protect your reputation, tomorrow you bring your girlfriend, and we'll go to Lu Batian to confront him and clarify this rumor in person." "You!" Dufong panicked and naturally didn't dare to face him directly. He cursed angrily. "You mad dog, I can't be bothered with you." Seeing Dufeng's reaction, Xiao immediately understood. this matter was probably true. She knew that Dufeng's family had fallen on hard times and had originally planned to squeeze some money out of him, but if he really did owe a huge debt as he claimed, it would be better to get out of there sooner rather than later, to avoid wasting time. Dufong didn't notice the subtle disdain that Xiao was showing. He was only thinking about getting her to a seat further away so he wouldn't have to see her and get annoyed. But Xiao clearly wasn't going to let this opportunity to kick someone when they're down slipped away. He said sarcastically, "Even a loser like me can afford delicacies. Surely young Master Du can't be any worse off than me? Why don't you order one of everything on my table? Oh, and by the way, there's also a bottle of 82 Lafite." After saying that, he picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and said with a look of delight, "The taste is really good, no wonder it's a famous wine. My table only costs around 100,000 yuan, you certainly don't need that much money, right?" Dufong was so angry that his veins were throbbing. He roared, "What I order is none of your business." Seeing his expression, Jihao's lips curled into a sneer. Dufong, whose family had fallen on hard times, had always been strapped for cash. Since Yaan cut off his allowance, he could barely afford a few thousand yuan worth of seafood, but spending tens of thousands of yuan was simply out of his reach. Jihao sneered, "You don't have any money, huh? Fine, I'll pay for you." After saying that, he beckoned to the waitress. "Please arrange a seat for these two friends, right next to me. Also, according to the standard for this table, bring 1 serving of each dish, and the same amount of red wine." The waitress pulled her collar down again, bowed, and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Jihao thought to himself, this service attitude is really something else. Dufong angrily questioned, "What right do you have to make decisions for me?" Jihao looked at Xiao and casually reminded her, "Beautiful he, do you see? He owes 8 million in gambling debts and has no money to pay them. You should break up with him as soon as possible to avoid being cheated out of money and your virtue." After saying that, he jokingly added with a smile, "Actually, I'm not a bad person. Why don't you consider me?" Xiao didn't speak, but her charming and alluring peach blossom eyes became even more captivating. Dufeng's face instantly turned green. He never dreamed that Jihao would dare to blatantly poach his girlfriend right in front of him. This was an utter disgrace. But for the sake of his pride, he could only suppress his anger and say coldly, "Who says I can't afford it? Today I'll show you what a real tycoon is." Jihao chuckled. "I'm actually looking forward to it." Dufong snorted and said to the waitress, "Do as he says, one of everything." "Okay." The waitress replied casually, her tone completely different from how she had treated Jihao earlier. After ordering, Dufong made an excuse to go to the restroom. As soon as he squatted on the toilet, he trembled with anger, his eyes turning red. How could he possibly come up with an expense of 100,000 yuan? To save face, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, take out his phone, and start applying for online loans. Meanwhile, Jihao had already started chatting with Xiao. "Beautiful he, you are also a resident of Happiness Community, so you should know Dufeng's character and family background very well. Don't be a lamb to the slaughter." Xiao chuckled, her voice clear and crisp, like pearls falling on a jade plate, or like a stream in a secluded valley. "I'm more curious, weren't you a loser? How come you're so rich now that you can eat at such a fancy hotel?" Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze. Indeed, she was a top-notch flight attendant. Her appearance, demeanor, and speech were almost impeccable. Jihao asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Xiao replied in a charming tone, "Of course, the truth. Don't lie to me, or I'll get angry." Jihao casually made up a reason. "As you know, my parents were in a car accident, but actually, they are not my biological parents." Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, her face showing astonishment. "Then who are your biological parents?" Jihao smiled, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "I won't go into details, but they come from a top-tier family in Yanjing, and they're very powerful." "Wow, you're rich now, you have to take good care of me." Xiao laughed with a silvery laugh, melodious and pleasant. However, she remained skeptical. If it was fake, it didn't matter, but if it was real, she wouldn't mind developing something with Jihao. A woman's youth is fleeting. If she could find a powerful backer, she wouldn't have to be bullied anymore. Noticing the subtle change in Xiao's attitude, Jihao was secretly delighted, thinking he had a chance, so he continued to tease her. "Xiao Qian, you smell so good." "Thank you," Xiao Qian replied sweetly. Ji Hao then said, "How about I show you a magic trick?" "Sure," Xiao Qian replied. "I want to see what tricks you can pull off." "Then you'd better take a good look." Ji Hao stretched out his hand, and with a flip of his palm, a beautifully packaged perfume appeared out of thin air, clearly worth a fortune. Xiao Qian asked in surprise. "How did you do that?" "It's a man's secret." Ji Hao naturally wouldn't mention the existence of Leta. He handed the perfume to Xiao Qian, his voice gentle. "Here, see if you like it." Xiao Qian took the perfume and recognized it at a glance. She immediately cheered. "Oh my God! This is actually the limited edition Chanel perfume that I've always loved. A bottle costs tens of thousands of yuan. Thank you, I love it so much." "I'm glad you like it," Ji Hao replied with a smile. Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled, her gaze alluring. "Young Master Ji, you're such a good person." When Dufong returned, he saw Ji Hao and Xiao Qian chatting animatedly, and his face immediately darkened. However, he couldn't show it, so he could only sulk silently. Throughout the meal, Xiao Qian was absent-minded, barely acknowledging Dufong and appearing listless. Dufong knew in his heart that Ji Hao must have taken the opportunity to say something to her while he was in the restroom. Damn it! A venomous glint appeared in his eyes. If he got the chance, he'd make Ji Hao pay. After the meal, Dufong went to pay the bill, which came to a total of 100,000 yuan. His heart was bleeding. If Ji Hao hadn't shown up, how could he have spent so much today? His resentment towards Ji Hao deepened even further. At this moment, Ji Hao called over a waitress. "I'm hosting a banquet for 100 tables tomorrow, each costing about 10,000 yuan. Could you arrange it for me?" The waitress smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." "Pack everything up and send it to this address," Ji Hao said, leaving the warehouse address. 100 tables of food and drinks, plus the previous expenses, totaled 1.1 million. Ji Hao took out his bank card, ready to pay the bill. Seeing this, Dufong couldn't help but sneer. "A poor wretch trying to act like a big shot. I'd like to see how you can afford it, hee hee." Ji Hao only replied with 2 words. "Idiot." The next second. Beep, card swipe successful. Hearing the card reader's notification sound, Dufeng's sneer immediately froze, his expression stiffening like a sculpture, as if he had swallowed a fly. He really couldn't understand how Ji Hao had suddenly become so rich. It was simply illogical. On the contrary, Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled, secretly marveling. Ji Hao is indeed a big tycoon, someone worth relying on. Dufong couldn't stay any longer and was about to take Xiao Qian away when Ji Hao suddenly called her back. "Young Master Ji, is there something you need?" Xiao Qian asked gently. "It's still early, how about I take you for a drive?" Ji Hao offered. Xiao Qian hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Dufong immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Xiao Qian and cursing. "You bitch, how dare you betray me?" Xiao Qian sneered. "When did I agree to date you? It's always been one-sided on your part, who can you blame?" Ji Hao mocked. "I think you should just change your name to Green Hat Hero, that name suits you quite well." "I think so too." Xiao Qian immediately agreed. Ji Hao added, "You've already been cuckolded at such a young age, you'll definitely have to wear a few more in the future, but it doesn't matter, you'll get used to it." "You son of a bitch! Go to hell!" These words struck a nerve with Dufong. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he lost control of his emotions. He suddenly rushed towards Ji Hao and threw a punch straight at his face. Ji Hao easily dodged to the side, then grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. Bang! Dufong fell flat on his face, feeling like his internal organs were dislocated, and the pain almost killed him. "You are pathetic!" Ji Hao shook his head, uttering a boastful remark, then put his arm around Xiao Qian's slender waist and swaggered away. Only Dufong, his face ashen, stood there alone. As night fell, Ji Hao drove Xiao Qian to the riverbank and stopped in a secluded spot. The moon was full, its light shimmering on the water, and distant lights twinkled, creating a beautiful night scene. Ji Hao sighed. "The scenery is so beautiful, why don't we create some wonderful memories?" Xiao Qian lowered her head, shy and nervous, and whispered, "This is my first time, please be gentle." Seeing her in her sexy flight attendant uniform, With her incredibly long, black-stockinged legs that rivaled those of a leg model, Xiao could no longer suppress his desire. After leaving the hotel, Dufong rushed to the hospital to pick up his report. The moment he saw it, tears welled up in his eyes. He was completely ruined. From now on, he would be a eunuch. For a man, this was like a bolt from the blue. Even if the most beautiful woman stood before him, he could only look on in envy. He felt as if the sky had fallen, and he felt like he had lost his soul, teetering on the brink of collapse. As he left the hospital, several female nurses watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. My God, he's become a eunuch. He was already ugly, and now he's not even a man anymore. If I were him, I'd just bang my head against a wall. Yeah, he might as well have surgery to become a woman. After leaving the hospital, Dufong wandered aimlessly through the streets, eventually ending up by the river again. In the distance, he saw a BMW gently swaying. He was filled with sorrow. Even with a car and a woman, he was powerless now, left only with emptiness. Suddenly, he remembered that his mother also owned a BMW 7 Series. But if he couldn't pay off his gambling debts, he probably wouldn't be able to keep that car either. Sigh. He tore his medical report to shreds and turned to leave. Afterwards, Xiaoqian's cheeks were flushed, but her eyes held a hint of resentment, feeling that her first time had been too casual. Xiao noticed her emotions and gently comforted her for a while before she gradually felt relieved. After starting the car, Xiao planned to take her back to her residence to continue the ambiguous atmosphere from before. The car entered the residential area. Xiao parked in the parking lot, took Xiaoqian's hand, and slowly walked towards the building. However, at that moment, 5 burly men wielding steel pipes suddenly rushed out of a nearby building and quickly surrounded the two. The leader was none other than Liu Batian. Kid, I've finally caught you. Liu Batian grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. You think you can get away with offending me? Xiao remained relaxed, while Xiaoqian was terrified. Liu Batian was notorious in this neighborhood. No one dared to offend him, or they would suffer a terrible fate. Xiao held her hand tightly, a smile appearing on his lips. Don't be afraid, watch how I deal with them. Beside him, a bald, burly man roared angrily. Our boss is talking to you, are you fucking deaf? Xiao didn't back down, stepped forward, and shouted loudly. Who do you think you are, daring to boss me around? The bald man sneered. Very well, it's been a long time since I've seen someone as reckless as you. I hope you won't be begging for mercy later. I'd like to return that compliment. Xiao retorted. Liu Batian immediately ordered. Attack him together! Break his legs! I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The bald man rushed forward first, swinging a steel pipe at Xiao's head. To everyone's surprise, Xiao snatched the steel pipe back and twisted it sharply, snapping it in two. Everyone was stunned. The strength was terrifying. With such pathetic skills, you dare to fight me? You're asking for death. Xiao roared and launched a sudden attack. With each move he made, a burly man fell to the ground, unable to get up. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with people, except for Liu Batian, who was still standing. Xiao walked step by step toward Liu Batian, his face cold and his tone low. I warned you long ago not to come looking for trouble with me again. Since you didn't listen, then today I'll teach you a lesson. As Xiao approached, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, making him appear like a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Although his steps were slow, to Liu Batian, each step felt like a heavy hammer blow to his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What's wrong with me? Liu Batian suddenly realized that, as a ruthless figure in the underworld, he was experiencing fear for the first time. He wasn't the only one. Xiaoqian, who was some distance away, was also stunned by that inexplicable pressure, her heart racing, and she was lost in thought. Neither of them realized that it was the natural pressure of a superhuman, something ordinary people simply couldn't withstand. Don't come any closer! Liu Batian retreated hastily, filled with regret. Don't be afraid, it'll be quick, just once. Jihao's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze landing on Liu Batian's crotch. Liu Batian was terrified and turned to run, but how could he be faster than Jihao? Jihao swiftly caught up, swung him up, and slammed him to the ground, then delivered a vicious kick to his groin. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night, carrying far and wide. Ji Hao clapped his hands, turned around, and took He Xiaoqian's hand, his tone gentle. Let's go to my house and have a good talk about our life ideals. He Xiaoqian, however, had not yet recovered from the shock. The scene of Ji Hao's bravery just now was deeply imprinted in her heart, unforgettable. She remembered clearly that Ji Hao used to be just a carefree, good-for-nothing guy. Who would have thought he would transform into a real man, with a powerful aura and immense attractiveness? At that moment, she realized that she might really have fallen for him. Ji Hao chuckled and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Oh. He Xiaoqian snapped out of her reverie, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and whispered, "Let's go to my house. I have lots of uniforms and stockings of all colors. You'll definitely like them." Ji Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to my good wife." He Xiaoqian lowered her head shyly. "Get lost, you're so irresponsible." Although her apartment is rented, it is decorated neatly and warmly. She majored in dance in college, and even now, as a flight attendant, she still pursues her hobby, having specially converted one of her rooms into a dance studio for daily practice. Ji Hao suggested that she wear her dance outfit, paired with white stockings and soft dance shoes, and tie her hair in a bun. It must be said, this outfit was quite striking. The tight-fitting dance costume accentuated her stunning figure, with a slender waist, full and rounded hips, and her long, straight legs were simply breathtaking. No wonder she was recognized as having the most beautiful legs in the university. He Xiaoqian played some soft music and danced gracefully to the melody, like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Ji Hao secretly marveled at her. Her background as a dancer combined with the poise of a flight attendant was a perfect match. In the dead of night, after He Xiaoqian had fallen into a deep sleep, Ji Hao quietly got up, dressed, and prepared to do something important. In his past life, Lu Batian had caused him immense suffering. How could he let him off so easily in this life? As far as he knew, Lu Batian owned many businesses, including a large shopping mall with abundant resources. Now, these resources naturally belonged to Ji Hao. "Lu Batian, you spendthrift! You know I'm short of supplies, yet you still come to my door. Well then, I won't be polite." Ji Hao first went to a hidden pharmacy near the neighborhood, woke up the owner, and bought some special drugs at a high price while the owner was cursing. Then he set off for the mall. Upon arrival, he found a secluded corner, took out a set of women's clothing from the tarp, a suspender dress, wig, black stockings, high heels, and a mask, everything he needed, and began to change. After changing, she, in the mirror, had a certain feminine charm. Although not a stunning beauty, she could still be considered a pretty girl. He felt that something was still missing, and on a whim, he took out 2 apples from his spatial storage and stuffed them into his shirt. Hee, that's perfect now. Near the monitoring room, a security guard was dozing off. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels was especially crisp in the night. The guard was startled awake, looked outside, and his eyes lit up. "Wow, that figure, that outfit, absolutely gorgeous." Chapter 13. You Chase Me. Ji Hao, dressed in women's clothing, arrived at the monitoring room and deliberately called out in a coquettish voice, "Handsome guy, I'm lonely late at night, keep me company." The security guard immediately perked up and said excitedly, Okay, I'll play with you right away. You chase me, catch me, and I'll let you have your way with me." Ji Hao's words were ambiguous, and he turned and ran after saying that. Hee. The security guard licked his lips and rushed out of the monitoring room. Ji Hao ran in another direction, where there were 3 security guards responsible for watching over the entire mall. "Brothers, I'm lonely late at night. Why don't you keep your little sister company?" Ji Hao said in a sweet, coquettish voice again. The 3 security guards looked at each other, all with lewd expressions. "You chase me, catch me, and I'll let you, hee. Ji Hao gave them a charming smile, then ran towards the grove, turning back at the same time to say, "Come on, brothers!" When the 4 security guards chased into the grove, they couldn't find Ji Hao dressed as a woman anywhere. Damn, where did everyone go? Don't you think this is more interesting? You're right, little cutie, if I find you, humph. Bang, 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 bang. Behind them, Ji Hao brought down 4 hammer blows, knocking the 4 security guards unconscious. Damn it, you still want to mess with me? That's disgusting. Ji Hao shook his head in disgust. Then, he took out a hallucinogenic drug and another extremely potent aphrodisiac, I love 7 pieces of firewood, and gave them to the 4 security guards. Despite being unconscious, the 4 security guards, under the influence of drugs, continued to utter lewd laughter, and their minds were filled with images unsuitable for children. Good little sister, come here, come and play with your brother. Tonight I'll show you what a powerful older brother can do. Done! Xiao took the keys from the security guard and went to take care of his business. When the security guards wake up tomorrow, they certainly won't dare to tell the truth. After all, they were responsible for failing to properly supervise them all because they were playing with women. Therefore, their only option was to exaggerate and say that a supernatural event had occurred. In this way, neither Lu Batian nor the police could suspect Xiao. Perfect. Xiao went to the monitoring room, deleted some of the recordings, and turned off the cameras before swaggering into the mall. The shopping mall is very large, with 6 floors, and each floor sells different things. The first floor is a large supermarket, the second floor sells toys, the third floor sells various local snacks, the fourth floor sells home appliances, the fifth floor sells clothes, and the sixth floor sells electronic products. Xiao browsed around casually and was very satisfied. There were so many things, and they were all useful. Especially on the 5th floor, there are quite a few sexy lingerie and stockings for sale. Wouldn't it be amazing to let the women wear them? Thank you so much for all these supplies, Lu Batian, you are such a good person. Xiao silently expressed his gratitude to Lu Batian, then summoned the tower gate, and frantically collected supplies inside. Soon, the entire mall was cleared out, even the shelves inside were stripped, leaving it completely bare, as if locusts had swept through it. Cool. After collecting the supplies, Xiao was planning to make a run for it. But then he suddenly thought, it's only polite to reciprocate. Lu Batian gave him the entire shopping mall, so he should give Lu Batian a gift in return. So Xiao used his superpowers and started causing destruction in the mall. The window was smashed. The floor tiles were broken. The wall plaster has been peeled off. The water pipe was cut. The toilet is clogged. When Lu Batian finds out tomorrow, he'll probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Let's head back. As he passed the gate, Xiao chuckled, removed the gate, and stored it inside the Thunder Tower. After re-enabling the surveillance footage, Xiao returned to the grove, put the key back on the security guard, tore up the stockings and suspender dress he had been wearing in women's clothing, threw them at them, and then ran away. Back at He Xiaoqian's place, Xiao talked to her about their life ideals again. This time, she changed into a sexy flight attendant uniform, which excited Xiao. Just as Xiao was about to show off his domineering aura, He Xiaoqian stopped him and insisted on making him a cup of coffee first. Xiao was puzzled, but he did not refuse. Not long after, He Xiaoqian, carrying a steaming cup of coffee, gracefully walked towards Xiao. Her high heels clicked on the ground, making a thumping sound, which, combined with the high-quality, sheer black stockings she wore, made her legs appear extremely long and slender. Her neat flight attendant uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure, and coupled with her alluring gaze, she was the epitome of a vixen. Sir, here's your coffee. He Xiaoqian handed the coffee to Xiao, her voice soft and soothing, instantly exciting him. Xiao had no idea what He Xiaoqian was up to. Just as he was about to take the coffee, she suddenly jerked her hand, spilling the coffee and wetting Xiao's pants. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. Please don't complain about me. He Xiaoqian looked flustered and quickly grabbed a tissue from the side to wipe Xiao's face. Then she bowed deeply to Xiao, her eyes brimming with tears, and said apologetically, Sir, I will do anything you ask if you can forgive me. Xiao was completely dumbfounded. This acting is so good, it's a real shame it didn't win an Oscar. By now, Xiao had also realized what was happening. He cleared his throat and said coldly, Miss, your service attitude is really disheartening. He Xiaoqian apologized again. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I can compensate you for your losses. Xiao glanced at her and said sternly, You have to compensate for the losses, but I will still file a complaint against you and make sure you are punished accordingly. He Xiaoqian knelt down immediately, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. She pleaded pitifully, Sir, please let me go. This job is very important to me. My parents are seriously ill and need 200,000 yuan for surgery. My younger sister is still in school, and we can't even afford her tuition. Wah, I'm so pitiful. Xiao stared at her voluptuous figure and said with a wicked smile. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Xiaoqian seemed to see a glimmer of hope and said eagerly. Sir, just tell me, and I will definitely fulfill any of your requests. My conditions are very simple. Xiao leaned close to Xiaoqian's ear and whispered something. After hearing this, Xiaoqian shook her head desperately, her face full of humiliation, and said miserably. No, sir, it really won't work. I'm not that kind of person. Xiao chuckled wickedly. Miss, you don't want to lose your job because of my complaint, do you? Xiaoqian's delicate body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, silently shedding tears, feeling extremely humiliated. Seeing her like this, Xiao felt his blood boil and immediately transformed into a wolf, unleashing his ferocity. Chapter 14: The Tragic Story of Lu Batian. As dawn approached, the 4 security guards woke up. They fondly remember everything that happened last night. They became even more excited when they saw the torn black stockings and suspender dress next to them. You know what, this little girl is actually pretty good. We made a fortune, we didn't spend a single penny. That's right. Under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs and the drug I love 7 woods, they had no idea that they were in a hallucination, not in reality. The 4 security guards slowly got up, walked out of the grove, and returned to the mall. But when they saw what was happening inside the mall, they were immediately stunned. This is fucking. What exactly happened? Where are the supplies, the shelves, the wall plaster, the floor tiles? The 4 security guards were terrified, feeling as if the sky had fallen, and their faces turned deathly pale. Boss, let's call the police quickly and also notify the boss to come and handle this. No, we went out to have sex with women last night, and ended up losing all our supplies. We'll definitely be held responsible. We could never afford to pay for it even if we worked our whole lives. We have to think of a way to make up for it. The other 3 security guards also realized what was going on. Yes, they were just laborers, and their first priority was themselves. I've got it. We'll just lie on the ground and pretend to faint. When the police and the boss come, we'll say that a paranormal event happened last night, we were scared unconscious by a female ghost, and then we don't remember anything else. Great idea! Yes, the supplies disappeared overnight, and the mall was destroyed. If this isn't a supernatural event, who could do it? What about the surveillance footage? What should we do? Just delete it. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. When the security guard arrived at the monitoring room and checked the footage, he couldn't find the video clip showing the disappearance of the supplies. Now, even he believed that a supernatural event must have occurred, and that maybe the woman last night wasn't human at all, but a female ghost. Holy crap, I actually slept with a female ghost. But thinking about it, it seems a little exciting. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Batian was still lying in his hospital bed, half asleep, when his cell phone rang. He was so annoyed by the noise that he hung up the phone. But the phone rang again, and he hung up again. It wasn't until after 5 attempts that Lu Batian finally couldn't stand it anymore and answered the call. Shut up! Are you fucking nagging me? Lu Batian roared angrily. The secretary's voice trembled. Boss, something terrible has happened. Lu Batian said irritably. Didn't I tell you to stay calm in the face of trouble? What kind of behavior is this, shouting and yelling like that? The secretary said anxiously. Boss, something really bad has happened. Lu Batian said. Just tell me what's so important. I promise I won't panic like you. The secretary took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. All the supplies in the mall are all gone. Damn it, you're talking nonsense. Lu Batian cursed angrily, almost jumping up in anger. Really, boss, how could I possibly joke like that? The secretary was on the verge of tears. Lu Batian felt a buzzing in his ears. For him, this was like a bolt from the blue. He felt a sudden weakness throughout his body and collapsed completely onto the hospital bed. But he knew that now was not the time for sadness. Lu Batian mustered his strength, quickly got up, and rushed out of the ward without even changing his clothes. The nurse shouted from behind. Mr. Lu, your injury hasn't healed yet, you need to rest. But Lu Batian completely ignored him. He rushed to the mall as fast as he could, and then he witnessed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Not only were all the supplies gone from the mall, but everything inside was also destroyed. The floor tiles were smashed, the wall plaster was peeled off, the water pipes were cut, the windows were smashed, and even the toilets were blocked. "Fuck you, are you a devil? What have I ever done to you?" Lu Baki was so angry that he knelt on the ground, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. It's all gone, everything is gone. His loss is too great for him to bear. Soon, Lu Batian couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "The boss has fainted. Call an ambulance immediately." In the morning, Xiao and Xiao parted ways and returned home. The disappearance of goods from Lu Batian's shopping mall has become a trending topic, but most netizens are mocking and gloating. After all, Lu Batian had done many bad things, so his current predicament can be considered retribution. "I don't know which deity did this, all I can say is well done. Last time, Lu Batian wanted to buy my family's grain and oil at a low price, but my parents refused. So he secretly sent his men to beat them up. I still get angry when I think about it. Now Lu Batian has gotten his comeuppance. It's true that what goes around comes around. Upstairs +1. That's great. Evil people get their just desserts. Am I the only one who finds this strange? How could so many supplies disappear overnight? The mall security guard said there was a paranormal event, that a female ghost did it. Do you believe that? Hee, doesn't that just prove that Lu Batian is so ruthless that even the female ghost couldn't stand it anymore and personally took action to punish him? That makes sense. Looking at the comments from netizens, Xiao felt very relieved. Since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he could only take a small revenge on Lu Batian. When the apocalypse arrives, he will show Lu Batian what cruelty truly means. Xiao Yalan sent a message. "Do you know about Lu Batian's matter?" Xiao replied. "Of course I know." Xiao Yalan seemed very agitated, typing extremely fast. "That bastard deserves it." Xiao. "Yes, even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and personally punished him." Xiao Yalan. "Stop pretending, I know it was you who did it, thank you." Xiao. "Why are you thanking me? It has nothing to do with me." Xiao Yalan. "I apologize to you for many things I did in the past." Xiao. "No need to apologize, I already got my revenge on you, hee. Xiao Yalan sent a shy emoji and replied with 2 words. "You're so annoying." Xiao was inexplicably excited. The contrast between Xiao Yalan, this dignified and noble mature woman, and Xiao Yalan's expression of being a little woman was striking. "Xiao, call me good brother and let me hear it." Xiao Yalan hesitated for a moment, then sent a voice message. Xiao clicked on it, and the tingling, numbing sound ignited a flame in his heart. "Xiao, I'll come find you this afternoon." Xiao Yalan panicked a little and quickly replied, "No, if my son or the mechanics see through me, I'll be too ashamed to face anyone." Xiao, what are you thinking? I just came to check on the progress of the RV conversion. Xiao Yalan knew that this was just Jihao's excuse. Should we agree or not? She was conflicted, afraid of being seen through by others, but also nostalgic for the feeling Jihao gave her. The shame of this affair took root in her heart like seeds, gradually growing into a towering tree. In the end, Xiao Yalan didn't reply to anything, either agreeing nor refusing, leaving everything to fate. But in fact, her actions clearly indicate that she has already made a choice. Chapter 15 Office Games. In the morning, Jihao didn't go out to stock up on goods. Instead, he turned on his computer and started downloading various movies, TV series, and single-player games. In the apocalypse, there's plenty of time, so you have to find ways to have fun, otherwise how will you pass the time? After downloading for a long time, Jihao suddenly realized that he couldn't let go of any knowledge or learning materials. Only by improving himself could he survive better in the apocalypse. He has always been a person who loves learning. Doll sister, Teacher Hattori. At noon, Jihao went to the warehouse outside the city at the agreed time to receive the 100 tables of banquet that had been booked at the 5-star hotel the day before. After the deliveryman left, Jihao packed the 100 tables of food into the tower. Then he took out his phone, opened the food delivery platform, and started ordering. Last time I stocked up on all the food, this time I'll just stock up on daily necessities. Toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, wash basin, sanitary napkin, dish soap, shower gel, shampoo, trash can, toilet paper, wet wipes. In addition to these, there are also kitchen utensils. Bowls, chopsticks, kitchen knife, cutting board, wok, rice cooker, plates, spoons, cups, kettle, dishcloth, plastic wrap. With more women, there must be more bedding, so that their relationship can become closer. Bed sheets, pillows, duvet covers, the more the merrier. The safe house is large, and things break down and need repair, so it's necessary to stock up on all sorts of different tools. Screwdriver, hammer, wrench, measuring tape, small battery, tape, super glue, lighter. Everything Xiao could think of, he placed an order for. Of course, there's also the most important thing, medicine. Getting sick in the apocalypse is a real hassle, so naturally, you should stockpile as much medicine as you can. Ibuprofen, $9.99 cold relief, Yaan by Xiao, compound glycyrrhiza tablets, omeprazole, domperidone, erythromycin ointment, levofloxacin drops, loratadine, watermelon frost lozenges, povidone iodine, band-aids, medical gauze, medical tape. After the orders were placed, the food was delivered one after another. The path outside the warehouse was blocked once again. This time, Xiao had learned from his experience and stood on the path, acting as a traffic controller to prevent delivery drivers from squeezing and causing conflicts. I must say, the effect was quite good, much more peaceful than last time. After collecting the supplies, Xiao drove his BMW to Xiao Yalan's repair shop. As the saying goes, good news makes people feel refreshed. Upon learning that Lu Batian had suffered a great misfortune, Xiao Yalan was very happy, and her already charming face became even more beautiful. Today, Xiao Yalan was wearing a well-tailored oil uniform skirt suit with a white shirt on top, the large size of which looked like it was about to burst out of the clothes. She wore a tight-fitting pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, making her look like a voluptuous and mature beauty. In particular, the charm she exudes is like a ripe pomegranate, constantly radiating allure and temptation. Xiao winked at Xiao Yalan, meaning that she was really beautiful. Xiao Yalan was very nervous. There were still many workers on site, and she was worried that someone would notice something. After all, Xiao is the same age as her son, a classic case of an older man dating a younger woman. Fortunately, Xiao didn't press the matter too much. He kept a straight face and acted like it was business, asking about the RV's modifications. The person in charge immediately stepped forward and explained it to him in detail. After inspecting the car, Xiao nodded to himself. The materials used were all high-end, and the quality was excellent. It was indeed a professional car repair shop. Xiao Yalan smiled and said, "Mr. Ji, are you satisfied with what you see?" Xiao stared at Xiao Yalan's stunning face and said meaningfully, "Satisfied, very satisfied. I have another business deal to discuss with you, Ms. Xiao. Is that convenient?" This? Xiao Yalan knew what Xiao meant, but she couldn't refuse in front of the workers, so she could only feign surprise. "Really? That's great, come with me." Following behind the beautiful woman, looking at her stunningly curvaceous figure, Xiao thought to himself, "Today I can finally unlock a certain achievement." Upon arriving at Xiao Yalan's office, Xiao immediately locked the door from the inside. Xiao Yalan said nervously, "Don't be like this, we're in the office." Xiao grinned. "I wouldn't come here if it weren't for the office." Xiao Yalan was speechless, but at the same time, a strange excitement rose in her heart. She was slightly embarrassed and annoyed. If you want it, hurry up, and don't let anyone find out." Xiao Yalan rested for a while before gradually recovering. She glared at Xiao fiercely. "This isn't a solution." Xiao asked excitedly. "You mean we should go public with our relationship?" Xiao Yalan punched Xiao in the chest and said irritably, "Go to hell. It's okay if we don't make it public, but your son Dufong should at least know," Xiao suggested. "How about this? I'll go to your house tonight and have a good talk with Dufong. Maybe he'll accept me and call me Dad." Xiao Yalan was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. "You must be dreaming," Xiao said. "When the time comes, just tell him that I helped him pay off his gambling debts, and he won't say anything more." "No, let's keep it from him for now," Xiao Yalan said urgently. Listen to me, it's a happy decision then, my sweet and good wife. Jihao kissed Xiao Yalan on the cheek, then turned and left. The moment the office door opened, a beautiful female salesperson came to report on her work. When she saw a handsome young man walking out of Xiao Yalan's office, she was completely stunned. That's not all. When the female salesperson walked into the office, she saw that the usually aloof and proud female boss had a slight blush on her face. What just happened is obvious without even thinking about it. Well, Mr. Xiao, should I come in later? The saleswoman looked embarrassed, but inwardly she was thinking, oh my god, this is big news, huge news. Xiao Yalan's face burned with embarrassment. She didn't know whether to let the other person in or let them leave. Finally, she deliberately put on a stern face and said in a sharp voice, I hope this is the first and the last time. If you dare to not knock next time, you can find another job. Yes, I know I was wrong. The saleswoman apologized, left the office, and closed the door behind her. Xiao Yalan covered her face, cursing Jihao 1,000 times in her heart. It's all that damn bastard's fault, he killed me. Chapter 16 Call Me Dad. That evening, Xiao Yalan didn't know if Jihao would come over, but she still prepared a table full of delicious food. In addition, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she not only wore light makeup, but also changed into a sexy Cheongsam, making her already stunning figure appear even more curvaceous. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Dufong was a little confused. Mom, why did you make so much delicious food? There are only 2 of us, can we finish it all? Xiao Yalan replied gently. We might have guests coming later. Dufong asked. Who? Xiao Yalan took a deep breath. You'll find out when we get here. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Jihao arrived. Xiao Yalan took the initiative to open the door for him. When Dufong saw Jihao walk in, he immediately exploded. He hadn't forgotten that Jihao had seduced He Qiaoqian yesterday, giving him a huge green hat. This enmity is irreconcilable. You beast, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here, get out! Dufong roared. Xiao Yalan sighed inwardly, knowing this would happen, but she still stepped forward and said, Xiao Feng, calm down, he is my guest. Dufong looked at Jihao, then at Xiao Yalan, and suddenly realized something. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Mom, you've hooked up with him? Xiao Yalan lowered her head shyly and remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Jihao put his arm around Xiao Yalan's slender waist and grinned. Yes, your mother and I are together now, my good son, call me Dad. Xiao Yalan chimed in. Xiao Feng, quickly call him Daddy. Dufong was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He pointed at Jihao and cursed. You fucking want to die. Xiao Yalan looked bitter and gently advised. Xiao Feng, don't be like this. We truly love each other. You should bless us. Dufong grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground with a loud bang. Just like his heart, it was torn apart. With tears welling up in her eyes, Xiao Yalan cried. Xiao Feng, calm down. Do you still remember the 8 million yuan gambling debt you owe? Aren't you curious why Lu Batian hasn't bothered you these past few days? It's because Jihao paid off your debt. Then, she said seriously. For this reason alone, you should call him Dad. Dufong was somewhat surprised, but it was impossible for him to compromise. Jihao said, If you don't want to accept me, you can return the 8 million to me. Dufong remained silent for a moment. Jihao sneered. What, you're still not up? I thought you were so capable. Dufong looked at Xiao Yalan and said excitedly. Mom, this bastard is a love swindler. Don't be fooled by him. Lu Batian is your ideal partner. As long as you marry him, you will not only live a life of luxury, but no one will dare to bully you. Shut up! Xiao Yalan snapped. Dufong continued. Lu Batian is a gangster, strong and powerful. He could easily take on 10 men. You're in your prime now, and with your father gone for years, you must be in a lot of need. If you marry him, Lu Batian guarantees he can satisfy you much better than this little beast. Snap! Enraged, Xiao Yalan slapped Dufong across the face. Dufong covered his face, somewhat bewildered. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Yalan had always treated him the best and never had the heart to hit him. But now, because of Jihao, an outsider, she had slapped him hard. How could he possibly tolerate this? A fierce resentment flashed in Dufeng's eyes, as if he wanted to devour Xiao and Yaan. Xiao sighed and said softly to Yaan, "Forget it, come sleep at my place tonight. It'll be a good opportunity for you and your son to calm down." After saying that, Xiao didn't care whether Yaan was willing or not, and took the beautiful woman to his house. Yaan was in a bad mood because of Dufeng's matter. At this moment, all she wanted to do was vent her anger. So that night, she was unusually proactive. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao continued to stockpile goods. He had stockpiled plenty of supplies, including food, medicine, and daily necessities, but he was still unsure about weapons. In addition to these things, a large number of batteries also need to be stockpiled. Xiao is a lightning-type ability user, so charging a battery is incredibly easy for him. There will definitely be power outages in the apocalypse. If he needs to go out in the future or build his own base, then the batteries will come in very handy. Moreover, with the bug that allows him to infinitely charge batteries, Xiao will definitely become a hot commodity in the apocalypse, and all forces will desperately try to please him, allowing him to negotiate terms at will. In the past 3 days, Xiao not only stockpiled a large amount of supplies, but also obtained the specific locations of nearby hospitals, shopping malls, shopping centers, and large-scale power plants, and even planned the routes. As soon as the last day of the apocalypse arrives, he will head straight to his destination and collect everything he can, enjoying himself to the fullest. Of course, this is just a future plan. As for now, Xiao is in trouble. He doesn't have enough money. Stockpiling supplies was too expensive, and he was too embarrassed to ask Fu Hongmei for more. Moreover, this beautiful woman did not completely believe that the end times would come. She was merely making 2 preparations, just in case. She'd be happy to use her spare cash to stockpile supplies, but she would absolutely refuse to sell her house and car, or even use company funds to prepare for the apocalypse. In her words, what if the apocalypse didn't come? Wouldn't we be doomed? Xiao understood and didn't force her. Therefore, if you want to make money, you still have to rely on yourself. If we're talking about the richest person in the neighborhood, Lu Batian is definitely one of them. Plus, Xiao has a deep grudge against him, so it's natural that he'd want to take advantage of him. How to get Lu Batian's money? Xiao thought long and hard, and soon came up with an idea. Lu Batian, you hurt me so badly in my past life, so don't blame me for being ruthless now. Xiao went out and bought a lot of things. When he returned, he put on makeup, applied a white beard, wore a long white wig, changed into a black and white Taoist robe, carried a sword on his back, and held a whisk in his hand. I must say, this outfit really does have an air of otherworldly elegance. Standing in front of the mirror, Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, hee. Next, Xiao bypassed the community surveillance cameras and went to Lu Batian's residence, ringing the doorbell. The person who opened the door was Lu Batian, who had been discharged from the hospital last night. Xiao ran into him at the entrance of the residential area after he returned from stockpiling goods. However, Lu Batian had a psychological trauma, so he naturally didn't dare to lay a hand on Xiao, but only said a few harsh words. Old man, who are you? What are you doing at my place? Lu Batian said rudely. Xiao smiled and replied slowly. I am Qifeng Daoren, a close friend of your Lu family ancestor. Lu Batian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, scoffing. My ancestor lived 500 years ago. Do you think you've lived for 500 years? Not bad. Xiao remained calm and composed. Last night he appeared to me in a dream and said that you have been having a lot of bad luck lately, and that you may be possessed by evil spirits. So he specifically asked me to help you get rid of the evil spirits and protect you from harm. Chapter 17 The God of Pitfalls appears. After hearing Xiao's words, Lu Batian almost doubled over with laughter. Ha ha, old man, is it April Fool's Day? Even if you're going to fool someone, at least come up with a better reason, Lu Batian said. I've been in a bad mood lately. Since you made me laugh, here's $1. Hurry up and leave, or I'll beat you up. Then, Lu Batian shouted into the house. Wife, go get a 1 yuan coin and give it to him to get rid of him. It's so damn funny. I'm 40 years old and this is the first time I've ever heard a joke like this. Inside the room, a voluptuous and beautiful woman was practicing yoga on a yoga mat. Beneath her sky-blue, form-fitting yoga outfit, her figure was outlined in curves, exquisite and shapely. Her breasts trembled and swayed like surging waves, and her plump buttocks were as large as millstones, round and full, a typical example of large breasts and large buttocks. Song Wonchyo is Liu Beixian's wife and also a yoga teacher. Jihao couldn't help but take a few more glances. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, charming and alluring, definitely a top-quality beauty on par with Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan. After hearing Liu Beixian's words, Song Wonchyo got up and went into the room, took out a 1 yuan coin, and went to Jihao and handed it to him. Jihao didn't answer, but instead asked in a calm voice, "You don't believe me?" Liu Beixian sneered, looking at Jihao as if he were an idiot, and shouted angrily, "Where did this moron come from? Get the hell out of here, or I'll make you regret it." "Lay lie." Jihao did not refute, but instead reached out and shook hands casually. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the air, and then it appeared in Jihao's hand, as if it had transformed into a lightning spear. Jihao tossed it lightly, and a bolt of lightning flew out, shattering a teacup on a distant table. Liu Beixian and Song Wonchyo were stunned. This is simply amazing." "That's not all," Jihao shouted in a deep voice. "9 heavens divine thunder, the tribulation of thunder descends." Boom, boom, boom. 9 bolts of lightning descended around Jihao, making him appear like an invincible god of thunder. "Thunder annihilates, heavenly punishment!" Jihao shouted again, and thunderbolts continued to fall, as if the area around his body had become an ocean of lightning. Powerful bolts of lightning spread out, terrifyingly intense. Seeing this, Liu Beixian and Song Wonchyo quickly retreated to a distance, thus avoiding being affected. The two were deeply shocked and regretted having offended this divine being. Thor's wrath! Jihao continuously used his supernatural abilities to summon even more lightning. Those few moves almost depleted all the alien energy in his body, but he persevered, determined to subdue Liu Beixian and Song Wonchyo completely so that he could intimidate them and get money to stockpile supplies. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder seemed to be enraged. It was not only abundant but also boiling, as if it wanted to devour everything. Liu Beixian was terrified and immediately knelt down, his voice trembling as he said, "Immortal Master, I know I was wrong. Please stop your supernatural powers, or my dwelling will be destroyed." Song Wonchyo also knelt down, her yoga clothes stretching as she moved, as if about to burst, revealing her devilish curves. "Immortal Master, as long as you can forgive my husband and me, we'll do anything you ask," Song Wonchyo said, her mature and elegant voice very pleasant to hear. Jihao thought to himself, "You said it yourself, so I won't be polite when the time comes. I'll make sure Liu Beixian is cuckolded." Jihao dispelled the lightning, restoring everything to normal, and asked with a smile, "Now do you trust me?" "I believe you, of course I believe you," Liu Beixian said respectfully. "Just as the Immortal Master said, I have been having a lot of bad luck lately, which must be because I have been possessed by evil spirits. I beg the Immortal Master to help me get rid of the evil spirits. I will be very grateful for the reward afterwards." Jihao stroked his beard. No problem, no problem. "Please come in, Immortal Master." Song Wonchyo stood up, gestured for Jihao to enter the house. The interior is luxuriously decorated, with crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and everything else you could want. No wonder it's the neighborhood's tycoon. After briefly explaining the process to the two, Jihao had Liu Beixian lie down on the bed and began to exorcise the evil spirits from him. Jihao flipped his hand, and a bowl of medicinal soup appeared out of thin air in his hand. He handed the soup to Liu Beixian and said, "Drink it." Liu Beixian and Song Wonchyo were secretly amazed. As expected of a celestial master, he could conjure medicine out of thin air. He was truly amazing. After Liu Beixian drank the medicine, Jihao took the sword from his back, held it in his hand, and suddenly slashed it. Pfft! A trail of blood appeared in the air, and then fell to the ground. This was naturally blood plasma that Jihao had prepared in advance. He secretly took it out of the Thunder Tower while he was swinging his sword, but it looked like it had been cleaved out by a sword. The two had no idea about any of this. They could only exclaim in their hearts, "What amazing skill the Immortal Master possesses! With a single sword strike, the evil spirit has already drawn blood. Xiao had already laced the medicine that Lu Batian drank with a sleeping potion. Now that the drug was taking effect, Lu Batian couldn't resist it, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Song Wanqiu said worriedly. Immortal Master, my husband. Xiao said. Madam, don't worry, he's fine. He just fell asleep and will wake up in a while. Song Wanqiu patted her chest and said. Then I'm relieved. Xiao flipped his hand, and a box of silver needles appeared in his hand. He pretended to give Lu Batian acupuncture. Once everything was finished, Xiao smiled and asked, Does Madam wish to stay young forever? A strong light shone in Song Wanqiu's eyes as she nodded excitedly and said eagerly, Of course I want to. Perfect timing. I have a dual cultivation method here. As long as my wife and I cultivate together, we can remain young forever and live forever. Xiao still had that otherworldly demeanor, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Song Wanqiu asked in a daze. Dual cultivation? Xiao said. That's right. Song Wanqiu sighed deeply, her spirits low. It seems I am destined to be without this cultivation technique. Song Wanqiu naturally wanted to stay young forever, but selling her body was out of the question. She is a traditional woman and very conservative in this regard. Xiao sighed inwardly. Lu Batian was a great villain, but his wife was quite nice. I heard that Song Wanqiu had no choice but to marry Lu Batian because of a family tragedy. Otherwise, how could he have married such a good wife? Since dual cultivation was not possible, Xiao had no choice but to settle for second best. Actually, besides dual cultivation, there is another way to achieve eternal youth. Song Wanqiu's previously dim eyes lit up again, and she said excitedly, Master, please speak. Xiao said, I am proficient in a unique acupressure technique. Although it is not as good as dual cultivation, it is not far off. I wonder if Madam would be interested? Song Wanqiu asked rather nervously. Do I need to take off my clothes? Xiao nodded. Yes. Song Wanqiu remained silent. Xiao said, Madam, you don't need to give me an answer now. Although the evil spirit has been killed, I still need to bless Lu's fortune, so I will have to come over a few more times. If you have figured it out, you can tell me next time you come. Song Wanqiu bowed gracefully, her voice gentle. Thank you, Immortal Master. Xiao replied. Madam, you don't need to be so polite. Chapter 18 Transactions. Suddenly remembering something, Song Wanqiu asked in a low voice. Immortal Master, my husband and I have been married for many years, but we still don't have children. What do you think? Xiao feigned a profound and unfathomable demeanor, calculated with his fingers, and slowly said, Both you and Benefactor Lu have health problems. You can only conceive if both of you are cured. Song Wanqiu sighed. She went for a checkup and found that she did have some minor health problems, but Lu Batian refused to go to the hospital because of his pride, and instead blamed her, which made her feel very wrong. Now Song Wanqiu finally saw hope and said in a light voice, Please help us, Immortal Master. My husband and I will repay you handsomely. That's easy. I'll just use my unique acupressure technique to treat you both separately, Xiao said casually. Song Wanqiu looked bitter. Wouldn't that mean she would have to take off her clothes and there would be a lot of physical contact? She was very resistant to this. Xiao didn't press her, lest he be seen through. Instead, he said slowly, Madam, there's no need to rush. You can take your time to consider it. I will first treat Benefactor Lu, and then use my great supernatural powers to bless his fortune and ensure his wealth flows in. So please excuse me for a moment. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Immortal Master. Song Wanqiu bowed respectfully to Xiao, turned around and left the room, closing the door behind her. The scene he had just glimpsed made Xiao sigh. This woman, whose figure was too big to be grasped with one hand, had such a stunning figure. No wonder she was a yoga teacher. Moreover, regular yoga practice results in excellent flexibility, enabling women to perform poses that other women cannot. It's just that I don't know whether she or he Xiao, who was once a dance student, has better flexibility. Xiao ignored Lu Batian, who was unconscious on the bed, and began searching the room. In his previous life, Lu Batian was able to establish a survivor team in the community not only because of the prestige he had built up, but most importantly because he had a gun. He's a big shot in the underworld, so it's not surprising that he keeps guns at home. Xiao planned to find the gun's location first, and then take it away when he came back one last time. Since it was free, he might as well take it. After searching around, Xiao couldn't find the gun and had to give up. I have no idea where Lu Betian is hiding. It seems I'll have to deliberately change rooms next time. Xiao deliberately delayed until Lu Betian woke up before announcing his departure. Lu Betian wanted Xiao to stay for dinner, but Xiao politely declined. Finally, Lu Betian handed over a bank card and said respectfully, "Immortal Master, there are 200 million in this card. I know you don't like these worldly things, but it is my token of my appreciation, so please accept it." Xiao was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he remained indifferent. After pretending to refuse for a while, he said, "All right, money is just an external thing, but considering your sincerity, I will reluctantly accept it." "Immortal Master, you are truly virtuous." Lu Betian laughed heartily, thinking that he had finally managed to curry favor with the Immortal Master. After Xiao left, Lu Betian said to Song Wanqiu, "Wife, dispose of some of our unnecessary assets, and convert them all into cash. When the Immortal Master comes to bestow his fortune upon me again, give it all to him." "Okay." Song Wanqiu nodded. Lu Betian was very happy. He took a bottle of good wine and hummed a little tune while drinking it. "Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true." Leaving Lu Betian's residence, Xiao was very happy, feeling much lighter, and even hummed a little tune. "Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true." That's 200 million. That's enough for him to stockpile a lot of supplies. I must say, Lu Betian, this spendthrift, is actually quite good at it. Once outside the residential area, Xiao found a secluded spot, took off his disguise, threw it into the Thunder Tower, and then swaggered back to his residence. That evening, Xiao was in a good mood and went to find He Qiaoqian to ask her to change into yoga clothes so he could test her flexibility. After a series of tests, he felt that He Qiaoqian's flexibility was definitely no worse than Song Wanqiu's. The next day, Xiao continued to stockpile goods. After a flurry of activity, he fell into deep thought. Now that we've stockpiled a lot of supplies, it's time to consider getting weapons. Although Xiao is a superhuman, the attack range of lightning is too small, only about 10 meters, far less than that of firearms. We still need to acquire a large number of firearms to better protect ourselves. Xiao recalled the last time he stockpiled goods, there was a tattooed big man who was involved in the underworld. He was driving a van when he was blocked by people. He got out of the van with a steel pipe and started killing everyone in sight. The tattooed man even gave Xiao a business card, saying he could protect him. Thinking of this, Xiao took out his business card, called the tattooed man, and said he wanted to book 50 tables for the banquet, 10,000 yuan per table, for a total of 500,000 yuan. The tattooed man was overjoyed and almost called Xiao Dad. The next day, the tattooed man delivered the banquet, expressing his deepest gratitude to Xiao, saying that without Xiao's order, his restaurant would have gone out of business. Xiao subtly suggested that he could get him a gun so he could have some fun with it. The tattooed man stated that he had retired from the underworld and no longer had any connections. Just as Xiao was feeling disappointed, the tattooed man said that he had a boss who was now in the United States and had become the leader of the Chinese community. He was very powerful and could not only get a large number of guns, but also fuel, grenades, etc. Unfortunately, he couldn't get them into China. Xiao was delighted and said it didn't matter, going to the United States to have some fun was fine, since the United States didn't ban guns. So, the tattooed man gave Xiao his contact information. The other person's nickname is Brother Jia, and he is very famous among Chinese people. Xiao had also heard of him. Immediately afterward, Xiao contacted Brother Jia, expressing his intention to purchase a large quantity of equipment, including pistols, sniper rifles, bullets, grenades, bulletproof vests, drones, specialized walkie-talkies, fuel, etc. Ultimately, the two parties reached an agreement on a price of 120 million, with a 20 million deposit required up front. Xiao wasn't worried about being swindled out of his money, since this Brother Jia's rapid rise to prominence was based on his integrity. All the deals handled by Brother Jia have been problem-free so far, which speaks volumes about his character. After transferring the 20 million yuan deposit, Jihao boarded a plane to the United Kingdom the next day. After landing, Jihao immediately went to the trading location to scout it out. This is an abandoned factory with no other buildings nearby, making it unsuitable for an ambush. Brother Jia chose this location to put both sides at ease. Jihao adopted a phased transaction approach, and the two parties did not meet in person. Basically, he transferred a portion of the money to Brother Jia, who then delivered goods of equal value to the trading point and left, while Jihao went to collect the goods himself. Wait an hour, then proceed with the next transaction, and repeat this process. The process went very smoothly, and both parties completed all the transactions. Jihao paid a total of 120 million and also received all the goods from Brother Jia. Both sides were very satisfied with this. Jihao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Brother Jia was able to build such a big business. His reputation was truly amazing. Chapter 19: Jihao's Dilemma. Jihao did not leave the Eagle Country immediately. He had come all this way, so of course he wanted to have some fun. Otherwise, when the apocalypse came, he wouldn't have the chance to play anymore. In addition, he also had to scout out the location of nearby large supermarkets, shopping centers, mineral water companies, and docks, and plan his route in advance. After leaving that night, I went to these places and collected all sorts of things. After collecting the money, he immediately boarded a plane back to China. If the police wanted to find him then, they would be dreaming. Late at night, Jihao received a call from Brother Jia, who said he was a big client and had specially arranged a beautiful foreign woman for him. Jihao became interested and immediately invited the foreign woman to his residence. Upon seeing her in person, Jihao's eyes lit up. He had seen this foreign woman on TV before. She was an international supermodel. Standing at 189 centimeters tall, she is extremely tall and has incredibly long legs. To make matters worse, she is wearing 10-centimeter high heels, making her a head taller than Jihao, which is quite imposing. However, Jihao was even more excited. This damn sense of oppression. That night, Jihao got a real taste of what it felt like to be a small horse pulling a big cart. Over the next 2 days, Jihao not only went sightseeing but also scouted out the locations and planned out the route. In the middle of the night, he checked out of the apartment and began his operation. Jihao found a secluded spot, changed into black clothes, put on a mask, and followed the planned route. He first went to a mineral water company, used his supernatural power to knock out 4 security guards, then turned off the surveillance cameras and took all the mineral water. Next, Jihao went to pharmacies, supermarkets, shopping malls, and other places to collect various items. The process went relatively smoothly, without too many unexpected events. Finally, Jihao arrived at a dock. The dock was piled high with containers, and many oil tankers were moored beside it, carrying either crude oil or refined oil products. Jihao opened the tower door and took away all the containers. When the apocalypse arrives, we can take the containers out of the crypt and unpack them with the women, just like opening blind boxes, to pass the time. It's quite fun. After collecting the containers, Jihao jumped onto an oil tanker loaded with refined oil and began pumping the oil. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring the tanker inside, but the gate was too small to accommodate the entire tanker, so he could only pump out the oil. Before arriving, Jihao had already prepared the necessary tools, making his work much more efficient. It didn't take long for him to empty 3 oil tankers. Just as he was about to draw the 4th boat, an urgent alarm sounded from the dock, and in the distance, a group of patrol members rushed over. Jihao cursed his bad luck, took out the diving equipment from the radar, put it on, and jumped into the sea. When the patrol team members got closer, they saw that all the containers on the dock had disappeared. They stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? Even if they were robbed, it's impossible for them to take all the containers in such a short time. It's unbelievable. Jihao found a secluded spot to go ashore, changed his clothes, and then hailed a taxi to head to the airport. As he passed by the large shopping malls and supermarkets he had previously harassed, he saw that they were full of police cars, and the officers looked very serious, indicating that the matter was extremely serious. Jihao exclaimed in relief that he had escaped quickly, otherwise, even as a superhuman, he would have been dead if he had been caught. After arriving at the airport and waiting for a while, Jihao boarded a plane back to China. Jihao finally breathed a sigh of relief after the plane landed. Although there were some minor surprises during this trip to the United States, it was generally a successful one. He had all the weapons and equipment he needed: pistols, sniper rifles, bullets, special walkie-talkies, drones, fuel, grenades, and more. He had everything he needed to roam freely in the apocalypse. Jihao was in a good mood. He called Xiao and learned that she was at home, so he went to her place. Upon seeing Xiao, Jihao's eyes lit up. He was immediately struck by her beauty. Her long, flowing hair was styled into a bun, and she wore a sky blue, tight-fitting dance outfit, paired with white stockings and soft dance shoes, giving her a unique charm. "Young Master Ji, please wait a moment. I'm going to change my clothes. I was practicing dancing just now," Xiao said sweetly. Jihao winked at her and said ambiguously, "Don't you think you look very charming in your dance outfit?" "Oh, you're so annoying! You tore my custom-made dance outfit last time. It broke my heart." Xiao shook Jihao's arm, constantly whining. "It's okay, I'll buy it for you later." Jihao took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Xiao on the spot. Xiao's eyes were full of joy as she said in a seductive voice, "Young Master Ji, you're so good to me. I'll listen to you. I won't change my clothes. You can do whatever you want with them, even if you want to tear them." Much later, Jihao held Xiao in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. He slept straight through until the afternoon. When he woke up, Jihao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she was once the most beautiful girl in the dance department. Her flexibility is truly amazing. Luckily, he's a superhuman with strong physical abilities, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Xiao hugged Jihao's neck, kissed him on the cheek, and said mysteriously, "I asked my best friend to bring back a gift from Japan. I'm sure you'll like it." "Oh?" Jihao became interested. "Then I'd like to see." Xiao got up, took out a box of medicine from the drawer, and handed it to Jihao, her face full of shame. After seeing the box of medicine, Jihao was completely dumbfounded. "Goodness, you vixen, you really know how to play games." Lactation stimulant. Jihao had previously seen some unusual adult films from Japan where the female lead didn't need to give birth. She would produce that kind of thing simply by taking a certain drug. Jihao never expected that Xiao would go to such lengths to please him, even at the cost of damaging her own body. Honestly, he's a bit conflicted right now. In his past life, Xiao bullied him in various ways. In this life, he planned to win her over, have fun with her, and then kick her away when the end of the world came, letting her die in agony. But over the past few days, Jihao has become somewhat enamored with the feeling of being with her. Of all the women Jihao has been with, Xiao is definitely the most adventurous and daring, always bringing him surprises. "If I kick her away, I'll never be able to play with her again. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Sigh, what should I choose?" Jihao was completely bewildered. "Well, let's just take it one step at a time." News of the theft of goods from multiple shopping malls and centers in the United Kingdom eventually reached China. This has drawn widespread ridicule online. Because the owners of those shopping malls and centers are all anti-China elements who harbor strong hatred towards China. Jihao deliberately chose this item before taking action, intending to teach them a lesson. However, this lesson was far too profound. The police searched desperately for him, but couldn't find him at all, since Jihao had already returned to China. Ultimately, they could only temporarily classify the incident as a paranormal event. The specific details would depend on further investigation, but there was no certainty of a resolution. When Liu Betian found out, he actually felt a little better. Finally, someone else is just as unlucky as him, ha ha ha. That evening, Fu Hongmei called, saying she wanted to invite Jihao to dinner and introduce him to two of her best friends. Jihao then remembered that Fu Hongmei had mentioned before that she had a close friend named Xiao Taohua, who used to run a large grain and oil store, but now she and another close friend, Bai Yaoqin, had switched to running an entertainment company, and they still had a batch of grain and oil to sell at a low price. Since Jihao had nothing to do that evening, he gladly went over. Chapter 20 White Horse Club. White Horse Club. This is a high-end establishment under Fu Hongmei's name, integrating wellness and beauty services, but it only caters to women. Those who come to spend money are mostly wealthy women or famous female celebrities. At this moment, Fu Hongmei was playing mahjong with two voluptuous beauties. One was Zhao Taohua and the other was Bai Yaoqing. The two of them jointly owned an entertainment company. Zhao Taohua's beautiful hair cascaded down like clouds, her captivating peach blossom eyes seemed to electrify, and her red lips danced like flames, exuding charm and allure. She wore a bright red floral cheongsam, which was very short and had a low neckline, revealing her voluptuous figure. Her breasts were full and high, her buttocks were as round as a millstone, and her legs were long and slender in black stockings. She was an absolute sex symbol. Bai Yaoqing, on the other hand, wore a classic Chinese-style long dress, her hair was piled up high with a jade hairpin, and she wore high-end pearl earrings on her earlobes. Zhao Taohua is alluring and sexy, while Bai Yaoqing is elegant and dignified. The two have completely different temperaments. But what they have in common is that Bai Yaoqing also has a stunning figure, with a full bust, a perky bottom, a slender waist, and a mature and charming demeanor. It can be said that the two beauties each have their own merits, but without a doubt, they are both, like Fu Hongmei, peerless beauties. When Jihao arrived, the three women were playing mahjong and chatting happily. "Hey, why hasn't your little lover come yet? Are you afraid that we sisters will take advantage of you and you're too scared to come?" Zhao Taohua smiled charmingly, her voice soft and seductive, and her words, like her attire, were open and bold. Fu Hongmei recalled everything she had experienced with Jihao and couldn't help but remind him. "I'm telling you in advance, you absolutely must not provoke him, otherwise you'll regret it later, and I won't help you." Hee hee. Zhao Taohua didn't take it seriously. "When he arrives, I'll see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms and can bewitch you, you little hussy." Fu Hongmei took a sip of tea and said lightly, "You're right, he really does have 3 heads and 6 arms." Zhao Taohua scoffed. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if I'm not good enough, our company has hundreds of sisters. Even if he's a monster, he'll have to kneel down and sing Conquer. Bai Yaoqing frowned. Although she was used to it, she was still very unaccustomed to Zhao Taohua speaking like that. Zhao Taohua glanced at Bai Yaoqing, shook her head and sighed. "It's a pity that Yaoqing is too serious and can't let loose, otherwise the 3 of us sisters would definitely have a lot more fun." Just then, Jihao arrived. When Jihao saw Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing, he was stunned. So beautiful. If he had known earlier that Fu Hongmei would introduce him to a mature woman of this caliber, he would have personally carried his BMW and rushed over as fast as possible. 3 beautiful women sat together, a picture of captivating beauty. Their figures and looks were all top-notch, and any man who saw them would likely be extremely excited and want to have a deeper conversation with them. "Oh, you're here." Zhao Taohua carefully examined Jihao, even reaching out to touch his chest before nodding in satisfaction. "Young and handsome, with a good physique. No wonder he can make that little vixen Hongmei so infatuated." Fu Hongmei gave a coquettish laugh and said irritably, "You vixen, you're the one who's confused." Then she pulled Jihao over and said with a smile, Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are Peach Blossom and Yaoqing, whom I told you about." Jihao laughed heartily. "Hello, ladies. When I came in just now, I thought some 2 big stars had come for a beauty treatment. They really amazed me." "You have a sweet tongue," Zhao Taohua said happily. Jihao teased, "Sister Peach Blossom, how did you know? Have you tasted it?" Hee. Zhao Taohua giggled, her body trembling, and teased, "I'd like to try it, but I'm afraid Hongmei won't be happy." Fu Hongmei's lips curled up slightly, and she snorted. "Who said I'm not happy? I'm very happy." Zhao Taohua pinched Fu Hongmei's waist and said in her seductive voice, "Then I'll just refuse to try it and make you anxious." Jihao was disappointed. Next, he and Zhao Taohua got down to business. Zhao Taohua's batch of grain and oil was worth about 50 million, but she said she had a connection with Jihao, so she sold it to him cheaply for only 30 million. Jihao naturally had no objections. After all, he had gotten a huge bargain. Just as they were about to make the payment, Jihao couldn't help but remind her. "Sister Taohua, haven't you seen the news lately? There are natural disasters everywhere. I think you should keep some. In case of any emergencies, that rice and instant noodles will be enough for you and Sister Yaoqing to eat for a long time." Zhao Taohua asked, "Are you talking about those Doomsday rumors online?" Jihao nodded. Yes. Zhao Taohua said dismissively. It's all just rumors. Only a fool would believe them. Jihao hesitated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, I've been having a lot of dreams lately. I dream that in a month and a half, an extreme cold will arrive, with temperatures dropping to -60 degrees Celsius. Zhao Taohua interrupted Jihao, and said with a wry smile, I really don't believe in this. Jihao then recounted his dream about an earthquake that occurred in the island nation, which turned out to come true. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin both shook their heads, looking at Jihao as if he were a fool. Fu Hongmei said with a serious expression, It's true. He told me about it before the earthquake, but I didn't believe it. But the time and magnitude were exactly the same, and I was stunned. The two beautiful women were taken aback. They knew Fu Hongmei. She would never joke about something like this. Therefore, it seems that extreme cold may indeed arrive in a month and a half. Actually, there was a certain risk in Jihao exposing this secret, but he felt that Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin were nice people who took good care of him, so he decided to help them out. Ultimately, persuaded by Jihao and Fu Hongmei, Zhao Taohua left behind some grain and oil, including rice, instant noodles, corn, and wheat. The originally agreed upon 30 million was reduced to 20 million. Jihao and Zhao Taohua signed a purchase contract and paid the money on the spot. When he has time, he will personally go and transport this batch of grain and oil back. The transaction is now complete. Zhao Taohua stretched, revealing her stunning figure, and said lazily, You guys chat, I'm going to get a massage. I've been so busy with the new company lately, my back and waist are aching, it's awful. Jihao thought to himself that his chance had come, and hurriedly said, What a coincidence! I just recently learned some massage techniques. Why don't I give it a try? Zhao Taohua smiled sweetly. All right, good little brother, you'd better serve me well. Your sister Peach Blossom has hundreds of supermodels and celebrities under her management, some of whom are blonde bombshells. As long as you satisfy her, she will definitely give you a big gift. Bai Yaoqin rarely spoke up. Her voice was very pleasant, gentle and melodious, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Jihao immediately became interested. He doesn't care about celebrities, supermodels, or foreign women. His main goal is to help others. Zhao Taohua said, This White Horse Club is an investment by the three of us sisters. As long as you satisfy me, I will definitely make you the club's top technician and conquer all the rich women in Daohai City. It will be just around the corner. Jihao was speechless. Zhao Taohua lay face down on the sofa, revealing her voluptuous curves. Jihao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was truly an unparalleled beauty. He calmed himself down and began to massage Zhao Taohua. Good brother, your technique is quite good, Zhao Taohua said with a smile. Chapter 21 Massage. That's right, if I'm second, no one dares to claim first. Jihao boasted, wisps of lightning crackling around his fingertips. That's right, can you find another person in the world who can use supernatural massage abilities? As she received the massage, Zhao Taohua let out moaning sounds, half asleep and half awake. As Jihao left the White Horse Club, he once again reminded Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin to stock up on goods and ideally, to set up a safe house, just in case. He wondered if the two women had taken his advice to heart. Back in the neighborhood, Jihao ran into Xiao Yaan. She just came back from the car repair shop. During this time, she was busy with all sorts of things and should have been exhausted, but thanks to Jihao's care, she became even more radiant and looked dazzling, as if she had become several years younger. Friends all asked her about her beauty secrets, but she could only laugh it off. How could she tell anyone her little secret? Sister Lan, what a coincidence that we bumped into each other on our way home. Come to my place tonight and let's have a good chat about love. As his relationship with Xiao Yaan grew closer, Jihao changed his way of addressing her, no longer calling her Sister Xiao, but Sister Lan. Xiao Yaan blushed, glared at Jihao, and looked around to make sure no one was listening before she felt relieved. Seeing her charming appearance, Jihao immediately became excited and wanted to take her hand. Xiao Yaan took a step away from him, her gaze lingering, and said, What if someone sees this? What will I do with my reputation? Jihao replied matter-of-factly, We're mutually in love, what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yalan still couldn't accept it and whispered, "Please don't do this. At worst, I'll go to your place after I take a shower, and you can do whatever you want there." Ji Hao chuckled, staring at Xiao Yalan's voluptuous figure, and said mischievously, "Wouldn't it be better if we showered together at my place?" "How annoying!" Xiao Yalan rolled her eyes, both embarrassed and annoyed. The two were flirting when suddenly a fierce yellow dog darted out of the bushes and bit Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan wanted to back away, but it was too late. She was panicking terribly. At the critical moment, Ji Hao stepped forward and threw a punch, sending the big yellow dog flying backward and crashing to the ground, where it struggled and let out a pitiful howl. "Sister Lan, are you all right?" Ji Hao came to Xiao Yalan's side and asked with concern. "It's nothing, thank you." Xiao Yalan patted her full chest, still feeling a little shaken. Ji Hao stared into her eyes and said firmly, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." Xiao Yalan was slightly taken aback, and deeply moved. Thinking about Dufong and comparing him to Ji Hao, she suddenly felt that Dufong was a beast. She was initially worried about hurting Dufong and was still considering whether to continue the relationship, but now she has made up her mind. No matter what happens, no matter who opposes her, she will stay with Ji Hao. This is her belief. Just then, a stout, burly woman with a fierce-looking face rushed over. Seeing the big yellow dog lying on the ground, yelping, she immediately became furious. "My dear Dufong, you died such a tragic death. You died with your eyes wide open in disbelief." Grandma Li was holding her big yellow dog. Even though the dog was still alive, she looked like she had lost her parents, and even forced a few tears to fall from her eyes, which was really speechless. "It's you! You're the murderers who killed the dog! Pay me back for my beloved dog, or this isn't over!" Aunt Li roared. Upon seeing her, Ji Hao suddenly remembered that in his previous life, this vicious woman had committed numerous evils by taking advantage of her position in the neighborhood committee, causing widespread resentment. After the apocalypse, she even claimed that she could contact the authorities and lead everyone into the shelter, but they needed to hand over their food first so that she could distribute it, which resulted in many people starving to death. Ji Hao could tolerate a pure villain like Lu Batian, but he couldn't stand Aunt Li, who liked to chatter and boss people around in the owner's group chat, constantly talking about unity, mutual assistance, and being helpful. It was incredibly annoying. Therefore, Ji Hao decided that he had to get rid of Aunt Li before the apocalypse, as he didn't want to listen to her nagging in the apocalypse. Xiao Yalan stepped forward, her face full of anger, and said, "Aunt Li, you have to be reasonable in your dealings with people. It was clearly you who walked your dog without a leash, and as a result, the dog almost bit me. Ji Hao and I only fought back in self-defense." Ji Hao interjected. "Besides, walking a dog without a leash is illegal and will result in detention and a fine. Aunt Li, you don't want this matter to become common knowledge, do you?" Aunt Li roared. "I don't care. You killed my dog, so it's your fault. You have to pay me back. 500,000 yuan. If it's not a penny less, you're not leaving tonight." 500,000? Ji Hao almost laughed in anger. "Why don't you just rob someone?" Aunt Li started acting like a rogue, lying on the ground and shouting into the distance. "They're hitting people! They're hitting people! Young people are bullying an old person!" As soon as he shouted, people who came out for a walk at night gathered around. In front of everyone, Aunt Li embellished the story, accusing Ji Hao and Xiao Yalan of not only beating her dog to death but also assaulting her, which immediately aroused public outrage, with people pointing and whispering about the two. An old woman glanced at Ji Hao and said indignantly, "Young people these days don't know how to respect the elderly at all. Last time I went to buy groceries, I had to queue up to pay. What happened to the rule that the elderly get priority? Queuing is one thing, but there was a young man in front of me with a limp. I asked him to let me go first, but he refused. I'm still angry when I think about it. He only lost a leg, but I lost the time I spent queuing." That's right. You can't bully us old people," another old man said. "If you kill someone's dog, you have to pay compensation. After all, a dog has a life too. Support Aunt Li. Let's unite. If we just stand by and watch our elderly group be bullied, we will only become more vulnerable in the future." Faced with everyone's accusations, Ji Hao was thick-skinned and didn't care, but Xiao Yalan was furious. "Aunt Li, if you continue to act so unreasonably, I'm going to call the police. Xiao Yalin's voice was icy as she reached for her phone. Aunt Li was not afraid at all. Instead, she pointed at Xiao Yalin and cursed. You little slut, you're walking with this young man late at night. Have you been having an affair for a long time? Look at you dressed so flamboyantly. You're obviously trying to seduce men. What, is there something special about this young man that makes you so happy, humph, you whore? Xiao Yalin's face turned bright red, filled with shame and anger. Don't make false accusations. Aunt Li continued. Your husband has been dead for so many years, and you're at the age where you're still very sexually active. Who would believe you don't have any ulterior motives? You. Xiao Yalin was so angry she couldn't speak. Chapter 22 revealed. Forget it, Sister Lan, let's go. Don't bother with her. Jihao had already thought of a way to deal with Aunt Li, guaranteed to make her cry for her parents. Yes, let's go. We can't be bothered with her. Let her call the police if she dares, and see who's in the wrong. Xiao Yalin glared at Aunt Li and was about to turn and leave with Jihao. You're not allowed to leave, Aunt Li said angrily, and in her haste she tripped Jihao. Jihao fell down, hitting his head on a small stone and breaking it. Aunt Li, you've killed someone. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Blood trickled from the corner of Jihao's mouth. He raised one hand and pointed tremblingly at Aunt Li, but soon his hand fell limp, and he was silent forever. Aunt Li was terrified, her face deathly pale, her whole body trembling, muttering to herself. Oh my God, I've killed someone! Not only was Aunt Li panicked, but Xiao Yalin was too. Jihao, how are you? Xiao Yalin squatted down and quickly checked Jihao's injuries, worried to death, but saw Jihao desperately trying to wink at her. She then realized that Jihao had been faking it all. In fact, when Jihao fell down, he quickly used his superpower to release a small bolt of lightning, which destroyed the small stone. At the same time, he took out tomato sauce from the lightning tower and smeared it on his lips. The surrounding lights were dim, and the place where he fell was in the grass, shaded by a large tree, so no one could see his movement. Aunt Li truly believed that she had killed Jihao, and a tremendous sense of fear enveloped her heart. Like an abyss, it swallowed her up. It wasn't me, I didn't kill anyone, I'm not a murderer. Aunt Li screamed and ran away quickly. Back home, she lay on her bed, buried her head under the pillow, and trembled all over, terrified. I'm not a murderer. Aunt Li kept muttering to herself, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Many people at the scene had criticized Jihao and Xiao Yalin earlier, but now that Jihao is dead, they are all afraid of being implicated and have all run away. In the blink of an eye, only Jihao and Xiao Yalin remained on the scene. Jihao stood up from the ground and shook his head. This is really boring. They were fooled by this, especially Aunt Li. She's probably scared out of her wits now. Xiao Yalin glanced at him and complained. Don't do this kind of thing again. You almost scared me to death. My fault. When you come to my place later, I will definitely do my best to apologize to you, Jihao said with a wicked smile. Xiao Yalin blushed and said irritably. You're always thinking about that kind of thing. I'd better take you to the hospital first. Look, your mouth is bleeding, Jihao said. Take a closer look, is this blood? Xiao Yalin reached out, touched the blood on Jihao's lips, took a gentle sniff, and suddenly realized. Ketchup! Jihao chuckled and said. Not bad, am I smart? Xiao Yalin gently pushed Jihao's chest and said resentfully. You're too mean. Aunt Li is probably traumatized by this. Jihao said meaningfully. I have many more bad points. How annoying! Xiao Yalin rolled her eyes, exuding charm. Tonight at the White Horse Club, Jihao was intrigued by Zhao Taohua's bright red floral cheongsam, so after returning to his residence, he took out a similar cheongsam from his spatial storage and had Xiao Yalin wear it. The two women were similar in figure, plump and curvaceous, and both were beautiful mature women. Their charm was self-evident. The next morning, Jihao didn't go out to stock up on supplies. Instead, he started dealing with Aunt Li. He couldn't possibly keep Aunt Li chattering away in the apocalypse. He had already devised a series of plans. Not only would he ruin her reputation, but he would also send her abroad so she would never return. I remember the last time at Xiao Yalin's house, Jihao helped the drunk Dufong back to his room, and at that time he copied a lot of videos from Dufeng's computer. Among them is the passionate past between Dufong and Xiao. Xiao anonymously posted the video online, and it's believed that it will cause a sensation soon. Next, Xiao went to a well-known travel agency. This travel agency specializes in business trips to northern Myanmar. It looks like a travel agency, but in reality, it just takes people there to eat kidneys. 2 weeks later in his previous life, this travel agency completely collapsed, shocking the entire country, which left a particularly deep impression on Xiao. Upon arriving at the travel agency, Xiao was greeted by a scantily clad woman. He immediately asked to buy 5 premium travel tickets. The beautiful woman was overjoyed, calling him brother repeatedly and being incredibly enthusiastic. In reality, she was quite disdainful. This pretty boy was good-looking, but it was a pity about his kidneys. Xiao spent 250,000 yuan to buy 5 luxury travel tickets, including airfare and accommodation. The woman repeatedly emphasized that the place had beautiful scenery and that the attractions she visited were very safe, with people protecting her throughout the trip, so there would be absolutely no problems. Xiao almost laughed until he cried. "Keep pretending, you son of a bitch. If it weren't for the huge bombshell that exploded in my past life, I almost would have believed it." After leaving the travel agency, Xiao bought a birthday cake. Once everything was ready, he returned home. I turned on my computer, and sure enough, the story of Xiao and Dufong had caused a huge uproar online, especially in the neighborhood's WeChat group. However, most of the comments were sarcastic and extremely offensive. "Oh my god, isn't this Xiao and Dufong? My goodness, this is big news, huge news. The scene is too beautiful, I dare not look, ha ha ha. I thought, Xiao looks like such a proper person, and she even works at the neighborhood committee. I never expected. Sigh, you really can't judge a book by its cover. At his age, he still did something like this. He has completely disgraced our Xingfu community. What I didn't expect was that Dufong, who is a rich second generation and has no shortage of girlfriends, would get involved with Xiao. I can't understand it. After eating all kinds of delicacies, you should try some pickled vegetables and dried radish once in a while. Xiao is not some kind of pickled vegetable or dried radish, she's clearly a pile of shit. Xiao, relying on her job at the neighborhood committee, often bullies others, causing widespread resentment. When Dufeng's father was still alive, he was a rich second generation, arrogant and domineering, and even bullied children. It's fair to say that neither of them had a good reputation in the neighborhood, so this incident naturally drew a lot of ridicule from everyone. Chapter 23: A Huge Profit. Upon hearing the news, Yaan burst into tears. She knew her son was no good, but she never expected him to do something so beastly. Even if you're going to have fun, you should go with young, beautiful women your own age, not with Xiao. Well, Yaan couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Dufong was outside having fun with his friends, drinking and eating meat, enjoying himself immensely. He's impotent, so he can only watch his friends play with women while he can only feel envious. Suddenly, a man with an earring, holding a phone, shouted, "Holy crap, young Master Du, is this you?" A group of people gathered around, and when they saw the footage in the video, they were all stunned. Holy crap, that's fucking amazing. Dufong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body numb. How did this video get leaked? This? A glamorous girl in a sundress said disdainfully. "Oh, young Master Du, you always brag so much, but you're just a mushroom, ha ha." With his most shameful secret exposed to everyone, Dufong turned pale with shame. If he could, he would love to crawl into a hole in the ground. "Don't be sad, young Master Du, I'll bring you some medicine another day to make sure you get back in shape. After all, if you can't even conquer a woman, can you even be called a man?" The man with the earring patted Dufeng's shoulder, his eyes full of sympathy and mockery. Dufong remained silent. He knew that the nickname, Inoki Mushroom, might follow him for the rest of his life, and that he would never be able to hold his head up in front of a few friends. Ah! Damn it, if I find out who uploaded this video online, I'll kill them. Dufong lost all interest in playing and, using the excuse of feeling unwell, took a taxi home. After Dufong left, his friends couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, even giving him the middle finger, as he walked away. To be honest, they've never looked down on anyone like that before. Happiness community. As Antley watched the mocking comments in the residents' group chat, her hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. The words were so offensive that they made her, who was always very proud, feel extremely uncomfortable and terrified, as she felt she couldn't face anyone. It's over, everything is over. How could that bastard Dufong let the video leak out, or did he do it on purpose? Just as he was about to confront Dufong, a slap landed on his face. Snap! Antley was hit hard, and her face stung. The person who hit her was her husband, Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was known as the #1 slut in the neighborhood. He knew that Antley had dated several black boyfriends and had 3 abortions, but he still didn't mind and accepted Antley without reservation. When they got married, Uncle Wu gave a dowry of 1 million yuan, plus the house title. After getting married, he worked 3 jobs and toiled like a donkey. But he had no regrets and even enjoyed it. In his words, a man should give everything for a woman, even his own life. If he is not willing to do so, then he certainly does not love the woman. No matter how other men looked down on him, he never argued back. He just worked from dawn till dusk to provide the best living conditions for Antley. It's fair to say that Uncle Wu doted on Antley. But today, when he realized he had become a laughingstock, a surge of anger rushed to his head, and he hit Antley for the first time. After hitting him, Uncle Wu regretted it a little, but it was too late. Just as he was about to apologize, Antley slapped him twice across the face, making a loud slapping sound. Damn it, you've really grown up, daring to hit me now! Antley was even angrier than Uncle Wu. Pointing her finger at his nose, she yelled, If you weren't such a good-for-nothing, would I have had to go out and find another man? It's all your fault, so kneel down and apologize to me right now. After being slapped twice, Uncle Wu's cowardly nature kicked in again. Without saying a word, he immediately knelt down in front of Antley and begged for forgiveness. Wife, I was wrong. It's because of my poor health and lack of time to spend with you, which has left you feeling empty and lonely. Don't worry, I will try my best in the future. Until then, you can find any man you want, and I will never interfere. Uncle Wu said seriously. You were right before. If a man can't satisfy a woman, it's definitely his fault. Give me time, and I will correct myself and show you. Antley snorted. That's more like it. Uncle Wu said. Wife, I know an app where you can meet up with black men. Since I can't satisfy you, it's perfectly reasonable for you to find black men. At least you have some conscience, said Antley. But let's do it next time. Today is Xiao's birthday, let's celebrate it properly for him. Okay, I'll take care of all the housework. You guys just have fun. Uncle Wu smiled. It seemed that Antley had forgiven him. That was good. If Xiao were here, he would sigh and say, Uncle Wu, you're not only the #1 slut in the neighborhood, you're probably the #1 slut in the world. What's the point of living for a coward like you? You might as well just die. You've completely disgraced men. Xiao calculated that it was about time, added some seasoning to the birthday cake, and put it in his tote bag. In a past life, on this day, Antley celebrated her grandson Xiao's birthday by going to a hotel for a big meal and then posting the photos in the residents' group chat, showing off in various ways, which was extremely annoying. Xiao reminded her that this was a homeowners group, but Antley went ballistic and started cursing at him, saying that he was a loser and would never be able to afford a 5-star hotel in his entire life. Okay, this time I'll make sure your whole family has a blast. In addition to the cake, Xiao also put 5 luxury travel tickets to northern Myanmar, several hundred yuan in cash, and a travel itinerary in his handbag. After getting ready, Xiao took the tote bag and went downstairs to Antley's building. Next, Xiao opened the owner's group chat, clicked on Antley's profile, and found her phone number in the personal introduction section. After dialing, Xiao pinched his nose and changed his voice, saying, Hello, there's a package for you. Please come downstairs to pick it up. Don't you usually deliver to my door? Antley was a little annoyed. Why wasn't it delivered? She was about to curse when she realized the other end of the line had hung up. Humph, I'll let it slide since it's my grandson's birthday. Antley changed her shoes and went downstairs to get her package. When she got downstairs, she didn't see any delivery man at all, and when she called the number, the phone was switched off. No matter who you are, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Antli almost cursed, extremely angry. Just as I was about to go back, I saw in the distance that Xiao seemed to have just returned from outside the community, carrying a pile of miscellaneous items in his arms and a tote bag hanging on his elbow. His energetic appearance was completely different from when he was lying on the ground last night. Antli felt a surge of anger rush to her head. Well, you bastard, how dare you lie to me? You made me worry to death. Antli was about to rush over to confront Xiao, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. What if that beast is fishing and comes up with another way to deal with her? We absolutely mustn't fall for that again. She's really traumatized. Fine, I'll let you off the hook for now, since it's my grandson's birthday. A woman's revenge is never too late. She'll get her comeuppance sooner or later. Just as Antli was about to go back, she noticed that the bag hanging from Jihao's hand had fallen off, probably because the rope had broken. Jihao seemed oblivious, continuing to walk forward while carrying the miscellaneous items in his arms. That place is a blind spot for surveillance cameras, and no one around could see it, so even if you picked it up, no one would know. You little beast, you deserve it! Antli didn't hesitate any longer, ran over and picked up the handbag. When she saw what was inside, she was extremely excited, her eyes shining like light bulbs. Haha, I've made a fortune! I've made a fortune! Chapter 24: The Tragic Story of Antli. The bag contained several $100s in cash, 5 luxury travel tickets, a travel itinerary, and a birthday cake. Antli almost laughed until tears streamed down her face. She wasn't interested in a few $100 in cash, but she did appreciate the travel tickets, travel itinerary, and birthday cake. It's my grandson Xiao's birthday, so we can have a birthday cake. What surprised her most was the travel ticket. Originally, because of the video with Dufong that was exposed, she became the target of public criticism. Everyone mocked her and said that she could no longer live in the neighborhood. She was just thinking of going out to avoid the storm when she unexpectedly got 5 travel tickets, which was just enough for her whole family to go out and have a good time. This is like a perfect opportunity when you're sleepy, a huge win. That's not all. The itinerary also included photos and contact information of hunky men from northern Myanmar. Once we get to northern Myanmar, we're definitely going to have a good chat with them. Haha, you little bastard, you didn't expect that, did you? You dared to bully me? You've really lost out this time, that feels great. Overjoyed, Antli returned to her residence and immediately shared the news with Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu frowned after hearing this. I've heard that northern Myanmar is very dangerous, and you might get your kidneys cut or something. Should we reconsider? Antli didn't care. The plane is in 2 hours. If we hesitate, we won't be able to go. Besides, it's marked on the itinerary that the place we're going to is very safe and has beautiful scenery. There will be people protecting us the whole time, so nothing will happen. Uncle Wu thought about it and felt relieved. Antli contacted her son and daughter-in-law, explained the situation, and told them to stop going to work and come home immediately. Her son and daughter-in-law have always been fond of taking advantage of small things, so of course they wouldn't refuse. The family celebrated Xiaohu's birthday simply and even finished the birthday cake. Afterwards, they packed their luggage as quickly as possible, went to the travel agency to complete the formalities, and then rushed to the airport to board a plane to northern Myanmar. On the plane, Antli and her family were extremely excited, shouting and yelling, completely disregarding their image. Especially Xiao, who, the little boy, is naughty and has been spoiled by Antli. He jumps and bounces around, which makes the surrounding passengers very unhappy. The flight attendant gently reminded them several times, but they simply ignored her and continued to do as they pleased. The flight attendant maintained a smile on her face, but inwardly she was cursing. Dealing with such rude passengers was truly a headache. On the way, Antli and her family's stomachs started growling loudly, and they felt like they were about to burst into bowel movements, which they couldn't hold back at all. That's right, Jihao put a super strong laxative in the birthday cake, and now that it's taking effect, it's no wonder they can't resist. At that moment, only 3 words were on the minds of the 5 people: restroom. But when they arrived at the restroom, they found it was already full. Antli couldn't hold it in any longer. She pounded on the bathroom door and shouted inside. Are you done yet? Come out now! Seniors first. Don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? The person inside was about to come out, but upon hearing Aunt Lee's words, they became furious. To hell with respecting the elderly and caring for the young. I'm not coming out, what can you do about it? So the man just sat there on the toilet, waiting it out. The same was true in the other restrooms. No one was willing to compromise when faced with the wicked Lee family. Finally, with a plop sound, Aunt Lee defecated. This triggered a chain reaction, and Uncle Wu, Xiao Hu, and Aunt Lee's son and daughter-in-law also suffered from diarrhea. A strong, foul odor filled the air, making people want to vomit. The flight attendant and the surrounding passengers almost burst into tears. The flight attendants, in particular, were so angry they wanted to kill someone. In the end, it was their job to clean up this mess of excrement. Oh God, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment? Not long after, a female passenger in the back row couldn't stand it anymore and vomited on the spot. Unfortunately, she happened to be a reporter for a newspaper, so she decided to expose this matter properly, otherwise she would have suffered for nothing. When the plane landed and the cabin door opened, the moment everyone breathed in the fresh air, tears welled up in their eyes. It wasn't easy, it was extremely difficult. We were fuming the whole way, and many people even threw up. It's finally over now, oh my God. Under the powerful laxative, Aunt Lee and her family were on the verge of death. The tour leader took them to the hotel, saying he would arrange a private doctor for them, and took away their identification documents in the process. But in the end, instead of a doctor, they were met by several burly men with tattoos. The burly man stared at the 5 men's kidneys, a satisfied expression on his face. Let's do it! That evening, a news story broke online and quickly rose to the top of the trending topics list on major social media platforms. When netizens saw the pictures and videos from the plane, they were immediately outraged. Damn, 5 tough guys! If it were me, I'd rather die of suffocation than be outside the restroom in front of everyone. Damn it, what a disgrace! Imagine the psychological trauma experienced by the fellow passengers and flight attendants. I was also heading to northern Myanmar, and I'm so glad I wasn't on the same plane as them, or I would have been suffocated by the fumes. This woman looks familiar. She looks a bit like the old lady who posted the XX video this morning. It's her. Holy crap, that's awesome! This morning, Aunt Lee's short video with Dufong was released, making her a celebrity. In the evening, the video of them having sex on a plane was released, naturally causing her popularity to skyrocket. Meanwhile, in the residents' group chat of Xingfu community, everyone was discussing it, saying that heaven has eyes. That shrew Aunt Lee liked to bully others, right? Now she finally got her comeuppance. She deserved it. When Xiao saw the news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed his plan had succeeded. Others only felt that Aunt Lee had lost face, but Xiao knew that she would probably be kicked in the back and never come back. That's great. Once the apocalypse comes, we won't have to listen to Aunt Lee's nagging in the group anymore. This problem is now completely solved. For the next period of time, Xiao continued to stockpile goods. Of course, he didn't forget to download games, movies, TV series, and so on. Especially learning materials, the more the better. Doll's sister, Ms. Aoi, Ms. Hattori, Ms. Siko Matsushita. As the end times draw ever closer, natural disasters are becoming more frequent around the world, including earthquakes, hurricanes, torrential rains, and extreme cold, causing numerous casualties and sparking heated discussions online. At first, everyone remained calm, but as some apocalyptic rumors spread, panic immediately ensued. Many people began hoarding goods, leading to price increases. The authorities couldn't sit still any longer and took strong action, arresting a group of netizens who spread rumors about the apocalypse and punishing some individuals and businesses that hoarded large quantities of supplies, which brought the situation under control. Xiao didn't care about any of that. He was making his final preparations for the apocalypse. Chapter 25 Accepting the Safe House. When Fu Hongmei, Zhao Taohua, and Bai Yaoqin saw the Doomsday rumors online, they finally panicked and immediately took it seriously. They regretted not fully believing Xiao's words earlier. Fortunately, it's not too late. Fu Hongmei even secretly obtained a large batch of medicine, giving half of it to Xiao so he could drive to pick it up. In Fu Hongmei's words, supplies should not all be kept together, they should be kept separately for safety, to avoid them being seized in one go. Ji Hao could only smile wryly. Even the safest place couldn't compare to his Thunder Tower. It's a pity we can't expose the secret of the Rita, otherwise we'll regret it if something unexpected happens. Let's wait until the apocalypse comes. Last time, Ji Hao got 200 million from Lu Batian, and he has already spent almost all of it. So he put on a white beard, a Taoist robe, and carried a sword, looking like a Taoist immortal, and went to Lu Batian. Upon seeing Ji Hao, Lu Batian was overjoyed. Ji Hao pretended to exorcise evil spirits for him, and then bestowed upon him good fortune. While Lu Batian was unconscious, Ji Hao searched the room again, but just like last time, he couldn't find the gun and didn't know where Lu Batian had hidden it. After Lu Batian woke up, he hesitated to speak. Ji Hao said, "Benefactor Lu, please speak frankly." Lu Batian said, "Immortal Master, I've heard from others that the end of the world is coming. What do you think?" Ji Hao did some quick calculations and said dismissively, "They're all just rumors, unbelievable, unbelievable." Lu Batian was finally relieved and laughed heartily. "I knew it! You can't take the rumors on the internet seriously. I was planning to stockpile some supplies, but since the Immortal Master has spoken, I'll just give up now." Ji Hao smiled without saying a word, thinking, "I'll make sure you regret this." Lu Batian glanced at Song Wanqiu, pulled Ji Hao aside, and whispered, "Immortal Master, my wife and I have been married for many years, but we still don't have children. She's like a hen that can't lay eggs. There must be something wrong with her health. Could you please take a look at her? I would be extremely grateful." Upon hearing this, Song Wanqiu immediately flew into a rage. Lu Batian himself has problems, so how can he have the nerve to push all the blame onto her? Originally, Song Wanqiu refused to cultivate with Ji Hao, but after Lu Batian said those words to her, her heart began to waver. A woman's youth lasts only a few years. If dual cultivation can truly preserve youth forever, why not consider it? Besides, even if she was willing to remain chaste for Lu Batian, what if he kicked her aside when she got old and lost her beauty, and found a young and beautiful one instead? Wouldn't she have suffered a huge loss then? Moreover, their relationship was purely accidental, and there was no affection between them at all. When she was young, Song Wanqiu's family suffered a misfortune. Her mother had cancer and urgently needed money, which is why she married Lu Batian. She had hoped that Lu Batian would turn over a new leaf and live a good life, but after so many years, Lu Batian has not changed his nature. She wanted a divorce, but Lu Batian refused, so it has dragged on until now. Song Wanqiu was truly exhausted. Why should she give everything for this scoundrel? It wasn't worth it at all. She wanted to be willful just this once. How wonderful it is to stay young forever. Ji Hao could tell from Song Wanqiu's expression that she and Lu Batian had developed a rift. That's good, it will make it easier for him to win over this beautiful mature woman. I will come back in 7 days, bringing a large dose of medicine for Madame. I guarantee it will cure her illness and allow you to have both a son and a daughter, Ji Hao said confidently. The reason for taking 7 days was to give Lu Batian enough time to prepare more money so he could swindle as much as he could. Immortal Master, your virtue is truly admirable. Lu Batian immediately bowed down and gave Ji Hao a deep bow. Ever since the last time he surrounded Ji Hao and was kicked into a eunuch by Ji Hao, Lu Batian has been holding a grudge. He planned to wait until the Immortal Master cured Song Wanqiu before subtly asking the Immortal Master to cure him as well, since the experience of being a eunuch was truly unbearable. Before leaving, Lu Batian gave Ji Hao another card containing 300 million. Ji Hao walked quickly and left Lu Batian's house, otherwise he was afraid he would burst out laughing. Damn, this money is so easy to make. Over the next few days, Ji Hao continued to stock up on goods, including food and various daily necessities. Of course, he also picked up some practical items, such as large storage batteries, wrenches, screwdrivers, drones, walkie-talkies. This stockpiling spree cost approximately 200 million yuan. Money really doesn't last long. Moreover, due to various natural disasters, more and more people are hoarding supplies, leading to price increases. Therefore, compared to before, it is necessary to spend more money, which is unavoidable. The authorities have taken strong measures to crack down on netizens who spread rumors about the end of the world, but they still cannot completely stop it. On some smaller websites, netizens from various regions are still discussing the issue. I'm telling you, the end of the world is coming. Everyone is going to die, ha ha ha, yay yay, let's all die together. You're mentally twisted upstairs. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I just started dating my 15th girlfriend, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Stop chatting, everyone, let's stock up on some goods first. There's no apocalypse, it's all a rumor. Where are the authorities? Arrest them and make them rot in jail. Heh, if you're so capable, then don't hoard supplies. You'll starve to death when the apocalypse comes. I won't hoard supplies. Anyway, I have 20 bags of rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 20 boxes of ham sausages, and 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot at home. Damn it, you said you wouldn't hoard, you hoarder, you're despicable. Xiao was deeply moved as he read the comments from netizens across the country. In his past life, he didn't believe the end times would come, and as a result, he almost starved and froze to death. As a reborn individual, he felt it was better to subtly remind everyone, since the small forum was anonymous anyway. So Xiao left a message, urging everyone to stock up on supplies, saying that extreme cold was coming. Whether netizens listen or not is beyond his control. He only seeks to have a clear conscience. Xinjianya, who was in charge of building the safe house, called to say that the safe house was completed and asked Xiao to come and inspect it. He gladly went, and was completely stunned when he saw the finished product. The safe house was created by combining 4 apartments. Originally only 480 square meters, the total area reached 500 square meters after adding a section of corridor, which is very large. 3 of the original 4 doors were sealed off, leaving only 1, which was then replaced with a 30-centimeter thick blast door, providing exceptional defensive capabilities. The door is equipped with a surveillance camera connected to a mobile phone. Whenever someone approaches, the intelligence system will automatically send a notification sound to Xiao's mobile phone, which is very convenient. Upon entering the safe house, the interior was extremely luxurious, even surpassing that of a 5-star hotel. It was not only beautiful but also practical. Fireplace, antifreeze water tank, leather sofa, crystal chandelier. There's even a small swimming pool in the middle of the hall. Picture. When the end times come, I'll fill the room with hot water and take a relaxing bath with the women. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 26: The Last Day Before the Apocalypse. There's plenty of time in the apocalypse, so entertainment is essential. Chess and card room, dance studio, gym, movie room, game room. The safe house is large enough that even with many rooms, it still feels spacious. In short, Xiao was very satisfied with the safe house. According to the contract, the remaining payment should be made within 7 days after acceptance. But 7 days later, the apocalypse had already arrived, so Xiao saved money. He took out his phone, recorded a video, and sent it to Fu Hongmei. Fu Hongmei stared wide-eyed at the sight. This safe house was far too luxurious. Once you move in, you can live a life like a god, it's perfect. The next day, Xiao changed his clothes and went to Liu Beixian's residence to exorcise evil spirits and bless him with good fortune one last time. The process was the same. Xiao first pretended to make a show of it, and then gave Liu Beixian a soup laced with a sleeping potion. After Liu Beixian fainted, Xiao symbolically administered acupuncture to him. After everything was finished, Xiao gave Song Wanqiu a large dose of medicine, saying it could cure her infertility. Song Wanqiu was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. Xiao asked, "Madam, what have you thought about the matter of eternal youth?" Song Wanqiu lowered her head and remained silent. Xiao stole a glance at Song Wanqiu. No matter how many times he had seen her, he was still amazed. When Xiao arrived, Song Wanqiu had just finished her class and hadn't had time to change out of her sky blue yoga outfit. As a professional yoga teacher, Song Wanqiu's figure is absolutely stunning, voluptuous and curvaceous, seemingly about to burst out of her yoga clothes. Especially those 2 deadly weapons, not only large but also firm, their curves can only be described as breathtaking. Secondly, there's her large, round buttocks, like a millstone, wider than her shoulders, a real weapon in combat. If we let such a stunning mature woman go, we'd be struck by lightning. After a moment of silence, Song Wanchio gritted her teeth and said, Immortal Master, I still can't accept dual cultivation, but the method you mentioned, I think, we can give it a try. Ji Hao sighed inwardly. What a pity, I can only have a taste of it. But it's okay, when the apocalypse comes, there will be plenty of opportunities. Ji Hao said. Okay, let's go to the next room. All right, Immortal Master, please follow me. Song Wanchio walked in front, her slender waist and plump hips swaying back and forth, almost breathtaking. Upon entering the next room, Ji Hao spoke calmly. Madam, please remove your clothes. I will use a special massage technique to treat you. I hope you don't mind. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Immortal Master. Song Wanchio's face was full of shyness. It's nothing. Ji Hao used his supernatural ability, and wisps of electricity appeared on his fingertips. After the treatment was completed, Ji Hao left the room. Song Wanchio lay on the bed, her eyes flushed, her heart filled with shame. She never expected that just the treatment would cause her to break down. Oh my God! An hour later, Lu Batian woke up. Ji Hao told Song Wanchio that he had given her a powerful medicine that could cure her infertility. Lu Batian was overjoyed and thanked Ji Hao profusely, giving him 200 million. Ji Hao was satisfied and left with the bank card. In the afternoon, Yaan called Ji Hao and said that the heavy truck RV was ready and asked him to come and inspect it. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Ji Hao immediately spotted the modified heavy-duty truck camper van. Mighty and imposing. It's as big as a bus. Yaan is very serious about her work. When the RV was being modified, she kept a close eye on it, afraid that something might go wrong. Now that everything is settled, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, let me explain it to you in detail. Yaan was very happy and opened the RV door to introduce it to Ji Hao. The vehicle body is reinforced with steel plates, providing excellent protection, and the wheels are fitted with tracks to ensure stable travel even on snow. The vehicle is equipped with high-tech heating equipment, so even in extremely cold weather outside, the interior will remain warm and cozy. After the introduction, Yaan asked, What do you think? Ji Hao gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Very satisfied, much better than I expected. Yaan said, Since you are satisfied, then I am relieved. Ji Hao stared at Yaan's stunning figure under her cheongsam and said with a wicked smile, I have a business deal worth 100 million to discuss with you. Come on, let's go to your office. Yaan was stunned for a moment, then reacted, gave a coquettish laugh, and glared at Ji Hao with endless charm. In the morning, at Song Wanchio's place, I was aroused by that mature yoga woman, but I only managed to get my hands on her. Now that Ji Hao has seen Yaan in a sexy cheongsam, how could he possibly resist? As they drove their RV out of the repair shop, they were surrounded by onlookers. There's no way around it. This vehicle is just too imposing and huge, like a bus, it's hard not to attract attention. At a small intersection without traffic lights, 3 flight attendants in uniforms exclaimed in amazement. My God, look at that car, it's so majestic and imposing. Yes, this is the first time I've ever seen such an awesome heavy-duty truck RV. The visual impact is just too great. Let me guess, the car owner must be a young, handsome, rich second generation. I really want to date him. You lust after other people's bodies and money, you're despicable. You're the same way. How about we stop them and ask them for a ride? Good idea. Ji Hao knew this heavy-duty truck RV would attract attention, but he still underestimated its power. The car was stopped by 3 flight attendants who asked Ji Hao for a ride. As they spoke, the 3 flight attendants' eyes were practically drooling, and they even pulled their necklines down slightly, revealing their impressive cleavage. The meaning is self-evident. Seeing that they were all top-notch in terms of figure and looks, Ji Hao naturally had no reason to refuse and invited them into the car. At the same time, Ji Hao was also very impressed. Don't be fooled by the fact that these flight attendants seem aloof on the surface. Once they meet a truly wealthy person, they're like bees gathering nectar, eager to pounce on him with their whole bodies. Ji Hao drove to the lakeside and started discussing business with the flight attendant. Both parties were ultimately satisfied and exchanged contact information. Ji Hao also reminded them to stock up on goods, which was a token of his appreciation. After driving away, Jihao stored the heavy truck RV inside the tarp and switched to a regular sedan for transportation. If you drive a heavy truck RV back to your neighborhood, who knows how much trouble it will cause. The next morning, Jihao got up very early because it was the last day before the apocalypse, and he had a lot of preparations to make. He still had hundreds of millions in his account, so he could only frantically stockpile goods. Around 5 p.m., he finally spent all his money. So tired. The temperature gradually dropped, and a cold wind blew, making people feel a chill. Jihao knew that this was a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Chapter 27 Stubborn Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin. Jihao drove his BMW to Fu Hongmei's company to pick her up. Having already been warned, Fu Hongmei got into Jihao's car without hesitation. Jihao said briskly, "Sister Mei, didn't you stockpile supplies somewhere else? Take me there quickly." Fu Hongmei said, "It's safer to keep the supplies separate. If the safe house is breached, we can just move to another place. We must not put them together." Then she added, "Besides, how much can such a small car of yours fit? You might not believe it, but no matter how many supplies you have, I can take them all away safely. I guarantee no one can steal them from me," Jihao said confidently. Fu Hongmei naturally didn't believe her and scoffed. "You're just bragging. Watch closely." Jihao stretched out his hand, his fingertips wreathed in streaks of lightning, dazzlingly bright. As his control over his superpowers became more and more proficient, he was able to manipulate lightning very well. The lightning bolts were like obedient kittens, hovering around Jihao's fingertips and crackling with electricity. "This?" Fu Hongmei stared in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asked, "How did you do that?" Since the apocalypse was just around the corner, Jihao didn't bother to hide it anymore and told the truth. "Actually, I am a superhuman. I have awakened lightning-type superpowers. That's why I firmly believe that the apocalypse will definitely come." As he spoke, Jihao opened the car window, and with a thought, lightning flew out from his hand, snapping a small tree beside him with a crack. "My God, this is absolutely amazing!" Fu Hongmei exclaimed. "This is nothing, there's something even more amazing." Jihao flipped his hand, and a bouquet of flowers appeared in his hand. He handed the flowers to Fu Hongmei. "These are for you." Fu Hongmei asked in confusion, "What did you take it from?" At that moment, Jihao didn't hide anything and told Fu Hongmei the secret of the Thunder Tower inside his body. Anyway, the secret will be exposed after moving into the safe house. Besides, Fu Hongmei died for him in his previous life and gave everything for him. She can be trusted, so there is no need to worry about any consequences. Fu Hongmei listened, feeling it was like a fairy tale, and clearly didn't believe it. Jihao had no choice but to drive to a secluded spot and retrieve the heavy-duty RV from the turret. This time, Fu Hongmei finally believed it. "No wonder you were so sure the end of the world would come. So that's why." Fu Hongmei gave a wry smile, as if she had finally understood. Next, Fu Hongmei took Jihao to her storage warehouse, which contained a large amount of supplies. The warehouse was reinforced with steel plates, making it difficult for outsiders to break in. It must be said, this beautiful woman was quite cautious. After opening the warehouse, Jihao summoned the tower gate and put all the supplies inside. Even though she was mentally prepared, Fu Hongmei's eyes still widened in disbelief. "My little darling, how many surprises are you going to give me?" Fu Hongmei exclaimed, feeling like she had struck gold. With Jihao's incredible superpower, even if the apocalypse never ends, she can still live a great life. "It's absolutely awesome." Fu Hongmei hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Young man, could you do me a favor?" Jihao laughed and said, "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I hit it off with Sister Taohua and Sister Qin right away. I'll go pick them up later." Fu Hongmei said gratefully, "Thank you, it's so good to have you." Jihao pinched her cheek. "Who told you to be my good, obedient wife?" "You're so annoying," Fu Hongmei said coquettishly, then said with a deep look in her eyes, "Taohua, Yaoqin and I are college classmates. We've supported each other all these years. They are my best friends and absolutely trustworthy. You don't need to have any psychological barriers with them." Jihao stroked his chin, looking expectant, and said, "Only a fool would refuse a beautiful woman who's offered herself up. There's no way we'd form a bond with her." Fu Hongmei remained silent. Jihao first took Fu Hongmei back to the safe house and told her to stay put, and not to go out no matter what happened. Then he drove to CG Entertainment Company. After Jihao left, Fu Hongmei looked at the interior of the safe house with a face full of surprise. Jihao had sent her a video before, but what she saw in the video and what she saw in real life were clearly two different things. Once she actually moved in, she realized just how amazing this safe house was. "My little man, if it weren't for you, I might not have been able to survive in this apocalypse. You are my lucky star." Fu Hongmei was overjoyed, and a bright smile appeared on her face, like 100 flowers in bloom. Silky Entertainment Company. This business was jointly opened by Zhao Taohua and by Yao Qin. Fu Hongmei also has some shares, but not many, far less than the two of them. This company has 12 floors, the building is very grand, and all the artists in the company are women, there is not a single man. Among them are many well-known celebrities, internet celebrities, supermodels, and even a few tall, blonde beauties, making it a very high-quality event. Of course, compared to celebrities and internet influencers, the companies have the most models, accounting for at least 60%. Some models are flight attendants who also work part-time. They not only have outstanding figures and looks, but also excellent temperament. In addition, CG Entertainment has collaborated extensively with various hosiery brands, so the company's artists almost always wear sexy stockings, including glossy black stockings, white stockings, lace stockings, pantyhose, over-the-knee stockings, garter stockings, fishnet stockings, and more. Jihao looked around and saw only long, beautiful legs. "Damn, this is the first time I've seen so many stunningly beautiful women. My eyes are practically dazzled." Looking at this group of beautiful women, Jihao sighed inwardly. Even as a superhuman, he would definitely be overwhelmed if he were to take them all down. Jihao found Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin and said, "Sisters, today is the last day of the apocalypse. Come with me quickly. I have built a safe house and stocked up on enough supplies for us to live a good life." The two women shook their heads. Zhao Taohua parted her red lips slightly and said, "Little brother, thank you for your kindness, but as you can see, my CG Entertainment Company has hundreds of sisters. How can I abandon them? When the company was first established, it was very difficult. It was they who encouraged me behind the scenes that made me get to where I am today. If I run away when I encounter difficulties, who will follow me in the future? Sister, this is the apocalypse, not a small problem," Jihao said seriously. Bai Yaoqin said in a cool voice, "Don't worry, we've made ample preparations. We've stockpiled a lot of supplies in the company, including food, daily necessities, and heating equipment. That's enough to deal with any emergencies. Besides, what if the apocalypse doesn't come, but we abandon our sisters and run away? What will they think of us in the future?" Jihao was speechless, but continued to persuade him. "The temperature has dropped so much, the apocalypse is definitely coming. You have to believe me, come with me now." Zhao Taohua said, "When you came here, didn't you notice that the main gate has been replaced with a blast door? Not only that, we've also stockpiled knives. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we're not easy to bully." Jihao tried to persuade them for a long time, but seeing that the two women were still determined, he stopped trying and did not reveal his special abilities. It's good to let them experience the cruelty of the apocalypse and give them some experience. Once they've witnessed the complexities of human nature, they'll naturally beg to stay in his safe house, and it won't be too late to come and pick them up then. "Wait a moment, I'll go to the car and get some serious stuff for you." Jihao returned to the BMW, took a bunch of things out of the car, and stuffed them into a black box. He carried the black box and found the two women again. When they finally saw what was inside, both Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin were breathing rapidly, trembling violently, and their faces turned pale. Chapter 28: The Apocalypse Arrives. Just as Jihao said, the box was full of high-quality goods. The most conspicuous items were 2 pistols and 5 grenades, in addition to bullets, crossbows, bolts, drones, walkie-talkies. With this batch of equipment, Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin are well protected. These things are illegal." Zhao Taohua was dumbfounded, her feelings quite complicated. Jihao said, "It's the apocalypse now, who cares about legality? Safety is the most important thing. Keep your things safe and don't give them to anyone else, lest you be betrayed." Zhao Taohua took a deep breath and said with utmost seriousness, "Thank you, my good brother. Considering how much you care about your sister, I will accept even if it's illegal or criminal. Bai Yaoqin also said. Now I actually hope the end of the world really comes, otherwise we'll have to go to great lengths to get you out of jail, which is such a hassle. Jihao smiled wryly, but he was still very moved. He had made up his mind about these two older sisters. Alright, that's enough for now. Take advantage of the remaining time to stock up on more supplies. The apocalypse will officially begin at 2 a.m. The temperature will plummet then, so don't stay outside, or you'll freeze to death. Jihao said seriously. Call me if anything happens. If you can't get through, come find me. Magia and I live in Happiness Community. The address is XXXX. Okay, we understand. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin said at the same time. Jihao said, Then I'm leaving. Zhao Taohua suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Jihao turned around. What's wrong? Zhao Taohua stretched out her arms and hugged Jihao tightly, whispering in his ear. Take care. Jihao, captivated by her delicate fragrance, replied. You too. After the two separated, Bai Yaoqin stepped forward and hugged Jihao, saying, Although we haven't known each other for long, we're like siblings. Sister Mei is a good woman. You have to protect her. If she gets hurt, I won't let you off the hook. Jihao assured her. Don't worry, Sister Qin, leave everything to me, there won't be any problems. Embracing the two women in succession, Jihao's heart raced. He thought to himself that the two women had really great figures, with their large breasts even brighter than the headlights of his heavy truck RV. After bidding farewell to the two voluptuous beauties, Jihao left CG Entertainment Company. It was completely dark, the temperature was dropping, and a cold wind was blowing, making people feel cold. Suddenly, light snow began to fall from the sky, covering people's clothes in a pristine white. Imagine how sunny and hot it was during the day, making you sweat profusely and wanting to turn on the air conditioning, but now it's snowing heavily and the wind is biting cold. With such a huge contrast, it's hard to believe the weather wasn't the problem. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin stood by the window, watching the snowflakes flutter outside, and finally believed in their hearts that the end of the world was coming. They quickly put on their coats and instructed their subordinates to make final preparations so as not to be caught off guard. Jihao took out his phone and called Xiao Yalan and He Qiaoqian respectively, telling them to return to their residence immediately. Although he had already given them a heads up, he was worried that the two women might not listen and cause trouble. Fortunately, the two women trusted him. After grabbing some supplies from the supermarket, they didn't linger outside and quickly returned inside. The reason why the two women were not taken to the safe house is quite simple. Xiao Yalan would not be willing to go alone and would definitely want to bring Dufong with her, which Jihao could not accept. As for He Qiaoqian, this green tea girl caused him so much trouble in his past life, so he should at least make her suffer a little. Jihao glanced at the swirling snowflakes, then put on a mask, took out a pre-planned route map, determined the direction, and drove to a factory that produces large storage batteries. With the apocalypse imminent, he no longer needed to worry about anything else. He could just collect everything he wanted and do whatever made him feel good. Inside the battery factory, the workers had already gone home, leaving only 3 security guards huddled in their guard booth, shivering. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore, so they called their boss and planned to run away. Just then, Jihao swaggered into the factory, and whenever he saw a large battery, he would take it without hesitation. In a short time, he collected all the batteries. Holy crap! What's going on? The 3 security guards rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. This is... Hey bro, wait a minute! Even if you're stealing, you can't do it like this! After a moment of surprise, the 3 security guards immediately gave chase. But Jihao had already driven far away. At the scene, only 3 security guards remained, bewildered and disoriented. After leaving the battery factory, Jihao went to a shopping mall. Because of the sudden drop in temperature, the shoppers had already left, leaving only security guards and some service staff. Jihao rushed into the shopping mall, opened the tower gate, and without saying a word, began to ransack the place. Swish, swish, swish. The supplies vanished like crazy, like a locust swarm passing through, leaving nothing but barren land in no time. Holy crap, thief! Don't let him get away. Hey, what are you all getting so excited about? This guy is obviously a magician, using an illusion to surprise everyone. Just watch, when the time comes, the supplies will definitely reappear before our eyes. That makes sense. That scared me to death, damn it! However, the group waited for a long time, but the supplies did not reappear. Ahem, where are the supplies? Should we call the police? Wait a bit longer. So many supplies have disappeared into thin air. How could an ordinary person do that? It must be a magician using an illusion. 10 minutes later, they started to panic, because no matter how long they waited, the supplies just wouldn't appear. In the following days, Xiao followed the pre-planned route, visiting shopping centers, malls, supermarkets, mineral water companies, battery factories, garment factories, electronics markets, and other places to collect supplies. Meanwhile, the temperature dropped again, reaching -20 degrees Celsius, making people shiver with cold. The light snow turned into heavy snow, falling and swirling, turning the world into a pristine white expanse. After a flurry of activity, Xiao was exhausted. Seeing that it was almost time, he returned to the safe house in the community. Seeing him return, Fu Hongmei was finally relieved. Xiao told Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin about their situation. Fu Hongmei was full of regret, but she didn't say much. She knew that was just how the two of them were. Sister Mei, there are only 10 minutes left before the end of the world. Come, I'll treat you to a great show. Xiao moved the table to the windowsill, then took out a seafood feast and red wine from the refrigerator, inviting Fu Hongmei to enjoy the meal together. Fu Hongmei was hungry, so she didn't hesitate and ate a couple of bites of seafood. She then picked up the red wine and was about to drink it when Xiao stopped her. What's wrong? Fu Hongmei asked. Xiao said, You're not drinking it the right way. Fu Hongmei said, What's wrong? How else can you drink red wine? Xiao picked up his wine glass, took Fu Hongmei's hand, and said with a wicked smile, We should be drinking from the same cup. You really are. Fu Hongmei said coquettishly, but she did not reject Xiao's intimate behavior. Xiao glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost 2 a.m., so he said to Fu Hongmei, Come on, count down with me, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow! A mysterious cosmic ray streaked across the blue planet, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Then a loud bang resounded, like rolling thunder, which shocked everyone. The apocalypse has officially arrived. Chapter 29 Seeking Help. Upon seeing this mysterious cosmic ray again, Xiao was filled with emotion. The sky was ablaze with color, as bright as day. This scene is absolutely breathtaking. The rolling sound waves spread in all directions, waking countless people from their sleep with blank stares, not knowing what had happened. Before long, the white light and sound waves disappeared, but the snow fell heavier and heavier, turning the world into a vast expanse of white. The temperature began to plummet, reaching -40 degrees Celsius, and is still dropping without any sign of stopping. The fireplace inside was burning brightly, making the house warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the icy, snowy landscape outside. Fu Hongmei stared at the strange phenomenon outside the window, still in shock. Just as Xiao had said, the extreme cold apocalypse had arrived. Fortunately, 2 months ago, Xiao not only gave her a warning, but also withstood the pressure to build a safe house and stockpile a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how she would survive. Fu Hongmei took a deep breath and said with heartfelt gratitude, Thank you, it's so good to have you. Recalling his past life, Xiao couldn't help but put his arm around her slender waist and smiled slightly. We're an old married couple now, why thank me? It's only right that I treat you well. There are inexhaustible supplies in the Thunder Tower now, and we have a safe house to protect us. We can live in there forever. That's true, Fu Hongmei said gently. It's a pity that Peach Blossom and Yaoqin aren't here. Alas. Xiao comforted them. Don't worry, once they experience the cruelty of the apocalypse, they will definitely compromise. I will personally come to pick them up then. Fu Hongmei hugged Xiao and gently hummed in agreement. Seeing the beautiful woman's delicate appearance, Xiao was overjoyed and pinned her against the glass window. Outside, snow was falling heavily, but inside, it felt like springtime. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin called to thank Xiao for everything he had done for them. Xiao didn't say much, only telling them to be careful and stay in touch before hanging up. Not long after, Jihao received another call from Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan was a little flustered. She asked where Jihao was and said that she had knocked on the door but no one answered. Jihao said that he no longer lives in his old place, but has built a safe house in apartment 2801 of Building 2, where she can come anytime if she wants. Xiao Yalan was overjoyed and asked Jihao if Dufong could come along. Jihao refused outright. Xiao Yalan knew about the conflict between Jihao and Dufong, sighed, and silently hung up the phone. Subsequently, Jihao took the initiative to contact He Xiaoqian. "Wow, young Master Ji, where are you? It's so cold outside, I'm so scared, I desperately need your warm embrace." He Xiaoqian's voice was sweet and coquettish, making people's hearts warm. Jihao sighed and said, "I'm sorry, something unexpected happened to me. I'm out here and can't go back." "What? He's outside?" He Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. She was counting on Jihao to help her gather supplies. What kind of situation is this now? Jihao continued to lie. "I'm helpless too, Xiaoqian. I'm really sorry. Take care." He Xiaoqian's hands were trembling as she held her phone. "Young Master Ji, is your place far from the neighborhood? Could you try to come back? I really want to see you." Jihao held the phone further away, deliberately saying, "My signal is bad here, I can't hear you." "What, you're going to hang up? Okay then, that's all for now." "Wait, young Master Ji, don't hang up yet." He Xiaoqian shouted desperately, but only beeping sounds came from the phone. She called again, but Jihao didn't answer. She looked out at the heavy snow and felt a sense of bewilderment. The residents' WeChat group was already buzzing with excitement. "My God, the temperature is already minus 40 degrees Celsius, and it's still dropping. When will this end? It seems the Doomsday rumors online are true. It's a pity I didn't believe them at the time and didn't stock up on supplies. I regret it now. Does anyone have any food? I'm so hungry." "Wah. Stop spreading rumors. It's just normal climate change. Just wait and see, the temperature will definitely return to normal tomorrow. Instead of worrying, go to sleep. When you wake up, all your worries will be gone." "Idiot, can your house temperature normally drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius?" "Exactly, he's probably just trying to fool us because he's worried we'll take his supplies." No matter how much people were sighing and complaining in the owner's group, it had nothing to do with Jihao anymore. He hugged Fu Hongmei and happily got into bed. The fireplace was burning brightly, making the safe house warm and cozy. It's a completely different world compared to the outside. The next day, in the morning, the temperature not only failed to recover, but dropped even more drastically, reaching minus 60 degrees Celsius. You can't stay outdoors for long. The cold wind feels like being cut by knives. It's extremely uncomfortable. Some homeowners had no food stored at home and wanted to go out to buy some, but as soon as they got outside, they were so cold that they shivered all over and had to go back inside, not daring to go out again. Jihao took out rose lychee muffins, French creme brulee toast, and lavender honey yogurt from the jar, and he and Fu Hongmei enjoyed a delicious breakfast. If others knew that they were still hungry while Jihao could enjoy a fancy breakfast at will, I wonder what they would think. After resting for a while, Fu Hongmei was bored, so she changed into a sky blue yoga outfit and started practicing yoga. She usually practices yoga, but she's too busy with work to do so often. Now that she has plenty of time, she'll definitely exercise more to maintain her figure. Jihao watched from the side, his eyes shining like beacons. Wearing yoga clothes, Fu Hongmei's curves were accentuated. Her full hips looked as if they were about to burst out of the yoga clothes, revealing a mature charm that made her look alluring and seductive. Damn, this looks so tempting. Even compared to Song Wenqiu, a professional yoga teacher, she is in no way inferior, and may even be better. Although he had been busy all night, Jihao was in high spirits again, so he stretched out his arms and hugged Fu Hongmei tightly from behind. Fu Hongmei turned around, glared at him fiercely, and said in a cold voice, "Stop making trouble. I'm on my period. You'd better take care of it yourself." "What?" Jihao released Fu Hongmei, feeling a sense of disappointment. "It's impossible to solve this on your own. You should exercise more and try to calm your restless mind." So, Jihao started doing push-ups next to Fu Hongmei. 100. 200. Fu Hongmei stopped what she was doing, sat on the yoga mat, and looked at Ji Hao with great interest. She knew that people with superpowers had strong physical abilities, but she didn't have a concrete idea of what that meant. She really wanted to know how many push-ups Ji Hao could do. 700. 800. 900. 1000. Ji Hao stopped after doing 1,000 sit-ups, but he was still a little restless. He had no choice but to do another 1,000 sit-ups before he felt better. Fu Hongmei shook her head and gave a bitter smile. The physical abilities of superhumans are simply terrifying. We can't compare at all. Chapter 30 Xiao Yaolin visits. After finishing his exercise, Ji Hao began practicing controlling his supernatural abilities. Bolts of lightning danced at his fingertips, and with a thought, they intertwined to form a small picture of a beautiful woman, much like Fu Hongmei. With his improved control over his superpower, Ji Hao can now manipulate lightning in various ways, which is a significant improvement compared to 2 months ago when he first awakened his superpower. Sister Mei, do you think this painting is beautiful? Ji Hao asked with a smile. Fu Hongmei asked, Is this a painting of me? Ji Hao said, Smart. Fu Hongmei said quietly, She looks good, but why isn't she wearing clothes? Ahem. Ji Hao cleared his throat and said awkwardly, It was an accident. I'll definitely wear it next time. Fu Hongmei giggled, her body trembling with laughter, a sight that captivated the heart. 3 days passed, and the snow continued to fall heavily outside. At first, many people firmly believed that the extreme cold would end soon, but now it seems that they were just overthinking it. Amid food shortages, more and more homeowners are appealing for help in online groups, hoping for assistance from others. But honestly, given the current situation, who would be willing to share their food? He Xiao called, complaining about everything. After listening, Ji Hao silently hung up the phone. Xiao Yaolin's family was also out of food. With no other choice, she sent a message to Ji Hao. Xiao Hao, can you help me? Xiao Feng and I have been starving for a day. Can you give me some food? I'll do anything you want. Ji Hao. Sister Lan, I'll say it again, if you're hungry, you can stay in my safe house anytime, but not Dufong. Xiao Yaolin seemed a little angry, typing rapidly. Why? He's my son. You can accept me, why can't you accept him? This is a special situation. Can't we get along well and overcome this difficulty together? Ji Hao. Sorry, I can't do that. Also, I advise you to be careful of that beast Dufong. He's capable of anything. If he sells you out for food, you won't even have time to cry. This is not an exaggeration. In his previous life, Dufong did exactly the same thing, selling Xiao Yaolin to Lu Batian for the price of a box of instant noodles. As a result, she refused to comply and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Upon seeing Ji Hao's message, Xiao Yaolin became even angrier and sent a voice message. How, although Xiao Feng isn't exactly a great person, you can't be prejudiced against him. Ji Hao. Prejudice? He bullied me every day in college, you know that. Recalling the past, Xiao Yaolin fell silent. Ji Hao. Never mind Dufong for now, come over here. I have plenty of food and you can take a hot shower. Xiao Yaolin's eyes lit up. Being able to take a hot bath was indeed a good thing. The water pipes are frozen, making it very difficult to get water. After some deliberation, she decided to go anyway. If we can persuade Ji Hao to let her bring some food back, our son won't go hungry. If all else fails, I'll secretly hide it in my clothes. I can't just stand by and watch my son suffer. Xiao Yaolin put on 2 more coats and a mask, and told Dufong that she would go to see an acquaintance in the neighborhood to see if she could borrow some food. Dufong was starving, so naturally he had no objections. However, he was still a little suspicious and asked her who she was going to see. Xiao Yaolin appeared calm on the surface, but was actually nervous inside. She only said that she was going to see her best friend and never mentioned Ji Hao. After some persuasion, she left. It was freezing cold outside, -60 degrees Celsius, with howling winds. Even wearing a thick coat was no help. Facing the heavy snow and strong winds, Xiao Yaolin felt as if she were about to die on the spot. The biting cold was something that ordinary people could not endure. She wanted to go back, but thinking of Dufong still starving, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Fortunately, Jihao's safe house was in Building 2, right next to Building 3, just a few steps away, otherwise she would have given up long ago. The doorbell rang, and Jihao picked up his phone, opened the surveillance video, and sure enough, it was Xiao Yalan. He quickly went to open the door for the beautiful woman. "Sister Lan, welcome to the new world." Jihao took Xiao Yalan's hand and welcomed her in. When Xiao Yalan saw the interior decoration, she was dumbfounded. "My God, is this real? This is way too luxurious." Not only that, the fireplace was burning brightly, bringing amazing heat, so you didn't feel cold at all, but rather a bit hot. After being frozen for 3 days, Xiao Yalan felt an urge to cry as she experienced boundless warmth. Looking at the table again, Jihao had already laid out a seafood feast and red wine. Steamed hairy crab, pan-fried silver cod, garlic scallops, stir-fried squid flowers, lobster baked with cheese. Xiao Yalan was even more shocked. "I can't even afford to eat, yet you can enjoy a seafood feast. Comparing yourself to others is truly infuriating." "Sister Lan, what do you think of my safe house?" Jihao asked with a smile. Xiao Yalan didn't speak, because she didn't know how to describe it. Jihao pulled her to the table. "Come on, take off your coat, let's enjoy a seafood feast together." Xiao Yalan took off her thick coat, revealing her sexy curves. Jihao poured Xiao Yalan a glass of wine and picked up a lobster for her, saying warmly, "Sister Lan, come on, eat more. You look so haggard and thin. It breaks my heart to see you like this. But it's okay to be thin, just don't let your breasts shrink." "Get lost," Xiao Yalan said coquettishly, picking up her wine glass. Just as she was about to drink, she realized that what Jihao had poured was actually a bottle of Romani Conti. "This stuff is really expensive, a small bite costs an average person a month's salary." Xiao Yalan could only manage a wry smile in response. She took a small sip, the aftertaste was lingering, truly befitting a fine wine. Next, Xiao Yalan didn't stand on ceremony and started eating heartily. "This seafood feast is so delicious, we won't be able to enjoy it again once we get back, so of course we can't miss it." Fu Hongmei had just finished showering and came out of her room, wearing a sexy off-shoulder short dress, her skin smooth and delicate. Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan looked at each other, both of them stunned. To be honest, they rarely see women whose figures and looks can rival their own. "Huh, you're Fu Hongmei?" Xiao Yalan was quite surprised. As one of the wealthiest women in Donghai City, Fu Hongmei was someone Xiao Yalan had naturally met online and recognized immediately. Fu Hongmei nodded gently, and said with a hint of resentment, "It seems I came at the wrong time." With his left arm around Xiao Yalan and his right arm outstretched, Jihao chuckled at Fu Hongmei. "No, you've come at just the right time. Having women on both sides, that's just awesome." Fu Hongmei was already immune to seafood feasts, so she only ate a few bites before going into her room, leaving the time to Jihao and Xiao Yalan. After enjoying the delicious food, Jihao pointed to the small swimming pool in the middle of the hall. "Sister Lan, didn't you want to take a bath? There's hot water in there, so feel free to enjoy yourself." "Hot water?" Xiao Yalan arrived at the poolside, reached out and touched it, and sure enough, it was hot water. She was immediately delighted and asked curiously, "How did you get so much hot water?" Jihao raised his chin, looking smug, and said, "Look at the interior of my safe house, it has everything, so, is it that hard to get a swimming pool full of hot water?" Xiao Yalan thought about it and agreed. He really was an amazing man. Jihao carried Xiao Yalan into the pool, and they soon began a romantic swim together. Chapter 31 Arguing. Xiao Yalan left the safe house 2 hours later. Once she stepped back into the icy wilderness, she felt the biting cold, and quickly pulled her coat tighter around herself. But it didn't work at all, she was still shivering from the cold. Thinking of the warmth inside the safe house and comparing it to her current situation, she felt a pang of disappointment. Before leaving, she wanted to hide some food to bring to Dufong, but Jihao kept a close eye on her, so she had no chance to do it, and had to give up. She didn't know how to explain it to Dufong when she got back. "Well," Xiao Yalan sighed. In the face of the apocalypse, she was just a weak woman. What could she possibly do? Inside the safe house, Fu Hongmei practiced yoga for a while, then got bored and pulled out the surveillance footage from the lobby to watch with great interest. She looks so serious on the surface, but I never expected her to be like this. Hee hee. Fu Hongmei blushed and secretly complained to herself. Recently, Xiao recommended a Korean comic to her, which she read with great enthusiasm. She found that Xiao Yaan was very similar to the female protagonist in the comic, a top mature woman named Jean Meiting. Not only do they look alike, but they also have similar body types. If they wore glasses, they would be even more perfect. Fu Hongmei suddenly had a bold idea. She would definitely give it a try when Xiao Yalan came next time. Dufong lay on the bed, almost fainting from hunger. He opened the neighborhood residents group chat, intending to borrow some food, but found everyone sighing and complaining. Does anyone have any food? Even a piece of bread will do. I'll give you 100. I'll offer 1,000. Stop shouting. In this situation, food is life. Who would sell it? Why don't we form a survivor team and go out to collect supplies? What are you thinking? Staying indoors will allow you to live a little longer. Going outdoors is no different from courting death. Then what should we do? By the way, I heard there's a shrewd guy in the neighborhood who bought 4 apartments on the 28th floor of Building 2 in one go, connected them together, and turned them into a safe house. He must have food there. Yes, that guy's name is Xiao. He used to be a notorious loser in the neighborhood. If a fairy like me went to him to borrow food, he would be so grateful that he would kneel down and offer the food to me. Dufong was furious when he heard the news. He thought Xiao was still living next door, but it turns out that Xiao had already moved to Building 2. Dufong immediately jumped out of bed, found some tools in the room, went next door, knocked on the door, and when no one answered, he started banging on the door. Now that Xiao has moved out, there must be a lot of things left in the house. If there's food, then we've hit the jackpot. Back then, when Xiao got the house, he was poor and only installed an ordinary door, not even a security door. So, after Dufong smashed it hard, he actually managed to break it open. Humph, it's just an ordinary door, don't even think about stopping me. Dufong was very pleased with himself, but when he saw the situation in the room, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The room was completely bare, the furniture was gone, the paint was gone, the floor tiles were gone, the water pipes had been cut, and even the windows were broken, making it uninhabitable. The only thing visible was a large white sheet of paper pasted on the wall with 4 big characters written on it. Idiot Dufong! Xiao, I'll fuck your mother! Dufong was so angry his mouth almost twisted out of shape. He swung his fist and smashed it against the white paper on the wall. The next moment, Dufong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ack! It turned out there were several thumbtacks behind the white paper, and Dufeng's fist had just hit one of them, causing him excruciating pain. Before Dufong could catch his breath, a cold wind blew in through the broken window, nearly freezing him to death on the spot. Damn, you're ruthless. Just you wait. Having no other choice, Dufong made a harsh statement and quickly returned inside, where he used the medicine and gauze he usually kept at home to simply bandage his wound. At this moment, Xiao Yalan also returned. Looking at the cold and desolate room, she felt lost and forlorn. Safe houses are so much better, but unfortunately, to move in, I have to give up my son, Dufong. Sigh. Just then, Dufong came out of the room and asked anxiously, Mom, did you manage to borrow any food? Xiao Yalan shook her head, not daring to meet Dufeng's gaze. Dufong was surprised to find that Xiao Yalan's face was flushed, her hair had been washed, and she had a faint fragrance. He quickly realized what was happening and said sternly, Did you go to that bastard Jihao's safe house? Xiao Yalan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Dufong was instantly enraged and roared, Fine. I'm starving and freezing at home, while you're eating and drinking well at his place. Are you even my mother? You vicious woman! Xiao Yalan was stunned, doubting whether she had misheard, and her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Feng, what did you just say? Dufong stared at Xiao Yalan and said viciously, I said, you poisonous woman! The words, poisonous woman, pierced Xiao Yalan's heart deeply. Tears streamed down her face, she was heartbroken. Dufong persisted, saying, If you really care about me, go beg Lu Batian to let you play with me and try to become his woman. He's the tyrant of the neighborhood, and he'll definitely make sure we live a good life. He paused, then continued, Don't be fooled by the fact that Xiao has built a safe house. Lu Batian is a man of his word. He'll definitely be able to storm in and take over. Change into your yoga clothes or cheongsam under your coat right now, go find him, and use every means to please him. Beg him to sleep with you. You're so beautiful and have such a great figure, he definitely won't refuse. Xiao Yalan silently shed tears, her face streaked with tears. Seeing that she was standing still, Dufong urged her coldly. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to watch me starve to death? Isn't it your duty as a mother to sacrifice your body for your son? Xiao Yalan's face turned pale, and for the first time, she had the thought of giving up on her son. She didn't argue with Dufong, and returned to her room dejectedly. Lying on the bed, she silently licked her wounds. Another day passed, and the heavy snow continued. Fights and brawls broke out in various places as people fought over food. Officials have issued a statement urging everyone to remain rational, assuring that the extreme cold will soon pass, and promising to send professional rescue teams to help everyone through this difficult time. But the apocalypse has been going on for several days now. How many people can still believe it? The residents' group chat was still filled with cries of despair, and many people were privately messaging Xiao, hoping to borrow food from him. Xiao chose to ignore all of this. Lu Batian also messaged Xiao privately. He had robbed a supermarket and was not short of food for the time being, but he had his eye on Xiao's safe house and wanted Xiao to move out immediately. Xiao didn't bother to respond. Lu Batian wanted to launch a direct attack, but then thought better of it and decided to wait until he was fully prepared before taking action. Last time in the neighborhood, Lu Batian brought several big men, but they were all beaten down by Xiao. He was even kicked into a limp state by Xiao, leaving him with a real psychological trauma. He was unwilling to directly clash with Xiao until he had found enough help. I'll spare your life for now, but I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Lu Batian clenched his fist and said viciously. Chapter 32 Younger the Simp. Homeowners Group Chat. Oh my god, I really have no food left at home. Please everyone, have mercy and help me out. Natural disasters are merciless, but people are compassionate. We should help each other and overcome difficulties together. Dear residents, please don't worry. I have contacted my son. According to him, the authorities are setting up temporary shelters, and we will be able to take you there in a few days. Food and lodging will not be a problem. Moreover, this disaster will not last long. Please relax and face it with optimism. The moment this voice message was sent, the group chat exploded. Because the person who spoke was Old Lady Wang, whose son was the chief of a police station in the city, her words were highly credible. Sure enough, some homeowners seemed to see a glimmer of hope and started messaging Grandma Wang privately, offering to exchange food for a spot. Xiao looked at it and just sneered inwardly. In her past life, Granny Wang deceived many people, causing them to starve or freeze to death. She was a thoroughly evil person. However, Xiao was too lazy to care. Even if he reminded everyone, no one would believe him, and he would only get scolded. He naturally had no reason to do something so thankless and exhausting. Seeing Old Lady Wang, Xiao couldn't help but think of her daughter-in-law Yan Ruhua, an extremely beautiful woman who was also the head of the city's song and dance troupe. Because she often practiced dancing, her figure was TSK. If I could win it, it would be incredibly awesome. At this moment, Lu Batian spoke up in the group. Before the official shelter is built, I suggest we form a supply collection team and take turns going out to collect supplies. We can't just wait around. Brother Ba is right. What if the temporary shelter can't be built in a few weeks? We'll starve to death. Let's fend for ourselves first. Support. Wow, it's so cold outside, you'll freeze to death if you go out. Fairy. Please, you're men. You're scared by a little bit of cold? Can't you be a little more responsible? I've been starving for days, and no man has brought me food. If this continues, I'm going to post you on social media so all the sisters can see how you're such useless and irresponsible men. Xiao almost laughed out of anger. The young woman who spoke was named Feng Shan. She was a notorious spendthrift in the neighborhood, spending her father's money all the time while constantly criticizing men and talking about independence and self-reliance. It's really something else. Feng Shan continued to ramble on. Family members, who understands? This is an absurd incident. Not a single one of these men stood up to bring me food. I was so angry and cold that tears involuntarily streamed down my face. In the apocalypse, we women are still being oppressed like this. Putting aside the facts, aren't these men at fault? Jihao couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. Idiot, go cool off somewhere else. Feng Shan. You worthless loser, look at your poor and pathetic appearance. It's a disgrace to live in the same neighborhood as you. A passerby said. Hey, upstairs, just a friendly reminder, she bought 4 houses in one go and turned them into safe houses. Now she has plenty to eat and wear and lives 100 times better than you. Feng Shan was stunned. The thought of Jihao having no worries about food and clothing made her feel suffocated and filled her with hatred. That feeling was worse than killing her. Jihao. Fairy Feng, you must be cold and hungry right now. Why don't you come here and let me have some fun? I promise I'll make sure you're well fed and watered afterwards. What do you say? Before Feng Shan could speak, her sycophant Yang couldn't take it anymore and retorted. Jihao, you disgusting thing, you're not allowed to insult my goddess, or I'll never forgive you. Jihao. You actually like this kind of guy? No wonder you're a cuckold. You're awesome. You two are a perfect match. Yang. Damn it, say another word and I'll kill you. Jihao was bored, so he decided to keep Yang company to pass the time. Jihao. I told you, what's wrong with you? You coward, you idiot who can't walk when you see a woman. Your parents worked so hard to raise you, and you go and grovel before women. What's the point of living in this world? You might as well be dead. It has to be said that Jihao has a sharp tongue. He angered brother Yang with just a few words. Yang. I'm coming right now, you just wait, I'll make you pay. Jihao. Fine, we'll wait. Whoever doesn't come is a dog. Yang was furious. He found a hammer in the room, grabbed it, and went out. When he came outside, a cold wind blew in and hit him, freezing him so badly he almost flew to the sky. Hiss! Yang gasped, no longer caring about anything else, and rushed back into the house as fast as he could. He only felt better when he lay in bed and covered himself with a quilt. Now here's the problem. She's already vowed to kill Jihao, but if she doesn't go, won't she be laughed at and even the goddess will look down on her? But if he went outside, he didn't want to experience that bone-chilling cold a second time. Just as I was struggling with this, Feng Shan sent me a message. Brother Yang, I'm so angry. That bastard bullied me like that, you have to help me get revenge. Yang perked up and quickly replied. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Once we break into his safe house, I'll give you all the food inside. Feng Shan. You're so nice. I'll make you my 17th boyfriend. Yang immediately became incredibly excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He put on 2 thick coats, took the hammer, and went out again. The bitter cold struck again, but this time he ignored it, gritted his teeth and endured it, rushing all the way to building number 2. As soon as he got downstairs, he was in trouble again. The elevator had been out of service for a long time, but Jihao's safe house was on the 28th floor, which was very high. In other words, he had to climb the stairs to the 28th floor. Damn it, you win! Yang cursed, but had no choice but to silently start climbing the stairs. After a great deal of effort, Yang finally stood outside the safe house, panting heavily. But looking at the thick blast door, and then at the small hammer in his hand, he suddenly felt like a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Never mind, let's just do it. Yang swung the small iron hammer and slammed it hard against the safety door, making a loud bang. Not a single mark was left on the safety door, but Yang Ji's hand was so numb from the shock that he almost couldn't hold the small iron hammer. Damn it! Yang gritted his teeth in hatred, torn between leaving and staying. Inside the door. My dear wife, come quick, there's a clown outside. Jihao opened the surveillance video and showed it to Fu Hongmei. Fu Hongmei showed little interest. Watch closely, I'm going to give him a good beating, let him know why the flowers are so red. Jihao took out a high-pressure water gun from the mine tower, connected it to the water in the mine tower, then opened the firing port on the safety door and pressed the button on the high-pressure water gun. Outside the door. As Yaan was pondering a solution, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the door was open, which puzzled him. But then, a stream of water shot out and hit him squarely. The next moment, "Oh whoa!" Yaan let out a shrill scream that carried far, far away. Chapter 33 Angry Rebuttal. The biting cold was so intense, it felt like his soul had left his body, making Yaan feel both ecstatic and on the verge of death. He threw away the small hammer and ran away at the fastest speed he had ever seen. If he didn't get back to his lodgings to keep warm, he felt he might die. When he entered the house, Yaan almost burst into tears, regretting his impulsiveness. He should have been fully prepared before taking action, otherwise he wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. Yaan changed his clothes and wrapped himself in a thick quilt, but he couldn't feel half of his body. He was filled with regret and prayed that he wouldn't get sick, otherwise it would be a big problem. After all, getting medicine in the apocalypse is really, really difficult. It's boring, really boring. Xiao shook his head, thinking he could find some fun, but Yaan couldn't handle it, and was done for in no time. Fu Hongmei said from the side, "Let me do it next time. I also need to learn to protect myself in the apocalypse. I can't rely on you for everything." Xiao agreed. "Yes, if I need to go out, like to pick up Sister Peach Blossom and Sister Yaoqin, you can take the lead." Fu Hongmei glanced at him and said quietly, "Come on, don't use Peach Blossoms and Zither as a shield. I think you're more likely to go out and steal some fragrance." Xiao touched his chin, looking embarrassed. Fu Hongmei said, "Why are women so attracted to you, a pretty boy like you?" "How would I know?" Xiao said. "Since we've come out of this, I won't pretend anymore. I'll just bring all the beauties in the neighborhood over here to serve you every day and let you live a blissful life where you don't have to lift a finger." "Get lost, I'd rather serve you." Fu Hongmei gently pushed Xiao, then said with a hopeful look, "But seriously, being the Empress and bullying them every day doesn't seem so bad." Xiao was speechless. When Xiao opened the neighborhood's WeChat group, he saw that Yang was furiously accusing him, saying that once the apocalypse was over, he would call the police to arrest him and send him to jail. The fairy-like Fengshan joined in, the two of them singing in unison, finally urging everyone to unite and break into Jihao's safe house so that everyone could get a share of the food. Lu Batian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to strike at Jihao, and kept making statements to incite public opinion. Seeing everyone's righteous indignation, he cursed inwardly. "They're all idiots. Do you think someone's safe house is so easy to break into? But this is fine too. Let them wear down Jihao's strength, and then he can reap the benefits. Whether it's the safe house or the supplies, they'll all be his. He can be as happy as he wants." He Qiaoqian was a little angry, so she messaged Jihao privately to ask if he had gone back to the neighborhood. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Jihao said he had just returned. After complaining for a while, He Qiaoqian subtly expressed her wish to ask for some food. Jihao made up a random excuse to brush it off. Afterwards, Jihao added Fu Hongmei to the community's residence group. Since he was free anyway, he figured he might as well watch the fun and have some amusement. Some people suggested blocking Jihao's drain pipe downstairs so that he couldn't empty his toilet and the stench would kill him. Some people even suggested letting the neighborhood aunties go outside Jihao's safe house to do square dancing and make a racket. Seeing everyone's idiotic remarks, Fu Hongmei giggled and swayed uncontrollably, even her large breasts bobbing up and down. Wow, this is much more interesting than watching movies or TV series. In the homeowners group chat, Grandma Wang called out to Jihao. Natural disasters are merciless, but people are compassionate. Xiao Ji, you should share the food with everyone to help them get through this difficult time. After the disaster is over, I will report to the organization and award you a prize. Yes, we are all neighbors, we should help each other. I haven't eaten for 2 days, please help me out. Dufong. Since you have food, you should share it with everyone. Don't eat it all by yourself. Old Mrs. Wang. Xiao Ji, I am now on behalf of the organization and I formally order you to hand over the food so that I can distribute it. If you refuse, you will be openly defying the organization, which is illegal and criminal. Jihao retorted in the group chat. Grandma Wang, according to your logic, if I have no woman by my side and am lonely at night and can't sleep, then on behalf of the organization, I officially order you to hand over your beautiful daughter-in-law Yenruhua so that she can sleep with me. If you refuse, you are openly defying the organization, which is illegal and criminal." Old Mrs. Wang was so angry that she didn't say a word for a long time. Fu Hongmei changed her name and shouted in the group, "Well done! When dealing with these beasts who like to play moral blackmail, never show any mercy." Lu Betian, "Who are you upstairs? Why haven't I seen you in the group before?" Fu Hongmei, "I am your mother." Lu Betian, "Damn it, don't let me find out who you are, or you'll be sorry." Dufong, "Brother Ba, don't be angry. Leave this to me, and I will definitely find out the truth for you." Fu Hongmei, "Idiot!" Dufong, exclamation point. Jihao, "You all say I have a lot of supplies, but you've really misunderstood me. The safe house had just been built, and I hadn't even had time to stockpile supplies when the apocalypse came. I had no choice. If you don't believe me, I'll film a video for you to see." Jihao packed the items inside the safe house into the radar tower, then filmed the video and posted it in the group chat. It was completely empty. There were no supplies inside. To convince everyone, Jihao even pointed the camera at himself as proof. The video was filmed in one continuous shot, showing every room, so there was no possibility of moving supplies to another room. Everyone was very disappointed after seeing it, including He Xiaoqian. "Yaan, damn it, all that work for nothing! He doesn't have any supplies at all, damn it!" "Not necessarily, I think there's something wrong with this video. It was filmed in one continuous shot, honey, what could be wrong with that? Although it's empty inside, the walls are decorated quite luxuriously, what a pity. Damn it, you should have said you didn't have any supplies earlier. You made me waste my time." Dufong, "Don't be fooled by him, everyone. He definitely has supplies, he's just hiding them." Jihao, "Say what you will, the innocent will clear themselves. After this operation, at least half of the people who would cause him trouble will be gone, and things will finally be peaceful." Only Xiao Zhaolin found it strange. When she went in last time, there was nothing missing inside. What was going on? At this moment, Jihao sent her a message. The video was recorded in advance before the apocalypse broke out. "Don't tell anyone." Xiao Zhaolin suddenly realized and replied, "I see, but you still need to be careful." Jihao, "Okay, my sweet wife, you can come over any time if you're hungry." Xiao Zhaolin, "Okay, thank you." Jihao, "When I say hungry, I don't just mean physically hungry." Xiao Zhaolin blushed, sent a shy emoji, and replied, "You're so annoying." Jihao, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I miss you so much." Xiao Zhaolin paused for a moment, then replied with 3 words. "Me too." Jihao, "My dear wife, do you know the difference between you and the stars?" Xiao Zhaolin, "What's the difference?" Jihao, "The stars are in the sky, but you are in my heart." Xiao Zhaolin was so aroused that she couldn't resist, feeling as if she had returned to her youth. Chapter 34 Fu Hongmei makes a move. He Xiaoqian had just said goodbye to Xiao Zhaolin when she messaged Jihao privately. He Xiaoqian, "Young Master Ji, I'm really hungry. Can you help me out? I'll do anything you ask." Jihao, "I'll try my best." He Xiaoqian, "Can I move into your safe house?" Jihao, "Not for now." He Xiaoqian was very angry, but she still patiently asked, "Why?" Jihao, "It's like this, my safe house isn't as sturdy as it looks. It's not easy to breach. There are quite a few people targeting me right now. If you move in, and they break in, they might hurt you. How could I bear to do that?" He Xiaoqian was overjoyed and replied happily, "Young Master Ji, have you been learning to play the guitar lately?" Jihao, "No, I don't know how at all." He Xiaoqian, "Then why did you touch my heartstrings?" Jihao remained silent for a while. "This little devil." He Xiaoqian, "Why aren't you saying anything? Is my internet connection stuck? Otherwise, why am I stuck in your mind?" Jihao felt a little flirted with, and wondered if he should put aside the grudges from their past life and give her a taste of sweetness. He Xiaoqian, "Do you remember the medicine I showed you last time? I took it a long time ago, and it's already working. Let me take a video for you." When she sent this message, He Xiaoqian blushed and felt very ashamed. Jihao's eyes lit up, and he became interested. he typed quickly. Okay, hurry up and take the picture. After a while, the video arrived. Jihao opened it, and was immediately shocked. Good heavens! Jihao's eyes widened, feeling a strange excitement. Jihao. Wait a minute, I'll go outside and get you some food. I can't let you go hungry. Xiao. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Jihao waited for half an hour before packing some food, along with flight attendant uniforms, yoga clothes, office lady uniforms, cheongsams, and various colors of glossy stockings, into a black bag before heading to Xiaoqian's residence. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Fu Hongmei to keep an eye on the safe house and, if anyone with ill intentions came, not to hesitate to use their weapons. Fu Hongmei knew he was going outside to steal a kiss, and just rolled her eyes at him. Upon arriving at Xiaoqian's residence, she immediately threw herself into Jihao's arms, feeling both resentful and joyful. She looked much more haggard after just a few days, clearly indicating that she hadn't been doing well lately. Young Master Ji, you haven't seen me for days. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Xiaoqian said, gently pounding Jihao's chest and pouting. Jihao took her small hand and said gently, I love you so much, how could I forget you? Don't overthink it. Here, I brought you some food. As he spoke, he took the food out of the bag and handed it to Xiaoqian. Eat up. Xiaoqian was starving, so she didn't hold back and started wolfing down her food. It was just ordinary bread, but she thought it was as delicious as a delicacy. Eat slowly, I have more here, Jihao said with a smile. Young Master Ji, am I being unladylike? Xiaoqian pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry. Don't say that, it will make me sad. Jihao sighed and pretended to blame himself. It's all my fault. I failed to give you a good life. I will work hard to collect supplies in the future and make sure you are not harmed in any way. Wow, I'm so touched. Xiaoqian hugged Jihao again and said softly, Going out to collect supplies is very dangerous. I don't want you to take risks for me. If something happens, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Jihao cursed inwardly. You little green TBTCH, you're utterly shameless. Xiaoqian said. Instead of going out to collect supplies, I actually have a better way. Not only can I get supplies, but I can also deal with your enemies at the same time. Oh? Jihao said. Tell me about it. Xiaoqian said. For example, if I want to deal with that Yaan, I can message him privately and pretend to want to sleep with him in exchange for food. I can get him to come to my place to make the deal. With my figure and looks, he definitely won't refuse. You can lie in wait in advance and beat him up when he arrives. Wouldn't that be a way to get revenge and steal his food at the same time? It's a win-win situation. Jihao gave a thumbs up and praised. Great idea! Then he shook his head. But forget it. I'd rather suffer myself than let you take the risk. Besides, it would damage your reputation. No, absolutely not. Xiaoqian was deeply moved and kissed Jihao on the cheek, saying, You've been so good to me, I have no way to repay you, I can only. As she spoke, she took off her coat, revealing her alluring curves. Meanwhile, in Building 2, 5 men stealthily climbed the stairs, panting heavily from exhaustion. Not only was it tiring, but it was also very cold. They were the security guards of the community, all strong and healthy, but in front of the wealthy residents of the community, they felt a deep-seated inferiority complex. When the apocalypse arrived, they were not alarmed but delighted. Now, no matter how rich you are, it doesn't matter, everyone starts on the same footing. As long as you occupy Jihao's safe house, you'll have the means to survive in the apocalypse. Then you can get a few beautiful women and live like a god. Humph, let you be arrogant, let you call us losers, we'll still become my playthings, ha ha ha. Upon arriving outside the safe house, the 5 security guards looked distressed. Holy crap! This security door is way too thick. They looked at the small tools in their hands, somewhat helpless. One of the henchmen asked, Boss, what should we do? The leader of the group said, Since we're already here, we can't go back empty-handed. Smash it! The wrenches, iron bars, and other tools were slammed into the safety door, but they didn't even leave a mark. The recoil made their arms go numb. Inside the house, Fu Hongmei shook her head. You little Karomis think you can break into my safe house? You're dreaming. Besides, didn't you check the residence group chat before you came? Brother Young said that the other side had a high-pressure water gun, and you didn't even bring an umbrella. Isn't that just suicide? In fact, they were security guards, so of course they couldn't join the residence group and didn't know about the high-pressure water gun. There was a large bucket of water by the door, which Xiao had deliberately left there. There's a warm fireplace inside, so the water doesn't freeze. Fu Hongmei took out the high-pressure water gun, connected it to the large water bucket, opened the firing port, her eyes full of excitement, and pressed the button. Puff, puff, puff. Outside the door, 5 security guards screamed in pain, shivering from the cold, and quickly disappeared. Fu Hongmei sneered. Fool! It felt really good for my first attempt. Chapter 35 Long-Legged Goddess Yushifu. Jihao returned to the safe house, and Fu Hongmei recounted what had happened with great enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. It was clear she was very excited. After all, she had protected herself. Jihao couldn't help but praise her. Strong women are different, they have guts. Of course, he didn't want his women to be just pretty faces. This was the apocalypse, after all, and being able to protect himself was a huge plus. Fu Hongmei suddenly said, Why do I smell a special scent on you, like milk? Jihao was a little embarrassed and shook his head, saying, You smelled it wrong. Fu Hongmei frowned and rolled her eyes. You're being ridiculous. You don't even spare a breastfeeding woman. Jihao blushed, a rare occurrence for him. I already told you, you smelled it wrong. Fu Hongmei leaned close to Jihao's ear, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and whispered, I've never given birth, tell me, what does it taste like? Jihao fled in panic. He. Fu Hongmei laughed so hard her body trembled, making giggling sounds. Little man, when are we going to have a baby? Fu Hongmei shouted at Jihao's back. In the afternoon, Xiao Yalan sneaked over. Jihao gave her a good meal. After she left, Jihao was bored, so he opened the owner's group chat, wanting to see what new fun things were going on there. Fengshan, that little fairy, is still criticizing men. If anyone dares to talk back, Yang Gu, the ultimate sycophant, will immediately strike and show off his trolling skills. Sometimes Jihao couldn't understand why people would choose to be cowards instead of proper men. Lu Batian is busy with the supplies gathering team, and some people have already chosen to join him, such as Dufong. Grandma Wang continued to ramble on, urging everyone to remain restrained and demanding that everyone hand over their supplies so she could distribute them. To this, Jihao only had one word to say, get lost. Yang Gu. Oh right, I suddenly remembered, isn't there a goddess in the neighborhood named Yushifu? I think she owns a cake shop. Before the apocalypse, surely she wouldn't have sold out of cakes. Oh right, how could I forget about her? It's such a big cake shop, there must be so many cakes there. She definitely can't finish them all by herself. If we could buy her some, she wouldn't have to go hungry. Is the fish goddess here? Goddess, I need your help. Fish goddess, you have a kind heart, please help us. In the group chat, some people were tagging Yushifu like crazy. Yushifu is a well-known, mature, and elegant goddess in the neighborhood. Running a cake shop is just a side business for her. She hires professionals to help her manage it, while she continues to pursue her favorite main job, leg modeling. Yushifu is 176 centimeters tall, slender and tall, especially her incredibly long legs, which are beautifully shaped, well-proportioned and delicate, definitely legs to admire for years. Of all the women Jihao had ever seen, Xiao Qian and Yushifu had the most perfect legs. Once the two women put on black stockings and high heels, their charm was enough to drive any man crazy. Xiao Qian was known as the school's most beautiful legs by her classmates during her university years. Coincidentally, that's what people called Yushifu when she was in college. Fortunately, the two didn't attend the same university, otherwise they would probably have fought tooth and nail for the title of most beautiful legs. Yushifu frequently posts promotional photos of herself wearing stockings, or photos of her beautiful legs in stockings on social media platforms, gradually accumulating millions of followers. Every time a photo is released, it makes many men drool. Her long legs were truly perfect. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. Jihao remembered that in her previous life she was miserable. After distributing the cakes in the cake shop to everyone, there simply weren't enough to go around. Those who didn't get a piece of cake stood up and accused her, saying she must have kept some for herself. Yu Shifu was heartbroken, but had no way to explain herself. Later, several villains broke down her door and demanded that she hand over the cake. Yu Shifu naturally couldn't hand it over, and those men became ruthless, intending to force themselves on her. Yu Shifu refused to comply, and during the argument, she was accidentally stabbed and died on the spot. Even now, Xiao still feels emotional, realizing that sometimes it's not so easy to be a good person. In the neighborhood group chat, Yu Shifu finally appeared after being tagged by everyone. Yu Shifu. I'm sorry, everyone. When the apocalypse broke out, I was outside. It took me a lot of effort to get back to the neighborhood this morning. I almost froze to death on the way. It was so hard for me. Yaan. Goddess, you've worked hard. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Goddess Fish, if I may ask, do you still have cakes left in your cake shop? I'm starving. Fish Goddess, please, I've been starving for 2 days. I'm willing to pay $1,000 for a piece of your cake. Xiao thought to himself. I can't let the tragedy of my past life repeat itself. So he quickly messaged Yu Shifu privately. Xiao. Miss Yu, people's hearts are complicated in the apocalypse. You should think carefully. The cakes in your shop are not enough to go around. When the time comes, those who don't get any will definitely stand up and criticize you. How will you deal with that? Yu Shifu was furious and replied. How can you be like this? It's precisely because it's the end of the world that we need to help each other and get through this difficult time together. If everyone were as selfish as you and only thought about themselves, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Xiao. This is the apocalypse. Humanity has gradually been extinguished, and bloodshed and conflict are happening everywhere. You can't help everyone, instead you'll only get yourself into trouble. Protecting yourself is the best course of action. Yu Shifu. The cake shop is mine. I can give the cakes inside to whomever I want. It's none of your business. Xiao. Fine, I don't care anymore. Do as you please, but if any problems arise later and you need help, I hope you won't come begging to me. Yu Shifu. I will take responsibility for what I do. I would rather die than ask you, a selfish person, for help. Xiao. We don't see eye to eye, so I'll say no more. Good luck. In the group chat. Yaan. Fish Goddess, why aren't you saying anything? Do you still have cakes in your shop? Yu Shifu. There are some, but not many, and they've been expired for a long time. If you eat them, you might get an upset stomach. Yaan. Hey, it's good enough to have something to eat, why worry about it expiring? If we don't eat soon, we'll starve to death. Dufong. Yes, I agree. Fengshan. Jimei, you have the kindest heart, can you share the cake with us? Yu Shifu. How about this, come and line up outside my shop in 15 minutes. I will give each of you a piece of cake. Since the cakes are limited, it will be first come, first served. Yaan. That's great, Goddess Yu is so kind-hearted. Fengshan. Hey sis, why don't you offer door-to-door delivery? I used to get things delivered to my door, but it's so cold outside now, I don't want to go out. Please be a good person and help me out. Xiao. As expected of the little fairy of the neighborhood, she has an air of superiority. That's right. Ignore her. She's just a giant baby. Let her starve to death so she won't keep nagging in the group. It's annoying to watch. Chapter 36 Human Nature. Fengshan. A bunch of losers, do they even dare to point fingers at me? Yaan. Goddess, don't be angry, and don't bother arguing with a bunch of idiots. In my opinion, a man should protect a woman and not let her get hurt. You don't need to go out and freeze. Just stay at home. I'll personally deliver the cake to your door. Xiao. It still has to be you, the #1 turtle man in the universe. Yaan. You dog, just you wait, I'll make you pay sooner or later. Xiao. I can't be bothered to argue with a tortoise. Yu Shifu. See you all in 15 minutes. By the way, you should all know where my cake shop is located, right? It's right across from the east gate of the community. Yes, thank you, Miss Yu. The fish goddess is beautiful inside and out, she truly deserves to be my idol. At this moment, old Lady Wang spoke up, sternly rebuking everyone. None of you are allowed to go. This is looting supplies, which is illegal and will land you in jail. If she had said this at the very beginning of the apocalypse, it might have fooled many people. But now that the apocalypse has been going on for several days and there has been no official rescue, people have gradually stopped believing her. Besides, people are starving to death, so what do they care about going to jail? Sure enough, as soon as Grandma Wang finished speaking, some homeowners started criticizing her. You old hag, didn't you say last time that you could contact the official rescue team? It's been days, and we haven't seen a trace of them. You're a big liar. Don't believe her, everyone. Hey, I'm telling you, you've gone too far. Granny Wang's son is the police chief. How could he lie to us about something like this? If you don't believe her, don't cry later. If she can give me food, I'll trust her, otherwise, get lost. Yes. Damn it, these lowly people dare to mess with me. They've really gone too far. Old Mrs. Wang slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth in anger as she looked at the messages in the residents' group chat. She didn't let everyone go and collect the cake, not to maintain order, but because she was afraid the cake would be snatched up and her family wouldn't have any to eat. The fewer people go to the cake shop, the more cake she can get. Grandma Wang's son is the chief of a police station in the city, but so many days have passed and he has not only not returned, but she has also lost contact with him, so she can only rely on herself. Her family consists of 4 people: herself, her son Su Liji, her husband Uncle Su, and her daughter-in-law Yan Ruhua. Yan Ruhua was feeling unwell and was resting in bed. As for old lady Wang, she couldn't go to the cake shop because of her status. After all, she was a well-known figure in the neighborhood, and no matter how thickly she dressed, she would easily be recognized. Therefore, this task naturally fell to Grandpa Su. Grandma Wang gave him some instructions, asking him to bring back as many cakes as possible. If all else fails, just rob it. As long as he wears thick clothes and covers his face with a mask, people probably won't recognize him because he's practically invisible in the neighborhood. Yu Shifu had arranged to meet everyone 15 minutes later, but before the time arrived, a long queue had already formed outside the cake shop. In these kinds of situations, you have to be there first, never late, otherwise you'll miss out on the cake and have nowhere to cry. A cold wind blew, scraping against their skin like knives, making everyone shiver. It wasn't that they didn't want to go into the cake shop to escape the wind and snow, but it was already packed with people, and there was simply no room left. Xiao, Dufong, and Yaan were also in the crowd, each with a different mindset. Xiao looked around but didn't see Jihao, and didn't know where he had gone. Never mind, I'll try to get one for him. If that doesn't work, I'll just give him mine. Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she recalled the moments she had spent with Jihao during this time. She doesn't know why, but she used to be obsessed with hooking up with rich second-generation heirs, making more money, and improving her life. After all, she rents her house and likes to buy high-end bags and cosmetics, so her living expenses are very high. But ever since she gave her virginity to Jihao, her mindset has changed drastically. She now only wants to be with Jihao and have a proper relationship. It was because he sensed her love that Jihao was conflicted. He wanted to take revenge on her for her actions in his past life, but he also didn't want to lose her, this tall and mature woman. This put Jihao in a very difficult position. Inside the cake shop, Yu Shifu had already started serving cakes. Someone wanted to get a piece for their family, but Yu Shifu refused. The reason she gave was that she couldn't tell whether what people were saying was true or false, and if someone claimed it fraudulently, wouldn't that cause chaos? Miss Yu, can't you be a little more reasonable? My mother is 80 years old. In this freezing weather, are you saying she has to brave the cold to queue up herself? What if something happens to her? Are you going to take responsibility? Exactly. What are they up to? An older woman pointed at Yu Shifu and cursed. She's quite pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so heartless. She didn't even deliver herself to our door, and then she made us come to pick her up in person. When we came, she kept dawdling. If you can't afford to deliver, then don't deliver. Is it fun to play tricks on people? What a piece of trash! Another elderly man said aggressively. Don't you know how to respect the elderly? You braved this heavy snow to come all this way, and you still have to queue up. Queuing is one thing, but you won't even let me get it for my wife. You have to give everyone an explanation for this, or this won't end here. Yu Shifu felt extremely wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was clearly doing a good deed, so why was everyone criticizing her? Can this world ever get any better? Just as she was heartbroken, a young, overweight man weighing 200 pounds spoke up. Miss Yu, don't cry. I will always support you. I will help you solve any difficulties you may have. Yu Shifu was deeply moved. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. In front of everyone, the young fat man fiercely rebuked those people, standing up for Yu Shifu. Yu Shifu felt much better. At this moment, the young fat man approached Yu Shifu and whispered, Miss Yu, I helped you earlier, shouldn't I get a few more slices of cake? Yu Shifu's face froze. The young, fat man grinned lewdly and said, You probably don't have a boyfriend yet, right? What do you think of me? I'm strong and healthy. As long as you sleep with me and let me play with you, I'll protect you and make sure you don't get hurt. How about it? Yu Shifu felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Tears welled up in her eyes again, flowing down like pearls, quickly turning into ice crystals in the extreme cold. Yu Shifu ignored those who criticized her and simply handed out cakes in silence. But as time went on, there wasn't enough cake left. Those at the back of the line panicked and started cutting in line, immediately causing a commotion. What's wrong with you young people? Don't you know that seniors should be given priority? You should all go to the back of the line. Honestly, you don't know anything about respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Grandpa Su started to exert himself, and in one breath he bypassed several young people and went to the front of the line. Chapter 37 Reality teaches us a lesson. Grandpa Su was wearing thick clothes and a mask, and he even deliberately changed his voice so that no one could recognize him. However, his act of cutting in line naturally drew dissatisfaction from everyone. Damn it, I've punched kindergartners and kicked nursing homes, why would I be afraid of an old geezer like you? A strong young man stepped forward and slapped Grandpa Su across the face. Damn it! Grandpa Su was enraged after being hit and rushed over to fight with the young man. During the argument, Mr. Su's mask was accidentally torn off, revealing his face. Someone with sharp eyes recognized him. Damn it, it's actually Old Man Su, the husband of that witch Wang. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh, so the old hag told us not to come, but she wanted to keep the cake all to herself. I'm so angry and cold. It's absolutely outrageous. She's two-faced, saying one thing to your face and doing another behind your back. I even thought she was working for the government, but she's just a beast. Seeing that things were going badly, Grandpa Su didn't care about anything else. He rushed to the counter, grabbed a few pieces of cake, and then ran away. Worried about not getting a slice of cake, others, like Grandpa Su, started grabbing at it, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Yu Shifu panicked and shouted, Stop! Don't grab! What if there's a stampede? Just what I feared most happened. The store was so crowded that an elderly woman was knocked to the ground, which triggered a chain reaction. Several people stepped on her and tripped over her. Screams of agony rose and fell. Even so, the allure of food remained the strongest, and the cake was quickly devoured by everyone. Yu Shifu looked at the horrific scene on the ground and could hardly believe it. She was clearly doing a good deed and should have received everyone's praise, but it turned out like this. The ground was covered in blood, and many people were trampled or even killed. With current medical conditions, there was no possibility of saving them. What should she do if their family comes knocking on her door? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. For the first time, Yu Shifu felt regret. She should have listened to Xiao before, otherwise things wouldn't have turned out like this. Those who arrived late saw that the cake was all gone and cursed their bad luck, but it was impossible for them to have come all this way for nothing, so they set their sights on those who had managed to grab the cake. Hey, you old geezer over there, stop right there and hand over the cake. Little friend, eating too many sweets will cause cavities. You should give them to your uncle. Hey pretty boy, hand over the cake right now. I used to be a big boss in the underworld. If you don't do as I say, believe me, I'll beat you up. A chaotic brawl immediately broke out in the open space outside the cake shop, with a group of people fighting tooth and nail for a cake. It's not enough to just snatch the cake, you also need to have the ability to carry it back. If you get robbed on the way, wouldn't all your efforts be for nothing? Some clever people blocked the stairwell with weapons, making it necessary to search anyone who wanted to go up the stairs, thus preventing the cake from being hidden. Of course, you can also choose to eat the cake beforehand. Unfortunately, due to the extreme cold, the cake had long since frozen solid, like an ice cube, making it not so easy to eat. On the snow, as the chaotic battle broke out, the ground was covered in blood, and several corpses lay on the ground. As for the injured, there were even more. Without access to medication, even a minor injury can sometimes be fatal. But for the sake of food, they had no other choice. Xiao ran fast and was not injured, but even so, she was still terrified. Dufong was robbed and punched in the eye, turning him into a panda. But after a struggle, he managed to escape with the cake. Xiao stood by the window, gazing at the situation in the distance, and thought to himself, "Just as I thought. As the apocalypse deepens, humanity gradually fades away, and such bloody conflicts will become the norm. As for that stupid woman Yushifu, all I can say is that she brought it on herself." When Yushifu spoke in the group chat earlier, Lu Batian and Song Wanqiu were sleeping. They were only awakened by the noise downstairs. After understanding everything, Lu Batian immediately perked up. He opened a hidden compartment in the room, took out a pistol and a crossbow, and rushed downstairs. If it were at the very beginning of the apocalypse, he certainly wouldn't dare to openly kill people in the neighborhood with a gun, lest he be held accountable after the disaster ends. Now that he understands the apocalypse won't end anytime soon, Lu Batian has become bolder. He actually prefers the apocalypse to peacetime. That's his paradise. Lu Batian stood in the open space and shouted at the crowd. "Come on, hand over your cakes. Anyone who dares to keep any, I'll kill him. Lu Batian, who do you think you are? Don't think you're so great just because you've been in the underworld. I'm not someone you can mess with. You're all alone. Do you think you can take on all of us by yourself? Do you have the qualifications?" Lu Batian snorted coldly, raised his pistol, and pulled the trigger sharply. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and everyone was stunned. Good heavens, you actually have a gun? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Lu Batian is a big shot in the underworld, so getting a gun or two wouldn't be difficult for him. In the apocalypse, having a gun means you're the king. Now, am I qualified? Lu Batian's gloomy gaze swept over everyone. No one dared to meet his eyes because he was holding a gun, and his aura was simply too powerful. The scene was completely silent. It's really hard to just hand over the food like this. In the distance, a young man tried to sneak away while Lu Batian wasn't paying attention, but he had only taken 2 steps when Lu Batian fired a shot at him. Bang! The young man was shot in the head and fell to the ground, the cake in his hand stained red with blood, a truly tragic sight. Lu Batian roared, "Anyone who dares to run will suffer the consequences." Then he added, "The sooner you hand over the food, the sooner you can go back and avoid freezing here." In the end, everyone compromised and reluctantly handed the cake to Lu Batian. Inside the cake shop, Yushifu was heartbroken. The corpses were motionless, even though they had been living, breathing people just moments before. In the blink of an eye, they are separated by life and death. Sometimes, human life is really too fragile. "Miss Fish, please save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yushifu, you shameless woman, it's all because of you that I'm so badly injured, you wicked devil." Besides the corpses, there were several other people on the ground who were seriously injured but not dead. They were groaning in pain, and in the current extreme cold, they certainly wouldn't last much longer. Yushifu was at a loss and quickly called out, "Hang in there, I'll go find you medicine and a doctor." "It's no use, don't waste your energy." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, but before he could finish speaking, he painfully closed his eyes and became completely still. Yushifu nudged him, only to find that he was already dead. Wow! Yushifu could no longer hold back. Chapter 38 Condemned by All. Just then, a long-haired woman rushed into the cake shop and was heartbroken when she saw the middle-aged man's body. "Wah, honey, how could you leave me all alone? You promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, but you broke your promise, wah." The long-haired woman held the man's corpse, weeping bitterly. Yu Shifu patted her shoulder and said sadly, "Sister, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. It wasn't your husband who died, of course you can talk so easily," the long-haired woman said angrily. "If you couldn't control the situation, then why did you even hand out cakes? You've caused so many deaths for nothing, you murderer." The words, murderer, pierced Yu Shifu's heart deeply. Her face turned pale and her body felt weak. "What do you mean, you? You caused all of this. Give me back my husband, you bitch!" Overwhelmed with grief, the long-haired woman slapped Yu Shifu across the face. Snap! Yu Shifu was knocked back a step, her face burning with pain. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a goddess in everyone's eyes, and this is the first time she has been beaten. After hitting her husband, the long-haired woman ignored Yu Shifu. She took one last look at her husband before slamming her head against the wall. Yu Shifu tried to stop it, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud crash, the long-haired woman's head was instantly ripped open, and she was on the verge of death. "Husband, we're finally together forever." After a soft murmur, the long-haired woman closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips, and died completely. Yu Shifu felt extremely distressed watching this scene. Then, several more people rushed in, wanting to take their loved ones back. Some of their relatives are dead, while others are still alive but on the verge of death. Without exception, they all vented their anger on Yu Shifu. "You scoundrel! If you can't guarantee everyone's safety, then why are you distributing food? This is simply a crime. You shameless woman, whoever gets involved with you is incredibly unlucky." After they left, Yu Shifu squatted on the ground, feeling as if she had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, in unbearable pain. At this moment, a kind-looking old lady walked in and said gently to Yu Shifu, "Girl, why are you crying so sadly? You can talk to your mother-in-law about what's wrong and let her comfort you." Yu Shifu raised her eyes, feeling a warmth in her heart. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. "It's cold outside, you should go back quickly, otherwise your family will be sad," Yu Shifu said with concern. "It's all right." The old lady waved her hand and went straight to Yu Shifu. Just as Yu Shifu was about to say a few more words of advice, she saw a hint of ruthlessness in the old lady's eyes. She reached out and ripped off the expensive pearl necklace she was wearing. That wasn't all. The old lady grabbed Yu Shifu's coat and, pulling and tugging, forcibly pulled it off. Then, the old lady grabbed her coat and necklace and ran away. His speed was even faster than that of a young person, and he showed no signs of aging at all. "Such an expensive necklace, it'll fetch a lot of money after the disaster is over. We'll make a fortune!" The old lady beamed and quickly disappeared. Wow! Yu Shifu couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. She cried for a while, then shivered from the cold. A wave of sadness washed over her, and she thought she might as well do what that long-haired woman did and just kill herself. But in the end, she didn't have the courage to commit suicide and could only continue living. When I arrived at the cake shop, it was already dark, with a cold wind howling and heavy snow falling. Yu Shifu had only taken a few steps when she turned back. With such strong winds, without her coat, she would surely freeze to death on her way back to the neighborhood. Fortunately, in addition to storage rooms, there was a simple rest room on the second floor of the cake shop, with a bed and blankets, enough for her to manage for one night. She could return to her apartment in the community the next morning. Well, Yu Shifu glanced out the window and sighed repeatedly, filled with regret. She should have listened to Xiao and ignored everything. But she insisted on being a good person, and ended up like this. You could say it's all her own fault. Let's go back half an hour. After breaking through the encirclement, Dufong returned to his residence. As for the cake, he had already hidden it in his coat. When Yaan saw that his eye socket had been punched and he had a black eye, she felt very sorry for him. "Those people are really brutal," Dufong said indignantly. "They're all beasts. Next time I'll have to bring a knife with me." Yaan casually asked, "Did you manage to get the cake?" Dufong shook his head without hesitation. "No." Yaan sighed, thinking to herself that she should ask Xiao for help again next time she went there, otherwise her son would starve. "Let me boil some hot water for you to apply as a compress," Yaan suggested. Dufong nodded. Okay. As soon as Xiao Yalan left the room, he couldn't wait to take out the cake and take a big bite. The cake was frozen solid and hard to bite, but he still ate it with relish. He was just too hungry. Xiao Yalan suddenly realized that although Dufong didn't manage to get a cake, if she saw an acquaintance who did, she could simply borrow it from them, and then she would have something to eat. She was about to return to her room to tell Dufong her idea. But when he arrived at the room door, a quick glance revealed that Dufong was eating cake with his head down. Xiao Yalan was stunned for a moment, then walked to the side, squatted down with her back against the wall, and cried silently, her heart ashen. Dufong is her son, after all. He clearly got the cake, but he lied to her and said he didn't have any. He obviously wanted to keep it all for himself. Even if Dufong had taken out the cake, she wouldn't have eaten it, she would have left it all for him. But being deceived like this was hard for her to accept. Thinking back to every time she went to Jihao's place, she had to try every possible way to secretly bring some food for Dufong without Jihao's knowledge. Although she failed every time, she tried her best and had a clear conscience. But Dufong, as the son, is truly disappointing. Xiao Yalan's eyes were dull and lifeless. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by needles, already riddled with holes. The residents' group chat was already buzzing with excitement. Wang the witch, didn't you forbid everyone from going to the cake shop? Why did you send your husband to pick it up? You have to give everyone an explanation for this. Yes, you call yourself an official, yet you say one thing to people's faces and another behind their backs. You're deliberately making a fool of everyone. You say you can contact the official rescue team, that must be fake too, you're just a quack witch spreading rumors. And you Shifu, you bitch, you killed my son, he was only 20 years old. If you can't control the situation, why are you handing out cakes? This isn't saving people, it's harming them. Hey, you guys are going too far. Miss Yu's intentions were good, but she didn't want this to happen either. Hee, she's just a saint, overflowing with sympathy, which ended up killing people. She's even more despicable than Lu Batian. Everyone went all out, fiercely confronting old lady Wang and Yu Shifu. Yu Shifu remained silent, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Old Mrs. Wang couldn't stand it, and replied angrily in the group. My husband came back from collecting supplies outside. He passed by a cake shop and saw people giving out cakes. What's wrong with him picking one up? Did it bother you? If you dare to slander my innocence again, I'll have my son arrest you. He's the police chief. Jihao. You know your son is the police chief, right? If Lu Batian kills someone in public with a gun, will your son arrest him or not? Chapter 39 The Tragic Story of Xiao Qian. It has to be said that Jihao's probing questions were indeed very powerful, leaving Grandma Wang speechless and unable to reply in the group for a long time. In fact, Jihao had long known that Lu Batian was able to rise to prominence in the underworld because of the support of Wang Laotai's son, Su Liji. The two colluded and committed many evil deeds. Now that Jihao has revealed this in the group chat, it has immediately drawn ridicule. Grandma Wang, I heard that your son and Lu Batian have become sworn brothers. Is that true? It's no secret, everyone's already known about it. Damn it, those two bastards are absolutely despicable, especially Lu Batian. He must pay with his life for murder. Lu Batian. Who the hell are you calling a bastard? Believe me or not, I'll come to your door with a gun and kill your whole family. The person went completely silent. Lu Batian. From now on, anyone who dares to oppose me will have their entire family killed. Dufong. As expected of Brother Ba, you're so domineering. From now on, I'm your little brother. If you tell me to go east, I'll never dare to go west. Jihao. As expected of a quick shooter, you're really awesome. When you were playing with Antli, it was over in less than a minute. Now that Lu Batian has a gun, you're kneeling down immediately. Your main strength is speed. You might as well switch to running the 100 meters. You could easily surpass Bolt and become an Olympic champion. Dufong was clearly furious, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent, and replied in the group. Just a coward who only knows how to hide in the safe house. I'll see how long you can be so arrogant. Lu Batian. Kid, once I break into your safe house, I'll crush your bones one by one. Jihao was quite disdainful. If it weren't for the desire to completely possess Xiao Yalan and Song Wanqiu, he would have killed Dufong and Lu Batian in a heartbeat. After seeing Dufeng's speech, Xiao kept shaking her head and sighing. Lu Batian had caused them so much suffering, yet Dufong was determined to cling to him. She was truly helpless to have such a rebellious son. With Lu Batian backing them up in the group, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su dropped all pretense and joined the fray, criticizing the young people and telling them they should respect the elderly and care for the young, and take the initiative to go out and collect supplies to support them. Fu Hongmei held her phone and chuckled, saying that the two old people were really funny. Seeing her trembling and her chest rising and falling with her movements, Ji Hao couldn't help but sigh. This beautiful woman was truly an exquisite beauty. Just as he was about to hug her and get intimate, He Qiaoqian sent him a message. He Qiaoqian. Young Master Ji, I received a piece of cake earlier. Come over here and let's eat together. Before Ji Hao could reply, she sent another video. The whole world was white, which was extremely stimulating. Upon seeing this, Ji Hao immediately became excited and replied, Okay, I'll be right there. Ji Hao gave Fu Hongmei some instructions and then went out. When he arrived at He Qiaoqian's residence, he was dumbfounded as soon as he entered the door. The woman was dressed in white mourning clothes, with a mourning headscarf on her head. A few strands of hair hung down in front of her forehead. Her eyes were lowered, and her gaze was dull and lifeless. Her fingers were twisting the hem of the mourning clothes, and her knuckles were slightly white from the force. As the saying goes, a woman should be beautiful even in mourning. He Qiaoqian, dressed in white mourning clothes and making this expression, is absolutely stunning. You beast, what are you doing here? You just killed my husband, and now you can't help but try to harm me? He Qiaoqian's face was frosty as she glared at Ji Hao, with tears welling up in her eyes. Ji Hao was dumbfounded and confused. Looking around, he noticed a black and white portrait on the table next to him. The person in the portrait was Dufong. Two pale candles burned, emitting a chilling aura rather than warmth. He Qiaoqian prepared all these things before the apocalypse, wanting to give Ji Hao a surprise, but she has been putting it off until now. However, judging from Ji Hao's expression, the effect was obviously good. You beast, even if I die today, I will never let you succeed, He Qiaoqian said with a sorrowful expression, slamming her head against the wall. Ji Hao rushed over and grabbed her, saying, Madam, why are you so dramatic? Your husband has done so many evil things, he deserves to die. Don't blame me. You're lying, He Qiaoqian retorted angrily. He's a person of good character, you're not allowed to slander him. You don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. Ji Hao took out his phone and opened the video of Dufong raping women. This time, He Qiaoqian was genuinely shocked, not just pretending. She was glad she hadn't gotten too involved with Dufong back then, otherwise if she had also been involved with Dufong, she would have had nowhere to cry. Ji Hao stared into He Qiaoqian's eyes and said, Well, madam, now you should believe that your husband has done many evil deeds, right? He not only preyed on women, but also embezzled company assets. I reported him to the relevant authorities, and as a result, he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Tell me, is that my fault? He Qiaoqian didn't speak, but glanced at the portrait and wept silently. Ji Hao continued, Moreover, your parents are senior executives in the company and were also involved. Who knows how much assets they embezzled? If I were to report them to the relevant authorities, they would be locked up for life. No, please don't, He Qiaoqian cried out anxiously, feeling extremely aggrieved. If you want to save them, it depends on your sincerity. Ji Hao looked He Qiaoqian up and down. Dressed in mourning clothes, she lost some of her allure and charm, but gained a mature charm that made people want to bully her. He Qiaoqian feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Ji Hao didn't answer. Instead, he released He Qiaoqian and said with interest, Madam, didn't you want to commit suicide? What, have you changed your mind? He Qiaoqian lowered her head and said with a deep look in her eyes, How about letting my parents go? I'll give you whatever you want. Ji Hao said, You said it yourself, so I want you. No, absolutely not. He Qiaoqian shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face, and cried out hoarsely, I can't let my husband down. Oh? So you're saying you want to betray your parents? Ji Hao's lips curled into a smug smile as he continued his threat. Why is my life so miserable? He Xiao was heartbroken, her pitiful appearance making one want to hold her in their arms and cherish her. Ji Hao chuckled wickedly. Hee, madam, you don't want to just watch your parents go to jail, do you? He Xiao trembled all over, as if she had lost all her strength. Her upper body slumped onto the table. She stared at the photo in front of her with a dazed look in her eyes, then closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face. Ji Hao took a deep breath, cursing inwardly. Damn it, you little devil, it's definitely their loss that the Oscars didn't give you an award. Chapter 40 Birthday. Much later, Ji Hao licked his lips, feeling as if all the years he had lived had been wasted. The wooden table has a broken leg. It needs to be repaired when there's time, otherwise He Xiao won't be able to unleash her full potential next time, which would be such a pity. Little devil, you're so cute! Ji Hao hugged He Xiao, thinking to himself. Where did you learn all those things? They're amazing! He Xiao's face was still flushed. Her alluring eyes were fixed on Ji Hao as she breathed softly. I love you too. On the bed, the two embraced tightly. After a while, He Xiao said, Oh right, I got a piece of cake earlier, but it was frozen too hard. I'll steam it in a pot for a bit, it'll be ready soon. Wait for me. Ji Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he didn't speak, letting He Xiao get up and go to the kitchen. Not long after, she came over with a piece of cake, broke it in half with her hands, handed it to Ji Hao, and said with a smile, You choose first. Okay. Ji Hao casually picked out a piece and ate it with He Xiao. Wow, it tastes really good. It's just a pity that all the cakes will be discontinued and we'll never be able to eat them again, He Xiao said with a sigh. Ji Hao smiled, saying that he had plenty of food in his Thunder Tower, more than he could eat in several lifetimes. Little imp, shall I show you a magic trick? Ji Hao asked. He Xiao nodded vigorously. Okay. Ji Hao stretched out his hand and waved it gently in front of He Xiao. Then look carefully. I don't have anything in my hand right now. He Xiao said. Yes, there's nothing there. With a flick of his wrist, Ji Hao conjured a birthday cake out of thin air in his palm. The base of the cake read, Happy birthday to my wife Xiao. May you grow younger and more beautiful every day. He Xiao was stunned, her eyes brimming with tears, deeply moved. Even in the apocalypse, Ji Hao still remembered her birthday. This sentiment is more precious than 10,000 taels of gold. My God, my good husband, how did you do that? Overwhelmed with emotion, He Xiao even changed her way of addressing him, no longer calling him young Master Ji, but calling him her good husband. Ji Hao blinked. I'm not telling you, He Xiao said happily. Husband, you are so mysterious and romantic. Then she said with a hint of resentment, But I'm 3 years older than you. You won't mind that I'm too old, will you? How could that be? I just love your mature and sophisticated aura. Ji Hao wasn't joking. Every time He Xiao wore a flight attendant uniform or an office lady uniform, he felt a special urge. After lighting the candles, He Xiao closed her eyes and made a wish, and then the two began to eat the birthday cake. Ji Hao suddenly stared at her chest and smiled slightly, saying, It would be nice to have milk with cake. He Xiao blushed, lowered her head, and looked shy. Leaving He Xiao's house and walking in the wind and snow, Ji Hao did not feel cold. After becoming a superhuman, his physical abilities have been greatly enhanced, so this low temperature is nothing to him. I just don't know if there are any other superhumans in the world besides him. Anyway, he had never seen or heard of it in his previous life. Of course, it's also possible that he only lived for less than a month in his previous life, so his experience was limited. If in this life there is another lucky person who awakens superpowers like him, what kind of sparks will fly when they meet again? Ji Hao shook his head, ignoring these questions, and went straight back to the safe house. Fu Hongmei was reading a Korean comic that Ji Hao had recommended to her, and the more she read, the more she liked the mature female protagonist, Kim Myung. Then she thought of Xiao. That woman looked exactly like Jean Meiting. Not only were their figures and looks similar, but their temperaments were also similar. Next time Xiao comes over, I'll definitely make her and Ji Hao put on a show, hee. Ji Hao didn't disturb Fu Hongmei. He took off his clothes, jumped into the small swimming pool in the hall, soaked for a while, and then took out his phone to send a private message to Yu Shifu. Jihao. Miss you, how do you feel after a day? Yu Shifu. Aren't you very smug right now? Jihao. What do you mean? Yu Shifu. You advised me not to meddle in other people's business, but I insisted on being a nice guy, and now I've become a rat crossing the street. You must be very happy. Jihao. No. Yu Shifu. You're the kind of person who says one thing but means another. Jihao. Okay, if you say so, then so be it. Yu Shifu. See, you still say you didn't have it. Jihao was speechless. Sure enough, you can't reason with women. Sometimes they have no logic. Yu Shifu. You messaged me privately. Are you trying to show off your precognitive abilities in front of me? Having learned from experience this time, Jihao replied directly. Yes, whatever you say is right. Yu Shifu. I knew it. Jihao. How are you doing now? Yu Shifu. What else can I do? I'm stuck in the second-floor lounge of the cake shop, feeling cold and hungry. Jihao. Seeing you in such a sorry state makes me feel relieved, hee. Yu Shifu seemed very angry and quickly replied. Can't you speak human language? Jihao. Why don't you move into my safe house? There's plenty of food inside, including seafood feasts, steaks, and pizzas. There's also heating and hot water, so you can take a comfortable hot shower. Yu Shifu. You're lying. It's minus 60 degrees Celsius now. Even if you built a safe house in advance, with your limited resources, how good can it be? Jihao. You don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. He took a few pictures with his phone and sent them over. Yu Shifu's eyes widened immediately upon seeing this. The safe house was luxuriously decorated, even more upscale than a 5-star hotel, with a fireplace burning brightly and radiating amazing heat. As Jihao had predicted, a seafood feast, steak, and pizza were laid out on the table. Yu Shifu felt indignant. I've fallen to this state, with nothing to eat and no heater to keep warm, while you live in a safe house and eat and drink well. This world is so unfair. But then she realized that it was just a picture, and who knew if it was real or fake? Yu Shifu. Your pictures are photoshopped. The reality isn't that good, is it? Jihao. Women, they're all just long-haired but short-sighted. Yu Shifu. What did you say? Jihao made a video call directly. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Shifu answered the call. Fish goddess, hello there. Long time no see, you look much more haggard. Jihao, soaking in the pool, held up his phone and greeted her warmly. Although Yu Shifu did look haggard, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, with delicate features, fair and smooth skin, and a cascading head of hair. What's most amazing is her figure. At 176 centimeters tall, she looks graceful, tall, and sexy. With full breasts and hips, and a slender, supple waist that seems boneless, her incredibly long legs stand out as a professional leg model. They are well proportioned, long, and have beautiful lines, truly deserving of the titles of Number 1 Beautiful Legs and Goddess of Black Stockings. Jihao clicked his tongue in admiration. The number 1 goddess in the neighborhood truly lived up to her reputation. She was indeed the best of the best, a rare beauty among beauties. Chapter 41 Arrogance. In contrast to Yu Shifu's haggard appearance, Jihao was leisurely soaking in the pool, looking radiant. The pool was steaming, clearly indicating that it was filled with hot water. Now Yu Shifu finally believed that all the pictures Jihao had sent her were real. This is unbelievable. This safe house is amazing. Jihao was very satisfied with Yu Shifu's expression and said with a smile, See, I didn't lie to you. Yu Shifu took a deep breath and asked bluntly, How can I move in? Great! Jihao stared at Yu Shifu's stunning face and said, It's simple, be my woman. Yu Shifu shook her head and said firmly, Impossible! Jihao raised an eyebrow. So there's nothing to talk about? Yu Shifu said, I don't know how you got your safe house, but I clearly remember that you were a celebrity in the neighborhood. Your parents died in a car accident, and the driver who caused the accident gave you an apartment in Building 3. I also heard that you worked as a waitress at a hotel, and your monthly salary was only... Jihao replied, Only 3,000. Yes. Yu Shifu raised her chin and said arrogantly, As the only loser in this upscale neighborhood, do you think you're good enough for me? Jihao grinned and said, Is there even a need to ask that question? Of course you deserve it. Yu Shifu snorted coldly and said with considerable displeasure. People should know their own limitations. Ji Hao's face turned cold, and he said without any politeness. You're right. People should know their place. This is the apocalypse. Don't think I'll be your lapdog like other men. Look at yourself. What do you have besides a good-looking face? Do you have food? Do you have weapons? Do you have a safe house? Believe me, I'll rush to your place right now and rape you. You can only watch helplessly. Yu Shifu trembled with rage and shouted. You're utterly unreasonable. Ji Hao casually asked, with one hand resting on the edge of the pool. Didn't you want to move in? Then tell me, what can you bring me? I can give you money, 10,000 a day. Yu Shifu said coldly. Your monthly salary is only 3,000, and now you can earn more in a day than you can earn in 3 months. You should be grateful. Heh, it's the apocalypse, you don't actually think money is still useful, do you? Ji Hao almost laughed until tears streamed down his face, and said disdainfully. Why don't you take the money out and try spending it, see if you can buy food and weapons? Yu Shifu had lost her patience, and her tone became harsher. So what exactly do you want? Didn't I tell you? As long as you become my woman, I'll protect your safety and make sure you eat well every day. Ji Hao's lips curled up slightly. Actually, I'm a pretty good person. Not only am I handsome, but I also have a nice 8-pack. I'm sure I can satisfy you. As he spoke, Ji Hao stood up slightly from the pool and pointed his phone camera at his chest. Yu Shifu blushed. Ji Hao does indeed have 8-pack abs, giving her a masculine feel and making her look very powerful. She felt that if Ji Hao became a gigolo, those rich women would go crazy. How is it? Not bad, right? Ji Hao said with a wicked smile. It's just SOSO. Yu Shifu said something she didn't mean. In fact, these were the most beautiful abs she had ever seen, without a single flaw. She truly couldn't believe that Ji Hao, with his refined and gentle appearance, possessed such outstanding physical abilities, leaving even someone as arrogant as her speechless. Ji Hao said, half jokingly and half seriously. You've seen my chest, so I have to see yours too. It's about gender equality. Yu Shifu rolled her eyes wildly. Ji Hao suddenly said, I'll show you a treasure, but don't be surprised. Yu Shifu asked curiously, What treasure? This treasure is... As he spoke, Ji Hao stood up from the pool, completely naked. Ah! Yu Shifu let out a piercing scream, so startled she almost threw her phone away. That's outrageous. That guy is absolutely despicable. How could he? Yu Shifu blushed deeply with embarrassment. The scene she had just witnessed had left her deeply shocked, and she was still unable to calm down. She calmed herself down slightly, and then ended the video call. Ji Hao was very dissatisfied. Why did this woman suddenly run away? He had no choice but to send a message to Yu Shifu. Ji Hao. Goddess Yu, what's wrong? We were having a pleasant conversation, why don't you continue? Yu Shifu thought to herself. You dog of a man, why don't you continue? Don't you know? After that, no matter how many messages Ji Hao sent, Yu Shifu ignored him. Ji Hao was quite helpless, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be a sycophant. Since Yu Shifu was unwilling, he would try to seduce someone else. There were plenty of beautiful women in the neighborhood anyway. Ji Hao thought for a moment, opened the owner's group, clicked on Song Wanchio's profile, and sent her a private message. Ji Hao was determined to have this voluptuous mature woman. Moreover, because she was a yoga teacher and had practiced yoga for many years, her curves were simply off the charts. In addition, she was Liu Beixian's wife, which made Ji Hao even more interested. It's fair to say that if it weren't for wanting Song Wanchio and giving Liu Beixian a huge cuckold's horn, making him experience the most tragic pain in the world, Ji Hao would have rushed to Liu Beixian's door long ago and killed him. Why would he have kept him alive until now? According to Ji Hao's plan, if he didn't want Song Wanchio to form a bond with him because he killed Liu Beixian, he could only sow discord between the two of them first. Only in this way could he completely subdue this mature woman and unlock more positions. After thinking everything through, Ji Hao sent Song Wanchio a message. Madam, are you asleep? I can't sleep because I miss you. Every time I close my eyes, all I can think about is you. Do you have magic powers that make me like you more and more? Song Wanchio was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. When she saw Jihao's message, she felt completely bewildered. Song Wanqiu. Why did you message me privately? Aren't you afraid my husband will cause you trouble? Jihao. If I could win your heart, it would be worth it even if your husband beat me to death. Song Wanqiu. You young people just love sweet talk. You don't say many things that are true. Jihao. Madam, aren't you young too? You're in your prime at 30. Song Wanqiu was very happy to hear this, but on the surface she said, Who said I'm only 30 years old? I'm clearly 38. Jihao. Wow, I can't tell at all. You've taken such good care of yourself, madam. Plus, you practice yoga all the time. You have such a big bust and a big butt. It's a blessing that Lu Batian was able to marry you. Mentioning Lu Batian, Song Wanqiu became somewhat saddened and remained silent for a long time. Jihao. Madam, what's wrong? Did Lu Batian bully you? How about I teach him a lesson for you? Song Wanqiu. With your small frame, you only dare to cower in the safe house. What can you do to teach him a lesson? Jihao sent a smiley face emoji and quickly replied. There are many ways to teach a lesson. For example, you could sleep with me, cuckold Lu Batian, record a video, and send it to him. I think he'll be furious. Song Wanqiu was so angry she laughed. Chapter 42 Teasing. Song Wanqiu. After all that talk, all you want is to have me, you pervert. Jihao. Madam, you are a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm. Any man who glances at you would be unable to resist your allure and would want to force himself on you. According to your logic, does that mean all men in the world are lecherous wolves? Song Wanqiu's heart raced, feeling a sense of being flirted with. Although the other person's words were vulgar, they gave her a different feeling, much more interesting than that clueless eunuch Lu Batian. Song Wanqiu. I have a husband. If you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. Jihao. I bet Lu Batian didn't sleep in the same room as you, right? Song Wanqiu was somewhat surprised and typed quickly. How did you know? Jihao. I'm a man too, so of course I understand men's pride. Last time in the neighborhood, he and some others surrounded me, but I beat him up and even kicked him so badly he became a eunuch. If he wanted to sleep with you, but couldn't give it to you, wouldn't he feel ashamed? Rather than that, it's more convenient to find some excuse to sleep in separate rooms. Am I right? Song Wanqiu was taken aback, but then she understood. No wonder Lu Batian had been acting strangely lately. He had become a eunuch. Jihao. Madam, you are still in the prime of your youth. Why waste your precious time with Lu Batian? Why not come into my arms? I have plenty of food, heating, hot water, and hot showers. I guarantee your life will be no different from before the apocalypse. Think about it. After sending the message, Jihao took several pictures and a video, and sent them all to Song Wanqiu. After reading it, Song Wanqiu was shocked. This is too good a life. Jihao. Lu Batian is a coward, but I'm not. Come on, let me show you what a real man is. Jihao got out of the pool, took a selfie without clothes on, and sent it to the pool. Song Wanqiu blushed and her heart raced. 8-pack abs and... OMG. Jihao. Madam, how is it? Isn't he much better than Lu Batian? I don't even give that good-for-nothing a second glance. Song Wanqiu. He's still my husband, you're not allowed to talk about him like that. Jihao. Leave Lu Batian. He's not your husband. I am. I'm the one who had physical intimacy with you. Song Wanqiu was so angry that her chest heaved. She sent a voice message and angrily rebuked. Get out! Who has ever had any physical intimacy with you? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Jihao. Have you forgotten that before the apocalypse, I used a special acupressure technique to help you stay young forever? During that time, we had quite a bit of contact, which could be considered physical intimacy. Song Wanqiu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her head buzzing. She thought of a possibility, an incredibly terrifying possibility. Her hand holding the phone trembled as she sent a voice message. You are a celestial master? Jihao. Haha, not bad. Upon receiving the accurate answer, Song Wanqiu was both angry and furious. You've deceived us, husband and wife, so much. Jihao. To be honest, I have to thank your husband, because most of the money I used to build the safe house and stockpile supplies came from him. Without him, I would never have the good life I have now. Song Wonchyo was so angry she could have teeth itched. This villain got the benefit and was still acting innocent. It was really too much. Song Wonchyo. What about those lightning bolts, and how did you conjure up medicine and blood out of thin air? How did you do that? Xiao. Want to know? Send me a voice message saying good brother, and I'll tell you. Song Wonchyo. Get out. She then exited the private chat window and stopped responding to Xiao. But for some reason, I was really curious and couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned in bed. After hesitating for a moment, Song Wonchyo reopened the chat window, suppressed her embarrassment, called out, "Good brother," and sent the voice message to Xiao. Hearing her soft, tingling voice, Xiao almost got aroused. Holy crap, that's absolutely amazing. Song Wonchyo. I've already shouted, tell me quickly, how did you do it? Xiao. It's very simple. I just learned a few magic tricks online. It's your fault and Liu Beishan's fault for not paying attention and letting me fool you. Whose fault is it? Song Wonchyo felt an urge to vomit blood. With just a few magic tricks, he completely fooled her and Liu Batian. That was worth hundreds of millions. Now that Xiao has turned it into a safe house and stockpiled a large amount of supplies, it's a huge loss for them. At the time, Liu Batian asked Xiao if the apocalypse was really coming, but Xiao lied and said it was a rumor, which caused the couple to miss the best time to stock up, which was really despicable. Song Wonchyo did not intend to tell Liu Batian about this matter. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would definitely be furious. Xiao. Madam, the money hasn't really disappeared. It's just changed its form and is with you. As long as you live in my safe house, you can be with it day and night. So the money is still yours. Don't be sad about it. Song Wonchyo. Go to hell. Xiao. Last time when I used acupressure to press various acupoints on your body, I accidentally pressed the camera button on my phone. I've kept the video, so I'll send it to you to see. Xiao found the video and sent it over. When Song Wonchyo saw this, she blushed deeply with embarrassment. She hadn't been wearing anything at the time. Xiao. Tell me, what would happen if I gave the video to Liu Batian? Song Wonchyo panicked and sent a voice message. Please don't. Xiao. If you want me to keep it a secret, that's not impossible. Song Wonchyo. What exactly do you want? Xiao. Long time no see, I miss you. It's a pity I can't see you in person. I can only look at your photos. Why don't you take some sexy photos and send them to me? Wear black stockings and sexy lingerie. Don't just give me a perfunctory answer. Enraged, Song Wonchyo shouted in a voice message. You villain, you're dreaming. Xiao. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to know our secret, would you? Song Wonchyo was silent for a moment, then sent 3 words. You win. Xiao. Remember to shoot sexy shots. Anyway, Liu Batian didn't share a room with you, so you can lock the door and take your time shooting. I'm not in a hurry, we can wait. The photos were sent shortly afterward. Xiao immediately became excited upon seeing this. In the photo, Song Wonchyo is wearing a semi-transparent purple lace nightgown, paired with a black openwork bra and high-end black suspender stockings, revealing her devilish figure, with a curvaceous and voluptuous body. Because of the cold weather, she was in a hurry to take the photos, but the final product was good and eye-catching. Xiao silently saved the photo and sent a voice message. Not bad, but there are still many areas for improvement. For example, pull the clothes down a bit, or the camera angle could be like this, like that, or like this, you know what I mean? Song Wonchyo was furious, but she had no choice but to do as she was told. Chapter 43. A little punch to your chest. When Song Wonchyo sent the pictures again, Xiao became even more excited. This time, the scale was much larger than before, leaving Xiao staring blankly. I must say, women who practice yoga regularly are truly different. Their figures are absolutely perfect, with curves in all the right places. If I could have a deep conversation with one of them, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Xiao saved the picture. There's no such thing as a one-time thing. It's either 0 times or countless times. This time Song Wonchyo compromised, so next time they can continue to threaten her and make her post even more explicit content. Sooner or later, Liu Batian will be cuckolded. Just thinking about it is exciting. late at night. Xiao couldn't sleep, so he picked up his phone to see if there was anything funny going on in the residents' group chat. There were fewer people at night compared to the daytime, but there were still some. Several homeowners were criticizing Yushifu, saying extremely rude things. Damn it, the cake they sent was too small, just one piece, it was gone in a few bites. You're lucky you managed to bring the cake back. Those who went to the back all got robbed by Lu Batian. It's all that bitch Yushifu's fault. If she hadn't handed out the cake, my wife wouldn't have died. Do you think she might have secretly kept the cake? I remember there was a lounge on the second floor of the cake shop. Nobody went up there back then. Maybe she hid the cake there. Yes, since she was willing to share the cake with others, there must be more left. Hey bro, come with me to take a look. Okay, I'll go with you. Yushifu was still awake and was reading the chat in the group. When she learned that someone was coming to her door, she immediately became furious. Yushifu, you've gone too far. I was trying to help you out of kindness, and you repay kindness with enmity. You saintly woman, you've killed so many people and you still have the nerve to talk about helping? You're clearly committing atrocities. Exactly. A foolish woman like you, who has never experienced the harsh realities of society, does everything based on assumptions. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, let me show you what the wickedness of the human heart is. Yushifu was furious, unable to understand why her good intentions had backfired. Xiao sent a message. Miss you, what I said before still stands. As long as you become my woman, I will protect you and give you food. Now the other party is coming to find you. I just hope you are in your apartment in the complex and not in the lounge on the second floor of the convenience store. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Think about it yourself. Yushifu panicked, but still replied without any politeness. You are no different from them, you wicked opportunist. Xiao, say what you want. A moment later, the two young men braved the wind and snow to arrive outside the shop, rushed up to the second floor, and began banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the lounge was sturdy enough that the two men did not immediately break it open. One of the men, who had an earring, shouted inside. Miss Fish, as long as you hand over the food, we promise not to harm you. Yushifu said in a cold voice. Get out of here! The man with the earring laughed loudly. I wasn't even sure if she was inside, but I just tried to trick her, and she opened her mouth. What an idiot! Another red-haired man grinned maliciously. She's the most beautiful woman in the neighborhood. We've hit the jackpot. Not only will we get food, but we'll also have some fun. Hee hee. As they spoke, the two pounded on the door even harder. Yushifu desperately held the door shut, her heart sinking to the bottom. With no other choice, she contacted Xiao. How about you help me this time? I'll give you 100,000. Xiao. I've already said it, this is the apocalypse, money is like trash, it's completely useless. Yushifu. So what exactly do you want? Xiao. Still the same condition, be my woman. Yushifu. Impossible, change your condition. Xiao. How about this, let's compromise. You have such long legs, let me have a go at it while you're wearing black stockings, is that alright? Yushifu was filled with shame and anger, but the banging on the door grew louder and louder. If the person outside rushed in, hellish torment awaited her. Rather than doing that, I might as well agree to Xiao's request. Yushifu quickly replied. Okay, I promise you. Come to the cake shop right now. I'm on the second floor. Xiao. Okay, I'll be right there. He got dressed, went out the door, and headed straight for the cake shop. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, the door was smashed open. The man with the earring and the red-haired man barged in, looking at Yushifu with lewd expressions. Even though this woman was wearing thick clothes, her stunning figure was still undeniable, especially her incredibly long, shapely, and straight legs that would make anyone swoon. The man with the earring stared at Yushifu's long legs, his eyes shining. Beautiful lady, don't worry, I'll be gentle with you later. Yushifu was in a panic, her beautiful face strained of color. As she backed away, she shouted angrily in a trembling voice. Get out of here, don't come any closer. Red Hair's face revealed a lewd look, and he said excitedly. Go ahead and scream, no one can save you even if you scream your lungs out. The man with the earring pointed to his chest and said with great interest, "Come on, punch me in the chest with your little fists. One punch and blood will flow freely. Haha, come on, kill me already. I want to be punched by your little fists, ah." Pfft. Before the man with the earring could finish speaking, a fist suddenly slammed into his chest from the side, causing it to cave in and blood to spurt out. "You like being punched in the chest with little fists, right? I'll grant your wish." Xiao shook his head at the man with the earring, then looked at Yu Shifu and grinned. "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let anyone bully you." Yu Shifu felt a strange sense of peace. Red Hair gripped the fruit knife tightly and roared, "Kid, what kind of skill is it to ambush someone? Come on, let's face each other and see how it goes." "Idiot!" Xiao kicked the red-haired man to the ground, snatched the fruit knife from his hand, and stabbed him in the heart. At this point, both of them had been dealt with by Xiao. Yu Shifu was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Xiao to be so skilled, given his seemingly refined appearance. "Thank you, I owe you a favor." Yu Shifu rarely expressed her gratitude. Xiao waved his hand. "No need to thank me, just remember what you promised me." Yu Shifu hesitated, then said, Can I make it up to you in another way?" "You mean you want to go back on your word?" Xiao glanced coldly at Yu Shifu, exuding a powerful aura. Yu Shifu was so frightened that she took a step back. That one glance made her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss, and her soul was trembling. She couldn't understand why Xiao, who was just a loser, would look at her like that. In the end, Yu Shifu said nothing, which was taken as tacit agreement and consent to what had been done before. Xiao escorted Yu Shifu back to her residence, staring at her incredibly long and beautiful legs, and said, "Come on, put on your black stockings." Yu Shifu suppressed her shame and changed into a pair of high-end, glossy black stockings with lace trim. Because of the cold, she covered her legs with a blanket. "It's a deal, you can only touch, no other things, or I won't let you off the hook." Yu Shifu glared at Xiao, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. "Don't worry, I understand." Xiao stretched out his hand and let out a cackling laugh. Chapter 44 Joy. After Xiao left, Yu Shifu's face turned bright red, and she cursed him 1,000 times in her heart. "That scoundrel is utterly shameless." Yu Shifu buried her face in the blanket, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Back in the safe house, Xiao held Fu Hongmei in his arms and they slept soundly. The next morning, Yu Shifu was very hungry and searched the whole house, but there was nothing to eat. She suddenly had a bright idea. Xiao's safe house had plenty of food, so why not borrow some from him? But when she picked up her phone, she hesitated. After agonizing for a long time, and with her stomach getting hungrier and hungrier, Yu Shifu had no choice but to contact Xiao. "Yu Shifu, I'm hungry, bring me some food." Xiao almost laughed in anger and replied, "I'm no one to you, I have no obligation to do so." "Yu Shifu, you took advantage of me so much last night, you should compensate me." "Xiao, let's keep things separate. That was my reward for saving you." "Yu Shifu, you said you'd only touch my legs, but your hands are getting restless." "Xiao, life is bound to have unexpected events." "Yu Shifu, I don't care, you have to give me an explanation." "Xiao, how about this, let's make a deal. You take a few close-up photos of yourself in shiny black stockings, and if I'm satisfied I'll give you food." Yu Shifu remained silent for a moment before replying, "Okay." "Xiao, I want it filmed on the spot. Don't try to fool me with old footage." "Yu Shifu, okay." Xiao's eyes lit up when the picture was sent. Yu Shifu is a professional leg model. She is very experienced in this area because she often takes photos of beautiful legs and stockings, as well as promotional photos. Every single picture is stunningly beautiful, making it impossible for anyone to resist taking a second look. Moreover, she not only photographed black stockings, but also garter stockings, gray stockings, and white stockings, showcasing the charm of her long, beautiful legs to the fullest. Xiao was very satisfied. He saved the picture and sent her a message. "The picture is nice. Here are 2 packs of instant noodles for you." Yu Shifu was furious. "Didn't you have a seafood feast in your safe house? Why did you only give me 2 packs of instant noodles? You're so stingy." Xiao retorted, Didn't you also have a seafood feast? Why are you only showing me a few pictures of stockings? You're so stingy. You Shifu. Don't you dare mimic my speech. Jihao. If you don't want it, you won't even get 2 packs of instant noodles. You Shifu. You win. In the end, Jihao went to Yu Shifu's house in person, hoping to get in and see if he could find an opportunity to make a move. However, the woman told him to leave the instant noodles at the door and didn't let him in at all. To this, Jihao could only say 3 words, "You win." Just as he returned to the safe house, his phone rang again. It was Xiao Yalan calling, asking if Jihao had time now, as she wanted to come over. Jihao immediately replied that there was plenty of time. Xiao Yalan responded with an mm. Upon entering the safe house, Xiao Yalan took off her coat, revealing a short printed cheongsam underneath, showcasing her stunning figure with its curves. Fu Hongmei sat to the side, carefully observing Xiao Yalan. She thought she really looked like Kim Myung from a Korean comic. She also had long, flowing hair, delicate features, and a proud bust and hips. In particular, her mature womanly aura was like a ripe pomegranate, charming and alluring. If I don't do something to Xiao Yalan later, wouldn't it be a waste to have read that comic? When Xiao Yalan saw Fu Hongmei looking at her strangely, she felt inexplicably nervous. Had she done something wrong, and was this empress going to make things difficult for her? Xiao Yalan shook her head, no longer thinking about it. She went to Jihao's side, had a simple meal with him, and then said bluntly, "Xiao Hao, I want to ask you for a favor." Jihao asked, "Is it about Dufong?" Xiao Yalan nodded. "Yes." Jihao said, "Let me guess, you want him to move in, right?" Xiao Yalan looked at her with resentment and sighed. "I've mentioned it to you 3 times already, and you've refused every time. But he is my son after all, how can I really ignore him? As long as you let him move in, I can make him change any of his shortcomings, and I can even make him call you Dad." Jihao snorted and sneered. "Have you thought about this? Dufong is now working with Lu Batian. If he really gets in, he could secretly open the security door, let Lu Batian in, and then wipe us all out. Can you bear the consequences?" Xiao Yalan trembled, tears welling in her eyes, and shook her head desperately. "No, he would never do that." Jihao interrupted her, saying, "You know your son better than I do. I advise you to give up on him as soon as possible and move into my safe house, so you don't suffer outside for nothing." Xiao Yalan lowered her head, looking dejected. Jihao continued, "You have to be careful of your son. That beast is capable of anything. If anything happens, contact me as soon as possible, understand?" Xiao Yalan said with a sense of helplessness, "You and he have a long-standing grudge. It would be great if you could resolve your conflict. Forget about these unhappy things, let's go for a swim in the pool and relax." Jihao smiled broadly. Xiao Yalan hummed in agreement. She had been under a lot of pressure lately, and had lost a lot of weight. She really needed to relax. Fu Hongmei walked over, took Xiao Yalan's hand, and said in a gentle voice, "Yalan, come on, let's go to my room. I have a few sets of sexy lingerie in my collection. They're brand new and have never been worn before. They'll suit you perfectly." After spending this time together, the two had developed a very good relationship, so Xiao Yalan naturally wouldn't refuse. As soon as Xiao Yalan entered Fu Hongmei's room, she smelled a special scent, faint and pleasant. She didn't know that it was called aphrodisiac, which Fu Hongmei had specifically asked for from Jihao. Fu Hongmei took out several sets of underwear from the wardrobe and had Xiao Yalan try them on. Looking at the thin fabric, which seemed almost invisible, Xiao Yalan blushed and her heart pounded. She picked up her underwear and was about to go to the bathroom when Fu Hongmei stopped her. "We're all women, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just change here," Fu Hongmei said with a smile. Although Xiao Yalan was shy, she did not refuse. She took off her clothes and casually changed into a set of purple lace underwear with floral trim. The room is heated, making it warm and cozy, so there's no need to worry about the cold, which is great. After changing, Xiao Yalan looked at herself in the mirror. The woman inside was an extremely attractive mature woman with a stunning appearance and an amazing figure. Xiao Yalan was overjoyed. Although she was not young, she was absolutely proud to have such a figure and looks. "So beautiful!" Fu Hongmei exclaimed from the side. "Thank you." As soon as she said those two words, Xiao Yalan's face flushed for some reason. Fu Hongmei hugged Xiao Yalan, blew hot breath on her face, and said in a seductive voice, "Yalan, let me introduce you to a comic book. I'm sure you'll like it." Chapter 45 Worse Than Animals. An hour later, Xiao Yalan fled in panic. She had originally been thinking about finding an opportunity to secretly bring some food back to Dufong, but now she couldn't care less about anything else. Back at their residence, as soon as Xiao Yalan opened the door, Dufong immediately came to greet her, eagerly asking, "So, did he agree?" Xiao Yalan shook her head. Dufong was furious and pointed at Xiao Yalan's nose, cursing, "It must be because you were worried that I would disturb your time together that you wouldn't let me stay. How heartless of you!" Xiao Yalan hurriedly explained, "No, that's not how it is." "Enough, I don't want to hear it." Dufong interrupted Xiao Yalan, a hint of resentment surfacing in the depths of his eyes, and asked again, "Where's the food? Don't tell me you didn't even get any food." Xiao Yalan hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. "Fine, you've been there so many times, always eating and drinking your fill, yet you wouldn't even bring me any food. Do you even consider me your son? Or are you being provoked by that beast and want to disown me as your son?" Dufong questioned coldly. Xiao Yalan was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. She shook her head desperately, saying, "I really tried my best. You know your relationship isn't good. Why don't you say a few nice words to him and apologize? I'll try to persuade him again, and you'll definitely be able to move in." Dufong clenched his fists, furious, and said hatefully, "You want me to grovel and apologize to him? No way." Then he added, "Lu Batian is the only person we can rely on. He has guns and is the real overlord of the neighborhood. As long as you become his woman and take your relationship to the next level, you will definitely live a good life in the future. As for that beast Xiao, once Lu Batian's team is assembled, the first thing he will do is break into his safe house and crush his bones one by one. So, I don't need to say more about how to choose, right?" Xiao Yalan was heartbroken and said with a bitter expression, "I would rather die than sleep with Lu Batian. Also, Xiao Feng, please don't get involved with Lu Batian. It won't do you any good." Dufong asked, "Then tell me how I can get food." Xiao Yalan lowered her head and remained silent. Dufong suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "Since you don't want to sleep with Lu Batian, you can go out and sell yourself. There are plenty of men in the neighborhood who covet your body. You can definitely get food in exchange. Besides, you are my mother. Isn't it only natural for you to do things for me?" As he spoke, Dufong took out his phone and continued, "I'll help you contact a man right now. Don't worry, he'll definitely be strong and healthy, and he won't disappoint you. Your dad has been dead for several years now, you must be very lonely." Xiao Yalan's body went limp, and she stumbled, almost falling to the ground. She wept uncontrollably, her brows furrowed with sorrow. "I never imagined my son would turn out like this." Snap! Heartbroken, Xiao Yalan slapped Dufong across the face. This was the first time she had ever hit Dufong in her entire life. Snap! Unexpectedly, Dufong slapped Xiao Yalan across the face, making her see stars and completely stunned. "Xiao Feng, you!" Xiao Yalan cried, covering her face, unable to believe that this was still her son, who actually hit her. "You vile woman, you dare slap my face, damn it!" Dufong stared intently at Xiao Yalan and cursed viciously. "I'm going to sell you to every man in this neighborhood and make you the lowest of prostitutes." Dufong rushed up, snatched Xiao Yalan's phone, and locked her in the room. She will not be released until the first buyer is contacted. Xiao Yalan was heartbroken and did not resist or speak at all. She was motionless, like a corpse, as if she had lost her soul, with only tears silently streaming down her face. Dufong opened the homeowners group chat, intending to contact the buyer, but suddenly thought, how would he explain this to Lu Batian if he really did it? He knew perfectly well that Lu Batian had always coveted Xiao Yalan. Forget it, let's just give Xiao Yalan to Lu Batian. Not only will we get food, but we'll also gain Lu Batian's favor. Since this woman is so stubborn and refuses to go along with it, then we can't let her have her way. After a moment's thought, Dufong shouted into the doorway. "I'll give you 3 days to consider whether you want to follow Lu Batian. You must agree within 3 days, or I'll show you what real torture is." There was no response from inside the room. In the afternoon, Xiao sent a message to Xiao Yalan but received no reply. He then called her, only to find that her phone was switched off. This is the apocalypse, full of dangers. There's no way I would turn off the phone if there's no power outage. Thinking of his past life, Xiao immediately realized that something was probably wrong. He didn't panic. Instead, he used a secondary account to send a message to Dufong. Bro, are you there? Dufong. Who are you? Xiao. The male residents of the community. Dufong. What do you want from me? Xiao. I'll just ask you one question. Do you want food? Dufong. Nonsense. Xiao. If you want it, then I'm going to make a deal with you. Dufong. Go ahead. Xiao. Your mother is very beautiful. I fell in love with her the moment I saw her. Dufong. What exactly are you trying to say? Xiao. I want to fuck your mother. Dufong. Damn it, are you looking for a beating? Xiao. Brother, don't be angry. What I mean is, I'll give you 2 cases of instant noodles, and you lend me your mother to play with for a while. I'll return her to you after I'm done. How does that sound? Dufong. Why don't you contact her directly? Xiao. I sent her a message, but she didn't reply. Dufong then remembered that he had taken Xiao Yalan's phone. No wonder she had to contact him. Xiao. Brother, is that okay? Dufong hesitated. Xiao. Brother, to be honest, actually I'm a quick shooter. I'm done in 2 minutes. If you're really worried, you can stand by and watch over me. I promise I'll leave immediately after I'm done and won't bother you. Quick draw? Dufong felt a sense of shared misfortune. If you think about it carefully, earning 2 boxes of instant noodles in just 2 minutes is definitely a worthwhile deal. Since Xiao Yalan is going to be given to Liu Baiyan anyway, why not make a fortune beforehand? Dufong. How can you prove you have 2 cases of instant noodles? Xiao. I'll take pictures for you right now. He took 2 boxes of instant noodles out of the tarpaulin, took a picture, and sent it over. Dufong immediately became excited upon seeing this. Xiao. To show my sincerity, I can give you 5 packs first, and then we can proceed with the transaction after you receive them. How about that? Dufong became even more excited, gritted his teeth, and replied without hesitation. Deal! Chapter 46. Just because of you. Xiao. How about this? To dispel both of our concerns, I'll bury 5 packs of instant noodles somewhere in the neighborhood. I'll let you know after I've buried them, and then you can go and get them. Dufong. Okay. Xiao. I've sorted out my problem. Now let's talk about yours. Will your mom agree? Dufong. Of course I won't agree, but it doesn't matter. I can tie her up and force myself on her. Wouldn't that be more exciting? Xiao. Great minds think alike. It seems you're quite experienced, brother. Dufong. That's right. He felt a surge of pride and arrogance when he recalled how many women he had slept with and filmed. But then he suddenly realized that he was useless in that area and would only be able to become a eunuch in the future, and the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. This feeling is truly unbearable. Xiao. Tie your mom up, take a picture and send it to me so I can check the goods. Dufong. Okay. Soon, Xiao saw the photo. Xiao Yalan was tied up, her face covered in tears, and her eyes were lifeless. She was clearly heartbroken. Xiao sighed inwardly. Dufong, you really are a beast. And Xiao Yalan, you stupid woman, you insisted on protecting your son without any bottom line. Now you know you regret it, right? If it weren't for your father, your fate would have been terrible. Xiao gave Fu Hongmei some instructions and then went out. He went to the outside of the community, found a big tree, looked around, and seeing that no one could see him, buried the 5 packets of instant noodles under the tree. Then, Xiao found a place to hide and sent a message to Dufong, telling him the exact location and asking him to go and retrieve it. Dufong arrived shortly afterward. He was very cautious, constantly observing his surroundings. Seeing that the place was very open, with no buildings around and only a large tree, he realized that there was no place to ambush the enemy and finally felt relieved. After digging through the thick snow under the big tree, Dufong finally found the 5 packets of instant noodles. His face lit up with joy, and he thought to himself that this person was quite trustworthy. Dufong returned to his residence, and immediately took out his phone to send a message to Xiao. Bro, I found instant noodles, thanks. Xiao. It's good that we found it. Dufong. Come to my place now to make the deal. Xiao. How about we go somewhere else? Dufong. What, afraid I'll ambush you and rob you? Xiao. It's the apocalypse now, there are no laws or moral constraints, so it's better to be careful. Dufong. Okay, I understand. Xiao. It's good that you understand. Dufong. How about this, I'll bring my mom here, and we'll meet under that big tree. Once we've both confirmed that everything's okay, you give me the rest of the instant noodles, and then we'll take my mom to a nearby 5-star hotel, book a presidential suite, and you can do whatever you want with her. Dufong. Let me tell you, my dad has been gone for a few years, but she's still single. Don't let her haughty demeanor fool you, she's actually very needy. If you can win her over, you can get her to give you the whole package. It all depends on your skills. Xiao. That was exciting. You're so experienced. Dufong. Once we get to the hotel, I'll teach you some tricks to make sure that bitch is completely subservient to you. Xiao. Okay, it's settled then. Dufong. Brother, if we're going to the hotel, you'll have to give me another box of instant noodles. Xiao pretended to hesitate for a moment before replying. Okay, deal. Dufong. It's a pleasure working with you. Xiao saved all the chat logs and made a backup. He wondered what Yaan would think when she saw them. After this incident, she will definitely no longer acknowledge Dufong as her son, but will instead move into the safe house with peace of mind, thus achieving Xiao's plan. Even if he kills Dufong afterward, it won't create any rift between him and Yaan. Everything will be perfect. In this way, he can truly possess this exquisite mature woman, who belongs to him both physically and mentally. Dufong entered Yaan's room, briefly explained the situation, and hoped she would cooperate. Yaan was distraught and didn't say a word, only silently shedding tears. She regrets it terribly now. She should have listened to Xiao and cut ties with Dufong back then, otherwise she wouldn't be in this predicament now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Moreover, her phone was confiscated, and she couldn't contact Xiao, leaving her completely helpless. What awaits her is only endless torment and humiliation. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Dufong said coldly. Yaan did not react. Dufong said again. Get up quickly and come with me. Yaan still did not react. Having no other choice, Dufong picked her up, carried her downstairs, and walked towards the big tree outside the residential area. In the past, carrying a woman would have been no problem, but now the wind and snow were heavy, it was freezing cold, and he was very hungry, so he found it difficult to carry. However, the thought of getting 3 boxes of instant noodles afterward cheered him up again. On the snow, Dufong left a trail of footprints. After a great deal of effort, he finally carried Yaan to the big tree, panting heavily, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. Strange, where is he? Dufong put Yaan down and looked around, but he didn't see the buyer. Just then, Xiao jumped out from behind the big tree. Hey, isn't this Dufong? What a coincidence! Dufong was startled and glared at Xiao, saying, You, how did you get here? Xiao didn't answer but said, You kidnapped your mother, what, are you planning to sell her? Dufong felt a pang of panic, but maintained a calm expression and said, It's none of your business. Xiao pointed to himself and said with a smile, Of course it's related because I'm the buyer. Dufong stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. When she saw Xiao, Yaan's empty eyes finally regained some of their sparkle. He tried to go forward, but because he was tied with a rope, he stumbled and fell in the snow. Upon seeing this, Xiao quickly helped her up and untied her. Wah! Yaan cried. After regaining her freedom, she immediately threw herself into Xiao's arms, hugging him tightly with both hands, wishing she could pour out all her grievances. Foolish woman, I'm here. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let anyone bully you. Xiao hugged Yaan back and comforted her softly. Don't cry. It's not worth shedding tears for such scum. Yaan cried even harder. Xiao pulled out his chat history with Dufong and showed it to Yaan, saying, Now you should know what kind of beast he is, right? Xiao Yalan was heartbroken after reading it. She had raised her son with great difficulty, but she never expected to raise such an ungrateful child. Dufong snapped out of his daze, took out a folding knife, and sneered. This is the apocalypse, there are no laws to restrain us. If I kill you, no one will punish me. Since we've run into each other, then you can just die. Xiao gave Dufong the middle finger and smiled disdainfully. You think you can beat me? Chapter 47 concludes. Dufong was very excited. He discovered that Xiao was not carrying any weapons. If he could kill him and take over the safe house, wouldn't he be able to live like a god? When the time comes, we'll have plenty of delicious food and drinks, no problem at all, and we won't have to worry about the cold or safety, it'll be perfect. Die! Dufong rushed forward, his folding knife stabbing towards Xiao's throat like a venomous tongue, aiming to kill him instantly. Too weak, full of openings, Xiao said easily, grabbing the folding knife, snatching it away, twisting it in half, and casually tossing it away. Dufong was stunned. What kind of strength was that? He now understood why Liu Badian, despite having a gun, hadn't attacked Xiao before gathering enough men. It turned out this guy wasn't so easy to deal with. Xiao Yalan breathed a sigh of relief. No matter which of the two of them got hurt, she would feel terrible being caught in the middle. Come, eunuch Du, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Show them to us, Xiao said with a mocking expression. Du Feng's eyes darkened, and he suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yalan, intending to take her hostage. Truly a beast among beasts, I admire you. Xiao arrived first, blocking Du Feng's path and kicking him away. Dufong collapsed in the snow, feeling excruciating pain all over his body. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yalan finally spoke up. Xiao Hao, why don't we let him go? Xiao interrupted her. What, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Xiao Yalan lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Xiao Hun said in a cold voice. You have no idea how many evil things this beast has done. He has drugged and raped more than a dozen women, and even filmed the acts to threaten them, forbidding them from reporting to the police, or he would put the videos online. Xiao Yalan was shocked, her body trembling. She grabbed Jihao's arm and said, This is impossible. Although he is a bit of a playboy, he certainly wouldn't dare to do such a criminal thing in peacetime. There must be some misunderstanding, right? You don't believe me, right? I'll prove it to you. Jihao opened the videos stored on his phone and showed it to Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan's face turned deathly pale, as if struck by lightning. I thought my son was already a beast, but I never expected that I had underestimated him. Xiao Yalan looked at Dufong and questioned. Xiao Feng, are these videos all real? They're just a bunch of playthings. Even if I don't sleep with them, they'll sleep with other men in the future. It doesn't matter who they sleep with, so I might as well take advantage of them, Dufong said dismissively, showing no remorse whatsoever. But what puzzled him was how Jihao obtained the video. It seemed utterly illogical. Xiao Yalan closed her eyes in anguish, utterly despairing. Jihao glanced at Dufong and sneered. What you said makes some sense. So you probably don't care at all that he Xiao Qian, the goddess you've been pursuing, slept with me, right? Jihao, you son of a bitch! Dufeng's forehead veins bulged. He was furious. He Xiao Qian was his #1 goddess. He spent so much money pursuing her, but he didn't even get to hold her hand. In the end, Jihao slept with her. Who could he complain to? You know what, she was quite juicy, and it was her first time, Jihao said nostalgically. We had sex in the car by the river back then, in your mom's BMW, haha. Dufong completely lost his composure, his eyes fixed on Jihao with resentment and venom. He struggled to get up and fight Jihao to the death. Jihao kicked him, making him cry out in pain and unable to stand up again. Come on, let me show you some intimate photos of me and Xiao Qian. Jihao clicked on several pictures, which were taken when he was kissing He Xiao Qian in bed. The blanket covered their bodies, and one could imagine that they were completely naked underneath, making the situation extremely ambiguous. How was it? Pretty exciting, right? Jihao asked with a smile. Dufong didn't say anything, but how could he feel good about being cuckolded like that? Aren't you curious about how I got those porn videos? Jihao crossed his arms, looked down at Dufong, and said smugly, Oh, by the way, your exciting past with Antley was actually posted online by me. How about that, do you hate me? Dufeng's eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't just hatred, it was murderous intent. Because of the video with Antley, he was ridiculed countless times, and his friends even gave him the nickname, Inoki Mushroom. And the one who started all of this was Xiao. If he could, Dufong would really like to die with Xiao. He's just too damn infuriating. Xiao slowly began to speak, recounting how Dufong had gotten drunk, taken him back to his room, given him urine to drink, turned on the computer, guessed the file password, and copied the video. Oh, by the way, the reason you became a eunuch and lost your manhood was actually because of what I did that night. How about it, aren't you grateful to me? Xiao smiled, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth, looking at Dufong with some sympathy. Dufong was completely stunned. After regaining his senses, he clenched his fists, his face filled with intense hatred, and roared, Xiao, you will die a horrible death! Seeing Dufong so angry, Xiao felt very pleased, extremely pleased. The grudges from the past life should be settled today. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Now you can go. Xiao punched Dufong, making him scream in pain. Yaan couldn't bear it and stood in front of Xiao saying, Let him go this time. From now on, I will sever my mother-son relationship with him. If you run into him again, I won't care anymore. You can do whatever you want with him. Xiao frowned and asked, Are you sure? Yaan nodded firmly. I'm sure he is, after all, my son. Xiao gave a meaningful smile. Who said he's your son? Yaan was somewhat puzzled. He's my son, of course he's my son, is there a problem? Xiao retorted. Who said he was your son? Yaan had a bad feeling, and said in a trembling voice, What do you mean? Look at my head, I almost forgot the most exciting part. Xiao patted his head and looked at Dufong, saying, Come, eunuch, do tell me, are you really her biological son? Dufong glared at Xiao with resentment and said, enunciating each word clearly, You've seen that document? Xiao said, I copied everything in the folder and looked through it. Do you think I missed that document? Upon hearing this, Dufong suddenly burst into laughter, pointed at Yaan, and angrily cursed. You vile woman, you dare to call yourself my mother? My real mother died because of you. You murderer, I wish I could tear you to pieces. Feng, what exactly happened? Yaan was so shocked that she took a step back, her face turned pale, her body went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 48 The Truth of That Year. Seeing this, Xiao quickly helped Yaan up. Yaan's face was filled with sorrow as she urgently said, Tell me the truth quickly. Okay. Xiao nodded, found the document on his phone, and showed it to Yaan. Yaan first looked at 3 paternity tests. Dufong and Yaan's husband, Du Lianghan, have a parent-child relationship. Dufong and Du Lianghan's mistress, Liang Danhong, have a parent-child relationship. The last one states that Dufong and Yaan are not related as parents. In other words, Dufong is actually the biological son of Liang Danhong, his mistress. Upon learning all this, Yaan felt a wave of dizziness, as if her life had been dealt an unprecedented blow. The son she had raised with such care turned out to be someone else's child. Yaan was extremely saddened, but even so, she mustered up her courage and finished reading the materials. And the truth gradually came to light. It turns out that Dufeng's father, Du Lianghan, fell in love with another woman, Liang Danhong, after marrying Yaan. The two secretly had an affair and were inseparable. Although Yaan knew this, she chose to forgive Du Lianghan because she loved him. This only fueled their arrogance, and they even openly engaged in thrilling activities at home while Yaan was out. In order to climb the social ladder, Liang Danhong repeatedly provoked Yaan, even going to her company to put up banners and spread rumors, accusing Yaan of being the third party. Yaan was heartbroken and planned to divorce Du Lianghan, but she discovered she was pregnant and had no choice but to forgive Du Lianghan again. Coincidentally, Liang Danhong also became pregnant during that period. Later, the two gave birth together. Du Lianghan had a good relationship with the director of a private hospital and secretly arranged for both of them to work at the hospital, but their wards were far apart so that they wouldn't know that the other was also there. Later, Xiao suffered a difficult childbirth and fell into a coma after giving birth. She was unaware that her child was actually stillborn. On the contrary, Liang Danhong's child is very healthy. After discussing it, Du Lianghan and Liang Danhong decided to let her child replace Xiaoyalan's child, so that she could openly enter the Du family, have enough to eat and wear, and enjoy all the benefits. Anyway, the hospital director and Du Lianghan have a good relationship, so it's definitely not a problem for him to help cover it up. He would tell the truth to the child when he was older, and at the same time, he would divorce Xiaoyalan and marry Liang Danhong. In the following years, Liang Danhong became depressed because she could not see her child. She begged Du Lianghan to divorce Xiaoyalan as soon as possible, tell Dufong the truth, and marry her again. But Xiaoyalan is a strong woman who manages several car repair shops very well. If they divorce, Du Lianghan will not only lose half of his property, but losing Xiaoyalan will also mean losing a powerful ally, which will cause his career to decline. So he is naturally unwilling and has been putting it off. Liang Danhong had a big argument with him and committed suicide not long after. When Dufong was in college, Du Lianghan fell seriously ill and was on his deathbed. Before he died, he handed the document to Dufong, and only then did Dufong understand his true identity. He blamed all the faults on Xiaoyalan, believing that Xiaoyalan had taken everything from his biological mother Liang Danhong, and even caused her death. That's why Dufong hates Xiaoyalan so much. At this moment, Xiaoyalan's hand holding the phone was trembling. She silently finished reading the materials, her vision blurred with tears. This was like a bolt from the blue for her. However, she would eventually have to face reality. It might be painful, but from another perspective, it was also a kind of relief. If Dufong really was her biological son, she would be in a difficult position and not know how to deal with the evil things he had done. Now everything is fine, no problem at all. Jihao hugged Xiaoyalan and gently comforted her. Poor woman, you've been kept in the dark for so many years. Now that you know the truth and have witnessed the evil things Dufong has done, you can't continue to treat him like a son, can you? Xiaoyalan didn't speak, completely lost and silent. Dufeng's eyes were filled with malice as he roared at her. You poisonous woman, are you in pain? Ha ha, if it weren't for you, my mother would never have died. You've been enjoying a wonderful life all these years, a powerful woman in everyone's eyes, but what about my mother? She doesn't even have a proper title. Why? Why? This world is so unfair. Why wasn't it you who died? I wish I could stab you to death. Xiaoyalan remained silent, as if she had become mute. The truth was too cruel for her. She had poured her heart and soul into raising Dufong, only to find out that he was not her biological son. Everything had become a joke at this moment. Jihao released her and walked forward step by step, his voice cold as he said, Dufong, it's time to settle our score. Tell me, how do you want to die? Humph, this is the apocalypse, resources are scarce. If you kill me, I'll be free, all is well. But what about you? How long can you live? When your safe house is breached, your fate will be 10 times, 100 times worse than mine. You'll slowly savor the pain of the apocalypse. I'll be waiting for you in hell, ha ha ha. Dufong laughed maniacally. Facing imminent death, he had become indifferent. What happens to me is none of your concern. Anyway, it's better than you staying in hell. Jihao reached out, grabbed Dufong by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Dufong couldn't breathe, his face flushed red, enduring immense pain. Die! Jihao slowly increased his strength. Xiao, wait a minute. Xiaoyalan wiped away her tears and turned to look at Jihao. What's wrong? Jihao asked, frowning. Xiaoyalan took a deep breath and said seriously, I still stand by my previous decision. After all, he is my husband's son, and I have raised him for more than 20 years. There must be some feelings between us. Let him live this time. If he dies in front of me, I will feel uneasy. You don't regret it? Jihao shook his head helplessly. He knew Xiaoyalan would soften her heart, but he understood. No, Xiaoyalan said. If you run into him again in the future, whether you want to kill him or torture him is your business, and has nothing to do with me. Then, a relieved expression appeared on her face, and she said to Dufong in a cold voice, Dufong, from now on, we are no longer related. You are no longer my son, and I am no longer your mother. We are just two complete strangers. I hope you will behave yourself. Also, if you dare to harm my husband, I will never let you go. I mean what I say. Previously, she called Xiao Hao. But now, in front of Dufong, she directly calls him husband, indicating that she has completely let go of the past and belongs only to Xiao. Xiao hugged her tighter and sighed. Silly woman. Yaan smiled radiantly. If I weren't so stupid, how could I have fallen in love with you, my dear husband? Thank you for letting me know the truth, otherwise I would still be in the dark. Chapter 49 Complete Conquest. In his previous life, Dufong cruelly murdered Xiao. If he were to be let off the hook so easily, it would be too lenient on him. If Yaan doesn't interfere, Xiao has plenty of ways to make Dufong experience 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times more pain, so why rush things? Dufong, since Sister Lan has pleaded for you, I'll spare your life. However, you'll have to pay a price. Xiao looked at Dufeng's crotch and smiled wickedly. What do you want to do? Dufong felt a sense of unease. He braced himself on the ground, trying to get up and run away, but Xiao blocked his way, giving him no chance at all. Since you've already been a eunuch once, then be one again. Xiao kicked him, and Dufong immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, heart-wrenching and agonizing. Afterwards, Xiao beat Dufong up again before letting him go. Dufong was bruised and swollen, especially around his eyes, which were dark circles, making him look like a panda. He looked quite comical. Xiao wanted to laugh, but Yaan was standing to the side watching, so he had to stop laughing. Come on, wife, I'll take you home to pack your things, and then we'll move into my safe house. Xiao put his arm around Yalan's slender waist, feeling a little smug. He had finally completely won over this beautiful woman, and she belonged to him body and soul. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yalan nodded gently, her voice soft and sweet. She looked at the heavy snow falling from the sky, leaving all her worries behind, and her mood gradually improved. From now on, she will live only for herself. Upon arriving at Yalan's residence, just as she was about to pack her luggage, Xiao smiled, opened the tower door, and put all her belongings inside. Yalan was stunned. She looked around and asked in astonishment, Where are the things in the room? What did you just do? Xiao smiled slightly and gave Yalan a brief explanation, while also demonstrating his lightning ability. Now, Yalan finally believed it. My God, this is unbelievable. Even after learning the truth, Yalan was still shocked. I am powerful, and there are countless resources in the Thunder Tower. I can support you for the rest of your life. Now you know how good it is to follow me, right? Xiao looked at Yalan with a smile. Yalan sighed. The most unfortunate thing was meeting that beast Dufong, but the luckiest thing was meeting you. Xiao laughed. What a coincidence, me too. Yalan chuckled. Smooth talker, so annoying. Xiao leaned close to her ear, gently blew a warm breath, and said wickedly, When we live together in the future, I'll show you what real smooth talk is. Yalan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her face flushed red, and she gave Xiao a charming glare, saying with a seductive tone, You rascal. Her voice was soft, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air between them. Xiao kissed her on the cheek, already impatient to do something exciting with her. Before leaving, Xiao planned to give Dufong a gift, so he broke the window, cut the wires, and blocked the toilet, making the house completely uninhabitable. When Dufong sees this, he'll probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Yalan said resentfully. You're so mean. Xiao laughed and said, I have many more bad qualities than you think. Come on, I'll show you. When I got downstairs, it was already getting dark. Xiao did not take Yalan back to the safe house, but instead walked towards the outside of the community. Yalan asked, puzzled, Where are we going? Xiao said mysteriously, You'll know when we get there. Soon, the two arrived at a small grove of trees. Xiao found a tall, sturdy tree and said with a mischievous grin, This is it. What exactly do you want? Yalan sensed something was wrong. Xiao said with exasperation, I warned you to be careful of Dufong, but you wouldn't listen, and now look what's happened. Do you know you were wrong? Yalan lowered her head and said weakly, I understand. Xiao said with a serious expression. Knowing you're wrong isn't enough, you also need to be punished properly, otherwise you won't learn your lesson. Yaan asked curiously. Then how are you going to punish me? It's very simple. Xiao took out a rope from the Thunder Tower, tied Yaan up, and hung her upside down from the tree. You! Yaan was stunned and said in a panic. Put me down quickly, if someone sees this, I won't be able to live anymore. Don't worry, it's nighttime now, it's dark, who would go out for no reason? Xiao didn't let her off the hook at all. Besides, as a superhuman, I have strong perception. If someone comes, I will definitely be able to detect it in advance, so you can rest assured. I really can't do this, I'm cold. Yaan felt ashamed, but for some reason, she also felt a little excited and expectant. It's okay, I won't take off your clothes. We'll just put a few heaters around you, and everything will be fine. Xiao looked at Yaan hanging upside down in the tree. Her voluptuous figure was simply too stunning, making him excited. After everything was ready, Xiao grinned mischievously and climbed the tree. Dufong lay on the snow, his whole body aching, his eyes swollen and black, turning him into a panda, which looked quite comical. That wasn't the worst part. The kick Xiao gave him in the groin was the real killer, causing him excruciating pain that brought tears to his eyes. Damn it, Xiao, you bastard, I'll tear you to pieces! Dufong cursed. After calming down, he knew he had to get back inside as quickly as possible, otherwise he would freeze to death outside. Dufong used his hands to support himself on the snow, barely managing to stand up, and slowly made his way back to his lodgings. But when he saw the situation inside the house, he was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, everything is gone, the windows are broken, the toilet is clogged, and the power lines have been cut. It's completely uninhabitable. Xiao, I'll fuck your mother! Dufong was furious. Phew. A cold wind blew in through the broken window, making Dufong shiver. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and find another place to stay. Fortunately, many residents of the community froze to death, or were out of town, so it wasn't too difficult to get their doors open and then take over their houses. After a great deal of effort, Dufong finally found a new place to live. He took out his phone and contacted Lu Batian, wanting to discuss with Lu Batian how to deal with Xiao. During this time, Dufong had already joined Lu Batian's side and was considered his loyal follower, working very diligently. Upon receiving Dufeng's call, Lu Batian said that it was difficult to explain over the phone and invited Dufong to his home for a detailed discussion. Dufong naturally had no objections and, dragging his tired body, went to Lu Batian's residence. Upon entering and seeing Dufeng's panda eyes, Lu Batian burst into laughter. Chapter 50 Conspiracy. Dufong found Lu Batian's laughter somewhat grating, but he was too embarrassed to say anything, since he needed Lu's help. Lu Batian laughed for a while, then asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Dufong clenched his fists and said angrily, "I accidentally fell into that bastard Xiao's ambush." Lu Batian said, "This man is cunning and treacherous, we must be careful." Dufong advised, "Brother, we've been preparing for so long, I really can't wait any longer. Send me a few brothers, and I'm willing to lead the charge." Then he further tempted, "That beast's safe house has plenty of food and women. As long as we kill him, everything will be ours. We can live a life of luxury and happiness, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Lu Batian thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, you and Zhou Yang, along with the other two brothers, go." Zhou Yang, also known as Brother Yang, has joined Lu Batian's team, intending to deal with Xiao together. Upon hearing this, Dufong was overjoyed and quickly said that the trip was a sure thing. Lu Batian called Jiang Ge and the other two, asking them to come over to discuss something important. The three of them eagerly went there, and when they saw Dufeng's panda eyes, they immediately burst into laughter. Dufeng's face darkened, and he felt an urge to hit someone. After laughing for a while, the group started discussing things. Yang reminded him, "That bastard has a high-pressure water gun. He hurt me badly last time. This time, make sure you wear a raincoat and use an umbrella to shield yourself from the elements. Take double precautions to avoid getting hurt." Speaking of high-pressure water guns, the two men who came with Yang were equally indignant. The two are brothers, one nicknamed Wu De and the other Wu Er, and both work as security guards in the residential community. Last time Jihao went to He Xiaoqian's place, several security guards happened to come to the door. As a result, they were drenched by Fu Hongmei with a high-pressure water gun. One of his companions even got sick and was lying in bed on the verge of death. It is estimated that he will not last long. Wu De stomped his foot, a hint of resentment surfacing deep in his eyes, and said hatefully, "Damn it, if we catch that kid, we'll definitely stab him a few holes in his body. He's so damn infuriating." Wu Er looked at Lu Batian and said, "Boss, that kid's security door is very thick. Without special tools, I'm afraid it won't be able to be broken." "Hee, I've already prepared for you." Lu Batian entered the room, took out 2 large iron hammers, and said proudly, "These are the ones I managed to get with great difficulty. They can smash walls without any problem, let alone security doors." Good, the boss is so thoughtful." Wu De laughed heartily. Dufong suddenly said, "Boss, don't you have a gun? Lend it to us for self-defense. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if we break into the safe house, that beast might have other tricks up his sleeve." Lu Batian was very unhappy, thinking to himself, "What if I give you a gun and you use it against me? This kind of secret weapon must be kept in our own hands. We can't give it to others. I don't have many bullets left. It's best not to use them unless absolutely necessary." Lu Batian politely declined. Dufong knew he had spoken out of turn, so he didn't say anything more. "Oh right, here you go. It's not as good as a gun, but it'll definitely be fine for self-defense." Lu Batian took out a crossbow and a few bolts and handed them to Dufong. Dufong and his 3 companions were overjoyed. Having the crossbows made things much easier. After refining the details, they decided to take action in 2 days. Lu Batian wasn't afraid that they would break into the safe house and take over everything. If Jihao were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have waited until now. The reason for sending the 4 ahead was simply to use them as cannon fodder and test Jihao's methods. Lu Batian is always cautious. He won't take action personally unless he's absolutely certain. Back at his lodgings, Yaan called the fairy-like Fengshan. "Goddess, I have some good news for you," Yaan said mysteriously. 2 days from now, Dufong, Wu De, Wu Er and I will launch Operation Wolf Warrior. As long as we break into that bastard Jihao's safe house, our good days will begin." Then Yang told her the details of the plan. After hearing this, Fengshan had a few different thoughts in her mind. "I'll go with you then." "Huh!" Yang was stunned. "It's too dangerous, let's forget about it." Fengshan said, "I have only one question for you. If you take over the safe house, are you going to hand it over to Lu Batian?" "Of course," Yang said matter-of-factly. "He has a gun, so I wouldn't dare to go against him. I'd be happy just to follow him around and have some soup." Fengshan sighed, her voice full of disappointment. "You have no ambition. Even if not for yourself, you should think about me. If we could occupy a safe house, wouldn't we be able to live a good life?" Yang paused for a moment, then asked, "What's your plan?" Fengshan's voice was icy. "Didn't I just say that I'm going with you? Besides, I'm a woman, so I can't be the one swinging the sledgehammer, can I? I'll just be cute and get Dufong to help you break down the door. Then I'll get control of the crossbow. Once we break through the security door, I'll shoot all 3 of them dead, then we'll take over the safe house and supplies. Everything will be ours." Yang Ji's eyes widened, and he quickly refused. "What if Lu Batian comes to our door? He has a gun." Fengshan sneered. "Are you stupid? Since Jihao spent a lot of money to build a safe house, the security door must be the most important thing. There must be repair materials inside. We can just patch it up. Besides, didn't you mention to me last time that there are firing ports on the security door? As long as you stay inside, there's not much difference between a crossbow and a gun. If Lu Batian dares to come, just open the firing ports and shoot him with the crossbow." Hearing Fengshan say that, Yang was also tempted. "It seems to make some sense." Fengshan continued to tempt him. "I've always liked men who are a bit assertive. As long as you can prove your strength, I'll be your girlfriend." Yang was overjoyed. "Okay, Shan, I'll take this job," Fengshan said gently. "That's more like it. As long as you take over the safe house, you'll be my man, and you can do whatever you want." Yang excitedly replied, "Okay." After ending the call, Fengshan sneered. "What an idiot! He believed a few words I said. He deserved to be played like a fool. Feng Shan opened the owner's group, found Ji Hao's profile picture, and sent him a private message. Young Master Ji, I've thought it through these past few days. Men are the pillars that support this world, while we women are just supporting roles. I apologize for what I said before. Can you forgive me? After sending the message, Feng Shan felt that it wasn't sincere enough, so she put on makeup, endured the cold, and changed into a sexy and revealing outfit, her breasts surging as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. She looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. She's gotten even prettier, so sexy. Feng Shan pulled down her collar, took several selfies, and sent them all to Ji Hao. Chapter 51 Yang Ge breaks through the great defense. After leaving the grove, Ji Hao carried Xiao Yalan back to the safe house. Xiao Yalan lay in Ji Hao's arms, her face flushed, and she had no strength left. Seeing Xiao Yalan's expression, Fu Hongmei knew they must have been up to no good outside, and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, tell me, what did you do? Was it exciting? Xiao Yalan lowered her head, not daring to look at Fu Hongmei, feeling utterly ashamed. Ji Hao changed the subject, bringing up the matter of Xiao Yalan and Dufong. After listening, Fu Hongmei's eyes were red, and she was deeply moved. Every family has its own problems. From now on, this is your home. Let's work together to make our lives better, Fu Hongmei said softly, hugging Xiao Yalan. Thank you. Xiao Yalan felt a warmth in her heart and buried her head in Fu Hongmei's arms, a strange emotion rising in her heart. Forget about those unhappy things. Come on, let's go to my room and have a good chat. Fu Hongmei took Xiao Yalan's hand, went into the room, and locked the door behind her. Just as Xiao Yalan was about to speak, Fu Hongmei stopped her and kissed her on the cheek. Don't speak, just feel it. We're both women, I understand you better than any man. Fu Hongmei's voice was gentle, and with a quick tug of her hand, the two were completely naked before each other. Ji Hao took out his phone, wanting to see if there was anything funny in the group, but saw that Feng Shan was messaging him privately and had even sent him sexy photos. He clicked on the photo first. To be honest, this girl was a bit crazy, but she did have a great figure, with amazing curves that seemed to be bursting out of her body. Ji Hao silently saved the picture, then opened the message and immediately laughed. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, but it has no good intentions. Oh well, I'm just killing time anyway, so I might as well tease her. Ji Hao typed back. Wow, little fairy, you actually messaged me privately, I'm so touched. Feng Shan. Young Master Ji, you're finally online. I thought you were ignoring me. Ji Hao. How could that be? You're a woman, and if you want to chat with me, of course I have to cooperate. Otherwise, if you accuse me of violating women's wishes and post me on the little green book so that all the sisters on the platform can come and watch, wouldn't I become famous? Feng Shan. Hee, young Master Ji, you're really good at joking. Ji Hao. What do you want? Feng Shan. Here's the thing, I've learned a big secret. Lu Batian, Dufong, Yang Ge, Wu De, and Wu Er are plotting against you. They plan to make their move in 2 days. You must be careful. Ji Hao. Aren't you with Brother Yang? Why did you tip me off? Feng Shan. I wouldn't even look at a piece of trash like Yang Ge. Ji Hao. So what kind of man do you like? Feng Shan. Of course, it's a man like you, Mr. Ji, who is powerful, handsome, and charming. You are simply my dream idol. Ji Hao. This is the first time I've realized that I'm actually this good. Feng Shan. I was just trying to get your attention when I spoke rudely to you before. Don't take it to heart. Actually, I love you to death. Ji Hao. Really? How much do you love me? Feng Shan was almost cursing, but in order to move into the safe house, she had no choice but to patiently reply. Just stand in front of the window and look up at the sky, and you'll understand. Ji Hao. The moon is so round tonight. Feng Shan. Yes, the moon represents my heart. Ji Hao took screenshots of the last few lines of chat history, and then photoshopped 2 intimate photos together to send to Yang Ge. He was sure Yang Ge would break down his defenses. Just imagining that scene, Ji Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ji Hao. You just said that Brother Yang and his group are plotting against me. How do they plan to do it? Feng Shan. Oh dear, Mr. Ji, I'm so hungry, I don't even have the energy to type. Could you bring me some food? I'm not picky, I'll eat anything: steak, pizza, hamburgers, seafood feasts, anything. Xiao thought with disdain. Eating a big meal? You might as well eat shit. Xiao. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I'll definitely bring it to you next time. Fengshan. Alright, young Master Ji, you mustn't forget. Xiao. You are more beautiful than a fairy in the sky. I love you and cherish you so much, how could I possibly forget you? Fengshan. From now on, I'll be your inside man. If anything happens, I'll let you know immediately, okay? Xiao. Of course, thank you for your hard work, my darling. Fengshan. I will come with you in 2 days, but don't worry, I'm here to protect you secretly. If you are outmatched, I will immediately step in and help you deal with them. Xiao. Oh my god, I'm so moved I'm crying. Shan, you are my soulmate. I will love you for the rest of my life. Fengshan, me too. After ending the chat, Fengshan snorted coldly, thinking to herself. What a simple-minded idiot. You believe a few random words? You moron! Xiao snorted coldly, thinking to himself. What a simple-minded idiot. You believe whatever you say? You moron! He understood Fengshan's intention, to bet on both sides. But how could he let Fengshan have her way? Xiao opened the sexy photo from earlier and started using Photoshop. After a series of steps, the task was successfully completed. Xiao privately messaged Yaan. Brother Turtle Man, I heard you've been pursuing Shan for so long, but you haven't even held her hand yet. Is that true? When Yaan saw the message from Xiao, he got angry and retorted. Shut the hell up. It's none of your business. Xiao. Who cares about your business? I just wanted to tell you that your goddess is very radiant. Yaan. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Xiao sent over the previous chat history, but only a section of it was shown, which was Fengshan scolding Yaan while praising Xiao. Sure enough, Yaan broke down his defenses, his breathing quickened, and he sent a voice message. Stop trying to Photoshop and spread rumors, I'm not buying it. Xiao. Believe it or not. He then exited the private chat. Yaan was furious and wanted to send a voice message to yell at Xiao, but he found that Xiao had blocked him, so he could only rage helplessly. Damn it! Yaan gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush to Xiao's safe house immediately and tear him to pieces. This bastard, will you die if I don't block his account? Half an hour later, Xiao logged into his alternate account and sent a private message to Yaan. Xiao. Brother, you're Zhou Yang, right? Yaan. What's wrong? Who are you? Xiao. Who I am is not important. What's important is that Fengshan is your girlfriend, right? Yaan hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, she's my girlfriend. Xiao thought to himself. You cuckold, you're shameless. But he didn't expose her and continued to send messages. When I was browsing some foreign porn sites just now, I found a blogger who posted some intimate photos. The woman in the photos looks a bit like your girlfriend. Could she be cheating on you? What? Yaan was stunned. Chapter 52 Post-Apocalyptic Life. Xiao. Hey bro, want me to send you the photos? Yaan hesitated for a moment before replying. My girlfriend would never cheat on me, but you should still send it. We'll need it to clarify things later. Xiao chuckled inwardly. Your damn pride, hee hee. He sent the photo and then went offline. When Yaan saw the photo, he was stunned for a moment. The photos are quite explicit. The two are lying in bed, half covered by a blanket, kissing. Various sexy lingerie and stockings were scattered on the bed, as provocative as could be. There are 6 photos in total, and they are rather blurry, especially the faces, where only a general outline can be seen. However, the female protagonist clearly looks a lot like Fengshan. Is it really her? Yaan was filled with doubt, and couldn't make a judgment. He looked at the male protagonist's face. Although it was blurry, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered, wasn't this Xiao? Thinking back to the chat logs that Xiao had posted, Yaan became even more convinced that it was indeed Xiao and Fengshan. What a pair of scoundrels! Yaan was almost furious, but then he suddenly realized something and muttered to himself. No, that's not right. Shan loves me so much, she would never cheat on me with another man. It must be that beast Jihao who forced her. Yes, that must be it. Yaan clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face, heartbroken. That beast and Shanshan have no deep-seated hatred. He couldn't have attacked her for no reason. He must have wanted to get revenge on me, which is why she was caught in the crossfire and suffered such a terrible fate. Wah, Shanshan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you. Even though this isn't your first time, I won't despise you. If I accidentally get pregnant with that beast's child, I will take responsibility for raising it. After all, the child is innocent, it's not your fault. Blame that villain, he deserves to be torn to pieces. Yaan roared, then his body suddenly went limp, and he knelt on the ground, utterly distraught, tears streaming down his face. Early in the morning, after the three of them had breakfast, they were a little bored, so Jihao suggested that he teach the two girls how to play games. Upon entering the game room, one finds slot machines, old-fashioned arcade games, dance machines, and more. At first, the two girls were reluctant, but they got hooked as they played, having a great time with games like Contra, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sometimes happiness is that simple. Jihao couldn't help but recall his childhood. Back then, the internet wasn't as developed as it is now. When he was bored, he would often go to the arcade to pass the time. Sometimes, 1 coin could last him a whole morning, which was incredibly fun. Unfortunately, now that I'm all grown up, I no longer have that mindset. Fu Hongmei played video games all morning, and then switched to slot machines in the afternoon. She was quite talented at it, winning a huge pile of coins that she had to use a box to hold them all. On the contrary, Xiao was clumsy and lost countless coins, which made her so angry that she stopped playing altogether. After offering a few words of comfort, Jihao then taught the two girls how to play online games. In the world chat window, many people are pleading for food and rescue, but in this apocalyptic world, everyone is struggling to survive, so who can lend a helping hand? Jihao discovered that some netizens were disconnected while playing, and he didn't know whether it was due to a network outage or a power outage. Fu Hongmei sighed. It's fine if the power goes out in the future, since you're a lightning ability user and don't lack electricity. But if the internet goes down, many entertainment activities will be impossible. As a modern person, it's really hard to get used to. Xiao said. It's bound to break down sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Don't worry unnecessarily. There are plenty of entertainment options in the safe house. I'll think about it for the next couple of days and try to come up with more ways to pass the time. Jihao patted the two girls' heads and comforted them. Compared to others, we are already so much happier. It's like the difference between heaven and hell. Fu Hongmei smiled radiantly. That's right, it's all thanks to you. Xiao also said. Without you, I can't even imagine what my life would be like. Jihao put his right arm around Fu Hongmei and his left arm around Xiao, raised his chin, and said smugly. That's right, considering how hard I've worked, why don't you call me good husband and let me hear it? Get lost, the two beautiful women said coquettishly at the same time. Evening. In the yoga room, Fu Hongmei and Xiao changed into sexy, tight-fitting yoga outfits and started practicing yoga on the soft mats. Their figures were already stunning, and now the tight yoga clothes accentuated their curves, making their voluptuous bodies look like they were about to burst out of the clothes. In particular, a certain area was surging with breasts, almost bursting out, which firmly attracted Jihao's attention. And those round, plump peach-shaped buttocks, wider than her shoulders, are absolutely top-notch, the kind that could kill. As the two beautiful women moved to the music, Jihao felt his breathing quicken considerably. So sexy, so alluring, so charming. Jihao couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully he was a superhuman with strong physical abilities. If it were any other man, he might have become skin and bones in just a few days. To calm his inner turmoil, Jihao kept doing push-ups. 100. 200. 300. After doing 2,000 push-ups, Jihao finally felt a little better. Fu Hongmei and Xiao were astonished, thinking that as expected of a superhuman, ordinary people couldn't even do 200, let alone 2,000, but Jihao did it with ease. The body of a superhuman is truly terrifying. That wasn't all. Next, Jihao did 1,000 sit-ups in front of them. After catching my breath a few times, the restlessness in my heart still hadn't completely subsided. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. With a smile, Xiao said to the two beautiful women in front of him. I've been studying yoga online recently and have learned a few new poses that you probably don't know. Come on, let me teach you. That evening, Xiao had a video call with Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing. As for CG Entertainment Company, there weren't any major problems. It wasn't that no one was eyeing them, but rather that before the apocalypse, Xiao had given the two women pistols, bullets, grenades, and crossbows, which resolved any potential issues. In addition, before the apocalypse, they listened to Jihao's advice and stockpiled a lot of food, enough to last for a long time, so their lives were relatively peaceful. All of this was thanks to Jihao. Both Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing were very grateful to Jihao, saying that if the apocalypse ended, they would definitely repay him by introducing him to all the beautiful women in the company. That's over 100 supermodels, flight attendants, leg models, celebrities, and female internet celebrities. Just thinking about it is quite exciting. Jihao was relieved to learn that the two women were safe. Fu Hongmei also spoke with them on the phone. To be precise, they contacted each other every day, and they always chattered on and on. Jihao could only sigh that women just talk too much. Chapter 53 The Hand Crossbow Teaches People a Lesson. These past 2 days, Jihao has been living an ordinary yet happy life. During the day, he flirted with Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan, and at night he teased He Qiaoqian, Yu Shifu and Song Wenqiu. He Qiaoqian was always responsive to requests. No matter what Jihao asked her to wear, she could endure the shame and obediently comply. She could even come up with some other tricks that made Jihao very satisfied. Yu Shifu continued to take sexy photos in exchange for food with Jihao. However, as the number of transactions increased, Jihao's requirements for the photos also increased. She had to wear high-end, thin stockings and high heels, as well as flight attendant uniforms, yoga clothes, office lady uniforms, dance costumes, etc., and had to change them in rotation. At first, Yu Shifu felt ashamed and unwilling, but after Jihao starved her for a day, she became obedient. Indeed, women shouldn't be spoiled. As for Song Wenqiu, that's even simpler. After all, Jihao had the video of him treating Song Wenqiu with acupressure when he was impersonating a celestial master. At that time, she was naked, and with a little threat, she would have to obey. As a result, Jihao received various sexy photos and short videos taken by Song Wenqiu. Song Wenqiu is a proper yoga teacher. Her yoga postures are graceful, and her stunningly voluptuous figure makes Jihao extremely envious. If it weren't for his desire to completely possess this mature woman, he might have already killed Lu Batian. 2 days later, Dufong, Yanggu, Fengshan, Wu De, and Wu Er, a group of 5, officially set off for Jihao's residence. The 5 men brought tools such as large iron hammers and crossbows, and wore raincoats and carried umbrellas, which meant they were well prepared. I hope everything goes smoothly, and we can take down that beast and vent our anger. Dufeng's eyes were gloomy. Just thinking about his grudge with Jihao made him so angry that he almost lost his mind. Jihao, you're dead! Yanggu wasn't much better off. His face was even somewhat distorted. But he didn't dare mention the explicit photos to Fengshan, for fear of hurting her. If Yang finds out the truth later, I wonder if he'll be so angry he'll die on the spot. Upon arriving outside Jihao's safe house, Yanggu opened 3 umbrellas in a row to shield himself from the high-pressure water gun. Having been drenched once, he would never want to be drenched a second time. Dufong gripped his crossbow and instructed Yanggu, Wu De, and Wu Er. You guys go and break down the door. I'll keep watch with the crossbow and provide immediate support should anything happen. Fengshan suggested. Young Master Du, why don't you go help smash the door? This sledgehammer is huge and very heavy. One person will get tired after swinging it a few times. Having another person can help us take turns. As for the crossbow, leave it to me. I'll be in charge of guarding the area. Let's all work together to break into the safe house as soon as possible so we can kill that beast sooner. Blinded by hatred, Dufong handed the crossbow to Fengshan without thinking twice. Fengshan stood at a distance, gripped her crossbow tightly, and secretly exchanged a glance with Yanggu. Both of them revealed smiles of triumph. Next, Yang gave the umbrella to Wu De, who and Wu Er were responsible for holding it up, while Yang and Dufong swung the sledgehammers and smashed them towards the safety door. Bang bang bang! The hammer was heavy and slammed into the security door with a loud bang, but the security door was very sturdy and only left a few marks, remaining completely unmoved. Damn it! Dufong and Yaan were furious. They kept swinging and smashing, but after all that effort, they were almost out of strength, and their arms were sore from the impact. The safety door still wouldn't open. Inside the door, Xiao scoffed. He had spent so much money building the safe house. If he let you smash it open in a few moves, where would he put his face? Sister May, you go and teach them a lesson. This will also give you some experience so you can learn to protect yourself when I'm not around, Xiao said to Fu Hongmei. Alright, I'm bored anyway, let's find some fun. After saying that, Fu Hongmei hesitated for a moment and said to Xiao Yalan beside her. Dufong is outside too. If I accidentally hurt or kill him, you won't blame me, will you? Xiao Yalan shook her head, her gaze firm, and said, I have nothing to do with him anymore. His life or death is none of my business. Fu Hongmei said happily. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. After saying that, she connected the high-pressure water gun to a large water bucket next to her, opened the firing port, pressed the button, and sprayed water outwards. Puff, puff, puff. Outside the door, Wu De and Wu Er held several umbrellas firmly in front of the 4 people. These umbrellas were specially made and of very high quality. When stacked together, they barely blocked the high-pressure water gun. Ha ha, what an idiot! You've been fooled once, do you really think I'll fall for it again? Brother Yaan laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. Dufong sneered. You think you can deal with us with such petty tricks? Dream on! Inside the door, Fu Hongmei chuckled inwardly. The high-pressure water gun was just to lull you into a false sense of security and lower your guard. The real killer move was yet to come. Fu Hongmei took out a pistol and was about to fire when Xiao stopped her. What's wrong? Fu Hongmei asked. Hey, you're going too far. Why use firearms? It's no fun if we kill them all in one go. I'm hoping they'll come back a few more times so Sister Lan can practice too. Otherwise, if I'm the only one responsible for their safety, I'll be exhausted. Xiao explained. Let's keep our trump card. Otherwise, if so many ill-intentioned people in the neighborhood are prepared, you'll be in danger the next time I go out. That makes sense, Fu Hongmei agreed. She put down her gun, switched to a crossbow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Wu De was holding up his umbrella, feeling quite pleased with himself, when suddenly, with a whoosh, a crossbow bolt flew out of the firing port, piercing through the umbrella before finally piercing his heart. Ah! Wu De let out a scream, blood spurting out. Unable to bear the immense pain, he collapsed to the ground. Death was only a matter of time. Dufong, Yaan, Wu Er, and Feng Shan were all stunned. To everyone's surprise, Xiao also had a crossbow, and the one he was using was extremely powerful. In peacetime, possessing such a thing would definitely be illegal. I wonder how he got it. At that moment, only one word was on the minds of the 4 men: escape. Call out. The second crossbow bolt flew in and struck Yaan, piercing his thigh and causing him to bleed profusely. Yaan collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. He cried out to Feng Shan. Shan, save me! Save me! Feng Shan was already pale with fright and ignored him, turning around and running away. The third crossbow bolt flew by, grazing Dufeng's shoulder. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was just a hair's breadth away from being hit. Just as he was about to run out of the corridor and completely get away from the crossbow's attack range, Dufong seemed to see a glimmer of hope. But before he could even smile, a 4th crossbow bolt flew in, whistling through the air, and pierced his left arm. Ah! Dufong wailed in agony, his heart breaking with pain. Chapter 54: The Self-Cultivation of a Simp. Driven by his survival instinct, Dufong unleashed an unprecedented speed, catching up with Feng Shan in front of him. Dufong was no good person. In order to save his life, he turned around and shoved Feng Shan, making her his scapegoat. He then sped up again and finally reached the stairwell, where he was safe. Feng Shan fell to the ground, twisting both her ankles. She struggled for a moment but couldn't get up, and tears streamed down her face in distress. Of the 5 people who came, only Wu Er ran the fastest and escaped unscathed. Wu Da's heart was pierced, and he was already dead. Dufong was shot in the left arm, Although it was a terrible ordeal, he survived. Yang Ge and Feng Shan were both lying on the ground, but the difference was that Feng Shan had twisted both ankles and could no longer stand up, while Yang Ge was only shot in the right leg and could barely lift his left leg. Yang struggled for a moment, and was about to get up when another crossbow bolt flew in and pierced his left leg. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere, and Yang Ge was utterly desperate. Staircase entrance. Wu Er looked at Wu Dao's corpse in the distance, heartbroken. But the dead are gone, and the living must continue to live. Wu Er took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and asked Dufong beside him, "How are you?" Despite the pain, Dufong gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not going to die yet." Wu Er pointed to Yang Ge and Feng Shan on the ground and asked in a low voice, "Should we save them?" Dufong clutched his left arm and said coldly, "Going back means death. What can you do to save me?" Wu Er looked bitter and said helplessly, "We miscalculated this time. Let's go back first and see if the boss has any medicine or gauze to bandage you up. In this awful weather, even a small injury can be fatal." "Humph, I escaped with my life this time. Next time I come, I will make him pay 100-fold price." Dufeng's eyes were full of resentment. He had never been so angry in his life. Without further hesitation, the two turned and left. As Feng Shan watched Dufeng's departing figure, she cursed loudly. "Dufong, are you even a man? How dare you push me and make me your human shield? Have you no conscience? I curse you to die a horrible death." Inside the safe house, Fu Hongmei slowly put away her crossbow. She had just been about to shoot Feng Shan and Yang Ge, but Xiao stopped her, saying there was a good show to watch. Sure enough, after lying on the ground for a while, Feng Shan began to accuse Yang Ge. "You little bastard, it's all your fault. You didn't have the ability to break into the safe house, yet you had the nerve to call me over to suffer with you. You're a piece of trash. Knowing you is the worst luck I've ever had." Yaan felt wrong, but as a top-notch slut, he still took the initiative to admit his mistake. "I'm sorry, Shanshan, it's all my fault. You can hit me or scold me, I'll accept it, but please don't be unhappy, or you'll age faster." Feng Shan roared fiercely. "What are you still doing lying on the ground? Hurry up and help me up." Yaan tried to move his legs, which aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "No, Shanshan, my legs are ruined. Can't you help me up just because your legs are broken? I don't care if you can do it, I care about your attitude. It seems you don't love me at all." Feng Shan still had that superior attitude. "Besides, putting aside the facts, you only lost both legs, while I sprained my leg. It's much worse than your situation." Okay, I'll try harder, I'm sure I can do it." Yaan tried to move his legs again, but this time it hurt even more. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face turned pale, and he almost fainted. He gritted his teeth, sighed inwardly, and realized how useless he was. Inside the safe house, Xiao, Fu Hongmei, and Xiao Yaoan almost laughed until tears streamed down their faces as they watched the video on the monitor. This is much more interesting than watching movies or TV series. They never imagined that such an extreme scoundrel could exist in the world. They had certainly broadened their horizons. Xiao opened the security door, walked out, and looked at Feng Shan and Yang Ge with a smile, saying sarcastically, "Oh, what's wrong with you two? Why are you kneeling before me? I can't accept that. Xiao, you bastard, I'll curse your ancestors." Yang Ge was furious. If it weren't for his injured legs, he would have rushed up and fought Xiao to the death. Suddenly, he noticed the crossbow in Feng Shan's hand, and was immediately overjoyed. He shouted, Shan, quickly shoot him with the crossbow, or throw it to me." Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Shan threw the crossbow to Xiao. Xiao gripped the crossbow, fiddled with it for a moment, and then aimed it at Brother Yang. Yang was stunned, his eyes wide open, and he exclaimed, Shan, what's wrong with you?" Feng Shan looked at Yang Ge as if he were an idiot, and said with a face full of disgust, "You moron, I've been young Master Ji's woman for a long time." "What did you say?" Yang Ge exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao said with a smile, "You didn't expect that, did you clown?" Yang Ge asked in a trembling voice, What exactly is going on?" Xiao looked down at Yang Ge and said smugly, "Do you remember the chat history I sent you? It's all real. Oh, by the way, I also sent you a few intimate photos with a secondary account. At the time, you probably thought they were photoshopped. What do you think now? Yaan was struck dumb. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said excitedly, Shan, this villain must have forced you, right? Tell me quickly, and I'll help you deal with him. What do you mean by forced? I volunteered to be Ji's woman. Fengshan gave her a disgusted look. You scoundrel, don't talk to me, just looking at you makes me sick. Yaan was distraught and remained silent. A simp who keeps fawning will ultimately end up with nothing. Brother Turtleman, before you die, let me show you my safe house. With that, Xiao dragged Yangge and Fengshan into the house. As soon as they entered, the two felt a warm breeze wash over them, a stark contrast to the icy, snowy landscape outside. Looking at the interior decoration, there's a large crystal chandelier, a genuine leather sofa, a fireplace, and even a small swimming pool in the middle of the living room, with steam rising from the surface, clearly indicating that it contains boiling hot water. Both Fengshan and Yangge were speechless with surprise. This is real life. What kind of life was that before? Compared to Yang Ji's complicated feelings, Fengshan was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and kiss Xiao on the face. Now that you've seen it all, it's time to send you on your way. Xiao pointed his crossbow at Yang Ji's heart, about to pull the trigger. Enraged, Yang shouted hoarsely, Xiao, I'll be waiting for you in hell. You bastard, you'll be torn to pieces sooner or later. Still being stubborn, huh? Fine, then I'll let you live a little longer and experience what real pain is like. Xiao pulled the trigger repeatedly, and 2 crossbow bolts shot into Yang Ji's left and right arms respectively. Yangge let out a scream. Now, all 4 of his limbs were useless and he couldn't move at all. Xiao looked at Fengshan. Little sister, would you be willing to share a bed with me tonight? Fengshan said eagerly. I do. All right, let's have a good chat then. Xiao picked up Fengshan and walked towards the inner room. No! What? Yangge collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his heart filled with despair. Chapter 55 Jump Down. When Xiao came out, Yangge was already dead, he had been angered to death. Xiao grabbed his body, opened the window, and threw it off the 28th floor. Fu Hongmei glared at Xiao. There's so much blood on the ground, and in the end, Yaan and I had to clean it up. Honestly. Xiao said awkwardly. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Fu Hongmei waved her hand. It's alright. I like watching entertainment, especially this kind of entertainment. It makes me very excited. Xiao Yaan muttered to herself. Actually, me too. Xiao was speechless. Back in her room, Fengshan's eyebrows were flushed. She had regained some strength and seemed much more energetic. She said, Since you've slept with me, I'm your woman from now on. Xiao sneered. You think you're worthy? Seeing that Xiao remained silent, Fengshan pressed her advantage, saying, Now we should talk about the bride price. It's a guarantee of livelihood for us women, don't you think? Xiao sat down on a chair to the side and looked at Fengshan with a smile. It's my pleasure. Fengshan was overjoyed, thinking that Xiao was so easy to manipulate. As long as she slept with him, he would do whatever she wanted. Sure enough, all men are just humble lapdogs, haha. Fengshan said arrogantly. This safe house and the supplies inside are not bad. They can barely serve as a dowry. Moreover, they belong to my premarital property. Even if the apocalypse ends, you are not allowed to take them back. Xiao. Okay, no problem. Fengshan glanced at Xiao with disdain and continued. I saw 2 other women in the room earlier. From now on, they will be my maids, responsible for taking care of my daily life. If I tell them to go east, they are not allowed to go west. If I hit them or scold them, they are not allowed to fight back or talk back. How about that? Xiao. Okay, no problem. Fengshan said proudly. I won't cook, wash dishes, or mop the floor. I won't do any chores because that's oppressing women. When the supplies in the safe house run out, you'll have to go outside to collect them. That's what you men should do, right? Xiao. Okay, no problem. Fengshan said. You can only be good to me. If you flirt with other women, you'll be punished by kneeling for 24 hours every time you're caught. Do you have any objections? Okay, no problem, Xiao said. Any other requirements? Fengshan raised her snow-white chin high, like a proud little peacock. That's all I can think of for now, I'll add more later. You've made so many requests, and I've agreed to them all. Shouldn't you grant me one request in return? Xiao said expressionlessly. Fengshan thought it made sense, so she nodded and said, Go ahead. Xiao pointed out the window. Jump! Fengshan wondered if she had misheard. What did you say? Are you fucking deaf? Xiao suddenly stood up, like a sword drawn from its sheath, unleashing a powerful aura, and shouted fiercely. I want you to jump off this spot right now, immediately, right now! Fengshan was startled by Xiao's sudden outburst of power. She curled up and said in a trembling voice, Young Master Ji, please don't be like this. I'm a little scared. Those conditions. I was just joking. Please don't take them to heart. Xiao rushed over and slapped Fengshan across the face. Clap, clap, clap. After several hard slaps, Fengshan's face was bruised and swollen, looking like a pig's head. But Xiao still didn't let her go, smoking her more and more vigorously. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to negotiate with me? You're not worthy, are you? Tears streamed down Fengshan's face as she was slapped, and she uttered incoherently. Young Master Ji, I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please let me go, sob, sob, sob. Xiao smoked for a while before stopping, then grabbed Fengshan and led her to the window. Fengshan was truly terrified. This was the 28th floor. If she were thrown down, she would have no chance of survival. She regretted angering Xiao, this ruthless star, and cried as she begged for mercy. Young Master Ji, from now on you are my master. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Goodbye. Xiao opened the window and threw Fengshan out. Bang! Soon, Fengshan's shrill screams, accompanied by the loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, echoed throughout the neighborhood, before everything came to an abrupt end. After returning, Dufong immediately explained the situation to Lu Batian. Lu Batian was relieved that he had let Dufong and the others go first, instead of going himself, otherwise he probably wouldn't have fared much better. Next, Dufong asked Lu Batian for medicine, but Lu Batian said he didn't have any. Dufong had no choice but to ask Wu Er for help. Together they broke into several empty houses to see if anyone had any stockpiled goods. He was lucky and found some anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze. This amount of medicine is certainly not enough, but it can relieve his immediate crisis. In the afternoon, Dufong launched a vicious attack on Xiao in the residents' group chat. He even went downstairs to take pictures of Fengshan and Yang Ji's miserable state. The two were thrown from the 28th floor by Xiao, and their bodies were no longer human. Lu Batian, Granny Wang, and Grandpa Su naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to strike at Xiao slip by. They launched a barrage of attacks, urging everyone to unite, and stormed Xiao's safe house to divide up the food. My God, it's so bloody and violent. Is this beast even human? Throwing people off the 28th floor, I can't even imagine how painful it must have been for them to die. That's right. I heard a scream earlier, it must have been Fengshan. She was my best friend, and she died so tragically. Xiao killed her in this way, it's obvious he's discriminating against women, he must hate women. Grandma Wang. We should all unite to deal with Xiao, this murderer. He is a demon in our community. Only when he is brought to justice can our community return to peace. Grandpa Su. He was able to build a safe house in advance, so he must have stockpiled food beforehand. We are so cold and hungry, but he is well fed and warm. Is that fair? Let's all rush to his place and demand justice. Grandma Wang. Yes, what we're asking for isn't food, it's fairness. Dufong. Well said. Wu Er. Same as above. Lu Batian. I created a group called the Anti-G Alliance. If any homeowners want to join, they can message me privately. Let's work together to deal with this villain Xiao. Soon, many people joined the group and chatted enthusiastically, offering a lot of suggestions. Then someone spoke up, asking how the food would be distributed if they stormed the safe house. They wondered how they could possibly compete with Lu Batian if he wanted to take it all for himself, given that he had a gun. Only then did everyone realize that, yes, Lu Batian had a gun, and following him to attack Jihao's safe house was simply being cannon fodder. Even if they survived, they certainly wouldn't get any food. If you actually believe his nonsense, you won't even know how you died. Immediately, the group fell silent. Chapter 56 Evil Begets Evil. Seeing that something was wrong in the group chat, Grandma Wang had a sudden inspiration and came up with a solution. Grandma Wang. Everyone, please don't fight amongst yourselves. The person who spoke just now must be Jihao's alt account. He's trying to sow discord among us. He's so insidious and cunning. Please, group admin, kick him out of the group immediately. Grandpa Su chimed in. Yes, this villain is cunning and treacherous. Everyone must be careful. Lu Betian also realized what was happening and quickly kicked the person out of the group. Offending one person can stabilize the morale of the group. It's a worthwhile trade. The group chat started up again, and then someone suggested that since Jihao could create a small account, could he create a second one? If so, wouldn't he know all the plans? Now Lu Betian, Old Lady Wang, and Grandpa Su were all dumbfounded. They couldn't just keep kicking people, could they? As a result, the group fizzled out again, with very few people speaking up. The three returned to the homeowners group chat and continued to accuse Jihao, while also calling on more people to join the anti-G alliance. Jihao had been watching the screen and, seeing how arrogant these three clowns were, decided to teach them a lesson. Jihao. Come on, let me issue a bounty. Whoever beats up Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su and takes a picture and posts it to the group will get 5 packs of instant noodles. I mean it, but only the first 3 people will get this reward. After posting, Jihao added, by the way, don't accidentally hurt their daughter-in-law Yanruhua, or not only will you not get the instant noodles, I'll kill you too. Yanruhua is a top-tier beauty on par with Fu Hongmei, and she's also the head of the city's song and dance troupe. Her dancing is incredibly graceful. If it weren't for wanting Yanruhua, Jihao might have already gone to their door and killed Old Lady Wang and Grandpa Su. He was determined to have Yanruhua. The bounty notice immediately sparked heated discussions in the group. Holy crap, bro, are you serious? What if I beat someone up and you don't even give me instant noodles? Who am I supposed to complain to? That's right. Brother, you're really brave. After all, Old Lady Wang's son is the police chief. If the apocalypse ends and they start investigating, he'll be locked up for life. What are you thinking? It's been so long and her son hasn't said anything in the group chat. He's probably dead. That's right. The city police station can't shut down the internet. If they're still alive, they can just post a message in the group chat, and who would dare to bully Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su? Poor Yanruhua, she actually became a widow. When Old Lady Wang saw Jihao's wanted poster, she flew into a rage and shouted, Jihao, you villain! This is illegal and criminal, and you will be punished by law. Jihao. By the way, don't hit them too hard. After all, they are elderly and can't take much. If you kill them, the beautiful Yan will hate me for the rest of her life. Old Mrs. Wang. You bastard, you'll be going to jail soon. Jihao. Friends, I'm raising the reward from 5 packs of instant noodles to 10. If you're interested, act now. Immediately, Old Lady Wang was so frightened that she dared not speak. Jihao couldn't help but sneer. I thought you were so great, but this is all you are? Heh. Inside a building. A young man clenched his fist, clearly annoyed. His nickname was Xiangzi, and he was the one who had been kicked out of the anti-seasonal alliance group. I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the gutter. Since that's how it is, I'll switch sides and make you all furious. When Xiangzi saw Jihao's wanted poster, his eyes lit up immediately. He opened Jihao's profile and messaged him privately. Xiangzi. Brother, I've accepted your bounty. You won't leave me without instant noodles after this, will you? Jihao. Is that necessary? Xiangzi. Okay, deal. Next, Xiangzi told Jihao about his experience in the anti-seasonal alliance group. Jihao laughed. Grandma Wang, you thought you'd sacrificed one person to stabilize the morale of the group, but you've actually gotten yourself into big trouble. Haha, let's watch the show. Xiangzi. Brother, let me tell you, my neighbor next door froze to death. I took his phone and infiltrated the anti-season alliance group. If Lu Batian and his gang make any moves in the future, I'll let you know immediately. Jihao. Okay, thank you. Xiangzi. You're welcome. After ending his chat with Xiangzi, Jihao sent a private message to Lu Batian. Eunuch Lu, I'm going to tell you a shocking secret that will definitely surprise you. Lu Batian completely ignored him. Jihao took out a black and white Taoist robe, a fake beard, a wig, and a sword from the Thunder Tower, changed into them, took a few selfies, and sent them to Lu Batian. Jihao. The Immortal Master is here! Eunuch Lu, why don't you kneel down and greet him immediately? Lu Ba was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he almost threw his phone away. He finally understood that the Immortal Master from back then was actually Jihao in disguise. Thinking about how much money he had transferred to Jihao, allowing him to build safe houses and hoard supplies at will, Lu Batian felt an urge to vomit blood. Lu Batian. You better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I'll show you what it means to be unable to live or die. Jihao. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Hurry up and help me, I can't wait any longer. Lu Batian. Humph, I'd like to see how long you can remain arrogant. Jihao. Since you've said that, I'll give you another surprise. I must say, your wife is really radiant, her skin is so good. Lu Batian. What the hell do you mean? Jihao. See for yourself. He found the video of him treating Song Wanqiu with acupressure techniques when he was impersonating a celestial master and sent it to her. When Lu Batian clicked on it, he was struck dumb, as if by lightning. How could this be? How could this be? His elegant and dignified wife, in order to stay young forever, actually believed Jihao's nonsense and took off her clothes to let Jihao touch her all over. Ah! Lu Batian could not accept it, veins bulged on his forehead, and he was furious to the extreme. He found Song Wanqiu, pointed his finger at her nose and cursed. You slut, you dare to cuckold me! I'll teach you a lesson! Song Wanqiu was confused. What's wrong with you? We've been married for so many years, and I've always been faithful. When have I ever cheated on you? You still dare to pretend, huh? Here, the evidence is right here, see for yourself. Lu Batian threw his phone in front of Song Wanqiu. Upon seeing this, Song Wanqiu's face instantly turned pale. She truly hadn't expected that Jihao would send the video to Lu Batian. There was no way to explain it now. Lu Batian roared. Say something! Why aren't you saying anything? Song Wanqiu stammered. This, husband, you have to understand me. I'm not young anymore. If I could stay young forever, wouldn't you have more face when you go out? Besides, the other party is a high and mighty immortal master. Even you were deceived, how could I escape? Lu Batian accused. Letting him touch you is one thing, but look at the video, look at what you've become. What, do you think I can't satisfy you, so you're taking advantage of a younger woman? Song Wanqiu panicked. No, that's not it, husband, let me explain. Snap. Enraged, Lu Batian slapped Song Wanqiu hard across the face. Chapter 57 Xiangzi comes to the door. After Lu Batian left the room, Song Wanqiu covered her face and began to sob, heartbroken. After crying for a while, she took out her phone and messaged Jihao privately. Song Wanqiu. I've tried my best to comply with whatever you asked of me during this time, but why did you send the video to my husband? You broke your promise, I hate you. Jihao. Lu Batian is a villain. He doesn't deserve to be your husband at all. I sent him the video just to help you see his true colors. You should thank me. Song Wanqiu almost laughed in anger. You ruined our marriage, and I even got slapped by him, and you expect me to thank you? Jihao. Today's break is for a better life tomorrow. Leave him. I am the one who is truly good to you. Song Wanqiu. Stop talking nonsense. Jihao. He cut a wound in your heart, and when I learned that you were beaten, my heart was also cut. Don't you think we're a couple? Song Wanqiu was flustered by his teasing and replied. Every time we chat, you send me these meaningless messages. I'm going to get angry if you keep doing this. Jihao. Then feel free to be angry. I remember you always looked so beautiful when you were angry and coquettish. Hurry up and send me a selfie, okay? I miss you so much. Song Wanqiu. Get out. Jihao. To be fair, I'll send it to you first, and then you can send it to me. Jihao took off his shirt, took a sexy photo of his 8-pack abs, and sent it to Song Wanqiu. Looking at his photo, Song Wanqiu felt a strange sensation. Although this guy was annoying, every time they chatted, he brought her a sense of panic that Lu Batian could never give her, as if she had returned to her youth, as beautiful as her first love. On a whim, she actually took a sexy photo and sent it to Xiao. And whether intentionally or unintentionally, she also pulled her neckline down a little. After sending it, Song Wanqiu regretted it, feeling slightly embarrassed and annoyed, and quickly deleted it. Xiao sent a smiling emoji and replied, "Retraction is invalid, I have already saved it." Then he sent the photos over. Song Wanqiu, this is the last time. You are not allowed to send me any more photos in the future. Xiao, what do I do when I miss you? Song Wanqiu, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me, humph. Even after closing the chat window, Song Wanqiu's heart was still restless. She couldn't understand why she, who should have been questioning Xiao, was instead being teased by him and unable to resist. That damn guy, I hate him so much. Just after finishing her chat with Song Wanqiu, Yu Shifu sent another message saying she wanted to exchange food. Xiao, of course, would not refuse and put forward a series of demanding requirements. In the past, Yu Shifu would definitely have argued with him, but after making so many deals, she has become indifferent to it, and even somewhat obsessed with the feeling of sending Xiao photos of himself in black stockings. She always felt a strange excitement whenever Xiao made some vulgar or crude comments. Xiao was aware of Yu Shifu's change in mindset, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could completely win over this goddess with her incredibly long legs. Since he can't get Yu Shifu now, Xiao naturally has to find Xiaoqian. Like Yu Shifu, she has incredibly long legs and is 174 centimeters tall. She was a dance student in college and later became a flight attendant. With all these attributes combined, she is truly a stunning beauty. Xiao was very satisfied after spending almost 2 hours with Xiaoqian. He brought some food with him when he went there, so that Xiaoqian wouldn't starve and then there would be no more fun for her. In the afternoon, Yu Shifu sent a message saying that a pervert downstairs tried to break into her door, but after trying for a long time without success he left, which scared her half to death. She asked Xiao if he had any tools and hoped he could help reinforce the security door. Xiao certainly did, but he stipulated that if he wanted to touch Yu Shifu's legs, she had to wear black stockings. Yu Shifu cursed incessantly. Xiao simply ignored her. Not long after, the villain who tried to break in came again, but this time he still failed. Yu Shifu finally gave in and took the initiative to message Xiao privately, saying that she had agreed. Xiao gladly went to reinforce Yu Shifu's security door. As a top goddess like her, there were naturally many people who coveted her, and Xiao didn't want to see her being captured and played with by others. After all that work, Xiao didn't hold back. As a professional leg model, Yu Shifu's incredibly long legs and black stockings are truly impeccable, well-proportioned, slender, and 1 in a million. After Xiao left, Yu Shifu lay on the bed, her gaze somewhat vacant. Thinking back to before the apocalypse, how many rich second-generation heirs had pursued her relentlessly but failed to win her over, while now Xiao had taken advantage of her immensely. Clearly, she had lost out big time. No, this is the last time. There must never be a next time, absolutely not. After leaving Yu Shifu's place, Xiao contacted Xiaoqian and reinforced her security door. As the apocalypse deepened, the more beautiful a woman was, the less safe she was. He hadn't had enough of this green tea yet, so how could he just watch her get into trouble? Xiaoqian was very happy and reiterated her desire to move into Jihao's safe house. Jihao gave the same reason as before: too many people were targeting him, the safe house could be breached at any time, and he didn't want to see her suffer along with him. Xiaoqian was deeply moved and naturally served Jihao with all her heart. Back at the safe house, Jihao was bored, so he invited Xiaoqian and Yu Shifu to play online games together. Who knew that once you start playing, you'll get hooked, and an afternoon will fly by. When they quit the game, the two girls were still a little reluctant to leave. Night. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su looked at the little food left in their home and sighed. I still can't get in touch with my son, and I don't know what happened to him. Now that Jihao has posted a bounty in the group, who will help them if they get beaten up? The only consolation is that the security door to my house has 2 layers and is very sturdy. It wouldn't be easy to force it open. As long as I don't go out, there probably won't be any problems. That's the only comfort. Just as the two were feeling helpless, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, old lady Wang saw a well-mannered young man standing outside, carrying a bag, the contents of which she couldn't tell. Old Mrs. Wang became more wary and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" Grandpa Su said coldly, "Do you intend to beat us up?" "You've misunderstood. My nickname is Xiangzi, it's not meant to be malicious." The young man let out a hearty laugh, which was as pleasant as a spring breeze. "I just have something I'd like to trouble you with." Old Mrs. Wang said, "What is it?" "Tell me," Xiangzi said. "It's like this, after the apocalypse ends, I want to work at the police station, so I wanted to ask Chief Su to help me make connections. But I can't get in touch with him right now, so I had to come to you. I've prepared some food for this purpose, consider it a gift. I hope you like it." Upon hearing this, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su immediately perked up. Chapter 58 Attack. At a time when the family was short of food, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su naturally had no reason to refuse. The two were overjoyed. It was like someone offering a pillow when you're sleepy. "He truly is our good son." With the position of police chief, others have no choice but to fawn over him. Grandpa Su suddenly thought of something and whispered to Grandma Wang, "Do you think he might be deliberately trying to trick us into opening the door so he can beat us up and then go to Xiao to collect his reward? Are you getting senile? Our son is someone so powerful that even the king of hell would bow down to him. It's perfectly reasonable for a young man like him to want to ask our son for a job." Old Mrs. Wang usually relies on her son's status to act arrogantly and domineeringly, so she is not very vigilant. If Xiangzi had used other reasons, perhaps old lady Wang would have considered it more carefully, but as soon as she mentioned asking her son to do something, she immediately opened the door. Instead of the expected subservience, what met me were two fists the size of sandbags. Slap! Slap! Ah! Old Mrs. Wang let out a shrill scream as Xiangzi punched her twice, one on the left and one on the right into her eyes, instantly turning her into a black eye. That wasn't all. Xiangzi unleashed his power, delivering a flying kick that slammed into old lady Wang's shoulder, knocking her to the ground. "Damn it, you accused me of being Jihao's alt account, causing me to be kicked out of the group. Today I'll teach you a lesson." Xiangzi didn't let Wang Laohai off the hook, rushing over and unleashing a barrage of attacks on her face. Clap, clap, clap. Grandma Wang was completely stunned by the slap, her face burning with pain. Uncle Su, who was standing to the side, finally realized what was happening. His eyes turned red with anger, and he roared, "You brat, you're dead!" But as soon as Uncle Su rushed over, Xiangzi swept his leg and knocked him down. Then Xiangzi slapped him repeatedly, one slap after another. After all that, Xiangzi's hand was sore from slapping, so he took out his phone and snapped a few photos to document the incident. And that's it. Just as Xiangzi was looking for food in the house, a plump mature woman rushed out of the room, holding a kitchen knife. Xiangzi was thoroughly amazed. Although the mature woman was only wearing simple home clothes, it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Her long, flowing hair was casually draped down to her waist. She had red lips and white teeth, delicate features, and bright, clear eyes that seemed to hold a pool of spring water, making her instantly memorable. Despite her gentle and dignified demeanor, she possessed an extremely exaggerated figure, with her breasts high and protruding as if about to burst through her clothes, a slender waist, and large, rounded hips, resembling a millstone. With her long, shapely legs, this woman was undoubtedly atop her beauty on par with Fu Hongmei. Yan Ruhua, the daughter-in-law of old lady Wang, is also the head of the city's song and dance troupe. She has an exceptionally beautiful temperament, a round and plump figure, and a full bust and perky buttocks, making her an unparalleled beauty. Her beauty was renowned throughout Donghai City. If Donghai City were to create a ranking of beautiful women, she would definitely be in the top 3. At this moment, however, the stunningly beautiful woman's eyes were filled with anger, devoid of her usual composure. Holding a kitchen knife, she charged towards Xiangzi. Xiangzi remembered Jihao saying that he was not allowed to hurt Yan Ruhua, otherwise he would not only lose the instant noodles, but also offend him. Moreover, with current medical conditions, if you were accidentally slashed, it would be no different from dying instantly. So Xiangzi stopped and ran away as fast as he could, leaving behind only the curses of old Lady Wang and Grandpa Su. You bastard, I'll grind you to dust! Old Mrs. Wang was so angry that she was furious. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Back at his lodgings, Xiangzi's heart was still pounding, and he couldn't calm down. Even now, he still can't believe that he, who has always been timid and fearful, actually beat up old Lady Wang and Grandpa Su so badly. You have to know that they are the parents of director Su Liji. But it's too late to say anything now. As agreed, Xiangzi posted pictures of Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su after they were beaten in the group chat. In just a few moments, the group chat exploded. Shocking! A 70-year-old woman was brutally beaten. Is this a sign of distorted humanity or moral decay? Holy crap, bro, you're awesome! I'm impressed. Wow, that's awesome! Old Mrs. Wang and old Mr. Su have committed many evil deeds, and now they have been beaten into pig heads, which can be considered retribution. Brother, your nickname is Xiangzi, right? I'll follow you from now on. Looking at the messages in the group, Xiangzi was incredibly excited. He was used to being bullied since he was a child, and sometimes he felt that life was meaningless, because he was either being bullied or on his way to being bullied. In middle school, there was a really tough school bully who almost broke his leg. Since then, he has had a nickname, Punching Bag. Now, everything from the past has vanished. He seemed to have awakened some kind of inner strength, feeling full of vigor and no longer the pushover who could only be bullied. He is Xiangzi, a man who bullies others. Xiangzi suddenly thought of the person who had helped him get back on his feet, and his heart was filled with gratitude. No wonder he doesn't even put Lu Batian in his eyes, he's really awesome. From now on, he will be like Xiao, bullying others and becoming a true strongman. Ha! I, Xiangzi, am invincible. I, Xiangzi, have defied the heavens. I, Xiangzi, will crush everything. Grandma Wang, weren't you arrogant and high and mighty? You still got a beating from me. Are you angry? You're furious, but what can you do? You idiot, I'll beat you up this time, and I'll beat you up again next time. You'll live in my shadow for the rest of your life. At that moment, Xiangzi was so excited that he trembled all over, feeling as if the whole world was beneath his feet. All of this was thanks to Xiao. It was Jihao's bounty order that allowed him to be himself again. This was the first time in his life that Xiangzi had felt so grateful to someone. He took out his phone and sent a private message to Jihao. Big brother, you are my real big brother. From now on I will follow you. I will go through fire and water for you without batting an eye. Jihao. Xiangzi. I've taken care of everything, and the photos have been posted in the group. Can I come and claim my prize now? Jihao opened the group chat and saw in the pictures that Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su had been beaten black and blue, almost unrecognizable. It was a truly pitiful sight. Jihao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Hehe, you two have finally met your match. Jihao. Okay, come and get it. I'll put it in front of the door for you later. Xiangzi. Okay, no problem. When Xiangzi arrived at Jihao's safe house, he indeed saw 10 packs of instant noodles there. Xiangzi was overjoyed, thinking to himself that his elder brother was indeed trustworthy. In this apocalyptic world, the value of 10 packs of instant noodles goes without saying. If discovered, it would surely trigger a bloody conflict. Xiangzi immediately stuffed the instant noodles into his coat, and then rushed home as fast as he could. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he locked the security door from the inside. Chapter 59 Qianyuza. Xiangzi was starving, so he quickly got some snow and cooked instant noodles. The room was immediately filled with an enticing aroma. He took a bite and almost burst into tears. For the first time, he realized that instant noodles could be so delicious. It has to be my eldest brother who makes sure I have enough to eat. I'm so happy. Xiangzi took out his phone and sent a message to Jihao. Thank you, brother. You're such a good person. Jihao. You're quite efficient. I'll come to you again next time. Xiangzi. Okay, brother. Jihao. When did I become your older brother? Xiangzi. If I say so, then it is so. Jihao. All right, having another subordinate will make things easier. Xiangzi. Brother is right. Just after ending his call with Xiangzi, Jihao discovered that someone named Qianyuza was messaging him privately. Qian Yuza. Brother, I heard you're living a pretty good life, with a safe house and food. You shouldn't be selfish, you should help others more. Jihao. None of your business. Go cool off somewhere else. Qian Yuza. Don't get excited, I'll send you some photos, you'll definitely be interested. Jihao. Spit it out if you have something to say, don't waste my time. Qian Yuza didn't waste any time and immediately sent over the photos. Jihao was quite surprised when he saw it. It turns out these photos were taken secretly when the goods were being stored in the warehouse. The path outside the warehouse was packed with delivery drivers, making it impossible to move. Jihao was standing in front of the warehouse receiving orders, with supplies piled up everywhere. This scene is truly astonishing. Qian Yuza. Brother, last time you said you had no supplies in your safe house. To prove yourself, you even posted pictures and videos in the group. Actually, I knew then that you must have filmed them before the apocalypse to cover your tracks. But you can fool others, not me. Qian Yuza. My family sells pork intestines. I don't know how many kilograms I delivered to you. I was curious because there were so many delivery people, so I took a picture. So, don't pretend in front of me. Jihao. What exactly are you trying to say? Qian Yuza. If I post the photos I just showed you to the group chat, guess what will happen? Jihao. Post it if you want, do you think I can stop you? Qian Yuza. If these photos hadn't been taken, people might have guessed that you had supplies in your safe house, but they would have been limited. But once these photos are released, everyone will know that you have a huge amount of supplies that you can't possibly use up. At that point, you will become the enemy of the entire community. Qian Yuza. That's not all. Maybe people in the neighboring community or the surrounding area will see you as a thorn in their side. Just think about it, when that happens, will you still have any peace? Honestly, even if all those people attacked together, they couldn't do anything to Jihao. But the main problem is that he's afraid of trouble. If people come knocking on his door every few days, he won't be able to take a break. After weighing the pros and cons, Jihao replied, State your conditions. Qian Yuza. Since you're so agreeable, I'll be agreeable too. You'll give me half of all your supplies and women, and I'll keep it a secret. Otherwise, there's only one word for your fate, death. Jihao. Idiot. Qian Yuza. I advise you not to be too arrogant. If you really have a brain, you'll know that I'm not asking for an exorbitant amount, because your life is worth so much. Jihao. Idiot. Qian Yuza. Damn. If we don't see eye to eye, a word is too much. Goodbye. Jihao closed the chat window, looked outside, and saw that it was already dark and time for dinner, so he went to the kitchen. Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yaan were cooking, chatting and laughing, and an ambiguous atmosphere was spreading between them. Jihao walked over and said with a smile, Come on, let's have a big feast of braised pork intestines tonight. Make sure the dishes are presented nicely and plated properly. I want to take pictures later. Fu Hongmei glanced at him and asked curiously, Why are you in such a good mood? Do you want to eat a big meal of fatty intestines? Jihao recounted Qian Yuza's story. Fu Hongmei sneered. They really know how to ask for the moon. Never indulge this kind of person. The more you compromise, the more they will take advantage of you. Xiao Yaan also said, Once the braised pork intestines feast is ready, I'll send him the photos and make him furious. My two wives are right. Jihao embraced one of them and flirted with her for a while before starting to cook dinner with the two women. Dinner was plentiful. Braised pork intestines, dry-fried pork intestines with pickled cabbage, steamed pork intestines with vinegar, stir-fried pork intestines, spicy pork intestines, dry-pot pork intestines, salt and pepper pork intestines, deep-fried pork intestines. Jihao took a few photos and sent them to Qian Yuza. Qian Yuza immediately broke down upon seeing this. This is downright provocation. Unfortunately, he could only watch longingly, unable to eat any, and he felt incredibly sad. Jihao. Brother, you know what, your pig intestines are really good. I had a great time eating them, and I'm sure you had a great time too. Oh dear, look at my memory, I bought all your pig intestines. Now you're going hungry, ha! Qian Yuza gritted his teeth in hatred and replied, I'll post the photos in the group right now, and you can just wait to die. Just as Jihao was about to reply with, It doesn't matter. He suddenly had an idea that would definitely make Qianyuza regret ever being born. Jihao. Brother, no way, everything can be discussed. Qianyuza. Humph, now you're scared, aren't you? Jihao. You've asked for too many supplies, I can't accept them. Qianyuza. Then I'll compromise further, 1/3. If you still can't accept that, then there's nothing more to discuss. Jihao. Let me think about it. Qianyuza. Don't fucking try to fool me. Jihao. How about this, give me a day. I'll definitely give you an answer within a day. Until then, I'll cover your food. Qianyuza paused for a moment before replying. Okay, but don't try anything funny. I'll set up automatic message sending in the group. If I have a problem and can't go online within a day, the photos will be automatically sent to the group. Jihao sighed inwardly. You're quite clever, kid. But he didn't care and replied. Okay, come to my safe house in an hour. I'll give you a huge portion of braised pork intestines. It'll definitely be enough for you to eat all day. I used to be a chef for a while, and my skills are top-notch. Qianyuza was overjoyed. His favorite food is braised pork intestines, especially the kind with a slight fecal odor. It's just so delicious. However, he remained vigilant and replied, I won't go outside your safe house. You must bring it to me. Jihao. Okay, I'll have someone deliver it to you. Qianyuza. Deal, I'll stay in 4 to 1404. After ending the private chat, Jihao immediately called out to Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan. My 2 wives, get to work. Give that idiot who loves to eat braised pork intestines a little shock with the smell of shit. Chapter 68 Gift for You. When Jihao told the 2 women his requirements, they were so surprised that their mouths dropped open. Fu Hongmei glared at Jihao. My god, you're so mean. Jihao chuckled and said, I have many more bad qualities than I think. How annoying! Fu Hongmei said coquettishly. Wearing a floral lace cheongsam, her figure was curvaceous and full, like a ripe pomegranate, exuding endless charm. Beside her, Xiao Yalan wore a purple off-shoulder dress with a very low neckline, looking alluring and seductive. Seeing the 2 beautiful women so alluring, Jihao almost lost control. I'm still busy with some things right now, but that's okay, I'll have plenty of time once I'm done. Xiao Yalan suddenly said awkwardly. According to your requirements, you need a lot of excrement, so whose should we use? Nonsense, of course I'll use mine, Jihao said. Even if Qianyuza had to eat a bite of your shit, I'd still feel like I'd been cuckolded. Fu Hongmei sighed and said softly, Perhaps you need to understand that fairies don't poop. Stop talking, or I won't enjoy the fatty intestine feast I'm having tonight, Xiao Yalan said with a wry smile. Jihao thought for a moment, then suddenly said, I'll go eat some chili peppers first, then drink some spicy soup and sesame oil. I guarantee Qianyuza will regret it for the rest of his life. The 2 women exchanged a glance, a chill running down their spines. They thought to themselves that they should never offend a petty person in their lives, or the consequences would be severe. After the 9-turn intestines were cooked, Jihao smelled them and almost vomited. Holy crap, that smell. Jihao shook his head. No, Qianyuza definitely won't eat it like this. We need to add more spices to neutralize the smell of poop. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan almost burst into tears. They endured the nausea and worked so hard for so long, and now it seems they have to keep going. Oh my god! Jihao rolled up his sleeves and said, Never mind, I'll do it. The 2 women breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Hongmei sincerely said, Thank you for your hard work. Jihao turned his head and smiled slightly at her. You're my wife, how could I let you continue to suffer like this? Fu Hongmei lowered her head, her face showing shyness, and said, Yalan and I recently learned a dance. We'll dance it for you when you're done with your work. Jihao immediately became interested. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Next, Jihao reheated the braised pork intestines and added a lot of spices. After finishing, he plated it, making it look incredibly exquisite, almost indistinguishable from what a 5-star chef would make. The only downside is that it smells a bit strange. Well, it smells like shit. That's right, the combination of stench and fragrance creates an indescribable feeling. Jihao packed up the braised pork intestines and messaged Xiangzi privately. Could you deliver something to 04-1404 for me? I'll give you 5 packs of instant noodles, how about it? Xiangzi. My god, what a wonderful thing! Of course, no problem. Jihao. You must not open the things I give you, and you are absolutely not allowed to eat them, or you will bear the consequences. Xiangzi. Don't worry, boss, I'm a moral person. Jihao. Okay, come to my place now. I've left your things outside the door. Xiangzi. Okay. When Xiangzi arrived outside the safe house, he saw 5 packets of instant noodles and an exquisitely packaged gift box. Xiangzi was overjoyed. Sure enough, the boss was good. He even got 5 packs of instant noodles for every delivery. What was the difference between this and a windfall? In today's apocalyptic world, 5 packs of instant noodles can spark a bloody conflict. Their value is self-evident. Without saying a word, Xiangzi picked up the instant noodles and the gift box, went to 1404, and rang the doorbell. After the other party answered, Xiangzi shouted, The gift the boss asked me to deliver, I left it outside the door for you, take it yourself. After saying that, Xiangzi left. Qian Yuza deliberately waited for a while, then looked through the peephole to make sure everything was alright before opening the door and bringing the gift box inside. He hadn't had a full meal since the apocalypse, so he couldn't resist and immediately opened the gift box. Inside was indeed a plate of braised pork intestines, exquisite and beautiful. Qian Yuza instantly became excited and was about to enjoy the food, but upon taking a whiff, he frowned. Something's not right. Oh well, never mind. Qian Yuza was starving and didn't care about anything else. He didn't even use chopsticks, and just grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he bit down, it felt as if an atomic bomb exploded inside his body, blasting him to smithereens. The strong stench of feces instantly filled all his taste buds, making every cell in his body tremble. Aya! Qian Yuza let out a heart-wrenching scream that could be heard throughout the entire building. The next moment, he began to vomit violently, as if he were trying to bring up his dinner from the night before. After vomiting violently for a while, Qian Yuza finally remembered to rinse his mouth. However, in extremely cold conditions, obtaining water is not so easy. Qian Yuza was helpless. He quickly got some ice and wanted to boil it, but as soon as he put the ice in the pot, he couldn't stand the explosive smell of feces in his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jihao waited for a while, but Qian Yuza didn't send him a private message to scold him. So he had to take the initiative to send a message to the other party. Brother, my 9-turn intestines is pretty good, right? I added my shit to it. To be honest, you can eat my shit, so you've lived a worthwhile life. Jihao. Bro, where are you? Did you get knocked out by the stench? Hey, what should I call you from now on? How about I call you the little prince who eats shit, or the shit-spraying warrior? You know what, those 2 nicknames are really good, haha. After closing the chat window, Jihao remembered what Fu Hongmei had said before, that she would dance with Xiao Yaan for him. At that moment, the 2 women had just finished changing their clothes. They were wearing lace bodysuits that accentuated their voluptuous figures. They styled their long hair into buns, wore sheer black stockings and soft dance shoes, exuding a stunningly beautiful and elegant aura. Jihao had seen He Xiaoqian wearing a tight-fitting dance leotard, which made her look tall, graceful, aloof, and proud. Unlike He Xiaoqing, Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yaan are much more voluptuous with more dramatic curves, making them even more striking. In the dance studio. When Jihao saw them, his eyes widened and he couldn't take his eyes off them. As the music began, the 2 beautiful women started to dance gracefully. Jihao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was truly an imperial-level experience. Chapter 61 Tragic. Qian Yuza was unconscious for 2 hours before he regained consciousness. To be precise, he was woken up by the stench. The smell in his mouth was absolutely awful. He quickly boiled water and vigorously washed himself. No matter how hard he tried, the smell persisted, leaving him with a huge psychological scar. He probably would never dare to eat braised pork intestines again in his life. Qian Yuza took out his phone and saw Jihao's message. The nicknames, Little Prince Who Eats Shit, and Spitting Shit Warrior, really provoked him, and he wished he could tear Jihao to pieces immediately. Qian Yuza. You bastard, you're dead! Jihao. If you're not happy, come and bite me through the internet cable. Qian Yuza. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Ji Hao. You know what shit tastes like, hee hee. Qian Yuza. Damn it. Next, he posted the photos he had taken outside the warehouse to the owner's group, which immediately caused a sensation. Qian Yuza. Everyone must believe me. That beast Ji Hao has hoarded a lot of supplies. Think about it, we are starving and freezing, while he is living in a safe house, well fed and clothed. Is that fair? No, it is not. So let's unite and rush to his safe house to demand justice. Grandma Wang. Ji Hao, I advise you to hand over the supplies immediately. In this apocalypse, we should unite and help each other. You are hoarding the supplies for yourself. Don't you have any regard for others? This behavior is illegal and criminal. I'm going to have my son arrest you. Ji Hao. You old hag, you're itching for a beating, aren't you? Grandma Wang's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. How could it not hurt after being beaten so badly? However, she dared not speak again. If she were beaten to death, who would she turn to for justice? Grandpa Su was the same. He felt bitter inside, but could only endure it silently. Dufong and Lu Batian also saw the pictures in the group chat and thought to themselves that this guy really did have a lot of supplies, which was really despicable. But this is good too. Once we take him down, all the supplies will be ours. Ji Hao. I'm telling you, think about it carefully. The place where I stockpile supplies is outside the city, far away from here. How could I possibly keep them near me? Have you seen me moving supplies into the community? Ji Hao. With so many supplies, if we really move them in, can we keep it a secret from everyone? After thinking about it carefully, everyone realized that it made a lot of sense. Ji Hao. Actually, those supplies were donated by me for charity a long time ago, so you shouldn't bother with me. It's just a waste of your time. Ji Hao. Let me tell you another shocking secret. Qian Yuza ate shit. Don't talk to him, or you'll be nauseated by the smell even through the internet. Next, he posted the details of how he made Qian Yuza eat shit in the group chat, which immediately caused an uproar. Passerby. Ugh. Damn, this guy lives right next door to me. No wonder I smelled shit earlier. Damn it, I'm going to rinse my mouth now. You're such a bastard, daring to frame someone like that. But I admire you, you're really talented. The little prince who eats shit, the shit-spitting warrior, ha. Qian Yuza blushed and immediately denied the rumors in the group. I didn't, he's spreading rumors, everyone please don't believe him. Passerby. Damn it, don't even open your mouth. I can smell shit through the internet. Qian Yuza was almost in tears, filled with hatred. He shouted in the group. I really have never eaten shit, please don't ruin my reputation. Passerby. The shit-eating warrior has a reputation. Ji Hao posted several pictures and a video of making 9 turned intestines. Xiangzi. I personally delivered the 9 turned intestines. I left it at Qian Yuza's door and even recorded it. Come on, let me show it to everyone. Ji Hao. Think about it, if Qian Yuza hadn't eaten it, why would he hate me so much? Passerby. Yes, yes, yes. Passerby B. Please stop talking. I live in the same building as him, and now my house smells like poop for no reason. Passerby C. We live in the same building, please let me go. Qian Yuza. Ji Hao, you damn dog, you've ruined my reputation. I'll crush your bones one by one sooner or later. Ji Hao. You've broken down, and you still say you've never eaten shit. Qian Yuza. Damn. Group message. The group owner has muted Qian Yuza for 1 hour. Passerby. Goodness, even the group admin can't stand it anymore. Group admin. Sorry, we're in the same building, please have mercy. Manual smile. Ji Hao. By the way, Qian Yuza sells pork intestines. He must have a lot of them stocked up at home. If you're interested, you can break down his door and have a feast, right? Group owner. Brother, don't joke around. I live in the same building as him, and I feel like I'm going to faint from the fumes. If we actually broke down his door, we'd be suffocated by the fumes. Ji Hao. That makes sense. Despite this, some desperate homeowners actually took crowbars to Qian Yuza's house and started tinkering with it. Hearing the noise from outside, Qian Yuza panicked a little, but fortunately, his security door was sturdy enough that the other party couldn't pry it open after working for a long time. Xian Yuza breathed a sigh of relief, but the thought that the nicknames Little Prince Who Eats Shit and Shit-Spraying Warrior would accompany him for the rest of his life made him so angry that his face turned black. Grass! Xian Yuza roared, but suddenly couldn't catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. When Xiao saw the message in the group, while she was laughing at Xian Yuza, she also had some doubts in her heart. Did Jihao really not have any supplies? Looking back on everything they had done together, she suddenly realized that something seemed off. Has he been stringing me along all along? Xiao shook her head. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. I should just contact him and see. Xiao messaged Jihao privately. Young Master Ji, I'm so lonely not seeing you every day. Jihao. Little Vixen, what's wrong with you now? Xiao. How about letting me live in your safe house? I want to share joys and sorrows with you. Even if the safe house is breached, it doesn't matter. I'll die with you. We can be a perfect couple in life, and even in death, we can be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Xiao sent a crying emoji and continued to reply. Even after you cross the bridge of helplessness, don't forget her, otherwise even if she is reincarnated in the next life, she will be sad for the rest of her life. Jihao. Sigh, I understand your devotion, but I would rather die alone in agony than see you suffer with me. Jihao. There are so many people targeting me now, and the safe house isn't as sturdy as you think. It's really easy for something to happen if you come here. Jihao. You wouldn't want someone to humiliate you in front of me, would you? Having said all that, Xiao was too embarrassed to say anything more, lest she angered Jihao. Now her life depends entirely on Jihao, and she would never want to offend him unless absolutely necessary. Xiao unbuttoned her coat and bra, filmed a video, and sent it to Jihao. Upon seeing this, Jihao was immediately filled with excitement. Jihao. Wait here, I'm coming right now, and I'll bring you some food. Chapter 62. Kneel down, and call him Dad. Jihao was quite satisfied after having a long interaction with Xiao. This little devil is really good at playing games, she always manages to keep him hooked. After leaving the food behind, Jihao silently left, and returned to the safe house. Xiao remained lying in bed, her skin rosy and her eyes alluring. After resting for a while, she gradually regained her strength, put on her clothes, got out of the thick quilt, and looked in the mirror. What appeared in the mirror was a beautiful, aloof, and elegant woman with exquisite features. She was truly a beauty beyond compare, a sight to behold. Oh my, she looks even more beautiful now, at least 3 years younger, it's all thanks to young Master Ji. Xiao took out her phone, about to thank Jihao, when she discovered that Dufong was messaging her privately. Since being shot in the left arm, Dufong has had a tough time. Although he was lucky enough to find medicine and gauze, it was only a drop in the ocean. He also asked for medicine in the group, but no one paid any attention to him. Come to think of it, given the current situation, medicine is as precious as food, so who would trade it? If Dufong wants to survive, he can only place his hopes on Jihao's safe house, believing that it must contain the medicine he needs. So Dufong contacted Xiao simply to ask her to act as an inside agent and help deal with Jihao. Upon learning of Dufeng's purpose, Xiao sneered repeatedly. Let's not talk about cooperation yet. I have 2 questions for you, and you must answer them truthfully. Dufong. Okay, ask away. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I'll answer you even if it's 200, let alone 2. Xiao. Back then, the video of you and Antley was exposed online. That video shouldn't have been faked, right? Dufeng's expression froze, a sense of humiliation rising within him, but for the sake of cooperation, he could only patiently reply. It's true. Xiao. You answered so casually on the surface, but you're probably cursing inside, aren't you? Dufong. Let's talk about your second question. Xiao. I heard from young Master Ji that he used some tricks to cripple you, so, you're now a eunuch? Dufong. Are you going to cooperate or not? Xiao. Sorry, I don't cooperate with dead eunuchs. You're a useless piece of trash who thinks you can break into young Master Ji's safe house? I advise you not to dream. Dufong never expected that Xiao would not only refuse to cooperate, but also berate him mercilessly, which made him furious. Dufong. Damn it, are you trying to make fun of me? He Xiao Qian. That's right, what can you do to me, eunuch do, he. Just as Dufong was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he discovered that He Xiao Qian had already left the private chat and blocked him. You son of a bitch! Dufeng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. In his excitement, he accidentally aggravated the wound on his left arm, causing him to grimace and roar in pain, almost dying on the spot. It took a full half-hour before Dufong felt a little better. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the medicine, or he was doomed. After thinking for a while, Dufong contacted Xiao Yaan and poured out his grievances and begged her. He even filmed a video of himself kneeling on the ground, crying his heart out. It was so moving that it brought tears to the eyes of anyone who heard it. Mom, your son is unfilial and really knows he was wrong. Please give me another chance, sob sob sob. Bang! Bang! Dufong kowtowed twice, then collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained, tears streaming down his face. However, Dufong was unaware that Xiao Yaan showed the video to Jihao and Fu Hongmei, and the three of them laughed so hard they were doubled over. Jihao sneered. It's a shame his acting skills don't win an Oscar. Fu Hongmei snorted. It's just crocodile tears. He's obviously up to no good. If you actually believe him, you'll regret it later. Xiao Yalan's eyes flashed with anger. He hurt me so badly, I can't let him off so easily. Upon seeing Xiao Yalan's expression, Jihao knew she was definitely plotting something, and couldn't help but ask curiously. What do you plan to do? Xiao Yalan glanced at Jihao, then suddenly smiled brightly. Do you want him to kneel down and call you Dad? Of course I want to. Jihao nodded truthfully. Okay, watch me. Xiao Yalan made a video call to Dufong directly. Dufong was overjoyed and quickly answered the call. Mom, you've lost weight in the few days I haven't seen you. I'm so sad, boo. Dufeng's eyes were full of deep emotion, as if he were really in pain. Xiao Yalan, however, secretly sneered. I live in a safe house, well-fed and warmly clothed, living a carefree life, even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. I've even gained 3 pounds, yet you insist I've lost weight. Isn't that just shameless? However, Xiao Yalan didn't show it. Instead, she trembled, collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes vacant, and wailed. Xiao Feng, my son, I've missed you so much, sob sob. She reached out as if to touch Dufeng's face, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. Jihao and Fu Hongmei exclaimed in disbelief. This acting skill is miles ahead of Dufeng's. Next, Xiao Yalan cried her heart out and had a passionate encounter with Dufong. Those who don't know the truth might genuinely believe they are a loving mother and son, but in reality, they each have their own agendas. After a long performance, Dufong finally got down to business, his voice trembling as he said, Mom, my arm is injured. It hurts so much, a pain that goes deep into my bones. But I don't have any medicine. I don't know if I can make it through this. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid that you'll be all alone in this world, without any family. What will you do if someone bullies you in the future? At this point, Dufong burst into tears. Mom, your unfilial son may have to leave before you. Please take good care of yourself in the future, sob sob sob. Xiao Yalan's eyes were red, and her voice seemed to contain endless sorrow. These past few days, I haven't been able to eat or drink. You're all I can think about. I've begged my husband several times, but he won't let you move in. But don't worry, I won't give up. Dufong hated Jihao to death in his heart, but on the surface he said indifferently. Mom, I'm satisfied with your intentions. As for whether we can survive, let's leave it to fate. No, you must live well, I won't let you die. Xiao Yalan wiped away her tears and said lightly. Xiao Feng, since you're here, why don't you ask my husband yourself? Maybe he'll let you move in. As she spoke, she flipped her phone over, pointing the camera at Jihao, and said seriously, Xiao Feng, kneel down and call me Dad. Chapter 63 Dufong vomits blood in anger. Seeing Dufeng's ashamed and indignant expression, Jihao couldn't help but laugh. But he eventually stopped laughing. He had to keep up the act until Dufong knelt down and called him Dad. Seeing Dufong standing there motionless, Xiao Yalan urged. Xiao Feng, what's wrong with you? He's your good father. Quickly kneel down and call out to him. If he can stay here, medicine and food won't be a problem. You don't want us, mother and son, to be separated, do you? Dufeng's face turned bright red, feeling humiliated and frustrated. He absolutely refused to kneel down and call him Dad. But now this is his only hope of survival. With his soft-hearted mother mediating, Jihao might actually let him move in. Why not compromise for now, and once we're in the safe house, find an opportunity to kill Jihao and avenge all the humiliation 100-fold. Thinking of this, Dufong no longer hesitated and knelt down in front of the camera, forcing himself to endure the humiliation and saying, Dad, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and please forgive me. Jihao deliberately cleared his throat and said, You unfilial son, I didn't want to talk to you, but since you have a good mother, I'll let you live in my safe house if you kowtow 3 more times to show your sincerity. Dufeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to roar out. For a moment, he thought he might as well just die and avoid being humiliated, but after a moment of silence, he ultimately did not have the courage to die. Bang, bang, bang. Dufong kowtowed 3 times in succession, shouting, Father, I was wrong in the past. I apologize to you. I will definitely be obedient from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. After it was all over, Dufong was already fantasizing about moving into a safe house and then torturing Jihao 100 times over. Unfortunately, as soon as he looked up, he saw Jihao, Yaan, and another stunningly beautiful woman laughing so hard they were almost in tears in the video on the other side. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore, Yaan, is this kid your former son? He's acting like a complete idiot, kneeling down when told to kneel, calling me dad when told to call me dad. I remember he and Jihao were college classmates, the same age, aren't they ashamed? Fu Hongmei giggled, her body shaking with laughter. Yaan said with a look of disgust, It's a good thing he's not my biological son, otherwise I would be driven crazy by his stupidity. Jihao put his right arm around Fu Hongmei and his left arm around Yaan, looking quite pleased with himself. Good son, your sincerity isn't enough. Since you've already knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, why don't you kowtow 3 more times? Damn it! Dufong roared, his eyes practically spitting fire. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I'm just messing with you, what can you do about it? Jihao said arrogantly. Come and bite me if you dare. Dufong stood up from the ground, his face full of resentment and venom, and cursed loudly. You 2 bitches, just you wait, I will never let you get away with this. Hey, you've said so many tough things, but have you ever actually done them? Jihao said. But you're a eunuch after all, so it's understandable that your words are like farts. Ah, you! Dufong was furious. The word eunuch deeply stung him. Overcome with anger, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. Jihao continued to mock. Looks like I was right, you are a eunuch. Otherwise, why would you react so strongly? You dead eunuch, you dead eunuch! Even if a beautiful woman took off her clothes and offered to sleep with you for free, you still couldn't do anything about it. Haha, if I were you, why would I still be alive? I might as well just kill myself. Pfft. Hearing Jihao's merciless mockery, Dufong was enraged and spat out another mouthful of blood, his spirits instantly weakening. He dared not listen to Jihao's trash talk any longer, and quickly ended the video call. When he was angry just now, it aggravated the wound on his left arm, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Dufong felt better after a full night's rest. The next morning, he called Lu Batian and said that there was a new situation to inform him, and that he needed to come over. Lu Batian didn't think much of it and agreed. When they arrived at Lu Batian's place, Dufong embellished the story, saying that he had a video call with Xiao last night, and saw that Jihao's safe house was filled with endless supplies, piled up to the brim. He also said that Jihao was surrounded by beautiful women, all of them top-notch, and that if he could get his hands on them, wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? In order to get Lu Batian to focus all his efforts on targeting Jihao, Dufong even said that after killing Jihao, he could offer up his mother, Xiao, so that Lu could have his way with her. Lu Batian was unaware that the two had severed their mother-son relationship. If it were before, he would have been overjoyed. But last time in the neighborhood, he was kicked down by Jihao and lost his ability to be a man. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women in the neighborhood, he would have forcibly taken them away long ago, given that he had a gun. Lu Batian assured Dufong that he would take down Jihao as soon as possible, but also asked Dufong to help recruit people, as the team was still not big enough. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. It was Qianyuza, who said he had come to seek refuge with Lu Batian. Lu Batian naturally had no objection and opened the door for Qianyuza. As soon as he entered, Qianyuza couldn't wait to say, "Boss, we all have an irreconcilable feud with Xiao. From now on, we're in the same boat. You'd better take good care of me." As they spoke, a yellowish-brown gas appeared in the air, and a strong stench filled the room, as if they had entered a world made of excrement. Vomit! Dufong and Lu Batian almost vomited from the stench, covering their mouths and noses and moving away from Qianyuza. The taste was indescribable. Lu Batian, his face contorted with disgust, roared, "How the hell are you hungry that you have to eat shit?" Qianyuza gave him a resentful look. "Boss, I was framed by that beast Xiao. Have you forgotten what happened in the group chat?" Lu Batian then remembered that there was such a thing. "If that's the case, then even better. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I won't have to worry about Qianyuza not helping me in the future." After discussing it, Dufong suggested that Song Wanqiu pretend to side with Xiao, while actually tricking him into opening the door. They would then hide at the stairwell and seize the opportunity to attack Xiao. Lu Batian felt the risk was too great and did not agree immediately, saying he needed to think about it. Dufong then expressed his desire to search for medicine outside. Lu Batian asked Qianyuza to go with him, as medicine is very precious in the apocalypse, and obtaining it would benefit everyone. As soon as the two arrived downstairs, they saw a beautiful woman walking out of another building. Although she was wearing a thick coat, her figure was still very good. Especially her incredibly long legs, which firmly attracted their attention, were none other than Yu Shifu. The two exchanged a glance, both showing interest. Dufong became a eunuch and could no longer play with her, but he could capture her and offer her to Lu Batian. Qianyuza had long coveted Yu Shifu, and since he had encountered her, he certainly couldn't let her go. "Fish goddess, where are you going?" As they spoke, the two quickly approached each other. Chapter 64 Yu Shifu's Compromise. Yu Shifu was hungry again today and messaged Jihao, hoping to exchange food. However, Jihao said that food was becoming increasingly precious, and he no longer supported exchanging it with sexy photos. Instead, she would have to come to his door in person, wear a uniform, and cooperate with his photo shoot. Yu Shifu was furious and refused on the spot. However, she still needed to eat. Then she thought, if men can go out to collect supplies, then she, as a woman, can certainly do the same. After all, women nowadays are independent and can live well even without relying on men. Influenced by platforms like Xiaoshu and Weibo, Yu Shifu believes that prejudice against women is rampant in the world, and she wants to prove it to everyone. But as soon as she got outside, Yu Shifu regretted it. In the frigid weather of -60 degrees Celsius, even wearing a thick coat was not enough. She was shivering from the cold. But for the sake of food, she had no choice but to endure it. Just then, she ran into Dufong and Qianyuza. Seeing the lewd look in their eyes, Yu Shifu panicked and ran upstairs without thinking. As Dufong chased after her, he said, "Fish goddess, why are you running so fast? We have food here, why don't we enjoy it together?" Qianyuza was more direct, snarling, "When I was pursuing you, you were all high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Now that there's no law or morality to restrain you, let's see how I torture you. Get out of here, you two beasts!" Yu Shifu's face was pale and she was in a panic, so she quickened her pace involuntarily. If she gets caught, heaven knows what kind of torture she will suffer. Upon arriving at her residence, Yu Shifu unlocked the combination lock as quickly as possible. Just as she entered the room and closed the door, Dufong and Qianyuza arrived. "Damn, I was a step too slow, just a hair's breadth away," Dufong said, clearly frustrated. Qianyuza frowned and asked, "What do we do now? Should we break down the door?" Dufong nodded. "Okay, I'll give it a try." The two tried, but they found it difficult to even leave a mark on the security door, let alone break it open. Dufong even aggravated his wound due to the exertion, causing him to almost scream in pain. "Damn it, this security door has definitely been modified," Qianyuza said through gritted teeth. Dufong sighed and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it next time. It's more important to go outside and collect medicine first." Qianyuza said angrily. Humph, she's lucky. After the two left, Yushifu leaned against the security door, as if she had lost all her strength, and collapsed to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. It seemed she was truly terrified. Fortunately, Xiao had reinforced the security door with welded steel plates, making it difficult to break open, otherwise she would have been dead. After sitting on the ground for a while, Yushifu gradually regained her energy, feeling indignant. Screw independent women! It's so dangerous outside. If you don't rely on a man, are you going to rely on yourself? Yushifu picked up her phone and sent a private message to Jihao. I agree to your request. Jihao. Okay, then come over here. Yushifu. No, it's too dangerous for me to go out. I ran into Dufong and Qianyuza downstairs just now, and I almost got caught by them. Maybe they're still lying in ambush downstairs, waiting for me to walk right into their trap. Jihao. Then I'll come over in half an hour. You can use this time to prepare yourself, put on your makeup, and find out your high-end glossy stockings and sexy lace lingerie. We'll take our time filming then. Yushifu felt humiliated, but after thinking it over, she had no choice but to agree. Half an hour later, Jihao arrived, bringing not only food, uniforms, stockings, and underwear, but also 2 heaters. After plugging in and turning on the heater, the room immediately became much warmer. Yushifu showed an expression of enjoyment. Since the apocalypse, she has almost forgotten what warmth feels like. Yushifu had a lot of clothes, including quite a few sexy ones, but after looking for a long time, Jihao felt that none of them were as good as the ones he had brought. So he took out a very revealing swimsuit and handed it to Yushifu. Come on, put it on, let's take a few pictures of the backless ones first, Jihao said with a wicked smile. Yushifu picked it up and took a look. Her pretty face turned bright red with embarrassment. She said angrily, You, don't go too far. It's so revealing. How am I supposed to wear this? It's really revealing. Not only is the back exposed, but the neckline is also very low. If you wear it, wouldn't Jihao see everything? That's your problem, not mine. Fine, don't wear it then. I even brought a pizza to share with you, but now it looks like I'll have to enjoy it by myself. As he spoke, Jihao took out a large box of pizza, opened it, took out a small piece, and began to eat it with relish. Yushifu watched longingly from the side, both surprised and envious. In this apocalyptic world, so many people can't even get enough to eat, yet you can still afford pizza. This world is just too unfair. Just as Jihao was about to pick up the second slice of pizza, Yushifu finally couldn't hold back any longer and said weakly, how about I try it? Jihao put down the pizza, grinned, and said, As long as you satisfy me, you'll get plenty of food. Yushifu took her swimsuit into the restroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Her features were delicate, and her temperament was aloof and proud. Especially since Jihao had asked her to do her makeup beforehand, she looked even more beautiful. From childhood to adulthood, among all the people she had met, none could compare to her in terms of figure and looks. Now, for the sake of food, he has to submit to Jihao. Yushifu sighed, a little resentful, and silently took off her clothes, enduring the cold, and put on her swimsuit. She only felt better after she came inside and felt the warmth emanating from the heater. Upon seeing Yushifu, Jihao stared wide-eyed. Her figure was accentuated by the sky-blue tight-fitting swimsuit, her curves were graceful and alluring, and a pair of large breasts shone brightly under the low neckline, trembling with her breath. Her beautiful back was equally stunning, fair and smooth, like it was carved from the finest jade, no different from a work of art. Seeing Jihao staring straight at her, Yushifu felt a little shy. As a professional leg model, she had taken countless photos and videos, but she had never dressed so revealingly before, especially since the photographer was a man. Yushifu took a deep breath, and said with a mix of embarrassment and anger, I'm ready, what are you still standing there for? Jihao said, Alright, let's begin. Yushifu turned around, her back to Jihao, revealing her smooth, fair back. Jihao didn't hold back and snapped a few pictures. After taking the swimsuit photos, Jihao had Yushifu change into a cheongsam, a flight attendant uniform, a nurse's uniform, and a dance outfit, and took photos of all of them. Looking at his work, Jihao was extremely satisfied. Chapter 65 Transformation into Director G. Now that you've finished filming, shouldn't you give me some food? Yu Shifu said irritably. Xiao shook his head. I forgot to ask you to change into your office lady uniform earlier, so I have to make up for it now. Yu Shifu glared at Xiao and said angrily. I think you're just playing me. Xiao said. If you don't want to change, I'm leaving now. Yu Shifu stomped her foot, wanting Xiao to get lost immediately, but glancing at the pizza next to her, she could only suppress her anger and let Xiao smash it. Humph! Yu Shifu snorted, picked up a set of office lady uniforms, and headed towards the restroom. Xiao couldn't help but remind him. Remember to wear black-rimmed glasses, it will make you look more impressive. When Yu Shifu came out again, Xiao's eyes lit up. Yu Shifu, dressed in an office lady uniform, is indeed very charming. Her hair is styled in a high bun, her makeup is exquisite, she wears black-rimmed glasses, her red lips are sexy, and she is dressed in a white shirt, a black tight-fitting pencil skirt, sheer black stockings, and high heels, giving her a unique charm. How about we try a different way of shooting? Xiao said, staring at Yu Shifu's alluring curves under her white shirt. I'll definitely give you food after we're done. Yu Shifu said coldly. How do you want to film it? You tell me. Xiao leaned close to Yu Shifu's ear and whispered something. After hearing this, Yu Shifu blushed and glared at Xiao. Don't go too far. Is it excessive? I don't think so, Xiao said. If you don't want to, then I'll leave right now. That despicable guy. Yu Shifu was furious, but after a moment of silence, she gave in. Xiao smiled and said, I hope we can work together smoothly. Yu Shifu suppressed her emotions and began her performance. Director Ji, you said a while ago that you were going to shoot a TV series about office ladies, and I was already confirmed as the female lead, so why did you change your mind at the last minute? Xiao smiled and countered. How can you say it's a change of heart if there's no contract signed? Yu Shifu said coldly. But I've worked on this for a month. Xiao interrupted her, saying, That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Yu Shifu said. Director Ji, aren't you going too far by bullying us? Xiao said. Actually, if you really want to play the female lead, there are ways. Yu Shifu was delighted. What's the idea? Tell me. Well, you know how it is. Xiao stared at her intently, the meaning of which was self-evident. You call yourself a big director? You're nothing but a beast. Yu Shifu clenched her fists and cursed fiercely. Xiao threatened. I heard your mother has cancer and needs a lot of money for treatment. If you're not willing, I'll spread the word in the industry and unite everyone to blacklist you. With my abilities, I believe no one will dare to cooperate with you. Yu Shifu seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her whole body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes misty with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, Director Ji, please let me go. I can't live without work, sob sob sob. If you want to be the female lead, you have to pay a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Xiao picked up the camera next to him and pointed the lens at Yu Shifu. Yu Shifu sobbed. You're not human, you're not human. Xiao smiled wickedly. Miss Yu, you don't want to see your mother give up treatment because of the surgery fees, do you? Xiao was very satisfied after the shoot. Yu Shifu's acting skills are top-notch, comparable to He Xiaoqian's. However, the difference is that after He Xiaoqian finished her performance, Xiao was able to get started, while after Yu Shifu finished her performance, he could only take photos and videos. But it doesn't matter, he believes that one day, Yu Shifu will completely give in. After Xiao left, Yu Shifu couldn't wait to start enjoying her pizza. She took just one bite, and a look of pure bliss appeared on her face. Oh my God, this is absolutely delicious. This was the first time she had ever eaten pizza since the apocalypse. All her hard work and dedication were worthwhile. It was worth it. After leaving Yu Shifu's residence, Xiao went to He Xiaoqian's place. During the filming just now, Yu Shifu made me angry, so of course I had to ask He Xiaoqian, that little vixen, for help. Xiao had He Xiaoqian change into an office lady uniform and reenacted the previous scene, even adding a lot of lines. This time, Xiao finally got to experience what it's like to be a great director. Dufong and Qian Yuzi returned, bringing with them several boxes of medicine and some gauze. They found it in a nearby pharmacy, which had been ransacked long ago, but they were lucky enough to find some in a quiet, unnoticed corner. Lu Batian was overjoyed. Having medicine provided an extra layer of protection. However, Dufong stated that these medications were insufficient to treat his left arm, so he could not give them to Lu Batian. Lu Batian looked displeased and wanted to kill Dufong and then seize the medicine, but after thinking it over, he gave up the idea. The saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold to buy a horse's bones. Dufong was the first to join him and became his loyal follower. If he were to instead seize Dufeng's life-saving medicine, what would the subordinates think of him? Fine, once we break into Jihao's safe house, there will definitely be a large amount of medicine inside. Why bother with such petty gains now? The next day, a group of people gathered together to discuss how to deal with Jihao. Dufong once again proposed his idea. Have Song Wanqiu come to Jihao's house and pretend to seek refuge with him, while they would hide at the stairwell and shoot Jihao as soon as the emergency door opened. After careful consideration, Lu Batian agreed to the plan. The group discussed the details and agreed to take action the next day. After Dufong and the others left, Lu Batian found Song Wanqiu and told her his plan. Song Wanqiu was in a difficult position. After Jihao's flirting for a while, Song Wanqiu had already developed special feelings for him and naturally did not want to harm him. Moreover, Song Wanqiu was kind-hearted to begin with, and her marriage to Lu Batian was an accident. It would be absolutely unacceptable for her to harm people. Lu Batian angrily said, "Are you having an affair with that kid? He has caused us so much trouble, and you just watched him get away with it." Song Wanqiu said angrily, "You're the one who's having an affair with him. I've been married to you for so many years, and I've always taken good care of the family. I've never cheated on you, and you actually doubt me." "I was just joking," Lu Batian said in a softening tone. "Then tell me, why are you unwilling to help?" Song Wanqiu hesitated for a long time, but couldn't give a reason. "No matter what, you have to help me this time." Lu Batian raised his voice and said forcefully, "You should get some rest tonight and don't play on your phone. I'll keep it for you and return it to you when I get back tomorrow." As he spoke, he took Song Wanqiu's phone. Song Wanqiu was even angrier. They actually confiscated her phone, clearly because they were worried she would tell Jihao. What's the point of living like this? Chapter 66 was just a little short. The next day, in the morning. Before leaving, Lu Batian suddenly remembered something and reminded Song Wanqiu. "Remember to put on makeup and wear sexy yoga clothes underneath, so you can seduce him." Song Wanqiu felt bitter, but under Lu Batian's domineering influence, she had no choice but to comply. Lu Batian handed Song Wanqiu a fruit knife and instructed her. "Hide this knife in your coat. If we fail to shoot him, go into the safe house, sleep with him, and then kill him when he's not paying attention." Song Wanqiu didn't say anything and silently put the knife away. "All right, let's go then." Lu Batian led Song Wanqiu, Dufong, Qianyuza, and Wu Er to Jihao's safe house. Lu Batian carried a gun, Dufong and Wu Er carried crossbows, and Qianyuza carried a knife because they didn't have enough crossbows. Originally, Lu Batian didn't want to bring Dufong and the other two along. In his opinion, it was enough for him to have a gun. As soon as Jihao opened the security door, he would immediately fire, and there would be no accidents. But after thinking it over, he felt it was safer to have more people around, since Jihao was no pushover and he needed to be extremely cautious. After killing Jihao, he would then shoot and kill the other three, including Dufong. That way, no one would be competing with him for the safe house, and everything would be his. He could live a life like a god from then on. Just thinking about it was exciting. In fact, Dufong and Wu Er thought the same way. Under such great temptation, no one could resist. Only Qianyuza looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, his face showing bitterness, feeling powerless. Upon arriving outside Jihao's safe house, Lu Batian, Dufong, Wu Er, and Qianyuza hid at the stairwell, aiming their weapons at the safe door, ready to strike at any moment. Song Wanqiu then rang the doorbell. Soon, Jihao's voice came from the loudspeaker. "Wow, madam, you actually came to my residence. What a rare guest." Song Wanqiu feigned anger and said, "I came to seek refuge with you, but that beast Lu Batian actually hit me. I'm so heartbroken. He doesn't cherish me, but there are plenty of others who will. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life." "My God, you're so beautiful, how could he do that?" He's a beast, Xiao said indignantly. Song Wanqiu said. That's right, how can that good-for-nothing compare to you? I think so too, Xiao laughed. Let me guess, he's not only an abusive man, but also a spineless coward, the kind who ends things before they even begin, right? In the distance, Liu Beixian's face turned green. Damn, I really want to tear your mouth apart, that's so mean. But the goal had not yet been achieved, so even though Liu Ba was furious, he could only endure it. Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Liu Beixian's expression in the surveillance footage, which looked as if he had lost his parents. Hidden cameras have long been installed in both the hallways and stairwells. What Liu Batian didn't know was that his every move was being monitored by Xiao, and even so, he still wanted to break in. No way! Seeing that Song Wanqiu remained silent, Xiao asked again. Madam, tell me, is Liu Batian a spineless coward or a eunuch? Song Wanqiu nodded without hesitation and said, Yes, he's a good-for-nothing. I've wanted to leave him for a long time. Xiao mocked. I never expected that Liu Batian, who looks so arrogant on the surface, couldn't even conquer his own woman. In that case, why don't you give him a big green hat and make him a cuckold? Song Wanqiu said bitterly. Yes, I'm going to make him wear a big green hat and make him regret it for the rest of his life. In the past, she would never have uttered such shameless words, but Liu Beixian's recent behavior had greatly disappointed her. So she took this opportunity to openly and honestly express what was on her mind. Liu Beixian's face turned not only green but also black. He felt incredibly frustrated and uncomfortable, but he could only endure it. Dufong, Wu and Qian Yuze wanted to laugh, but dared not, struggling to hold it in. Xiao said, Madam, you are a professional yoga teacher. How about we do a yoga session? If it pleases me, I'll let you stay in my safe house. Okay. Song Wanqiu did not hesitate at all, unbuttoning the collar of her coat to reveal a sky-blue tight-fitting yoga outfit underneath, her chest heaving and her curves bursting. She endured the bitter cold and began practicing yoga. I must say, professionals are just different. Their postures are graceful and have a unique aesthetic appeal. Xiao admired it for a while, then said softly, All right, I'll open the door for you, come in. Song Wanqiu was freezing cold. She quickly put on her clothes, but kept trying to signal to the emergency exit with her eyes. It means to warn Xiao to be careful. Xiao had calculated that, given Liu Batian and the others' positions, the safety gate would need to be opened at least halfway to hit them, but how could he possibly give Liu Batian and the others that chance? Ignoring Song Wanqiu's reminder, Xiao slowly opened the safety door. Liu Batian, Dufong, Wu and Qian Yuze were on high alert, each gripping their weapons tightly, ready to kill with a single blow. Song Wanqiu was extremely nervous. If Xiao died because of her, she would definitely feel guilty. She gently shook her head, both to remind Xiao and to prevent Liu Batian from noticing her subtle movements and arousing his suspicion. The door opened a crack, revealing Xiao's smiling face. Liu Batian gripped the gun tightly, hoping that it would open a little bit more, just a little bit more. With just a tiny bit of force, he could have blown Xiao's head off with a single shot. Madam, you look beautiful today. You even have makeup on. Did you do it especially for me? Xiao said unhurriedly. Song Wanqiu frantically tried to signal with her eyes, her nervousness making her somewhat incoherent. Don't be nervous, the environment inside my safe house is quite nice. Come on, come in and have a look. Xiao grabbed Song Wanqiu's hand and pulled her into the gap. Then the door closed. Grass! Liu Batian rushed over and started punching and kicking the safety door. He was just a hair's breadth away. If the safety gate had opened even a little bit more, he would have been perfectly positioned to attack Xiao. Unfortunately, it all fell short in the end. Liu Ba was furious and unleashed a torrent of abuse at the security door, after which his hands and feet began to ache slightly. I thought I could solve the problem with a gun, so I didn't bring any breaching tools. Now I can only watch helplessly. Boss, watch out for crossbows. Upon seeing this, Dufong, Qian Yuze, and Wu rushed over as fast as they could, pulled Liu Batian back, and returned to the stairwell. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were quick. If they had been any later, it might have been dangerous. Although Song Wanqiu would definitely try to stop him, given Xiao's villainous nature, he wouldn't listen to her, Boss, don't worry, your wife has a knife in her coat. She'll definitely unleash her power and chop that bastard to pieces. Then we can just wait to move into the safe house and live like gods. Dufong comforted him. Lu Batian then realized that he had been too excited. If Xiao found out that they were hiding outside, it would definitely be detrimental to Song Wanchio's actions. Now he can only pray that when he rushed over, Xiao wasn't watching the surveillance video, but was looking at his wife, otherwise he'd be in big trouble. Chapter 67 Taking Down Song Wanchio. As soon as she entered the safe house, Song Wanchio felt a warm wave of heat wash over her, making her feel extremely comfortable. Having endured enough extreme cold since the apocalypse, she now felt a sense of déjà vu as she felt the warmth. Looking at the interior decoration, it's even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. There's even a small swimming pool in the middle of the lobby. That's true enjoyment of life. Having only seen pictures and videos before, Song Wanchio was immediately shocked to see it in person. She couldn't even imagine how wonderful that kind of life would be if she could move in. Xiao was very satisfied with the expression on Song Wanchio's face and said with a smile, "What, are you surprised? Since you have chosen to rely on me, from now on you are my woman. Take off your coat first, there is heating inside, wearing too much will make you uncomfortable." Song Wanchio came to her senses but did not take off her coat. Because she had a knife hidden in her clothes. Xiao sneered, "Take out the knife, you can't hurt me." Song Wanchio was taken aback, and said in a trembling voice, How did you know I had a knife in my clothes?" Xiao opened the surveillance video on his phone and said, "Let me tell you a secret, there are also surveillance cameras in the stairwell. I have been keeping track of Lu Batian's every move for a long time." Song Wanchio suddenly realized, "No wonder you only opened the safety door a crack, I was so nervous at the time. You should be glad you gave me that wink earlier, or you'd be dead by now." A cold glint appeared in Jihao's eyes. Song Wanchio couldn't help but shiver, clutching her proud chest and taking a deep breath. "I was forced, I couldn't refuse, and my phone was taken away, otherwise I would have told you in advance so you could be prepared. Now that we've talked it out, how about you let me go back, and we can pretend nothing happened?" Jihao said. "Okay, but I have one condition." Song Wanchio was overjoyed and quickly said, "Tell me, I'll definitely agree." Jihao stared at her stunningly beautiful face and said with a wicked smile, "Sleep with me once, and if you satisfy me, I'll let you go back." "You!" Song Wanchio took a step back and said coldly, "I am a married woman, how can this be?" Jihao said, "Leave Lu Batian. He's not worth all that you've sacrificed for him." Song Wanchio shook her head. "We are husband and wife after all. As long as he doesn't abandon me, I will never abandon him." Jihao sneered. "What a loving couple! If he could abandon his wife and move into a safe house, what do you think he would choose?" Song Wanchio remained silent. Jihao pointed to the food on the table and softened his tone, saying, "Forget about those unhappy things. Since we're here, we should at least have a good meal." Song Wanchio turned around and saw a seafood feast laid out on the table, looking incredibly tempting. King crab, oysters with champagne and lemon juice, French lobster tranche, steamed squid, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, scallops with vermicelli, French bouillabaisse, razor clams with scallion oil. OMG! Although I knew Jihao had plenty of food, this was still too lavish. Besides the seafood feast, I can also take a hot shower here. Jihao pointed to the small swimming pool in the middle of the hall. Steam was rising from the surface of the pool, so it was definitely hot water inside. Song Wanchio found it hard to imagine how Jihao managed to get so much hot water. Even if the safe house is high-tech and has many functions, this is still too incredible. Now Song Wanchio is truly moved. Just as Jihao said, since we're already here, it would be a huge loss not to have a good meal. After her mindset changed, Song Wanchio stopped resisting and took off her coat, revealing a sky-blue tight-fitting yoga outfit underneath. A pair of huge lamps seemed about to burst out of the clothes. Song Wanchio's figure is very well maintained thanks to her years of yoga practice. She has a curvy figure, a supple waist, full buttocks, and rounded yet symmetrical legs with excellent proportions. Even Jihao, who was used to seeing top-tier beauties, had to admit that Song Wanchio was indeed an exceptionally beautiful woman. "Come on, let's have a drink. Xiao poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Song Wonchio. Song Wonchio picked up the red wine, about to drink, when Xiao took her hand. Song Wonchio asked in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" Xiao grinned and said, "Of course we'll drink the nuptial wine. You're so beautiful, I dream of being your man." Song Wonchio blushed, her heart pounding, unable to resist the teasing. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she generously shared a toast with Xiao. "Neither my husband nor I have ever done this, you're lucky," Song Wonchio said coquettishly, exuding charm. Xiao said, "Let's not talk about that clueless jerk. You can come find me anytime you miss me." Next, the two began to enjoy the food. As the seafood feast entered her mouth, Song Wonchio showed a satisfied expression, feeling as if the whole world had brightened up. It seems this trip wasn't a waste of time. After finishing the feast, Song Wonchio sighed deeply. This place and that cold, impersonal home were like 2 completely different worlds. If only Xiao were her husband. Song Wonchio said softly, "I'd like to take a hot shower. Could you please leave for a moment?" Xiao looked at Song Wonchio with amusement. "This is my safe house, why should I avoid it? Besides, when I was impersonating a celestial master before, I already saw everything, so why should I care?" Song Wonchio was furious. "You're clearly being a pervert," Xiao said. "It's the same whether you wash alone or with someone, so why not wash together?" Song Wonchio was both ashamed and angry. "Madam, you've enjoyed my seafood feast, so it's only fair that you take a bath with me, isn't it?" Xiao took Song Wonchio's hand. "Let me see how a yoga teacher's flexibility differs from that of an ordinary woman." Song Wonchio inwardly scoffed. "Is it just a simple bath for 2? It sounds better than it's made up." However, the current situation leaves her with no choice. Lu Batian stood outside the safe house without saying a word. He waited for a long time, but Song Wonchio did not come out. He became anxious and wondered what was happening inside. It was very cold, and even though he was dressed in thick clothes, it was still no use. If Song Wonchio didn't come out soon, he would have no choice but to go back, otherwise he might freeze to death outside. Dufong, Qianyuza, and Wu Er were extremely frustrated. What was supposed to be a foolproof plan had turned out like this, and they now had to endure the cold outside with Lu Batian. They wanted to speak to Lu Batian several times to persuade him to go back first, but after thinking about it carefully, they could understand. After all, if it were their own wives inside, they would definitely wait outside too. After waiting a while longer, Dufong, still injured, couldn't take it anymore and said, "Boss, why don't we go back first? My wife is a lucky person, maybe when she comes out again, she'll already be carrying that bastard Jihao's head." With Dufong taking the lead, Qianyuza also chimed in. "Yes, health is important. If you get frostbite and there's no medicine, it'll be a huge problem." Lu Batian's face was ashen, and he said in a cold voice, "Let's wait a little longer. If they don't come out, we'll go back." As they were talking, the security door suddenly opened. Chapter 68, Getting Away with It. "You beast, don't even think about doing anything to me. I'd rather die than submit." The security door opened a crack, revealing Song Wonchio's figure. She was wearing a thick coat, her clothes were neat, and she was holding a fruit knife in front of her, her face full of anger. "You bitch, how dare you hurt me? Next time we meet, I'll make you taste my power!" Xiao roared, looking furious. He clutched his arm tightly, as if it were truly injured. Lu Batian and the others were stunned. To their utter surprise, the situation turned out to be completely different from what they had imagined. The 4 men realized what was happening and were about to raise their weapons to fire, but the security door had already closed. "Grass!" Lu Batian was furious. He had missed 2 opportunities in a row and was filled with regret. "Honey, it's so good to see you. Wah, I almost got taken advantage of by that beast. He kept threatening me, trying to make me leave you and become his woman, but I refused. Then he lost his patience and tried to force himself on me, but luckily I had a knife in my coat. I cut his arm, and he had no choice but to let me go." Song Wonchio cried with tears streaming down her face, as if she had truly been frightened. It has to be said that women seem to have a natural talent for this. They can not only come up with plots, but also deliver phenomenal acting performances. She had clearly cuckolded Lu Batian, Yet she pretended to be a chaste and virtuous woman, making it hard for anyone not to believe her. Upon learning that Song Wanchio had not been bullied, Lu Batian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's safe, it's good that she's safe. Let's go back first. Okay. Song Wanchio nodded. Despite her incredibly lifelike performance, she was actually terrified inside, worried that Lu Batian would find out something, and then everything would be over. Fortunately, her husband is all brawn and no brains, and he just put on a show to fool her. I don't know whether she should laugh or cry. Dufong, Wu Er, and Qian Yuzi were more observant. They smelled the scent of shower gel emanating from Song Wanchio, which clearly indicated that she had taken a shower. Look at her skin, fair and rosy, moist and supple. Look at her expression, her eyes are alluring, and her face is flushed. She's clearly been nourished by a man. All signs indicate that Song Wanchio has definitely hooked up with Xiao, and everything that just happened was just an act. The three of them sneered. Lu Batian, you idiot! Your wife cheated on you and you were completely oblivious. You're supposed to be a big shot in the underworld, but you've become the cuckolded hero. Ha! I've never seen such a stupid person. Dufong patted Lu Batian on the shoulder and said meaningfully, It's good that your sister-in-law is safe. Boss, you have to take some things in stride. This is the apocalypse, anything can happen. Qian Yuzi chimed in. That's right. If you want to make a living, you have to be more open-minded. Although we didn't manage to take down Xiao this time, we didn't suffer any losses, so it's not a complete loss. Lu Batian smiled and said, Yes, it's not a loss, it's even a huge profit. After all, my wife injured that beast's arm and made him bleed. Dufong, Wu Er, and Qian Yuzi exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Yes, a huge profit. That evening, Xiao sent Lu Batian the ambiguous pictures of him and Song Wanchio. Upon seeing this, Lu Batian was instantly enraged. In the photo, the two are holding hands and drinking from the same cup, looking extremely intimate. Lu Batian clenched his fists and rushed into Song Wanchio's room, cursing viciously. Damn it, you bitch! How dare you cuckold me! Song Wanchio was startled, wondering if she had been exposed. She forced herself to calm down, pretending she knew nothing, and asked, Honey, have you misunderstood something? Look for yourself. Lu Batian showed her the photo. Song Wanchio was extremely embarrassed and angry, never expecting that Xiao would secretly take pictures of her. At the same time, she secretly thought it was a close call. It was just a picture of them holding hands and drinking from the same cup, not a picture of her and Xiao being intimate in the pool, so there was still room for maneuver. Song Wanchio advised. Husband, that villain is cunning. It's clearly a Photoshop picture he used to sow discord between us. You must not believe him. Lu Batian examined the picture carefully, and couldn't see any signs of Photoshop manipulation. He thought to himself, It doesn't look like it. Song Wanchio continued. Think about it, when I came out, I was confronting him with a knife, looking like I was about to die. How could I possibly be drinking a nuptial cup with him? Don't be fooled. Lu Batian was filled with doubt and suspicion, both wondering if he had made a mistake and fallen into Jihao's trap. If Song Wanchio is really kicked out of the house, she will have no choice but to rely on Jihao, which would only benefit that beast. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Song Wanchio's eyes were filled with tears, and she said bitterly, since I married you, I have worked hard to take care of the family and never complained. Now that the end of the world has come, I have even used myself as bait just to take down that villain Xiao. I have endured so much pressure, but you still doubt me. Since that's the case, then let's separate and go our separate ways from now on. That way, you won't have to be suspicious anymore. Seeing Song Wanchio crying so sadly, Lu Batian softened, suppressed his emotions, and compromised, saying, Let's leave it at that. I won't mention it again. That's it. Okay. Song Wanchio felt a sense of relief, finally getting through this ordeal. Just as Lu Batian was about to leave the room, Song Wanchio called him back. Honey, you should give me back my phone now, Song Wanchio said. It's so boring without a phone. Lu Batian also planned to try to crack Song Wanchio's lock screen password so he could go through her chat history and see if he could find evidence of her infidelity. But since she had brought it up herself, Lu Batian felt embarrassed to insist that she stay any longer, and could only return it to her. Upon receiving her phone, Song Wanqiu immediately messaged Xiao. "You shameless bastard! I've already slept with you and fulfilled your wish. How could you send photos of my husband? You broke your promise." Xiao. "Madam, haven't you heard the saying, once you get what you want more? It's because you slept with me that I've come to know how wonderful you are, and now I want you all of yourself." Xiao. "I'm sorry, madam, you are just too charming. I couldn't help myself. Leave Lu Batian. My door will always be open for you." Song Wanqiu. "Humph, it's all talk and no action. I will not leave my husband, and you should behave yourself and stop trying to sow discord between him and me, or I will get angry." Xiao. "I've seen you when you're angry, shy yet furious, so alluring. I bet you're incredibly charming and beautiful right now. Send me a selfie, I can't wait to see you." Lu Batian had never uttered such sweet words before, and in an instant, Song Wanqiu was overjoyed. Thinking back to their ambiguous moment in the pool, her heart immediately started pounding. On a whim, she actually took a selfie and sent it over. Chapter 69: Smashing the Wall. After posting the photos, Song Wanqiu realized that when she took the selfie, she had unconsciously pulled her neckline down, revealing a voluptuous figure that could be described as a weapon of mass destruction. She was slightly embarrassed and annoyed, and quickly withdrew her hand. "That damned villain, he must have cast some kind of spell on me. Yes, that must be it." Xiao. "Withdrawal is invalid. I've already saved it. Hee, madam, you have a really amazing figure. No wonder you practice yoga often. How about posting a few more pictures?" Song Wanqiu. "You wish." Xiao. "Since you won't send it, I'll send you a video. You'd better enjoy it." When Song Wanqiu opened Jihao's video, she blushed deeply and almost threw her phone away. "Ah. Are you kidding me? How could you secretly film us in the pool?" Xiao. "How was it? Wasn't it amazing?" Song Wanqiu. "Shameless scoundrel!" Xiao. "I have many more shameless ways to do things." Song Wanqiu. "Get out!" Xiao. Hee, madam, you don't want your husband to know our secret, do you?" For some reason, Song Wanqiu felt a strange excitement whenever she saw Jihao's words. In the end, she did as Jihao requested and took various yoga photos. The next day, after 2 failed attempts, Lu Batian was thoroughly enraged. This morning, he once again summoned Dufong, Wu-er, and Qian Yuza to discuss how to deal with Jihao. "I wanted to move into a safe house, so I didn't want to destroy it. Now that we've reached a point of no return, we have no choice but to resort to the ultimate solution: smash the wall. Although it will damage the house, it's worth it to take Jihao and the supplies inside." Just as they were about to discuss the details, Lu Batian suddenly said to Song Wanqiu, "Wife, why don't you go to your room first? We don't need your help this time, so you can get some rest." Song Wanqiu felt a surge of bitterness. This clearly shows they don't believe her. However, she didn't say much and silently returned to her room, her back looking somewhat lonely. After closing the door, Song Wanqiu seemed to lose all her strength. Leaning against the door, she gradually collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She was about to take out her phone to tell Jihao that Lu Batian was about to make another move. But after typing it, she deleted it. Lu Batian is, after all, her husband. If he can change his mind, perhaps their marriage can continue. In short, she still held on to a sliver of hope. Afternoon. Lu Batian, Dufong, Wu-er, and Qian Yuza headed to Jihao's safe house. They not only wore raincoats, but also brought wooden tables and steel plates, so as long as they held them in front of them, they wouldn't be afraid of high-pressure water cannons and crossbows. Moreover, this time it was a wall being smashed, which is much safer than smashing a security door. Lu Batian and his men found a spot out of reach of the crossbows, picked up their large iron hammers, and began smashing the wall. Bang, bang, bang. As a loud crashing sound rang out, plaster continued to peel off the wall. The 4 were incredibly excited. "Heh, this time we can finally kill Jihao." Inside the safe house, Xiao Yalan was very nervous. If the wall was broken down and Lu Batian had a gun, the situation would be very bad. Jihao and Fu Hongmei, however, looked relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. Sister Lan, don't worry. I spent over 100 million to build this safe house. How could they break through so easily? Just wait and see the show. Xiao comforted her. Seeing his confident demeanor, Yaan felt much more at ease. After reaching the safety door, Xiao turned on the megaphone and shouted in sync with the rhythm of Lu Batian and his 3 companions smashing the wall. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40, 80, 80, 40, 80, 40, 40. Hearing Xiao's mocking voice, Lu Batian and his men were furious and could only pound on the door even harder. Damn it, once I smash your wall, I'll show you why flowers are so red, Lu Batian said viciously. Dufong sneered. Don't worry, boss. That bastard won't be arrogant for long. When the time comes, you can stand by and applaud me as I torture him. After a series of smashes, the plaster on the wall completely peeled off, and the 4 men smiled, as if they could see Xiao being brutally beaten by them. But suddenly, their smiles stopped. Because inside the wall plaster was a thick layer of steel plate. Damn it! The 4 of them broke through your defenses in an instant. How afraid of death are you? Is it really necessary? What do we do now? Dufong asked through gritted teeth. Lu Batian said, Keep smashing it. I don't believe we can't break through it. Qianyuza also said, That's right, even if it's an impenetrable fortress, we'll smash a hole in it today. Lu Batian and Qianyuza swung their sledgehammers again and smashed them hard against the steel plate. Bang! The steel plate remained motionless, but the force of the recoil made their arms go numb, and they almost lost their grip on the hammer. It seems impossible to break through the steel plate. Dufong ran to the stairwell and shouted angrily inside. Xiao, you coward, all you do is hide in the safe house, huh? If you've got the guts, open the door and let's fight one-on-one. I'll beat you until you kneel down and call me daddy. Xiao sneered. Oh, so you're kneeling down and calling me daddy? Speaking of which, didn't someone do something like that before? I even recorded a video of it. I might as well release it for everyone to see. Xiao pressed a button, and a small steel plate popped out from the security door, revealing a screen. The video playing inside showed Dufong kneeling before him and calling him Dad. Dufeng's face turned bright red. He was extremely aggrieved. Qianyuza asked curiously, Brother, is this really you? Dufong said with a cold face. It's just an AI-generated video, nothing more than an attempt to disgust me. I'm not falling for it. Qianyuza sneered inwardly. This video was obviously real. He was still trying to save face. What a fragile ego he had. In order to move into the safe house, he actually knelt down and called Xiao Dad. He had no shame at all. Lu Batian and Wu Er were equally disdainful. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would never make friends with someone like that. Seeing the 3 men's disdainful looks, Dufong became even angrier and shouted inside. Xiao Yaan, you slut, you whore, are you doing something shameful with that dog Xiao in there? You're so old, yet you're still eating young grass like an old cow. If you have the guts, open the door and let us confront you face to face. Wow, you're really brave to call your own mother a slut. I admire you. Seeing no response from inside, Dufong continued. If you don't open the door, I'll break in, capture you, and bring a few strong men. Inside the door, Xiao Yaan was so angry that her chest heaved violently, trembling with each breath. Xiao comforted him. Don't be angry, it's not worth it for that beast. Yes, he's not your biological son, why bother? Fu Hongmei said. Let me teach them a lesson. Safe outdoors. Just as Lu Batian and his 3 companions were about to leave, the firing port on the door suddenly opened. Chapter 70, Successive Failures. Lu Batian and his 3 companions stood at the top of the stairs, a very safe position from which neither crossbows nor high-pressure water cannons could hit them. After the firing port was opened, water sprayed out wildly. The ground was quickly soaked. Although it was extremely cold, the water was so plentiful that it couldn't freeze immediately. Lu Batian sneered and mocked. I thought you had a lot of attack methods, but it's nothing special. We're standing so far away, wearing raincoats, and you think you can hurt us with a high-pressure water gun? No way. Qianyuza said. He's just out of ideas. He's only good at hiding. Let's go back and study this carefully. Next time, we'll definitely be able to break into his safe house. Woordale. Yes. Water continued to spray from the firing port, seemingly without end, and quickly spread to the stairwell. Qian Yuza stepped forward and stood directly in the water, ignoring his wet shoes, and taunted. High-pressure water gun. That's a joke. Watch me stand in the water, what can you do to me? Wu-er stepped forward and stood in the water as well, shouting. You coward, come out if you dare! Your grandpa's right here. If you're not happy, come out and have a go. You dare? You piece of trash! The two were extremely arrogant, spewing all sorts of vulgarities, trying to swear at Jihao. But Jihao had already gone to play games, leaving the task of dealing with Lu Batian and his group to Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yaoan, which could also be considered a way to train the two of them. Inside the safe house, Fu Hongmei smiled and said, Yaoan, the safe house has many functions. Watch carefully, and I'll demonstrate it for you. As she spoke, she pressed a button on the remote control, turning on the power to the safety door. When the water on the ground came into contact with the bottom of the safety door, it instantly became electrified. Ah! Soon 2 screams rang out. Qian Yuza and Wu-er convulsed and then collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Clearly, they had been subjected to Fu Hongmei's electroshock therapy. Dufong and Lu Batian were startled and quickly took several steps back. The spot where they were standing was only a little distance from the water on the ground, and they almost got hit. Thank goodness. Boss, what do we do? Dufong asked, still shaken. Lu Batian thought for a moment and said, Let's take a few photos first, and then send them to the group to stir up everyone's emotions and recruit more people. Dufong nodded. Okay. He took out his phone and snapped a few pictures. Lu Batian and Dufong discussed it briefly, but they didn't have a good solution, so they could only go back first. This attack on the safe house was a complete and utter failure. Damn it, just you wait, I'll never let this go. Lu Batian's eyes flashed with intense resentment. He glanced at the security door one last time before leaving with Dufong. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 crossbow bolts shot out from the firing ports and flew towards them. The 2 men were standing at the top of the stairs, so the crossbow bolts couldn't reach them, but they were still startled and didn't dare to linger, so they quickly ran away. Inside the safe house, Fu Hongmei clapped her hands and said, Done! Xiao Yaoan said, So the security door can also be powered. They really thought of everything when they built the safe house. Of course, Fu Hongmei said. If they come again next time, I'll leave it to you. You'll have to learn to protect yourself. Xiao Yaoan nodded. Okay, no problem. Fu Hongmei hesitated for a moment before saying, You can't show mercy to Dufong, and you can't be soft-hearted and let him in, or we'll all be doomed. Xiao Yaoan said seriously, Don't worry, I broke off all ties with him a long time ago. Besides, he's not my biological son, so I have no reason to hold back. Fu Hongmei said, Then I'm relieved. Upon returning, Dufong immediately posted the photos in the group chat, saying that Jihao was a murderer and a demon, and calling on everyone to unite and punish him. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su certainly wouldn't let this opportunity to strike at Jihao slip by, and they jumped around in the group chat. Jihao replied by increasing the bounty, and then the two fell silent. At Lu Batian's house, Song Wanqiu learned that they had failed and felt a strange sense of relief. Even she herself didn't realize that her heart had gradually leaned towards Jihao. Perhaps it won't be long before she willingly becomes Jihao's woman. In the living room, Dufong said, Boss, why don't we just abandon the safe house and smash down the load-bearing wall downstairs? That way, that bastard will definitely be forced out. Lu Batian shook his head. I thought of your method a long time ago, but it won't work for now. Dufong asked urgently. Why? Lu Batian patiently explained. Building number 2 has 28 floors, with 4 households on each floor, totaling over 100 households. Even if many froze to death, there should still be at least 100 people. If you go and smash the load-bearing wall, aren't you just going against 100 of them? He paused, then continued. If they resist fiercely, it will cause us a lot of trouble. That's not all. What I fear most is that if that kid Jihao instigates them and provides them with some food, he will become the leader of 100 people. Then they will all attack us, and our only fate will be death. Dufong remained silent, clearly also feeling that the risk was too great. If these 100+ people are forced to side with Xiao, then things will get really serious. Lu Batian sighed and said, I value that kid's safe house very much. I don't want to damage it unless absolutely necessary. Let's think of another way. Dufong said. But boss, you have a gun, what are you afraid of them for? Lu Batian said. If Xiao has a crossbow, he might also have a gun. Besides, how many bullets do you think I have? Dufong thought about it and agreed, but he was still unwilling to give up. Are we just going to give up like this? Of course not, Lu Batian said. That kid is right here in the neighborhood, he can't escape. We can recruit more people first. As long as we have enough manpower, are we afraid we can't deal with him? Dufong asked. What do you mean? Lu Batian said. At least a third of the people in my current building, number 7, are willing to join me. Since that's the case, let's just take over the whole building first. It will be much easier to get things done once we have our own territory. Dufong gave a thumbs up. That makes sense. After discussing it for a while and finalizing the plan, the two immediately went to contact people to help. First, take over the entire building, get manpower and supplies, then slowly wear down Xiao. It's a war of attrition, so we need more patience. In addition, we need to form a resource collection team to take turns going out to collect resources, because once there are too many people, the food consumption will be terrifying, and we can't just sit and eat our reserves until they run out. Lu Batian contacted Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su and told them his plan. The two immediately expressed their support, and wanted to work with him to deal with Xiao. The saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. A principle that couldn't be simpler. Chapter 71 Taking Building 7. Lu Batian's rise to power in the underworld was due to the support of two family sons, including Police Chief Suliji. The two families had a very good relationship. So when they heard that Lu Batian wanted to take over the entire Building 7, both Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su immediately mobilized their connections in the community to advocate for Lu Batian. In an instant, the entire happiness community was in an uproar. Xiangzi had previously told Xiao that his next-door neighbor had died, so he took the neighbor's phone and infiltrated the anti-G alliance group. At that moment, Xiangzi relayed all the messages in the group to Xiao. Xiao didn't care at all. No matter how many men Lu Batian had, they couldn't possibly break into his safe house. He was completely fearless. Compared to Lu Batian, Xiao was more interested in his wife, Song Wenqiu. This beautiful woman had an amazing figure due to her regular yoga practice, and she was also very flexible. After trying her once, Xiao could never forget her. No matter what, he was determined to get Song Wenqiu into his safe house. He was determined to succeed. Night. Lu Batian led his men and began his decapitation operation. Those who are willing to submit to him and hand over all their food will naturally live, but those who are unwilling will be killed by the men and captured and played with by the women. You beast, you deserve to die a horrible death. Wah, please don't take my wife away, please. Spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Ah. Screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. Kill. Led by Lu Batian, who held a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he directed his men to break down the doors of various homeowners, kill the men, and steal supplies and women. Seeing his brutality, most homeowners chose to surrender, but a small number chose to fight to the end. As expected, all those who resisted were doomed. Looking at the pile of food and the room full of women, Lu Batian's emotions were in turmoil. Indeed, the apocalypse was more suitable for him. In peacetime, he would have to be more careful, but now that there are no morals or laws, he can do whatever he wants. It's practically his paradise. The only regret is that Xiao's kick once completely turned him into a useless piece of trash, utterly losing his ability to be a man. The room was full of women, but Lu Batian had no way to play with them, which was truly a pity. Of course, these women's figures and looks were all unappealing, far inferior even to pretty girls, let alone compared to his wife, Song Wenqiu. Grandpa Su looked at the woman inside the house with a wicked expression and said to Lu Batian, Boss Lu, come on, you go first, I'll cheer you on from the side. Another man with an earring teased, Boss, come on, let everyone see your heroic figure. Thanks to my brothers, I was able to take over Building 7 this time. These spoils are yours to play with as you please. I have some things to take care of. We'll have a proper get-together after that. Lu Batian appeared nonchalant, but inside he was bleeding. What good are having many women if you can only look but not touch them? Is there anything more tragic than that? Damn it, it's all that bastard Xiao's fault. I'll kill him sooner or later. Grandpa Su licked his lips and said, Since you've put it that way, Boss Lu, then I won't stand on ceremony. Hee hee, I hope you have a good time, old man. Lu Batian was even angrier. Old Master Su was a 70-year-old man who was still vigorous, but he had become a eunuch, not even as good as an old man. Only Lu Batian himself knew the bitterness he had endured. Looking at the woman's pitiful state inside the room, Song Wanqiu felt a pang of pity and whispered to Lu Batian, Husband, why don't you let them go? They used to be our neighbors. Isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Shut up! My business is none of your concern! Lu Batian was furious and wouldn't listen to Song Wanqiu. He said sternly, This is the apocalypse, not a peaceful era. If they had my abilities, they would have kept countless gigolos by now. Besides, the brothers have put in the effort. If we don't reward them with women, what will we reward them with? But... Song Wanqiu wanted to say something more. Lu Batian raised his voice, angrily saying, If you dare to say another word, believe me, I'll make you one of them, a spoils of war for everyone. Song Wanqiu raised her head and stared blankly at Lu Batian, tears welling up in her eyes. How could he say such a thing? At that moment, Song Wanqiu felt that her husband was a complete stranger. Lu Batian realized he had spoken too harshly, but he had no intention of taking it back. Go and rest first, don't worry about things here. Song Wanqiu didn't say anything more, turned around and left, her back view looking somewhat lonely. Grandpa Su stared at her stunning curves and thought to himself that it was a pity. If he could just kiss her, he would be willing to give up 10 years of his life. Since he couldn't make a move on Song Wanqiu, he had no choice but to turn his attention to other women. At this moment, Grandpa Su saw a fat woman weighing over 250 pounds, with a face full of small bumps, whose appearance could only be described as appalling. He immediately got angry and shouted, Damn it, who the hell brought this woman here? Are you blind? I brought her back. A green-haired man stepped forward and said, You guys don't know how to appreciate beauty. This woman is the real gem. Damn it! Old Su almost cursed. The fat woman raised her chin, pointed at Grandpa Su, and said arrogantly, I am as beautiful as a flower, even more beautiful than she sure. You are just a man with a lower body. Why do you look down on me? You are clearly discriminating against women. I will expose you on the little green book and let all the sisters on the platform judge you. The fat woman opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. In the air, one could almost see a yellowish-brown gas emanating a disgusting stench. Grandpa Su almost vomited from the stench. He quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the fat woman, covering his mouth and nose as he said, You son of a bitch, if you dare to open your mouth again, believe me, I'll throw you off the building. The overweight woman was furious. She took out her phone, opened little green book, and started editing a note. Ladies, something incredibly absurd happened. Today I met a 70-year-old man who, he actually... Suddenly, a young man pointed at the bumps on the fat woman's body and said, Holy crap, does she have genital warts? Huh, cauliflower? Fuck your mother! You brought that green-haired girl back, so you'd better deal with her. Finally, under duress from the crowd, Green Hair reluctantly threw the fat woman out of the window. With a scream, the fat woman was thrown to her death on the spot. This little incident slightly affected everyone's mood, but their enthusiasm remained. But then they discovered that another fat woman had real genital warts. After that, no one had any desire to play around with women anymore. Happiness is important, but life is even more important. Given the medical conditions in the apocalypse, the consequences of getting sick would be unimaginable, so it's better to be safe. Damn it! Grandpa Su was very unhappy. He had originally wanted to show off his power, but given the current situation, he could only run away. Chapter 72 Lu Baixian's Power. Xiangzi told Jihao about Lu Baixian's situation. Jihao sneered and immediately messaged Song Wanqiu privately. Madam, I bet you're heartbroken right now, aren't you? Song Wanqiu. I can't understand why he can be so cruel, not even sparing the elderly, children, and women. Jihao. In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts have changed. You should face reality. Your husband used to be involved in the underworld. He was only restrained by the law. Now that he has lost everything, his true nature has been exposed. Song Wonchyo remained silent. Xiao. Seeing you sad makes my heart bleed. I really missed the hour we spent in the pool last time. Why don't you find an excuse to come out and come over here? Xiao. Madam, would you be willing to share a bed with me tonight? Song Wonchyo. Shut up. Don't mention it again. Xiao. Even if I don't mention it, does that mean nothing happened between us? Don't deceive yourself. It was Lu Batian who brought you sadness, but it was me who brought you joy and enjoyment. Come here, your heart is fluttering, your mind is filled with my image, I am your husband. Song Wonchyo. Last time was an accident, you better forget about it. Xiao. I kicked Lu Batian into becoming eunuch Lu, so you are of no value to him. If you don't leave him, perhaps one day he will really give you to one of his men. When that happens, you will suffer inhuman torture. Song Wonchyo. I'm ignoring you. After ending the private chat, Song Wonchyo was heartbroken. She found it hard to accept what Lu Batian had done today. Moreover, their relationship had developed cracks, and if things continued like this, she was really afraid that Lu Batian would give her to his subordinates to play with. In comparison, Xiao has a safe house and supplies, and he is young, handsome, and strong, making him her first choice. Especially thinking back to the last time in the pool. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart pounded, and her mind was filled with images of Xiao. Lu Batian's atrocities in Building 7 shocked the entire community. Some residents who were asleep were awakened by the screams and could no longer fall back asleep, so they could only huddle under their blankets, shivering. In the community's residents group chat, Lu Batian faced unprecedented condemnation. My God, the entire Building 7 has been destroyed. I wonder how many people have died. Death is secondary. I heard they seized a whole room full of women, and they were all. That wicked Lu Batian is a cancer in our neighborhood. We should unite and resist him, otherwise he will come after us sooner or later, and no one will escape. That's right, I support it. Xiao. Didn't you all trust Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su before? Their son is the police chief. Now that someone has been brutally murdering a large number of residents in the community, why don't you let them come out and uphold justice? These hurtful words silenced everyone in the group. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su participated in this decapitation operation. Grandpa Su even participated in some kind of indescribable game with everyone, trying to show that he was still vigorous despite his old age, but it was cancelled in the end. Now that Xiao brought this up, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su immediately became the target of public criticism and were scolded by everyone. It took a full half hour for the group chat to quiet down a little. Fairy. The killing was caused by you men, so of course it should be resolved by you men. There are so many men in this neighborhood, are you all dead? Protecting women is your natural responsibility, so step forward now. Xiao. Go on, you'll make a fool of yourself in front of everyone. Little Fairy. Lu Batian, on behalf of all the men in this neighborhood, I hereby declare war on you. You villain, you deserve to go to the 18th level of hell. Fairy. Men of the whole neighborhood, step forward. Let's storm Lu Batian's house and tear him to pieces. Lu Batian. I hate little fairies like you who only know how to whine. Believe me or not, I'll find dozens of strong men. Humph. Fairy. You scoundrel, this is an insult to women. You must kneel down and apologize to all the women in the world. Otherwise, after the apocalypse ends, I will show you what the power of women is. Lu Batian. Idiot. Fairy. Apologize. Xiao. Lu Batian, you're the boss of Building 7, how can you tolerate this? If I were you, I would definitely rush to his place and chop her up with a knife. Lu Batian. That makes sense. Who knows where that fairy lives? Passerby. I know, 6-0702. Lu Batian. So it was in Building 6. Fine, after I kill her, I'll take action against the entire Building 6 over the next 2 days. You'd better be prepared. Upon hearing this, all the residents of Building 6 panicked. Fairy. You scum, you scoundrel, how dare you threaten me? It's only because my black brothers aren't here that I'd beat you to a pulp in a minute. Lu Batian. Little fairy, I'm here, wait for me. Not long after, a piercing scream came from Building 6. Lu Batian took a picture and posted it in the group. The little fairy was in a terrible state. Her body was covered in wounds, clearly indicating that she had suffered inhuman torture before her death. Lu Batian. From now on, anyone who dares to mess with me will suffer the consequences. This stunned everyone, and no one dared to speak again. Yu Shifu lived in Building 6, and she was the most panicked when she learned that Lu Batian was going to target Building 6. As the aloof goddess of the neighborhood, she has countless admirers. Previously, Xiao had intervened, not only driving away those with ill intentions but also reinforcing her security door, which allowed her to hold on until now. But will Xiao help this time? Even if he helps, can he handle facing Lu Batian and his gang of ruthless beasts, especially with Lu Batian having a gun? Yu Shifu suppressed her panic and called Xiao. Fish goddess, what do you want from me? Xiao asked knowingly. Yu Shifu tried her best to appear calm, and said in a cold voice. You should know that Lu Batian is going to target building number 6, right? Xiao said. Of course I know, but what does it have to do with me? Yu Shifu said. Lu Batian has already taken over building 7. If he takes over building 6 as well, he will have even more men under his command. Even if you have a safe house, how will you resist him then? Xiao sneered. He knew what Yu Shifu wanted to say, but he deliberately did not do what she wanted. Don't bother, I have my own way. Yu Shifu was annoyed. Was this guy just clueless, or was he doing it on purpose? Since that's the case, Yu Shifu stopped beating around the bush and asked directly. I have nowhere to go right now, can I stay in your safe house for the time being? Chapter 73 3 Minions. Xiao said. My condition remains the same, be my woman. Yu Shifu snorted. If my rich and beautiful best friends knew that I had slept with a hotel waiter who only earns 3,000 a month, they would laugh me to death. Hee, maybe they've already been ruined by some sewer worker, air conditioner repairman, drain cleaner, garbage collector or toilet plunger. Compared to them, I'm young and handsome, and I have a safe house. I'm so much better than them. Xiao said. Why don't you think about it? Yu Shifu said. You're clearly taking advantage of my misfortune. Before she could finish speaking, her phone beeped, indicating that Xiao had already hung up. Ugh, I'm so angry! Yu Shifu gritted her teeth and simply lay down on the bed to rest. As long as I don't move and don't expend energy, I'll hold out for as long as I can. I slept soundly until dawn. To be precise, she was woken up by hunger. The food Xiao had given her had long been gone. She didn't dare to go out and collect supplies. Having no other option, Yu Shifu texted Xiao. I'm hungry. Xiao. What does your hunger have to do with me? It's not me who's hungry. Yu Shifu. We can continue making deals. Xiao. Sorry, I plan to sleep in today and don't want to go out. Yu Shifu. You can come and pick me up, take me to your safe house, and then send me back after you're done filming. Xiao. Not interested. Yu Shifu was furious and wanted to block Xiao, but in the end she didn't. She suppressed her anger and replied. I have 3 pairs of high-end glossy black stockings that I've been keeping for a long time. They cost tens of thousands of yuan, and I'm sure they'll satisfy you. Xiao. What's the use of just filming? I'd rather lie in bed and do real business with my woman. After a long silence, Yu Shifu sent a message. I can let you have a go. Xiao. Hee, I have some lubricant here. Yu Shifu. Don't go too far. Xiao. I like the silky smooth feeling. If you can't handle it, then forget it. Yu Shifu. Okay, I promise you. Xiao. Okay, you wait here, I'll come pick you up right away. After ending the private chat, Xiao got up and left. Upon arriving at Yu Shifu's residence, she was packing various uniforms and stockings into a suitcase. Seeing that she had packed so much at once, Xiao chuckled and teased. This is the first time you've been so self-disciplined. Humph! Yu Shifu snorted, without saying a word. Xiao reminded him. Bring some sexy lingerie too. Trust me, you'll be willing to wear it once you're in my safe house. Yu Shifu said. Get out! Xiao sneered. Just be arrogant for now. You'll be begging me for help when the time comes. After tidying up, Xiao led Yu Shifu out of the residence. Just then, 3 vicious men returned from outside after collecting supplies. Upon seeing Yu Shifu, the 3 immediately revealed wicked smiles. The burly man at the head of the group sneered. Heaven is on my side! This woman is usually so arrogant, but today I'm going to have some fun with her. Another man with a hooked nose said, Damn it, I've lived for so many years and seen my fair share of long-legged beauties, but only her legs are the most perfect. The remaining dark-faced man said, Boss, isn't this kid Xiao? He must have the key to the safe house. As long as we capture him, the safe house will be ours. The burly man at the head of the group laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me. It's truly heaven's help. It seems that today I'll not only get a cool and aloof beauty, but also take over the safe house. Awesome! Feeling the intense gazes of the 3 men, Yu Shifu panicked and involuntarily retreated behind Xiao, saying in a trembling voice, What should we do? They still have weapons. Should we run away quickly? Just 3 small fry, daring to plot against my safe house. They really don't know what death means. Xiao shook his head disdainfully. Kid, since you're so arrogant, fine, today Grandpa will teach you a lesson. The burly man at the head of the group rushed over, his dagger like a venomous snake, aiming for Xiao's throat. Xiao easily snatched the dagger, twisted it casually, and the dagger broke in 2. A look of surprise appeared in the big man's eyes. Before he could react, Xiao had already grabbed his neck and twisted it forcefully. With a snap, the big man's neck was broken, and he was dead beyond any doubt. The hook-nosed man and the dark-faced man exchanged a glance, both of them surprised. Hook-nosed man. So you're a trained fighter. Let's all go at you. The dark-faced man said. Okay. The 2 men rushed over, each thrusting a dagger at Jihao's chest and neck. Too slow, he's full of openings. Xiao dodged the 2 men's attacks, grabbed the hook-nosed man, and snapped his neck as well. The dark-faced man got scared and turned to run away. Trying to run, no way! Xiao caught up with the dark-faced man, kicked him to the ground, then snatched his dagger and slit his throat. Yu Shifu's eyes were filled with a strange light. This guy was incredibly strong. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Xiao urged her. Oh. Yu Shifu nodded blankly. After the 2 men left, the bodies of the 3 were quickly discovered. One of his men rushed to Lu Batian. Boss, Blackface and the other 2 are dead. Lu Batian asked in surprise. What happened? The subordinate replied. I just found their bodies in front of Building 6. Lu Batian roared. Who did this? The subordinate shook his head. I don't know. A sinister glint flashed in Lu Batian's eyes, and he said in a cold voice. Dare to oppose me, Lu Batian? You're courting death. The subordinate said. Boss, I'll check the community surveillance footage. Maybe we can find some clues. Lu Batian said. Fine, if I find out who did it, I'll definitely kill him. Inside the safe house, Yu Shifu was completely stunned when she entered. My goodness, it's so warm, there's no cold outside at all. Looking at the interior decoration, it's even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Thinking about how she was starving and freezing every day while the other person lived a life of unparalleled luxury, Yu Shifu suddenly felt that the world was very unfair. How about it? My safe house is pretty good, isn't it? As long as you're willing to be my woman, you can enjoy everything here. Xiao sat on the sofa, looking at Yu Shifu with a leisurely air. If Yu Shifu could still maintain her aloofness and pride before, seeing everything inside the safe house now has truly shaken her. However, when she saw the wicked smile on Jihao's lips and thought of some of his quirks, she felt a chill run down her spine. Yu Shifu looked down at her incredibly long legs. If she really became this guy's woman, who knows how Jihao would treat her? My house is very warm, so I won't feel cold no matter how revealing my clothes are, Jihao said. I took some photos of you in a swimsuit last time, and they were amazing, but it's a pity you don't have a swimming pool. It felt like something was missing, but no worries, I have one here. I'll make up for it today, hee hee hee. Chapter 74 The Long-Legged Goddess Comes to the Door. Only after hearing Jihao's words did Yu Shifu notice that there was a small swimming pool in the middle of the hall, with steam rising from the surface, obviously filled with hot water. She hasn't taken a bath since the apocalypse, which is unbearable for a woman like her who loves cleanliness. Seeing so much hot water, Her eyes immediately lit up. Since there's hot water in the swimming pool, there must be some in the bathroom too, right? Xiao noticed her interest and took out a swimsuit that he had prepared beforehand, saying, "Come on, change into this." Yu Shifu picked it up and took a look, and immediately blushed deeply. Not only is it backless, but the neckline is also way too low. It's practically the same as not wearing anything at all. She glared fiercely at Xiao, her angry expression making it seem like she wanted to devour him. But in the end, Yu Shifu could only compromise. "If you let me go to the bathroom to take a shower, I'll wear it for you to see." "Okay, go ahead." Xiao pointed in the direction of the bathroom for her. When Yu Shifu entered the bathroom, she found that two top-tier mature women were already taking a bath, whose figures and looks were no less than hers. Yu Shifu was slightly surprised. Xiao is quite the ladies' man. Fu Hongmei looked at Yu Shifu with seductive eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, where did this little sister come from? She's so pretty. Come, I have something to tell you in private." Emerging from the bathroom, Yu Shifu angrily confronted Xiao. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Shifu's pretty face turned bright red, overwhelmed with shame. "What's wrong?" Xiao asked, puzzled. "You take way too long to take a shower. An hour has passed, and I'm getting impatient." You have the nerve to say that? I was taken advantage of so badly," Yu Shifu said, embarrassed and angry. "What incredible bargain!" Xiao had already realized what was going on, but pretended not to know. Yu Shifu took a deep breath. "Forget it, I won't say any more. Didn't you want to take pictures? Hurry up." Wearing a sexy swimsuit, coupled with her height of 176 centimeters, she appeared graceful and outstanding, especially her incredibly long legs, which were fair and slender, definitely legs to admire for years. Unlike other leg models, Yu Shifu is tall but also has a full bust and hips, a typical perfect figure with an extremely stunning curve. Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and had her pose in various ways by the pool, snapping photos of her. After shooting the swimsuit photos, he had Yu Shifu put on a flight attendant uniform and took several close-up shots. Xiao had seen He Qiaoqian wear the most sexy flight attendant uniform, but Yu Shifu gave him a special feeling when she wore it. She is aloof and arrogant, making one want to conquer her fiercely. After all the filming was finished, Yu Shifu said, "I'm so hungry, let me eat first." Xiao said, "Your task isn't finished yet, but I can be kind and let you see your lunch first." Yu Shifu looked around. "Where is lunch?" Xiao pointed to the dining table. "Right here." Yu Shifu crossed her arms and glared angrily at Xiao, almost laughing in exasperation. "Are you kidding me? There's nothing up there. Do you think you can conjure it up for me?" "What a coincidence, I can actually conjure it up for you." Xiao's lips curled up slightly. "Humph, I don't believe it," Yu Shifu said angrily. Xiao said, "Turn around first, I'll call you when you're done." Yu Shifu turned around as instructed. "I want to see what you're up to." Xiao took out various seafood delicacies and a bottle of high-end red wine from the Thunder Tower and placed them on the table. "All right, turn around now," Xiao said. Yu Shifu turned around and was immediately stunned. The table was laden with delicious food, making one's mouth water. King crab, French bouillabaisse, oysters with champagne and lemon juice, French lobster tranche, Buddha jumps over the wall, scallops with vermicelli, steamed squid, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, razor clams with scallion oil, steamed crab, whelks with mustard sauce. Yu Shifu rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. My God, this is unbelievable. Even in peacetime, she rarely ate these things, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Xiao, that guy, can actually casually produce such a huge seafood feast. I really don't know what to say about him. What, you seem surprised? Xiao was very satisfied with the expression on Yu Shifu's face. Yu Shifu snorted. What do you think? Xiao sighed and said, Actually, I eat this stuff every day and I'm already tired of it. Since you're here, I'll give it to you. Eat it every day? Yu Shifu was even more surprised, wondering just how much resources he had in his hands. Thinking back to how miserable her life had been since the apocalypse began, cold and hungry, while Xiao was enjoying himself even more than before the apocalypse, it was infuriating to compare people like that. Xiao said, You can eat as much as you want, But I need to add some of the conditions we agreed on before. Yushifu asked rather nervously. Add what? Jihao glanced at Yushifu's long, slender legs and black stockings with burning eyes, then leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Upon hearing this, Yushifu nearly exploded, her face turning bright red with shame and anger. You're shameless! Jihao waved his hand and said expressionlessly. If you don't want to, that's fine. Here are 3 packs of instant noodles as payment for today's filming. Go back now and don't come back again. Yushifu looked down at her beautiful legs and black stockings, remaining silent for a long time. Jihao knew she was shy, so her attitude was tantamount to admitting it. He was so excited that he lay down on the ground. Yushifu enjoyed her seafood feast with a look of ecstasy on her face, but then a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed across her face. How is it? Not bad, right? Jihao sat across from her with a smile. Don't look like you've suffered a great injustice. Actually, you've hit the jackpot. Yushifu's pretty face was still rosy as she took a big bite of a fish fillet, her forceful bite resembling that of Jihao. Jihao found her embarrassed and annoyed look quite cute. To be honest, among all the long-legged beauties I've ever seen, only Xiao can compare to you. Your incredible long legs and black stockings are truly 1 in a million. Yushifu was indignant. So what if it's 1 in 10,000? It's still your fault that it's ruined. She suddenly felt that her legs were no longer pure. After enjoying a seafood feast and a glass of red wine, Yushifu was very satisfied. Jihaoran was a bit shameless, but the food he provided was truly excellent, and her hard work was worthwhile. Seeing that she had finished eating, Jihao couldn't help but grin mischievously. It's still early, why don't we continue our conversation about life ideals? Get lost, Yushifu said irritably. I should go back. Jihao advised. What's the rush? Sit down a bit more. I've suddenly come up with a novel idea. Chapter 75. Your Majesty, you didn't want this either. Yushifu said. Stop, our deal is done. Take me back. Jihao shook his head and said helplessly. You're so boring. Back at her lodgings, Yushifu felt a sense of loss. Although her home was luxuriously decorated and kept clean and tidy, it was worlds apart from Jihao's safe house. There was no comparison. Yushifu was slightly annoyed. She was thin-skinned, but Jihao liked to bully men and women. Why couldn't he see through it at the crucial moment? She's already come to his door in person and crossed all sorts of lines. She's no longer pure. Does she think she can marry another man in this lifetime? If Jihao were a domineering CEO and forcefully kept her there, she might have given in if he had been coaxed into doing so. They actually sent her back. It's simply outrageous. That wretched man, he's so annoying, humph! Yushifu looked at the snow falling outside the window and snorted heavily. Thinking of Yushifu's stunningly beautiful legs and black stockings, Jihao felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was planning to find Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan to pass the time, Xiao suddenly sent him a message. Xiao, young Master Ji, Liu Batian is going to target building number 6. I'm so scared. Jihao, don't you live in building 8? You're not in building 6, so what are you afraid of? Xiao, after he takes over building 6, will he target building 8? What if I don't have a place to stay, I'll have to go to your place. Jihao, absolutely not. There are more and more people targeting me now. If you move in and the safe house is breached, my enemies will definitely bully you in every way possible. Xiao, what should I do? What? Jihao, don't worry, things will work themselves out. Xiao, I've been consistently taking that medication, and it's working even better. How about I film a short video for you? Jihao, okay. Damn, this little vixen is really going all out. Lactation stimulants can be quite harmful to the body. Upon receiving the short video, Jihao was overjoyed and told Xiao that he wanted to visit her and bring her some food. Xiao naturally had no objections. When he arrived at her place, Jihao was somewhat stunned as soon as he entered the door. Xiao was dressed in a gorgeous palace gown, her cloud-like hair piled high with 3 high-end jade hairpins, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, her eyes were like autumn waves, her red lips were as bright as dancing flames, and her skin was fair and smooth. Against the backdrop of the intricate patterns on her palace dress, she appeared even more dignified and elegant. Even in her loose palace dress, her figure still appeared curvaceous and shapely. This outfit is just like that of the Empress in the palace, beautiful, elegant, and noble. While Jihao was still in a daze, Xiao slammed her hand on the table with a soft thud, followed by her icy voice. "You audacious servant, kneel down before me!" "Huh?" Jihao asked, puzzled. Xiao pointed at Jihao and said sternly, "How dare you peep at me while I'm bathing? What is your punishment?" Jihao immediately perked up, turned around, flipped his hand, took out a set of eunuch clothes from the Thunder Tower, and quickly put them on. He then knelt directly in front of Xiao, trembling all over. "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. I'm so innocent. Even if I had the guts of a bear and the gall of a leopard, I wouldn't dare to do such a despicable thing. I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly." "How dare you!" Xiao slammed her hand on the table again, her eyebrows furrowed, and shouted angrily. "Don't try to argue with me." Jihao kowtowed and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, this servant is terrified. Someone must be framing this servant. Your Majesty, please don't fall for the villain's scheme." "Humph," Xiao said coldly, her face cold. "I will tear you apart with 5 horses." Jihao pleaded. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Please spare this servant." Unmoved, Xiao shouted, "Guards! Drag this audacious servant away." Jihao suddenly stood up, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, since you insist on this, then this servant has no choice but to offend you." Xiao seemed startled. What are you going to do?" Jihao stepped forward. "What are you doing?" "Humph, His Majesty hasn't visited for half a year. Your Majesty must be very lonely." "You insolent lackey!" Xiao shouted. "Guards! Guards, come quick! Your Majesty, call out! It would be best to call everyone here. This servant's life is worthless and I don't care about dying, but your Majesty is of noble birth. If any rumors spread, you will inevitably be banished to the cold palace, and your future days will probably be difficult," Jihao threatened. "Besides, even if your Majesty doesn't consider yourself, you should at least consider His Highness the Crown Prince." "You!" Xiaoqian's chest heaved with anger as she pointed at Jihao, speechless. "So?" Jihao's mouth twisted into a wicked smile. He, Your Majesty, you don't want His Majesty to know our secret, do you?" Instantly, Xiaoqian's delicate body, dressed in palace attire, trembled violently. "Xiaoqian, why didn't you become an actress before?" Jihao put his arm around Xiaoqian and said gently. "With your looks, figure, and acting skills, becoming a big star would have been a piece of cake, wouldn't it?" "I don't want to be sexually harassed by those pot-bellied, disgusting directors," Xiaoqian said. "In college, I had a senior who became an actress. She was sexually harassed by many directors, who even filmed her. Later, the videos were accidentally exposed. She was so ashamed that she committed suicide." "I see," Jihao said, indicating his understanding. Fortunately, Xiaoqian didn't become a star, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten such a good deal. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Young Master Ji, if you like female celebrities, I can do that too. Next time you play the director, I'll definitely make you satisfied." Jihao's eyes lit up. Okay, it's settled then." Xiaoqian shook Jihao's arm and said coquettishly, "But before that, I have to ensure my safety. Although you have reinforced the security door, I still don't think it's safe enough. Can you think of another way?" Jihao nodded. "Okay, I have surveillance equipment and a crossbow. I'll get them for you right away." Xiaoqian immediately beamed with joy. "Wow, young Master Ji, you're so kind to me." "Of course." Jihao got up and returned to the safe house. Although Jihao had been playing with Xiaoqian for quite some time, he wasn't tired of her yet. If he were to kick her away now, he would really be reluctant. "We have to ensure the safety of this scheming woman. We need to make her suffer enough, but not so much that she gets kidnapped." As their relationship deepened, Jihao became even more conflicted. In his previous life, Xiaoqian had bullied him so badly, but considering how playful this little vixen was, should he give her a break and take her into the safe house? Ugh, so annoying. Chapter 76 Building Number 6 Falls. Back at Xiaoqian's place, Jihao brought her surveillance equipment, a crossbow, and several bolts. Jihao installed the surveillance equipment, so that the entire corridor could be seen from inside. Next, he pried open the cat's eye lens and installed an openable cover to use as a firing port. If anyone comes, the crossbow will teach them a lesson. Wow, young Master Ji, you're so good to me. I don't know how to thank you enough. Xiaoqian winked and said in a sweet, coquettish voice that made one's skin crawl. Seeing her so alluring appearance, Jihao became interested again, staring at her chest and saying, "After working for so long, I'm suddenly a little thirsty." "Oh dear, Mr. Ji, you're so annoying," Xiaoqian said coquettishly. After Jihao left, Xiaoqian was about to get a beauty treatment when she discovered someone was banging on the door. The other person had blonde hair and shifty eyes. He didn't look like a good person at all. Huang Mao had always been Xiaoqian's suitor. Before the apocalypse, Xiaoqian rejected him several times, and he gradually gave up. But after the apocalypse broke out, the blonde guy got excited. "Since you refused, I'll play you hard and make you act arrogant and high-minded." Damn it! A few days ago, Huang Mao came and tried to break down the door, but Jihao had reinforced the security door, so it couldn't be broken open at all. He spent the last couple of days putting in some effort, got a fire axe, and was determined to get the door open. "Xiaoqian, you bitch, I advise you to open the door yourself, otherwise when I barge in, you know what will happen." With a sinister look in his eyes, the blonde-haired man slammed a fire axe into the gate with a loud crash. Xiaoqian watched the footage on the monitor with great tension. If the other side were to break in, her fate would certainly not be good. "Oh right, didn't young Master Ji give us a crossbow? Let's give it a try." Xiaoqian picked up the crossbow and opened the cat's eye. Jihao had already poked the lens off, so the crossbow could directly attack the opponent. After taking aim, Xiaoqian pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolt flew out. As Huang Mao was fantasizing about things inappropriate for children, a crossbow suddenly flew out and pierced his heart. "Ah!" The blonde-haired man screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, writhing in excruciating pain. Blood spurted out and was soon frozen into ice. After struggling for a while, the blonde-haired man stopped moving and died completely. "My God, I killed someone!" Xiaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief. It took her a while to come to her senses, and she smiled and said, "But it felt so exciting." Xiaoqian took out her phone and sent a message to Jihao, telling him what had happened before, and excitedly expressed that she could finally protect herself. Jihao praised her a few times, which made her overjoyed. He even said that next time he came, he would practice his grip strength. Xiaoqian understood Jihao's meaning, and immediately became coquettish. "Young Master Ji is the best. In the apocalypse, this crossbow is more valuable than food." Xiaoqian smiled broadly, even more grateful to Jihao. Evening. Yushifu picked up her phone several times, wanting to contact Jihao, but ultimately gave up each time. That night, Lu Batian was going to target Building 6. She couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise, if she fell into Lu Batian's hands, with so many of his men, who knew what kind of torture she would suffer. Ironically, today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which is also her birthday, her first birthday after the apocalypse, but she has to spend it in fear and anxiety, which makes her very upset. Yushifu quickly packed her luggage and left Building 6. According to her plan, she would spend the night on the second floor of the cake shop and then go to stay with her best friend the next morning. If the journey goes smoothly, it should take half a day to reach the other party's residential area. "I heard that my best friend has formed a supplies gathering team, taking turns to go out and collect supplies. They are not short of food, and they have also made contact with the authorities. They will be able to move to the official refugee camp in a while. They are much more reliable than Grandma Wang." Yushifu dreamed that she could live a good life even without having to compromise with Jihao. Of course, the prerequisite is that she can reach her best friend's neighborhood. It's freezing cold outside, minus 60 degrees Celsius. Braving the snow to move forward is incredibly difficult, but she has no choice but to do it for the sake of her livelihood. "I hope everything goes well," Yushifu sighed inwardly. Night. Lu Batian officially began his attack on Building Number 6. Because everyone had already received the news, the vast majority of people ran away. Anyway, the neighborhood has no shortage of houses, so we can just move to another place. Lu Batian was happy to see this happen, as it would allow him to take over the entire Building 6 without lifting a finger, minimizing casualties. In the apocalypse, medicine is scarce, and getting injured is tantamount to suicide. Of course, the homeowners who chose to hold out were quite capable. They prepared various odds and ends in advance, and as soon as Lu Batian's men arrived downstairs, they frantically threw things down, instantly killing several people. "I'll smash you all to death, you bunch of sons of bitches! You villains, I'll fight you to the death!" Enraged, Lu Batian ordered his men to break down the door of the homeowner's house. Without any mercy, he killed the men and kidnapped and abused the women. Instantly, screams rose and fell, echoing throughout the neighborhood. When the residents of other buildings saw the terrible state of Building 6, they were all terrified, their faces turning pale and their bodies trembling. Now that Buildings 7 and 6 have been captured, Lu Batian will definitely target the entire community next. When that time comes, what should they do? Surrender to Lu Batian or leave the community? But if we leave the community, where can we go? Such is the helplessness in the face of the apocalypse. After taking over Building 6, Lu Batian began to take stock of the supplies and women. This haul was pretty good. Not only were there plenty of supplies, but the women were also prettier than last time. Unfortunately, Lu Batian became a eunuch, and even if he went to a brothel, he couldn't perform well, which made him very depressed. "You son of a bitch Xiao, once I break into your safe house, I'll tear you to pieces." Lu Batian clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. Suddenly, one of his men looked around and frowned, saying, "Where's Yu Shifu? Where's that woman?" Lu Batian may not be able to have sex with women, but he can give them to his subordinates to play with, thus using this method to unite their hearts. If someone as exceptional as Yu Shifu could be captured and given to one of her subordinates, they would be very happy. Therefore, Lu Batian paid special attention and asked everyone, "Has anyone seen Yu Shifu?" Everyone shook their heads. Lu Batian asked in the group, "Does anyone know where Yu Shifu went? If you know and don't report it, and I find out, you'll have to bear the consequences." A passerby said, "I know, I think I saw her heading to the cake shop in the evening." Lu Batian, "Just her alone?" Passerby, "Yes." Lu Batian randomly selected 3 people. "You 3, go and bring Yu Shifu back to me." The 3 men excitedly replied, "Okay, boss." At the same time, Yu Shifu received a call from another close friend, Xiao. "Shifu, is that bitch Xinxin trying to trick you into going to Tianshui residential area? You absolutely mustn't go. She's a prostitute. Be careful she doesn't sell you out," Xiao said anxiously. "What?" Yu Shifu was extremely shocked. Chapter 77 I am a superpowered person. Yu Shifu said in a panic. "Xiao, what happened? Tell me quickly." Xiao said angrily. "That bitch Xinxin slept with the boss of Tianshui community and became a pimp, specializing in finding beautiful women for her boss. You're so pretty, you must be her target. A friend of mine was scammed before and risked his life to send me a message, telling me to be careful of Xinxin. You must not trust her, understand?" Yu Shifu said. "Okay, I understand." Xiao suddenly remembered something and spoke again. "Oh right, today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which seems to be your birthday. Happy birthday," Yu Shifu said gratefully. "Thank you." The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Yu Shifu sighed. It seemed that the road to Tianshui community was blocked, and she would have to think of another way. What should we do? At this moment, Yu Shifu noticed that Lu Batian was actually asking her whereabouts in the group chat. Moreover, someone told Lu Batian that she went to the cake shop. Yu Shifu panicked. She looked out the window and saw 3 people heading towards the convenience store, clearly there to catch her. The door to the lounge was not sturdy. It could be kicked open easily and was not a way to stop the other party. Staying here will only make us trapped like turtles in a jar. The only option now is to flee. Yu Shifu didn't even bother with her luggage. She immediately left the cake shop and ran in another direction, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. The night was colder than the day, and she was shivering from the cold, but there was nothing she could do about it, so she had to endure it. You bitch, stop right there! Damn it, stop right there! If you dare to run again, I'll break your legs. The three spotted Yu Shifu and immediately chased after her at top speed. Yu Shifu turned pale with fright and ran while taking out her phone to contact Xiao. Hey, fish goddess, what brings you to contact me so late at night? Are you lonely? Xiao teased. Yu Shifu pleaded urgently. Xiao, please come and save me. I'm in front of the cake shop. Xiao said lazily. I still have the same conditions, you know that. Yu Shifu said angrily. You always try to take advantage of people's misfortunes. Before she could finish speaking, the phone beeped, indicating that Xiao had hung up and didn't want to listen to her rambling. Stop! You bitch, you dare to run away? We'll show you what our brothers are all about. Behind them, three men gave chase. Yu Shifu, being a woman, was not as fast as the three of them, and the distance between them continued to close. She was completely desperate, and had no choice but to call Xiao again. This time, Xiao spoke first. This is the last time I'll talk to you. Don't waste my breath. Give me a clear answer, yes or no. If you dare to say another word, I'll hang up immediately and never talk to you again. Yu Shifu said bluntly. Okay, I promise you, I'll be your woman. Xiao said. Okay, I'm coming right now. Yu Shifu breathed a sigh of relief and ran a distance again, but suddenly she stumbled and fell to the ground. Behind them, three people caught up, looking at Yu Shifu with lewd expressions. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't the three of us brothers just take care of her right here? Anyway, the eldest brother will reward everyone when we bring her back. Good idea. I've been with quite a few women, but I've never encountered one as exceptional as this. The three men were spouting vulgarities, causing Yu Shifu to furrow her brows deeply. Get out of here! Don't come any closer! Yu Shifu shouted angrily. Hee, not only have we come, but we're also going to have a good chat with you about your life ideals later. What are you going to do? You know what, this woman has really long legs. If she wore black stockings, hee, just thinking about it is exciting. The three men let out lewd laughter and were about to rush towards Yu Shifu. Yu Shifu lay on the ground, panicked and pale, regretting that she hadn't agreed to Jihao's conditions sooner, which led to this predicament. Why suffer like this when you can enjoy food comfortably in a safe house? Hey, you three are in a good mood, why didn't you invite me to play with women? Suddenly, Jihao's mocking voice came from behind. The three of them turned around and were immediately shocked. How did this kid appear out of thin air? They clearly didn't see anyone approaching just now. It was simply illogical. After calming down, the three were overjoyed. If we can just take down Jihao, we'll have a safe house and food. We can even use the food to win over a large group of people and challenge Liu Batian. The overlord of Xingfu community can be Liu Batian, and all three of them can be the overlords. You've chosen the path to hell when there's a way to heaven, kid. You're dead meat. Let's get him. Make him cry. The three men rushed over and stabbed Jihao with their weapons. But the next moment, three bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, piercing their foreheads, and blood spurted out. The three men stared wide-eyed as they fell to the ground in the snow, never understanding how Jihao had unleashed lightning until their deaths. Yu Shifu was also confused. She looked at Jihao with a face full of surprise, as if she were looking at a monster. You, how did you do that? Yu Shifu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment, and her rapid breathing caused her breasts to tremble. It's just discharging electricity, is it that hard? Jihao said casually, extending his finger and gently tracing it. Instantly, brilliant arcs of electricity flashed from his fingertip, producing a crackling sound. Under his control, arcs of electricity, like obedient kittens, changed into various patterns according to his thoughts. Yu Shifu was stunned. Was this magic? That's amazing. Call me good brother, and I'll tell you why. Jihao winked at Yu Shifu. Yu Shifu really didn't want to call out, but driven by intense curiosity, she reluctantly called out, Good brother. The sound was soothing and tingling, making Jihao's heart burn with desire. After careful consideration, he revealed his awakened supernatural abilities and the secret of Retta. Yu Shifu stared wide-eyed, her gaze blank, and remained silent for a long time. No wonder. Yu Shifu could understand why Ji Hao was so domineering and didn't take Lu Batian seriously at all. After all, they are all superhumans. Why would they be afraid of an ordinary person like you? In fact, Yu Shifu underestimated Ji Hao. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to completely win over Song Wanqiu, a clown like Lu Batian would have been killed by Ji Hao countless times long ago. Ji Hao said, "From now on, you are my woman. Let's go, I'll take you back, and we'll have a good, in-depth discussion tonight." Yu Shifu lowered her head, feeling both shy and annoyed. Ji Hao picked up Yu Shifu in a princess carry. He intended to return to the safe house, but then suddenly remembered something, gave a wicked smile, and went to the woods outside the residential area. "Why did you bring me to the woods?" Yu Shifu asked, her eyes full of curiosity. She was being held by Ji Hao, and to prevent herself from falling, she could only wrap her arms around Ji Hao's neck. The two were very close, and their posture was very intimate. Yu Shifu was not used to it, but she did not struggle. The thought of her becoming this guy's woman filled her with mixed feelings, a feeling she couldn't quite describe. Chapter 78: A Man's Romance. Ji Hao stopped in front of a large tree, his voice icy. "I've advised you so many times to become my woman and move into a safe house as soon as possible, but you wouldn't listen. You were as arrogant as a swan. You brought this danger upon yourself." Yu Shifu said weakly. "I know I was wrong." Ji Hao said, "It's no use making a mistake. I have to punish you properly so you'll learn your lesson." As he spoke, Ji Hao took out a heater and a rope from the Thunder Tower and hung Yu Shifu upside down from the tree. "Put me down! I really know I was wrong." Yu Shifu struggled violently, filled with shame. "I'll let you down naturally after we're done." Ji Hao smiled wickedly and climbed the tree. Building number 6. Lu Batian waited and waited, but the three did not return. He frowned and thought, "What are they up to? It took them so long to capture a woman." Another subordinate said, "Boss, how about I go with Brother Li to take a look?" Lu Batian walked to the window and looked in the direction of the cake shop. He had a bad feeling about him. He nodded and said, "Okay, then you can go there. Be careful." Both subordinates said at the same time, "Okay." Just as the two reached the door, Lu Batian suddenly called out to them, "Take the crossbow and walkie-talkie with you. Contact me immediately if you encounter any danger." The two were overjoyed and set off with their crossbows and walkie-talkies. After leaving the grove, Ji Hao carried Yu Shifu back to the second floor of the cake shop to help her pack her luggage. On the bed in the lounge, there was a black lace intimate apparel, which Yu Shifu had just changed out of. Ji Hao picked it up casually, took a light sniff, and noticed a faint fragrance on it. Yu Shifu's face turned as red as blood, and she lowered her head, feeling extremely ashamed. Ji Hao packed her luggage into the tarp and left the cake shop. But as soon as they got outside, they ran into two burly men sent by Lu Batian. "It's you, Ji Hao!" The two men were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and raised their crossbows to aim at Ji Hao. Hee, kid, you've chosen the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. Getting rid of you will be a great achievement, and the boss will definitely promote us two brothers to management positions." Yes, but big brother, you have to be careful. If you accidentally hurt the fish goddess, the boss will be angry. "Don't worry, I used to be a shooting enthusiast. My arrows are known for being fast, accurate, and deadly." The man sneered, pulled the trigger, and a crossbow bolt flew straight towards Ji Hao. Ji Hao casually grabbed the crossbow bolt, then threw it forcefully, instantly piercing the big man's head. The remaining man was stunned. If even a crossbow couldn't deal with Ji Hao, how could he possibly fight him? He didn't dare linger and ran away quickly, while taking out his walkie-talkie to contact Lu Batian. "Boss, come save me quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning pierced his chest, and blood spurted out. Yu Shifu lay in Ji Hao's arms, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her heart pounding wildly. "This guy is terrifyingly strong. It doesn't seem so hard to accept being with him." From the walkie-talkie came Lu Batian's anxious shout. "What's going on? What danger have you encountered?" Ji Hao picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry, they're dead." Lu Batian paused for a moment, then said sternly, "Who are you? You dare to kill my men? You're dead!" Ji Hao declared loudly. "The murderer is Ji Hao. After saying that, he squeezed hard, and with a crack, the walkie-talkie was crushed. In Building 6, Lu Ba was furious and jumped up and down. It was Xiao again. Why did that bastard always have to pick on him? But that's fine too. Since Xiao is outside, it's a good opportunity to get rid of him. Everyone follow me. We're going to take care of something important. Lu Batian quickly gathered his men, grabbed his guns, and rushed towards the cake shop. However, he was destined to fail. Because at this moment, Xiao had already carried Yu Shifu back to the safe house. Feeling warmth again, Yu Shifu felt as if she were in a dream. Everything was so beautiful, it seemed unreal. If it weren't for the warm touch on her skin, she would have doubted whether she was dreaming. When Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yalan saw that Yu Shifu's eyes were flushed and her face was rosy, they immediately understood everything, as experienced people. Good sister, welcome to this big family. From now on, we're all family. If you have any troubles, you can talk to your older sister. Fu Hongmei took Yu Shifu's hand, her voice gentle. Xiao Yalan gave Ji Hao and Yu Shifu a meaningful look and said with a charming smile, My husband is so lucky to have won over such a cold and aloof goddess like Yu Shifu. Actually, I'm quite curious, where did you two have such an exciting time? Yu Shifu lowered her head, feeling a burning sensation on her face, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Ji Hao, thick-skinned as ever, didn't seem to care. It'll be in the grove, it's not like it's my first time. Last time was Sister Lan. Don't say it. Xiao Yalan glared at Ji Hao, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. You and Yu Mimi must have some secrets to say, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, she fled in panic, leaving behind a stunningly beautiful silhouette. Ji Hao stared at her supple, boneless waist and her plump, rounded hips, thinking to himself that he was truly blessed to have so many sexy beauties. Yu Shifu noticed the mischievous smile on Ji Hao's lips and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Men, always wanting what's in their bowl while eyeing what's in the pot, haha. Ji Hao carried Yu Shifu back to the room and put her on the bed. You were a bit reserved outside, but now that we're back in the safe house, it's not cold at all, so you can let loose as much as you want. Speaking of this, Yu Shifu became indignant and said angrily, My first time, you were too casual about it, doing it outside. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. In Yu Shifu's fantasy, her first time must have been on her wedding night, with red candles flickering, as she whispered sweet nothings to her beloved man. But reality dealt her a heavy blow, so casually, her innocence was lost. Ji Hao comforted him. It's okay, you can treat this as our first time. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he began searching through the Thunder Tower. He quickly found a bright red wedding dress with lace trim, took it out, and handed it to Yu Shifu. The red wedding dress is very high-end and beautiful, with extremely intricate patterns, clearly indicating its high value. This was obtained by Ji Hao after he robbed a high-end wedding dress shop. Since it was just sitting there anyway, I decided to give it to Yu Shifu. Then, Ji Hao took out some gold and silver jewelry, cosmetics, and handed them to Yu Shifu along with the wedding dress. I'll help you with your makeup, then you can change into the jewelry and wedding dress, and finally we'll bow to heaven and earth. Now you should be satisfied, right? Yu Shifu was stunned for a long time, then felt completely relieved and smiled sweetly. What is the bond of life and death? We have made our vow together. From now on, every year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, I will wish myself a happy birthday and also wish us a happy marriage. The red candles flickered, and the beautiful woman shone brightly. That night was exceptionally long. Chapter 79 Unlocking. Since injuring his left arm, Dufong has had a difficult time, often waking up in pain in the middle of the night. The medication they had found had long been used up, and without new medication, his condition would worsen. Dufong asked for medicine in the group several times, but no one responded. In this post-apocalyptic world, medicine is just as important as food. Not only is it impossible to get it, but even if you could, no one would be willing to share it. Dufong was in a hurry. His only option was to break into Ji Hao's safe house, where the medicine he needed was sure to be found. Therefore, Dufong approached Lu Batian again, proposing to simply demolish the load-bearing wall and abandon the safe house altogether. Lu Batian hesitated. Dufong sighed and offered another solution: have Song Wanqiu come to Ji Hao's house again, pretend to surrender, sleep with him, and then open the security door after Xiao falls asleep. In this way, they can take down Xiao in the safe house without lifting a finger, making a huge profit. Upon hearing this, Lu Batian immediately flew into a rage. Last time, Song Wanqiu was sent, and who knows if she ended up cheating on him. If he sends her to Jihao's safe house again, what if she really sides with Jihao and never comes back? Wouldn't Lu Batian become the laughing stock of the whole neighborhood? He would never do such a thing again. Therefore, he bluntly rejected Dufong. Dufong cursed inwardly. Neither left nor right works. You, the dignified leader of this neighborhood, are so indecisive. You deserve to be cuckolded. In the end, Dufong left in anger. If he didn't still need Lu Batian, he would really want to turn against Lu Batian. Damn it, this is infuriating. During this time, Grandma Wan had been trying to contact her son, Su Liji, but no matter what method she used, she could not get in touch with him. She was exhausted from not being able to get through on the phone and not being replied to on social media. We're almost out of food at home. If this continues, we'll be running out of resources. Originally, they could rely on their relationship with Lu Batian before the apocalypse to ask him for help, but as the apocalypse intensified, Lu Batian became increasingly uncooperative. He even subtly suggested that Yenruhua be handed over to his men to play with, in order to win their hearts and minds. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su had an urge to kill someone. Lu Batian, you beast! Before the apocalypse, you were able to rise to power in the underworld thanks to our son's help. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, you turn your back on us and even want to take our daughter-in-law. You damn dog, why don't you just die? No matter what, life goes on. Just as Grandpa Su was thinking about whether he should try to collect supplies outside, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, I saw it was Mr. Pang, the locksmith downstairs. I wondered what he was doing there. Master Pang, what's going on? Grandpa Su was very wary and did not open the door. Master Pang looked distressed. Alas, since the apocalypse broke out, I have been starving every day. I really have no choice but to borrow some food from you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back later. Grandpa Su said unhappily. Do you think you're the only one who's hungry? I'd like to borrow some food from you. Master Pang said. Since we're neighbors, please help me out. Grandpa Su said coldly. I only have one thing to say, I have no food, but I can take your life. A hint of resentment flashed deep in Master Pang's eyes. If he was really pushed to the limit, he could just use tools to break into Grandpa Su's house in the middle of the night. Then, not only would he get the food, but he might also be able to take away Grandpa Su's beautiful daughter-in-law, Yenruhua, and do whatever he wanted with her. Humph! Master Pang snorted coldly and was about to turn and leave. Grandpa Su suddenly realized that Master Pang was a locksmith. If he could open Jihao's security door, wouldn't there be food? He quickly called out to Master Pang. Wait a minute. Master Pang turned around. What's wrong? Grandpa Su said. Although I have no food, as long as you are willing to help, we will definitely be able to eat and drink well in the future. Master Pang became interested. How so? Grandpa Su didn't hide anything and told Master Pang the method. Master Pang was overjoyed. Next, Grandpa Su contacted Lu Batian, and after some discussion, they formulated an action plan. That night, Lu Batian, Dufong, Grandpa Su, Master Pang, and a group of his men set off. Having learned from the previous experience, Lu Batian brought more people this time, in case the other party resorted to any underhanded tactics after breaking into Jihao's safe house. Upon arriving at Jihao's residence, Grandpa Su used steel plates and wooden tables to shield himself from crossbows and high-pressure water cannons. Rushing to the safety gate, Grandpa Su took out his thermos and poured the water inside into the firing port. After a while, the water froze into ice, blocking the firing port. In this way, neither high-pressure water cannons nor crossbows can harm them. Master Pang, your method really works, I admire you. Grandpa Su turned around and gave Master Pang a thumbs up. Master Pang raised his chin, beaming with pride. Of course, with me on the job, nothing will go wrong. Lu Batian laughed loudly. If we manage to break into the safe house, you'll be the #1 hero, and you'll get your share of the rewards. No problem. Master Pang took out his tools and began to try to pick the lock. He had only made a few attempts when he stopped. Lu Batian asked. What's wrong? Master Pang's eyes gleamed. I've only just realized how valuable my lockpicking skills are in this apocalypse. If you join your team, you'll definitely need my help. Take today, for example. Without my help, you certainly wouldn't have been able to break in, so… Lu Batian frowned and asked. What do you mean? We need to add a bit more to the terms we agreed on before. Master Pang said matter-of-factly. I want 40% of the supplies. 40%? Lu Batian's gaze turned cold. You really have the nerve to ask for that much. However, he did not show his dissatisfaction. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic. It's only right, it's only right. Master Pang, you are very capable. It's reasonable for you to get more supplies. Lu Batian thought to himself. I'll not only give you 40% of the supplies, but I'll also reward you with a bullet. Daring to raise prices at the last minute and demand exorbitant sums, do they really think I, Lu Batian, am easy to bully? Master Pang was oblivious to Lu Batian's dissatisfaction and was in the midst of self-satisfaction. That's just the kind of person he is. He'll shine if you give him a little sunshine. According to his thinking, it's reasonable for those with real skills to receive more resources. With great excitement, Master Pang continued unlocking the lock. With 20 years of experience, he is a top performer in the industry, and in his opinion, there is no lock he cannot open. He worked hard for a long time, sweating profusely, but the lock wouldn't budge. He tried all sorts of methods, but couldn't open it at all. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Master Pang's competitive spirit was ignited. The more he couldn't open it, the more he wanted to prove his strength. Inside the safe house, Xiao was playing a game and had no interest in dealing with what was happening outside. He left it to the three girls, considering it a learning experience for them. If he had to personally handle everything every time, wouldn't he be exhausted? Chapter 80 Furious. Fu Hongmei sat leisurely on the sofa, her long legs and black stockings crossed, and said with her red lips slightly parted, Yaan, I'm leaving this to you. Is that all right? Xiao Yaan looked relaxed and eagerly replied, No problem. Fu Hongmei then looked at Yu Shifu. Sister Yu, there are many other functions of the safe house. You can learn from it. We women must learn to protect ourselves. We can't rely on men for everything. Okay. Yu Shifu nodded. Outside the door, Master Pang looked bitter. He had been full of confidence when he first started, but now he was devastated. This security door uses high-tech technology, which is incomparable to ordinary security doors. Even with Master Pang's superb skills, he was helpless at this moment. Lu Batian grew impatient and urged, Are you sure you can do it? Master Pang said awkwardly, Give me a little more time, I'm sure I can do it. Lu Batian shivered from the cold. How about this? I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you can open it, I'll give you an extra 10% of the supplies. Okay, deal. Master Pang immediately became excited, focused all his attention, and worked hard to unlock the door. Because the firing ports were frozen, Lu Batian and the others felt no threat, so they put down the steel plate and wooden table that were blocking their way, since the objects were too heavy and it was tiring to hold them up. Inside the door, Xiao Yaan pressed a button, and the firing port immediately began to heat up. When building the safe house, Xiao had considered that the firing ports would be blocked by ice, so he specially added a heating function, which has now come in handy. Soon, the ice in the firing port melted into water and flowed down. Xiao Yaan raised her crossbow, a mocking smile on her lips. I told you not to come looking for death, but you wouldn't listen. Since that's the case, then don't leave. The next moment, she suddenly pulled the trigger and fired a crossbow bolt. Master Pang was unlocking the door and didn't notice that the firing port was already open. Fortunately, Lu Batian had sharp eyes and immediately shouted, Quick, hide! But it was too late. The crossbow bolt pierced Master Pang's heart, and he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain as blood flowed freely. Seeing Master Pang's miserable state, the others dared not linger. They lifted the steel plates and wooden tables and retreated. The second crossbow bolt flew out and pierced Grandpa Su's shoulder. He turned pale with pain and cursed incessantly. The third crossbow bolt flew out and hit a blonde-haired man in the neck. He was in a terrible state and fell to the ground, clearly beyond saving. Then, A fourth crossbow bolt came, grazing Liu Batian's face and startling him. By the time the fifth crossbow bolt was fired, Liu Batian and his group had already retreated to the stairwell, far out of the crossbow's range. Everyone was still shaken. I should have known better than to put down the steel plate and the wooden table. I was so careless, and I ended up suffering such a big loss. Damn, the firing port on this security door even has a heating function. What a cunning villain! Dufong was filled with resentment. His several attempts to breach Xiao's safe house had failed, leaving him feeling frustrated. Humph, just a coward. If he dares to come out, I'll crush his bones one by one, Liu Batian said viciously. Dufong looked at Liu Batian and said unwillingly, Boss, what should we do now? Liu Batian stood silently. Master Pang is dead, which means this operation has failed again. There was no contingency plan prepared before setting off. What else can we do? Helplessness, profound helplessness. It's so frustrating to have so many supplies right in front of you but not being able to get them. Please save me, Grandpa Su cried out in a low voice. Blood kept flowing from the wound on his shoulder, making him pale. His body swayed and he almost fell. Liu Batian helped Grandpa Su up and, taking advantage of the situation, said, Let's go back first. Saving lives is the priority. In the end, the group had no choice but to leave. Inside the safe house. Done! Xiao Yaan smiled, very satisfied with her achievement. Yu Shifu was happy for her, and said sincerely, Sister Lan, you are amazing. They're just a bunch of small fry. Xiao Yaan took Yu Shifu's hand. From now on, let's work together to protect our safe house. Okay. Yu Shifu smiled gently. Just then, Xiao finished playing the game and came out of the game room. My legs are starting to feel numb from playing for so long. Seeing Yu Shifu wearing light, glossy black stockings, and her incredibly long, slender legs, Xiao instantly perked up. He set a rule for Yu Shifu: she had to wear black stockings in his safe house, or she would have to get out. Yu Shifu was furious, but she had no choice but to comply. Having experienced all the benefits of the safe house, she had no desire to go out anymore. Xiao stretched his body casually and said with a smile, Shifu, my back and waist have been aching lately. Can you give me a massage? Yu Shifu snorted. I'm not a professional masseuse. How would I know anything about massage? Xiao stared at Yu Shifu's long, black-stockinged legs and said, No, you are. As he spoke, he lay down on the ground. After Grandpa Su returned home, Grandma Wang gave him a quick treatment of his wounds. Now he urgently needed medicine and gauze, but Liu Batian didn't have any, so she had to ask for medicine in the group chat. Grandma Wang took a picture of Grandpa Su's wound and posted it in the group chat. Then she said pitifully, Dear neighbors, please have mercy. Does anyone have any medicine or gauze that they can lend me? I will definitely pay them back. And after the apocalypse ends, I promise to apply to the authorities for a banner to make you famous for generations to come. Passerby. To say you'll be remembered for generations? You really dare to say that? Passerby B. That's right, that's right. Your son is the police chief, such a distinguished person. Why would he be begging us like this? I must be dreaming. Grandma Wang was furious, but since she needed their help, she could only patiently reply. I have offended you in the past, please don't take it to heart, neighbors. If you have any medicine, please lend a helping hand. I would be very grateful. Before the apocalypse, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su, relying on their son's status, often bullied and oppressed people in the neighborhood. Now that they've fallen on hard times, everyone is eager to mock them. Passerby. Haha, you've finally met your match. The net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. Karma, karma! Passerby B. Finally, God has opened his eyes. It would be even better if 2 more bolts of lightning could strike down and kill Granny Wang and Grandpa Su. Old Mrs. Wang completely lost her temper and yelled in the group chat. A bunch of snobs. I curse you all to have sons born without an anus. If you have medicine but don't take it out, that's refusing to help someone in distress. That's intentional murder. When the apocalypse is over, I will make sure you rot in jail. Passerby. Give birth to a son without an anus? Heh, my son is doing just fine, he's already in college. But you, Wang Witch, your son is almost middle-aged, yet you still haven't had a child. Is he not healthy enough? It seems your Su family line is going to end. Xiao. It's a pity that Yanruhua is living a life of widowhood. Actually, I have some medicine here. If Goddess Yan can sleep with me once and give me a child, I will immediately offer the medicine with both hands. Then, Xiao took out the medicine, took a picture, and sent it to the group. Old Mrs. Wang was so angry that she jumped up and down, cursing loudly. Xiao, you big villain, how dare you covet my daughter-in-law? You'll die a horrible death. Xiao wasn't angry. He directly tagged Yanruhua in the group chat. I wonder if my wife would be willing to share a bed with me tonight. Chapter 81. Yanruhua's heart in turmoil. Before Yanruhua even appeared, old lady Wang couldn't take it anymore and angrily retorted. You're just a lowly hotel waiter earning 3,000 a month, yet you dare to spout such nonsense. Who gave you the courage? Xiao. Oh right, I'm a loser, but I'm the only one in the whole neighborhood who has drugs. You can be arrogant now, but when you come crying and begging me, I won't just let Goddess Yan sleep with me once, but many times. Old Mrs. Wang. You scoundrel, get as far away from me as you can. Xiao ignored Grandma Wang and instead messaged Grandpa Su privately. I have medicine. If you want to live, have your daughter-in-law sleep with me once, and I'll give you the medicine. Otherwise, you can just wait to die. Grandpa Su's hands were trembling as he held his phone, so angry he almost couldn't catch his breath. Yanruhua is the head of the city's song and dance troupe. Her son, Su Liji, spent countless efforts to win her over. After Yanruhua entered the family, they were proud of her and often boasted about it to others. Now that his son is gone, Xiao is coveting Yanruhua, which really angered Grandpa Su, who then launched into a tirade of abuse. Xiao didn't care and let Grandpa Su scold him. The harsher the insults now, the more humble Grandpa Su will become later. Xiao believed that it wouldn't be long before Grandpa Su's family would compromise. Thinking of Yanruhua, that dignified, elegant, and noble beauty, Xiao was immediately moved and sent her a private message. Xiao. Goddess Yan, I know you're spying on me. Just like I said in the group, I'm the only one in the whole neighborhood who has the drugs and is willing to give them up. As long as you submit to me, I'll hand over the drugs. Xiao. Madam, you don't want to just watch your father-in-law, Master Su, die, do you? Yanruhua. You are clearly taking advantage of our misfortune. How can there be such a wicked person as you in the world? Xiao. I'm sorry, my wife. Perhaps my methods were a bit underhanded, but I really love you so much. From the first moment I saw you, I have admired you deeply and only wished to be with you forever. Yanruhua. I am a married woman, don't talk nonsense. Xiao. Madam, you have no idea how charming you are. Others like young and beautiful girls, but I am particularly fond of a beautiful woman like you. In my opinion, no woman in this world can compare to you. You are like a bright lamp that illuminates my heart. Yanruhua. Don't do that. My husband will be unhappy if he finds out. Xiao. As far as I know, Su Liji is the director of the city and can only come back once a week. I think you must be very lonely. Let me comfort your empty heart, okay? His world only has work, only promotions and raises, and sitting in a high position. He has never cared about your feelings. Don't you have any complaints? I am different. I will always hold you in the palm of my hand and make you the happiest person in the world. Yanruhua did not reply for a long time, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Just as Xiao said, Su Liji only knows how to work all day and never pays any attention to her. It would be a lie to say that he has no resentment. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, it is precisely when she needs help the most, but Su Liji is completely unreachable. He is a truly incompetent husband. On the contrary, Xiao, regardless of his character, at least knows how to be romantic and can say sweet words, which is far superior to Su Liji. Xiao knew he had touched a raw nerve with Yanruhua, so he didn't rush her and waited for her reply. Yanruhua. Don't say anything else. Give me the medicine. After the apocalypse is over, I will definitely bring my whole family to your door to thank you properly. Xiao. The apocalypse will never end. Don't have such illusions. Give up on Wang Yaopa's family. You should know what kind of people they are. If there really is no medicine in the end, they will definitely force you to go out and collect it, or sleep with me as a bargaining chip. Rather than that, you might as well compromise sooner and suffer less. Yenruhua's heart skipped a beat. She knew Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su too well. The two of them cherished their lives immensely, going to the hospital once a week, always worried that they might have some serious illness. Just as Xiao said, what if they really can't get the medicine in the end? Xiao. People strive for higher positions, and water flows downhill. We can try getting to know each other, and you'll find that I'm a pretty good person. Xiao took off his shirt, took a few photos, and sent them over. Yenruhua blushed slightly upon seeing it. Those 8-pack abs were so beautiful, bursting with hormones, much better than her husband's beer belly. Xiao. Not only am I handsome and strong, but I also have a lot of supplies in the safe house, enough to eat and drink well for a long time. Moreover, there's heating here, so it's not cold at all, and I can take hot showers. If you don't believe me, I'll take videos and photos for you. When Yenruhua saw the video and photos, she was stunned. My God, everyone else is living a miserable life, starving and suffering, and you're enjoying life? This world is so unfair. Xiao. So, are you tempted? Then let's take action. Yenruhua. Who knows if you photoshopped it or not? Xiao made a video call directly. Yenruhua hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. Madam, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. You're much more eye-catching than any of those female celebrities. Xiao greeted her with a smile. Yenruhua was secretly pleased, but on the surface she said coldly, Stop with the sweet talk. Xiao said, Let me show you my safe house. He pointed the camera around and took pictures of everything, and sure enough, they were exactly the same as the pictures and videos he had just posted. When the camera panned across the seafood feast on the table, Yenruhua could no longer hold back, feeling an intense hunger pang in her stomach. Look at their food, this is true enjoyment of life. Xiao returned to his room, lay down on the bed, pointed the camera at himself, and casually asked, Madam, what's your decision? Yenruhua was still in shock and did not answer. Xiao smiled ambiguously. I told you earlier that I can take a hot shower here, I'm not lying to you. As he spoke, he went to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began to take a shower. Ah! Yenruhua let out a scream, her face turning as red as blood, and she almost threw her phone away. She panicked and hurriedly hung up the video call. That scoundrel is utterly shameless. However, she subconsciously compared Xiao and Su Liji and ultimately concluded that Xiao was the clear winner. Xiao sent a message to Yenruhua. Madam, it is only polite to reciprocate. You have seen me, so I must see you too. Yenruhua. Get out. Xiao. How about you dance for me? You're the head of the city song and dance troupe, so your dancing must be outstanding. Yenruhua. You wish. Xiao. No matter what I think, I can't compare to the real you. Yenruhua immediately felt a sense of being flirted with. Chapter 82 Madam, don't panic, I'm coming. After ending his call with Yenruhua, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on Jihao's lips. He knew that Yenruhua was already flustered, and that if he waited a while longer, he might be able to truly win over this beautiful woman. Just think of her voluptuous figure and elegant, dignified demeanor. Everything about her is so captivating, he. It wasn't bedtime yet, and Jihao was bored, so he dragged Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, and Yu Shifu into the movie room to watch a movie. They were watching a romantic drama film. As the plot unfolded, the male and female leads went into the movie theater, watched the movie together, and then kissed. What a coincidence! Looking at the three women, each more beautiful than a flower, Jihao suddenly had a bold idea. For the next 2 days, Jihao did not contact Yenruhua again. Yenruhua didn't contact him either. Grandpa Su's injury worsened, and he was trembling with pain, waking up several times in the middle of the night, but there was nothing he could do. If he can't get the medicine soon, he's doomed. On the 3rd day, old lady Wang found Yenruhua and earnestly said, Ruhua, now that Liji is gone and the old man is injured, I am an old woman and I am powerless. This family depends entirely on you. Yenruhua lowered her head, her expression forlorn. I will support this family. Grandma Wang suggested. Your father-in-law's injury is getting worse and he urgently needs medicine. You used to buy medicine often and are quite familiar with the nearby pharmacies. Why don't you go out and see if you can get some? Oh, and if you could also bring some food, that would be even better. Yan Ruhua glanced at the swirling snow outside the window, shrank back, and said weakly, "But it's so cold outside." Old Mrs. Wang's voice turned colder. "I'm begging you, do you want to watch your father-in-law die?" As she spoke, she was about to kneel down before Yan Ruhua. Yan Ruhua shuddered. How could she let old lady Wang kneel? She quickly helped her up and said with a bitter expression, "Mom, please don't do this. I'll go out, okay?" Grandma Wang then smiled and said, "She truly is a good daughter-in-law of our family. She is so brave." Yan Ruhua was quite cautious. She drew a route map and covered her face. She knew that her outstanding looks would be a huge advantage in peacetime, but in the current apocalypse, they would bring her disaster, so she had to be careful. In addition, she also carried a fruit knife as a weapon. If anyone dared to harm her, she wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. Finally, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed out the door. In the frigid weather of -60°C, Yan Ruhua shivered uncontrollably. As the head of the city's song and dance troupe, she was used to a life of luxury and had never experienced such hardship. She was freezing indoors, but once she went outside, she realized what a true hellish cold was. A gust of cold wind nearly killed her on the spot. Yan Ruhua wanted to turn back, but remembering old lady Wang's mean face, she could only endure the cold and walk step by step through the snow and ice towards the surrounding pharmacies. I visited 3 pharmacies in a row, but didn't find anything. The medicine inside had long been taken away, nothing was left. Yan Ruhua had no choice but to go to the 4th pharmacy. In the distance, 2 burly men spotted Yan Ruhua in the snow, and their eyes lit up. They weren't from Xingfu community and didn't know Yan Ruhua, but they could tell that although the woman was masked, she had a good figure and excellent temperament, and was definitely a top-notch woman. Before the apocalypse, they were sewer cleaners, filthy and stinking all day long, belonging to the bottom of society. It was impossible for them to have access to a high-status beauty like Yan Ruhua. But after the apocalypse came, without laws and morality, it became their paradise. Therefore, upon seeing Yan Ruhua, their minds immediately became active. Not only do they want to capture Yan Ruhua and play with her cruelly, but they also want to make this woman bear their children and help them carry on their family line. Hee, perfect. The 2 men exchanged a glance, let out a lewd laugh, and gradually approached Yan Ruhua. "Hey beautiful, are you looking for drugs? I have some in my pants, want to see?" One of them sneered. The other man said wickedly, "If your husband is injured, then let him die. I've been a professional sewer cleaner for 20 years, and my skills are superb. You'll definitely be satisfied. Get lost. Don't come any closer." Yan Ruhua pulled out a fruit knife to protect herself and ran away into the distance. "Stop right there, you can't escape. We'll catch you soon and show you what we're capable of." The 2 men were hot on their heels. In her panic, Yan Ruhua fled into an adult products store, hastily pulled down the door, and braced herself against it. 2 burly men started banging on the door, making a loud banging sound. Yan Ruhua was pale, her eyes cold and deep. For now, she had no choice but to call old lady Wang. Otherwise, if the 2 of them rushed in, her fate would be terrible. But when she picked up the phone, she hesitated. Given old lady Wang's cowardly nature, it was impossible for her to come to her rescue. Even if she did, she would be no match for 2 burly men. On the contrary, if she escapes danger, when she returns home, old lady Wang will definitely suspect that she was manipulated by the 2 men, which will bring her a lot of trouble. After much deliberation, Yan Ruhua sighed and had no choice but to call Xiao. After the call connected, Yan Ruhua quickly explained the situation, but Xiao ignored her. "What do you want in order for you to make a move?" Yan Ruhua asked, flustered and confused. "Didn't I tell you? As long as you become my woman, not only will I save you, but I can also let you live in my safe house and live like a god," Xiao said lazily. "Impossible," Yan Ruhua said sharply. "I have a husband. If I betray him today, aren't you worried that I might betray you in the future?" "If you don't want to, then forget it," Xiao said. "I'm sorry, I won't keep you company any longer. Goodbye," Yan Ruhua said urgently. "Since you want me, are you really willing to just watch me be played with by others?" These words struck a chord with Xiao. In his heart, Yan Ruhua was a woman he had to win over. If she were to fall into the hands of someone else, he would be at a huge loss. Seeing that Xiao was tempted, Yan Ruhua continued. My father-in-law and mother-in-law treated you so badly, you must really want to get revenge on them, right? The best way would be to steal me away and make them lose face. But now that your wish has been dashed, don't you feel regret? Wow, you're pretty clever. Indeed, Yan Ruhua's greatest asset is her ability to dedicate herself to others, preventing Jihao from having her. But Jihao was not one to be trifled with. He had a sudden inspiration and came up with an idea. He smiled and said, Don't panic, madam, I'm coming. He took out medicine and food from the sarcophagus, and added some ingredients to the medicine. As a result, the medicine not only had no effect, but also made the wound worse. That way, not only will we be able to screw over Grandpa Su, but we'll also be able to screw over Dufong, hee. After finishing everything, Jihao packed the medicine and food into his backpack and went to rescue Yan Ruhua. Inside the adult store, Yan Ruhua stood firmly against the door, as panicked as an ant on a hot pan. Outside, after the two men smashed the door repeatedly, it was suddenly smashed open with a loud bang. Yan Ruhua fell to the ground, letting out a painful groan. Little girl, you're pretty capable. You dare to resist? Let's see how I deal with you. The two men let out lewd laughter. Yan Ruhua was terrified when she saw their terrifying expressions. Chapter 83 You Are So Beautiful. Don't come any closer. Yan Ruhua quickly stood up and held the fruit knife in front of her. The two burly men didn't seem to care at all. The man on the left advised, Beautiful lady, why are you doing this? Why not just go with us and you'll suffer less? The other man said, I'm not afraid to tell you, my brother and I like to practice our martial arts when we have nothing to do. You can't hurt us even if you have a knife. Yan Ruhua said sternly, You villain, get out of here right now. I have already contacted my family, and they will be here soon. Heh. The burly man on the left chuckled coldly, then suddenly pointed behind Yan Ruhua and exclaimed, Holy crap, a UFO! Yan Ruhua subconsciously turned around, but saw nothing, and secretly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, two burly men rushed up, snatched her fruit knife, and subdued her. An adult store, what a great place! Haha, let's just stay here and have our love affair, wouldn't that be wonderful? Brother, don't say anything more to her. Let's strip her naked and see if she can still be so arrogant. Good idea. The two men, with evil expressions and uttering foul language, were about to attack Yan Ruhua. Yan Ruhua's eyes were brimming with tears, a sight that evoked pity, her despair reaching its peak. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from the side. Madam, I'm right here, why are you crying? Holy crap! The two burly men were startled and quickly took a few steps back. When did another person appear beside them? The two breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that Jihao was a young man and that he was not carrying any weapons. Upon seeing Jihao, Yan Ruhua was overjoyed and cried out, Quick, save me! Jihao's lips curled into a wicked smile as he said, Don't worry, madam, with me here, I won't let anyone bully you. Yan Ruhua felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and instinctively hid behind Jihao. It was as if with him around, no danger was a problem. The burly man on the left laughed so hard he almost fell over, and said disdainfully, Ha, he hasn't even grown his hair yet, and he's already trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. How ridiculous. Before he could finish speaking, Jihao punched him, sending him flying. His chest was pierced through, and he was dead beyond any hope of survival. The other burly man felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. Was this even human strength? He turned to run, but Jihao wouldn't give him the chance. With the same punch, the burly man also died. Yan Ruhua was a little stunned. After she came to her senses, she said with heartfelt gratitude, Thank you for saving me. Are you just going to thank me verbally? Jihao looked around, a mischievous smile on his face, and teased, An adult products store. Madam, you really know how to pick a place. Did you choose this place especially for me? No. Yan Ruhua was afraid that Jihao would misunderstand, so she quickly explained, I just happened to come here. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Jihao took out medicine and gauze from his backpack and handed them to Yan Ruhua. Here you go. Yan Ruhua's eyes widened. Anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, antibiotics, gauze. These are all things she needs. Really, for me? Yanruhua stammered, asking uncertainly. You won't regret it? Jihao said nonchalantly. In the apocalypse, medicine is precious, but I'm a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see pretty ladies suffer. Yanruhua took a deep breath and said happily, Consider it a favor I owe you, and I'll repay it later. Oh, right, I have some food here. You should eat it quickly before it gets cold. Jihao took out a steak and a few packets of instant noodles and said softly, Just take the instant noodles back. You can eat the steak here. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain where it came from to Grandma Wang. Yanruhua stared in disbelief at the steak in front of her. Although she knew Jihao had plenty of supplies, she was still surprised to be able to eat steak in the apocalypse. Upon opening the elegant packaging box, the steak emitted wisps of steam, clearly indicating it was freshly cooked. Upon smelling the aroma, Yanruhua's appetite immediately increased, and a bright smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Jihao praised, Madam, you look so beautiful when you smile, you remind me of someone. Yanruhua asked curiously, Who does it look like? Jihao said, She looks like my wife. Yanruhua glared at Jihao, embarrassed and annoyed, then removed the cloth covering her face, intending to feast. She had delicate features, fair skin, lustrous red lips, and shallow dimples, giving her a charming appearance. Especially her eyes, so clear and bright, seemed to hold a deep affection, leaving a lasting impression. Even without any makeup, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Jihao was somewhat mesmerized by what a stunningly beautiful woman she was. The next moment, he embraced Yanruhua and kissed her red lips deeply. Yanruhua's mind went blank, and she was as still as a clay sculpture, forgetting to resist. It wasn't until much later that Jihao released her, still somewhat unsatisfied. This was the first time Yanruhua had been so intimate with another man, and she blushed with embarrassment, angrily saying, You're shameless! What, you mean I should have made this trip for nothing? Jihao raised an eyebrow at her. Yanruhua was speechless for a moment. Yes, they saved her, gave her medicine, and even brought her steak. It's an immense favor, so we can't just leave empty-handed. Having thought everything through, Yanruhua stopped pursuing the matter and silently began eating her steak. The moment the steak entered her mouth, her eyes lit up, and only 4 words came to mind, delicious. Jihao suddenly called out softly, Madam. Yanruhua looked up. Jihao said, You looked so beautiful when you were angry just now. How could you be so beautiful? Yanruhua was overjoyed to hear this. Suddenly, Jihao kissed him again. After leaving the adult products store, Jihao personally took Yanruhua to various nearby pharmacies to see if they could get more drugs. The result, naturally, was nothing. Jihao took the opportunity to take a picture of her leaving the pharmacy, intending to use it later. Afterwards, Jihao personally escorted Yanruhua back to her apartment complex. Only after seeing her go upstairs did he turn and leave. Although he didn't manage to win over the beautiful woman, the trip wasn't a complete loss. Now, he's just waiting to see what happens. Back in the safe house, Jihao took out his phone and messaged Dufong privately using his alternate account. Brother, are you injured in your left arm? Dufong. Who are you? Jihao. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you need medication. Dufong. Isn't that obvious? Jihao. Then let me tell you a secret. When I went out to collect supplies just now, I saw Yanruhua coming out of a pharmacy. She had obviously gotten a lot of medicine. I wanted to rush up to her, but she was holding a knife. If you want medicine, you can go to her. Jihao. Oh no, we should find Granny Wang. She's always been in charge of their family, and she's definitely in charge of the medicine. Dufong. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? Without saying a word, Jihao posted a background photo of Yanruhua coming out of the pharmacy. Her backpack was bulging, indicating that she had made quite a haul. Upon seeing the photo, Dufong no longer had any doubts. Okay, I understand, thank you. Jihao. We're brothers, no need for thanks. Actually, I've always had a crush on you. If you remember my kindness, you can ask me out any time. I'll give you a huge surprise. Grass. Dufong cursed incessantly, then felt a chill run down his spine. My good mood was ruined. Chapter 84 Schemes. After returning to her residence, Yenruhua immediately took out the medicine and instant noodles. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su were overjoyed. They really hadn't expected their daughter-in-law to be so capable, achieving so much from her trip, far exceeding their expectations. Not only did they manage to get the necessary medicine and gauze, but they also brought back a few packs of instant noodles. It's safe to say that their current difficulties have been easily resolved. The two men showered Yenruhua with compliments. Yenruhua dared not reveal the truth, and could only silently thank Jihao in her heart. However, the thought of Jihao forcibly kissing her made her feel both embarrassed and resentful. After applying the medicine to Grandpa Su and bandaging his wound, Grandpa Su turned pale with pain and screamed repeatedly. He was helpless. Why did bandaging the wound only make him feel excruciating pain? But he didn't think much of it. Having medicine was better than having no medicine at all. Little did Grandpa Su know that Jihao had added ingredients to the medicine, intending to kill him. He has already been tricked, but he is still unaware of it. In fact, villains like Grandpa Su and Grandma Wang were already on Jihao's kill list. If he wasn't worried that Yenruhua had a grudge and wouldn't submit to him, he wouldn't need to use so many methods. He could have just gone to their door and killed them, saving time and effort. The two should pray that they have a good daughter-in-law, someone Jihao has taken a liking to, which is why they've been able to live a little longer. But obviously, the result is the same. Those whom Jihao wants to kill will never survive. At this moment, old lady Wang discovered that Dufong was messaging her privately, and immediately became more alert. Dufong, I heard you have some medicine. Could you give me some? My left arm is in so much pain that I can't stand it anymore. Grandma Wang shuddered, realizing something was wrong, and quickly denied it. Who told you that? It's all a rumor. Dufong, don't try to fool me. I saw it with my own eyes when I went out to collect supplies, and I even took pictures. She came out of the pharmacy with her backpack bulging. Who would believe that she didn't get any medicine? Soon, Dufong sent the photos over. Grandma Wang was alarmed and immediately told Yenruhua and Grandpa Su what had happened. Yenruhua was very nervous. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the photo only showed her back and that Jihao was not in it. Thankfully, their relationship wasn't exposed. Otherwise, given old Mrs. Wang and old Mr. Su's tempers, they would have been furious. Dufong, you're speechless now, aren't you? If you know what's good for you, I can trade you instant noodles. Otherwise, I'll expose the fact that you have drugs in the group chat. Guess what will happen? Old Mrs. Wang, used to being high and mighty, couldn't stand being threatened and retorted. If you dare to expose this, you'll never get the medicine in your life. Dufong, it doesn't matter whether I can get the medicine or not, but if I can take someone down with me before I die, it will be worth it. Old Mrs. Wang, you scoundrel, you still want medicine? Dream on. Enraged, Dufong threatened. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, huh? Fine, I'll bring my men over right now and show you what death truly means. During this time, Dufong helped Lu Batian with his affairs and received a lot of food. As a lone man, he couldn't eat much and still had some left over, unlike Grandpa Su, who had to take care of Yanrua and Grandma Wang, and there was never enough food for him. Dufong contacted two friends and offered each of them a pack of instant noodles to help him knock on old lady Wang's door. The two men didn't hesitate and went with Dufong to her house. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer kept pounding on the security door, making a loud noise. Grandma Wang was both shocked and furious. She quickly contacted Lu Batian to accuse Dufong of his evil deeds and demand that he step in to stop Dufong. In the past, the two families had a good relationship, and Lu Batian was willing to give them face. But this is the apocalypse. Lu Batian has a gun, and he is the real overlord of the neighborhood. Why would he bother with old lady Wang? Not only that, Lu Batian once again urged old lady Wang to hand over Yenruhua to his men to play with, otherwise he would have no choice but to personally come and arrest her. Old Mrs. Wang was so angry she almost spat out blood. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "This is outrageous! The Lu family villains are trying to kill their master!" Outside the door, Dufong and his two friends pounded on the door desperately, and as the door collapsed under their blows, the Wang family panicked. "Wang the witch, weren't you so tough? Why are you acting like a coward? Open the door and let's have a real fight. Open the door! Are you deaf? If you wait for me to break in, I'll definitely bring a few strong men. Dufong kept cursing. In the end, Grandma Wang gave in and called Dufong herself. The two agreed to buy anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, antibiotics, gauze, etc., for the price of 10 packs of instant noodles. Having received the medication, Dufong felt much more at ease. He also wanted to storm in and seize all the medicine, but doing so would be tantamount to fighting to the death with old Lady Wang's family. Even if he could defeat them, he might get injured by a kitchen knife during the struggle, which would be no different from courting death. The current situation is already considered satisfactory. Back at his lodgings, Dufong immediately applied medicine and bandaged himself, but like Grandpa Su, he was in excruciating pain and almost died on the spot. Even after resting for 2 full hours, Dufong still hadn't recovered. He was covered in sweat and exhausted. These medicines are clearly not enough. It seems I still have to break into that beast Jihao's safe house to have any chance of survival. After much deliberation, Dufong suddenly had a brilliant idea. He contacted Lu Batian, saying that he had come up with a way to deal with Jihao. Lu Batian didn't waste any time and told him to come over and talk. Upon arriving at Lu Batian's residence, Dufong, enduring the pain, spoke frankly. Boss, my solution is simple. Since that beast Jihao's security door is difficult to break, let's find a breakthrough through the window. Upon hearing this, Lu Batian immediately perked up. What do you mean? A venomous glint appeared in Dufeng's eyes as he said viciously. Don't you have a gun? Stand opposite Building 2, on the 28th floor of Building 4. As soon as you see that beast, just shoot him in the head, and everything will be over, right? Lu Batian's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Dufong continued. The 2 buildings aren't far apart. If the shot hits, he has no chance of survival. Lu Batian suddenly thought of something and frowned, saying, What if he installed bulletproof glass? Dufong remained confident. It's simple. He'll open the window to let in some fresh air eventually. As long as we catch him in that moment, we'll definitely send him to meet the King of Hell. You're a fucking genius. If you succeed, you'll be the #1 contributor, Lu Batian shouted. Dufong hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boss, I have an irreconcilable hatred for that beast. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Why don't you lend me your gun so I can kill him myself to avenge my deep-seated hatred? Lu Batian didn't speak, he just stared at him coldly. Dufong said, Waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree stump will take a lot of effort. I am willing to serve you, boss. After it is over, I will return the gun immediately without delay. Lu Batian patted Dufong on the shoulder and advised. You're so badly injured you should rest. As for dealing with that beast, I'll handle it myself to ensure everything goes smoothly. Dufong stood up. Okay, boss, I'll head back now. Lu Batian stared at Dufeng's departing figure, his eyes filled with malice. This is the second time you've tried to trick me out of my gun. Do you even deserve it? Lu Batian gripped the gun in his arms, a mocking look on his face. Chapter 85 Bulletproof Glass. The following day, Lu Batian began his operation. He went to Building 4 and evicted all 4 households living on the 28th floor to avoid disturbing him. An old woman refused to leave and accused Lu Batian of bullying the elderly. As a result, Lu Batian went berserk, slapped her several times, and finally stabbed her to death. So the rest of the people behaved themselves. Lu Batian moved into a homeowner's house, set up his pistol, and carefully observed the opposite side. As soon as Jihao opened the window, he would immediately shoot and send him to meet the King of Hell. They waited and waited, but Jihao didn't open the window until evening. On the contrary, Lu Batian was tortured terribly. The conditions here were not good, unlike his home. Moreover, he had to be highly focused and keep his eyes on the other side. If he missed a good opportunity, he would be spitting blood. If he handed the pistol to his subordinates and let them do his bidding, things would be much easier. But the pistol was Lu Batian's lifeblood, so how could he possibly hand it over? At night, just as Lu Batian was dozing off, he suddenly saw Jihao across the street wiping the glass. However, Jihao only wiped the inside layer, not the outside, so the window remained closed. Lu Batian, however, was extremely excited, gripping his pistol tightly, eagerly anticipating the moment Ji Hao opened the window. Half an hour passed, but the window remained closed. Ji Hao stopped, turned around and walked out of the room. He wanted to laugh a little. Although Lu Batian had covered the glass with curtains, only revealing his eyes and the muzzle of the gun, how could he hide it from Ji Hao? As a superhuman, Ji Hao's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, whether it's eyesight, speed, strength, reaction time, or perception. That's why Ji Hao discovered Lu Batian a long time ago. I was just wiping the window to tease the other person. As for danger, Ji Hao wasn't afraid at all. The safe house used high-tech bulletproof glass, so how could Lu Batian's pistol possibly penetrate it? Ji Hao sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping champagne. Since Lu Batian is on the other side, Song Wanqiu must be alone in her room. Why not invite her over for some fun? Ji Hao immediately messaged Song Wanqiu privately. Madam, I've missed you so much these past few days. I miss your face, I miss your scent. Can you come over? Song Wanqiu. You wicked person. Last time, you sent my husband intimate photos of us, which ruined me. He hasn't spoken to me for the past few days. Ji Hao. He ignores you, but I do. Song Wanqiu. Shut up, don't speak. Ji Hao. Okay, then I won't say anything, but you can send me a short video, right? Last time we were in the pool. Song Wanqiu. Are you trying to die? Forget about that. Ji Hao. Tell me, what would happen if I showed the video to Lu Batian? Song Wanqiu. What exactly do you want? Ji Hao. Come keep me company. Song Wanqiu. Impossible. If my husband finds out, I'm doomed. Ji Hao. No way, guess where he is right now? Song Wanqiu. How would I know? Ji Hao. He's in building 4 right across from me. Don't worry, he won't leave tonight. Ji Hao told Song Wanqiu about Lu Batian's plan. Song Wanqiu was quite surprised when she found out. Ji Hao. Your building number 6 is so big. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to find a secluded corner and sneak out, right? Don't you want to eat well, drink well, and take a hot shower? Song Wanqiu was torn between her inner turmoil and her own conscience. After a long silence, she sent a message saying, This is the only time. You are not allowed to bother me again, and you are not allowed to send the video to my husband. Ji Hao. Okay, I promise you. After ending the private chat, Ji Hao sneered. There are only 2 kinds of things, 0 times or countless times. Since Song Wanqiu came this time, wouldn't it be a matter of course next time? The threat posed by the short videos was significant, giving Song Wanqiu a firm grip on her. When Song Wanqiu arrived, she took off her coat with practiced ease, revealing a sky-blue yoga outfit underneath. Her figure was curvaceous and shapely, as if the yoga outfit was about to burst out of shape, which was absolutely stunning. Especially those bright headlights, which almost blinded Ji Hao. Damn it, there's a cheat code. Seeing Ji Hao staring straight at her, Song Wanqiu felt both embarrassed and a little smug, and urged. What are you still standing there for? I have to go back quickly after we're done. Ji Hao smiled and said, What's the rush? Have dinner with me first, then take a bath together. I don't believe you don't want to. Go to hell. Although she seemed unwilling, Song Wanqiu didn't refuse. Having enjoyed another delicious meal and a hot bath, Song Wanqiu was very satisfied. Ji Hao pulled her into the bedroom and pointed to room 2801 in building 4 across the street. Lu Batian is in there. As he spoke, he drew back the bedroom curtains. Song Wanqiu's voluptuous body visibly trembled as she angrily retorted. Are you crazy? You'll kill me! Ji Hao, however, didn't care at all and said with a wicked smile. What's there to be afraid of? The lights in our room are so dim, and we're dozens of meters apart. He can only see a blurry outline, like a shadow puppet, and he won't be able to recognize it. In the morning, Lu Batian was so tired that he couldn't hold on any longer and decided to rest first. That damn Ji Hao, he's always cleaning windows and playing around with women, but he just won't open the window. He's really despicable. Lying in bed, Lu Batian felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if something was pressing down on his head, which made him very uncomfortable. He had no idea that it was an invisible green hat. For the next 2 days, Lu Batian continued to stake out the area. His eyes were bloodshot, he was listless, and he was in a terrible state from the torment. But what annoyed him was that Xiao never opened the window. Damn it, don't you need to breathe? Damn it! Lu Batian was filled with rage. That night, he saw Xiao wiping the windows again. This time, he didn't plan to wait. Instead, he decided to take a gamble. If Xiao's windows weren't bulletproof, one shot would definitely be enough. With his mind focused, Lu Batian gripped the pistol tightly, aimed at Xiao's head, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out, slicing through the air, and hit the glass on the other side. Lu Batian desperately hoped that the bullet would pierce the glass and blow Xiao's head off, but he was destined to be disappointed. The bulletproof glass was incredibly strong and intercepted the bullets. Damn it, we live on the 28th floor, is this really necessary? Lu Batian finally lost his temper and cursed loudly, even feeling like he was about to vomit blood. Thinking about the 3 days of waiting, how he had tormented himself so much, only to have all his wishes dashed, he felt like a clown. Now that we've alerted the enemy, Xiao definitely won't open the window, so this method is no longer viable. How can he accept this? Xiao couldn't see Lu Batian's face, only a pair of resentful eyes, because Lu Batian's face was covered by the curtains. But Xiao could imagine that Lu Batian's face must be clouded with anger at this moment, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Xiao, however, was quite pleased. He raised his middle finger at Lu Batian from a distance and shouted, "Idiot, you're better off in your next life than fighting me." Lu Batian was so angry he almost jumped up and down. Chapter 86 Living Together. Over these 3 days, it wasn't just Lu Batian who suffered. Dufong and Grandpa Su were also in a terrible state, or rather, much worse. Xiao added ingredients to the medicine. After the two used it, their wounds not only did not improve, but worsened. They screamed in pain and turned pale. Neither Dufong nor Grandpa Su doubted the quality of the medication, assuming it was just an infection and that the wound would heal after the medication was finished. They just didn't know that there would never be a better day. Because it won't be long before they have to report to the King of Hell. Dufeng's injuries were too severe, so he contacted Grandma Wang again, hoping to exchange for more medicine, but Grandma Wang flatly refused him, saying she was unwilling no matter what. After all, Grandpa Su's condition was worrying, and he didn't even have enough medicine for himself, so he couldn't care less about Dufong. Dufong asked for medicine in the group, but no one responded to him. Finally, having no other option, he contacted Xiao Yalan privately. Xiao Yalan not only showed no sympathy for him, but also mocked him for getting his comeuppance. Dufong was furious and accused Xiao Yalan and Xiao in the group chat, saying that they were in cahoots and refused to help someone in distress. Seeing this, Old Lady Wang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to strike at Xiao. She called on everyone to join forces to attack Xiao, break into his safe house, and seize the supplies. Xiao directly announced in the group chat that he would offer a reward for Old Lady Wang. Immediately, Old Lady Wang was so frightened that she dared not utter another sound. Another day passed, and Dufeng's condition worsened. The arrow wound in his left arm aggravated, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even eat. He knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die, or he would surely perish. After much deliberation, Dufong suddenly had a brilliant idea. He realized that to get enough medicine from Xiao, he didn't necessarily have to break into his safe house. As long as there were hostages to threaten him, he could achieve his goal. Since Xiao and He Qiaoqian have such a good relationship, wouldn't it be enough to just capture He Qiaoqian? With that in mind, Dufong contacted one of his blonde-haired friends and offered him the last 2 packs of instant noodles as payment, inviting him to help. Late at night, the 2 men, carrying a large iron hammer, arrived outside He Qiaoqian's residence. Dufong was furious. Before the apocalypse, He Qiaoqian had clearly agreed to be his girlfriend, but Jihao stole her away. It was truly despicable. Now, Jihao has turned him into a eunuch, depriving him of his manhood. Otherwise, if he had taken He Qiaoqian, he would have definitely made that bitch taste his power. Just as Huang Mao was about to make his move, Dufong noticed a shooting hole on the security door. Worried that He Qiaoqian might have a crossbow, he quickly stopped Huang Mao. "What's wrong?" the blonde-haired man asked. "Watch out for the crossbows," Dufong whispered a warning. Huang Mao said. Wait a minute, I'll go back and get the wooden table. After the wooden table arrived, a new problem arose. Carrying the table was too cumbersome, and there was no way to free up one's hands to bang on the door. The blonde-haired man looked helpless. What can we do? With your physical condition, you can barely stand, let alone have the strength to help me lift the table. Dufong waved his hand, looking confident. No need for that. Just spit some saliva into the firing port, and once it solidifies, it'll block the firing port. Great idea. The blonde guy gave a thumbs up and praised. You're so smart. That's right, but when you go in, you still need to lift the table to avoid getting hurt by the crossbow. As he spoke, Dufong began spitting wildly at the firing port. After vomiting, the two retreated to a distance and waited for their saliva to freeze. The blonde-haired man said wickedly, Xiao Qian is a famous black-stocking goddess in our neighborhood, and she's also a flight attendant. If we can get her, we'll be rich. Young Master Du, I heard she used to be your girlfriend, so don't be reluctant to let her go. Dufong was furious. He had become a eunuch and couldn't even have women to play with. So he pretended to be magnanimous and said, Do whatever you want. Don't be polite with me. The blonde-haired guy muttered under his breath. Hey do you have a cuckold fetish? You're actually willing to give your woman to other people to play with. Dufong was speechless, and felt an urge to hit someone. After the saliva froze, Huang Mao began to act, swinging a sledgehammer and smashing it against the door with a loud bang. Although Jihao had reinforced the security door and it was very sturdy, the sledgehammer was too powerful. If he kept smashing it like that, he would break the door open sooner or later. Xiao Qian was sleeping when she was awakened by the noise. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly turned on the outside surveillance camera and saw someone banging on the door. So it's Eunuch Du Humph, this bastard. I'm not one to be trifled with. Xiao Qian took out her crossbow and was about to aim when she discovered that the firing port was blocked. This? Xiao Qian panicked, never expecting that the other party had such methods. Left with no other option, she called Jihao for help. Young Master Ji, please come and save me. Jihao's voice was gentle. Don't panic, what exactly happened? Xiao Qian explained the situation. Oh, it's Dufong. Okay, I'll be right there. Jihao quickly got dressed and left. Inside the room, Yu Shifu looked resentful. She had just finished showering, changed into lace lingerie and glossy stockings, and was about to show off her skills when Jihao actually ran away. How can you be like this? It's infuriating. Humph! Bang bang bang. With a loud crash, the security door was finally smashed open. Huang Mao carried the wooden table and walked in with Dufong. Xiao Qian gripped the crossbow tightly, extremely nervous. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this Eunuch Du? What's gotten into you today, coming to my woman's residence? Jihao, it's you! Dufong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense resentment. The blonde-haired man beside him sneered. Young Master Du, let's take him down together, seize his safe house, and we'll never have to worry about food or clothing again. As he spoke, the blonde-haired man rushed over and slashed at Jihao with the kitchen knife in his hand. Jihao easily snatched the cleaver and chopped off the blonde-haired man's head. Then, he approached Dufong. Dufong was frightened and took a step back, saying, Don't come any closer. If you dare to kill me, my mother will hate you for the rest of her life. Jihao almost laughed until he cried. You're an adult, yet you're still so naive. Jihao's 4 punches crippled Dufeng's hands and feet, causing him to let out a shrill scream. My dear son, since you miss Yaan so much, I'll let you see her one last time before you die, Jihao said. How about it? Aren't you grateful? Dufong lay on the ground, his face gloomy, and he remained silent. Xiao Qian threw herself into Jihao's arms, hugged him tightly, and said pitifully, Young Master Ji, I almost thought I would never see you again. Jihao touched her face gently and said, Little vixen, let me help you pack your things and move to my place. Young Master Ji, what did you say? Xiao Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Jihao took her hand and smiled slightly. Live with me, I will protect you. Xiao Qian was extremely excited and kissed Jihao on the cheek. Young Master Ji, you are so good to me. I am yours for life. Jihao deliberately put on a stern face. Still calling me young Master Ji? Xiao lowered her head, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said sweetly, Husband, my darling, my devil, my good brother. I love you to death. Chapter 87 My husband is awesome. Seeing the two of them flirting without regard for others, Dufong felt inexplicably angry. Xiaoqian's tender, shy, and coquettish expression was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. Dufong still remembers how arrogant and haughty Xiaoqian was when she agreed to be his girlfriend, completely disregarding him. Looking back now, I realize that Xiaoqian didn't love him at all, she just treated him like a sucker. To truly love someone, you should look at their expression right now. At this moment, Dufong felt like a clown, inferior to Jihao in everything. To make matters worse, Jihao had taken away Xiao Yalan and Xiaoqian, dealing him a heavy blow. Honestly, Dufong had never hated anyone so much. If he could, he would really like to die together with Jihao. Unfortunately, he is now just Jihao's prisoner, and can't do anything. Overwhelmed with grief, Dufong couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jihao ignored him and instead smiled at Xiaoqian, saying, Little vixen, come here, I'll show you a magic trick. Xiaoqian said happily. Okay, hurry up and change. Jihao said. Close your eyes first. Xiaoqian did as instructed. Jihao opened the tower door and took everything inside the room. You can open it now. Xiaoqian opened her eyes and was immediately stunned. Where were the things in the room? Jihao explained the matter of his superpowers. Xiaoqian was even more surprised and clearly did not believe it. In front of her, Jihao took out a well-done steak from the refrigerator, which was steaming hot. Now Xiaoqian finally believed it, and her face lit up with ecstasy. Wouldn't she be able to live like a god from now on? Jihao said. I'm sorry I kept it from you before because it was a very important matter. Please understand. Xiaoqian hugged Jihao's waist and said softly, Husband, you don't need to apologize. Actually, you did the right thing. The secret of Leta is too important. The fewer people who know, the safer we are. It would be a lie to say that Xiaoqian harbored no resentment whatsoever. But she also understood that this period of time together might have been a test from Jihao. Now that she had passed the test, it was only natural that he would take her back to the safe house so she could enjoy life. Come on, I'll take you back. Jihao held her small hand tightly. Okay. Xiaoqian nodded emphatically. Jihao grabbed Dufong with one hand and held Xiaoqian's hand with the other, and returned to the safe house. In her past life, Xiaoqian did bully Jihao, but in recent times she has been very sensible, always trying to please him, and even taking that drug for him. Therefore, Jihao's anger had long since subsided, and taking Xiaoqian back to the safe house became a natural thing to do. As soon as she entered, Xiaoqian felt a wave of warmth, completely dispelling the cold outside. Looking at the interior decoration, it's even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. My God, this is what the real apocalypse is like. Xiaoqian was overjoyed. As expected of her husband, he was amazing. While others were cold and hungry, he had unlimited supplies and a top-notch safe house. As long as she clung to his coattails, she would never have to worry about not having a good life. Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, and Yu Shifu looked at Jihao with some resentment when they saw him bring back another beautiful woman, but naturally they didn't object. Fu Hongmei took Xiaoqian's hand and said with a smile, Good sister, now that you've moved in, we're family. Feel free to tell me anything you're thinking. Xiaoqian knew Xiao Yalan and Yu Shifu from the same neighborhood, but not Fu Hongmei. However, seeing that the other woman was elegant, dignified and generous, and was standing in the middle of the three women and was the first to speak, she must be the Empress. Xiaoqian immediately put on a friendly smile, acting like a good girl, so as not to make things difficult for the Empress. Sister, you are so kind. I'm new here and don't know anything. Please take good care of me in the future. Xiaoqian adopted a very humble attitude. Fu Hongmei giggled, her body trembling, and her pair of weapons quivered. Xiaoqian glanced at him secretly, thinking to herself that Jihao was truly blessed. Her figure was already considered good, but this Empress's figure was even more domineering, plump and full, with curves in all directions. She was simply a beauty among beauties. As a woman herself, Xiaoqian suddenly felt a sense of frustration. From childhood to adulthood, there is absolutely 1 in 10,000 who can surpass her in terms of figure. The two women exchanged a few pleasantries and were about to prepare dinner when Xiao called them back. Since we have plenty of time, let's find some fun first. Xiao splashed a basin of water on Dufong, and Dufong woke up. Opening his eyes, Dufong was extremely shocked by what he saw around him. He then realized that he was in Xiao's safe house. That damn bastard, how come you get to live so well, surrounded by beautiful women? It's infuriating. Heavens and earth, why are you so unfair, favoring this beast? I beg you to send down a bolt of lightning and strike him dead. Snap! The lightning did indeed strike, but instead of Xiao's head, it struck Dufong, who curled up in agony. Are you awake now? Xiao asked coldly. Struck by lightning, Dufong was nearly killed. This was only because Xiao held back, otherwise, he would have been meeting the king of hell long ago. I curse you to a terrible death! Dufeng's eyes were bloodshot as he snarled. And Xiao Yalan, you poisonous woman, you'll be XXXX sooner or later. Humph, who do you think you are, daring to speak such foul language to me? Xiao Yalan's chest heaved with anger, as she raised one foot and stomped hard on Dufeng's face. Ah! Dufong let out a shrill scream. If you have the guts, give me a quick death! Xiao sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at him leisurely. You want a quick and easy way out, huh? I'll not let you have your way. He Xiaoqian's eyes darted around, and she said slyly. Honey, I have an idea. Xiao said. Go ahead. He likes me and wants me to be his girlfriend, so why don't we invite him to a shadow puppet show? He Xiaoqian breathed hot air into Jihao's ear and revealed her plan. Upon hearing this, Jihao immediately became excited and gave a thumbs up. Little devil, you always have the best ideas. Jihao found a screen and a portrait of Dufong, and placed it in front of Dufong. He Xiaoqian went into the room to change her clothes. When He Xiaoqian came out, she was wearing white mourning clothes and a mourning headscarf. As the saying goes, a woman should be beautiful even in mourning. Dressed in mourning clothes, He Xiaoqian lost some of her charm and glamour, but gained more of her fragility and tragic beauty, possessing a unique allure. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was overwhelmed with grief. She seemed to have lost all her strength and knelt down in front of Dufeng's portrait, crying, My love, Dufong, you died so tragically, sob sob sob. Dufong was furious, his hair standing on end, and he shouted angrily. You too, how dare you, how dare you! Jihao whispered suggestively in He Xiaoqian's ear. Since your lover is dead, why not submit to me? I wonder if my lady would be willing to share a bed with me tonight? As he spoke, he picked up He Xiaoqian and walked behind the screen. Chapter 88 Great Revenge Achieved. In the end, Dufong died, literally from anger. Jihao grabbed his body and threw it off the 28th floor. Looking at the heavy snow falling outside the window, Jihao's thoughts were in turmoil. In his past life, Dufong cruelly murdered him for food. Now he has avenged himself, making Dufong die a painful and humiliating death. At the moment he breathed his last, Dufeng's eyes were wide open, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide open in death. Retribution, a tremendous retribution. Besides Dufong, Lu Batian was her only enemy from her past life. As long as she could completely obtain Song Wanqiu, Lu Batian would be doomed. Similarly, Jihao will not let Lu Batian die too easily, but will make him fall into hell and die with humiliation. Only in this way can he achieve true revenge. He Xiaoqian changed into a flight attendant uniform, her long, slender legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, which, combined with the high heels, made them appear even more shapely and delicate. The well-tailored flight attendant uniform accentuated her stunning figure. Her 174 centimeters height made her look graceful and slender. As a real flight attendant, she possesses outstanding temperament, elegance, and poise. She is absolutely a stunning beauty. He Xiaoqian, her high heels clicking softly, approached Jihao and asked with a smile, What are you thinking about? Jihao shook his head. It's nothing. He Xiaoqian asked seductively, Do I look good in this outfit? Jihao said, If someone is good-looking, they'll look good in anything. He Xiaoqian blew a warm breath on Jihao's face and said in a sweet voice, I was a little shy behind the screen before. Come on, let's go back to the room and I'll show you who the number one long-legged goddess in the neighborhood is. Xiao subconsciously glanced at her long, black-stockinged legs, which were comparable to Yu Shifu's, making it difficult to say who was number one. Xiao didn't argue, picked up Xiaoqian and said, "Little vixen, since you want to suffer, then I'll grant your wish." Xiaoqian gave a coquettish laugh and said in her soothing voice, "It's still uncertain who will suffer." The next day, Grandpa Su's injuries worsened, and he lay on the bed groaning in pain, on the verge of death. Half of the medicine that Yanruhua found last time was given to Dufong. Now Grandpa Su's condition is even worse, and Grandma Wang is extremely anxious because the medicine is about to run out. She found Yanruhua and tactfully suggested that Yanruhua go out again and bring back more medicine. Yanruhua was in a dilemma. The painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, gauze, etc. last time were not collected by her, but given to her by Xiao. If you want more medicine, you'll have to find Xiao. What's the point of going out? Moreover, for a top-tier beauty like her with both a great figure and stunning looks, going out is fraught with danger. What if she encounters bad people again, like last time? Xiao wasn't always able to save her in time. Therefore, she would never go out unless absolutely necessary. Yanruhua gave old lady Wang a few perfunctory words, saying that she needed to make some preparations before going out to collect medicine. Old Mrs. Wang was somewhat dissatisfied and kept nagging for almost half an hour, making Yanruhua very tired. After seeing old lady Wang off, Yanruhua immediately messaged Xiao privately. "Could you give me some more medicine?" Xiao. "My condition remains the same, be my woman, or sleep with me." Yanruhua. "How could you be so shameless?" Xiao. "Then there's nothing to discuss." Yanruhua. "Why don't we go out and collect medicine together? I'll take 30% and you take 70%. Even if you have enough for now, it wouldn't hurt to have a little more, would it?" Xiao. "Sorry, not interested." He then closed the chat window. He was just about to go to the gym when he discovered that Song Wanqiu was messaging him privately. Xiao. "My dear wife, what's up?" Song Wanqiu. "Who is your obedient wife? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao. "We've already gone through that. If you're not, then who are you?" Song Wanqiu. "Don't say it." Xiao. "What exactly do you want from me?" After a moment of silence, Song Wanqiu replied, "I'm being held captive by Lu Betian. Can you come and take me away?" Xiao. "See, you still say you don't want to be my wife." Song Wanqiu. "Are you willing or not?" Xiao. "Okay, but you have to agree to one condition." Song Wanqiu. "Tell me, as long as it's not too outrageous, I'll agree." Xiao. "Once I capture Lu Betian, you must kill him with your own hands." Song Wanqiu. "No, I've already mustered up a lot of courage to choose to leave him. Please don't force me anymore, okay?" Xiao. "If you don't agree, how am I supposed to know if you're just pretending to side with me and then stabbing me while I'm asleep? Who am I supposed to complain to then?" Song Wanqiu. "I'm not that kind of person." Xiao. "Think it over carefully. You can contact me anytime once you've made up your mind." After ending the private chat, Xiao got up and went into the gym, where he found 4 women doing yoga to music. They wore various colored tight-fitting yoga outfits, which made their already perfect figures even more exaggerated, with their full breasts and swaying buttocks trembling as if they were about to burst out of the yoga outfits. Xiao felt his heart race as soon as he looked at it. There's no way around it, they're just too charming in their yoga outfits, even a goddess couldn't resist. Xiao found an empty spot and started working out like crazy, trying to calm his restless mind. 1,000 push-ups. 1,000 squats. 1,000 sit-ups. After it was over, Xiao felt helpless, and the restlessness in his heart still hadn't subsided. Fu Hongmei and Xiao Yaolin were not surprised when they saw Xiao working out, but He Qiaoqian and Yu Shifu were full of surprise. As a superhuman, his physical fitness was too strong. Xiao looked at the 2 women and grinned. "What, you two seem quite surprised?" He Qiaoqian nodded blankly. "A little." Yu Shifu sighed. "How exactly did you awaken your superpower? I wish I could become a superpowered person like you." Xiao chuckled and said, "I don't know either. 2 months before the apocalypse, I kept dreaming about the apocalypse coming, and then I inexplicably awakened my superpower. I still find it strange. Xiao said in a charming voice. It seems that you are a person with great fortune, my husband. Jihao raised his chin, looking smug. I think so too. Fu Hongmei suddenly asked. Do you think there are other people with superpowers in the world? Jihao had thought about this question before, but he had never come to an answer. Now that Fu Hongmei brought it up again, he felt a sense of crisis. Seeing the heavy topic, Xiao said, Why worry about so much? Living in the moment is the most important thing. Jihao said, Yes, live in the moment. Xiao's eyes darted around, revealing a cunning look like a fox spirit. Honey, since you're in such good physical condition, why don't you challenge your limits? Looking at the women dressed in yoga attire, each with alluring eyes, Jihao felt a sudden jolt of electricity run through him. Good idea! Chapter 89 Yanruhua arrives at the door. After lunch, Jihao was bored, so he dragged the 4 girls to play online games. In the chat channel, people were still asking for food and medicine, but fewer than before. It seems that after so long since the apocalypse began, more and more people are freezing and starving to death. The 4 women were incredibly grateful that they had found a safe house with Jihao, otherwise, who knows how much suffering they would have endured outside. As the game progressed, some players disconnected. Jihao knew that their area might be experiencing a power outage or internet outage, and as for the happiness community where he currently lived, it was only a matter of time before the power and internet were cut off as well. A power outage is fine, he's a lightning ability user and doesn't lack electricity, but if the internet is cut off, he'll lose a lot of fun. As a modern person, I really can't stand being unable to access the internet. But this is the end of the world, what can we do? In the afternoon, Yanruhua took the initiative to make a video call, and Jihao answered without thinking. Madam, you're still as beautiful as ever after just a few days. Jihao couldn't help but compliment. Her face was as beautiful as a painting even without makeup. Although she was only wearing simple home clothes, her natural beauty and the charm she exuded, combined with her regular dance practice, were unmatched by most women. She's not young anymore, like a ripe pomegranate, but time seems to have left no trace on her. Her skin is fair, her features are delicate, and her breasts are large and firm without sagging, showing the unique beauty of a mature woman. Sometimes Jihao admired Su Liji. He didn't cherish the position of director of the city's song and dance troupe. He only came back once a week, leaving people with only loneliness and resentment. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng. Yanruhua said urgently. I really need the medicine. Please help me. If you ever encounter any trouble in the future, I will help you too. Jihao almost burst out laughing. If I have a problem I can't solve, you definitely can't solve it either. Don't overestimate your abilities. Yanruhua glared at her with her clear black and white eyes, and said angrily, You look down on me? Fine, you're so great, then go out and collect the medicine yourself. Why are you begging me? Jihao's words left Yanruhua speechless. She lowered her head, remained silent, and felt a sense of powerlessness. Jihao suddenly said, Actually, besides sleeping with me, there are other ways. Yanruhua hurriedly said, You speak. Jihao said meaningfully. We can try a different approach. Yanruhua asked, puzzled. What method? Jihao's gaze moved down to her large, full breasts, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Yanruhua realized what was happening, her pretty face instantly turning bright red with embarrassment, and she angrily retorted. You shameless! Jihao advised. Given the current value of medicine, you won't lose out. Humph! Yanruhua scolded and hung up the video call. Jihao sighed. It seems that the plan to conquer the goddess is a long and arduous one. The next morning, Grandpa Su's arrow wound on his shoulder worsened, causing him to writhe in pain on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were dying. Because of his injury, Grandpa Su was unable to help Lu Batian with his affairs, and naturally lost his food source, plunging his family into dire straits. Old Mrs. Wang sighed repeatedly and found Yanruhua again, crying and pleading. Ruhua, I'm begging you, please go out one more time. Are you really going to just watch your father-in-law die? How could you be so heartless? If Liji comes back one day, see how he teaches you a lesson. Yenruhua lowered her head, wanting to tell the truth, but in the end she didn't. Old Mrs. Wang pointed at Yenruhua and shouted sternly, "If you don't leave today, I will sever all ties with you and disown you as my daughter-in-law." Yenruhua raised her head and stared intently at Old Lady Wang, her eyes misty with tears. She found it hard to believe that Old Lady Wang could say such harsh words. Now that things had come to this, Yenruhua had no choice but to compromise. "Okay, I'll go out now." Grandma Wang's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, "Heaven help me, you must bring back the medicine and food." After saying that, she turned and left the room. Yenruhua could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. After crying for a while, she wiped away her tears, took out her phone, and called Xiao. "I agreed to the conditions you mentioned." Xiao was delighted and reminded him, "Remember to wear black lace underwear, the tight kind." Yenruhua felt humiliated, but she did not refute. "Besides medicine, I also need some food," Xiao said confidently. "No problem." Yenruhua asked, "Can I come over now?" Xiao said, "Okay." Yenruhua slung her backpack over her shoulder and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered Xiao's request. She hesitated for a moment, sighed softly, took out a sexy black lace bra from the closet, put it on, and then went out. To avoid being discovered by Old Lady Wang, Yenruhua deliberately walked far away before circling back from another direction and heading straight for building number 2. Upon arriving at the safe house, Xiao personally opened the door for her. "Madam, welcome to the new world. Don't be too surprised." Xiao took Yenruhua's hand and pulled her into the safe house, then closed the door. Yenruhua had seen the luxury inside the safe house during a previous video call, but seeing it in person now brought her a completely different kind of shock. It's hard to imagine that in this post-apocalyptic world, someone could live such an idyllic life. I'm truly envious. "What are you standing there for? Take off your coat, it's warm inside." Xiao stared intently at Yenruhua, his gaze burning. Yenruhua felt uneasy under his gaze, but she still obediently took off her coat. She was wearing a burgundy floral cheongsam underneath, clearly having come prepared. The tight-fitting cheongsam accentuated her devilishly voluptuous figure, with full breasts, a pert bottom, and a slender, supple waist that seemed boneless. If she were to sway well... Xiao whistled, his face full of ambiguity. "Madam, your figure is truly stunning. Since that idiot Su Liji doesn't know how to appreciate it, why don't I take the blame and comfort you properly? How about it?" Yenruhua blushed, embarrassed and annoyed, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Apart from what you promised before, you are not allowed to push your luck any further." Xiao shook his head. "Just kidding, you're so boring." Yenruhua said in a cold voice, "Now that I'm here, let's begin. The sooner it's over, the sooner I can go back." "What's the rush? If you go back too early, that old hag Wan will become suspicious of you." Xiao pulled Yenruhua to the dining table. "Have a meal with me first. I don't believe you're not hungry." Yenruhua was stunned when she saw the steak, hamburger, pizza, and seafood feast on the table. What a feast! Chapter 90 Helplessness. Faced with delicious food, Yenruhua no longer resisted and enjoyed the feast with Xiao. Even though she was very hungry, she still ate slowly and carefully, and every movement was elegant and dignified, just like a lady from a noble family in ancient times. Xiao sighed inwardly. No wonder he's the head of the city song and dance troupe. He's received professional training, and he's definitely different. Come, madam, drink a toast with me." Xiao poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Yenruhua. Yenruhua glared at Xiao, embarrassed and annoyed, and refused. "This is not included in the terms of the deal," Xiao said. "Since you are unwilling, I have no choice but to keep you by my side until you are willing." "You!" Yenruhua's chest heaved violently with anger, as if it were about to burst through the collar of her clothes and leap out. In the end, she had no choice but to reluctantly compromise. Otherwise, if Xiao really insisted on keeping her, she would have no way to stop him. Xiao took Yenruhua's long, slender, fair arm and grinned. "Madam, you're willing to drink the nuptial wine with me, does that mean you've fallen in love with me?" Yenruhua said irritably. "You're just being presumptuous." Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, he teased. "You probably haven't done this with Su Liji before, have you?" Speaking of which, would you say I was your first time? Humph. Yenrihua snorted, not wanting to pay any attention to Xiao. The two of them drank the wine in their glasses at the same time. Yenrihua rarely drinks alcohol, but after downing a glass of red wine, her face flushed slightly and her eyes became hazy. She had a strange feeling, as if she had truly returned to her wedding night with her lover, expressing their tender feelings. How could I have such thoughts? Really? Yenrihua shook her head, glanced at Xiao subconsciously, and couldn't help but compare him to Su Liji. Xiao is younger and more handsome, far superior to the pot-bellied Su Liji. As she pondered, Yenrihua suddenly felt a pang of self-reproach. Yenrihua, you have a husband, how could you think of another man? After finishing her meal, Yenrihua took a bath and came out with a satisfied look on her face. Since the apocalypse, this was the first time she had ever taken a hot bath. The feeling of being enveloped in hot water was so wonderful that she couldn't forget it. How wonderful it would be if things could always be like this in the future. Unfortunately, it was just a pipe dream for her. Xiao led Yenrihua to the room, stared at her ample bosom, and said with a wicked smile, "Since you're ready, let's begin." Yenrihua was a little nervous. Can I take a moment to think this through?" Xiao asked curiously. "You and Su Liji have never done this before?" Yenrihua answered truthfully. "Yes." Jihao's eyes lit up. "That's a good deal for me." Yenrihua hesitated for a while, then took a long breath, as if she had made a great decision, and slowly unbuttoned her collar and the lace bra underneath. When he left, Xiao gave Yenrihua a lot of medicine and food. She fled in panic, not daring to meet Jihao's gaze, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. Yenrihua deliberately went around to the entrance of the residential area before returning to her residence. "You're back!" Old Mrs. Wang immediately greeted her, her expression strange. "Why is your face so red?" Yenrihua came up with a reason in just 1 second. "It's too cold outside, I'm freezing, and I'm tired because I ran too fast." Grandma Wang continued. "Then why did you take so long?" Yenrihua's face showed bitterness. "I met a man on the way who wanted to harm me. I ran and dodged, and it took me a long time to finally shake him off." "I see, thank you for your hard work," old Mrs. Wang asked. "Was it a good experience?" "Yes." Yenrihua nodded and took out the backpack from her back. "There is food and medicine." When Grandma Wang saw it, she was so excited she almost jumped up. "Ruhua, you are our family's lucky star." Yenrihua forced a smile. She had made a huge sacrifice for these medicines and food. Grandma Wang didn't notice the expression on Yenrihua's face. She took out the medicine and went to change Grandpa Su's dressing. As long as Grandpa Su gets better, there is hope for this family. Otherwise, with just the two of them as women, they will be bullied to death sooner or later. Jihao received a call from Song Wanqiu, who reiterated her desire to move into a safe house. Jihao maintained the same condition. After capturing Lu Batian, she needed to kill him personally. Song Wanqiu fell silent. It's true that she wanted to leave Lu Batian, but she simply couldn't bring herself to kill him. The two remained deadlocked. Jihao wasn't in a hurry. He believed that Song Wanqiu would compromise sooner or later. A few days ago, after Lu Batian's plan to assassinate Jihao failed, he kept thinking of other ideas, but he felt that none of them were safe. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Batian didn't want to demolish the load-bearing wall downstairs. If things went wrong, it could force all the residents of Building 2 to Jihao's side, which would be a disaster for Lu Batian. Now Lu Batian only has 8 bullets left, which makes him feel very insecure. He also went to the nearby police station to see if he could get some guns and bullets, but he came up empty-handed, which made him very frustrated. Lu Batian was full of pride when he took over Building 7 and Building 6, but he only realized the various difficulties after he became the boss. First, after this period of consumption, food is running low, and people are not getting enough to eat. The people below are very dissatisfied. Although a supply collection team has been formed to take turns going out to collect supplies, it is still a drop in the bucket. If we can't get enough food soon, my men might all have to run away. Secondly, there aren't enough women. After taking over the 2 buildings, Lu Batian promised everyone they could have fun as they pleased, but because everyone went too far, most of the women died. Those who are still alive are all incredibly ugly, each weighing 200 pounds, with faces covered in pockmarks and acne. Just looking at them makes you want to vomit. How could anyone be in the mood to play? One of his subordinates subtly suggested that songwonchyo be given to everyone, which would quickly stabilize morale within the army. Although Lu Batian was furious, he thought it might be a solution. Last time, he ambushed Xiao in Building 4, but Songwonchyo took the opportunity to go out. Although she was very careful, she was still discovered. Afterwards, his subordinates secretly told Lu Batian. Although Lu Batian didn't know where Songwonchyo had gone, he guessed that she must have gone to meet that beast Xiao. In other words, Songwonchyo had given him a huge green hat, a symbol of infidelity. Damn it, you bitch, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. Lu Batian clenched his fists, a venomous glint in his eyes. The next day, Grandpa Su's injury not only did not improve, but became more serious, causing him excruciating pain. Grandma Wang was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. She had been taking the medication, so why wasn't her condition improving? She picked up the medicine that Yenruhua had brought back yesterday, and discovered that it had expired. You bitch, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Old Mrs. Wang was furious. She found Yenruhua and slapped her hard across the face, making a soft smack sound. Chapter 91 Borrowing Seed. What Grandma Wang didn't know was that Grandpa Su's worsening wound had little to do with the expired medication. It was mainly because Jihao had added something to the medicine, which caused the serious consequences. In fact, Jihao himself didn't even realize that the medication had expired. On the last day of the apocalypse, he opened the tower door and went to various pharmacies to confiscate everything indiscriminately. Time was of the essence, and he had no energy to pay attention to such things. It was Yenruhua who suffered the most, stunned by old Lady Wang's slap, leaving a clear handprint on her face. Mom, you! Yenruhua's eyes were brimming with tears, her heart aching. You vicious woman, do you want to kill your father-in-law so you can run off with that beast Jihao? Old Mrs. Wang asked angrily in a cold voice. Yenruhua thought her affair with Jihao had been exposed, so she lowered her head, feeling flustered and confused. Old Mrs. Wang threw the medicine in front of her and demanded, Luckily, I have sharp eyes and noticed that this medicine is expired. If you continue to use it, I will make sure you succeed. Yenruhua realized what was happening and breathed a slight sigh of relief. She quickly explained, Mom, believe me, I'm not that kind of person. Ever since I married into this family, I've been working diligently and trying my best to support it. How could I possibly want to harm my father-in-law? Old Mrs. Wang interrupted her, saying, Since you say you didn't do it on purpose, fine, go out now and collect some unexpired medicines, and I'll believe you. Yenruhua glanced out the window, looking quite troubled. It's already dark, and there's a strong wind and heavy snow outside. How about I wait until tomorrow morning when the snow and wind have subsided before going out? Upon hearing this, old Lady Wang was so angry she almost jumped up and cursed. You vicious woman! I asked you to go out, and you're still dawdling. Do you even respect me as your mother-in-law? Why is my life so miserable? Having a daughter-in-law like you is worse than death. Yenruhua's tears flowed continuously. She felt extremely wronged. She sacrificed herself to get the medicine from Jihao, but instead, she was scolded as a poisonous woman by old Lady Wang, and even slapped. At that moment, Yenruhua really had the urge to just smash her head against the wall and end it all. Finally, she sighed softly, her expression forlorn, and said, All right, I'll get ready and head out in a bit. Only then did old Lady Wang give up and turn to leave the room. Yenruhua took out her phone and angrily messaged Jihao privately. Did you do this on purpose? You've ruined my life. Jihao, confused, replied, What do you mean, terribly harm? Yenruhua recounted the events. Jihao, that old hag, how dare she hit you? I feel so sorry for you. Yenruhua, it's all your fault. Jihao, I had too much medicine in stock. Who knew I'd just grab an expired one? It really wasn't intentional. Besides, it hurts me as much as it hurts you. Why don't you come over here and let me comfort you? Yenruhua, you are clearly lusting after my beauty. Jihao, say what you want, but the one who needs the medication right now is you, not me. Yenruhua felt a sense of frustration, but she didn't want to have a falling out with Jihao, otherwise she wouldn't be able to change her medication and would have to leave. It's already dark, and with the cold wind blowing and heavy snow falling, going out is practically suicide. Yenruhua. I'm coming over now, and we'll do the same deal as yesterday. Xiao. The price has gone up, so you have to sleep with me for a while now. Yenruhua. You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. What kind of man are you? Xiao. According to what you said before, if Grandpa Su doesn't have the medicine, he probably won't make it through the night. I'll contact him and Granny Wang right now and ask you to sleep with me in exchange for the medicine. I think they'll definitely compromise. Yenruhua. You're shameless. Xiao. Madam, once they compromise, I'll show you what true shamelessness is, ha ha ha. Next, Xiao took out medicine and food, took photos and videos, and sent them to Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su, demanding that Yenruhua sleep with him in exchange for a deal. The two of them gave Xiao a thorough dressing down. Xiao wasn't angry, he waited patiently, knowing he would be the ultimate winner. At this moment, at Grandma Wang's house, she and Grandpa Su were filled with righteous indignation, cursing Xiao in various ways. Before he could finish cursing, Grandpa Su suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" and rolled around on the bed, his face contorted in pain. "Old woman, I might not make it through tonight," Old Su wailed. Grandma Wang said anxiously, "You must hold on. Ruhua promised to go out soon and will definitely be able to bring back the medicine." Grandpa Su asked in his weak voice, "What if she's unlucky and can't find the medicine?" Old Mrs. Wang's heart tightened. "Yes, what can we do if we can't find the medicine? We can't just watch Grandpa Su die." After hesitating for a moment, Old Lady Wang finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. "Let Ruhua go find that beast. It's just sleeping with him once, what's the big deal? Just treat it as being bitten by a dog." Grandpa Su didn't say anything, which was obviously an admission, since he really didn't want to die. Grandma Wang called Yenruhua over and told her and Grandpa Su about their decision. Yenruhua's face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. Grandma Wang said, "Listen to me, just close your eyes and it will be over. When the time comes, besides changing the medicine, we can also get some food, which will be enough to solve our current difficulties." "But," Yenru's face showed sadness, as if she wanted to say something. Old Mrs. Wang interrupted her. "I'm a woman too, and I understand how you felt before. Lizzie only came back once a week, and you were in your prime. I don't believe you weren't lonely. It just so happens that the young man is strong and healthy, perfectly meeting your requirements. Besides, you and Lizzie have been married for many years but have no children. Our family has suffered countless ridicules because of this. In fact, Lizzie went to the hospital for a checkup before and found out that he was no longer able to have children. We never told you this because we were afraid of hurting you. Now that you have the opportunity, why don't you borrow a seed from that beast and have a big, fat son? That way, our family won't continue to be ridiculed after the apocalypse ends." Old Mrs. Wang's words left Yenruhua speechless, wondering if she had misheard. Grandpa Su, however, looked at Yenruhua with bright eyes and agreed. "That's right, it would be great to have a big, fat son. As long as you're pregnant, you can use that to blackmail that beast and make him give us food to support our family of 3. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After the apocalypse is over, we'll deal with him properly." "Yes." Grandma Wang nodded, pulled Yenruhua into the room, and opened a wardrobe. "Pick out 2 sexy lace lingerie pieces, put on makeup, and dance for him. The more excited that beast gets, the greater the chance you will get pregnant." Yenruhua was almost fainting with anger. "But—" "No buts," Grandma Wang instructed. "Remember, don't let him use protection. If he insists, you must seize the opportunity to secretly remove the condom halfway through. That's the only way to ensure you get pregnant, understand?" Yenruhua sighed repeatedly. Grandma Wang touched Yenruhua's belly and said wistfully, "Our family's happiness depends on your belly, so you must live up to expectations." Chapter 92 Decision. Braving the wind and snow, Yenruhua entered Jihao's safe house once again. When she arrived, Old Lady Wang told her to dance for Jihao and seduce him. Only by serving him well could she get more medicine and food, and then the trip would not be a loss. Yenruhua felt quite helpless about this. In fact, Old Lady Wang had also considered having Yenruhua put a knife in her clothes so that when they got to Jihao, she could chop him up with one blow. But Grandpa Su firmly objected, saying that if they failed and angered Xiao, not only would they not get the medicine, but Yanruhua might also be forcibly taken by him, which would be a loss. Given his physical condition, he probably wouldn't last until tonight, so they had to make sure they got the medicine. Grandma Wang agreed, thinking it best to be cautious. As soon as Yanruhua came in, she took off her coat. She was wearing a tight-fitting bodysuit underneath, the thin fabric clinging to her skin and showing off her alluring curves, so stunning it looked like it was about to burst. Because of nervousness, her breathing quickened, causing the enormous area to tremble, firmly attracting Jihao's attention. Looking at Yanruhua, who was dressed in her finest attire, Jihao couldn't help but tease her. "It seems you were well prepared, madam." Yanruhua rolled her eyes at Jihao, still making a last-ditch effort. "How about I dance for you, and you let me go?" "Hee, madam, since you're already here, you must have been mentally prepared. Why bother with all this?" Jihao played some classical music. "Come, let me see what a professional dancer is all about." Yanruhua was slightly embarrassed and annoyed, but now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Jihao specially called out Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, He Qiao Qian, and Yu Shifu. "You can all dance, but compared to the professional Madame Yen, you are far behind. Watch carefully and learn from her." Yanruhua felt an urge to hit someone. "It's one thing for you to watch alone, but you also brought 4 women over, and those explicit actions. How am I supposed to bring myself to do it?" Seeing that Yanruhua was standing still, Jihao urged, "Madam, don't just stand there, jump quickly." In the end, Yanruhua started dancing to the music, fluttering like a butterfly, a beautiful sight. Jihao sat on the sofa, admiring the view and sipping his red wine, thinking to himself that this was truly a royal experience. Jihao had been arguing with old lady Wang and old Master Su for so long just to get Yanruhua, the head of the city's song and dance troupe. Otherwise he would have killed them both long ago. Looking back now, it was all worth it. After the dance ended, the 4 women couldn't help but applaud. "It's stunning, so beautiful." However, the scale was indeed a bit too large and didn't match Yanruhua's temperament. Xiao Yalan said, "Sister Yan, I never thought that such a cold and aloof goddess like you would end up with a guy. Sigh, what a world." Yanruhua lowered her head, looking embarrassed. They all live in the same neighborhood, and everyone knows each other's situations well. Now she's the only one whose husband is still alive. Xiao Yalan, He Qiao Qian, and Yu Shifu may not have any psychological burden, but how could Yanruhua not? At that moment, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. He Qiao Qian's eyes darted around, and she teased, "Sister Yan, you have an outstanding temperament and a noble status. You're like a fairy from heaven. I'm quite curious about what you're like when you're doing that. Why don't you let me see?" If she could, Yanruhua would love to kick He Qiao Qian in the face. "We're all women, why are you making things so difficult for us?" Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, and Yu Shifu didn't speak, but their eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly showing that they were just as curious as He Qiao Qian. He Qiao Qian returned to her room and found a few sets of clothes. 5 sets of palace attire, and 1 set of golden dragon robe. Come, you rascal, my nemesis, my dear, my good brother, today I'll let you experience what it's like to be an emperor." He Qiao Qian's eyes were full of excitement as she threw the golden dragon robe to Jihao. Jihao naturally wouldn't refuse and put it on immediately. It was dazzling and magnificent, and with the golden dragon embroidered on the robe, it really had a majestic feel to it. Yanruhua originally didn't want to change into palace attire, but under He Qiao Qian's threat to film a video, she had no choice but to comply. After the 5 women changed into their palace attire, they competed with each other in beauty, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jihao waved his hand and said in a loud voice, "My beloved concubines, shall we drink until we drop tonight?" When she left, Yanruhua fled in panic. Jihao gave her a lot of food and medicine. Moreover, this medication was made without any additives and can heal the wound. Of course, the medication is only for 1 day. If you want more, Yanruhua will have to come over tomorrow. Back at her lodgings, old lady Wang saw Yanruhua's face flushed and her eyes alluring. She cursed inwardly, thinking, "She's putting on this act of a chaste and virtuous woman, but well, heh." Fortunately, they eventually obtained the medicine and food, which relieved their immediate crisis. After carefully examining the medicine and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Grandma Wang gave it to Grandpa Su. Hopefully things will get better tomorrow. Over the next few days, Yan Ruhua would go to Ji Hao's safe house every day to trade food and medicine with him. At first, Yan Ruhua was reluctant, but after it happened many times, she got used to it. She even felt that she had fallen into depravity, and resisted going to Ji Hao's place. But when the fixed time arrives, she finds herself involuntarily setting off, which even she finds absurd. Grandpa Su's injury was indeed improving, which was the only consolation and gave Yan Ruhua a reason to speak. I was trying to save my father-in-law, which is why I gave in to that wicked Ji Hao. Actually, I didn't want to go there at all. Yes, that's it. On Liu Beixian's side, the food was finally running out. He was extremely worried about this. A subordinate rushed in and said quickly, "Boss, a few brothers got into a fight over the last of the food and are threatening to quit. You'd better go and handle it." Okay. Liu Batian didn't say anything more and went straight ahead. After separating the fighting group, he announced to the public that they would attack Ji Hao's safe house the next day, smash down the load-bearing wall downstairs, and that Ji Hao would come out. Once we capture Ji Hao, we'll have plenty of food and we'll never have to go hungry again. The crowd cheered, saying it should have been done a long time ago. Back at his residence, Liu Beixian's face was cold and stern. The morale of the troops has only been stabilized halfway, the other half is still needed. His subordinates have subtly hinted several times that they are short of women, especially beautiful women. Since Song Wanqiu has cheated on him, he'll hand her over to one of his men and make her regret it for the rest of her life. Anyway, he had long since become a eunuch and lost certain functions. Even if he had a beautiful woman, he could only look at her. It would be better to use her for serious business. As long as we keep everyone calm and get them to contribute, we can storm Ji Hao's safe house together. Liu Batian will be the ultimate winner then. What does a woman matter? In fact, Liu Batian himself did not realize that since becoming eunuch Liu, his mentality had become twisted, which is why he agreed to give Song Wanqiu to someone else. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Liu Batian opened the door and told Song Wanqiu about his decision. Upon hearing this, Song Wanqiu trembled and turned deathly pale. What did you just say? Chapter 93 Demolishing the Load-Bearing Wall. Liu Batian shouted, "I'll give you 2 days to think it over. You have to agree whether you like it or not. There's no other choice." "Liu Batian, you beast! I'm your wife! How can you be so heartless?" Song Wanqiu's tears fell like broken beads. She was heartbroken to the extreme. "You slut, do you remember last time we went to Ji Hao's place with Dufong, Qian Yuze, Wu De, and Wu Er? He dragged you into the safe house, but when you came out, you pretended to confront him. I was stupid then and didn't realize you were acting. Now that I think about it, I realize you cheated on me. It's all your own fault." Liu Beixian's voice was cold. What he can't stand the most is his woman cheating on him. It's his Achilles heel. Song Wanqiu retorted, "Isn't it because you're too useless? How can you blame me? If you insist on using your own wife as bait, you should be prepared for the bait to be eaten and no fish to be caught." Liu Batian said, "You like to cuckold me, right? Fine, this time I'll let you cuckold me to your heart's content. I have so many men under my command, you'll have enough to handle." "Ha ha!" Song Wanqiu suddenly burst into laughter. Liu Batian, I never thought you were a cuckold. Someone with your innate servility isn't even as good as one of Ji Hao's fingers." Snap! Enraged, Liu Batian slapped Song Wanqiu across the face, saying, "You should reflect on your own actions." After saying that, he left the room. Liu Batian originally intended to confiscate Song Wanqiu's phone to prevent her from contacting Ji Hao, but then he thought, wouldn't this be even better? If Ji Hao dared to come, he could take the opportunity to capture him, and he wouldn't have to smash the load-bearing wall. Perfect. Song Wanqiu covered her face, her heart filled with despair, and she had given up all hope. She stood there stunned for a long while before making a video call to Ji Hao. "Did Liu Batian hit you?" Ji Hao's gaze fell on Song Wanqiu's face. "I feel so sorry for her," Song Wanqiu said indignantly. "He wants to hand me over to his subordinates to play with, just to keep everyone in check." Ji Hao stared in disbelief and said with disdain, Good heavens, he's definitely a cuckold, Song Wancho said bluntly. I agree to your conditions. As long as you capture Lu Batian, I will personally kill him, Jihao said. That's more like it. You should have left him a long time ago. Song Wancho sighed softly. I only regret that I realized it too late. It's not too late now, Jihao said. Come on, tell me about your situation. Song Wancho did not hide anything and told everyone about her situation in detail. You said you'd be in charge of cooking? Jihao asked. Song Wancho replied. That's right. Jihao asked. How many guns and bullets does Lu Batian have? Song Wancho shook her head. I don't know either. Jihao pondered to himself that although he was now a superhuman, he would still be injured if he were accidentally shot. If you can avoid taking risks, then try to avoid them. As for how to ensure Song Wancho's safe escape, he had already come up with a plan. Here's what we'll do. Late at night, I'll use a drone to deliver a high-tech safety rope and sleeping pills to you. Go to the window to receive them, Jihao said. Tomorrow night, put the sleeping pills in the food you've prepared and have everyone eat it. Once they're asleep, you can use the safety rope to escape. Song Wancho frowned and said, I live on the 4th floor, can I take the stairs? No, Jihao said. Didn't you say before that the management team has relatively more supplies and generally doesn't eat the food you make? If you take the stairs, they will easily spot you. It's safer to use a safety rope and descend from the window. As long as you stay close to the wall, no one will notice. Song Wancho didn't hesitate and immediately made a decision. Okay, let's do it this way. Late at night. As agreed, Jihao placed the safety rope and sleeping pills on the drone, and then controlled the drone to fly towards Building 7. Song Wancho had been waiting by the window for a while. When she saw the drone fly over, she immediately took down the things on it. These 2 items will come in very handy tomorrow night. After Jihao retrieved the drone, he discovered that his underling Xiangzi was messaging him privately, saying that Lu Batian was going to smash the load-bearing wall of Building 2 the next day, and that he should be prepared. Jihao opened the residence group chat for Building 2. Everyone was still awake, but there was a chorus of groans. Some blamed him for bringing disaster to everyone, while others called for unity to fight the enemy together. Among Lu Batian's henchmen, several were originally from Building 2, so the news of the plan to demolish the load-bearing wall could not possibly have been kept from everyone. A young woman angrily berated Jihao. It's all because of Jihao that our entire building is being targeted. He should get out of Building 2. If you agree, please upvote this post. Yes, that damn bastard. He doesn't share the resources he has. He just hogs them all. He'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. Hey, you guys are going too far. If it weren't for Jihao's reputation, our Building 2 wouldn't be so safe. Never mind, I'm running away. Jihao glanced at the messages in the group and replied. Since you want to leave, then go ahead. I don't take Lu Batian, that small fry, seriously. Fairy. A gun? He has a gun, aren't you scared? Jihao. Maybe he's already out of bullets and is just using an empty gun casing to scare people. Jihao. Actually, it's very simple to deal with Lu Batian and his gang. Just prepare some miscellaneous items, and as soon as they arrive, throw them down from above to crush them to death. Passerby. Good idea. Jihao. Here's what we'll do. Those of you who want to leave can do so now. Those who don't want to leave can come to me for 5 packs of instant noodles after tomorrow, as long as you participate in dealing with Lu Batian. I'm not lying. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion in the group. Some say we should unite to deal with Lu Batian, while others say Jihao is deceiving everyone, and we shouldn't believe him. Jihao didn't care at all. He doesn't care about the lives or deaths of the residents of Building 2, let them do whatever they want. To Jihao's surprise, his younger brother Xiangzi stepped forward and called on everyone to unite and help each other to protect their homeland. He also stated that he received instant noodles after accepting Jihao's bounty last time, so his credibility is absolutely not a problem. Jihao was overjoyed. Xiangzi isn't a resident of Building 2, so it's quite impressive that he's managed to do this much. He truly lives up to his reputation as his underling. The next morning. As expected, Lu Batian led his men, carrying large iron hammers, toward Building Number 2. The residents of Building 2 were already prepared. As soon as Lu Batian and his group approached, they immediately threw down all sorts of miscellaneous items. For a moment, there were screams and howls, and all kinds of screams could be heard. Lu Batian led his men to retreat to a distance, his eyes filled with gloom. After a while, they changed direction and approached building number 2 again. More debris fell, but the supply was limited, and the fire quickly died down. Lu Batian sneered. "Now that you've finished, it's my turn. Smash it!" On the 3rd floor, an old woman shouted angrily. "Lu Batian, you big villain, go eat my shit!" The woman was holding a black plastic bag and forcefully flung it into the distance. Lu Batian was directing his men to smash a load-bearing wall when, without noticing, he was hit by a plastic bag. The plastic bag burst open, and its contents landed on Lu Batian, causing him to almost faint from the stench and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Damn it, shit!" Chapter 94 Song Wanchio runs away. Lu Batian felt he had never been so miserable before, and wished he could die on the spot. The excrement was clearly freshly made, not yet frozen, and emitted a disgusting stench that nearly made Lu Batian vomit his dinner from the previous night. "Oh God, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment?" Seeing that Lu Batian was covered in excrement, his men quickly covered their noses and moved away, their faces full of disgust. Before coming here, Lu Batian was ambitious and determined to take over building number 2. Now that this has happened, he has lost all interest and rushed back to his residence as quickly as possible to boil water for a bath. With their boss gone, the group of men responsible for smashing the walls naturally dared not stay any longer. If they end up like Lu Batian, getting covered in excrement, who can they complain to? Let's wait until tomorrow before taking action. The group dispersed. The residents of Building 2 cheered, somewhat incredulous that Lu Batian had actually run away. "Goodness, I thought there was going to be a fierce battle, but this is all? Everyone hurry home and collect some poop, so we can throw it at Lu Batian next time he comes." "Right." Xiao kept his promise and will give each resident who stayed in Building 2 5 packs of instant noodles. Those homeowners who absconded were filled with regret. 5 packs of instant noodles could have solved their immediate crisis. Xiao handed the instant noodles to Xiangzi and gave him a crossbow, instructing him to distribute them to everyone, but to be careful not to let anyone take advantage of the situation. Xiangzi held a large pile of instant noodles, feeling like he had suddenly become rich. At the same time, he was surprised, wondering if his boss was afraid he would run away. "Since the boss trusts me so much, I must do this job well and never let him down." Xiangzi held the instant noodles and stood at the top of the stairs, waiting for everyone to come down and collect them. Sure enough, some people took advantage of the situation, coming back from outside but still queuing up to get instant noodles. Xiangzi immediately dragged the man out. The other party disagreed and suggested that they all rob Xiangzi together. Xiangzi sneered and fired the crossbow bolt, instantly sending the man to the underworld. "Anyone else who wants to rob me, step forward and you'll suffer the same fate," Xiangzi shouted, pointing at the corpse in front of him. No one answered. After that, everything went smoothly, and no one dared to mess with Xiangzi anymore. As for the old lady who threw the excrement, she did the most work and received 10 packs of instant noodles, which Xiao had instructed her to do beforehand. After receiving the instant noodles, everyone expressed their gratitude to Xiao in the residence group chat, and many girls even asked to be taken in, hoping to live in his safe house. But the girls weren't very good quality, so Xiao didn't agree. Night. Song Wanchio was in charge of cooking, and she secretly put sleeping pills in the food. She was very nervous. If she were discovered, her fate would certainly not be good. Fortunately, nothing bad happened in the end. After everyone finished their meal, they went to rest. Lu Batian gave everyone a strict order: get a good rest tonight, and continue the operation tomorrow morning. This time, they must take over the entire building too and divide up the supplies. The night grew deeper. Seeing that everyone was asleep, Song Wanchio took a deep breath and began her actions. Whether they can break free from Lu Batian's control and live the life they yearn for depends on this. Song Wanchio locked the room door from the inside, secured the safety rope, and then escaped through the window. She dared not look down, fearing that if she lost her grip on the rope and fell, she would be doomed before Lu Batian even noticed. Actually, she was overthinking it. The safety rope Xiao gave her was very high-tech, with an anti-drop function, so she wouldn't suddenly fall. In terms of safety, there is absolutely no problem. Song Wanqiu gripped the rope and slowly descended, clinging tightly to the wall. While feeling nervous, she was also secretly relieved that she hadn't chosen to take the stairs, otherwise she might have been discovered by the patrol personnel. Her sleeping pills might not be able to knock out everyone. But if she uses a safety rope, as long as she is careful and doesn't fall out of the window, normally no one will notice her. And so, Song Wanqiu continued to fall until she finally landed on the ground. Before she could even feel overjoyed, she was already halfway to success. All she had to do was run to Building 2 and live the life she wanted. Let's give it our all. Song Wanqiu rushed towards Building 2 at top speed, praying that nothing unexpected would happen. But often, the more you don't want something, the more likely it is to happen. Lu Batian lived in Building 7, and most of the people there, including him, were bewitched by Song Wanqiu. But there's also Building 6 next door. Ever since Lu Batian took over that building, he's arranged for people to work the night shift every day. Tonight, among those on night shift, there was a burly man with a dark face who was dozing off, his eyes casually glancing outside. In that fleeting glance, he unexpectedly saw Song Wanqiu fleeing. This woman has a stunning figure and looks, and she's also a yoga teacher. Before the apocalypse, she often wore yoga clothes while walking around the neighborhood, which made her already curvaceous figure even more striking. It's impossible to say that the burly, dark-faced man had no ulterior motives. But forced by Lu Batian's tyranny, he had no choice but to abandon his thoughts. But recently, he received news that Lu Batian was going to give Song Wanqiu to everyone to play with, which made him extremely happy and so excited that he couldn't sleep at night. Now that he sees Song Wanqiu running away, how could he be happy? The burly, dark-faced man knew something was wrong and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. "My sister-in-law has run away! My sister-in-law has run away!" Hearing his shout, the people in Building 6 looked down and indeed saw Song Wanqiu. "Chase her! We can't let her get away with a cooked duck! Quickly notify the boss!" Building number 7. One of the henchmen rushed to Lu Batian's residence and frantically pounded on the door. Lu Batian often suffers from insomnia, but he was able to fall asleep after taking sleeping pills. The loud banging on the door woke him up. He opened the door, looking annoyed, and said, "What's all the noise about? I finally managed to fall asleep." The younger brother cried out in a panic. "Boss, something bad has happened. Your wife has run away." "What?" Lu Batian was jolted awake and became much more alert. He immediately grabbed his pistol and men and gave chase. The distance between Building 7 and Building 2 is quite far. The ground was covered with thick snow, and the weather was freezing cold, so we couldn't go very fast at all. When Song Wanqiu saw Lu Batian chasing after her, she felt flustered, but fortunately, the two were far apart, and even if Lu Batian was fast, he probably couldn't catch up. At this moment, Song Wanqiu had already arrived at Building number 2 and started climbing the stairs. There were 28 floors in total. She was a little tired, but she still tried her best to climb up. Lu Batian, looking furious, also went up the stairs and shouted from behind, "You bitch, stop right there, or I'll hand you over to my men tonight if I catch you. You cuckold, get out!" Song Wanqiu couldn't help but quicken her pace. But suddenly she stumbled and fell down the stairs. Her left leg was in excruciating pain, and she couldn't get up no matter what she did. Song Wanqiu was in despair. Soon Lu Batian caught up, snarling, "Run! Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Song Wanqiu stared intently at Lu Batian, without saying a word. Lu Batian instructed his men, "Take her back. You can do whatever you want with her tonight." Several of his men were going crazy with excitement, and with evil smiles on their faces, they slowly approached Song Wanqiu. Chapter 95, Capturing Lu Batian. "Don't come any closer, get out of here!" Song Wanqiu's face turned pale, and she was trembling all over with fear. Hee, madam, you're so beautiful, let's have a good talk about our life ideals tonight." That's right, we're strong and healthy, you'll definitely be satisfied." Several of his men were spouting vulgarities, their faces lewd. For some reason, Lu Batian felt a strange excitement upon seeing this scene. "Madam, come here, let me carry you back." The burly, dark-faced man who had discovered Song Wanchio earlier reached out a hand to grab her. Song Wanchio was in utter despair. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck, splitting the dark-faced giant's body in two. This scene shocked everyone. "What's going on?" Lu Batian asked in astonishment, instinctively gripping his pistol tighter. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck, landing on Lu Batian's hand. A scream rang out, and the gun fell from his hand. Xiao came downstairs, picked up the pistol on the ground, and aimed it at Lu Batian and his group. Song Wanchio wept with joy. At that moment, Xiao gave her the feeling of a god descending to earth. "Oh dear, I've just arrived and I've already witnessed a good show. Lu Batian, you really are a cuckold." Xiao's lips curled into a smile, his voice full of sarcasm. Lu Batian was stunned. He didn't understand how Xiao could release lightning, especially since the pistol was still in Xiao's hand. If he didn't run now, when would he? "All of you come at me together. Whoever can take down this kid can be the first to play with my wife." After saying that, Lu Batian turned and ran. The henchman cursed inwardly, thinking, "They have guns. Even if I wanted to sleep with women, I'd have to be alive to do so." They didn't care about anything else and quickly ran away. "Do you really think my building too is a vegetable market, where you can come and go as you please?" Xiao pulled the trigger directly. Bang, bang, bang. 8 bullets were enough to kill all 8 of Lu Batian's men. Then, Xiao threw the gun into the mine tower and chased after them. In his past life, Lu Batian had caused Xiao so much harm, so he couldn't be let off easily. He had to be tortured properly. Soon, Xiao caught up with Lu Batian, and with 2 punches, Lu Batian lost the ability to resist. "If you let me go, I'll make you the only tyrant in the neighborhood, how about it?" Lu Batian begged for mercy. "Idiot!" Xiao only replied with 2 words. He grabbed Lu Batian and brought him to Song Wanchio. "Come on, madam, let's go back first." Xiao picked up Song Wanchio with his other arm and went upstairs. One in each hand, so easy. Lu Batian gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "You two were indeed in cahoots all along." Xiao didn't deny it, and sarcastically said, "Don't you like wearing green hats? Then I'll give you a big green hat." Song Wanchio added, "Lu Batian, do you remember when you ambushed Xiao at Building 4? Actually, that night, he and I were in the room. The curtains were open, but you good for nothing, you didn't even recognize me, ha ha ha, isn't that ridiculous?" "You!" Lu Batian's eyes widened, an unnamed rage filling his heart. In fact, afterwards, one of his subordinates secretly told him that he had seen Song Wanchio sneak out. At the time, Lu Batian suspected that Song Wanchio had gone to see Xiao, but unfortunately he had no evidence. Now that he knew the truth, Lu Batian was furious and roared, "You 2 scoundrels, you deserve to die! It's just impotent rage, but to be honest, your wife is really nice." Xiao teased, "From now on, I will take care of your wife, so you don't need to worry." As they spoke, Xiao led the 2 into the safe house. "Lu Batian, haven't you always coveted my safe house? Well, you'd better take a good look," Xiao said. "Don't be too surprised." As soon as Lu Batian entered, he felt as if he had stepped into a new world, and he was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it, why do you get to eat and drink well and enjoy a warm fireplace without feeling cold at all, while I have to endure the bitter cold? Is this fair? No, it's not. God, please send down a bolt of lightning and kill this bastard. He's absolutely infuriating." Xiao looked at Lu Batian and said, "Say your last words, or you won't have another chance." "I curse you to a terrible death!" Lu Batian's eyes seemed to spit fire. "Then I'm determined to live a good life." Xiao hugged Song Wanchio tightly and said, "Oh, and your wife too." Being so intimate with Xiao in front of Lu Batian made Song Wanchio a little shy, but she quickly adapted. She wrapped her arms around Xiao's waist and kissed him on the cheek, deliberately trying to annoy Lu Batian. As expected, Lu Batian's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was like a knife. If looks could kill, Xiao and Song Wanchio would have died countless times already. Xiao took out a dagger and handed it to Song Wanchio, saying, "Remember what I said? Can you do it?" "Of course I can." Song Wanchio gripped the dagger tightly and gently traced it across Lu Batian's face. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. Lu Batian was terrified and begged for mercy. Wife, please let me go for the sake of the 12 years we've lived together. Shut up, Song Wanchio said coldly. I'm not your wife. Lu Batian hurriedly said. All right, then I'll call you Wanchio. Song Wanchio said. If you want me to let you go, then answer a few questions for me first. If your answers don't satisfy me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Batian said happily. Go ahead and ask. Song Wanchio said. I cheated on you, are you happy? Aren't you very happy? Lu Batian's face turned green. He wanted to shout angrily, but seeing Song Wanchio's sharp eyes, he could only grit his teeth and nod. Yes, I'm very happy, very happy. Song Wanchio continued. Do you find it exciting? Are you feeling thrilled because of it? Lu Batian said. Yes, I find it very exciting, and I am very thrilled about it. Song Wanchio said. You really are a cuckold? Lu Batian said. Yes, I am a cuckold. The more cuckolds you put on me, the happier I am. Ha! Song Wanchio laughed loudly, then looked at Xiao and said, Do you have any green hats here? Yes. Xiao took out a large green hat and handed it to Song Wanchio. Song Wanchio placed the green hat on Lu Batian's head and said with amusement, Wow, this green hat looks so good, don't you think? Lu Batian almost burst into tears, but in order to save his life, he had no choice but to cooperate and say, Yes, that's right, it's a perfect match for me. I was born to wear a green hat. Song Wanchio said. I once read a cultivation novel where the male protagonist's wife was kidnapped by Hu people, but he eventually submitted to them. Later, when the male protagonist returned from his cultivation journey, he searched for his wife, only to find her and the Hu people in the attic doing. The male protagonist was clearly very powerful and could have easily killed the Hu people, but he didn't. Instead, he played a tune on his flute outside and then left. What do you think of the plot of this novel? Chapter 96 Lu Batian's Death. Lu Batian had an urge to kill, but after weighing the pros and cons, he could only say, Wow, this is absolutely amazing. I wish I were the male lead. You want to be the male lead and experience the exact same things, right? Fine, then I'll grant your wish. After saying that, Song Wanchio asked Xiao, Do you have a Xiao, a type of vertical bamboo flute? Yes, I do. Xiao took out a bamboo flute and handed it to Lu Batian. Lu Batian almost lost his temper. This was too much. It was absolutely outrageous. For a moment, he thought he might as well just die, but upon closer reflection, he realized he wanted revenge, a severe revenge, so he had to live. Having thought everything through, Lu Batian endured the humiliation, placed the Xiao, a type of vertical bamboo flute, to his lips, and began to play it softly. The voices were like weeping and lamenting, never ceasing. In the end, Lu Batian was so angry that he died. Song Wanchio felt a little regretful that she couldn't kill him with her own hands. But then I thought, wouldn't this way of dying be more effective than killing him with my own hands? At least Song Wanchio knew that Xiao definitely thought so. Please don't ask her how she knew. Xiao grabbed Lu Batian's body and threw it off the 28th floor. Looking at the heavy snow falling outside the window, he was filled with many thoughts. Now that Lu Batian is dead, Xiao has finally avenged himself in his past life. From this moment on, he will live only for himself. Song Wanchio changed into a sky blue yoga outfit. As a professional yoga teacher, she has practiced yoga for many years, and her figure is already voluptuous. Under the tight yoga outfit, she looks even more stunning. Especially those bright headlights, they seem ready to leap out. And those round, plump buttocks, enormous and like millstones. Everything about it is so alluring. I was too shy just now, let's try again now. Song Wanchio's eyes were alluring, and she couldn't help but feel happier thinking about the wonderful life ahead. Okay. Xiao would certainly not refuse. Just as he was about to carry Song Wanchio back to her room, the doorbell rang, and Yan Ruhua arrived. Xiao opened the door for her. Yan Ruhua was somewhat surprised to see Song Wanchio there as well. Both women were voluptuous mature women, but the difference was that Yan Ruhua was elegant and graceful, like a fairy who did not eat the food of this world, while Song Wanchio was alluring and charming, like a bewitching 1,000-year-old fox spirit. The two women had completely opposite temperaments, but both were stunningly beautiful and could topple kingdoms. To win their hearts would be an absolute joy in life. Yen Ruhua remembered Liu Beixian's corpse downstairs and suddenly realized something. It seems I've come at the wrong time. Yen Ruhua sighed softly and prepared to leave. Jihao put his left arm around Song Wanqiu, but opened his right arm to Yen Ruhua. No, you've come at just the right time. The next day, news of Liu Beixian's death spread throughout the entire neighborhood. Everyone was shocked. Liu Batian, as the local tyrant, not only had a large number of subordinates but also guns, yet unexpectedly, he still died. This result came as a complete surprise to everyone. Jihao is truly amazing. He actually managed to kill Liu Batian. From now on, perhaps no one will dare to go against Jihao again. As a result, Jihao's private messages exploded. Countless women wanted to move into his safe house and even offered various ways to play with him. But Jihao refused them all. Of all the top goddesses in the neighborhood, only Yen Ruhua hasn't moved in yet, but it's only a matter of time. Jihao believes it won't be long. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su were both shocked and furious when they learned that Liu Batian was dead. That beast Jihao is incredibly powerful. But then I thought, this is good too. As long as Yen Ruhua gets pregnant with his child and keeps him under her control, then her family will not only have no shortage of food, but no one in the neighborhood will dare to mess with them. So this seems like a good thing. If you can't beat them, join them. Since you're no match for Jihao, why not latch onto his coattails? Although I hate it, there's no need to risk my life. In the end times, it all comes down to self-interest. When the benefits are great enough, one can put aside personal emotions. Old Mrs. Wang approached Yen Ruhua and offered to teach her some ways to get pregnant, which made Yen Ruhua feel very ashamed. Yen Ruhua sighed repeatedly. A fairy-like person like her had been forced to this point. This damned apocalypse. After Liu Batian died, the buildings he had captured, number 6 and number 7, immediately fell into internal strife. Many people had the idea of consolidating the manpower of the two buildings, becoming the leader themselves, and then storming into Jihao's safe house to steal supplies and women. The fact that Jihao distributed instant noodles to the residents who stayed behind in Building 2 last time is solid proof that he has a large amount of supplies. With Xiao Yalan, He Qiaoqian, Yu Shifu, and Song Wanqiu all in his safe house, he completely aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of all the men in the neighborhood. They all wanted to replace Liu Batian, integrate the resources of Buildings 6 and 7, and then wage a protracted war against Jihao. However, reality is harsh. Becoming the boss is not so easy. Before the apocalypse, Liu Batian was a big shot in the underworld and was very famous. He has experience in being a leader. In the current happiness community, apart from Jihao, no one has the same influence as Liu Batian. In addition, food and women are essential for uniting people's hearts. The food in Buildings 6 and 7 had already run out, so Liu Batsai decided to take a risk and smash the load-bearing wall of Building 2, which almost forced the residents of Building 2 to join Jihao's camp. After Liu Batian died, everyone scrambled for the food, and then there was none left. If you can't even afford to eat, who would want to hang out with you? Of course, if there's no food, having beautiful women is fine too. Unfortunately, Jihao has already won over all the top goddesses in the neighborhood. Only Yen Ruhua still lives outside, but her husband is the police chief after all. Even though he is not in the community for the time being, ordinary people really don't dare to make a move against her for fear of being purged. Of course, there were also those who dared to try to kidnap Yen Ruhua, but they were riddled with bullets by her crossbow, and no one dared to make a move again. The crossbow was given to her by Jihao. How could a goddess of Yen Ruhua's caliber protect herself without a weapon? At that time, Yen Ruhua pleaded desperately, but Jihao made some shameful demands. Yen Ruhua had no choice but to compromise. That guy is absolutely despicable. Yen Ruhua is here again today. Including the woman in the safe house, there are 6 in total. Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, Yu Shifu, He Qiaoqian, Song Wanqiu, Yen Ruhua. Looking at the group of beautiful women, Jihao was in a great mood. Since they were free anyway, Jihao invited them to go swimming together. The pool isn't very big, but it can easily accommodate a few people. After changing into a backless swimsuit, Yan Ruhua was quite shy. She was still not used to this kind of situation. In contrast, the other 5 women have adapted quite well. In the swimming pool, Yan Ruhua hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked Xiao, "Besides medicine, do you have any medical equipment here?" Xiao nodded. "Yes, I made thorough preparations before the apocalypse, in several other rooms." Xiao did not tell Yan Ruhua the secret of the Rita space, lest it be leaked, unless she moved into a safe house. Hearing Xiao say this, Yan Ruhua felt much more at ease. He Xiaoqian's mind raced, and she revealed a foxy smile. "Sister Yan, are you wondering if you'll be able to have a smooth delivery if you get pregnant?" Whoosh! Yan Ruhua's usually aloof face instantly flushed red. Chapter 97 Su Liji returns. Hearing He Xiaoqian say that, Jihao also realized what was going on and winked at Yan Ruhua. "With your hips, you're sure to give birth to a big, fat son." Yan Ruhua is a very traditional woman. Now she is 36 years old but still has no children. She feels very wronged every time she is ridiculed by the people around her. I learned from Grandma Wan a few days ago that Su Liji has health problems, which explains why she has been unable to conceive. Since the apocalypse, she has been poorly fed and clothed, so of course she wouldn't have any romantic thoughts. But under old Lady Wang's pressure, she had no choice. After seeing Jihao's safe house, which was completely free of the coldness of the apocalypse, and now knowing that he has the relevant medical equipment, she was truly shaken. Despite her aloof and noble appearance, like a fairy untouched by worldly affairs, Yan Ruhua actually loves children very much. Every time she sees her best friend with both a son and a daughter, she can't hide her envy. "How wonderful it would be if I could have a child of my own." Since living in a safe house means no worries about food or cold, and plenty of medicine, why not? Jihao was surprised when he saw Yan Ruhua's expression. He was just joking. This mature woman probably won't take it seriously. Jihao has had many women, and he never uses protection during sex, yet he has never gotten a woman pregnant. Could it be related to his superhuman physique? Jihao had never thought about this issue before, but now that he thinks about it carefully, it seems that becoming a superhuman also has some drawbacks. Sigh. When the topic of having children came up, a group of women chattered excitedly. He Xiaoqian and Yu Shifu are still young and of course do not want to have children so early, so they are quite resistant to this idea. As for the other 4 mature women, they were more willing in this regard. Yan Ruhua listened without saying a word. Xiao Yalan was the most agitated. Her child died at birth, but was switched at birth and replaced with Dufong, resulting in her raising a heartless wretch. She longed to have a biological child. Fu Hongmei and Song Wanqiu chattered on, saying that although there were entertainment facilities in the safe house, living there for a long time would be boring. If there were children, it would definitely be more fun. Jihao didn't want to have children, but he couldn't resist the ambiguous looks he received from the 4 mature women. The meaning is self-evident. Jihao sighed inwardly. "Looks like I'm going to have a tough day again." After the internal strife broke out in buildings 6 and 7, everyone dispersed on bad terms and fled. It can be said that the power Liu Batian had built up has been completely destroyed. From then on, no one in the community could stand up to Jihao. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su also realized this, which strengthened their resolve. If they couldn't win, they would join in. They had plenty of food and medicine, so wasn't that a good thing? It wasn't that they no longer resented Jihao. It was just that circumstances forced them to compromise temporarily. When they find an opportunity in the future, they will definitely kill Jihao without hesitation. In the evening, a motorhome slowly drove into the residential area. On the bus, a middle-aged man looked at the familiar place and was filled with emotion. After overcoming countless hardships, we're finally back. The middle-aged man is Su Liji, the son of Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su, and also Yan Ruhua's husband. As the police chief, Su Liji still possessed a certain air of authority, but his physique and appearance were simply unappealing, with a face full of fat and a large belly. When Yan Ruhua became the head of the city's song and dance troupe, she attracted the covetous eyes of many, including underworld figures. The other party threatened that if Yan Ruhua didn't come to them within a month, they would bring a group of strong men. Forced into a corner, Yan Ruhua had no choice but to marry Su Liji. With Su Liji's status as the police chief, Those who coveted her naturally dared not harbor any wicked thoughts. Otherwise, with Su Liji's looks alone, winning over Yan Ruhua would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Su Liji parked the car, walked upstairs step by step, and entered his home. When they saw him, Yan Ruhua, Grandma Wang, and Grandpa Su were all stunned. "Mom and Dad, wife, I'm home," Su Liji said with a smile. Grandma Wang cried her heart out, hugging Su Liji and saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Next, Grandma Wang, Grandpa Su, and Yan Ruhua learned about Su Liji's situation. It turns out that after the apocalypse broke out, Su Liji's area not only lost internet access, but also communication. During the fight with several thugs, he lost his phone and was thus completely cut off from contact. Later, he found a car repair shop and discovered a half-built post-apocalyptic RV, which delighted him. After promising the car mechanic that he would help him live a better life, Mr. Sun finally helped him complete the construction of the post-apocalyptic RV. The two set off, but were ambushed and robbed by a group of people on the way. Although Su Liji had a gun, the other side did too. After a fierce fight, Master Sun died. Su Liji stole the supplies from that group and continued on his way, enduring countless hardships before finally returning to his neighborhood. After hearing this, Old Lady Wang became even more heartbroken. Subsequently, Su Liji also learned about his family's situation. But both Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su deliberately concealed the matter between Yan Ruhua and Xiao. They only said that Xiao bullied them terribly and even shot and injured Grandpa Su. Upon hearing this, Su Liji was furious. As the police chief, the fact that his family was being treated this way truly enraged him. "Humph, do you think I, Su Liji, am easy to bully?" Su Liji clenched his fists, a cold glint in his eyes. "Xiao, you're dead." Su Liji asked Grandma Wang for a spare phone and added Xiao as a friend. "Xiao, may I ask who you are?" Su Liji. "Kid, I'm Su Liji. I'm back in the neighborhood. You're just waiting to die." Xiao was very surprised. Wasn't Su Liji supposed to have died outside? He actually came back. That's good. If Su Liji really died outside, Xiao would have to put in a lot of effort to get Yan Ruhua to completely abandon Old Lady Wang and Grandpa Su and move into his safe house. Now that Su Liji is here, it's much simpler. Su Liji. "Kid, why aren't you saying anything? Are you trembling with fear?" Xiao. "Idiot, you think you can take me on?" Su Liji. Hee, it seems you don't understand my reputation in the community. If I raise my arm and call, believe me or not, everyone will follow me and storm your safe house. Xiao. "Then come on over, I'll be waiting." Su Liji. "I was originally going to leave you a whole body, but since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Come on, say your last words." Xiao. "Your wife is really nice, very radiant." Su Liji. "You bastard, I'll use pliers to pull out your teeth one by one." Xiao. "I'm just telling you the truth. Your wife is really something else. I guess Granny Wang and Uncle Su probably didn't tell you the story between me and Ruhua. It's okay, I'll tell you slowly. But before that, let me show you a short video." Then, Xiao sent the short video over. The moment Su Liji saw the short video, he felt as if he had been struck by 100,000 lightning bolts, and his whole body went numb. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 98: Withered Flowers and Broken Willows. An endless rage surged within Su Liji. His wife was elegant and dignified, as aloof as a fairy in heaven. Little did he expect that she would cheat on him. "Ah!" Su Liji roared, consumed by rage. Grandma Wang asked worriedly, "Son, what's wrong?" Yan Ruhua also said, "Honey, are you feeling unwell? I have some medicine here." "You son of a bitch!" Su Liji pointed at Yan Ruhua and roared, "You bastard, and Xiao colluded to cheat on me. Fine, very well, I should have seen through you a long time ago, you slut." Yan Ruhua's face was filled with terror. She couldn't help but take a step back, her voice trembling as she said, "Husband, you have to listen to my explanation. I was forced." "Forced? Heh." Su Liji threw his phone in front of her and roared, "I always thought you were some kind of virtuous and chaste woman, but I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. What, am I not as good as that dog Xiao?" "No, that's not how it is." Yan Ruhua grabbed Su Liji's arm, still trying to explain. Shut up! I don't want to hear your explanation! Suliji shoved Yanruhua away and slapped her hard across the face again, angrily saying, Look at the video! You don't look forced at all, you bitch! Get out, get out! Yanruhua covered her face, her heart aching. Old Mrs. Wang chimed in. Son, now that you know, I won't hide it from you. That slut did betray you. She doesn't deserve to enter the Su family. Standing nearby, Grandpa Su also spoke up angrily. Yes, she's a slut, a used woman. Get her out of here, or she'll only tarnish the reputation of our Su family. Withered flowers and fallen willows. Yanruhua murmured softly, her heart aching so much she could hardly breathe. She sacrificed herself to get food and medicine for Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su, but instead of being grateful, the two said such hurtful things. Even Suliji didn't understand and wanted to kick her out. At this moment, Yanruhua was completely heartbroken. She deeply regretted it. She should have abandoned Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su and moved directly into Jihao's safe house instead, otherwise things wouldn't have turned out this way. Old Mrs. Wang glanced at Yanruhua and said venomously, Son, we can't just send her away like this, otherwise we'll only let her reunite with that beast Jihao. Aren't you just looking for manpower? Why don't you just give her to your subordinates to win them over? Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Suliji agreed without hesitation, saying, Good idea, Mom is the most thoughtful. Grandpa Su stared at Yanruhua's devilish figure, cleared his throat, and suggested, Son, you have a health problem and you'll never be able to have children in this life. If this continues, our Su family line will end. Why don't I take over and let this slut give me a child? It would be a way to repay the kindness our Su family has shown us over the years. Upon hearing this, old lady Wang's eyes lit up. That's right, with her hips and buttocks, she looks like she could give birth to a big, healthy son. We should make the most of her and not let her suffer any loss. Suliji's face became visibly excited. I'll just say the child is mine then, and I'll see who dares to laugh at me. You! Yanruhua pointed at the three of them, her face pale with anger, tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't speak. Suliji snatched Yanruhua's phone and said angrily, You bitch, you stay in your room and reflect on your actions. Wait until Dad has recovered before you come back to have a son with him. If you try to run away in the meantime, I'll break your legs. Bang! Suliji slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside with a key. Yanruhua kept banging on the door, but no one paid any attention to her. Let me out, sob sob sob. Yanruhua leaned against the door, her body slowly going limp to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Suliji entered the owner's group and announced his return in a high-profile manner, which immediately caused a stir in the entire community. My God, Director Su, I've been waiting for you for so long, and you're finally back. With Director Su here, we don't need to worry about our safety. Director Su, has the government set up a refuge camp? I think you can definitely get us to move in there and live a good life from now on, right? Seeing the residents in the group fawning over him, Suliji couldn't help but feel smug and replied, The authorities have indeed established a refuge camp, and there is no shortage of food inside. I came back this time to take you there, so you will never have to worry about food and clothing again. Wow, as expected of Director Su, he's awesome. My God, Director Su braved the extreme cold and worked tirelessly to come back, just to bring us a better life. This is an immeasurable act of merit. When the apocalypse is over, I will definitely erect a monument for him. Yes, he could have enjoyed life on his own, but he was willing to give everything for us. He is the incarnation of God. Suliji was extremely pleased with himself. He hadn't expected these people to be so easily fooled. In that case, dealing with Jihao will be much easier. Suliji. A friend just messaged me privately, saying that there is a heinous villain in our neighborhood who has committed arson, murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil deeds. Before we leave, we have to take care of him together to prevent him from harming people any further. Yes, let's rush into Jihao's safe house and divide the food. Director Su, it's up to you to decide what to do. We'll listen to you. Suliji. I created a group called the Off-Season Alliance. If you want to join, you can message me privately. Whoever contributes the most will enjoy better conditions when they go to the refugee camp. Upon hearing this, everyone became extremely excited and eagerly asked to join the group. Grandma Wang wanted Suliji to change the group name, since the group Lu Batian created was called the Down with G Alliance. But instead of eliminating Ji Hao, he was thrown off the 28th floor, which was considered unlucky. However, after hesitating for a moment, Old Lady Wang still didn't speak, not wanting to spoil Suliji's mood. Suliji was cautious and did not rush to make a move. He threatened the residents of Building 2 in the group chat, telling them to leave Building 2 and not to collude with Ji Hao, otherwise they would automatically lose their eligibility to enter the refugee camp. Suliji had far more influence than Lu Batian. After all, he was an official, and no one wanted to oppose him. After being threatened, all the residents of Building 2 left. For them, there are plenty of empty houses in the community, so they don't lack places to live. Moreover, there are far too many people on Suliji's side. Even if they wanted to resist, there was no way to do so. It would be better to give Suliji face and get him a place in the refugee camp. Why not? Ji Hao, now you're all alone, isolated and helpless. I'd like to see how you'll fight me. Even after all the residents of Building 2 had left, Suliji was still in no hurry to take action. He and his men spent 3 days smuggling a significant amount of fuel from cars in the residential complex's parking lot. This is one of his methods. If Ji Hao has a way to deal with everyone smashing the load-bearing wall, then he will pour fuel on the wall and set the building on fire. He doesn't believe Ji Hao won't come out. The next morning, looking at the crowd behind him, Suliji was filled with confidence. He waved his hand and his voice boomed. Let's go! Chapter 99: The Power of Firearms. Suliji led his men to the ground floor of building number 2 and shouted to Ji Hao through a loudspeaker. Ji Hao, if you come out and die willingly, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Ji Hao also used a megaphone to shout. Before I die, may I say my last words? Suliji raised his chin, extremely smug. Fine, go ahead. Suddenly he remembered something. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted sharply. Shut up! However, it was too late. Ji Hao quickly shouted. Your wife is very voluptuous. Oh, by the way, she's also a white tiger, a slang term for a woman who is sexually active and has no male genitalia. Whoosh! All eyes turned to Suliji, and everyone wanted to laugh but couldn't. Good heavens, you, a police chief, have been cuckolded. Ji Hao continued shouting through the megaphone. Your wife once said that you have a health problem and can't get a woman pregnant, so you two have never had a child. She even wanted to borrow my sperm. I've been working hard these past few days, but I don't know if she's pregnant yet. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, this is going to be juicy gossip. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to sympathy. Per Suliji, he may have been successful in his career, but he was a failure in his married life. Sigh, every family has its own troubles. If Yan Rehua really is pregnant with Ji Hao's child, wouldn't that mean? Wow, just thinking about it is exciting. At this moment, even with Suliji's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush and feel ashamed. Nonsense! I'll tear your mouth apart! Suliji jumped up and down in anger. Seeing his expression, everyone knew that what Ji Hao said was definitely true. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su were also in the crowd. They were so angry that their noses were crooked, and they almost couldn't catch their breath. You damn bastard, you deserve to die. I live downstairs from Ji Hao. Lately, I've often seen Ms. Yan going to his safe house. She always comes out with her face flushed. Who would believe they're not having an affair? That's right, that's right. Keep your voices down, didn't you see Director Su's face turn green? The crowd whispered among themselves. Worried that Ji Hao might utter some more vulgarities, Suliji ordered a group of men. Go! Smash the load-bearing wall! Yes! The group immediately carried large iron sledgehammers forward and began smashing the load-bearing wall. Suliji stood at a distance, muttering to himself. You bastard, now that no one's helping you throw away your junk, you're going to die. Inside the safe house, Song Wancho said worriedly. What should we do? There are so many of them. He Xiao said nonchalantly. Trust my husband. He's an esper, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing He Xiao say that, Song Wancho relaxed a little. Yes, back then, Ji Hao unleashed lightning, which directly split the dark-faced giant who was trying to capture her in two. With such strength, why should we fear a group of ordinary people? Fu Hongmei asked Ji Hao. What are your plans to do with them? Simple. Ji Hao uttered only 2 words. In his storage room, there was a batch of weapons. These things couldn't be replenished, every bit used was a bit less. Originally intended for women to guard the house, they had no choice but to be used now. It wasn't that Ji Hao didn't want to go out and use his superpowers, but Su Liji had distributed guns to his men, and if he really went down there, with several guns pointed at him, he didn't know if he could handle it. After all, Ji Hao had never experienced such a scene since he awakened his superpowers, and he lacked a serious understanding of his own strength. Die! Ji Hao took out a sniper rifle from the radar tower, aimed, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and one of the henchmen fell to the ground. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another henchman fell to the ground. Get out of the way! Su Liji shouted, slightly nervous. This bastard actually had a sniper rifle and shot his underling in the head from 28 floors away. It was truly despicable. At the same time, he was also very fortunate that he was standing under the building, so that for a sniper rifle to hit him, the bullet would have to be curved, otherwise he would be safe. Go smash the other wall. There are no windows there. I want to see how he'll use a sniper rifle now, Su Liji roared. Ji Hao sneered, took a grenade from the radar tower, and threw it forcefully. As a superhuman, his strength was immense. The grenade flew like an arrow, heading towards Su Liji's location. Su Liji saw a lump of iron flying down from the sky and his face was full of disdain. Anyway, there were buildings above him to block the view, so the lump of iron could only land 3 meters away from him at most, and it was impossible for it to land on his head. Therefore, he felt emboldened. But just as the iron lump was about to fall, he suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Damn, it's a hand grenade! Su Liji tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded 3 meters away from Su Liji, knocking him to the ground, his body mangled and bloodied, and he died on the spot. My son! Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su cried out from afar, heartbroken. Ji Hao continued throwing grenades, which landed among the armed men. Before they could even take cover, they were blown to pieces, their pistols destroyed and rendered unusable. The remaining people took advantage of the opportunity to hide in places where they couldn't be hit by sniper rifles or grenades, terrified out of their wits. With their leader Su Liji dead, they lost their backbone, and no longer had the courage to continue smashing the wall. The motley crew scattered. Ji Hao stood by the window, looking down at everything below, and shook his head to himself. Too weak, not interesting at all. Beside her, Yushifu said quietly, Is it possible that you are too strong? I think so too. Ji Hao stared at Yushifu's incredibly long legs and said, Compared to wasting time with them, I think it's more interesting to play with you. Yushifu remained silent. Ji Hao suddenly said, I set a rule for you before, you must wear black stockings in my safe house. It seems you don't take my word seriously. Yushifu lowered her head. Ji Hao interrupted her, saying, Stop with the I and hurry up and put on your shiny black stockings and red-soled stilettos. I'll show you how I punish you. Seeing the wicked smile on Ji Hao's lips, Yushifu had a bad feeling. Night. After much hardship, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Su finally managed to drag Su Liji's body back to their residence. Tears streamed down their faces, their complexions drained of color, as if they had aged 20 years. Especially for Grandpa Su, since Su Liji's return, Yan Ruhua has stopped trading medicine with Ji Hao, causing his old injuries to relapse and his condition to become more serious. He had only managed to watch the battle because he thought he could break into Ji Hao's safe house and get the medicine. Now, not only has he failed, but his son has also been murdered. Under this double blow, he has no strength left and collapses to the ground, his eyes lifeless. Old man, cheer up! You're all I have left, sob, 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 don't leave me! Old Mrs. Wang was heartbroken and used all her strength to drag Grandpa Su to the bed. The two wept silently, their hearts breaking. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden room door was kicked open by Yan Ruhua. She had just come out when she saw Su Liji's corpse and was immediately shocked. Chapter 100 Burning in Flames. In the past, Yenruhua might have been heartbroken for a while, even though there was no romantic feeling, he was still her husband after all. But now, all she can say is 3 words: good riddance. Looking inside the room, Grandpa Su was lying on the bed with a vacant look in his eyes. He looked extremely old and frail, and his arrow wounds were bleeding profusely. He was in very poor condition. Judging from his appearance, he probably won't make it through the night. As for old lady Wang standing nearby, she was crying with tears streaming down her face, heartbroken. Yenruhua suddenly felt a sense of vengeful pleasure. Before Su Liji returned, she sacrificed herself to ensure that the 2 of them were well fed, clothed, and had access to medicine, but they were treated like this in return. She had long hated them to death. Yenruhua snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge the 2 of them. She's going to pack her bags now and move back into Jihao's safe house to live a good life. As for old lady Wang and old Master Su, let them fend for themselves. She won't care whether they live or die anymore. Grandpa Su suddenly spoke, saying in his old and weak voice, "Daughter-in-law, we are sorry for what we did to you. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but could you stay one more night and help me and my son collect our bodies tomorrow morning?" He paused, then continued, "I definitely won't make it through tonight. When the time comes, please find some people you know to bury me and Liji together in the woods outside the neighborhood, okay? I'm begging you." Yenruhua stopped in her tracks, her heart torn between 2 conflicting emotions. Grandpa Su said weakly, "A person should see things through to the end. Liji is, after all, your husband. Once we're buried, you'll have no more responsibilities, you'll be free of burdens, and you can go wherever you want without any psychological burden. What do you think?" Yenruhua was silent for a while, then nodded gently. "All right, from now on, I am no longer a member of your Su family, and I owe you nothing." After saying that, she went back to her room and began packing her luggage. Choosing to agree to Grandpa Su's request was simply for peace of mind. Even if she has to leave, she will leave with dignity, and owe no one anything. As for finding help, that's not difficult. There's still food at home, 5 packs of instant noodles for each person, and there will definitely be people vying to help. Furthermore, there's no need to worry about safety. Jihao still has the crossbow he gave her. She's not someone to be trifled with if anyone dares to harm her. On the bed, Grandpa Su closed his eyes, no longer having any attachment to this world. His life force gradually faded, and in his hazy consciousness, he seemed to see his son waving to him. "Wah!" Feeling Grandpa Su's body gradually growing cold, Grandma Wang was heartbroken and cried especially sadly. Unfortunately, it was all too late to undo the damage. However, what Grandma Wang didn't know was that just as Grandpa Su's breath was about to completely disappear, a strange power emanated from his body. If Jihao were here, he would be very surprised. Because that power was clearly something only superhumans could possess: supernatural energy. Morning. When Grandpa Su opened his eyes, he was full of energy. His originally white hair had turned black again, and the wrinkles on his face had smoothed out, making him look as if he had become 20 years younger. He stood up and moved his body casually, but felt no pain at all. Only then did he realize that the arrow wound in his shoulder had actually healed. Is this the power of superhumans? It's truly terrifying. Grandpa Su suddenly felt a bit hot, so he took off his coat. Despite only wearing a thin shirt, he was unfazed by the -60°C cold. Immediately, a look of resentment and malice appeared in his eyes. The pain of killing your son, and the hatred of an arrow wound, Xiao, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Grandpa Su clenched his fists, his voice cold. This time, he would not give Xiao any way out. He wanted revenge, to exact a severe one on Xiao. He not only wanted to storm Jihao's safe house and steal his supplies, but also to take all of Jihao's women and make each of them bear his children. It's so good to be young. Grandpa Su felt a little uncomfortable wearing a thin shirt, so he simply tore it off, leaving his upper body bare. Despite the biting cold, he wore an expression of enjoyment, as if he had just finished with a woman. At this moment, on the other side of the bed, old lady Wang woke up. She was stunned to see that old Master Su was shirtless. Am I seeing things? Old Mrs. Wang rubbed her eyes hard, feeling like she was dreaming. This is just too damn unbelievable. Grandpa Su smiled and said, You read that right? Not only have I survived, but I'm even healthier than before. Thank God, thank God! Old Mrs. Wang was extremely excited and got up to hug Grandpa Su. But Grandpa Su kicked her away. Grandma Wang was dumbfounded, looking at Grandpa Su with a surprised expression. What are you doing? Ha! Now that I've awakened my superpowers and my body has returned to its youthful state, do you think a decrepit old woman like you is worthy of me? Grandpa Su raised his chin and coldly questioned. I've been constantly improving, but what about you? Old man, you. Old Mrs. Wang was completely speechless. When I was young, I gave so much for you, but what did you do? You secretly met with black men, got pregnant by accident, and even wanted me to raise their child. It was only after I insisted that you had an abortion. You did it 3 times in total. Did you really think I didn't care? Grandpa Su said. Later I thought life still goes on, and it would be fine to live a peaceful and ordinary life. Who knew that God would take pity on me and make me a superhuman, on a completely different level from ordinary people like you? Since that's the case, then you should just die. Snap! Grandpa Su slapped Grandma Wang across the face, making a soft sound. You good for nothing, how dare you hit your old lady, ah! Old Mrs. Wang's eyes were like fire, and she was about to fight back when she was slapped several more times across the face, making her ears ring. Grandpa Su stopped and sneered. Poisonous woman, let me show you my fire-based superpowers. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Old Lady Wang, and a flame immediately flew out, setting Old Lady Wang ablaze. Ah! Old Mrs. Wang was bathed in flames, her face contorted from the burns, enduring immense pain. She screamed and wailed, but she couldn't resist at all. As soon as Yenruhua entered, she saw this horrifying scene and was immediately shocked. Even his chest heaved due to rapid breathing. Good heavens, how can a person emit flames? This world is too crazy, it's beyond her comprehension. Grandpa Su looked at Grandma Wang, who was screaming incessantly, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. The thrill of this revenge is just so exhilarating. Ha! Ah! After the scream, Old Lady Wang gradually fell silent. Her face was contorted and twisted, one can only imagine the pain she had endured. In the end, her body was burned to ashes, leaving nothing but nothingness. Grandpa Su extinguished the flames, turned to look at Yenruhua, and grinned. Daughter-in-law, did you lose control of yourself because you felt my heroic presence? Chapter 101 The Proud Old Master Su. Grandpa Su walked step by step toward Yenruhua, bewitching her. My son is such a good-for-nothing, he's not good enough for you. Be my woman, and I'll protect you and make sure you're well-fed and clothed. Yenruhua snapped out of her daze, pulled a fruit knife from her bosom, and held it to her neck. At the same time, she retreated to the window and said in a cold voice, You beast, don't come any closer. I'd rather die than be your woman. Grandpa Su was genuinely afraid that Yenruhua would commit suicide, so he patiently persuaded her. You've seen it yourself, I'm now a superhuman with superpowers, and I'm fully capable of giving you a good life. If you're not willing, there are plenty of women in this world who are. Yenruhua's gaze remained resolute, unmoved. Grandpa Su sighed and said, Fine, you've been to Jihao's safe house and know how nice it is inside. I'll take it down and give it to you first, and then you'll understand my good intentions. Yenruhua asked in a panic. You want to kill him? Grandpa Su said angrily. What? He forced you, and you've fallen in love with him? He didn't force me, it was my own choice, Yenruhua said. Even if he were just a finger, he would be 100 times better than you. Stubborn to the end, Old Su said angrily. Fine, then I'll beat him badly in front of you, until he kneels down and begs for mercy, so you can see his ugly face and you'll naturally realize the difference between him and me. Yenruhua gritted her teeth and said, Even the way he kneels is 100 times, 1,000 times more handsome than you. At this moment, Grandpa Su was truly hurt. He didn't understand why, even though he had become a superhuman, he was still inferior to Jihao in Yenruhua's heart. Why? Why? This world is so unfair. Grandpa Su had never been so jealous of a man before. He wanted Jihao dead, and the more miserable the death, the better. Suddenly, flames appeared on Grandpa Su's body, just like the raging anger in his heart, burning fiercely. He bathed in the fire and became a fireman. Grandpa Su ignored Yenruhua and went down the stairs naked, heading straight for Building 2. Jihao, come out and face your death! Old Master Su roared, as if the entire neighborhood was trembling. Countless people looked at him, and when they saw him shirtless, bathed in flames, everyone was stunned. My God, what happened? Does he have superpowers? That's amazing! Jihao and a group of women looked at Grandpa Su downstairs with surprise. Jihao, in particular, thought he was the only superhuman in the world, but now he has seen a second one. Today, only one of him and Grandpa Su can survive. However, Jihao still has a significant advantage. As the sixth oldest, he has always concealed his identity as a superhuman. Those who know he is a superhuman are either his women or are already dead. If we can catch Grandpa Su off guard, we will surely be able to severely injure him. Fu Hongmei was unusually nervous and asked softly, What should we do? Are you going out? Xiao Yalan suggested. Why don't we hide in the safe house? With guns, it won't be so easy for him to break in. Jihao shook his head. We have to face it eventually. Don't worry about me. After I kill him, I'll see if I can absorb his abilities or transplant them to you. If we can produce another ability user, that would be a huge win. He Qiaoqian hugged Jihao and said with a smile, Honey, you can do it! Yes, we believe in you. Yu Shifu and Song Wanqiu also chimed in, cheering Jihao on. Downstairs, Grandpa Su was getting impatient and roared. Jihao, you coward, you won't come out, will you? Then I'll destroy your building number 2 and show you the power of superhumans. Grandpa Su channeled his internal energy, transforming it into a fireball the size of a wash basin in his hand. He then threw it forcefully, slamming it hard against the load-bearing wall. Boom! The load-bearing wall was smashed through, leaving a hole. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Yenruhua, who had witnessed him setting fires before. Compared to ordinary people, the destructive power of superhumans is simply terrifying. Grandpa Su was very satisfied with the expressions on everyone's faces and shouted, Jihao, did you see that? If you continue to cower, your end will be terrible. But if you stand up, kowtow to me and beg for mercy, and offer up your safe house and your woman, I might give you a quick death and spare you from suffering. Jihao deliberately feigned fear and replied in a trembling voice, Master Su, please spare me. I'll come down right now. Grandpa Su sneered. That's more like it. As Jihao descended the stairs step by step, Grandpa Su's smile widened. This beast was indeed defeated by my strength and had no choice but to beg for mercy, haha. Jihao, weren't you so arrogant? Didn't you think you looked down on everyone? Well, you've finally met your match. Later I'm going to play with your woman right in front of you, and show you what true domineering power is, ha ha ha, awesome. Seeing Jihao approach, Grandpa Su said with disdain, You brought a gun, didn't you? Come on, try shooting me. I'll stand still and let you shoot. As he spoke, the flames on Grandpa Su's body gradually solidified, transforming into a thick armor of flames that enveloped his entire body. This is a skill he mastered after awakening his superpower, just like Jihao's Thunder Tower. Unfortunately, the Raida can only be used to collect resources and cannot participate in combat, which is a bit of a shame. Jihao stared at the flame armor on Grandpa Su's body, and pretended to be embarrassed. Isn't that a bad idea? Grandpa Su urged. Just shoot when I tell you to, what are you dawdling for? Well, alright then. Jihao took out the gun and aimed it at Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su crossed his arms, still looking calm and composed, seemingly fearless. Jihao chuckled inwardly. Idiot, you asked for this, don't blame me. Bang! The moment the bullet flew out, Jihao also moved, rushing towards Grandpa Su at top speed. At the same time, he activated his superpower, and lightning gathered in his hand, then transformed into a lightning sword, which he thrust forward. The bullet struck Grandpa Su in the chest, piercing half of the Vulcan armor, but ultimately failed to penetrate further. Grandpa Su was smug. He could already imagine the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, especially Yenruhua's. He wasn't even afraid of bullets. With such strength, Yenruhua should have figured out who she should follow to live a good life. Grandpa Su glanced around casually, and saw Jihao rushing towards him. He remained unconcerned, even a gun couldn't hurt him, so what good would this idiot's charge do? It wasn't until an extremely strong energy fluctuation came that Grandpa Su realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Pfft. The thunder sword pierced through the Vulcan armor, leaving a deep gash on his body, from which blood flowed. Grandpa Su was sent flying by the impact and crashed heavily to the ground. This? Grandpa Su was stunned. Chapter 102 Superpowers Showdown. Lei Lai. Having succeeded in his first strike, Xiao immediately pressed his advantage, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck Grandpa Su from a distance. Grandpa Su let out a painful groan. If it weren't for the fire god armor covering him, which absorbed most of the lightning power, this attack would have definitely taken half his life. Grandpa Su was, after all, a superhuman, and his reaction speed was very fast. Before Jihao's next attack landed, he got up and retreated to a distance. He activated his supernatural power, and the Vulcan armor, which had been pierced, not only returned to its original state but also became thicker and more defensive. "You bastard, how dare you scheme against me?" Grandpa Su said angrily. Jihao looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, "Fool, you don't think you're the only superhuman in the world, do you?" Grandpa Su's murderous intent erupted. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm easy to bully." Grandpa Su summoned a fireball and hurled it at Jihao. Jihao easily dodged the attack, then rushed towards Grandpa Su and slashed down with his sword. The dazzling sword energy surged and rippled, as if it were about to slice through space. Grandpa Su shouted in a deep voice, clenched his fist, and flames swirled around his fist as he unleashed a fiery fist that met Jihao's sword energy. Bang! The two collided, and the surging alien energy rolled out in all directions, stirring up the snow on the ground. Jihao stood still, while Grandpa Su took a full 5 steps back. Because of his previous underestimation, Grandpa Su paid a heavy price, suffering severe damage to his combat strength. Otherwise, he would never have been so easily defeated by Jihao. The next moment, the two clashed again, fighting fiercely. Xiangzi shouted, "Boss is invincible! Kill this old bastard!" The onlookers, including Fu Hongmei and the other women, were all dumbfounded. Is this the power of superhumans? It's terrifying! The happiest person at the scene was undoubtedly Yan Ruhua. She thought Jihao was finished, but unexpectedly, things took many twists and turns. It turned out that Jihao was also a superhuman. No wonder his physical condition was so good during those times. Thinking of this, Yan Ruhua's face inexplicably turned a little red. Bang! Grandpa Su unleashed another flame fist, his entire body engulfed in flames, as if he had transformed into a fire god. At the same time, he summoned fireballs and hurled them at Jihao. Jihao countered Grandpa Su's fiery fist with his thunder sword, while several bolts of lightning beside him continuously struck down fireballs, deflecting each attack. The two exchanged blows, fighting fiercely. After several clashes, Jihao poured all his alien energy into the thunder sword, which immediately shone brightly, as dazzling as a small sun. Jihao gripped the thunder sword tightly with both hands, leaped 2 meters into the air, and cleaved it down with the force of splitting manhwa. Cut! With a loud shout from Jihao, a vast expanse of sword energy. It was incredibly sharp, accompanied by streaks of lightning, and slashed towards Grandpa Su with the force of a thunderbolt. Grandpa Su's face was extremely solemn. He sensed the approach of death. He unleashed his full power, making his Vulcan armor even thicker, and then unleashed another fiery fist to meet the attack. Boom! A massive collision occurred between the two, resulting in a deafening roar as a burst of violent energy erupted and swept wildly outwards. Grandpa Su was sent flying by the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was weak and clearly had suffered a serious injury. He was filled with resentment. One wrong step led to another, and once he lost the initiative, there was no way to recover. Kid, all you know are underhanded tricks. If you're so capable, wait until I'm back to my peak, and we'll have a fair fight. I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Old Master Su wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes like knives. Jihao said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Grandpa Su shouted, "Humph, just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Take this." Jihao was fully prepared to fight, but to his surprise, Grandpa Su turned around and ran away. Jihao's expression froze, and he quickly chased after him, shouting, "Where do you think you're going? You'd better give me your life!" Grandpa Su ran even faster. Jihao chased after him and unleashed a bolt of lightning from a distance, striking Grandpa Su on the shoulder. Grandpa Su grunted, knowing he probably couldn't escape, so he turned around and rushed towards Yanruhua. If Yanruhua is taken hostage, Jihao will be hesitant to act rashly, and only then will he have a chance to survive. Seeing Grandpa Su heading towards her, Yanruhua panicked and for a moment forgot to dodge. Jihao reacted quickly, unleashing another bolt of lightning that struck Grandpa Su in the back. When a superhuman uses their superpowers, they need to consume superhuman energy, just like mana in a game. But after the battle just now, Grandpa Su's superhuman energy had been completely exhausted, and he could no longer maintain the operation of the Vulcan armor. Therefore, after the lightning struck, it immediately hit Grandpa Su in the back, knocking him to the ground. Jihao seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and pierced Grandpa Su's heart with his sword. Grandpa Su let out a scream and struggled violently. Jihao thrust out several swords in succession, and soon, Grandpa Su stopped moving and died completely. Jihao breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Yanruhua touched her full chest. Even now, her heart was still pounding with fear. Thank goodness for Jihao, otherwise she would have been finished today. "Thank you for saving my life," Yanruhua said sincerely. If there weren't other people around, she really wanted to hug Jihao and kiss him. "What kind of relationship do we have? Do I need to thank you?" Jihao winked at her and said ambiguously, "After you move into my place, we can have a good chat about our life ideals." Yanruhua lowered her head, somewhat shy, but did not object, which could be considered as acquiescence. Upstairs, Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, He Qiaoqian, Yu Shifu, and Song Wanqiu were finally relieved. They were terribly worried when Jihao and Grandpa Su were fighting. They couldn't even imagine what would happen to them if Jihao lost. Thankfully, it was a close call. "My husband is truly amazing." Among the onlookers, many people came up to him, expressing their desire to become Jihao's woman or his underlings. Jihao chose to ignore all of this. He fixed his gaze on Grandpa Su's corpse. Upon closer inspection, the corpse was emitting a faint, soft glow, which was clearly the strange energy within Grandpa Su's body. "I don't know if I can absorb it." After some thought, Jihao realized that as a superhuman, he was more likely to absorb the ability than an ordinary person. However, if he absorbs it, he will only become stronger at most. But if he lets his women absorb it and awaken their superpowers, that would be the most worthwhile. Having another superhuman is incredibly important to everyone. Having made up his mind, Jihao called the girls down. The reason they didn't carry Grandpa Su's body back to the safe house was because they were worried about accidentally triggering it. As for Retta, he naturally couldn't use his abilities in front of so many people. "Honey, you're amazing." As soon as they met, He Qiaoqian hugged Jihao and said softly, "I'll reward you properly tonight." Jihao asked mischievously, "Are you alone?" The other girls playfully complained. Jihao pointed to Grandpa Su's corpse and said to the women, "Come on, try to see if you can absorb his supernatural abilities." Fu Hongmei understood Jihao's plan. As the Empress, she didn't stand on ceremony and covered the faint halo with her hand, beginning to try to absorb it. Everyone watched intently, for the moment they were about to witness a miracle. Chapter 1032 Skills. After a while, Jihao asked, "How is it? Can you absorb it?" Fu Hongmei shook her head in disappointment. "No." Jihao looked at the other girls and said, "Come and try one by one." After several attempts, no one was able to absorb the supernatural power. Jihao sighed. "It seems I'll have to try it myself." He placed his hands on the halo, and something amazing happened. He absorbed the halo little by little. Jihao clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. Not only was the tower gate larger, but he had also gained 2 new skills. One offensive skill and 1 movement skill. He named his offensive skill, Lightning Hand. He named his movement-based skill, Lightning Shadow Escape. Jihao first tried the Lightning Hand. With his superpower activated, a 2-meter-long lightning palm appeared in the air and held Grandpa Su's corpse in its hand. As Jihao brought his hands together, his bare palms clenched tightly with his movement. With a soft pft, Grandpa Su's body was crushed, and blood rained down. Then, Xiao unleashed his lightning hand once again. This time, however, the lightning hand no longer gripped, but instead slammed down from a great height, like the Buddha's palm. Boom! A giant hand of lightning struck a nearby car, flattening it and rendering it totaled. Not bad, not bad. Xiao nodded, quite satisfied with the power of the lightning hand. If he were to fight Grandpa Su again, 3 lightning strikes would be enough to send him to his grave. Compared to Jihao's composure, the onlookers gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. He destroyed a car with a single move. With that kind of strength, who would dare to mess with him? From now on, we should just avoid Jihao and never cause him any trouble. Fu Hongmei and the other women were genuinely happy for Jihao. The stronger he was, the more secure their safety would be. After testing the lightning hand, Jihao began testing the lightning shadow technique. He transformed into lightning, constantly shifting sideways at an extreme speed, almost comparable to teleportation. All the people could see were after images, but they couldn't make out his figure. He seemed to move like light and shadow, which was really amazing and explosive. Jihao was also surprised that the lightning bolt was so fast. In a sense, lightning shadow is more useful than lightning hand. Whether in battle or in escaping, it can be extremely effective and is an absolute god-tier skill. Cool! Jihao was in a great mood and silently thanked Grandpa Su in his heart. Not only did he give his daughter-in-law Yenruhua, but now he also gave him 2 skills. He could definitely be called a saint of our time. Sigh, it's a pity I crushed Grandpa Su's body. Otherwise, given the generous gift he gave me, I would definitely have given him a proper burial. Jihao thought to himself that he had acted impulsively earlier, and should have given Grandpa Su some dignity. Suddenly he remembered something and asked Yenruhua. By the way, where is Granny Wang? Is she still at home? Yenruhua told the truth. Upon learning that old lady Wang had died, Jihao was finally relieved. He used to be able to keep his enemies around to play with and pass the time in the lonely apocalypse, but he can't do that anymore. Otherwise, if they awaken superpowers, the consequences will be severe. It's better to play it safe and not risk ruining yourself. Jihao then asked, By the way, how did Grandpa Su awaken his superpowers? Yenruhua said, He was about to die last night, and asked me to collect his body this morning. But when I woke up this morning, I found that he was not only alive, but had also awakened superpowers. I guess it might be related to his experience of a life-or-death ordeal. Jihao murmured, Experiencing life and death, that's quite possible. Next, Jihao led the women to a grove of trees outside the residential area, intending to further test his supernatural abilities. He took out a gun and handed it to Fu Hongmei, saying, Shoot me once, and I'll see if I can get the bullet into the radar tower. Okay. Fu Hongmei did not hesitate, raised her gun, and pulled the trigger. Jihao opened the tower door and put the bullets inside. A slight pain came through my body, but it quickly disappeared. Jihao was quite satisfied with this. Since he could collect bullets, he could definitely collect attacks from people with superpowers, such as Grandpa Su's fireballs. However, there are certain restrictions on what can be collected. Once those restrictions are exceeded, no more can be collected. However, Jihao believed that as his strength increased, the rider would become even stronger. If he could eventually summon it from his body and use it in battle, that would be even better. Jihao said to Fu Hongmei, If you shoot at me again, I'll try to use my superhuman senses to see if I can dodge the bullets. Okay, but you need to be careful, Fu Hongmei reminded her. Jihao said with a relaxed expression, Go ahead and shoot, I'm fine. Bang! The instant Fu Hongmei pulled the trigger, Jihao had already appeared in another position, dodging the incoming bullet. Bang bang bang! Fu Hongmei fired repeatedly, but Jihao was able to dodge each shot in advance thanks to his exceptional perception. The bullets, capable of killing, couldn't even touch the hem of Jihao's clothes. Compared to ordinary people, the power of those with superpowers is evident. Wow, my husband isn't even afraid of guns, that's amazing! He Xiao exclaimed. Jihao said, You can't say that. I'm in my prime right now, and my mind is highly focused. If someone is caught off guard, I might still fall for it. He Xiao said. That's still very impressive. Xiao sighed. Now I've taken care of all the enemies in the neighborhood and even brought you Beauties into the safe house. I thought I could finally live a peaceful life, but now I realize I was too optimistic. He paused for a moment, then continued. So there are other superhumans in the world. More importantly, superhuman abilities can be absorbed. This means I can't just stay in the safe house forever. Otherwise, others will keep getting stronger while I stay in the same place. One day, the safe house will be breached. So I have to go out and hunt other superhumans to improve my strength so that I won't be left behind. After listening to Jihao's words, the women realized the seriousness of the matter. But if Jihao goes out frequently, their safety will be compromised. Fu Hongmei said firmly. Don't worry, we're not that weak. We can protect ourselves. You can go out without worry. Jihao pinched Fu Hongmei's cheek, feeling quite pleased. She truly lived up to her reputation as a strong woman. Since we're out here, I'll teach you how to use sniper rifles and practice your marksmanship. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Jihao took out several sniper rifles from the radar tower and distributed them to them. Of the 6 women, only Yan Ruhua stared wide-eyed, wondering how Jihao had managed to do it. Jihao gave a brief explanation. Yan Ruhua was even more surprised. No wonder Jihao had so many supplies, such as pizza, steak, and seafood feast. If it was stored in the right space before the apocalypse, then everything makes sense. Gunshots could be heard intermittently from inside the grove. In the apocalypse, bullets are precious because they can't be replenished, but the situation is different now. Jihao has no choice but to be a little extravagant and let them practice, so that all 6 women won't be wiped out when he goes out, and then it will be too late to cry. Chapter 104 Zhao Taohua's Call. On his way back, Jihao stopped by Yan Ruhua's house to help her pack her clothes and daily necessities into the Leda. Seeing everything disappear with a wave of Jihao's hand, Yan Ruhua was filled with amazement. Such an ability was truly heaven-defying, a veritable apocalyptic artifact. Back at the safe house, Jihao taught the girls basic fighting techniques. To make it easier for them to exercise, Jihao had them change into yoga clothes. Each of them had a curvaceous figure with amazing curves, which made people's hearts burn with desire. Why not change into professional sportswear? It's not that they don't have any, but rather that yoga clothes are more pleasing to the eye. After explaining the key points of combat, the next step is practical combat. Yu Shifu was proud and arrogant, and went first. However, Jihao grabbed her casually, and she immediately blushed, feeling embarrassed and angry. She never dared to fight Jihao again. That evening, Jihao went online to check for information about people with superpowers, and he actually found a video. In the video, a middle-aged man uses his supernatural power to gradually enlarge his body to a height of 3 meters. He swings his huge fists and smashes them down, instantly totaling a car. It seems that the other party has awakened a power-type ability. Given Jihao's physical condition, he certainly wouldn't feel good if he took a hit like that. Jihao wanted to take a closer look, but found that the video had been deleted, which was probably an official attempt to block the news. Jihao thought for a moment, and clicked into some small, unsupervised forums. In the current situation, as long as their accounts aren't banned, people don't need to worry about being harassed by Uncle Hat, and can speak freely. Sure enough, Jihao saw some news about people with superpowers, which made his expression even more serious. So what if you become the neighborhood's war god? You still can't lie down in the safe house. It's such a pity. Jihao originally wanted to have 2 women on each side, have a bunch of kids, and watch the years go by, but now it seems there's no way that's going to happen. Jihao browsed through some more information and found that most areas of Donghai City were experiencing power outages, internet outages, and communication disruptions. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his Xingfu community was affected. Disconnecting the internet and communications might be unavoidable, but Jihao wasn't worried at all about the power outage, not only because he had generators and fuel, but also because he was a lightning ability user, so he was fearless. After shutting down the computer, Jihao went to Yan Ruhua's room. The mature woman had just finished bathing, and water droplets still clung to her hair. Even without makeup, her features are still exquisite and her temperament is stunning, like a fairy from heaven. Yan Ruhua was wearing a very conservative nightgown. When she saw Jihao arrive, her expression turned slightly shy. Ji Hao smiled and said, "Ruhua, your clothes are too conservative and outdated. Come, I'll give you some. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Ji Hao took a wardrobe out of the Thunder Tower and began stuffing it with various clothes. Cheongsams, backless dresses, mini skirts, bodycon skirts, yoga wear, tight-fitting dance leotards, office lady uniforms, flight attendant uniforms. In addition to these, there are various sexy lace lingerie and stockings in different colors. Yan Ruhua blushed deeply as she looked at the daring designs, and then feigned a coquettish expression. Ji Hao said mischievously, "Now that you're my woman, you can relax a bit. I'll give you a different kind of life experience." Yan Ruhua glanced at Ji Hao, lowered her head, and softly hummed in agreement. Seeing the mature woman's alluring appearance, Ji Hao had the illusion that the entire room had become brighter. The next morning, Ji Hao was teaching the women fighting techniques when he suddenly received a video call from Xiao Taohua. "Sister Peach Blossom, what's wrong? Are you lonely and missing me?" Ji Hao teased. In the video, Xiao Taohua is wearing thick clothes, but you can still tell that she has a stunning figure and a gorgeous face, making her a rare and sexy beauty. Xiao Taohua wasn't in the mood for joking with Ji Hao. She sighed and said, "I've run into some trouble lately, so I might have to move." Ji Hao said, "Tell me what's going on, maybe I can help." Xiao Taohua didn't hide anything and told everyone what had happened. It turns out that a dark-skinned man has recently been eyeing the beautiful women in their company. If this dark-faced man were just an ordinary person, that would be fine, but he seems to have superpowers, being faster and stronger than ordinary people. The most amazing thing is that the opponent's recovery ability is incredible. At the beginning, Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin shot and wounded the dark-faced man with a pistol, and the dark-faced man fled. Just when they thought the crisis was over, the dark-faced man returned the next day, his wounds completely healed. The two women were taken aback and had no choice but to use their guns to drive the black-faced man away again. This happened several times, and they used up most of their bullets. But every time the dark-faced man came, he acted as if nothing had happened, making their lives miserable. Upon hearing this, Ji Hao was overjoyed. Compared to offensive ability users like him and Grandpa Su, the black-faced man's ability is recovery, so his combat power is weak. Otherwise, Xiao Taohua and the others would have been finished long ago. As for Ji Hao, the dark-faced man was a pushover, someone he could easily manipulate. Once Ji Hao absorbs the black-faced man's superpower, his strength will improve significantly. Great news! Absolutely great news! Sister Peach Blossom, why didn't you say so sooner? Ji Hao said speechlessly. Why didn't you say so sooner? Xiao Taohua looked bitter. I was afraid you'd worry. Besides, what's the use of telling you? The other party is a superhuman, and you can't deal with them with a gun. And you're so far away, you can't get here in time. Ji Hao smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you a shocking secret, but don't be too surprised. Xiao Taohua asked curiously. What secret? Ji Hao was feeling smug and was about to tell Xiao Taohua his secret that he was also a superhuman, but the video call suddenly cut off. What happened? Ji Hao quickly dialed back, only to find that the communication was interrupted. Not only that, the internet was also down, making it impossible to contact Xiao Taohua. Ji Hao took out a special cell phone he had prepared beforehand, which could make satellite calls, but after trying it, he found that he still couldn't get through and didn't know why. Damn it, all that hoarding was for nothing. Ji Hao felt an urge to vomit blood. Just when he was feeling helpless, he discovered that the power had gone out in the safe house. To be precise, the entire neighborhood experienced a power outage. Ji Hao turned on the generator, and power was restored to the safe house. The women were right next to Ji Hao and Xiao Taohua when they were video chatting, and they heard their conversation. Fu Hongmei, as Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin's best friend, was a little anxious. What do we do now? They probably can't hold out much longer, once they run out of bullets. Don't worry, besides guns and bullets, I also left them grenades as a last resort. Ji Hao patted her shoulder and comforted her. But this is still not safe. I'll go there myself. Although it's freezing outside, I should be able to get there within 4 hours. I'm determined to get that black-faced big man's superpower. Fu Hongmei sighed, worried about the safety of Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin, and also worried that if Ji Hao went so far and encountered danger along the way, he would not only fail to save his best friends but also get himself killed. Wouldn't she be devastated? Chapter 105 Old Classmate. Jihao saw through Fu Hongmei's thoughts and comforted her again. Don't worry about me. I've absorbed superpowers before, so even if I encounter someone with superpowers, I can definitely fight them. Besides, I also have the lightning shadow escape technique. If I really can't win, running away is definitely not a problem. In comparison, I'm more worried about you. You must take good care of yourselves while I'm away. Fu Hongmei said. We will. Jihao thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll set off again tomorrow morning. While there's still time today, I'll demonstrate all the functions of the safe house to you again, so you won't be unfamiliar with them. The women all said in unison, Yes. At this moment, Jihao was extremely grateful that he hadn't killed Dufong and Lu Batian directly, but instead used them as practice subjects for Fu Hongmei and the others. Otherwise, with only half a day left, it would have been incredibly tight. After teaching them how to use the safe house, Jihao took out pistols, bullets, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, walkie-talkies, drones, helmets, crossbows, grenades, and other equipment, and handed them over. Especially hand grenades. Jihao didn't have many of these, but he still kept most of them. After all, the power of a grenade is such that even a superhuman cannot ignore it, and it is enough to ensure the safety of the girls. Night. Because Jihao was leaving the next day, the women dressed up in flamboyant and alluring ways, looking like millions of fox spirits. Even the most shy Yanruhua broke with tradition and wore sheer black stockings, paired with a bodycon skirt and stiletto heels, making her beautiful legs appear shapely and long. Her neckline was very low, and Jihao could even see the lace trim of her black lace bra underneath, exuding endless charm. Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, and Song Wanqiu were all wearing cheongsams and high-end pearl necklaces, which made them look even more elegant. The three women had full breasts and perky buttocks, with prominent curves in the front and back. In particular, their mature charm was like that of a ripe pomegranate, alluring and seductive. Whether it's Fu Hongmei, Xiao Yalan, Song Wanqiu, or Yanruhua, they are all voluptuous mature women with elegant and noble temperaments. Each one of them is a gem. Now that Jihao has all four women, if other men knew, they would be extremely envious. In contrast, He Qiaoqian and Yu Shifu are younger, and both women are wearing flight attendant uniforms. He Qiaoqian is 174 centimeters tall, while Yu Shifu is 176 centimeters tall. Both women are tall and graceful. Against the backdrop of their flight attendant uniforms, they exude a cool and aloof demeanor, giving off an air of superiority. The most stunning feature was undoubtedly the two women's long, black-stockinged legs, slender, shapely, and impossibly long. Coupled with the high heels they wore, their legs were truly legs to admire for years. Tonight, the women prepared a huge feast, making everyone's mouths water. But Jihao's attention wasn't on the food. He couldn't help it. The women, all dressed up, were simply too alluring, and their charm was irresistible to him. My wives, you are all so beautiful! Jihao exclaimed. Fu Hongmei said sweetly, If you have any requests, just tell us, and we definitely won't refuse. Jihao's eyes lit up, and he let out a cackling laugh. All right, then I won't be polite. When Jihao stated his request, the women all lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame and anger. I know you're going too far, but this is really going too far. The next day. As soon as it was light, Jihao left the neighborhood alone. He was very careful not to let anyone find out, lest others find out and take advantage of the women in the safe house. Only after getting far away from the residential area did Jihao find a secluded corner, retrieve the heavy truck RV, and get in. I must say, this Madu brand RV is really something else. With plenty of horsepower, a spacious interior, and a smooth and stable ride, it's simply awesome. Driving through the icy and snowy landscape, Jihao was filled with emotion. Looking around, all you could see was a vast expanse of white, not a soul in sight. The temperature was a mere minus 60 degrees Celsius, making it bitterly cold. This is the end times, a desolate wasteland, a world utterly silent, as if you were the only one left, eerily quiet. The car continued forward, and soon Jihao passed the gas station. Fuel is a very precious resource in the apocalypse, and Jihao naturally wouldn't miss it. He parked the car, walked into the gas station, used his supernatural abilities to break open the ground, revealing the oil tank underneath. Seeing that no one was around, he put the oil tank into the Thunder Tower. Back in the car, Xiao continued on his way. If you come across anything good on the way, just take it with you. You two brats, stop right there, or I'll catch you and break your legs. Stop! You bastard, if you dare to run again, your dad will suffer the same fate. A group of men roared in the distance. Xiao looked over and saw several fierce-looking men with weapons chasing after two young men. The two men, one fat and one thin, were running at full speed, but their speed was clearly no match for the group of burly men behind them. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up. Hey, it's them! Xiao recognized the two. The fat guy was his high school classmate, named Wei Xinjin. Because his name sounds like sanitary napkin, the fat man was often ridiculed. He still prefers to be called Fatty. I remember back in high school, Xiao and he had a pretty good relationship. Once, when Xiao was bullied, it was Fatty who stood up for him. After the college entrance examination, Xiao was admitted to a key university, while Fatty failed and was admitted to a prestigious university. He had no choice but to learn auto repair from his father. Despite his cheerful personality, the fat man was actually very insecure. Because of this incident, he felt even more inferior to others, so he stopped contacting his old friends and stopped attending any gatherings. Gradually, everyone's relationship faded away. As for the other skinny guy, nicknamed Biao, he was a classmate from the next class in high school and had a good relationship with the fat guy. He also failed the college entrance exam, so he followed the fat guy's father to learn auto repair, determined to become a senior auto mechanic. In this post-apocalyptic world, to be able to see an old classmate is truly a matter of fate. A slight smile appeared on Jihao's lips as he drove the car over. Meanwhile, Fatty and Biao were being captured by the burly men and were struggling frantically. You two little bastards, you dare to run away? I asked you to help build the camper van, and I won't treat you badly, but you still don't want to. Fine, since you won't listen to reason, then I'll show you how hard my fists are. Boss, I'd be happy to handle this kind of thing. Just as a group of people were about to punch and kick Fatty and Biao, a heavy truck camper van drove up. Its imposing appearance and sleek lines immediately attracted the attention of all the burly men. They captured Fatty and Biao to build a motorhome so they could go out and collect supplies, but given their abilities, it was definitely impossible for them to build a motorhome of that caliber. If we manage to snatch it, it will make traveling much more convenient in the future. Chapter 106 Arrest at the Door. Wow, this vehicle is so imposing! I've lived for over 40 years and this is the first time I've ever seen such an awesome heavy-duty truck RV. We've made a fortune! We've made a fortune! We're so lucky that the RV was delivered to our door. If this were peacetime, we'd definitely buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot. The burly men exchanged glances, their eyes burning with desire, as if the heavy-duty truck camper van already belonged to them. Even Fatty and Biao were incredibly amazed. If they had such a motorhome for protection, how could they have been captured by this group of people? The car door opened, and Xiao stepped out, coldly staring at the several burly men. Fatty and Biao were taken aback, clearly recognizing Xiao. The fat man was quite righteous and quickly shouted, Xiao, let's go! These people have weapons! Biao shouted, Run! Fatty and I will hold them off for you. We'll come back and avenge us when we get a gun. Trying to run? Too late. A group of people rushed over and surrounded Xiao. The burly man at the head of the group raised the steel pipe in his hand and said menacingly, Come on, kid, hand over the key and I might spare your life, otherwise you'll face the consequences. Xiao said expressionlessly, You think you're worthy? Ha! A group of burly men laughed so hard they were doubled over. The burly man at the head of the group had a cold look in his eyes. He stepped forward and said, Idiot, die! He swung the steel pipe and smashed it towards Xiao. Xiao stood still, but a giant lightning hand appeared out of thin air in front of him and grabbed the big man. Xiao clasped his hands together, and the lightning-encrusted hand suddenly clenched tightly in response. Pfft! The burly man was instantly crushed, blood raining down. A ghost! Run! The remaining burly men were terrified and, no longer caring about the RV, immediately ran away.
Trying to escape? Did you get my permission?
Xiao summoned his lightning hand again, this time not to pinch, but to slam it down from above, repeatedly slamming the big man into the snow until he was turned into mincemeat. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was wiped out. The fat man was dumbfounded, and a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on his face.
Howsy, I haven't offended you before, have I? Why did you come back as a vengeful ghost to take my life?
Biao was the same. He was so scared that his legs went weak.
Xiao said speechlessly. Look closely, am I a ghost?
The fat man shook his head blankly.
No. That settles it then.
Xiao smiled and told the two about his awakened superpower, but concealed the secret of Lei Tao. After hearing this, the fat man's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he said with delight,
If you don't mind, I'd like to become your godfather.
Biao chimed in.
Me too.
Xiao.
Hee hee.
Fatty.
Hee hee. Tell me about what happened,
Xiao asked. The fat man sighed and began to talk about recent events. Back then, he and Biao learned auto repair together with their father. Although life was tough, it was fulfilling. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, but then the apocalypse came. At first, they and their colleagues managed to make a living by eating food from nearby convenience stores. But later, a group of thugs broke into the auto repair shop, killed all those who resisted, seized the food, and even wanted the fat guy and his friends to help build a motorhome. The next day, the father found an opportunity to escape with Fatty and Biao, but they were eventually discovered. The father covered their retreat and held off the villains, but was stabbed to death by a flurry of knives. Fortunately, Fatty and Biao escaped and lived a life of hiding from time to time. Just today, the two went out to collect food, but they ran into that group of people. The two tried desperately to escape, but were still caught. If it weren't for Jihao's intervention, they couldn't even imagine what would have happened to them. After hearing this, Jihao sighed deeply. The end times are so cruel. Watching my father die in front of me, and being powerless to do anything about it, is truly a regret. The fat man said.
Howsy, can I ask you for a favor?
Jihao said.
Go ahead.
The fat man clenched his fists, his face contorted with intense anger.
They have accomplices in the repair shop. If you help me get revenge, from now on my life is yours. I'll do whatever you tell me to do.
Sure thing. Jihao agreed, as he needed Fatty and Biao's help with something. I hadn't really considered going out before, thinking that a heavy-duty truck camper van would be enough, but now it seems that it's far from sufficient. After all, heavy-duty RVs also need maintenance and repairs, and during this time, there must be other RVs available for transportation. Anyway, Fatty and Biao are good at their craft, so building a motorhome shouldn't be a problem for them. Let's just have them build a few, and we can give one to Zhao Taohua to get closer to her. Jihao would never forget that Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin's CG Entertainment Company had over 100 artists, including celebrities, models, flight attendants, and so on. Winning over 2 women is equivalent to winning over hundreds of celebrities. Just thinking about it is exciting. Fatty and Biao got into the car and were immediately amazed by the interior. As experts, the two could tell that the RV cost at least tens of millions to build, and it was built before the apocalypse. They couldn't afford it after the apocalypse. It seems that Jihao is doing quite well. Jihao stepped on the gas and drove Fatty and Biao to the nearby Fading Auto Repair Shop. As soon as they arrived at Fading Auto Repair Shop, 4 burly men surrounded them, their faces showing excited and cruel smiles. Wow, it turns out that pie really does fall from the sky. Their team was struggling to convert their vehicle into a camper van when, unexpectedly, a camper van was delivered to their doorstep. Could there be anything better than this?
Hee hee, boss, we've hit the jackpot. Be careful, don't let something unexpected happen.
We're nobody, so we're not afraid of anything. Jihao got out of the car with Fatty and Biao. The man with the hooked nose who was in the lead glanced at them and sneered.
Oh, so it's you guys. You've chosen the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. Since you've given us such a generous gift, I can go easy on you.
The fat man pointed at the hook-nosed man, his voice colder than ever before.
Boss, he's the one who killed my father and helped me get revenge.
Biao said angrily.
Godfather, no, boss, Master Wei is a very good person, But this bastard stabbed him more than a dozen times. You must not let him die too easily, otherwise it will be too easy for him. They dare to talk big even when they're about to die. Go get them and kill them, the hook-nosed man ordered. 3 henchmen stepped forward, wielding daggers and steel pipes, their faces filled with cruelty. A bunch of trash. Xiao summoned a giant lightning hand, slammed it together, and with a soft poof, crushed one of the burly men. The other 2 burly men were terrified and tried to run, but how could they possibly outrun Xiao? With 2 soft popping sounds, the 2 men were also crushed. Of the 4, only the man with the hooked nose remained. Who are you? The hook-nosed man's voice trembled. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. Chapter 107 Boss, you really understand me? Xiao didn't answer the hook-nosed man's question. Instead, he rushed over and landed several punches, making the man scream in pain and lose the ability to resist. Xiao picked up the dagger from the ground and threw it to the fat man, saying, "It's yours now." The fat man took the dagger and said sincerely, "Thank you, boss." The hook-nosed man trembled and begged the fat man for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong before. Please spare my life. I'll do anything you ask." The fat man raised an eyebrow. "Really?" A hint of resentment surfaced deep in the hook-nosed man's eyes, but he said sincerely, Really, I'll agree to any conditions you set." "Fine, then hand over your life, you bastard, die." The fat man's face was cold and ruthless as he stabbed the hook-nosed man repeatedly, drawing blood. His movements were so gentle that the hook-nosed man suffered immense pain. Finally, after 36 stabs, the hook-nosed man was completely dead. The fat man knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dad, I've finally avenged you." After the fat man calmed down, Xiao asked, "What are your plans for the future?" The fat man said, "If you don't mind, we'll follow you." "Okay," Xiao said. "I'd like you to help me build a few RVs, is that alright?" No problem, but firstly, this place isn't very safe, and secondly, there's no food. I'm willing but unable to help," the fat man said, scratching his head sheepishly. "As long as you're willing, leave the rest to me." Xiao got into the car and unloaded a large pile of food. "Before the apocalypse, I built a safe house. It's very big and not far from here. There's plenty of food inside, more than we can eat. I'll go back and bring it over for you later." Fatty and Abiao exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. They were hiding and going to war, suffering from hunger and cold. Look at Xiao, he lives in a safe house and drives a heavy truck campervan. That's what enjoying life is all about. As for security, that's not a problem either. I've rented a warehouse and stored a lot of materials, including those for building safe houses and auto repair shops. I'll transport them all over for you. We'll reinforce the repair shop's break room and turn it into a simple safe house. Unless someone has superpowers, they definitely won't be able to break in," Xiao said. "In addition, I have some secret weapons that I'm sure you'll be interested in." Upon hearing this, the fat man became interested. "What secret weapon?" Xiao got into the car, quietly took out a batch of equipment from the radar tower, put it into 3 large boxes, and then carried the boxes off the train and placed them in front of Fatty and Abiao. "Open it and take a look, but don't be too surprised," Xiao said with a mysterious smile. The 2 opened the 3 boxes and their eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap! Holy crap! Pistols, crossbows, bullets, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, drones, walkie-talkies, surveillance equipment, grenades. These are all top-quality items," Xiao said. "With these things added, your safety should be fine, right?" "Of course, no problem." The fat man picked up a grenade, weighed it lightly, and grinned. "With this thing around, let alone ordinary people, even superhumans wouldn't feel good if they got hit by one," Xiao cautioned. "If you're using grenades against superhumans, you have to catch them off guard to be effective. Otherwise, if they're prepared, you won't be able to hit them, because superhumans have an extremely keen sense of danger, which is incomparable to ordinary people," the fat man said. "Okay, I'll be careful. Wait for me here. I'll go back and bring you food, auto repair materials, equipment for building a safe house, and daily necessities," Xiao said, getting into the car. After leaving the repair shop, Xiao took out the things he needed from the RV and put them in the carport.
He waited for a while before returning to the repair shop. It took 2 trips to transport all the necessary supplies. Soon, the 3 of them got to work. They first reinforced the repair shop to prevent unauthorized entry. As for the tools and materials needed, such as steel pipes, steel plates, welding machines, etc., the repair shop has them. If that's not enough, Xiao's supplies also include them. Using tools like welding machines naturally requires electricity. Not to mention that Xiao is a lightning ability user. Even the repair shop has generators, but they lack fuel, which Xiao happens to have. In addition, Xiao also plans to leave behind a batch of large batteries, which he had fully charged in advance using his lightning powers. With the batteries, it will be easier to use electricity in the future. After reinforcing the auto repair shop, the next step is to build a simple safe house. The rest area isn't very big, so it wouldn't be too difficult to convert it into a simple safe house. Xiao welded 2 layers of steel plates onto the walls of the lounge, making it extremely defensive. The door to the lounge has also been replaced with a blast door, which is 30 centimeters thick and cannot be blasted open even by a hand grenade. Xiao had previously received so many containers filled with all sorts of supplies, so naturally there was no shortage of explosion-proof doors. Furthermore, there are firing holes in the door, so if the enemy comes, you can use a crossbow or pistol to shoot them and ensure your safety. Xiao installed the surveillance equipment so he could observe the outside world at any time. When there's nothing else to do, drones can also be used for patrols. In the lounge, Xiao left 8 heaters to keep warm, so they could use 4 at a time in rotation. Anyway, there were plenty of large batteries, so there was no need to worry about electricity. As for various daily necessities, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, induction cookers, cotton clothes, quilts, etc., are naturally plentiful. In addition to cooked food, Xiao left some ingredients in the food, so the 2 of them could cook for themselves if they were bored. Anyway, there's no shortage of kitchen utensils. Besides pots and pans, there are everything from induction cookers and air fryers to microwave ovens and bread makers. The fat man took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Damn, I've never enjoyed this kind of life even in peacetime. Boss, you're awesome!" Biao said happily. "As expected of the boss, I'll follow you from now on." "This is nothing, I have something even better for you," Xiao said, taking 2 computers out of the car. "Turn them on and take a look." The fat man connected the computer to the battery, turned it on, and was immediately overjoyed. Although the internet is now offline, their computers contain a large number of movies, TV series, and single-player games, enough to keep them entertained for a while. The fat man gave a thumbs up. "Boss, you've really thought of everything." Xiao shook his head. "You guys underestimate me too much. Come on, open that folder called Study Materials on Drive E and take a look." The fat man did as he was told, and he and Biao immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap!" Doll's sister, Ms. Siko Matsushita, Ms. Aoi, Ms. Hata, Ms. Arina Hashimoto, Ms. Miko Ohashi, Ms. Yua Mikami, Ms. Ayaka Kawakita. The fat man patted Xiao on the shoulder and gave him a lewd smile. "You're the one who understands me best, boss," Biao excitedly said. "Boss, why don't I become your godfather?" Chapter 108 Twin Flowers. "That's not all, I have an even more exciting gift for you, you wait and see." Xiao got into the heavy truck camper van and unloaded 2 very large boxes. The fat man asked curiously, "What's inside?" Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, "Why don't you open it and see for yourself?" Fatty and Biao opened the box, and their eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap! Sex dolls?" It's still their favorite, the Siko Matsushita style. The dolls are not only made of high-quality materials, but they also look very good, almost indistinguishable from real people, and even their weight is about the same. Fatty and Biao were practically kneeling before Xiao. The previous short videos were just for watching, but these sex dolls were something you could actually operate. They were on a completely different level. "Boss, if you need any errands in the future, just give me the order. Don't treat me like a human, treat me like a donkey." As the fat man spoke, his eyes were fixed on the doll. If Xiao and Biao hadn't been there, he would have wanted to take matters into his own hands right away. Biao said, "Boss, the safe house is finished. Now it's time to help you convert it into a camper van. Tell me your requirements." Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and stated his requirements. When transporting supplies earlier, Xiao also transported a lot of tools and materials that the repair shop didn't have. With these tools and materials, building a motorhome becomes much easier. After stating his request, Xiao asked, "By the way, are there any Mado brand trams here?" The fat man nodded. "Yes," Xiao said. "Then let's modify all of them using Mado brand trams." "Okay." The fat man understood Xiao's thoughts. The Mado brand electric vehicle has an advantage. The battery is easy and quick to remove. Anyway, Xiao has no shortage of various large batteries. If he puts more on the RV, the range will be incredibly strong. After explaining everything, Xiao was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something, took out his walkie-talkie, and contacted Fu Hongmei. The walkie-talkie was specially made with an effective range of 10 kilometers. Since the distance between Xingfu community and the repair shop was not far, they were able to make contact. Xiao told Fu Hongmei about the car repair shop and also arranged for her to meet Fatty and a Biao so that if one of them were in trouble, the other could provide quick support. Of course, Xiao was still cautious and only told Fu Hongmei the location of the repair shop, without telling Fatty the location of Fu Hongmei. Although Xiao trusted the fat man, it was always better to be cautious. After leaving the repair shop, Xiao continued on his way. He encountered two groups of robbers who wanted to rob Xiao, but with his powerful superpowers, he easily killed them and also took their supplies. As Xiao traveled, he discovered that all the places he passed through were without power and internet. Based on his guess, the entire Dahai city might have fallen. In other words, from now on, we will enter a true apocalypse, with no electricity, no internet, no communication, no food, only extreme cold of -60 degrees Celsius, making people shiver all over. For ordinary people, surviving is extremely difficult. A piece of bread or a packet of instant noodles is enough to make them fight or abandon their personal dignity. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Xiao anymore. At this point, after a long journey, he had approached CG Entertainment Company. Inside the company, Zhao Taohua, Bai Yaoqin, and their group were confronting a dark-faced man. The dark-faced man held up a thick security door to protect himself from the other party's gun. Although he is a healing-type ability user, and would not die even if shot, and would be completely recovered the next day, it would naturally be best if he could avoid injury. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin looked grim. They were almost out of bullets and only had one grenade left. But the dark-faced man in front of them was like an unkillable cockroach. Even when they used grenades to blast him until he was covered in blood, he still couldn't die, which made them very tired. The dark-faced man said arrogantly, "Weren't you going to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? I bet you're running out of bullets. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and I might be a little gentler. Otherwise, once I capture you, I'll show you what I'm capable of." "Get lost!" Zhao Taohua shouted angrily and fired a shot at the dark-faced man. The bullet struck the security door with a soft thud. The dark-faced man didn't take it seriously and mocked. "Come on, keep shooting. If you can't kill me today, I'll make you call me daddy tonight." Zhao Taohua was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Just as she was about to use the last grenade, Bai Yaoqin stopped her. "Don't be impulsive. This is our last resort. Don't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary." Bai Yaoqin's voice was cold, and her face was expressionless, but she was actually very nervous inside. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for them, and it won't be easy for them to get everyone out of this predicament together. The dark-faced man secretly regretted that he had prepared to dodge, but Zhao Taohua hadn't thrown the grenade. It's true that the dark-faced man has regenerative abilities, but if he's severely injured by a grenade and then pierced through vital organs by bullets, he will still die. That's why he escaped so many times. According to his plan, as long as he could trick the enemy into using their last grenade, he would then escape despite his serious injuries. Once they recover tomorrow, it will be their death day. Unfortunately, the other party didn't fall for it. The dark-faced man's expression was grim as he pondered a solution. At this moment, a tall, mature woman behind Zhao Taohua whispered, "Sister Zhao, this can't go on. In my opinion, we should surrender. With an ability user as our backer, the safety of our sisters will be guaranteed." The tall, mature woman's name is Xiao Huayu. She is 176 centimeters tall and works as a leg model. She has stunningly beautiful features, flowing hair, and a tall, curvaceous figure, especially her incredibly long legs. If she wore black stockings and high heels, she would drive any man crazy. When she first came to the company as a leg model, she stood out from many beauties in just 1 month and became the company's rising star. She even signed a long-term contract and became quite famous online. But now it's the end of the world, so even if you're a newcomer that the company is heavily promoting, it's useless. If you dare to say something like, "Surrender," Zhao Taohua will immediately turn on you and glare at you angrily. I don't care if you want to find someone else to back you up or leave the company, but surrendering to this person is absolutely unacceptable. He killed several of our sisters, and I must get my revenge. If you become an accomplice to evil, then you are my enemy. Zhao Taohua's eyes seemed to spit fire, and her voice was filled with endless coldness. But Xiao Huayu wanted to say something more. Shut up! Zhao Taohua snapped. Beside her, Xiao Huayu's younger sister, Xiao Huaixue, said, Sister Zhao, the deceased are gone. We who are alive should strive to live on. If there were an ability user in the team to protect us, wouldn't that be beneficial for everyone? Why are you refusing? Are you used to being the leader and don't want to be overshadowed? But we want to live. Zhao Taohua was furious and shouted, Shut up! I don't care if you want to be someone else's plaything, but I will never surrender, never! Xiao Huaixue and Xiao Huayu exchanged a glance, both of their eyes flashing with cold light. The next moment, the two acted with lightning speed, trying to snatch the guns from Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing's hands. Chapter 109 Exciting. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing never expected that these two sisters would dare to snatch the gun. Before they knew it, the gun had been taken from them. Don't move! Xiao Huayu and Xiao Huaixue pointed their guns at Zhao Taohua and her group. Meanwhile, Zhao Taohua's trusted confidants behind her all aimed 10 crossbows at Xiao Huayu and Xiao Huaixue. Now that things had come to this, Zhao Taohua calmed down, took out a magazine, and said in a cold voice, There are only 3 bullets in the 2 guns combined. The rest of the bullets are with me. If you have the guts, then shoot. My 10 crossbows are not to be trifled with. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Xiao Huayu and Xiao Huaixue had extremely gloomy faces. As Zhao Taohua said, they could fire their guns, but if they were injured by the enemy's crossbow, given the current medical conditions, it would be no different from dying. The two betrayed Zhao Taohua because they wanted a better life, not because they wanted to die. Put down your crossbows, let's all join forces with the superhumans, and live a good life from now on, isn't that great? Xiao Huayu said to the women carrying crossbows. Sister Zhao only cares about being the eldest sister and doesn't care about your feelings at all. Why continue to work for her? This world will eventually become the domain of those with superpowers. The only way out is to join forces with them, said Xiao Huaixue, the younger sister. She is also a leg model, tall and slender at 175 centimeters, with long, thin legs. Standing with her sister Xiao Huayu, they form a beautiful sight. Zhao Taohua gripped the grenade tightly in her hand and sneered. Becoming someone else's plaything, is this the good life you're talking about? The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, either willing to yield. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! The dark-faced man clapped his hands in high spirits. He hadn't expected such a surprise. He looked at the two sisters with a lewd expression. From today onwards, you are my women, you Wendong's women. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Xiao Huayu smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, brother you. Xiao Huaixue winked and said, Brother you, I'm a leg model. I often take selfies, and I'm pretty good at it. Once I've won over those two bitches, Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing, I'll personally film short videos for you too, okay? Haha, great idea. Yu Wendong laughed heartily, staring at Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing's voluptuous figures with extremely fiery eyes. He prefers voluptuous mature women, who are much more charming than those naive young girls. But before the apocalypse, Yu Wendong was just a street sweeper, belonging to the bottom of society, and had no chance to play with top-quality women. But after the apocalypse, he awakened his superpowers and became a superior person. The thought of conquering sexy beauties like Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing drove him wild with excitement.
Here, give me the guns, then step back to a safe distance. I'll take care of the rest. Yu Wendong held out his hands to the two sisters. Qiu Huaiyu and Qiu Huaixue nodded at the same time, slowly backed away with their guns, and came to Yu Wendong's side, about to hand the guns to him. Zhao Taohua panicked. If the gun fell into Yu Wendong's hands, they would have no chance of survival. The only option now is to fight. Zhao Taohua was about to use her last grenade. Even if it didn't kill Yu Wendong, she wanted to kill the two sisters, Qiu Huaiyu and Qiu Huaixue, who had betrayed her, and take them with her on her journey. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from outside. Hey, it's getting lively. Looks like I've arrived just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome young man walked over. It was Ji Hao. Zhao Taohua was overjoyed, but then her face showed worry. Be careful, they have guns, and the other party is a recovery-type ability user. Ji Hao scoffed. Just a nobody. Yu Wendong said coldly. Boy, who are you? Ji Hao said calmly. Dead men are not worthy of knowing my name. How dare you? You really think you're invincible? Today I'll show you what a superhuman is like, Yu Wendong said with a sinister look in his eyes. No rush, we can talk about our business later. Let me kill these two sisters first. Ji Hao looked at Qiu Huaiyu and Qiu Huaixue. He remembered the two sisters. He had come to CG Entertainment to deliver weapons and equipment to Zhao Taohua and happened to run into them. He had even secretly taken a picture of their legs. But to everyone's surprise, the two of them have now become traitors. As Ji Hao approached step by step, the two sisters panicked. For some reason, even though Ji Hao wasn't carrying a gun, they felt an invisible pressure. Die! Qiu Huaiyu's face turned cold. Although he knew there weren't many bullets left in the gun, he still pulled the trigger. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin shouted at the same time. Watch out! The amazing thing is that, even though the bullet didn't miss, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Undeterred, Qiu Huaiyu pulled the trigger again. However, the bullet still disappeared. The younger sister, Qiu Huaixue, was not idle either. She fired a bullet from her pistol, and she even aimed it at Ji Hao's head, intending to blow his head off. But obviously, the result was the same. All the bullets were absorbed into Ji Hao's invisible tower gate. How could this be? How could this be? Qiu Huaiyu looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her face turned deathly pale, and she involuntarily took a few steps back, putting distance between herself and Ji Hao. Qiu Huaixue's eyes widened, and suddenly she realized something, shouting, I know, you're also a superhuman, right? Ji Hao smiled and said, Not bad, looks like you're not so stupid after all. Zhao Taohua, Bai Yaoqin, and their group all breathed a sigh of relief, followed by overwhelming joy. Although Yu Wendong is not afraid of guns, he can still be injured if he is hit. In comparison, Ji Hao is even more impressive, making the bullets disappear completely. With him around, this whole affair is practically over. Kid, what kind of superhuman are you? Yu Wendong gritted his teeth in hatred. This unexpected troublemaker had appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that getting his hands on Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin wouldn't be so easy. Ji Hao said jokingly, If you kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and call me Grandpa, I might tell you. You bastard, die! Yu Wendong's eyes turned cold as he attacked. He swung the security door in his hand and smashed it hard at Ji Hao. Ji Hao summoned a giant hand of lightning, which slammed the security door into the floor with a bang. Yu Wendong was only surprised for a moment before he quickly attacked, rushing in front of Ji Hao and punching him in the chest. He completely disregarded defense and wanted to take down Ji Hao by trading injury for injury. For Yu Wendong, who is a recovery-type ability user, exchanging injuries with Ji Hao would be a huge win. Ji Hao knew what Yu Wendong was thinking, so he didn't give him any chance and used his lightning escape technique to retreat to a distance. At the same time, lightning flashed in Ji Hao's hand, transforming into a lightning sword, which he slashed out from a distance. Pfft! Yu Wendong was struck by the blow, and blood flowed freely. Chapter 110 Thor's Wrath. Yu Wendong immediately activated his supernatural ability, and the area where he was injured began to slowly recover. However, the lightning power that had invaded his body was not so easy to deal with. It would take more time. You're clearly a lightning-type ability user, so how did you manage to make the bullets disappear?
Yu Wendong was very puzzled. Want to know? I won't tell you. Xiao raised his thunder sword again, unleashing streaks of sword energy from a distance. Each dish was as thick as a bowl, crisscrossing and surging, heading straight for Yu Wendong. Now prepared, Yu Wendong dodged left and right, constantly avoiding the incoming sword energy, while striding forward, wanting to exchange injuries with Xiao. Xiao wouldn't let Yu Wendong have his way. Every time Yu Wendong charged at him, he would use his lightning shadow escape to retreat to a distance before launching a ranged attack. In an instant, sword energy and lightning intertwined, leaving Yu Wendong covered in blood and forced to retreat step by step. If an ordinary superhuman were to suffer such severe injuries, they would probably have lost their fighting ability long ago. But for Yu Wendong, it was no big deal at all. With his superpower activated, his wounds healed continuously, like an unkillable cockroach. Even a healing-type ability user can't heal indefinitely. I'd like to see how long you can last. Xiao continued his attacks, leaving more wounds on Yu Wendong's body. Yu Wendong was very frustrated. Xiao was proficient in movement techniques and was extremely fast. You couldn't get close to him at all, so he couldn't trade blows. He needs to consume alien energy to heal his wounds. After fighting for so long, he has very little alien energy left in his body. If he continues, he will only die. Yu Wendong was decisive. He turned and ran. Trying to run? No way. Xiao saw that Yu Wendong was exhausted, so he strode forward and unleashed a lightning-fast strike. Boom! A giant hand of lightning fell from above, slamming into Yu Wendong and slamming him into the floor. Ah! Yu Wendong let out a scream. The pain was excruciating, and he felt as if his internal organs had shifted. He quickly activated his superpower, trying to recover, but Xiao wouldn't give him the chance. Bang! Another lightning-fast hand struck down, the enormous dark blue palm print resembling the Buddha's palm, not only breaking Yu Wendong's bones but also leaving a deep palm print on the ground. Yu Wendong coughed up large amounts of blood, his breath became weak, and he kept begging for mercy. Bang! Bang! Xiao, of course, would not let Yu Wendong off the hook. He unleashed 2 more lightning strikes, leaving Yu Wendong a bloody mess and killing him completely. Xiao Taohua by Yaoqin and their group breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Qiu Huaiyu and Qiu Huaixue were pale and trembling, already able to imagine their fate. The 2 sisters' eyes sharpened as they suddenly saw a hazy light emanating from Yu Wendong's body. They wondered if absorbing this light would awaken some supernatural abilities. Without hesitation, the 2 rushed to Yu Wendong's corpse, covered their hands with the light, and tried to absorb it. No matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain and had no effect. Do you know why I didn't stop you? Xiao mocked. Because ordinary people can't absorb superpowers at all. Only superpowered individuals can. Slap. Slap. Xiao slapped each of the sisters. You self-righteous fools, you'd better watch out for what's coming next. He reached out and placed his hand on Yu Wendong, and the misty light was immediately absorbed by him and disappeared. A moment later, Xiao's aura became noticeably stronger. He could feel that he had become stronger, and had also gained a skill. The Wrath of Thor. This move consumes a lot of alien energy, but its power is also enormous. It can summon a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Xiao stepped outside and shouted loudly, Thor's Wrath! Boom! A fierce bolt of lightning struck, thicker than Xiao's thigh, instantly splitting a car in 2, a truly terrifying sight. The women watched from a distance, feeling as if they couldn't breathe. This is a true superhuman, many times stronger than Yu Wendong. Sister Peach Blossom, Sister Yaoqin, are you alright? Xiao came to the 2 women's side and asked with concern. Xiao Taohua smiled charmingly. It's a good thing you arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao said, Next time you encounter trouble, be sure to tell me sooner, otherwise I will be heartbroken for the rest of my life if something happens. Xiao Taohua pouted, her eyes filled with resentment. Who told you not to tell me the secret of awakening your superpower? I kept it from you because I was worried about your safety. Xiao was speechless. Thinking about it, he realized it was indeed Xiao's fault. Bai Yaoqin laughed and said, Forget it, it's all in the past. We were able to get through this crisis thanks to your help.
I'll introduce you to some beautiful women later, you won't be disappointed.
Xiao stared at Bai Yaoqing's dignified and elegant face, as well as her voluptuous and stunning figure, and joked.
There's no need to introduce any beauties. Sister Yaoqing, you have a full figure and are full of charm. You're even prettier than a big star. Why don't you? I'm your sister, what are you thinking?
Bai Yaoqing glared at Xiao, exuding charm.
Zhao Taohua said, Good brother, I'll deal with the two traitors first, and then we can catch up later.
After saying that, she walked towards Xiao Huaiyu and Xiao Huaixue.
Sister Zhao, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once. Besides, if we hadn't stalled for time, we wouldn't have been able to get help. Yes, we have generated a lot of revenue for the company, so we have done the company a favor. Please let us off this time.
The two women knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Taohua showed no mercy, kicking them both to the ground and scolding them in a delicate voice.
You two traitors! Back then, you offended people in the underworld and were desperate, so you came to me for help. I paid a considerable price to protect you, and this is how you repay me?
Xiao Huaiyu had already realized that Zhao Taohua would never let the two sisters go, so she simply went all out and angrily cursed.
Zhao Taohua, how dare you talk to me like that? You're no better yourself. You're almost old enough to be my mother, yet you're still trying to seduce young people. What, are they superhumans, strong and healthy, and able to satisfy you? You!
Zhao Taohua was so angry she couldn't speak. Jihao stepped forward and gently put his arm around Zhao Taohua's soft, boneless waist. He looked at Xiao Huaiyu with disdain and said,
It seems you still don't understand men. Compared to those naive young girls, I actually prefer a voluptuous and mature woman like Sister Taohua. She has a lot more charm.
Zhao Taohua was overjoyed and did not reject Jihao's affectionate behavior.
I heard you guys often take selfies and have pretty good photography skills. Coincidentally, my photography skills are pretty good too. Next, let me take some good pictures of you.
Zhao Taohua took out her phone and checked it. It still had half battery left, which should be enough.
Jihao, stunned, asked, Sister Peach Blossom, you mean?
Chapter 111 Shock from Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing.
Zhao Taohua smiled and said, That's right, I'll give you these two beautiful sisters. Do whatever you want with them, don't be shy.
With so many women watching, Jihao still had his pride, so he deliberately scratched his head and declined, saying,
This isn't appropriate. Since you're unwilling, then forget it.
Zhao Taohua instructed Bai Yaoqing, who was standing to the side.
Yaoqing, go outside and see if you can find a man to bring back so that the two sisters can have some fun.
Jihao said impatiently.
Wait, why bother? Let me do it. Helping others is one of my good qualities. Okay, Zhao Taohua said. Let's go to the inner room.
Jihao was thrilled. He picked up the two sisters, one in each arm, and followed Zhao Taohua into the room. Much later, Zhao Taohua grabbed her phone and fled in a panic. Inside the room, only Jihao, Xiao Huaiyu, and Xiao Huaixue remained. Xiao Huaiyu, her eyes alluring, said sweetly,
Young Master Ji, you're amazing. I'm your woman now, so you have to treat me well.
Jihao said,
Okay.
Xiao Huaiyu was overjoyed, thinking to herself that she and her sister were indeed very charming, even able to win over a superhuman. She continued,
Zhao Taohua is a bitch. Don't be fooled by her smiling face. She hates you to death. Because once you come, you will definitely become CG's boss, and she can only be number 2. She's so upset. You must be careful, lest she secretly try to harm you.
Jihao said,
Okay.
Xiao Huaixue suggested,
Why don't we strike first and get rid of her and Bai Yaoqing? You can be the boss, and we can be your deputies. Together, we'll turn the company into CG's base and live like gods. What do you say?
Jihao said,
Okay.
The two women cheered inwardly, thinking to themselves,
So what if you have superpowers? You're still a fool. You got carried away the moment you slept with us.
That's good too. With a superhuman as a henchman, they can do whatever they want.
Xiao Huaiyu asked impatiently, When do we make our move? No rush, Jihao said. Before that, I'd like to borrow something from you.
Xiao Huaiyu asked,
What is it? Your lives.
Jihao's eyes flashed with a cold light. The two women trembled, sensing something was wrong, and tried to run away, but Jihao had already reached out his hands, one in each hand, and grabbed their necks. Goodbye! With a final, forceful cry, 2 sharp cracks rang out, and the 2 instantly perished. Jihao threw their bodies into the hall. This is what will happen to anyone who wants to be a traitor. Jihao learned about their situation from Xiao Tahua and Bai Yaoqing. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, they managed to survive for a while thanks to the supplies they had stockpiled in advance. However, the company had too many people, over 100, and the food was gradually running out. Some of the women went out to collect supplies, encountered danger, and never returned. Others left voluntarily to find new refuge camps. Some time passed like this, until Yu Wendong arrived. During the confrontation with Yu Wendong, more women left, and a very few even went to Yu Wendong, wanting to become his women. As a result, these people suffered terribly, being tormented beyond recognition by Yu Wendong. It wasn't until Jihao took action today that their troubles were finally resolved. Today, the company has only about 50 employees left, and due to several major battles, the company building has developed several cracks that cannot be repaired. Zhao Taohua wants to move, but given the current situation, where can she go? By the way, on my way here, I passed by a large shopping mall with a lot of supplies inside. Wait a moment, I'll go and bring them back, Jihao said. Zhao Taohua asked. What kind of luck are you using? Jihao said. I have a heavy-duty RV as big as a bus, which can carry a lot of things. Beside her, Bai Yaoqing became interested. Can I take a look? Okay, please wait a moment. Jihao ran outside the company, and seeing that no one was watching, took the heavy truck camper van out of the turret, and stuffed a lot of supplies inside. When the heavy-duty RV was driven into the company, everyone was astonished. Its imposing appearance and sleek lines instantly captured the hearts of all women. With a motorhome like this, going out to collect supplies will definitely not be a problem. Zhao Taohua's beautiful eyes sparkled. Good little brother, how many surprises are you going to give me? Get in the car and take a look. Jihao invited Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing. The 2 women got into the car, and a wave of warmth washed over them. Looking inside, the interior was more luxurious than a 5-star hotel, creating a stark contrast with the snowy landscape outside, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Bai Yaoqing asked curiously. You must have created it before the apocalypse, right? Not bad, Jihao whispered. I'll let you 2 sisters in on a secret. You can take a hot shower in the car. The 2 women were astonished, thinking they must try it that night. Oh right, I also brought you some gifts. Jihao took down the supplies, which included food, large storage batteries, heaters, and various weapons and equipment. Zhao Taohua exclaimed. I don't know how to thank you enough. How about this? I'll give you a gift tonight too. I'm sure you'll like it. Jihao's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously. What gift? Zhao Taohua said mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. Okay. Jihao didn't hesitate for long. There are a lot of large batteries and heaters here. Take them and use them. Don't be shy. I'm a lightning-type ability user. Forcibly injecting electricity into the batteries is just a matter of a moment. The 2 women exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't known that lightning-based superpowers could be used in this way. Amazing! In other words, as long as Jihao is around, there will never be a lack of power. This superpower is simply amazing. I need to go outside to transport supplies. Before that, you guys put away your weapons and equipment. That should be enough to protect yourselves. Jihao opened 3 large crates containing sniper rifles, pistols, bullets, crossbows, bulletproof vests, grenades. Compared to the equipment Jihao gave last time, this time there is much more. If they encounter a non-offensive ability user like Yu Wendong, it can hold out for a while until he returns. Jihao was willing to treat the 2 women so well not only because they had a good relationship, but also because there were 50 stunningly beautiful women in the company, all of whom were fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. The twin sisters that Zhao Taohua had given him before were already considered beauties, but among all the women, they were only of average quality. He couldn't even imagine what kind of life he could live if he could take them all. Damn, just thinking about it gets me excited. You must be hungry. Let's distribute the food to everyone first to fill our stomachs. When I come back from the mall, I'll definitely bring back more food, Jihao said, pointing to a large pile of food. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqi naturally had no objections and immediately called on the women to start distributing food. Two starving women, however, disregarded everything and began to snatch the food. Chapter 112: A Big Gift. Sister Xiao, I've generated so much profit for the company, it's only fair that I get a bigger share, right? I used to be a top-tier actress with countless fans. If you just give me more food, I'll definitely film more movies and make a lot of money for the company after the apocalypse ends. Anyway, we have Pusheen as our donkey, and we're not short of food. If we run out, we can just send him out to search for more. He's a lightning ability user, so he won't be in any danger. That's right. Men are born to protect women, it's their inherent responsibility. Putting aside the facts, don't men bear even a fraction of the responsibility for the end times? The two women, one with an innocent and pure appearance, and the other with a seductive and alluring look, were frantically fighting over the food, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Zhao Taohua's eyes blazed with fury. She picked up her pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and both women were stunned, staring at Zhao Taohua in disbelief. Put the food down! Zhao Taohua shouted sternly. Sister Xiao, there's plenty of food here, why won't you let me touch it? I'm starving! The innocent-looking woman complained. The glamorous woman also said, Sister Xiao, we deserve some credit for your becoming the eldest sister. You can't be ungrateful. Zhao Taohua said coldly. I didn't say I wouldn't give you any, but you can only take one share. And starting tomorrow, everyone must take turns going out to collect supplies, and you two are no exception. Upon hearing this, both the glamorous woman and the innocent woman felt as if the sky had fallen and immediately objected. Why should we women have to suffer when there are men around? This is what he should be doing. I felt cold and angry, and tears fell uncontrollably. Why do we women always have to bear most of the suffering in this world? In peacetime, we are bullied by men, and in the end times, we are bullied by men even more. When will we women be able to stand up? The two women looked indignant, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Idiots! Zhao Taohua sneered repeatedly, pointed the gun at them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, and the two fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, unable to believe until their dying breath that Zhao Taohua dared to shoot them. Anyone who doesn't want to go out and collect supplies can leave now, and I won't stop them. But if they keep arguing, that's what will happen to them. Zhao Taohua's cold gaze swept over the women one by one. No one stepped forward. Just kidding, with Jihao as a powerful ally now, only a fool would choose to leave. Very good. Zhao Taohua nodded. Since you don't want to leave, then let's divide the food. One portion for each person, and no fighting over it. After that, everything was in good order, and no one dared to loot the food anymore. Jihao then got into the heavy-duty RV, started the engine, and went to what he called the shopping mall. After the car drove away, Jihao looked around and, seeing that no one was watching, put a large amount of supplies into the vehicle and drove the RV back to the company. When Zhao Taohua called for people to move the supplies, she discovered that in addition to food and various daily necessities, the vehicle also contained many large batteries and heaters. She was immediately overjoyed. With plenty of batteries and a heater, she would no longer be afraid of the cold. Jihao gave a brief explanation, saying that there was a heater specialty store in the mall, so he took all the heaters with him. On his way back, he happened to pass by a battery factory, so naturally he couldn't let it go. Zhao Taohua was very happy and repeatedly thanked Jihao, saying that she would find someone to accompany him to help move the supplies. Jihao didn't want to expose Leida's secret, so he made up a reason to refuse. After making several trips, Jihao brought back a large amount of supplies. They have everything they need: food, daily necessities, and clothing. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin couldn't help but sigh. Jihao was truly their lucky star, saving their lives and providing them with supplies. They didn't know how to thank him enough. Night. The group had a gathering. With Yuandong's matter resolved and ample supplies in place, the women were in high spirits, having enough to eat and wear. During the dinner party, they frequently winked at Jihao and sent him flirtatious glances. 10 heaters were placed in the hall, driving away the chill and bringing warmth. Anyway, there are plenty of batteries, and Jihao is a lightning-type ability user who can recharge infinitely. Therefore, before Jihao leaves, everyone doesn't need to worry about electricity at all and can do whatever they want. Since the apocalypse, this was the first time the women had felt warmth, and they felt as if they were in a dream. Previously, they were not only worried about not having enough to eat or wear, but also about being captured by Yu Wendong and tortured to death. Now, all their troubles are gone, and they have Jihao, an ability user, by their side who can protect them. Is there anything better than this? With the heaters on, the hall was not cold at all. On the contrary, it made people sweat profusely. The women simply took off their coats, revealing their beautiful, curvaceous figures. Each one was shapely and graceful. Some women are quite daring, wearing only a tank top with a very low neckline. Jihao could easily see the black lace-trimmed bra underneath with just a glance. After we finished eating, it was completely dark. Some women went onto the dance floor and swayed their bodies to the music. Jihao was dazzled. As artists under CG Entertainment, they not only had top-notch figures and looks, but their dancing skills were also unparalleled. If he could win them all over, his life would be, hee. Xiao Taohua invited Jihao to dance on the dance floor. Jihao, of course, didn't hold back. He reached out and wrapped his arm around the mature woman's slender waist, taking full advantage of her. Since the apocalypse, the women have been feeling incredibly depressed. Now that they can finally release their pent-up emotions, they have no inhibitions and are having a blast. Since Jihao was the only man present, and he was one of their own, plus everyone wanted to curry favor with him, there was even less reason to be cautious. In short, Jihao had a feast for the eyes. After the dinner, Jihao returned to his room. He was exhausted from the day and was just about to rest when Xiao Taohua found him. "Good little brother, I told you before that I would give you a big gift. Come with me, I promise you won't be disappointed." Xiao Taohua leaned against the door, a charming smile on her face, her voice soft and seductive, making one's heart burn with desire. "All right, I'd like to see what tricks you can pull." Jihao followed Xiao Taohua upstairs. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xiao Taohua's slender waist and rounded hips swayed dramatically as she walked, making her look alluring, sexy, and incredibly seductive. Jihao cursed under his breath, calling her a vixen. "Damn it, I'll be exorcising demons and monsters sooner or later." Xiao Taohua led Jihao to the company's dance studio, a sly smile playing on her lips, and said in a seductive voice, "Don't be too surprised." As she spoke, she pushed the door open. Chapter 113 Tianhong Refuge Camp. Inside the dance studio, the heaters provided extra warmth. Jihao glanced around and saw 12 beautiful women dressed in sexy outfits, each one different. Cheongsam dance wear, office lady uniform, yoga wear, flight attendant uniform. They were all exceptionally beautiful, tall, graceful, with curvaceous figures, exquisite makeup, fair skin, and stunning charm. Jihao was quite surprised. No wonder some women left in a hurry after the dinner, they had gone to get ready. Jihao noticed that the 12 beauties had extremely well-proportioned limbs, and their height and leg length were all about the same, so it was obvious that they had been specially selected. Xiao Taohua spoke up at the opportune moment. "This is a song and dance troupe trained by our CG Entertainment Company. What do you think? Do you like it?" Jihao's eyes lit up like light bulbs as he looked at the pairs of long, black-stockinged legs and exclaimed excitedly, "Of course I like them! Are you going to give them to me?" "Yes." Xiao Taohua moved closer to Jihao and blew a fragrant breath on his face. "Let me tell you a little secret. They are all virgins and have never been in a relationship before. I carefully selected them. I originally wanted to build them into the #1 song and dance troupe in the country, but the apocalypse came, so you are the only one who gets to benefit from them." Jihao finally understood. No wonder their demeanor was so different. Every smile and frown seemed to be the result of professional training. So that's how it was. "Don't be so impatient later, let them dance for you," Xiao Taohua said confidently. "I dare say that there are very few dance troupes in the country that can dance better than them." Jihao said, "Then I'd like to see for myself." Xiao Taohua looked Jihao up and down. "By the way, you're a superhuman with strong physical abilities, so you should be fine, right?" Jihao's gaze swept over the young ladies in the dance troupe one by one, and he said rather guiltily, No problem." Xiao Taohua smiled charmingly and said, "All right, I have something to do, so I won't bother you any longer." Morning. Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin were not in good mental condition. They lived next to the dance studio, and were kept awake all night by the noise. Xiao Taohua was speechless. She should have changed rooms to sleep in. That damn Ji Hao, he's so despicable. CG Entertainment Company has 12 floors, one of which is a dormitory. However, the living conditions are not very good. In addition, the company building was slightly damaged in the battle with Yu Wendong, so Xiao Taohua had the idea of changing her place of residence. After discussing it with Bai Yaoqin, she chose a 5-star hotel nearby. The Tianhong Hotel isn't far from here, but with heavy snow falling outside, it's simply unrealistic to carry luggage there without a heavy truck or RV. The two women approached Ji Hao, hoping he could help them. Having just received a generous gift from Xiao Taohua yesterday, Ji Hao naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to flirt with the ladies in the dance troupe if he stayed in a hotel? Okay, I'll go take a look now, Ji Hao said. But that kind of place might already be occupied, so you should be prepared. Xiao Taohua said. It's alright. If Tianhong Hotel isn't an option, we can go to Chashu Hotel, which is further away. It'll just be a bit more troublesome. Ji Hao instructed. Tianhong Hotel is no more than 10 kilometers from here. If you encounter any danger after I leave, be sure to contact me via walkie-talkie immediately. Xiao Taohua said. Okay. She then gathered the women and solemnly announced that the company might have to relocate, and asked them to be prepared. She also said that from now on, CG Entertainment would be renamed CG Base. The women naturally had no objections. Meanwhile, Ji Hao boarded a heavy-duty RV and headed to the Tianhong Hotel. Nothing unexpected happened on the way, and 20 minutes later, Ji Hao arrived safely outside the Tianhong Hotel. Ji Hao got out of the RV, stored the vehicle in the RV store, and headed towards the hotel. Soon, he saw a man and 3 women carrying weapons patrolling outside the hotel. Ji Hao sighed. Just as he had thought, the Tianhong Hotel had already been occupied. He did not go forward, but hid in the shadows and observed carefully. Ji Hao discovered that the team was small, and he didn't know if any of them had superpowers. Forget it, let's just sneak in first. If I act rashly, what if there are superhumans hiding in the shadows who suddenly attack me? I'd be in big trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Having made up his mind, Ji Hao walked toward the patrolling man and 3 women. Beautiful lady, is your refuge camp still hiring? Ji Hao asked the long-haired woman at the head of the group. Of course we'll hire, the long-haired woman said. But we'll only hire those with ability, not useless people. Ji Hao laughed and said, what a coincidence. I used to study Sanda for a while. I can keep 3 big men at bay. With your skinny arms and legs, hee, the long-haired woman said. However, since you're handsome, I can make an exception for you. Of the 4, the only man became anxious. Captain, this guy's background is unknown, and he looks like a pretty boy. If we encounter danger, he might abandon us and run away first. Let's get rid of him. Ji Hao noticed the way the man looked at the long-haired woman and thought to himself. So he's a simp. No wonder he's so hostile towards me. The long-haired woman said irritably. Are you the captain or am I the captain? The man lowered his head and said. You are. The long-haired woman said. That settles it then. The man had a sudden inspiration and said loudly. Captain, since he says that 3 big men can't get close to him, how about I spar with him a few times? If he can last 2 rounds against me, I'll agree to let him join. If not, then let him get lost. How about that? The long-haired woman glanced at Ji Hao, then hesitated. Ji Hao took the initiative and said, Okay, I agree. Since Ji Hao had agreed, the long-haired woman felt embarrassed to say anything more and said to the man, All right then, you can test his skills. All right. The man nodded, looked at Ji Hao, and said in a sinister voice, Kid, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Remember, my nickname is Pillar. I hope you can last 2 rounds against me. Zhu Zi reached out and grabbed Ji Hao's collar, trying to lift him up. No matter how hard the pillar tried, Ji Hao remained standing still. Hey, you've got a lot of muscles, but you're so weak, like a girl. Did you skip breakfast? Ji Hao couldn't help but mock. The next moment, he grabbed the pillar with his backhand, lifted it up, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Bang! Zhu Zi fell flat on his face, and was in excruciating pain all over his body. He couldn't understand why Ji Hao, who looked like a pretty boy, was so strong. It was simply outrageous. The long-haired woman was equally surprised, and smiled, asking, "What's your name?" Ji Hao said, "My name is Ji Juji." The long-haired woman subconsciously lowered her gaze, her face slightly flushed. "All right, from now on you'll be a member of our Tianhong refuge camp. Let's go, I'll take you to see Big Sister. With your skills, you can be my deputy, and maybe even become a vice-captain." Ji Hao laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, sister." On the ground, Zhu Zi clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. The vice-captain position, that was the position he had always wanted, and now it had been given to an outsider. Damn it! Zhu Zi was extremely annoyed. Chapter 114 Rich Woman's Steel Wool Ball. Ji Hao followed the long-haired woman to the 12th floor of the hotel. "Wait here for me, I'm going to see my older sister first," the long-haired woman suddenly said. Ji Hao said, "Okay." Not long after, the long-haired woman returned and said, "Come with me." The long-haired woman led Ji Hao to a presidential suite and said meaningfully, "Go in by yourself. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." Ji Hao pushed open the door and entered. He saw a voluptuous mature woman sitting on the bed. Her long hair was tied up. Her appearance was only slightly above average, but her curves were extremely stunning. She had a full bust and a perky butt, and her figure was just as curvaceous as Zhao Tao was. Ji Hao had absolutely no resistance to mature women with voluptuous figures. The moment he saw this mature woman, he felt a surge of desire. However, he found the woman to be somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that she was none other than Sister Hua, the owner of an entertainment company and a well-known wealthy woman in Donghai City. "I heard that Sister Hua and Zhao Taohua are at odds. They've argued several times and even gone to court over competing for the title of female star. I don't know if it's true or not." Seeing Ji Hao enter, Sister Hua stood up, circled him 3 times, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all. "I heard your name is Jijuji?" Ji Hao said. "Yes." Suddenly, Sister Hua reached out and grabbed Ji Hao, her eyes shining brightly as she said, "Truly living up to its name." Ji Hao felt a little embarrassed. Why did it seem like he was the one who was the woman? Sister Hua said, "As long as you submit to me, I can make sure you eat well and drink well, and you'll never have to worry about food again." Ji Hao was speechless. Sister Hua, aren't we moving too fast?" No, Sister Hua said. "Actually, eating and drinking well is nothing. My refuge camp has plenty of beautiful women. If you take a fancy to any of them, you can play with them. Besides, I'm about to take action against CG's base. There are even more women there. You can even play with those 2 bitches, Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin. With their online fame, I don't believe you won't be tempted." Ji Hao was startled. This woman actually wants to attack the CG base? Does she even have the ability to do that? Sister Hua seemed to see through his thoughts and took the initiative to explain. "Those 2 bitches always take advantage of their good looks to seduce the male investors in my company. I have a huge grudge against them. If it were peacetime, I might not be able to do anything to them, but this is the apocalypse and I'm not an ordinary person. I guarantee I'll give them a huge surprise." Ji Hao didn't refute it, lest Sister Hua notice something. To be honest, he didn't believe that Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin were having an affair with the male investors in Hua Jie's company. On the contrary, Hua Jie's demeanor and words showed that she was very jealous of Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin. Ji Hao said, "Sister Hua, I heard there are a lot of people at CG's base. If we go there rashly, we might not get any benefits." "Didn't I just say I'm not an ordinary person?" Sister Hua smiled mysteriously. Ji Hao was surprised, but he had already guessed a certain possibility. Sister Hua raised her snow-white chin and said proudly, "I have superpowers. You can call me a superhuman, or you can call me an esper." Ji Hao feigned surprise. "A superhuman?" "Yes, I'll show you my special ability." Sister Hua took off her coat, revealing a tight-fitting cheongsam underneath, her devilish curves undulating wildly, extremely stunning. Although they were wearing little clothing, as a superhuman with strong physical abilities, they were naturally not afraid of the cold. Sister Hua activated her supernatural power, and a black beam of light appeared at her fingertips. She fired the beam of light, instantly shattering a vase in the room. Xiao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Sister Hua had awakened a dark-type ability. He was thinking that if he used Thor's Wrath to launch a sneak attack, he could probably take down Sister Hua directly. If he absorbed her superpower, he might gain new skills, greatly enhancing his combat power. Looks like this trip was worth it. Sister Hua asked. Little darling, what do you think of my special ability? Xiao feigned great shock and exclaimed. My god, he's practically a god. Sister Hua said confidently. Those two bitches have my people around them, so I know their situation very well. They only have 2 pistols and a few grenades. Recently, they have been harassed by a recovery-type ability user. I plan to take action tomorrow, otherwise it would be such a pity if they died at someone else's hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao cursed inwardly. Good heavens, you're really insidious. Xiao originally planned to ambush Sister Hua, but since there is a mole among Xiao Taohua's people, he'll wait until tomorrow to find out who it is. According to Jihao's guess, the mole probably didn't have a walkie-talkie, and could only try to pass messages to Sister Hua when he went out to collect supplies. Otherwise, Sister Hua would have known long ago that Yu Wendong had been killed, and she would also have known that CG's base had gained a lightning-type ability user, so she wouldn't have dared to go there. Having thought all this through, Jihao felt a little more at ease and made up his mind to go to CG's base together tomorrow. As soon as the mole appears, he will immediately ambush Sister Hua and absorb her superpowers. Everything will be perfect. At this moment, Sister Hua took out a steel wool ball from the side, and said with a hint of excitement on her face, I've played with quite a few pretty boys, but none of them could withstand the power of this steel wool ball. You're physically strong, so you should be fine, right? Holy crap! Jihao looked at the steel wool in front of him, and an inexplicable anger welled up in his heart. Damn it, what the hell do you take me for? Jihao secretly activated his supernatural abilities, intending to launch a sneak attack on Sister Hua. If we really can't find the mole, we can only let it go. Sister Hua put away the steel wool, her eyes smiling. Just kidding, didn't I scare you? Jihao said. No. Sister Hua said. This is the end of the world, unlike before. I finally met a handsome young man like you, so of course I have to cherish you. We can use the steel wool later. I believe you will love it. Jihao breathed a sigh of relief and secretly withdrew his superpower. As long as the steel wool wasn't used now, everything was negotiable. As for the future, he had already killed Sister Hua long ago, so naturally he wouldn't suffer from the steel wool. Sister Hua wrapped her arms around Jihao's neck and blew a fragrant breath on his face. Do you think I'm pretty? To be honest, Sister Hua's appearance is really average, but her figure is excellent. She is full and round, with big breasts and big hips. Under the outline of the tight cheongsam, her breasts appear surging and trembling. She can definitely be called a sexy stunner. Plump, mature women like this have always been Jihao's favorite. Of course you're beautiful, much more charming than those big stars. Jihao didn't stand on ceremony and put his arm around Huajie's slender waist, saying, I like mature women like you the most. On the contrary, I don't feel anything for those naive young girls. Sister Hua giggled, her body trembling, and her pair of human weapons rose and fell with her laughter. If you like it, what are you standing there for? Sister Hua glared at Jihao, exuding charm. Her figure, accentuated by the tight-fitting, off-the-shoulder cheongsam, seemed even more stunning. Jihao chuckled wickedly, picked up Sister Hua, and went to the window. Chapter 115 A Grand Gift. 2 hours later. Little darling, you're really not being polite. Sister Hua's eyes were flushed, and she glared at Jihao with a mixture of shyness and anger. Jihao said nonchalantly, It's the apocalypse now, life is depressing, we always need to find some excitement. Sister Hua thought about it and agreed, so she didn't say anything more. After resting for a while, Sister Hua regained her strength and took Jihao's hand, saying, I plan to give you a big gift. Come with me. Jihao asked. What kind of grand gift? Sister Hua said. You'll know when we get there. Sister Hua led Jihao to a room downstairs. When the door opened, Jihao was a little stunned. The room was filled with large iron cages, but they didn't contain pets, they contained living people. To be precise, they were all beautiful women. After careful observation, Xiao discovered that many of them were well-known female celebrities with countless fans. Before the apocalypse, they were high and mighty, privileged women who always had bodyguards clearing the way for them, and they were incredibly proud of themselves. Now, however, they are locked in iron cages, with many bruises on their bodies, clearly indicating that they have been beaten. The difference before and after is enormous. When they saw Sister Hua, the actresses looked at her with fear, lowered their heads, and dared not look at her. Sister Hua, however, seemed indifferent. They are all actresses under my management. Before the apocalypse, I treated them like cash cows, so naturally I had to take good care of them. But now it's the apocalypse, and there are no more morals or laws. Back then, they dared to act tough with me and inflate their signing fees. Humph, now I'll let them know what happens when they offend me. The actresses shrank back, even more frightened. Sister Hua said, "Take whichever one you like, you can choose any one you like. If you like them all, I'll give them all to you." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and began to choose. Ultimately, he chose 3 of the actresses. It wasn't because they were pretty and had good figures, but because before the apocalypse, these 3 women were not good people. They kept talking about male genitalia and male original sin. They even suggested that all men should be castrated and made into eunuchs. Since that's the case, then Xiao will get his revenge on them properly. When the iron cage was opened, the 3 actresses panicked. "Hey, don't touch me, you man! Get out! Dirty loser, get your filthy hands off him!" Clap, clap, clap. Sister Hua slapped them a few times, and the 3 women immediately stopped resisting. "You bitches, do you still think you're some high and mighty female celebrities? This is the apocalypse, your value isn't even as much as a pack of instant noodles." Sister Hua cursed. "If you dare to utter another word, believe me, I'll beat you to death." The 3 women trembled all over, their faces turning pale with fright. Sister Hua sat on the sofa next to him and said leisurely to Xiao, "Let's do it here, I'll help you film the video." Xiao nodded. "Okay." That evening, Xiao intended to contact Xiao Taohua via walkie-talkie to inform her about the Tianhong base. But Sister Hua kept pestering him, so he had no choice but to give up. I spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Sister Hua gathered her men and prepared to head to CG's base. Xiao deliberately changed his clothes and covered his face to avoid being recognized, which would make it harder for him to find the mole. To Xiao's surprise, Sister Hua had prepared 2 modified vehicles that could barely drive in the snow. It's just a bit slow, and there's no heating inside. Compared to Xiao's heavy truck RV, it's not even in the same league. In addition, these vehicles run on gasoline, and fuel is hard to come by in the apocalypse, meaning that these 2 vehicles cannot be driven frequently. It's clear that Sister Hua went to great lengths to win over Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin. The 2 vehicles moved slowly forward, and after a long time, they finally arrived at the CG base. Sister Hua stood outside the company, quite moved. Before the apocalypse, she, Xiao Taohua, and Bai Yaoqin were business rivals, constantly vying for power. Before a victor could be decided, the apocalypse arrived, and everything vanished like a dream. Nowadays, there are no entertainment companies left, survival has become the only theme. "Who are you? If you don't leave now, you'll face the consequences." The patrol team, armed with crossbows, aimed at Sister Hua and her group. Sister Hua sneered, "A few broken crossbows are nothing to me. If you kneel down and surrender, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a terrible death." "Humph, you old hag, you're about to die and you still dare to talk big." The patrol team got angry and pulled the trigger on Sister Hua. Several crossbow bolts pierced the air, heading straight for Sister Hua. Sister Hua still wore that disdainful expression. With her supernatural power activated, a black shield appeared in front of her, blocking all the crossbow bolts. "A superhuman?" The patrol team was shocked. Sister Hua said sternly, "Make Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin come out to see me, otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today." The patrol team dared not be careless, and immediately returned to report what had happened. Not long after, Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin came out with a group of women. "Oh, who do we have here?
It's you, you old hag! Xiao Taohua sneered. Upon hearing this nickname, Sister Hua was furious. She believed that she was not as beautiful as Xiao Taohua, but her figure was definitely not inferior to Xiao Taohua's. Moreover, she was only 40 years old, so she was far from being an old hag. How could Sister Hua tolerate being called an old hag? Xiao Taohua, you're so sharp-tongued! Once I capture you, I'll make sure my man plays with you 1,000 times over. Sister Hua gritted her teeth and said, Not only you, but I won't let any of the women in your CG base get away with this, humph. Only after hearing what Sister Hua said did Xiao Taohua notice that there was a young man standing next to Sister Hua. Xiao Taohua was quite surprised. Sister Hua had always been proud and arrogant, treating pretty boys as mere playthings. She never expected to be conquered by a man. It seemed that this woman was truly lonely. Huh! Xiao Taohua took a closer look. Although the young man was masked, he gave her a familiar feeling. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wasn't this guy Jihao? Just as Xiao Taohua was about to speak, she saw Jihao frantically winking at her. Xiao Taohua calmly withdrew her gaze. After learning that Sister Hua had awakened her superpowers and become a superhuman, she truly felt uneasy. Despite her calm exterior, she was panicking inside. Now that Jihao is here, everything is no longer a problem. Xiao Taohua felt much more at ease. She didn't even realize that she had become somewhat attached to Jihao. Bai Yaoqin also recognized Jihao, but she didn't point it out and simply observed how things developed. Sister Hua raised her chin and said arrogantly, Xiao Taohua, I think you've already witnessed the power of superhumans. Compared to those with restorative abilities, I'm several levels stronger. Those 2 guns you have won't stop me. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I can make my man be gentler. Otherwise, humph. Xiao Taohua realized what was happening and was suddenly shocked. You planted a spy next to me? Chapter 116 Killing Sister Hua. That's right, Sister Hua said. Now that things have come to this, I'm too lazy to hide it from you anymore. Then, Sister Hua said to a woman behind Xiao Taohua, Cici, what are you standing there for? Come over here quickly. Cici quickly ran to Sister Hua's side and said, Sister Hua, how did I do on my mission? Sister Hua said, I am very satisfied. Don't worry, you will get your share of the benefits. Xiao Taohua said angrily, You little bitch, I've treated you well, but I never expected you to betray me. Cici said, I have always been Sister Hua's person, so how can you say I betrayed her? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I have kept in touch with Sister Hua. Later, when communication and the internet were cut off, I could only use the excuse of going out to collect supplies and travel a long way to send messages to her. I suffered a lot, but now the hard times are finally over and I can live a good life. As for you, Xiao Taohua, you can just die. Hee hee. Xiao Taohua said to Sister Hua, Old hag, betrayal is something that can only happen once or countless times. She can betray me, and she can betray you in the future. If you continue to keep her by your side, you will only be digging your own grave. Sister Hua nodded, her eyes filled with murderous intent. That makes sense. Cici trembled, knelt on the ground, and pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Sister Hua, I'm completely loyal to you. Please don't be swayed by that bitch. Also, I have a huge secret to tell you. The CG base has gained a new... Before she could finish speaking, black light swirled around Sister Hua's fingertips, transforming into beams of light that instantly pierced through her body. Cici fell to the ground and soon stopped breathing. Xiao Taohua was very satisfied and gave a thumbs up, saying, Traitors deserve this kind of end. Sister Hua said, Xiao Taohua, don't be too happy yet, it's your turn now. Xiao Taohua said indifferently, Use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. Sister Hua said, Since you've put it that way, I'll grant your request. Jihao said, Sister Hua, you just watch from the side. I'll deal with this bitch. Sister Hua shook her head and said, Let me handle this. She has a gun, you can't possibly be a match for her. Jihao smiled slightly and said, Alright, I'll do as you say. Sister Hua took 2 steps forward, about to make a move, when suddenly a cold glint flashed in Jihao's eyes, and his entire aura changed drastically, like a sword being drawn from its sheath, with unparalleled sharpness. The next moment he roared, Wrath of Thor! Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, materialized and carrying immense power, struck down from above Sister Hua's head. Sister Hua was terrified. It was too late to dodge, so she could only condense a ball of black light above her head, like a shield, in an attempt to block the power of the lightning. But in the end, she overestimated her own abilities. Lightning struck, piercing the black light, and crashed down on her, knocking her to the ground, covered in blood and in a wretched state. You, who exactly are you? Sister Hua stared fiercely at Xiao, her eyes seemingly spitting fire, extremely angry. In the distance, Xiao Tahua, her face full of smugness, mocked. Old hag, if you can plant spies around me, of course I can plant handsome men around you too. That's fair. She paused, then continued. I bet you slept with him, right? How was it? Isn't a superhuman's body stronger than all the men you've ever met combined? You two are a bunch of scoundrels! Sister Hua was furious and vowed to tear them to pieces. The women at the CG base were finally relieved, as if as long as Jihao was there, no difficulty was insurmountable. Conversely, on Sister Hua's side, her subordinates were terrified. They thought they could easily subdue their opponent, but it turned out the opponent also had superpowers and had severely injured Sister Hua. What kind of mess is this? Jihao didn't give Sister Hua a chance to catch her breath. He summoned a giant lightning hand, grabbed her in his hand, and squeezed her hard. Sister Hua was in excruciating pain. Strands of black light appeared on her body, turning into sharp spikes that pierced through the lightning hand, allowing her to break free. Jihao was quite surprised. Offensive ability users were indeed not as easy to deal with as Yu Wendong. It seemed that he would have to go all out. He summoned the Thunder Sword and charged forward. Dark Barrier! Sister Hua shouted coldly, and a square prison appeared in front of her, trapping Jihao inside. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she retreated to a distance. A mere trick, break it! Jihao was fearless. With a powerful slash of his Thunder Sword, he unleashed a dazzling sword aura, breaking through the prison and charging towards Sister Hua once again. Sister Hua sensed something was wrong. This kid was far too strong. Even in her prime, she might not be his match, let alone now that she was seriously injured. Sister Hua had the idea of retreating, so she ran away as fast as she could, shouting to her group of subordinates. Stop him! The group of subordinates cursed inwardly. If you, as a superhuman, can't even stop the enemy, what's the difference between us charging in and sending ourselves to our deaths? So instead of stopping Jihao, they stepped back and distanced themselves from Sister Hua, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Haha, you old hag, you think you can leave? No way! Jihao used his lightning-fast escape technique to catch up with Sister Hua and unleashed a sword strike. Sister Hua gritted her teeth, stopped, and pushed her superpower to its limit. The black light beside her transformed into a beam of energy, shooting towards Jihao like a laser. Well done! Jihao neither dodged nor avoided, and swung his sword repeatedly, shattering all the lasers. At the same time, he summoned a giant lightning hand and once again grasped Sister Hua in his hand. Black light emanated from Sister Hua's body, transforming into sharp spikes, attempting to pierce the lightning hand as before. This time, however, she not only failed, but was also painfully shocked by the electric arcs from the giant lightning hand. Seeing Jihao approaching, Sister Hua panicked, and could only summon a dark barrier to envelop her and protect herself. Subsequently, the dark barrier rapidly expanded, breaking through the lightning hand. So your barrier can be used like this, Jihao said. However, that's enough for now, Thunder God's wrath. Boom! An incredibly thick bolt of lightning struck Sister Hua's head, not only shattering the dark barrier but also knocking her to the ground, leaving her covered in blood. You dog of a man, I curse you to be played with to death by a rich woman with a steel wool pad! Sister Hua cursed angrily. Jihao said, Before I die, I'll send you to hell first. Jihao summoned a giant lightning hand, which smashed into Sister Hua, causing her to cough up blood and break all her bones. 3 consecutive lightning bolts struck, and Sister Hua died completely. The 8 henchmen who had come with Sister Hua were terrified and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Of these people, apart from Zhu Zi, the other 7 were all women. Jihao saw that although Zhu Zi was begging for mercy, there was resentment in his eyes,
and he was clearly not giving up. Without wasting words, Xiao directly smashed the pillar to death with a lightning strike to prevent future troubles. As for the 7 women, they can stay, but they cannot be given guns or crossbows, and they need to go out to collect supplies soon. After observing them for a period of time and confirming that there are no problems, then we can let them officially join the CG base. Xiao placed his hand on Sister Hua and absorbed her supernatural power. Soon, Xiao's eyes lit up. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also gained a skill. Awesome! Chapter 117 Thunderstorm Star. Xiao named this skill Thunderstorm Star. It can summon the power of lightning, transforming it into lightning stars to launch a wide-range attack on enemies, making it extremely practical. Xiao tried it out on the spot, and saw countless lightning stars falling, giving people a strong visual impact. Of course, the power was also extremely strong, even more powerful than the lightning hand. In the distance, some buildings were struck by lightning and stars, collapsing with a deafening roar. Xiao nodded to himself, very satisfied. Zhao Taohua, Bai Yaoqing, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The power of superhumans is truly terrifying. Xiao suddenly remembered something and said to Zhao Taohua, "Sister Zhao, I need to go back to Tianhong Hotel to deal with the remaining people so that we can move them out." Zhao Taohua said, "Let Yaoqing go with you, and bring a few sisters with her to keep an eye on the Tianhong Hotel, so that it won't be occupied by someone else when you help us move." Xiao said, "Okay, you've thought of everything." Xiao went outside and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, took out the heavy truck RV from the Thunder Tower, drove it back, and picked up by Yaoqing and the others. "My goodness, Brother Ji, your RV is like a mobile hotel. Wow, I can even take a hot shower. Brother Ji, can I take a shower? It's extremely cold now, and it's very difficult to get water. Let's just have Brother Ji wash with us to save water." Yes, that's what I think too." As soon as they got on the bus, the women started chattering away. Xiao didn't care, but Bai Yaoqing blushed and glared at them, looking extremely shy. Xiao suddenly felt that Bai Yaoqing's blushing face had a unique charm. He was quite curious about what Bai Yaoqing, who appeared so proper, would be like in that situation. Before long, the car arrived at the Tianhong Hotel. Without wasting words, Xiao used his superpower to subdue the group of guards. 2 men tried to resist but were killed on the spot by Xiao. Xiao counted the number of people. There were 12 still alive, all of whom were women. These women all expressed their willingness to surrender to Xiao, and even to become his women. Xiao had to drive to pick up Xiao Taohua and the others, so he locked all 12 women in the room until everyone arrived, in order to prevent them from resisting and causing any trouble. Xiao gave Bai Yaoqing and the other women guns and crossbows so they could protect themselves. Afterwards, he checked each room one by one, not only to see if there were any people hiding in the dark, but also to change all the bed sheets, duvet covers, shower gel, towels and other daily necessities in the room. Of course, to prevent anyone from noticing, Xiao switched to the same style. Even if they aren't the same model, they're similar in style. Anyway, he has plenty of supplies in his storage room, so he's not short of these daily necessities. After all, Xiao planned to take over all the women at CG's base. If he made them sleep on sheets that other people had slept on, and used towels and shower gels that other people had used, he would feel like he was being cheated on. What can be avoided should naturally be done to the best of one's ability. To be honest, Tianhong Hotel is really good. It has complete facilities and luxurious decoration. The bed in the presidential suite is particularly large, and there is no problem sleeping several people. It truly lives up to its 5-star hotel reputation. Choosing this location for the base is indeed the best option. After everything was settled, Xiao gave Bai Yaoqing and the other girls some instructions, then left Tianhong Hotel and returned to CG base. Xiao Taohua came up to her and asked eagerly, "How did it go? Is it all sorted out?" Xiao said, "With me in charge, of course there's no problem." Xiao Taohua said happily, "That's great. It's getting dark, let's pack our things tonight and start moving as soon as it's light tomorrow." Xiao said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xiao Taohua said, "By the way, didn't you bring back a lot of daily necessities? We'll have to change all the hotel sheets, towels, shower gel, etc.
We can't just use other people's, can we? Xiao smiled wryly, thinking to himself that he had already changed it once. However, he didn't show it. He just nodded, thinking that he could just change it again. It wasn't a big deal. Xiao Taohua said, "Our CG base is all women, and many of my sisters often suffer from menstrual cramps. When I have time, I'd like to go to the second municipal hospital to see if I can get some painkillers. Of course, it would be even better if I could find a surviving female doctor." Xiao became interested. People with superpowers have strong physical abilities and rarely get sick, but they can still get injured occasionally. Having a doctor by their side would certainly be safer. He has no shortage of medicines and medical equipment, but he lacks doctors who understand medicine and can even perform surgery. It seems that he will have to go with him on this trip to the second municipal hospital. "Okay, let's relocate the base tomorrow, and I'll go with you the day after. If we find a female doctor, I'll take the pretty one, and leave the ugly one at the CG base," Xiao said thoughtfully. Xiao Taohua glared at Xiao and said irritably, "You womanizer." Xiao just smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Taohua said, "Let me make this clear in advance. My CG base is short of people. If you have enough doctors, you can take them with you, but if there's only one, you must leave them here. Also, you're not allowed to take the dance troupe that I gave you before, understand?" Xiao put his arm around her slender waist and nodded repeatedly. Okay, you're beautiful and have a great figure, whatever you say is right." Xiao Taohua struggled gently and said resentfully, "Stop taking advantage of me. You should conserve your energy. I don't know how many sisters will come to see you tonight. Sai, you have to be careful and not ruin them all." "Don't worry, I understand." Xiao patted his chest. That evening, Xiao placed several heaters in the room and prepared a large amount of food, waiting for the young lady to arrive. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Xiao opened the door, and a tall, slender woman with a large bust and long legs entered. She was at least 174 centimeters tall, and with a pair of high heels, she looked graceful and elegant. Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and welcomed the other party in. The woman said she used to be a flight attendant, but after joining CG Entertainment, she became a professional model and gained some fame online. Xiao thought to himself, no wonder she has such an outstanding temperament. It turns out she used to be a flight attendant. The mature woman bluntly stated that she wanted to curry favor with Xiao and, incidentally, exchange some food for him. Xiao, of course, would not refuse. Afterwards, he was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that this mature woman was a virgin. He'd hit the jackpot. The mature woman left with the food, her eyes and brows flushed, clearly very satisfied with Xiao. Soon, there was another knock on the door. A tall, glamorous blonde woman walked in, her high heels clicking on the floor with a crisp, melodious sound. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Xiao was immediately struck by their beauty. Chapter 118 Blonde Foreign Horse Iris. Elise, the tallest leg model at CG Entertainment, is 28 years old and a full 190 centimeters tall. Even Xiao is not tall enough to compare to her. Moreover, Irene was wearing 12-centimeter high heels, making her over 2 meters tall, a head taller than Xiao. For some reason, Xiao felt a strange excitement upon seeing this blonde woman. Damn it, this damned and shameful sense of oppression. Feeling the warmth inside, Irene took off her thick coat, revealing a black lace mini-skirt underneath, adorned with beautiful lace trim, making her extremely sexy. She wore high-end, glossy black stockings that looked very luxurious under the lights, clearly worth a lot of money. He Qiaoqian and Yu Shifu's legs are already considered incredible, but Elacey's legs are even more incredible. Not only are they amazingly long, but they also have beautiful lines and are well-proportioned and slender. Xiao had seen his fair share of long-legged beauties, but Elacey was definitely the one with the longest legs, a true gem among gems. Although she was tall, she had a full bust and a pert bottom. Her lace dress stretched taut as if it might burst at any moment. With that amazing figure, it's no wonder she's the top star at CG Entertainment. Seeing Xiao staring at her with burning eyes, Irene was not annoyed at all. Instead, she took a step forward with a hint of pride and showed off her devilish curves to Xiao. "Miss Elise, your incredible long legs and black stockings are absolutely 1 in a million," Xiao exclaimed sincerely. "Thank you." Elise smiled slightly and said confidently, From childhood to adulthood, I have never seen a woman of my age with legs longer or more beautiful lines than mine.
Irene's Chinese is very standard. She doesn't need to whisper, and Xiao can hear her clearly.
Miss Irene, I think I must have saved the world in my past life to be able to meet you.
Xiao stood behind Irene, stretched out his arms, and wrapped them around her slender waist. Xiao felt slightly embarrassed. Irene, wearing 12-centimeter high heels, was simply too tall. He suddenly felt like a small horse pulling a large cart. Irene did not reject Xiao's intimate behavior, and said with a smile,
I originally wanted to find a man who was over 2 meters tall and had to be muscular. Obviously, you don't meet the requirements.
Xiao said.
That's a real shame.
Irene said.
However, since you're handsome, I can lower my requirements a little. 185 centimeters will do.
Xiao said.
What a coincidence. I'm exactly 185 centimeters tall.
Irene asked.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever dated a woman as tall as me?
Xiao shook his head.
Irene asked. So, do you like women who are much taller than you? Of course I like it. It gives me a sense of conquest.
Xiao said truthfully.
It seems all men are the same, Elaine said. It's just a pity that I'm on my period, so I can't fulfill your wish tonight.
Xiao sighed with regret.
That's a real pity.
Irene pointed to her long legs and asked softly,
Do you like them?
Xiao looked at her beautiful legs clad in black stockings and high heels, and said without hesitation,
I like it. Then I'll try another way. I believe no man in this world can resist the allure of my long, black-stockinged legs.
Elise whispered in Jihao's ear. Upon hearing this, Jihao's eyes lit up, and he immediately lay down on the ground. When Irene left, Jihao gave her a lot of food and promised to protect her in the future. After all, her long, black-stockinged legs were simply too amazing, making it entirely worth Jihao's sacrifice. Next, Jihao made deals with several young ladies, experiencing what it's like to have a harem of 3,000 beauties. This made Jihao determined to protect the CG base, which was the source of his happy life. Morning. The women had already packed their luggage and would be heading to the Tianhong Hotel in batches. When Jihao saw their luggage, he was speechless. They had everything: bags, high-end dresses, lipsticks, perfumes, and so on. Sigh, women are such a hassle. Fortunately, the heavy-duty RV is big enough. If it were a regular small RV, I don't know how many trips it would have taken. There weren't many unexpected events along the way, only 2 groups of robbers. However, due to Jihao's powerful abilities, they not only failed to steal anything but also lost their lives. In the end, Jihao made several trips to transport all the women and their luggage, as well as various fitness equipment and entertainment facilities from the CG base to the Tianhong Hotel. Zhao Taohua was the last to leave. Looking at the CG entertainment company that she had built from scratch, she was filled with emotion. I had envisioned building CC into the #1 entertainment company in the country, but alas, the apocalypse struck, and everything turned into a pipe dream. Alas. Upon arriving at the Tianhong Hotel, the women were both surprised and delighted, as the accommodations here were many times better than those at the CG base. The decor is luxurious, the facilities are complete, and most importantly, the place is spacious with many rooms, so everyone can have their own room. It's simply amazing. Soon, the women chose their rooms and began cleaning and decorating them. Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing lived in the same presidential suite. They had been together for many years, taking care of each other and inseparable. They had long become best friends. Anyway, the bed is big enough to sleep several people, let alone 2. Jihao lived next door to them, not only for the safety of the 2 women, but also for the convenience of stealing their kisses in the future. After arranging his living quarters, Jihao began to renovate the base. From this moment forward, the Tianhong Hotel will cease to exist. Only the CG base will remain. Jihao reinforced the base gate and load-bearing walls by welding steel bars and plates on them. In this way, even if attacked by superhumans, they can barely hold out for a while. After a whole day of work, he had almost completely fortified the base. Unless someone had superpowers, it would be absolutely impossible for them to break in. Jihao looked at his work and was very satisfied. The only regret is that no one in the base has awakened any superpowers yet, and once he leaves, the safety of the women will not be guaranteed. But the woman inside the safe house was equally important to him. He couldn't just leave her there. Or, how about we bring them to the CG base? That's a good idea, hee. That evening, Xiao, who had been busy all day, planned to get some rest, but his strength wouldn't allow it. He had just lain down on the bed when there was a knock on the door. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman wanted to make a deal with him. Xiao had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After making deals with several young ladies, he was exhausted and was just about to change rooms to avoid being disturbed when the group of beautiful women from the dance troupe came to his door again. After entering the room, they took off their thick coats, revealing their tight-fitting dance leotards underneath, showcasing their beautiful curves. Only then did Xiao notice that they had tied their long hair up in buns and were wearing soft dance shoes. This outfit had a special charm. In front of Xiao, they began to dance, their dance moves outstanding and unique. Xiao was speechless. I just want to get some rest. Why is that so difficult? Sigh, looks like I won't be able to sleep again tonight. Chapter 119 Hospital. The next morning, Xiao took Bai Yaoqin and Elacy to the second municipal hospital. Xiao Taohua was left behind to look after the house. Half an hour later, Xiao arrived at the second municipal hospital without incident. I wonder if anyone in the hospital has awakened superpowers. If I could meet a beautiful, healing woman, I would definitely take her back to the safe house. In future battles against other superhumans, with the added boost of healing abilities, my combat power will definitely increase rapidly, making it possible to take on 2 opponents at once. Outside the hospital, a man in a white coat was patrolling. Irene stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you a doctor?" The man, wearing glasses and looking somewhat refined, smiled and replied, "Yes, what illness do you need to see a doctor for?" Irene said, "Menstrual cramps." The refined man stared intently at Irene's long legs, his gaze burning with desire. "Come with me." "Okay." Elaine followed the refined man into the hospital. Seeing this, Xiao and Bai Yaoqin quickly followed. The refined-looking man led Irene to a hospital room and pointed to a bed, saying, "Lie down there." Irene did as instructed. The refined-looking man then said, "Take off your clothes, take them all off." Standing nearby, Xiao chuckled. "Do I have to take off my clothes to see a doctor for menstrual cramps?" The refined-looking man adjusted his glasses and said righteously, "My approach to medical care is different from others. You should trust the doctor's judgment. Besides, menstrual cramps are contagious. It's not just this blonde lady who needs to undress for an examination." At this point, the refined man pointed at Bai Yaoqin and said, "The lady next to you also needs to take off her clothes for inspection." Hee hee. Xiao almost laughed until tears streamed down his face. "I think you should stop pretending to be a doctor. If you want to steal my woman, you can just be direct." Since Xiao had already said that, the refined man laid his cards on the table, saying disdainfully, "You won't listen to reason, so here you are. Fine, I hope you won't regret it. Come on in." As soon as he finished speaking, several men in white coats walked in. They looked unwell and were clearly patients. However, the men were armed with bows and arrows, so they were clearly not to be trifled with. "Kid, if you had obediently offered up those 2 beauties just now, we might have spared your life. But now you might as well die. Damn, in all my years this is the first time I've ever seen a woman with legs this long, hee. If I wore black stockings and high heels, I'm afraid I would go crazy. That height must be at least 190 centimeters, that's really tall. A small horse pulling a big cart is not bad either. What do you know, the mature woman next to her is the real gem. That's right, a voluptuous and elegant mature woman has always been my favorite," Xiao said coldly. "Have you said enough?" The refined man laughed loudly. "What? With so many arrows pointed at you, do you think you can make a ripple? Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me. I'll stand here and let you hit me. Come on, you useless cuckold, I'm going to play with your woman right in front of you." "Idiot!" Xiao summoned his lightning hand, grabbed the refined man, and squeezed him hard. With a soft pft, the refined man was crushed instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining men were frightened and were about to shoot arrows at Xiao, but the lightning hand fell again, slamming them into the floor. "A bunch of trash, you think you can lay a hand on me? Do you even deserve it? Xiao sneered and picked up the bow and arrows from the ground. He himself couldn't use it, but he could give it to the women at the CG base to enhance their defenses. Xiao examined the hospital thoroughly and then eliminated the 2 accomplices of the seemingly refined man. In addition, he found 3 female doctors who were locked in a room, had not been abused, and were in relatively good mental condition. According to the 3 women, the group of seemingly refined men were all hospital patients who needed their help with their treatment, which is why they didn't assault them. However, things might change once the illness is cured. Therefore, they deliberately delayed their treatment, which is why they have barely managed to hold on until now. When Xiao asked about the hospital's previous situation, one of the female doctors told him that at the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone could help each other, but as food became scarce, the hospital fell into internal strife. The security team and the male doctor completely took control of the hospital and expelled all the male patients. But the male patients were no pushovers either. They found an archery range, took the bows and arrows, returned to the hospital, and killed all the security guards and male doctors, leaving only the female doctor and female patients alive. During this period, all the female patients died from freezing, from illness, or from being abused to death. Not one remained. As for the female doctors, those who could escape had already found a chance to run away. The only ones who didn't have a chance to escape were the 3 of them. Xiao sighed deeply after hearing this. In this once grand hospital, only 3 female doctors remain alive. This is the end of the world, cruel yet realistic. Xiao originally wanted to bring a pretty female doctor back to the safe house, but the 3 women were all of average appearance and figure, so he had to give up. Bai Yaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, their only option was the CG base. Upon learning that CG's base was entirely composed of women, the 3 women were overjoyed and immediately expressed their desire to go with Bai Yaoqing. In the end, Xiao drove his heavy truck RV back to the CG base with Bai Yaoqing, Elacy, the 3 female doctors, and a large quantity of medicines and medical equipment. There were so many medical devices that one truck couldn't carry them all, so Xiao made several more trips. It's a pity we can't expose the secret of the Thunder Tower, otherwise why go through all this trouble? We could just collect them all and bring them back to the Thunder Tower and be done with it. Xiao inspected the interior of the Raida. He already had the same type of drugs and medical equipment, so there was no need to keep them for himself. He could just give them all to the CG base. As long as they are healthy, he can have a blast every time he comes to the base. Xiao Taohua was very excited when she saw the results Xiao brought back. She kissed him on the cheek and said with seductive eyes, "My little darling, you are my lucky star. You always bring me surprises." Xiao said, "I have 2 friends who are experts in car modification. When I came here, I asked them to help me modify the RV. Once it's done, I'll bring it over to you next time." Xiao Taohua said, "Are you Doraemon? How come you have everything?" "You guessed right, I really am Doraemon." Xiao winked at Xiao Taohua and said meaningfully, "I have a gift that you will both love and hate. I'll show you tonight." Xiao Taohua blushed and glared at Xiao. "Get lost, you're never serious." But then she whispered, "You rascal, come to my room tonight." After saying that, she swayed her slender waist and round, plump buttocks as she left. Looking at her devilishly alluring curves, Xiao cursed her under his breath as a vixen. "Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson tonight, I'll change my name." Chapter 120 Taking Down Xiao Taohua. The base renovation is not so simple. Yesterday, everyone worked all day and only completed part of it. Today, they naturally have to continue their efforts. Xiao didn't sit idle either. He reinforced the gate and load-bearing walls again. Unless they encountered an extremely destructive superhuman, they could withstand the attack for a while without any problem. The building is very tall and the space is very large. Which rooms are used for living, which for entertainment, and which for food storage all need to be carefully planned and arranged to avoid future troubles. Of course, these problems are for Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing to worry about, and have nothing to do with Xiao. What he had to do was to continuously reinforce the base and collect enough supplies to ensure that the women's lives were not affected. After all, Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing are the owners of the base, so Xiao shouldn't interfere too much. The reason he was so attentive and busy was not only for his future happiness, but also to leave himself a way out. In case the safe house and happiness community is breached, he can immediately take Fu Hongmei and the other women to CG's base, so they won't be left with nowhere to go. In addition, the large number of people at the CG base increases the probability of them awakening superpowers, and their potential is limitless. If they are properly nurtured, they will surely become a powerful ally for Jihao in the future. It's better to offer help when things are tough than to add to someone's future success. By evening, everyone was exhausted after a long day of work. Zhao Taohua hosted a dinner party where everyone ate, drank, and danced. They had a great time. In the apocalypse, mental repression can lead to problems if it's not released regularly. Inside the room, more than 10 heaters were working simultaneously, driving away the cold and bringing warmth. The flashing lights of various colors created an exceptionally high atmosphere. With Jihao, a lightning-type ability user, around, there's no need to worry about electricity at all. We can have as much fun as we want. After the event ended, Jihao waited for an hour before going to Zhao Taohua's room. The mature woman was getting ready, wearing a purple lace miniskirt that perfectly accentuated her devilish figure, with full breasts and a curvaceous bottom. The glossy black stockings on her legs added to her charm and allure. She was like a ripe pomegranate, full of charm, and no man could resist her allure. "You've come at just the right time. I just finished my makeup. Do I look good?" Zhao Taohua smiled charmingly, her sweet voice sending shivers down one's spine. Jihao praised without reservation. "Even if a fairy descended from heaven, she probably couldn't compare to you." Zhao Taohua was very happy and said to Bai Yaoqin beside her, "You hussy, did you hear that? I'm prettier than you." Jihao was speechless. Why was Bai Yaoqin here too? He added, "Sister Yaoqin isn't a fairy, she's more beautiful and has a better temperament than any fairy." Zhao Taohua said, "Then tell me, who is more beautiful between the two of us?" Jihao said, "Just as beautiful." Zhao Taohua glared at her and said, "You're not allowed to say they're equally beautiful." Bai Yaoqin was clearly uninterested in this. She sat up from the bed and said in a cold voice, "I'm going to sleep in the next room." Zhao Taohua grabbed her hand and said with a charming smile, "Where are you going? I'll treat you to a great show, it's free." Bai Yaoqin blushed and said irritably, "Have you no shame?" Zhao Taohua said nonchalantly, "You're just too serious. Life inevitably loses a lot of fun. Relax a bit, and you'll discover a different world. Get out!" Bai Yaoqin was both embarrassed and angry. Zhao Taohua took out her key and locked the door from the inside. "This way, you won't be able to escape." Then, Zhao Taohua came to Bai Yaoqin's side, grabbed her and kissed her on the cheek. "You have to watch this show whether you like it or not. Everyone says you're a fairy descended from heaven, but I'm going to turn you into a slut." Jihao said quietly, "Sister Peach Blossom, do you even care about my feelings?" "I don't mind, so why should you?" Zhao Taohua said. "Besides, don't you find it exciting?" Jihao grinned. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit true." After a long while, Jihao said softly, "I have to leave tomorrow." Zhao Taohua shoved Jihao in the chest and said irritably, "You heartless bastard, you want to run away as soon as you pull up your pants, how can you be like this?" Jihao said, "Then I'll stay another day and collect more supplies outside." Zhao Taohua said, "That's more like it." Jihao said, "It's still early, why don't we?" Zhao Taohua glared and said, "Yaoqin is still here." Jihao said nonchalantly, "Who cares what she does? Besides, don't you think it's exciting?" Zhao Taohua said excitedly, "Now that you mention it, it's actually quite true." The next day, Jihao took out a map and said there was a snowmobile factory nearby. He asked if they could get a few snowmobiles for future travel. Zhao Taohua had no objection and wanted to send a few women to help Jihao move things, but he refused. When we arrived at the snowmobile factory, it was completely empty. Jihao didn't care. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he had plenty of them in his Thunder Tower. Jihao took out 3 snowmobiles and stuffed them into the heavy truck camper van. After thinking for a moment, he prepared several large barrels of fuel and put them into the RV before returning to the CG base. Upon seeing the snowmobile, Zhao Taohua's eyes immediately lit up. "My God, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to actually bring it back. Come on, give it a try," Jihao invited her. Once in the car, Xiao sat in the front and Zhao Taohua sat in the back, the two of them pressed close together. Xiao could feel Zhao Taohua's curves in a certain place. It was really too domineering. Once the snowmobile started, it went incredibly fast and sped away in no time. The surrounding scenery rushed past, which felt really good. The only downside is probably that it's cold. Xiao, being a superhuman, didn't feel anything about it, but Zhao Taohua was freezing cold, so he had no choice but to slow down.
How was it? Exciting, right?
Xiao asked smugly.
Not bad, Zhao Taohua said. It's a pity that this snowmobile runs on gasoline, so it can't be used often.
Xiao said.
I think I told you yesterday that I have 2 friends who are building a motorhome. Once it's finished, I'll definitely send it over to you as soon as possible.
Zhao Taohua laughed and said,
Now that you're my man, I won't stand on ceremony with you.
Xiao turned around, glanced at her, and said mischievously,
Speaking of which, you're 38 years old and this is still your first time, hee. I'm so lucky.
Humph,
consider yourself lucky.
Zhao Taohua suddenly remembered something and said,
By the way, Yao Qin and I sigh anyway, you have to win her over quickly, otherwise if I can hold back one day and take her virginity, don't regret it.
Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a jolt.
You have to help me,
Zhao Taohua said.
Then call me good sister.
Xiao called out sweetly.
Good sister, good sister, good sister.
Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze and a light rain. Zhao Taohua was overjoyed at being called that and said with a charming smile,
Okay, I'll definitely help you with this.
Chapter 121 Old Friends. The two sat on the snowmobile, gradually moving away from the CC base.
Xiao suddenly said, How about we switch? You sit in the front, and I'll sit in the back.
Zhao Taohua refused, saying,
No, it's too cold up ahead.
Xiao said,
It's okay, I'll just slow down. Then I'll give it a try.
With that, the two switched places, with Zhao Taohua sitting in front and Xiao sitting in the back.
I have a bold idea, do you want to know?
Xiao said with a wicked smile.
Zhao Taohua was puzzled. What bold idea?
Xiao leaned close to Zhao Taohua's ear, nibbled on her delicate earlobe, and said something at the same time. After hearing this, Zhao Taohua blushed deeply and said angrily,
Are you trying to kill me?
But in the end, she had to compromise under Xiao's tyranny. Then, the snowmobile began to shudder and creak. After sending Zhao Taohua back to the base, Xiao continued to go out to collect supplies. Seeing Zhao Taohua's appearance, Bai Yaoqin immediately understood everything and cursed.
You vixen, have you no shame?
Knowing she was in the wrong, Zhao Taohua didn't argue and silently went into the room. She is very tired and needs to rest for a while.
That's infuriating, it's all Jihao's fault.
Meanwhile, Xiao had already driven his heavy truck RV far away from the base. The excuse of going out to collect supplies was just that. He had plenty of stuff in his car, more than he could use. He could just take it out and put it in the car and that would be the end of it. After several trips, Xiao brought back a lot of supplies, especially large batteries, fuel, and food, enough to last them for a long time. In addition, there is no shortage of various daily necessities. They are almost piled up like a small mountain. The women couldn't help but sigh. Having Xiao around was like having Doraemon. He had everything, and it was inexhaustible. The only regret is that Xiao is leaving tomorrow. Without his protection as a superhuman, this large group of women would surely become easy prey for others. Therefore, the women turned their pleading eyes to Zhao Taohua.
Zhao Taohua said, Why are you looking at me? If you want him to stay, we'll see what you can do tonight.
Then, she leaned closer to Bai Yaoqin and whispered,
You slut, if you were willing to take action, you could definitely get her easily.
Bai Yaoqin glared at Zhao Taohua, not wanting to say anything. All day long, Xiao was busy, either reinforcing the base or going out to collect supplies. He didn't stop until evening. After dinner, Xiao didn't make any deals with the girls. Instead, he went to Zhao Taohua's room, intending to spend some time with her before leaving. Bai Yaoqin was also there, lying in bed watching a movie, but both Xiao and Zhao Taohua deliberately ignored her, pretending she didn't exist, and just went about their own business. I must say, it was actually quite exciting. In the morning, Xiao used his lightning powers to forcibly inject electricity into a large battery, kissed Xiao Taohua goodbye, and then left the CG base to begin his journey home. The women watched as the heavy truck RV slowly drove out of the base, and they all sighed. From now on, we'll have to rely on ourselves. And without Jihao's lightning ability to charge the battery, we'll have to conserve electricity, otherwise, if it runs out, it will definitely be a disaster. Xiao Taohua gazed into the distance, secretly annoyed, and thought, "You rascal, you really do run away as soon as you're done with it. Do you really think I can't live without you? Humph!" After leaving the CG base, Jihao sped up, eager to see Fu Hongmei and the other women. Not long after, Jihao passed by a sex doll factory, parked his car, and went inside. Jihao has many women, so he doesn't need the doll, but it can be used by Fatty and Abayo. The two brothers are helping him build a motorhome, and they're working very hard on it. "Brother, you're so handsome, you're so amazing, your little sister loves you so much." Jihao suddenly heard a charming female voice, looked down and realized that he had stepped on a doll. Goodness, it even has a voice function. As expected of the Flax Butterfly brand dolls, they're really awesome. Jihao didn't stand on ceremony and collected all the dolls in the factory into the Raida. As Jihao was about to get into the car outside, he suddenly saw two women, one fat and one thin, running out of the building ahead. Behind them, a group of menacing-looking men were chasing them. "Stop! Don't run! If you run again, I'll break your legs!" The two women were terrified and immediately ran behind Jihao, begging him for help. The fat woman cried and pleaded pitifully. "Handsome guy, please save us! As long as you help us, you can do whatever you want afterward. I'd even sleep with you if you asked." The thin woman also said, "Those beasts beat and cursed us. We barely managed to escape. If we are caught again, we will die." A group of burly men caught up from behind. The leader of the group shouted, "Kid, you dare to meddle in our business? You want to die? Oh, who do we have here? It's you, Li Dahu. You're quite impressive." Jihao was quite surprised to run into an acquaintance here. Li Dahu was the captain of the security team at the hotel where Jihao worked before the apocalypse. Because Jihao was handsome, he was often tipped by beautiful women, so Li Dahu was very jealous of him and always deliberately picked fights with him. In particular, every time Fu Hongmei came to the hotel, she would specifically request Jihao's services, which made Li Dahu extremely unhappy. After all, Fu Hongmei is a top-tier wealthy woman. If you get close to her, you can save at least 20 years of hard work. Li Dahu always believed that Jihao had stolen his chance to date a rich woman, so he was consumed by jealousy and often picked fights with Jihao, making him suffer terribly. Now that they've met again, Jihao naturally wants to get his revenge and make his life miserable. "Hey, so it's you, you pretty boy," Li Dahu said coldly. "You stole my rich wife before the apocalypse, and now you want to steal the two women I've got my eye on. What, are you just born to mess with me?" Jihao pointed to the two women beside him, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and said, "Who said I was going to steal your women? These two have nothing to do with me. If you like them, take them away. I won't stop you." Upon hearing this, not only the two women, one fat and one thin, but also Li Dahu and his henchmen were visibly stunned. "Handsome, you can't just abandon us. We don't want to be caught again. If you save my life, I'll sleep with you tonight." The fat woman looked pitiful and rubbed her body against Jihao. Jihao pushed her away, his face full of disgust. The thin woman pleaded, "Handsome, please, you have a motorhome, you could easily take us away." Jihao coldly said, "Get the hell out of here." The two women, one fat and one thin, exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resentment and malice. The next moment, they took out a dagger from their pockets and, like a venomous snake, stabbed at Jihao's throat with extreme speed, clearly indicating that they had practiced this technique. Chapter 122 Meeting the Enemy. As the daggers were thrust out, the two women were very pleased with themselves, as if they could already see Jihao being stabbed to death by them. Unfortunately, they overestimated their abilities. Jihao easily snatched the two daggers, twisted them in half with a casual twist, and broke them in two. Everyone was astonished. Could a human possibly possess such strength? "Li Dahu, I didn't expect you to be so cautious. With so many people surrounding me, you still had to resort to such petty tricks. Too bad, you couldn't fool me in the end." Jihao shook his head disdainfully. The thin woman gritted her teeth and said, "How did you figure that out?" Xiao sneered. "You said before that they beat and scolded you and you barely managed to escape, but you were dressed smartly, so where are the signs of being beaten?" The thin woman snorted coldly, retreated to Li Dahe's side, and said disdainfully, "So what if you see through it? There are so many of us, you're dead." "Go ahead and try," Xiao's killing intent erupted. The thin woman felt an invisible pressure, and her heart trembled slightly. She quickly grabbed the crossbow from one of her henchmen and shouted, "Die!" The crossbow bolt whistled as it flew over. Xiao grabbed it casually and twisted it in two. "You're the one who deserves to die." Xiao summoned a giant lightning hand and slammed it down, slamming the thin woman into the floor. She died tragically before she could even scream. The others were terrified. After they came to their senses, they quickly ran for their lives. "Holy crap, is this kid Superman? Run!" Xiao showed no mercy, and with several lightning strikes, everyone except Li Dahe died. "It's time we settled our score." Xiao grabbed Li Dahe and slammed him to the ground with a loud bang. Li Dahe was in excruciating pain all over his body, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Xiao said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily, otherwise wouldn't that be too easy for you?" Li Dahe trembled with fear and weakly said, "I was wrong before. Please let me go. I'll agree to any conditions you set." "You'll agree to any condition?" Xiao chuckled. "What if I wanted to sleep with your wife? Would you agree to that too?" Li Dahe replied without hesitation, "Of course I agree. It's the apocalypse now. A woman's value is less than a pack of instant noodles." Xiao said, "All right, since you've said so, I'll accept it. Let's go, take me to find your wife." Li Dahe looked bitter and pointed to the two women, one fat and one thin, on the ground, saying, "They are my wives." Xiao said, "Since they are dead, you should go and join them." "Wait a minute!" Li Dahe was so frightened he almost wet his pants. He exclaimed, "There are two beautiful women at my base that you'll definitely be interested in, because they are Lin Bin's women." "Lin Bin, it was him!" Xiao was filled with indignation as he recalled the middle-aged fat man who looked like a pig. Lin Bin was the manager of the hotel where he worked. Out of jealousy, he bullied him a lot, even more so than Li Dahe. He not only deducted his wages but also forced him to clean the hotel toilets. That's clearly the cleaning lady's job, it has nothing to do with him. The worst part is that Lin Bin actually bribed a waitress to falsely accuse Xiao of raping her. Later, Fu Hongmei stepped in and found professional technicians to restore the deleted surveillance footage, thus clearing Xiao's name. Otherwise, he would already be in jail. Now that I've run into Lin Bin today, I have to get my revenge. "Lin Bin is the boss of your stronghold?" Xiao asked coldly. Li Dahe said, "Yes." Xiao grinned and said, "Okay, take me there." Li Dahe said, Okay. Xiao asked, "Does he have a gun?" A hint of resentment flashed deep in Li Dahe's eyes as he shook his head and said, "No." Xiao continued, "What about the crossbow?" "No," Li Dahe said. "He said it was dangerous for us to go out and collect supplies, so he gave us all the crossbows." "Okay, I understand." Xiao sneered. If Lin Bin didn't have a gun, Li Dahe would have turned against him long ago. How could he possibly be willing to risk his life for him? With such a simple trick, who are you trying to fool? Upon arriving at the outpost, which was an abandoned factory, the two gatekeepers' eyes lit up immediately when they saw Xiao driving a heavy truck camper van. "Go and report to the boss immediately. They've made it big." Xiao smashed open the gate and entered the factory. Just then, Lin Bin came out with his men. He had a receding hairline, a face full of fat, and a big belly, which made people want to vomit. "Holy crap, what a car!" Lin Bin exclaimed with delight, gripping his gun tightly as his obese body trembled with excitement. In his view, this was an absolute steal. Xiao opened the car door and got out carrying Li Dahe. "Fatty Lin, it's been so long, here's a gift for you." With that, Xiao snapped Li Dahe's neck with a crack and threw his body in front of Lin Bin. Lin Bin's face was grim. The fact that his subordinate had been killed right in front of him had truly enraged him. "Kid, you're asking for death," Lin Bin said through gritted teeth. "Really?" Jihao said casually. I don't think so. Lin Bin asked. Where are the others? Jihao said with a relaxed expression. I killed him. Good, very good. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. Lin Bin's eyes were spitting fire as he raised his pistol and aimed it at Jihao's leg. He wanted to cripple Jihao's limbs and then slowly torture him to death. Only then could he vent his hatred. Bang! Lin Bin pulled the trigger, already picturing Jihao kneeling and begging for mercy in his mind. To his surprise, Jihao remained standing in the same spot, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Beside them, a voluptuous, elegant, and noble mature woman complained. Honey, aim carefully. Bullets are very precious. Just scaring this kid, don't you think it's funny? Lin Bin tried to save face, saying. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance, he's probably about to wet his pants from fright. Another tall, aloof woman with long legs glanced at Jihao dismissively and said, I hate these pretentious idiots the most. I bet he'll be begging for mercy in 10 seconds. I think so too. Lin Bin hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He aimed at Jihao's leg again and fired 3 shots, but Jihao remained unaffected. Lin Bin broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to fire again, but there were no bullets left in the gun. He hurriedly took out a magazine, intending to change it, but due to nervousness, he accidentally dropped the magazine on the ground. Jihao sneered. You're right, bullets are precious, so it's best not to waste them. Jihao rushed to Lin Bin's side, picked up the magazine, and quietly threw it into the mine tower. Lin Bin panicked and shouted to his men. Shoot him with crossbows! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crossbow bolt shot towards Jihao at extremely high speed. Jihao opened the tower door, put all the crossbow bolts inside, and at the same time summoned a giant lightning hand to crush Lin Bin's men. Immediately, a series of splattering sounds and screams rang out. Lin Bin, although you look like a pig, the 2 women you've found are quite nice. I thank you. Jihao pointed to the elegant mature woman and the aloof older sister next to Lin Bin and said with a wicked smile. They're mine from now on. Chapter 123 Eating Hot Pot. Lin Bin was both shocked and furious, thinking that Jihao must have gained superpowers, otherwise how could he summon a giant lightning hand? Suddenly, Lin Bin remembered that before the power and internet went out, he had seen online that someone had awakened superpowers and possessed extraordinary abilities. He scoffed at it then, but now it all seems true. You've become a superhuman? Lin Bin asked in a trembling voice. Jihao laughed and said, Congratulations on answering correctly, but unfortunately there's no reward. Lin Bin's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Now that Jihao had superpowers, how could he be a match for him? After a moment of silence, he finally gave in and knelt before Jihao, saying, I was blind and offended you back then. I hope you will forgive me this time. From now on, I will be your loyal little brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Jihao glanced at Lin Bin sideways. Since you've put it that way, if you have anything good, shouldn't you share it with me? Lin Bin handed the gun to Jihao and said matter-of-factly, What the boss said is right. What's mine is yours. Take whatever you want. I have absolutely no objection. All right, looks like you're quite savvy. Jihao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the elegant mature woman and the aloof older sister beside him and said, Since they're your women, they should naturally be shared with me, don't you think? Lin Bin instantly lost his composure, veins bulging on his face, and he shouted, Jihao, don't go too far. Is it excessive? I don't think so, Jihao said. I think we should give them the right to choose. The elegant, mature woman stepped forward and said coldly, You were just a lowly waitress back then. You accidentally stepped in dog poop and became a superhuman. What right do you have to ride on my head? Do you even deserve it? The aloof and mature woman also spoke up. The apocalypse will end one day, and your superpowers may disappear along with it. When that time comes, you will become a lowly waiter again. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? What are you anyway? Hee hee. Jihao wasn't angry. He got into the RV and, while they weren't looking, took out a table, small stools, an induction cooker, batteries, hot pot base, frozen meat, seafood, and seasonings from the storage compartment. Jihao moved all the things in front of the 3 of them, and then said, Talking to you guys is really tiring. I'd better cook some hot pot and fill my stomach first. Upon seeing the frozen meat, meatballs, lobsters, and abalone, Lin Bin, the elegant mature woman, and the aloof older sister all widened their eyes in surprise. They could barely fill their stomachs each day, eating only instant noodles, expired bread, snacks, and the like. But Jihao's food is too good. He gets to eat lavish meals. He's not even in the same league as them. Damn it! This world is so damn unfair. Jihao ignored them and continued cooking the hot pot. Soon, wisps of fragrance wafted out. Jihao used very expensive seasonings, so the aroma was exceptionally strong. The three of them were practically drooling from the enticing aroma. If only I could have a bite. Delicious, so delicious! Jihao picked up a lobster and began to eat heartily. Jihao, if you let me have a meal, I can give you a large sum of money. After the apocalypse ends, it will be enough for you to live a carefree life for a while. The elegant mature woman couldn't hold back any longer. Her name was Luo Meichi, and she was Lin Bin's legal wife. Because she practices yoga regularly, she has an amazing figure, with full breasts and hips, a shapely figure, and an innate noble air about her. Before the apocalypse, she wore gold and silver and lived a luxurious life. She often went out for afternoon tea with her girlfriends, and sometimes one meal could cost Jihao a month's salary. As for the money spent on skincare, that's even more. I don't know how many houses I could buy with that amount. She has fair skin and looks only 30 years old, even though she is 40. She looks very young. Jihao glanced at the wealthy woman and said with disdain, "What kind of time is this to still be dreaming about the end of the apocalypse? If you think money is useful, go buy food from someone else. I'm not selling to you." The wealthy woman, Luo Meichi, snorted. "A loser is a loser. You can be arrogant for now, but when your superpowers disappear and you become a waitress again, let's see if you can still be arrogant then." Jihao said. "Then we'll see." The aloof and sophisticated woman asked, "What do you want in return for letting us eat hot pot?" Jihao replied calmly, "It's simple, just sleep with me." You beast!" the aloof and elegant woman said hatefully. Her name is Zhuoyezhen. She is Lin Bin's mistress and also a flight attendant. At 172 centimeters tall, she appears extremely tall. Especially her long, slender, and shapely legs, truly legs to admire for years to come. Once you put on black stockings and high heels, the allure is undeniable. Jihao didn't indulge her and said coldly, "If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll eat it myself." After finishing the lobster, Jihao picked up a crab for himself and happily enjoyed the meal, completely ignoring the murderous glares from the three people next to him. "Don't just stand there watching, why don't you do what I did and cook some hot pot? Sigh, look at my memory, this is the apocalypse, not everyone can afford lobster and crab." Jihao's sarcastic words completely broke the three of them down. Lin Bin pulled Luo Meichi and Zhuoyezhen aside and whispered, Why don't you compromise for now?" Luo Meichi was furious and angrily cursed. "Even if a loser awakens a superpower, he's still a loser. You actually want me to sleep with him? Do you have a cuckold fetish?" Lin Bin said awkwardly. "Don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me. Put a knife in your pocket. When you get in the car, stab him in the neck when he's not looking. If you succeed, that heavy truck RV and all the supplies on it will be ours. Don't you want to live a good life?" Luo Meichi stomped her foot and retorted, "Are you stupid? He's a superhuman. I'm just an ordinary person. If I dare to attack him and fail, I'll be the one who dies." Lin Bin looked at Zhuoyezhen and tempted her. "If the two of you go together, you're bound to succeed." Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Even if we fail, with your figures and looks, he definitely won't kill you. At worst, you can sleep with him. It's no big deal. Lin Bin, I'm your wife, and you actually want me." "Humph!" Luo Meichi was so angry that her breathing became rapid, and her proud chest trembled with each breath. Lin Bin gradually lost his patience and said disdainfully, "You still have the nerve to talk to me like that? You always mocked me for being inadequate in that area. Now that I've found you a strong and healthy young man, you should be thanking me." Chapter 124 Conquest. Luo Meichi's eyes were icy cold. If she could, she really wanted to strangle Lin Bin. "You want to be a cuckold, huh? Fine, then I'll grant your wish," Luo Meichi said defiantly. "Fine, I agree. Lin Bin was delighted and looked at the aloof and elegant Zhui Yezhen beside him. Baby, you can come too? Zhui Yezhen stomped her foot, her face turning pale with anger, but since Luo Meichi, the first wife, had no objections, she, as the second wife, naturally couldn't say anything more. Okay, I'll go with Meichi, but whether we succeed or not depends on fate, Zhui Yezhen said. Great, if you two work together, there won't be any problems. Lin Bin secretly handed 2 daggers to them. Although Jihao was eating hot pot, as a superhuman, his hearing and vision were extremely sharp, and he had already taken their every move into account. It was laughable that Lin Bin actually tried to ambush him. He really didn't know the meaning of death. The 2 women concealed daggers in their coats, approached Jihao, and said simultaneously, We are willing to be your women. Okay, come with me. Jihao picked up the table, induction cooker, and other items, and got into the car with the 2 women. A warm feeling washed over them, and the 2 women couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, the heating system in the car is so high-tech. It doesn't affect its use even in this kind of weather. Looking at the interior, it's incredibly luxurious, with leather sofas, a large LCD TV, a large bathtub, and everything else you could need. It's practically a mobile 5-star hotel. At this moment, the 2 women wavered. Or she could just abandon Lin Bin and become Jihao's woman. Once the idea came to mind, the 2 women could no longer suppress their inner impulses. Lin Bin has a receding hairline, a fleshy face, and a large belly. Most importantly, he's incompetent in that area. On the contrary, Jihao is handsome and has superpowers. His body is full of explosive power, making him many times stronger than Lin Bin. At least until the end of the apocalypse, choosing to be Jihao's woman is definitely not a bad thing. While the 2 women were hesitating, Jihao spoke up. Take out your knives. With your skills, you're no match for a superhuman. Luo Meichi and Zhui Yezhen trembled, their expressions panicked. They realized they had been exposed long ago. What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? Jihao roared, and an extremely strong pressure hit the 2 women, almost making them kneel down. The 2 women were terrified, feeling as if they had fallen into an abyss from which they could not escape, and they were in great distress. Is this the power of superhumans? It's terrifying. Neither Luo Meichi nor Zhui Yezhen dared to resist anymore, and obediently took out the dagger and handed it to Jihao. Jihao opened the car door, threw the dagger out, and put his arm around the 2 women's waists. He then said to Lin Bin outside the car, I'll gladly accept your women. Lin Bin was startled, realizing that the 2 women had failed. He originally thought that by giving his woman to Jihao in exchange for a way to survive, and incidentally having a hot pot meal, he would have made a profit. But when Lin Bin actually saw Jihao embracing Luo Meichi and Zhui Yezhen, he realized that his heart ached terribly, as if he had been stabbed with a dagger, and the pain made it hard to breathe. You bastards, let them go! Lin Bin roared, blinded by hatred, no longer caring about anything else. Jihao sneered. Didn't you give them to me? What, are you regretting it? No way, they're my women now. Go to hell! Lin Bin was overcome with rage. He picked up the dagger on the ground and wanted to rush into the car and fight Jihao to the death. Jihao unleashed a series of lightning strikes, crippling Lin Bin's limbs and leaving him covered in blood. He collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist, only able to wail in agony. The 2 women turned pale with fright when they saw Lin Bin's miserable state. They were very fortunate that they were somewhat attractive and had caught Jihao's eye, otherwise, their fate would certainly not have been much better than Lin Bin's. Bye, I'm off to play with women. As for you, just enjoy being a cuckold. Jihao closed the RV door and ignored Lin Bin. Now, he has more important things to do. No! Wah! Lin Bin cried out, trying to pound on the car door, but with his limbs crippled, he couldn't do it at all and could only grieve and weep alone. Inside the car, Jihao pointed to the large bathtub next to him and said to the 2 women, Take a hot bath first. Luo Meichi exclaimed in surprise. You can even take a hot shower here? Of course, Jihao said. As far as I remember, one of you practices yoga regularly, and the other is a flight attendant, right? Luo Meichi said. That's right. Okay. Jihao opened the cabinet next to him, took out a sexy yoga outfit and a flight attendant uniform, and threw them to the 2 women, saying,
Remember to change into these clothes after you take a shower. The two women picked up the clothes and saw that they were specially made and obviously improper. However, given the current situation, they have no choice but to agree. 2 hours later. Outside, the wind was biting cold, and snow was falling heavily, turning the whole world into a pristine white. Lin Bin froze to death. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open, unable to close them in peace. The grudge from my past life has been avenged. Inside the car, it was warm and cozy. Jihao let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Let's get out of the car. We'll part ways here." Luo Meichi and Zhui Yezhen panicked. Now that Lin Bin was dead, where would they go if they got off the bus? With their looks, if they were caught by a man, they would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, they absolutely had to cling to Jihao, this powerful figure. "Husband, please don't leave us, okay? I'll do anything for you." Luo Meichi looked pitiful, on the verge of tears. Zhui Yi said pitifully, "Making us get off the bus is no different from sending us to our deaths." Jihao said, "I'll give you a clear path. You can go and seek refuge at CG's base. Their leader is my woman. Once you get there, you'll be able to live a good life." Luo Meichi asked excitedly, "Wasn't the predecessor of CG base CG Entertainment Company?" Jihao said, "That's right, it used to be full of women, but now it's moved to the Tianhong Hotel." Zhui Yezhen said, "In peacetime, walking from here to Tianhong Hotel wouldn't be difficult, but now it's freezing outside, and there are some ill-intentioned people around. Aren't you afraid we'll run into trouble on the way?" Jihao said, "I can give you 2 crossbows." Zhui Yezhen continued, "No, even with a crossbow, it's not safe. Please, just give us a ride." Jihao said, "I have other things to do." Luo Meichi grabbed Jihao's hand and revealed a charming smile. "I didn't perform well just now, so now I'll show you how amazing my yoga skills are." Zhui Yezhen also realized what was happening. Wearing a dark blue flight attendant uniform, she knelt down on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sir, I can't lose this job. Please, please don't complain about me. I'll do anything you ask." Jihao grinned. "Then we'll have to see how you perform." Chapter 125 Crash. The two actors' acting skills were superb, and Jihao was very satisfied with them. Afterwards, Jihao cooked hot pot again and invited them to enjoy the meal. When they tasted the lobster, abalone, and crab, the two women felt like they were dreaming. "Oh my god, this is absolutely delicious." The two women didn't care about anything else and started eating voraciously. If they were forced to submit to Jihao before, now they genuinely want to be Jihao's women. He's handsome, owns a heavy truck and RV, has supplies, and most importantly, he's a superhuman who's not afraid of crossbows or guns. Where can you find such a powerful figure? It's laughable that they looked down on Jihao before. Now that I think about it, they were just idiots. Thankfully, it's not too late. After they finished their meal, Jihao stepped on the gas and drove the heavy truck RV back to CG's base. "You dog of a man, didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" Zhao Taohua was annoyed as soon as she saw Jihao. Jihao opened the car door, pointed to Luo Meichi and Zhui Yezhen, and explained the situation. Zhao Taohua became even angrier. "Well, you womanizer. You've only just left the base, and you've already found 2 women. What will happen if you're not around for a long time?" However, Zhao Taohua didn't say anything, but just glared at Jihao resentfully. Jihao got out of the car, gently hugged Zhao Taohua, and said in a tender voice, "Good sister, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be in my heart." With so many people watching, Zhao Taohua felt a little embarrassed and pretended to be annoyed, saying, "If you want to get lost, then hurry up and leave. Do you really think I can't live without you?" "Okay, I'm leaving." Jihao quickly reached out and patted Zhao Taohua's plump buttocks, then turned around, got into his car, and left the CG base. The beautiful mature woman stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment, and rolled her eyes, saying, "You dog of a man." After getting back on the road, Jihao did not encounter any danger, and a few hours later, he returned safely to Fading Auto Repair Shop. Jihao took out his walkie-talkie and contacted Fatty, saying, "Fatty, are you guys there? I'm back." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Fatty's joyful voice immediately came through. "Boss, we're here, we'll open the door for you right away." Soon, the gate opened,
and Xiao drove his heavy truck camper into the repair shop. Xiao got out of the car and asked, "During my absence, nothing happened to you, right?" The fat man laughed and said, "We encountered two groups of thugs who wanted to rob our auto repair shop, but we shot them dead." "That's good," Xiao asked. "Have I been in contact with my family?" The fat man nodded and said, Yes, I contact Sister Fu every day, and there are no problems on her end." "Then I'm relieved," Xiao said. "I've driven this car for a few days, so please check it over to make sure there are no problems." "Okay, leave it to me." The fat man patted his chest, looking confident. Beside him, Biao corrected, "We'll take care of it." Just as the two were about to start working, Xiao said, "Wait a minute, let me give you a gift first." The fat man rubbed his hands together, his big eyes full of curiosity. "What gift?" Xiao unloaded 2 boxes, each bigger than a person, from the car and said with a smile, "Open them and take a look." Fatty and Biao opened the box, their eyes widening in surprise as they exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's still a sex doll, but this one is much more realistic than the last one, with much finer workmanship, and it's almost indistinguishable from a real person." "Wow, it's actually the Flax Butterfly brand. I've heard that this brand of dolls has a really good reputation, but they're too expensive. Each one costs tens of thousands of yuan, which was unaffordable before the apocalypse. Now I can use them for free. Thank you, boss!" The fat man was overjoyed. Biao was equally excited, exclaiming, "Boss, you're simply our lucky star." Xiao said, "Don't rush, there's more surprise. Touch the dolls and see." The fat man reached out and touched it. The doll immediately spoke in a charming voice. "Brother, you're so handsome. Brother, you're so amazing. I like you so much." The two were both surprised and delighted. It was even a voice-activated one. "Awesome," the fat man said. "Boss, I can't wait any longer. As for the vehicle inspection, don't worry, I'll be quick, it'll be over in 3 minutes." Biao said awkwardly. "Well, actually, me too." Xiao was speechless. 3 minutes later, Fatty and Biao began inspecting the heavy-duty RV. After some maneuvering, the fat man informed Xiao that there was nothing wrong with the car, it was perfectly fine. Xiao nodded to himself. After all, it had cost a full 10 million to build it. Since there were no problems, he was relieved. Otherwise, if the engine suddenly stalls while he's driving, he'll really burst into tears. "Okay, I'm leaving. You guys need to keep your walkie-talkies with you at all times. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, be sure to contact me immediately, understand?" Xiao instructed. Fatty and Biao said in unison, "Understood." Xiao drove away from fading auto repair shop. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the residential area, I saw that the road was blocked by obstacles, and the car could not pass at all. Xiao rolled down the car window, about to check the situation, but a group of elderly men and women rushed out from the security booth, blocking the car and pointing at him. "Young man, you have superpowers and such a big RV, you must have collected a lot of food. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of our country, so please don't eat it all by yourself. Yes, only by uniting and helping each other can we overcome this difficult time. Yes, young people should know how to respect the elderly. If there is food, they should take it out and share it with everyone." It turns out that people can actually laugh out loud when they're in a state of extreme speechlessness. Xiao suppressed his anger and shouted sternly, "Get out of the way! If you don't move aside, you'll face the consequences." A middle-aged woman with a fierce face stepped forward and said angrily, "Young man, you are clearly discriminating against the elderly. Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young when you were young? I'm so angry! So what if you have superpowers? People like you who have no manners, even if you gain power, are a tragedy for this society. You won't move aside, huh? Fine, then I'll teach you a lesson." Xiao floored the accelerator, and the heavy truck RV roared forward like an angry beast. The elderly people blocking the car were terrified and tried to get away, but it was too late. Boom! The car slammed into several people, sending them flying. Some were killed instantly, some lay on the ground groaning in pain, and some were lucky enough to only suffer minor scratches. Inside the security booth, 3 elderly men were incredibly relieved that they hadn't tried to stop the car, or they would have been in serious trouble.
Ouch, it hurts so much. You bastard, you deserve to be torn to pieces. You damned beast.
The elderly men and women who were still alive kept cursing Xiao. Xiao didn't care, he smashed through the obstacles and entered the residential area. Chapter 126 Understanding Applause. Xiao found a secluded spot, stored the heavy truck RV in the turret, and then returned to the safe house. The women were overjoyed to see him return.
Honey, I missed you so much these past few days while you were gone.
Xiao Qian, being the vixen, was the first to pounce on him, wrapping her arms around Jihao's neck and clinging to him like a koala. Jihao kissed Xiao Qian on the cheek, put her down, and smiled slightly.
Isn't that why I'm back?
Xiao Qian leaned close to Jihao's ear and whispered.
You have no idea, I have to use nursing pads at night, it's so annoying.
Jihao's eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat, saying,
This is an illness, and it needs treatment.
Xiao Qian said.
Then you help me.
Jihao said.
I'll come find you tonight.
Xiao Qian cheered.
Great!
Fu Hongmei pulled Jihao aside and asked anxiously.
How are things going with Tao Hua and Yao Qin? With me in charge, of course there's no problem.
Jihao briefly recounted what had happened. Upon learning that her best friend had moved to the Tianhong Hotel and established the CG base, Fu Hongmei sighed.
I don't know if leaving them to struggle alone outside is a blessing or a curse.
Jihao chuckled and said,
What, do you expect me to stay at CG's base forever to protect their safety?
Fu Hongmei said quietly.
There are many women over there, and that's probably what you're thinking.
Jihao cried out.
Injustice. Utter injustice.
Yu Shifu took a light sniff and said irritably.
You have the scent of a woman on you, and not just one. You must have had a lot of fun.
Fu Hongmei also took a sniff and immediately said angrily.
One of the scents is peach blossom. She often uses a certain perfume, and I can smell it. You bad guy, you actually ruined the peach blossom scent. She's my best friend.
Jihao was speechless. Indeed, women are naturally more sensitive in this regard.
Yu Shifu said. Tell me honestly, whose are the other 2 fragrances?
Jihao, of course, wouldn't tell her that it was Luo Meiqi and Zhui Yezhen. He changed the subject, saying,
After I left, did anyone come to cause trouble?
Yu Shifu said.
Of course there were, but we chased them away.
Jihao glanced at Yu Shifu's legs and deliberately put on a stern face, saying,
Do you remember the rule I set for you? You have to wear black stockings in my safe house. You've disobeyed again, haven't you? It seems I have to punish you properly.
A hint of annoyance appeared on Yu Shifu's usually aloof face, but it quickly turned into a charming smile as she replied, almost as if possessed.
Fine, the more ruthless the better.
Jihao was surprised to learn that Yu Shifu had this side to her, and he felt overwhelmed. He waved his hand and said,
Never mind, I just got back, I'm a little tired and hungry. Make me a big meal first.
Yenrihua said from the side.
Yaan and I have been researching cooking techniques recently, so I'll let you see our results.
Xiao Yalan took Jihao's hand and asked softly,
Honey, what would you like to eat?
Jihao slapped her on one spot and said ambiguously,
Whatever, I like anything you make.
Xiao Yalan blushed and quickly pulled Yenrihua into the kitchen to cook.
Song Wanqiu lowered her voice and whispered, I've created some yoga poses these past few days. Would you like to see them?
Jihao glanced at Song Wanqiu, who was wearing a tight yoga outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, making it appear almost bursting out. As a professional yoga teacher, she does an excellent job of maintaining her figure, and even in the apocalypse, she still insists on practicing yoga every day. Thinking about the charm she displayed during their flirtatious moments, Jihao immediately became excited.
All right, come to my room tonight and let me broaden my horizons.
Jihao winked at Song Wanqiu, his face full of an evil smile. Song Wanqiu gave a coquettish glare at Jihao, then turned and went into the kitchen to help Xiao Yalan and Yenrihua cook. By the time dinner was ready, it was completely dark. Jihao and the women were drinking and eating, having a great time. After enjoying the feast, he went to the dance floor and danced with each of them, creating a particularly lively atmosphere. When Jihao woke up in the morning, his whole body ached. Damn, last night was crazy. Even though he was a superhuman, He was struggling to keep up. Xiao ate breakfast, went into the gym, and started exercising. There were also women there, dressed in sexy yoga outfits, their breasts tightly bound, giving the impression that they were about to burst out. And those round, full buttocks, as large as a millstone, are infinitely alluring. They lay on soft yoga mats, stretching their bodies to the music. This is something the girls do every day. The apocalypse is so boring. Besides watching dramas, movies, and games, there's not much to do. So they spend their time exercising and have learned a lot from Song Wanchio, a professional yoga teacher. When Xiao entered, all the women looked at him with alluring eyes. The meaning is self-evident. Xiao cursed under his breath as a vixen and silently left the yoga room. There are many ways to exercise. You don't necessarily have to do sit-ups and push-ups. You can also lift weights or jog. If I stay with all those women, it won't be good exercise, it will be bad for my health. Just as Xiao was working out intensely, a group of men swaggered in from outside the Happiness residential area, carrying guns and looking menacing. The leader was a man with strong limbs, a face full of fat, and a scar on his face, making him look quite ferocious. After entering the residential area, the man shouted through a loudspeaker. "My nickname is Scarface. I'm from the neighboring waterfront residential area. You may have already heard that under the protection of our boss, Brother Chang, everything in waterfront residential area has gone smoothly and safely. Everyone has given us high praise. Therefore, our boss has decided to include your Happiness residential area in his protection scope as well. All you need to do is hand over a small amount of food every week in exchange for your personal safety. Where else in the world can you find such a good deal?" At this point, the scarred man became visibly more agitated. "Besides, the food hasn't disappeared, it's just changed its form and is still with you. Meanwhile, you've gained our boss's protection. This is a huge profit for us, understand? Give us a round of applause." Many people were looking at the scarred man at the window, but no one applauded him. The scarred man was a little embarrassed, picked up the megaphone, and continued his incessant chatter. One of the older women, surnamed Lu, had a cold look in her eyes as she thought of a way to get revenge on Xiao. When Xiao came back yesterday, she and several elderly people blocked him at the entrance of the community, trying to force him to give her food. But Xiao not only refused to give it to them, he also knocked them all over the place, killing several of them on the spot. Aunt Lu was lucky. She dodged in time and only suffered minor scratches, which weren't serious, but she was in pain all night. Now that she has the opportunity to get revenge on Xiao, she certainly won't let it go. Chapter 127 The Villain Accuses First. Aunt Lu rushed downstairs and stood in front of the scarred man, pleading pitifully. "Brother, it's not that we're unwilling, but all our food has been stolen by that beast named Xiao. He's the bully of our neighborhood, bullying men and women, committing all sorts of evil deeds, and he's made us suffer terribly. Please, take action to punish that beast and restore peace to our neighborhood." Aunt Lu forced out tears and said, "If you do this, I can represent all the residents of the community and promise to merge Happiness community into your waterfront community. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never dare to go west." The scarred man frowned and said, "What happened? Explain yourself clearly." Overjoyed, Aunt Lu began to embellish her story, accusing Xiao of all sorts of misdeeds. He also said that as long as Xiao was dealt with, no one in the community would dare to oppose him anymore. Upon hearing this, the scarred man sneered. "Fine, I'll take care of this. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." Aunt Lu was about to tell the scarred man that Xiao was a superhuman, but after glancing at the rifle in his hand, she remained silent. If the scarred man backs down, who will deal with Xiao? Even if the scarred man only had a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing Xiao, she was still going to try. Besides, even if the scarred man fails, Xiao will offend the Binshui community, and he certainly won't have a good time afterward. For Aunt Lu, it's a sure thing. "By the way, that beast's safe house has plenty of food and several beautiful women. If you can take him down, you'll definitely make a fortune." Aunt Lu continued to tempt you. The scarred man's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Isn't there a leg model named Yu Shifu in your neighborhood? I'm a fan of hers. Is she in Jihao's safe house?" Aunt Lu quickly nodded and made up a bunch of lies, saying how Jihao abused Yu Shifu and begging the scarred man to rescue Yu Shifu. Upon hearing this, the scarred man immediately felt his blood boil. Ever since seeing Yu Shifu's incredibly long legs and black stockings on social media, the scarred man has been completely captivated. In peacetime, he might not have had the chance, but now it's the end of the world, and anything is possible. With that thought, the scarred man waved his hand and, leading several armed men, stormed towards Building 2. Hurry up, all of you! If you let my goddess suffer even a little bit more, I'll break your legs when we get back. The scarred man charged ahead, his whole body pounding with excitement, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Aunt Lu watched his departing figure and sneered inwardly. You're such an idiot for believing a few random words you've been told. Upon arriving outside the safe house, the scarred man and a few of his men casually tested the door and discovered that its defenses far exceeded their expectations. It was simply impenetrable. The scarred man flew into a rage and shouted inside. Xiao, you beast, get out here right now, or when I break in, I'll definitely have my way with your woman right in front of you. Xiao looked at the surveillance video with disdain. He didn't want to bother with this group of rookies, but the guns they had were valuable treasures that he had to get his hands on. Xiao opened the security door and walked out. After absorbing the superpower, Xiao's strength increased greatly, and he was not afraid of his opponent at all. The scarred man and his companions were visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao to dare to step out directly. The scarred man laughed loudly, a hint of contempt in his eyes, and said, Oh, it seems you're quite aware of your situation, knowing you can't escape, so you simply come out and beg for mercy. Not bad, I can spare your corpse. Idiot! Xiao only replied with 2 words. Enraged, the scarred man roared. Shoot! Turn this guy into a sieve! I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Rat! Bullets rained down on Xiao as if they were free. Xiao opened the tower door and put all the bullets inside. Holy crap, this is a ghost! The scarred man and his group were stunned. Bullets are precious in the apocalypse, don't waste them. Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning that pierced the scarred man's forehead. Holy crap, a superhuman! Run! Run! Xiao showed no mercy, unleashing a series of lightning bolts that killed the men, before taking their guns. These are good stuff. Xiao played with the pistol and rifle, quite satisfied. Besides the gun, there were also some bullets, so he made a small fortune. Xiao grabbed the group and threw them off the 28th floor. Yaan walked over and said, By the way, I was standing by the window just now and I saw Aunt Lu from the neighborhood talking to that group of people before they came up. It must have been Aunt Lu's doing. Aunt Lu? Xiao remembered. When he came back yesterday, Aunt Lu stopped his car at the entrance of the community and almost killed him. She probably harbored resentment because of that. Xiao asked, Do you know where Aunt Lu lives? Yaan said, You can try opening the owner's group. Although you can't access the internet, finding personal information shouldn't be a problem. Xiao put his arm around her waist and praised. As expected of my wife, you're so smart. Yaan said coquettishly. You're so annoying. Xiao opened the owner's group chat and found Aunt Lu's information. Her address, 8-0404, was conveniently listed in her profile. At that moment, Aunt Lu paced back and forth in the room, feeling quite uneasy. She didn't know if the scarred man and his group had succeeded. If they hadn't, and Xiao had captured them instead, would they betray her? When she first came up with the idea, she thought she was clever, but now that things have come to this, she feels a little regretful and flustered, realizing that she had been careless. How could she go looking for the scarred man in front of everyone? Wasn't that just pushing herself into a fire pit? It should be done privately, and with your face covered, that would be safe. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Aunt Lu's steps quickened, and she grew increasingly nervous, silently hoping everything would go smoothly. Outside, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by Xiao's voice. Aunt Lu, I've come to take your life. Are you ready? Panicked, Aunt Lu rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and used it to block the door. She knew Xiao was a superhuman, and that no matter how she resisted, it would probably be ineffective. But she didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. Boom! Xiao blasted the door open with a lightning-fast hand strike, knocking Aunt Lu to the ground as well. Ignoring her injuries, Aunt Lu immediately stood up, grabbed a kitchen knife, and charged at Ji Hao, shouting venomously. You beasts, die! You're the one who deserves to die! Ji Hao easily snatched the kitchen knife, then slashed it horizontally, unleashing a flash of light. Pfft! With a swift movement, the knife fell to the ground, Aunt Lu's eyes wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. Chapter 128 Drones. Ji Hao didn't even glance at Aunt Lu's body before turning around and returning to the safe house. Xiao Yalan asked. So, is it resolved? Ji Hao hummed in agreement. That's good, Xiao Yalan said. I'm getting moldy from staying in the safe house all this time. I'd like to go out for a walk, is that okay? Ji Hao said. I'll go with you. Xiao Yalan took Ji Hao's hand and said happily. Thank you. Ji Hao said gently. You're my wife, it's only right. He Xiaoqian joined in the fun, saying. I'm going too. Life without internet is so hard. Yu Shifu said. Since you're going out, why don't you take me with you? Ji Hao naturally wouldn't object. Okay, I'll take the three of you out this time. Hongmei, Wanqiu, and Ruhua will stay home. We'll switch next time. Fu Hongmei sat on the sofa, crossing her long, slender legs in black stockings, and said, I have no objection. Ji Hao reminded him. If anything happens, be sure to contact me via walkie-talkie immediately. Fu Hongmei replied. Okay. Xiao Yalan, He Qiaoqian, and Yu Shifu put on their coats, and went out with Ji Hao. Outside, snow fell heavily, like goose feathers, turning the world into a pure white expanse. Although it was beautiful, it was also bitterly cold. Fortunately, after so long in the apocalypse, people have adapted a little, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to go out for a walk. The three women were dressed warmly, but Ji Hao was only dressed lightly, and showed no signs of feeling cold. Xiao Yalan asked curiously, Does awakening your superpower mean you'll never be cold again? Ji Hao recalled the three superhumans he had met before, Grandpa Su, Yu Wendong, and Sister Hua. After Grandpa Su awakened his superpowers, he went shirtless. Yu Wendong was only wearing a thin piece of clothing. As for Sister Hua, when Ji Hao entered her room, there was no heater inside, but she took off her coat, leaving only the short cheongsam underneath. Therefore, it seems that people with superpowers might not be afraid of the cold after they awaken their abilities. Ji Hao shared his thoughts. After hearing this, Xiao Yalan sighed. I wish I could become a superhuman. He Qiaoqian asked. Husband, how exactly do you people with superpowers awaken your abilities? Ji Hao said seriously. I wasn't so sure before, but now I'm at least 90% certain. After taking over the Tianhong Hotel, Ji Hao asked Sister Hua's subordinates how she had awakened her superpowers. According to her subordinates, once when Sister Hua went out to collect supplies, she was chased and attacked by several thugs with knives. As a result, Sister Hua inexplicably awakened her superpowers and even killed those people. If Ji Hao's guess is correct, one probably needs to experience a life-or-death crisis in order to awaken their superpowers. Not only Sister Hua, but also Grandpa Su were like that. Xiao Yalan, He Qiaoqian, and Yu Shifu stared at Ji Hao with curiosity, and Ji Hao revealed his guess. Suddenly, He Qiaoqian had a brilliant idea. Her eyes lit up and she said, Husband, if I bury myself in the snow and then dig me out when I'm about to die, and repeat this process, will I be able to awaken my superpowers? Ji Hao thought about it carefully and nodded. It's possible, but it's too dangerous. In the extreme cold of -60°C, it's easy to freeze to death if you're not careful. The three women fell silent. As expected, obtaining great power was not so simple. Ji Hao led them for a walk around the neighborhood. Much later, the three women, freezing cold, grabbed Ji Hao and were about to go back when they suddenly saw a drone flying in from a distance. Quickly hide inside the building, don't let the drones spot you. Ji Hao shouted a warning. The four of them hid in a nearby building and watched from afar as the drone hovered over the neighborhood. Ji Hao asked in a low voice, Are drones used for reconnaissance even when I'm not around? Yu Shifu shook her head and said, No. Ji Hao muttered, That's really strange. After surveying the area for a while, the drone flew back in the direction it had come from. I'll go after them and see what's going on. You guys go back to the safe house first. With that, Xiao took out 3 guns and handed them to them. Although it was only a few steps to the safe house, Xiao was still being cautious. Okay, be careful, Xiao Yaan said with concern. Don't worry, I'm an ability user, I'll be fine. Xiao followed the drone at a distance, gradually moving away from the residential area. It wasn't until quite a while later that the drone ended up in the hands of 2 burly men, one with a crooked mouth and the other bald. The bald man looked around cautiously and said, I heard there seems to be a superhuman in happiness community. They probably haven't noticed our drone, right? The man with the crooked mouth scoffed. Why are you so worried? If I were to take over all the women in the neighborhood, I'd probably want to stay in bed all the time. I wouldn't have time to pay attention to what's going on outside. The bald man said. Scarface is a real idiot. He didn't even understand the situation before daring to go to someone else's territory. Damn it, he's a useless piece of trash. The man with the crooked mouth said. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he really is a superhuman, so what? He's not the only one in the world. If the boss comes, he can easily beat him up. The bald man said. I just scouted around and didn't find Scarface and the others. However, there are several corpses downstairs in Building 2, mostly buried in snow. I don't know if they are them. The man with the crooked mouth clenched his fist and said viciously. It must be. That bastard Xiao dared to kill people from our riverside community. He'll be sorry sooner or later. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind. You want to make me look bad? Xiao emerged from the shadows, calmly observing the bald man and the man with the crooked mouth. The 2 men were startled and turned around, exclaiming, Damn, who the hell is eavesdropping in the dark? Xiao used his lightning shadow escape technique, taking a step of 10 meters and appearing in front of the 2. After the 2 realized it was Xiao, their expressions were more distressed than if they were crying. Such agility was definitely the mark of a superhuman. Xiao said, Let's chat, why do you want to stop? The bald man's legs went weak, and his voice trembled as he said, Brother, my companion and I were just joking. Don't take it seriously, please don't take it seriously. Xiao. Hee hee. Damn it, so what if you're a superhuman? Die. The man with the crooked mouth raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at Xiao. Gun is useless against me. Xiao once again used his lightning shadow escape technique to dodge the bullets, rushed forward, and snatched the guns from the 2 men. The 2 were stunned. The speed was like lightning. Xiao toyed with the pistol in his hand and said with a smile, Next I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. If the answers don't satisfy me, I'll put a hole in you. The bald man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Big brother, ask away. I'll tell you anything I know. Xiao asked. What's your boss's name? The bald man said. His nickname is Brother Chang. Xiao asked. When did you awaken your superpower? The bald man said. About a few days ago. Xiao then asked. What kind of superpower did he awaken? The bald man shook his head frantically, his voice trembling as he said, I don't know. Xiao pressed the gun against the bald man's temple and shouted sternly, You don't know, do you? Then you can die. Chapter 129. People arrive one after another. The bald man was so scared he almost wet his pants, trembling all over. Big brother, I really don't know. Everyone who saw him use his superpowers is dead. Please let me go. Xiao pressed the gun against the man with the crooked mouth's head again. And you, don't you know either? The man with the crooked mouth snorted coldly, straightened up, and said, Don't say I don't know. Even if I did know, I would never tell you. Oh, I didn't realize you were so tough. Xiao's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. However, he could tell that the 2 of them were not lying and genuinely did not know what Chang Ji's special ability was or what offensive methods he had. The man with the crooked mouth puffed out his chest, his grin widening even further, and arrogantly declared, Before the apocalypse, I was a big shot in the underworld, famous for fighting. Everyone called me the god of war. Taking on several opponents was no problem. If my brothers were still around, they would have given me a single command and come to my side to beat you until you cried for your parents. You wouldn't have dared to act tough in front of me. Only then did Xiao notice that the man's mouth was crooked, and upon hearing his words, Xiao immediately felt a strange palpitation. Instantly, Xiao's killing intent erupted, and he thought to himself,
I absolutely cannot let this person live. Die. Xiao summoned a giant lightning hand and slammed the crooked-mouthed man into the floor, leaving him covered in blood and gore. But Xiao was still not at ease, so he struck the man's body with 5 more lightning strikes until the crooked-mouthed man's body was smashed to pieces and he was beyond dead before he felt a little relieved. Hiss, that was close. Xiao took a deep breath, thankful that he acted quickly. Beside him, the bald man was stunned. His body went limp to the ground, his face deathly pale, and he cried out, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me!" Ah! A giant hand of lightning struck down, sending the bald man to meet the king of hell. Xiao threw the 2 men's drones and pistols into the mine tower, turned around and went back to the safe house, without immediately going to the waterfront community to find Brother Chang. We don't yet know Chang Ji's special abilities and attack methods, so going there rashly could easily lead to losses. Moreover, Brother Chang has taken over the waterfront community, has many subordinates, and has guns. Facing both superhumans and a large number of firearms at the same time, Xiao is unsure if he can handle it, so it's better to play it safe. It seems I need to find an opportunity to infiltrate the waterfront community and figure out Brother Chang's special abilities before I can make my move. Back at the safe house, Xiao told the women what had happened. Fu Hongmei suggested that Xiao wait for the enemy to come to them and slowly wear down Chang Ji's side. If any of the people who come know about Brother Chang's superpowers, then they'll hit the jackpot. Xiao thought about it and agreed, praising Fu Hongmei for being so clever. It was almost noon. After finishing lunch, Xiao had nothing to do, so he watched a movie for a while, but then got bored and called a few girls to continue working out. In the pool, Xiao, wearing only shorts, swam to his heart's content. The women were dressed in sexy swimsuits, showing off their beautiful figures. Even the most shy Yan Ruhua changed into a low-cut, backless swimsuit, a wide expanse with undulating waves. Looking at the group of beautiful women, Xiao became interested and grinned. "Your swimming skills are not good. Come on, let me personally instruct you." In the afternoon, Xiao took Fu Hongmei, Song Wanqiu, and Yan Ruhua out for a walk. All 3 women were elegant and mature, with voluptuous figures, curvaceous and alluring, and their mature charm was particularly attractive. To have both of them at the same time is undoubtedly a kind of luck. Xiao led them for a walk downstairs, intending to go to the grove outside the community for some excitement, but suddenly saw several men with guns enter the community. The group of people naturally saw Xiao as well, but their eyes were fixed on Fu Hongmei, Song Wanqiu, and Yan Ruhua. All 3 women were elegant and mature ladies, each one a gem among gems, yet Xiao possessed 3, making them the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the other 2. The leader, a man with an earring, shouted at Xiao, "Hey kid, let me ask you something. Have you seen Scarface from our Riverside community? He brought some guys into your community this morning and hasn't gone back yet." Xiao deliberately shook his head and said, "I didn't see it. I was sleeping this morning." The man with the earring shouted angrily, "Several living people, and you say you didn't see them? I think you're deliberately hiding it." Xiao scratched his head and said, "Oh, I remember now, I think I killed them. Their bodies are under building 2, covered by snow." The man with the earring and his group were enraged and were about to raise their guns to fire at Xiao. Beside him, a henchman tugged at the man with the earring and whispered, "Boss, his name seems to be Xiao. He might be a superhuman." The man with the earring was startled and took a step back, shouting, "Shoot him dead, but be careful not to hurt the woman next to him." "Yes." The group of henchmen immediately raised their guns and fired at Xiao. Xiao opened the tower door, put all the bullets inside, and then used his lightning-fast movement technique to rush to the earring-wearing man and his companions, snatching their guns. "A superhuman, definitely a superhuman!" The man with the earring panicked, his face turning deathly pale. Xiao, expressionless, asked the man with the earring, "Let me ask you a question, what kind of superpower does your boss possess?" The man with the earring shook his head. I don't know." "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, huh? Fine, I hope you don't regret it." Xiao kept slapping out his lightning-fast hands, slamming all of the earring-wearing man's men into the snow, killing them beyond any hope of survival. The man with the earring nearly peed his pants in fright, his body trembling uncontrollably. He blurted out, He's an Earth-type ability user! He's an Earth-type ability user! Xiao continued. What offensive tactics does he have? I don't know. After saying that, the man with the earring quickly added, afraid of angering Xiao. I only know that his defense is extremely strong, and even a grenade can't hurt him. So it's a defensive Earth-type. Xiao muttered to himself, then said to the man with the earring. Since you're here to see Scarface, I'll take you there. No, no. The man with the earring stood up and tried to run, but a bolt of lightning struck, and he fell to the ground dead. Xiao led the three women back to the safe house. Now that we know about Brother Chang's superpowers, things are much easier. Xiao planned to sneak into the waterfront community that night to meet this Brother Chang. If he could defeat the opponent and absorb his superpowers, that would be ideal. If he couldn't, then as an Earth-type superpower user, Chang Ji's speed wouldn't be too fast, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Xiao to escape. As Xiao was pondering a solution, he suddenly heard the roar of engines. He turned to look out the window and saw several excavators drive into the residential area and quickly stop in front of Building 2. A bespectacled, refined-looking man got off the excavator first and shouted towards the 28th floor. Xiao Fuhongmei, I know you live up there. If you know what's good for you, give me the safe house, or you'll face the consequences. Chapter 130 Xingjianya's Attack. It's him. Xiao was quite surprised. It was Xingjianya, the person in charge who helped build the safe house. Fu Hongmei also saw Xingjianya and frowned slightly. This person was her business partner, and it was also Xiao, to whom she had given Xingjianya's contact information. But to her utter surprise, Xingjianya showed up at her door, wanting to take over the safe house. Fu Hongmei shouted at Xingjianya, If you want to live, get out of here now, or I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. Hey, you think you're worthy? Xingjianya sneered, stood in a safe place, and then ordered his men to drive the excavator to the load-bearing wall, pretending to dig it up, in order to force Xiao and Fu Hongmei to come out. Humph, just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Fu Hongmei set up her sniper rifle, aimed at the excavator operator at the front of the group, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man was instantly blown in the head. His blood splattered onto the excavator's control panel, where it began to slowly freeze. Xingjianya, if you've got the guts, don't just stand under this building. Come out here, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Fu Hongmei's face was frosty, and her voice was extremely cold. It's just a sniper rifle, yet you're so cocky. Since you won't come out, I'll have to come to your door myself. Xingjianya said arrogantly. Let me show you what a true strongman is. Xingjianya activated his supernatural ability, and a continuous stream of supernatural energy surged from his hand, which then transformed into a brick. He threw it with all his might, and the brick flew out at an extremely high speed, smashing a hole in the load-bearing wall. Haha, you didn't expect that, did you? I'm an Esper. If you know what's good for you, get out here and give me the safe house. Otherwise, when I break in, I'll show you what real hell is like. After his initial surprise, Xiao revealed a look of ecstatic joy. Experience offered to you is not to be wasted. Xiao pretended to be terrified and cried out in a trembling voice. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll come down right now and personally greet you. Xingjianya said. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? You've wasted my time. As Xiao went downstairs, he sneered. He planned to find an opportunity to ambush Xingjianya and absorb his superpowers. He wondered if he could gain the skill again. That's how Grandpa Su and Sister Hua were tricked to death by Xiao. He is very experienced in this area. When they arrived at the bottom of the building, Xiao held up a bunch of keys and deliberately put on a flattering face, saying, Boss Xing, here, these are the keys to the safe house. I hope you will forgive my mistake. Xingjianya knew Xiao had a gun and dared not let him get close. Although he was a superhuman and shouldn't be afraid of guns, Xingjianya was still quite cautious. I really like your safe house. As for you, you might as well die. Xingjianya conjured a brick in his hand again and threw it at Xiao. Having no other choice, Xiao had to reveal his special ability, using his lightning light shadow technique to dodge the bricks. Damn it, you're trying to trick me! Xingjianya immediately realized something was wrong and retreated. Luckily, I attacked Xiao with a brick earlier.
If he had gotten close and then suddenly attacked, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Xingjiania was very relieved and asked, "What kind of superpowered person are you? I don't see the need for you to tell me. Prepare to die." Jihao didn't waste any more words with Xingjiania. He summoned his thunder sword and charged forward. "Very well, after absorbing your superpower, perhaps my strength will improve greatly." Xingjiania was pleased rather than angry. As he retreated, he summoned 3 bricks and smashed them hard at Jihao. These 3 bricks were much larger than the previous ones, like wash basins, carrying immense power, and were about to smash Jihao into a pulp. Jihao remained calm and composed. A giant hand of lightning appeared in front of him, slamming the 3 bricks to the ground, turning them into a rain of light. Then, wielding his lightning sword, he charged at Xingjiania once more. "You do have some skill." Xingjiania's hand surged with strange energy, transforming once again into a brick the size of a wash basin. This time, instead of throwing the brick, he used it as a weapon, swinging it violently to meet Jihao's thunder sword. Bang bang bang. The two clashed repeatedly, sparks flying everywhere. Jihao had already realized that Xingjiania had definitely absorbed superpowers, making him much stronger than the Grandpa Su, Yu Wendong, and Sister Hua he had encountered before. Taking down Xingjiania would not be so easy. However, this is also good. The stronger Xingjiania is, the greater the benefits Jihao will gain after absorbing his superpowers. Xingjiania clearly thought the same thing, a slight smile curving his lips as he went all out to suppress Jihao. The two clashed, unleashing a frenzied explosion of alien energy that swept outwards like a torrent. Inside the excavator, a burly man was unable to dodge in time and was caught in the aftershocks. His body was torn to pieces on the spot, and he died a gruesome death. Meanwhile, the excavator was also overturned on the ground, broken and obviously unusable. The remaining people were scared and immediately jumped off the excavator, trying to escape to a distance. But how could Fu Hongmei give them the chance? Bang! Bang! Fu Hongmei fired repeatedly, blowing the heads off those who were trying to escape. Her marksmanship was exceptional, making her one of the best among the women. "Sister Mei, let me help you." He Xiaoqian also joined in the fun, set up the sniper rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a young man was hit in the back and fell to the ground. "Wow, I'm so awesome!" He Xiaoqian cheered, her spirits lifted, and continued firing. Beside her, Yu Shifu asked, "Should we help our husbands?" Fu Hongmei shook her head. "No need. He and Xingjiania are too fast, constantly changing their positions. What if they not only failed to help him but also hurt him? Wouldn't that be a hindrance?" He Xiaoqian said. "We should believe him." Fu Hongmei said. "Yes, trust him." Downstairs, Jihao and Xingjiania fought fiercely, clashing repeatedly and displaying their skills in a closely contested battle. Although Xingjiania was formidable, Jihao was still superior overall, firmly suppressing Xingjiania. Bricks flying everywhere! Xingjiania used his skill, and a dense array of bricks appeared around him, swirling around him. Each piece is the size of a wash basin. Although it is formed from alien energy, it is materialized and looks just like a real one. "Go!" Xingjiania uttered a single word, and all the bricks immediately flew out, like 10,000 swords returning to their source, one after another, covering the sky and heading straight for Jihao. "That's all you've got. Watch how I break your moves." Jihao's eyes turned cold, and strange energy surged forth, transforming into lightning. He was bathed in lightning, as if he had become the thunder god. Soon, the lightning transformed into countless stars, falling from the sky like meteorites, crashing down on the flying bricks. Thunderstorm Star. This is a skill that Jihao obtained after killing Sister Hua. It can use lightning to create stars and cause a wide-range attack, making it extremely practical. These bricks were perfect for dealing with Xingjiania. Bang bang bang! Lightning, stars, and bricks collided repeatedly, and sparks were blinding. A series of soft sounds could be heard in the air. Chapter 131 Brother Chang appears. In the end, all the lightning, stars, and bricks disappeared, and everything returned to calm, as if they had never existed. Jihao remained standing in the same spot, unaffected. However, Xingjiania on the other side had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having been injured in the clash just now. Xiao gave Xingjianya no chance to catch his breath. Holding the Thunder Sword, he charged forward, unleashing a dazzling sword aura that surged and roared. Xingjianya dodged to the side, avoiding Xiao's sword energy. The sword energy that struck the target landed on a small stone block, instantly splitting it in two, demonstrating the power of the attack. Just as Xingjianya was about to retaliate, Xiao's sword energy arrived in front of him again, and this time it was even faster than before. With nowhere to hide, Xingjianya roared, "Brick prison!" Whoosh! As he finished speaking, countless bricks appeared and surrounded Xiao. Then, the bricks came together and formed a square prison, blocking all of Xiao's escape routes. Xingjianya smiled smugly and said, "I thought you were so great, but you're still trapped by me. Now you'll get a taste of what it's like to be crushed to death by bricks." With his supernatural power activated, the prison formed by the bricks slowly shrank, threatening to crush Xiao to death. Upstairs, Xiaoqian's face turned pale, and she asked with some worry, "Sister Mei, should we use a sniper rifle to help us?" Song Wanqiu also said, "This person seems really capable, much better than Grandpa Su." Fu Hongmei remained expressionless, but a resolute look appeared deep in her eyes. "Believe in him, my man will never be easily defeated." Boom! Just as Xingjianya was feeling smug, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Xiao, having merged with his sword, unleashed a dazzling sword light, shattering the prison and breaking free. Along with it came a giant hand of lightning, as large as a mountain, carrying immense power, which struck Xingjianya. Xingjianya was shocked and had no time to dodge, so he could only conjure a brick wall in front of him. With a loud bang, the giant hand of lightning shattered the brick wall and landed squarely on Xingjianya. Xingjianya was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and writhing in excruciating pain. Fortunately, the brick wall absorbed most of the impact, otherwise, that single impact would have been enough to severely injure him. Damn it! Xingjianya was indignant. He had underestimated Xiao's strength, which led to such a consequence. He considered leaving first, and then coming back to get revenge once he recovered from his injuries. Having thought everything through, Xingjianya quickly got up and ran away as fast as he could. "With your tortoise-like speed, you think you can run away in front of me? Dream on!" Xiao used his lightning shadow escape technique to rush forward, simultaneously unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Xingjianya from a distance. Ah! Xingjianya let out a scream as he was struck in the back, leaving his skin charred black. Before he could catch his breath, a giant hand of lightning descended again. Xingjianya hurriedly circulated the little remaining alien energy in his body, trying to resist. However, he overestimated his strength. The lightning hand fell, breaking through his defenses and knocking him to the ground, severely injuring him. "How about sparing my life? We can form a power together, and I'll be your deputy. Not only can we easily take over several nearby areas, but it's not impossible to even take over the entire Donghai city and become a super overlord." Xingjianya attempted. Xiao stared at him with amusement and said, "I didn't realize you were so ambitious." A look of resentment and malice surfaced deep in Xingjianya's eyes, but he smiled and said, "This is the apocalypse. Social order has long since collapsed. The future will ultimately belong to those with superpowers. I don't believe you won't be tempted." "No interest." Xiao shook his head and said, "Considering that you once helped me build a safe house, I'll give you a quick death. Go to hell." Xiao raised his thunder sword, about to behead Xingjianya, but a mud wall suddenly rose up in front of Xingjianya, blocking his attack. "Who?" Xiao was startled and immediately retreated to a distance, becoming much more vigilant. A middle-aged man dressed in black, with a fat head and big ears and a buzz cut, walked out of a nearby building. He didn't look like a good person at all. Xiao looked at the earthen wall and recognized the other person. This person is none other than Brother Chang, the boss of the waterfront community, who possesses Earth-based supernatural abilities. Xingjianya was overjoyed. He and Brother Chang were both big shots in the construction industry, knew each other, and had a good relationship. He just didn't expect that Brother Chang had also awakened his superpower. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to take down Xiao. "Brother Chang, I will repay your kindness 100-fold in the future," Xingjianya said with a hearty laugh.
Let's not catch up now, Chang said. How about we take him down together? Xingjianya nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chang Ge activated his supernatural power, and with a wave of his hand, earth spikes immediately appeared and flew towards Jihao. At the same time, Xingjianya mobilized his last bit of alien energy, condensing it into bricks, intending to smash Jihao to death. Jihao, wielding the thunder sword, continuously unleashed sword energy, deflecting all of the two men's attacks. As an Earth-type ability user, Chang Ge excels at defense, but offense is his weakness. Xingjianya had already suffered a severe injury, and was unable to unleash his full potential. Therefore, their seemingly powerful attacks were completely ineffective. Chang Ge made a quick decision and said to Xingjianya, "Forget it, let's go first. We'll get our revenge once you've recovered." Okay. Xingjianya agreed without hesitation and turned to run away. Chang Ge covered the rear. After all, he was in his prime and had extremely strong defense, making it difficult for Jihao to take him down in a short time. The two rushed out of Xingfu community one after the other, and headed towards Binshui community. Oh, you two teaming up, and you're actually afraid of me? You're not even as good as cowards. Jihao chased after them, taunting them. You're both superhumans, you must have plenty of women, right? Once I take you down, I'll definitely play with your women right in front of you. You don't need to provoke me, it's useless. Chang Ge remained calm and unaffected by Jihao. Jihao was faster than the two, but it was no use. Chang Ji's defense was too abnormal. Every time he launched an attack, Chang Ge blocked it with an earthen wall, and then continued to run away with Xingjianya, which made him very annoyed. As Jihao was pondering a countermeasure, he suddenly sensed an impending crisis and immediately used his lightning shadow escape technique to appear 10 meters away. The spot where he had just stood was immediately covered by fire. They actually secretly arranged for gunmen. Jihao rushed into the building he was heading towards and began a killing spree. Boss, save us! Help us, Xiao! Boss, we've worked so hard for you, you can't abandon us. These are all ordinary people, so naturally they can't stop Jihao. Soon, 5 more corpses appeared on the ground. Jihao took their guns and continued to pursue Xingjianya and Chang Ge. Chapter 132 Divine Object. Before long, we arrived at the outside of the waterfront residential area. Jihao hesitated for a moment, then did not go in. They were not only worried that there were more gunmen inside, but also that other superhumans might be lying in ambush. However, Jihao naturally had a countermeasure. He revealed a meaningful smile and shouted into the room. Xingjianya, aren't you worried that Brother Chang will kill you and absorb your superpowers? You're seriously injured right now. Upon hearing this, Xingjianya's expression changed, and he instinctively distanced himself from Brother Chang. Chang cursed Jihao 1,000 times in his heart. Damn it, you bastard! How dare you sow discord! He quickly said to Xingjianya. Don't fall for his divisive tactics. If we fight one-on-one, neither of us is a match for him. Only by joining forces can we have a chance of survival. Xingjianya took a deep breath. Regardless of what he was thinking, he had to show his attitude, and said seriously. Don't worry, I understand. This beast is cunning. We must be extra careful. Jihao shouted again. Even if you join forces to kill me, how will the superpowers be distributed? This left not only Xingjianya speechless, but even Chang Ge was speechless. They naturally understand how important superpowers are. Who would give up superpowers unless they were a fool? But Jihao only has one superpower, so who should absorb it? That's a real problem. Xingjianya felt a pang of anxiety and distanced himself from Brother Chang again. Xingjianya, why don't you cooperate with me and kill Brother Chang together? I can let you absorb his superpower. Then our strength will be equal, and neither of us will have to worry about the other harming us. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If you've thought it through, you can contact me anytime. Remember, we've cooperated before, we're not enemies. After saying that, Jihao turned around and slowly left. He knew that after saying these words, Xingjianya and Chang Ge would definitely become suspicious of each other, making it difficult to reach a cooperation agreement. The ownership of superpowers is an obstacle they absolutely cannot avoid. Wouldn't it be incredibly satisfying to wait for the two to fight it out, then step in to clean up the mess? Inside the residential area, Brother Chang panicked and advised. Don't believe that bastard, or we'll just get picked off one by one, Xingjianya said. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Once I recover from my injuries, we'll go and get revenge together. Yes, based on our past relationship, we should trust each other. Brother Chang breathed a sigh of relief. I'll arrange accommodation for you right away, you can stay here for now. Okay, thank you, Xingjianya said. We've been friends for so many years, why thank me? Brother Chang called over his men and instructed them to arrange accommodation for Xingjianya, making sure it was a spacious villa where he could stay comfortably. Watching Xingjianya's departing figure, Chang Gu secretly activated his supernatural power, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. At the same time, Xingjianya, his face full of resentment, activated his supernatural power. If Brother Chang dared to make a move, he would fight to the death to make the other party pay a heavy price. Chang glanced outside the residential area, wondering if Xiao had left. If he and Xingjianya start fighting, and Xiao rushes in again, he'll be outnumbered 2-1 and might not survive. After hesitating for a moment, Brother Chang sighed, finally withdrew his superpower, and turned back to his residence. Xingjianya broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking how close he had come to disaster. He had been incredibly nervous just now. Back in the residential area, Xiao saw some corpses lying at the foot of Building 2, all of whom were Xingjianya's men. They were all killed by the women with sniper rifles, not one was spared. Xiao inspected the excavators and found that, apart from those that were accidentally damaged during the battle, there were still 5 that were usable. This is a great item. It can be very useful for building bases and such. Xiao has a high school classmate who went to Lanxiang Technical School to learn excavator operation skills and earned a pretty good salary after graduation. When Xiao graduated from university, he couldn't find a job and almost went to work as an excavator operator with his friend. He still misses those days. Xiao smiled, then drove the excavator to the outside of the residential area, found a secluded spot, and quietly stored it in the radar tower. Back at the safe house, the women breathed a sigh of relief to see that he was safe and sound. When Fu Hongmei inquired about the situation, Xiao told her the truth. Fu Hongmei was somewhat worried that once Xingjianya recovered from his injuries, Xiao would have to face 2 superhumans at the same time, which would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, she desperately wished that she could also awaken her superpowers and become an ally to Xiao. Xiao, on the other hand, was quite easygoing and offered her a few words of advice. Fu Hongmei felt a bit stuffy, so she opened the window to get some fresh air. She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Just then, Fu Hongmei saw a golden lotus flower, about the size of a fist, fall from the sky, surrounded by shimmering light, and slowly drift down, passing right in front of the window. Huh, what's that? Fu Hongmei asked curiously, reaching out to catch the golden snow lotus. Wait! Xiao shouted hurriedly. Don't touch it! What if it's harmful? But it was too late. Fu Hongmei had already caught the golden snow lotus in her hands. She held the golden snow lotus in her hands and examined it closely. The golden snow lotus has 28 petals, each one crystal clear and dazzling, radiating a shimmering, auspicious light. This snow lotus seems to have come from the celestial realm. It is perfect, magnificent, and dreamlike, like a beautiful work of art sculpted by the divine hand of heaven, without a single flaw. A gentle sniff reveals a delightful fragrance that soothes the soul. How strange, why would a golden snow lotus fall from the sky? Fu Hongmei stared at the snow lotus in her hand, utterly astonished. Xiao was also quite surprised and was about to try to absorb it. Suddenly, the golden snow lotus merged into Fu Hongmei's skin and gradually disappeared. Everyone was shocked. He Xiaoqian exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Where is the golden snow lotus?" Yan Ruhua asked. "Sister Mei, are you feeling unwell?" "No." Fu Hongmei had just finished speaking when she felt something change within her body, a burning sensation that felt very comfortable. She couldn't help but close her eyes, falling into a wonderful state. At the same time, her aura became stronger, and waves of pressure surged from her body. "This aura is alien energy." Jihao's eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed to have considered a possibility, and his expression was extremely interesting. If he wasn't mistaken, this golden snow lotus probably possessed some kind of special ability. After a while,
Fu Hongmei reopened her eyes, looking radiant. Not only had her spirit and demeanor changed, but she also seemed to have become several years younger and even more beautiful. She was already a voluptuous mature woman with full breasts and a pert bottom, and having lived a life of luxury for many years, she naturally possessed a noble and dignified air. Now, with this added enhancement, she was naturally infinitely charming, outshining all the other women in the room. Xiao asked impatiently, "How are you feeling?" Fu Hongmei revealed a charming and alluring smile and said, I think. Chapter 133 Sword Moves. He Xiaoqian took Fu Hongmei's hand, her face full of curiosity. How is it? Sister Mei, tell me quickly, I'm so anxious. Fu Hongmei's expression was somewhat strange, and she said weakly, I think I've awakened a superpower. What? Everyone was shocked. Awakening superpowers? Just because of that golden snow lotus? Xiao asked urgently. Are you sure? Fu Hongmei answered without hesitation. I'm sure. Xiao asked again. What kind of superpower did you awaken? All the women stared at Fu Hongmei with envy. Fu Hongmei said, Sword type. Sword type, Xiao said. According to the classification I used to use in games, the sword type is also a type of combat type, with extremely strong attack power, no weaker than my lightning type. Yu Shifu's eyes were sparkling with joy. That's great! Now we have 2 superhumans in our team, which greatly increases our strength. We don't have to worry about safety anymore. As for Jingjianya and Brother Chang, if they dare to come, we'll beat them to a pulp. Xiao Yalan laughed and said, It seems that Hongmei is a person with great fortune. She just picked up a golden snow lotus and actually awakened a superpower. Amazing. He Xiaoqian said. That's right, otherwise how could she have become the empress? Fu Hongmei reached out and pinched He Xiaoqian's waist, then said with a charming smile, I'm in a good mood today. I'll go to your room tonight and let you vixen, experience the power of a superhuman. He Xiaoqian hugged Fu Hongmei and said softly, Oh dear, the empress has spoken. How can I, a lowly palace maid who is being bullied, dare to refuse? Get lost. Fu Hongmei tapped He Xiaoqian's forehead, in a great mood. Xiao asked, Sister Mei, do you feel unwell anywhere? Fu Hongmei said, No. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, We don't know yet whether the golden snow lotus has any side effects. You need to keep a close eye on it, and if anything happens, you must tell me immediately. Fu Hongmei said, I will. Xiao looked at the other 5 women and reminded them, If you ever see a golden snow lotus in the future, don't miss it. This thing can awaken superpowers directly and is priceless. Song Wenqiu suddenly asked, Do you think it's possible for people with superpowers to absorb golden snow lotuses to increase their strength? I don't know either, Xiao said. However, using it to improve strength is too wasteful. Awakening superpowers is more worthwhile. Xiao looked at Fu Hongmei and said, Let's go outside and find a secluded place to test your sword-based abilities. He Xiaoqian took Jihao's hand and said coquettishly, Honey, I want to go and see. Jihao said, No, what if we run into Jingjianya or Brother Chang? Sister Mei and I won't be able to take care of you. He Xiaoqian said resentfully. Then just record a video and let me observe it carefully. Okay, I'll grant your wish. Jihao took Fu Hongmei and left the safe house. Although it was freezing cold outside, Fu Hongmei was not afraid of the cold at all. This was the physical condition of a superhuman. Once outside the residential area, the 2 found a secluded spot and began their test. Fu Hongmei activated her supernatural power, and the supernatural energy within her surged forth, transforming into a battle sword in her hand. She casually flicked her sword, creating a dazzling display of cold light. Jihao asked, Does this sword have a name? Fu Hongmei said, No, why don't you choose one? Jihao thought for a moment and suggested, How about calling it the Sword of Life and Death? Fu Hongmei said, Okay. Jihao summoned the Thunder Sword and joked, You are good at using swords, and I am good at using swords. In the future, my husband and I will be invincible with our swords. Get lost, Fu Hongmei said coquettishly. Jihao said, Come on, let me see your skills first. I'll grant your wish. Fu Hongmei's smile vanished as she gripped the life and death sword tightly, a cold glint in her eyes. You'd better watch out. In an instant, Fu Hongmei's aura changed, and 28 flying swords appeared around her, swirling around her continuously. Under her control, the 28 flying swords were arranged neatly, like obedient kittens. Go! Fu Hongmei uttered the word, and 28 flying swords immediately flew out, slashing towards Jihao together. Good timing. Jihao neither dodged nor evaded, but swung his sword continuously, colliding with the 28 flying swords and knocking them away one after another. Although these 28 flying swords were formed from alien energy, once materialized, they were just like real ones, indestructible. Even after being knocked away by Jihao, they did not disappear. Instead, they changed direction and slashed at him again. Huh! Jihao was surprised, not expecting Fu Hongmei's skills to be so powerful. He swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing not only sword energy but also lightning, fighting against the 28 flying swords with all his might. Ding ding ding! Sparks flew everywhere, and the light was blinding. The flying swords were slashed away time and time again, only to fly back again and again. But before long, all the flying swords turned into specks of light and scattered on the ground. Fu Hongmei was exhausted and panting heavily. Summoning 28 flying swords consumes a lot of her special energy, and since she has only just awakened her special ability, she cannot use it for an extended period of time. However, the power that can be unleashed in a short period of time is extremely strong, and it can often have a miraculous effect when facing other ability users of the same level. Fu Hongmei took a breath and asked, "How was it? My skills are pretty good, right?" Jihao commented, "Very strong, but the energy expenditure was too high." "Indeed." Fu Hongmei smiled wryly and asked curiously, "Besides increasing strength, can absorbing supernatural energy also increase the amount of supernatural energy in the body?" Jihao replied, "Sure, after we kill Xingjianye and Brother Chang, I'll let you absorb the superpowers, and you can try it out for yourself then." Fu Hongmei exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful! In this way, I can control 28 flying swords for a long time." "You've only just mastered sword-based abilities, so you're a beginner. I'm more skilled with swords than you. I'll teach you some simple sword moves, so follow along and learn," Jihao said earnestly. Fu Hongmei couldn't help but roll her eyes and said irritably, "Please, you underestimate me too much. The moment I awakened my sword-type ability, I automatically mastered many techniques. I don't need you to teach me." "It's never a bad thing to learn more," Jihao said, standing behind Fu Hongmei and teaching her step by step. The two were close together, and Jihao could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Fu Hongmei, which was refreshing and invigorating. Fu Hongmei blushed, realizing that teaching her sword techniques was just an excuse. He clearly wanted to take advantage of her. But Fu Hongmei didn't expose him, letting Jihao do whatever he wanted. Half an hour later, Jihao had taught Fu Hongmei a lot of combat skills and had gained enough advantage, so he said, "I have one last move to teach you. After you learn it, your combat power will definitely increase greatly, and you may not even be a match for me." "Don't try to fool me," Fu Hongmei glared at her. "Really?" Jihao took Fu Hongmei's hand and said mysteriously, "Come with me." Soon, the two arrived at the grove. Jihao took out a rope and hung Fu Hongmei from the tree. Fu Hongmei blushed, embarrassed and annoyed, and said, "Weren't you going to teach me sword techniques? What are you doing?" "I am indeed teaching you sword techniques. This move is called Upside-Down Golden Hook." With that, Jihao climbed up the tree. Chapter 134 Encirclement and Kill. Back at the safe house, the women saw that Fu Hongmei's face was flushed, and their expressions immediately became strange. "Weren't you guys going to test your superpowers? How did it turn into playing with thrills?" Fu Hongmei was quite embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, It's getting dark. I'll go cook. Let's all have a good celebration tonight." After saying that, she fled in panic. The women were speechless. "You awakened your superpower, so everyone should cook for you to celebrate. Instead, you cooked for yourself. What kind of behavior is that?" "Oh, so even the Empress has her shy moments." Xiao revealed a foxy smile and followed her into the kitchen. "Sister Mei, let me help you." Xiao sniffed Jihao's scent and tapped his forehead. "You're really ridiculous." After saying that, she went into the kitchen to help Fu Hongmei cook. Ji Hao looked at Yu Shifu, Song Wanqiu, and Yan Ruhua, and winked at them, saying, "They'll be cooking for a while, so why don't I teach you some yoga?" The three women were embarrassed and annoyed. They glared at Ji Hao, and quickly got up to help Fu Hongmei cook. Ji Hao shook his head. When others were around, they seemed reluctant, but whenever they were alone, they would hum and puff. "Wait until nightfall, then I'll see how I deal with you all." Dinner was very lavish, and Ji Hao even opened a bottle of fine red wine. Everyone drank and ate, having a great time. After enjoying the feast, since it was still early, Ji Hao pulled them into singing. Inside the room, the 7 colored lights flickered continuously, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Ji Hao picked up the microphone and, accompanied by music, sang, "Blue and White Porcelain." His unique voice captivated the women. After singing for a long time, Ji Hao put his arms around each of their waists and started dancing. In this regard, Yan Ruhua and He Xiao are professionals. One of them is the head of this city's song and dance troupe, and the other was a former dance student. The two women danced gracefully and had great flexibility, making them a very pleasing sight to behold. Ji Hao couldn't help but sigh. Having them was truly a great pleasure in life. The next day, Ji Hao picked up the walkie-talkie and told Fatty and Abiao the secret of how the golden snow lotus could awaken supernatural abilities, telling them to keep an eye out and not miss it if they saw it. For the next 3 days, Ji Hao did not go out, but stayed in the safe house, shamelessly engaging in intimate acts with the women. Meanwhile, he was also waiting for Xingjianye and Brother Chang to come to his door. The waterfront community is, after all, Chang Ji's territory. Compared to Ji Hao, Chang Ge has taken over the entire community. Anyone who resisted him was killed. Therefore, he has a lot of men and guns. If they launch a direct attack, it will be very disadvantageous for Ji Hao. Therefore, waiting for Brother Chang and Xingjianye to come to our door is the best option. Sure enough, on the evening of the 4th day, Xingjianye finally couldn't hold back and came to their door. "Young Master Ji, what you said before was right. We are not enemies. We can cooperate again and take down Brother Chang together." Outside the safe house, Xingjianye spoke softly to the door, knowing that Ji Hao would definitely hear him, since he had personally built the safe house. Ji Hao chuckled to himself. The fish had finally taken the bait. He got up from the sofa, went to the security door, picked up the microphone, and said, "You should have made up your mind a long time ago, but it's okay, it's not too late." Xingjianye said, "After killing Brother Chang, his supernatural abilities." Ji Hao said, "I keep my word and won't argue with you." "Young Master Ji is very generous," Xingjianye said happily. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Ji Hao said, "Of course." Xingjianye asked, "When shall we depart?" Ji Hao said, "Let's do it now." Xingjianye said, "No problem." The two discussed the details and agreed to go to the waterfront community together. Xingjianye will hold off Changge, while Ji Hao will deal with all the gunmen. Once that's done, they'll all go after Changge. In a 2-on-1 situation, Changge has no chance of survival. After discussing the matter, Ji Hao prepared to set off. Yan Ruhua pulled him aside and said, "Oh right, I suddenly remembered that there's a very capable female doctor in the waterfront community next door named Chinya. She works at the first municipal hospital. If she's in the community, why don't you pick her up and bring her over?" Ji Hao asked. "Is it pretty?" Yan Ruhua rolled her eyes, but still replied truthfully. "Of course she's beautiful, no less so than me. Besides, she's a mature woman with a full figure, curvy and shapely, just your favorite type." Ji Hao continued, "Do you have any photos?" "Yes, please wait a moment." Yan Ruhua took out her phone and opened a group photo. "When I was practicing dance before, I accidentally twisted my waist. She performed the surgery on me. Her medical skills are extremely superb. On the day I was discharged from the hospital, I took a photo with her. Look." Ji Hao became instantly excited upon seeing the photo. Chinya in the photo is not wearing makeup, but you can still tell that she has fair skin, delicate features, and especially bright, clear eyes. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses adds to her mature charm. Even wearing a white lab coat couldn't hide her devilish figure, full-figured, curvaceous, and alluring. Her ample bosom stretched her white coat into an exaggerated curve, below which was her slender waist and exquisitely beautiful hips, along with a pair of shapely, long legs. This woman was absolutely a stunning beauty. She possesses an innate, mature charm, like a ripe pomegranate, alluring and beautiful. Mature women like this have always been Ji Hao's favorites. In addition, she has superb medical skills. Therefore, the moment he saw her, Ji Hao made up his mind to take her to the safe house. Seeing Ji Hao's eyes light up, Yan Ruhua was speechless. How is it? Not bad, right? Ji Hao nodded. It's really good. Yan Ruhua said. Then you must bring her here. Ji Hao said. I will. Outside the door, Xingjianya was already urging them on. Ji Hao quickly put away the photos and went to the waterfront community with Xingjianya. After they left, Fu Hongmei's lips curled into a slight smile. It's my turn to make a move. Who's scheming against whom is still uncertain. We'll see. Fu Hongmei stood up from the sofa and quietly followed them. Upon arriving at the waterfront residential area, Ji Hao immediately sensed that gunmen were lying in ambush. Xingjianya said, Let's sneak in first. You lie in ambush, and I'll try to ambush Brother Chang. If we succeed, great. If not, we'll attack together. Ji Hao said, I feel there are quite a few gunmen lying in ambush inside. If there are only a few, it won't be a big problem, but if there's a group, it will be difficult to deal with. Xingjianya's face turned cold. What do you mean? Ji Hao said, Why don't we try to lure Brother Chang out? Xingjianya shook his head, dissatisfied, and said, It's not that easy. Let's stick to the original plan. No. Ji Hao refused decisively, insisting. Times have changed, it's better to be careful. Damn, you're not going to back out now that things are at this point, are you? Xingjianya's eyes were icy as he secretly activated his supernatural ability. Ji Hao deliberately said, Let's go back first and discuss this further. With that, he turned to leave. Since you're here, don't leave. Xingjianya dropped the pretense and shouted towards the residential compound's wall. Brother Chang, I've brought the person here. Now, it's time for our hunt. Well done. Chang Gu climbed over the wall and stood in front of Ji Hao, a hint of mockery on his face. Chapter 135 1 against 2. Xingjianya and Chang Gu surrounded Ji Hao, one in front and one behind. Chang sneered. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Should I call you stupid or just plain dumb? Xingjianya said. Hee hee, Brother Chang, I knew it. This kid is all brawn and no brains. When I helped him build the safe house, I ripped him off by making him pay 20% more than the market price. He actually paid it willingly. What an idiot. Chang said. Since he's an idiot, then he shouldn't stay in this world. Ji Hao provoked. I'm curious, who will get my superpower then? If one of you gets injured by me, can you promise the other won't launch a sneak attack? Upon hearing this, Xingjianya's eyes grew even colder, and he shouted sharply. What's between me and Brother Chang is none of your business. Go to hell! Call out. A brick the size of a washbasin was thrown at Ji Hao, hitting him on the head. Ji Hao used his lightning-fast movement technique to appear 10 meters away, avoiding the encirclement of Xingjianya and Chang Gu. A sniper hiding in the building nearby immediately opened fire on Ji Hao. Rat! The fierce firepower, as if it were free, was all directed at Ji Hao. Ji Hao opened the tower door and put all the bullets inside. Just then, Chang Ji's attack arrived. Countless earth spikes, densely packed like raindrops, covered Ji Hao, making a sound as they broke through the air. Ji Hao once again propped up the tower gate and removed the earth spikes. I felt a slight tingling sensation, but it quickly disappeared. Since becoming stronger, the thunder tower within Ji Hao's body has also changed, with its absorption capacity increasing significantly. Previously, absorbing bullets would cause pain, but not anymore. However, absorbing attacks with greater power than bullets will still cause adverse reactions. For example, the soil spike that Chang Gu got hurt only for a moment, and didn't have much of an impact. Chang Gu and Xingjianya were dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? It was something they had never heard of or seen before. Isn't Ji Hao a lightning-type ability user? How did he manage to do that? Brother Chang said coldly. Kid, it seems you have a secret. Ji Hao didn't answer. He used his lightning shadow escape technique repeatedly to run away into the distance, gradually moving away from the gunman's attack range. Stop!
Trying to run? No way! I'm taking your powers. Xingjianye and Changge chased after them. Jihao deliberately slowed down, waiting for them to catch up. Before long, the three of them arrived at an abandoned factory. As for the gunmen, they were left far behind. Xingjianye looked around, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. This place is not bad, it's perfect as your burial site. Jihao replied. I would like to say the same thing to you. Xingjianye sneered. So what if you're stronger than me? You're all alone now. I don't believe you can turn the world upside down. Alright, stop wasting time talking to him, let's take him down first. Changge was more direct, rushing forward and summoning an earthen wall that pressed down on Jihao. Jihao unleashed a lightning-fast hand strike, shattering the earthen wall, and then charged towards Changge. Bang bang bang. The two exchanged blows repeatedly, like two shifting beams of light. Jihao gripped the thunder sword tightly and unleashed a dazzling sword aura from afar, accompanied by bursts of thunder, slashing towards Brother Chang. Earth Shield! A square, earthen yellow shield appeared in front of Changge, protecting him firmly within it. The sword energy struck it, but it failed to cleave the earthen shield. Jihao unleashed Thor's wrath, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the sky, carrying immense power as it blasted towards them. Bang! The earthen shield was finally breached, and the aftershocks continued to strike Changge. At the critical moment, Changji's body was covered with a layer of earth armor, allowing him to withstand the 70% power of Thor's wrath. Damn it! Changge shouted, feeling a chill run down his spine. Jihao's strength was far greater than he had imagined. Fortunately, he wasn't alone, he had Xingjianye as a companion. At the same time, Xingjianye arrived, swinging a brick the size of a washbasin and smashing it against Jihao's head. If Jihao were hit by that, he wouldn't be in a good mood. In a moment of haste, Jihao conjured a giant hand of lightning, which collided with the brick. Both of them retreated simultaneously, their blood and chi surging within them. It wasn't that Jihao was inferior to Xingjianye, but rather that he was struggling to fight two opponents at once. Both of them had absorbed supernatural abilities, and they were not on the same level as people like Grandpa Su and Yu Wendong. Xingjianye and Changge attacked Jihao from the left and right respectively, and the three of them fought fiercely and were evenly matched. Kid, you fought 2 against 1 and managed to get this far, that's not bad. But unfortunately, there's only one word for your fate, death. Brother Chang said, trying to psychologically crush Jihao. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might give you a quick death? Jihao remained unmoved and replied, I don't believe Xingjianye is willing to be your subordinate. Let's wait until we're both exhausted, then he can ambush you, absorb our superpowers, and he'll be the one laughing last. Changge felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, but he didn't show it on his face. The more you try to sow discord between me and Jianye, the more it shows your inner fear. Prepare to die. Changge made his move again, conjuring an earthen wall on each of Jihao's left and right sides, pressing towards the center to crush him to death. At the same time, bricks appeared densely packed around Xingjianye. Go! Xingjianye pointed at Jihao, and the bricks flew out quickly, like 10,000 swords returning to their source, smashing down on him. Jihao raised his hand and swung his sword twice, cutting through the earthen walls on both sides. Then he unleashed Thunderstorm Star, and bolts of lightning transformed into stars, falling continuously with a rustling sound as they collided with the bricks. Boom boom boom! A powerful force rippled outwards, like a continuous, surging river. Both Jihao and Xingjianye were affected, and they were both sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jihao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fighting 2 against 1 was indeed not an easy task. He was confident that he could beat Changge and Xingjianye if they fought one-on-one, but it would be very difficult for him to beat them when they teamed up. Fortunately, Jihao is not alone. When the time comes, he will definitely give Changge and Xingjianye a huge surprise. This kid is incredibly strong. He's fighting 2 against 1 and still holding his own. We must eliminate him this time to prevent future troubles. Changji's eyes turned cold, and his earth armor thickened even more. Spikes of earth appeared in front of him, like silver needles, and flew towards Jihao. Jihao opened the tower door and took all the earth spikes inside. Damn it, it's that trick again! Chang'e was extremely annoyed. Every time he launched a ranged attack, it would mysteriously disappear when it got close to Jihao, leaving him very helpless. Jihao charged at Xingjianye, unleashing massive lightning hands that forced Xingjianye to retreat continuously. Damn it, just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Xingjianye was about to unleash his skill when, at that moment, an incredibly dazzling sword light slashed from the shadows, aiming straight for his vitals. Chapter 136: The 10-meter Greatsword. Xingjianye was instantly horrified, and the hairs on his body stood on end. The sword light grew larger and larger in his eyes. With a soft thud, Xingjianye was sent flying backward by the blow, a deep sword wound appearing on his body, from which blood flowed continuously. If he hadn't dodged the vital point at the crucial moment, that sword light would have been enough to cripple him. Even so, he suffered a severe blow, and his combat strength dropped significantly. Fu Hongmei emerged from the shadows, wielding the sword of life and death, exuding a powerful aura, like an unparalleled sword immortal. She was tall and slender, yet had a full bust and wide hips, a slim waist and long legs, and a mature and aloof demeanor, creating a striking contrast. "It's you!" Xingjianye was dumbfounded, completely stunned. He never expected that Fu Hongmei would awaken her superpower. Chang'e was thoroughly amazed. This beautiful woman had eyes like autumn water, red lips like dancing flames, and a pair of high-end pearl earrings hanging on her crystal-clear white earlobes, making her look noble and aloof. What's even more striking is her figure, a pair of heavy, erect breasts that sway up and down with her every step, and her plump, round buttocks, like a full moon, wider than her shoulders. Without a doubt, she was a dignified and elegant noblewoman, yet she was also alluring to the core. Two completely different temperaments are simultaneously embodied in her, yet they do not conflict at all. On the contrary, they add a unique kind of beauty to her. Brother Chang was somewhat stunned. If he could have a night with this beautiful woman, he would be willing to give up 10 years of his life. Fu Hongmei walked over step by step and said, "Xingjianye, you didn't expect this, did you? I've also awakened a special ability. Speaking of which, I have to thank you." What she said was true. If Xingjianye hadn't coveted the safe house and teamed up with Chang'e, she wouldn't have been in a bad mood and gone to the window for fresh air, and thus wouldn't have been able to obtain the golden snow lotus. In a sense, we should indeed thank Xingjianye. "Humph, you lowly scoundrel who only knows how to ambush. If it were one-on-one, I'd beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees," Xingjianye coldly rebuked, his face quite ferocious. Fu Hongmei sneered. "You two are fighting one against one, and you still have the nerve to say I ambushed you? Shameless." Now that Jihao has gained another superhuman, and Xingjianye is seriously injured, the situation has suddenly reversed. Both Xingjianye and Chang'e are considering retreating. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. We'll get our revenge later. Xingjianye and Chang'e exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts, and quickly retreated. If they were all harboring their own agendas and wanting to reap the benefits of others' misfortunes before, they have now united because no matter who dies, the other one will be left to fend for themselves and will certainly not live long either. Therefore, they had only one choice: to join forces against the enemy. "Since you're here, why leave? Why not stay?" Jihao used his lightning shadow escape technique to block their retreat. At the same time, he flicked his thunder sword, unleashing two sword energies that flew towards Xingjianye and Chang'e respectively. Chang'e propped up the earthen wall and blocked the sword energy. Xingjianye was not so lucky. He was seriously injured and his combat strength was limited. He was forced back several steps by Jihao's sword energy, and almost spat out another mouthful of blood. "I'll help you!" Of course, Brother Chang wouldn't watch Xingjianye be killed by Jihao. He summoned 4 earthen walls to block Jihao's 4 sides, trapping him inside. Jihao raised his hand and unleashed a lightning-fast strike, slamming it hard into an earthen wall, thus freeing himself from his predicament. At the same time, he charged towards Brother Chang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xingjianye fled into the distance. Fu Hongmei looked at Jihao and said, "You hold off Brother Chang for now. I'll go kill Xingjianye and then come back to help you." Jihao replied, "Okay." Fu Hongmei caught up with Xingjianye and coldly shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Take this."
Beside her, 28 flying swords appeared, each as thick as a thumb, gleaming coldly, their sword aura intimidating. Under her control, the flying swords seemed to come alive, flying one after another towards Xingjiania. Xingjiania's face was pale, as if facing a formidable enemy. With Chang'e tied up, he could only rely on himself. If he couldn't hold on, his fate would be death. While dodging, Xingjiania mobilized the limited amount of alien energy within his body, condensing bricks around him to protect himself. Bang bang bang. 28 flying swords continuously cleaved through the bricks before landing on Xingjiania with a soft thud. Xingjiania let out a scream, his body covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. Fu Hongmei rushed over and cleaved his head off with a single sword strike. Chang felt something was wrong and immediately rushed over, wanting to absorb Xingjiania's supernatural ability in order to increase his strength. Ji Hao, of course, wouldn't give Chang'e a chance. He instantly appeared a few meters away, his thunder sword dancing like a dragon and snake, unleashing a series of sharp lightning sword energies. Sister Mei, I'll stop him, you absorb the superpower first, Ji Hao shouted. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Fu Hongmei didn't stand on ceremony and quickly absorbed Xingjiania's supernatural power. Before long, her eyes lit up. Not only had her strength increased, but the amount of alien energy in her body had also increased. If she were to control 28 flying swords again, she would be able to do so more easily than before, and the duration of her actions would also be extended considerably. In addition, she also gained a skill, the Great Sword. Fu Hongmei, wielding the Life and Death Sword, charged towards Brother Chang, simultaneously channeling her alien energy into the sword. The Sword of Life and Death immediately grew to the width of a palm and its length reached an astonishing 10 meters, making it look majestic and imposing. Cut! Fu Hongmei gripped the Life and Death Sword tightly with both hands, leaped half a Chang into the air, and slashed down with the force of splitting manhwa. Boom! Even the extremely strong Chang'e was sent flying by this sword strike, a deep sword wound appearing on his body, blood dripping down and staining the ground red. Chang was terrified. He couldn't handle Ji Hao alone, and now Fu Hongmei's strength had increased significantly. How was he supposed to escape? After unleashing a powerful sword strike, Fu Hongmei gasped for breath. The Life and Death Sword in her hand now returned to its original state. This move is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a tremendous amount of energy, making it even more tiring than controlling 28 flying swords. In critical moments, the Great Sword can only deliver one strike. After that, the sword will return to its original state. Overall, this move is still very strong and can be considered her trump card. After a moment of silence, Chang said to Ji Hao in a gentler tone, Actually, we don't need to fight each other. How about we cooperate? I'll be your subordinate, and we can fight for territory, women, and food together. The future will definitely belong to people with superpowers. You should make plans as soon as possible. Ji Hao sneered. What, are you scared? Chang'e said. I call this a wise man submits to circumstances. In the future there will be more and more people with superpowers, which will evolve into a struggle between major forces. The force that can gain the support of more people with superpowers will have a greater advantage in the future struggle to dominate the world. Sorry, I'm not interested. Ji Hao's eyes flashed with cold light. So, you should just die. Whoosh. Ji Hao transformed into a beam of light and shadow, charging forward. The lightning hand and the thunderous star appeared simultaneously, pressing down on Chang'e. At the same time, Fu Hongmei was not idle either. 28 flying swords shot out at the same time, like shooting stars, trailing long tails. Chang was outmatched by two opponents. He was quickly and severely injured, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. Don't kill me! Brother Chang coughed up blood and begged for mercy. If you spare my life, I can tell you a huge secret that I think you will be interested in. Chapter 137 Top Secret. Ji Hao was curious to see what secrets Brother Chang could reveal, so he nodded and said, Okay, you tell me first. Chang said, Before the apocalypse, my boss was a contractor. He once received an order to secretly build a Doomsday fortress for a top tycoon. The cost was 4 billion. If you swear not to kill me, I will tell you the location of the fortress. Ji Hao's eyes lit up. His current safe house was about 500 square meters. Although it was big enough, it would eventually become crowded with more women. If we could acquire the $4 billion Doomsday Fortress, we wouldn't have this problem anymore. No matter how many women came, we could accommodate them all. It would be absolutely amazing. Xiao asked excitedly. Tell me, where is the Doomsday Fortress located? Chang said. You must swear that you will never kill me. Xiao raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. Fine, I swear I won't kill you. If I break my oath, may I be struck by lightning. We're at Tingxue Mountain, Chang said. You've probably heard of that place, right? So it's Tingxue Mountain. Xiao had naturally heard of this place. It was quite far from Xingfu residential area, almost outside of Donghai City. Originally, Tingxue Mountain was a tourist attraction. It got its name from the fact that it is very beautiful when it snows. A few years ago, when Tingxue Mountain was being developed, it was inexplicably closed off, and no one knew what it was for. It turned out that it was secretly sold to a wealthy man to build a Doomsday Fortress. If you have the time, you must go to Tingxue Mountain in person and take down the Doomsday Fortress. Xiao crossed his arms and looked at Chang'e with a leisurely air, saying, I'm very satisfied with your secret. I promised you before that I wouldn't kill you, so you can leave now. Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could survive, that was good. He would find more helpers in the future and make sure to give Xiao a good beating. And then there's Fu Hongmei beside Xiao. He won't be able to get rid of this anger until he's messed with her 1,000 times over. Chang was fantasizing about some inappropriate scenes when Fu Hongmei walked up and slashed at him with her sword. You said you wouldn't kill me, but you went back on your word, you beast. Chang's angry curses stopped abruptly as his head was severed, and he died completely. Xiao sneered. Idiot, I did say I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say others wouldn't kill you either. Xiao absorbed Changji's superpowers, but instead of gaining new skills, his strength increased. He could now summon 2 lightning hands simultaneously, and more stars fell from the thunderstorm starfall. Fu Hongmei asked curiously, What skills did you acquire? Xiao shook his head and said with a wry smile, No, it's just that my strength has improved. It seems that not every time I absorb superpowers, I can gain skills. Xiao said enviously, You're so lucky. The great sword is very strong and domineering. I wish I had that move. Fu Hongmei said, I also want your lightning hand. Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, What do you think of the Doomsday Fortress that Brother Chang mentioned earlier? Actually, this news had been circulating in our circle at the time, but it had never been confirmed. I didn't expect it to be true, Fu Hongmei said. If there is a chance, we should move to a bigger place to live. Besides, that fortress has strong defenses and is safer. Okay, I'll go to Tingxue Mountain myself when I have time to see what's going on, Xiao said. Let's go back to Binshui community first and see if that doctor is there. Back in the waterfront community, the gunmen were still on guard. They were very surprised to see Xiao return safely. A few of the bolder ones fired at Xiao. Xiao, of course, showed no mercy and killed all those who fired the shots. Then, he grabbed a burly man at random and asked, Do you know where Qinya lives? The burly man said in a trembling voice. I know. Xiao said. Take me there quickly. The burly man nodded hurriedly. Okay, please don't kill me. Upon arriving at Qinya's residence, Xiao asked in a low voice. Let me ask you another question. Has Qinya ever been with Chang'e? The burly man was stunned for a moment before he realized what he meant. No. Xiao asked in surprise. With a top-tier mature woman like her, how could Brother Chang resist making a move? The big man explained. It's like this. Before the apocalypse, Brother Chang was always troubled by heart disease. His attending physician happened to be Qinya. After the apocalypse, although he awakened his superpowers and his body was strengthened, he still had some minor heart problems and needed Qinya to continue to treat him. So he could only restrict Qinya's personal freedom and couldn't really do anything to her. Xiao secretly rejoiced. Since Qinya hadn't been defiled by Chang'e, it was a good time to take her back to the safe house. Xiao stepped forward and knocked on the door. A wary voice came from inside the door. Who is it? Xiao said. Hello, Dr. Qin, I am a resident of the next community.
My name is Xiao. Qinya asked in a cold voice. What are you doing here? Here's the thing, I've already killed Brother Chang. I want to take you back to my safe house, where you'll never have to worry about food or clothing again, Xiao said. Compared to staying here, the conditions are more than 100 times better. What? You killed Brother Chang? Qinya asked in surprise. Are you also a superhuman? Xiao said. Yes. Qinya was silent for a moment, then said perfunctorily. Let me think about it for a while. Xiao advised. Before, when Brother Chang needed medical treatment, he could protect you. Now that he's dead, with your beauty, you'll inevitably attract the covetous eyes of some men. When that time comes, will you still be able to live a good life? Fu Hongmei also spoke up. In the apocalypse, women are very insignificant. It's better to find a powerful backer so that you can live a better life. Inside the room, Qinya remained silent. She didn't know Xiao, so it was impossible for her to go with him after just a few words. Xiao pondered for a moment, and came up with an idea. You should know Ruhua, right? Actually, she's my woman. How about this, I'll call her over, and you two can have a chat. After saying that, Xiao looked at Fu Hongmei and instructed her. Sister Mei, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go back to pick up Ruhua. Fu Hongmei nodded. Okay, go ahead. Xiao returned to the safe house and told Yan Ruhua what had happened. Yan Ruhua immediately expressed her willingness to persuade Qinya. Xiao took her to Qinya's residence again. Sister Ye, I'm Ruhua. Can we talk? Yan Ruhua said softly. Qinya looked through the peephole and saw Yan Ruhua outside. Overjoyed, she opened the door and let Yan Ruhua in, while Xiao and Fu Hongmei were left outside. After a long while, Qinya seemed to give in and opened the door again. Come in too. Xiao and Fu Hongmei went inside. The interior decoration was very simple, which was clearly disproportionate to Qinya's income. Perhaps she is just a simple person. Xiao sat opposite Qinya, carefully examining the mature female doctor, and was increasingly amazed by her beauty. Chapter 138 Qinya's Conditions. Xiao had seen Qinya's photos before, but she was much more beautiful in person than in the photos. Even wearing a thick coat, she couldn't hide her devilish figure. Her breasts were high and full, giving a heavy feeling. Below them were her slender waist and full, round hips, plus a pair of long, beautiful legs. She was definitely the best of the best. Especially the gold-rimmed glasses Qinya wore added a unique charm to her appearance. A voluptuous, mature beauty like this has always been Xiao's favorite. Even if it comes at a price, we must bring Qinya back. I can move into your safe house, and I can treat anyone who gets sick, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Qinya's voice was clear and cool, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, very pleasant to hear. Xiao suppressed his excitement, and said expressionlessly, Tell me, and I will definitely agree to anything I can do. Qinya sighed and said softly, I have a relative, my best friend's daughter. Before my best friend had the car accident, she entrusted her to me. Her name is Yujishi. When the apocalypse broke out, she was studying at Inglua University. We contacted each other every day. Later, the power went out and the internet was cut off, and communication was also cut off, so we lost contact. My first condition is that you go to Sakura University and rescue Jishi. I know this will be difficult to do, since Sakura University is far from here and all transportation is currently unusable. But if you can really do it, I will be very grateful to you. Xiao was speechless after hearing Qinya's first condition. You really have no manners, making me travel so far to save someone. If it were another superhuman, they might not be able to do it. After all, Yujishi is just an ordinary person, and it would be too difficult to protect her for so long in the freezing cold. But Xiao has a heavy-duty RV, so this matter wasn't too difficult for him. Sakura University isn't far from CG's base. Next time I deliver the RV to Zhao Taohua, I can stop by Sakura University and rescue Yujishi. Seeing Xiao remain silent, Qinya's expression turned somewhat grim. She was genuinely worried about Yujishi. She had mentioned it to Brother Chang before, but he rejected her without even thinking about it. Now Xiao is her only hope. Is it okay? Qinya asked nervously. Xiao deliberately waited a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Is she pretty?
Qinya was afraid that Ji Hao would not agree, so she quickly replied, "Of course she's beautiful. She is the #1 goddess of Inglua University. She has countless suitors, and she has never been in a relationship." Ji Hao asked, "Do you have any photos?" "Yes." Qinya brought over a few photos and handed them to Ji Hao. Ji Hao's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing it. In the photo, Yujishi is about 174 centimeters tall. She is wearing various flight attendant uniforms, and her tall figure is extremely outstanding. In particular, her incredibly long legs and black stockings are comparable to Xiao Qian and Yu Shifu. She could easily be a leg model. Ji Hao asked curiously, "Is she in the flight attendant department?" "She initially studied dance, but later switched to flight attendant training," Qinya said, handing over a few more photos. In the photo, Yujishi is wearing a light pink jumpsuit for dance practice, her long hair is tied in a bun, and she is wearing high-quality, smooth white stockings and a pair of soft dance shoes. She stretched her body freely, her limbs were coordinated, her proportions were excellent, and her temperament was stunning. Girls who have trained in dance generally have excellent flexibility, a fact that Ji Hao had already verified with Xiao Qian and Yan Ruhua. "If I could win over Yujishi, wouldn't I be incredibly happy?" "Okay, I'll give it a try," Ji Hao agreed. "Actually, I used to be a student at Sakura University, so I know the place well." Qinya visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ji Hao was willing to help, there was still hope. "I haven't been able to contact Yujishi for so long, and I don't know how she is doing. I hope she's still alive," Ji Hao said. "Tell me your second condition." Qinya lowered her head, not daring to meet Ji Hao's gaze, and said in a whisper, "Over the years I have focused all my energy on my work and raising Jishi. I have never been married and have never been with a man before. So this is my first time. Before you save Jishi, I have no obligation to sleep with you." Ji Hao was somewhat disappointed. Being able to look but not eat was too frustrating. "I can't agree to your condition." Ji Hao shook his head. Qinya said coldly, "If I let you sleep with me, what right do I have to guarantee that you will definitely go to save Jishi?" Ji Hao hesitated for a moment, but considering she was a doctor, he finally conceded. "Okay, I promise you." Qinya rarely showed a smile, but it was like 100 flowers blooming. Ji Hao said, "But I also have one condition." Qinya said, "Go ahead." Ji Hao said bluntly, "Not only you, but she also has to become my woman." "You?" Qinya looked up abruptly, her eyes icy cold as she said, "Impossible!" Not to mention Qinya, even Fu Hongmei and Yan Ruhua standing to the side were speechless. "You really are a womanizer." Ji Hao stared at Qinya with amusement, his voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "I braved temperatures of -60 degrees Celsius to rescue her, but all I can do is look at her, not eat her. Head, do you think that's fair to me?" Qinya grew anxious and said quickly, "I can make it up to you in other ways." "No need, you should find someone else. I don't lack women, so I won't keep you company." Ji Hao got up and walked outside. Qinya clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Just as Ji Hao was about to walk out the door, she sighed heavily and finally gave in, saying loudly, "Wait a minute, I promise you." Ji Hao turned around and grinned. "That's more like it." Yan Ruhua took Qinya's hand affectionately and said softly, "Sister Ya, welcome to our big family. From now on, we're all family." Qinya hummed softly, her face unusually flushed. She never imagined that one day she would end up with the same man as Yan Ruhua. It was truly shameful. Yan Ruhua smiled and said, "Let's pack our luggage and go." Ji Hao opened the tower door and took everything inside the room. Qinya stared in disbelief and exclaimed, How did you do that?" Ji Hao explained the situation with Leda, and then said confidently, "I have a lot of supplies, more than I can use. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well, and you'll never have to worry about food again." Qinya took a deep breath, still in a state of surprise. Is this the power of superhumans? It's terrifying. But this is for the best. The stronger Ji Hao is, the greater the chance of rescuing Yujishi. Ji Hao, along with Fu Hongmei, Yan Ruhua, and Qinya, were about to leave the waterfront residential area. A group of residents immediately came up and surrounded them. Chapter 139 Departure. Xinya frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" An elderly woman with a cane asked irritably, "Dr. Qin, where are you going?" Xinya's eyes were icy as she retorted, "Where I go is none of your business, is it?" The old woman was furious. She pointed at Xinya and said, "You are a resident of our community and the only doctor. Of course you can only stay in the community and treat us for free. What, are you going to run away with this pretty boy for a better life? Don't you have any medical ethics?" Another young woman said, "You're a doctor, but all you think about is living a good life. Have you ever thought about us patients? I even praised you online before, but now that it's the end of the world, you've shown your true colors. I think from now on, I shouldn't call you a doctor anymore, I should call you a poisonous woman. You're 38 years old and you're still hanging out with this pretty boy. What is it that he satisfies you in some way? You're willing to abandon us for him? How heartless of you." Xinya was furious. Her voluptuous body trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled in her eyes. Before the apocalypse, she often provided free medical care to the residents of her community. Over time, these people became increasingly demanding, asking her to buy medicine for them for free, and even perform surgeries. Every time she refused, she would be met with a cold shoulder, as if she were the one in the wrong. It was simply outrageous. Now, they want to restrict her personal freedom, which makes Xinya feel extremely wronged and unable to bear it any longer. "I have no relation to you and have no obligation to help you. Get out of my way, or I won't be polite," Xinya snapped. The old woman with the cane was so angry she almost jumped up and down. She said angrily, "What kind of behavior is this, shouting and yelling? Is this how you treat the elderly? Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young when you were a child?" Xiao stepped forward and sneered. Come, let me teach you how to respect the elderly and care for the young." Bang! Xiao punched the old woman, sending her flying. Her chest was caved in, and it was clear she wouldn't survive. "This is what it means to respect the elderly and care for the young, do you understand?" Xiao's cold gaze swept over everyone. "Someone's being hit! Someone's being hit! That vile woman's pretty boy is hitting someone! Everyone come quick!" shouted the young woman who had spoken earlier. Bang! The giant hand of lightning struck down, smashing the woman into a pile of minced meat. "Anyone else who dares to stand in my way, if you're not afraid of death, step forward!" Xiao's loud voice echoed throughout the surrounding area. The crowd was terrified and dared not block the road again. "Are you kidding? They're superhumans. Charging in would be suicide." "That's more like it." Xiao looked at Xinya and said, "Stop crying, let's go." Xinya wiped away her tears and said sincerely, "Thank you." A warm feeling washed over her, and she felt that Xiao looked pleasing to the eye no matter what. It was already dark when we got back to the safe house. Seeing the interior decoration and furnishings, Xinya was shocked once again. She had heard Xiao and Yan Ruhua talk about it before, and she thought they were joking. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she truly realized what an idyllic life they were living. Thinking back to the post-apocalyptic world, where she endured hunger and hardship, Xinya immediately felt an urge to cry. Xiao told the women about Xinya's situation, and they were all very happy to learn that there was now another doctor. Otherwise, even if Xiao has medicine and medical equipment in the tower, it will be useless if he doesn't understand medicine. Just as it was dinner time, Xiao took out a large amount of food and enjoyed it with the women. Xinya felt an urge to cry as she ate the delicious food. Since the apocalypse, she had been eating instant noodles and the like every day. This was the first time she had ever enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. Xinya ate her fill at the meal. Thinking about it carefully, living in Xiao's safe house is actually really good. There's no worry about food or clothing, and safety is guaranteed. The only regret is that Yujishi isn't by his side. Although Yujishi is her best friend's daughter, Xinya has long treated her as her own, and only hopes that she can be safe and sound. After dinner, with nothing else to do, Xiao took the women swimming. Apart from Xinya, the other women wore sexy and revealing swimsuits, seemingly unconcerned about exposing their fair skin. Especially her chest, with its undulating curves and almost no covering, gave Xiao a feast for the eyes. With Fu Hongmei awakening her supernatural abilities and the addition of Xinya, a doctor, The women felt a sense of crisis. If they couldn't demonstrate their value, they would have to focus on pleasing Xiao. That's why they are so proactive. Qinya was speechless. Xiao really knows how to enjoy life, and he's incredibly lucky with women. Every woman in the safe house is a top-notch beauty, yet he has a whole group of them. If other men knew, they'd probably be green with envy. As he swam, Xiao suddenly got excited and chuckled. Qinya blushed and fled in panic, cursing Xiao 1,000 times in her heart. For the next 3 days, Xiao lived like a god. Qinya kept urging Xiao to leave early, but he ignored her. Going to Sakura University is a lot of trouble, so we need to be well prepared. Most importantly, we need to send a motorhome to the CG base so that they can go out more easily. The RV isn't finished yet, so naturally we can't set off. I've been so tired these past few days, my back and waist are aching. Sister Ya, you're a doctor, come and give me a massage. Xiao twisted his waist, feeling a sharp pain. Damn it, I've gone too far these past few days. I need to rein myself in. Qinya glared at Xiao and said irritably, I'm not your servant, I have no such obligation. Xiao said, I need to get my health back before I can leave as soon as possible, you understand. In the end, Qinya had no choice but to compromise. Xiao took off his clothes, leaving him only in a pair of shorts, revealing his well-defined chest muscles, saying it would make it easier to massage. Qinya blushed and rolled her eyes. That evening, Fatty contacted Xiao via walkie-talkie, saying that the RV was ready. Xiao was overjoyed and told Qinya that they would set off for Cherry Blossom University the next morning. Qinya was overjoyed and couldn't wait to see Yujishi. When the women learned that Xiao was leaving the next day, they naturally put in extra effort, which was tough on Xiao's kidneys. In the morning, Xiao drove his heavy truck RV, carrying Qinya, to the repair shop where Fatty worked, intending to pick up the RV. But when Xiao arrived at the repair shop, he didn't see the two of them. What happened? Xiao had a bad feeling. After checking carefully, he found that the door of the safe house was wide open and all the food and weapons inside were gone. There were different footprints on the surrounding snow, indicating at least 4 people, as well as tire tracks, suggesting that the other party had driven away. What exactly happened? Xiao muttered to himself. Could they have encountered someone with superpowers? Chapter 140 Falling Victim. Although the safe house at the auto repair shop couldn't compare to Xiao's residence, its defenses were definitely solid, and Fatty and a Biao even had firearms. If it weren't for encountering a superhuman, Xiao couldn't think of any other reason. Qinya suggested, Why don't we try contacting them using the walkie-talkie? No way. Xiao shook his head and said, They've probably been captured. Using walkie-talkies will only make the other side more vigilant. Anyway, there are tire tracks on the snow. We can just follow them. I want to see who dares to touch my brothers. Qinya thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two got into a heavy-duty RV and chased after it. Not long after, Xiao spotted a motorhome driving in the distance. The Ma-Do brand has a powerful engine and ample space. Xiao had seen the semi-finished product before. It was made by Fatty and a Biao, and it seemed they should be in the car. Xiao stepped on the gas, quickly overtook the RV, forced it to stop, and got out. Inside the car, a man's curses could be heard. Damn it, which idiot dared to stop my car? Do they want to die? The woman next to him exclaimed happily. Brother, their heavy truck RV is so imposing and powerful, much better than our RV. Since we have guns, why don't we rob them? The man driving the car sneered. That's what I think too. The car windows were covered by curtains, so Xiao couldn't see what was inside, but he knew that Fatty and a Biao were definitely inside. However, Xiao had to pretend he didn't know them, lest those villains take them hostage or kill them. The car door opposite opened, and 3 men and 2 women got out. They all looked fierce and menacing, and were clearly not good people. Xiao deliberately said, Your RV is quite nice, how about you give it to me? The bald man at the head of the group said, What a coincidence, I wanted to say the same thing to you. Xiao retorted defiantly. You? Do you even have the qualifications? The bald man pulled out a pistol, pointed it at Xiao, and said smugly, I have this guy, isn't that enough? Xiao recognized the model of the gun, It was the same one he had given to Fatty and Abiao. It seemed he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the wrong person. Xiao raised his hand and unleashed a lightning-fast strike, grabbing the bald man and squeezing him hard. With a soft plop, the bald man was crushed, and blood rained down. Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The bald man was clearly the leader of this group. He had thought the other party was a superhuman, but it turned out he was just an ordinary person. That was strange. How did they manage to capture Fatty and Abiao? Run! This kid has superpowers! Xiao scoffed. Trying to escape? You're dreaming! 2 lightning-fast hands struck out, killing the 2 men instantly. Besides Xiao, only 2 women remained at the scene. Xiao rushed over and punched them a few times. He deliberately held back and didn't kill the 2 women. They were clearly ordinary people, yet they managed to break into Fatty and Abiao's safe house. Obviously, these 2 women played a dishonorable role. Let Fatty and Abiao judge them and let them vent their anger. Xiao said to the 2 women, "Go and call the rest of the people in the car down." One of the slightly overweight women, her face full of resentment, quickly pulled a pistol from her bosom and pulled the trigger at Xiao. As she expected, Xiao would definitely be shot in the head, but to her surprise, Xiao was still standing there without a single wound on his body. This? The slightly plump woman looked terrified. You dare to play tricks on me? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Xiao rushed up to the slightly chubby woman and slapped her face repeatedly. Ah! The slightly overweight woman let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiao said, "I'll say it again, get everyone out of the car, or I'll kill you." The slightly plump woman glanced at Xiao, dared not resist any longer, and obediently got into the car. Inside the car, Fatty and Abiao were tied up with ropes, and no matter how much they struggled, it was all in vain. The slightly overweight woman picked up a fruit knife and cut the rope. "Come on, get off with me," the fat man asked warily. "What are you doing getting off the bus?" "How would I know?" the slightly plump woman replied in a muffled voice. After Fatty and Abiao got out of the car, they immediately saw Xiao standing in front of the car. "Boss! It's so good to see you, I almost thought I was going to die," Xiao asked. "Is there anyone else in the car?" The fat man counted the heads and then said, "That's all. There were only 5 people who arrested us before." Xiao asked in confusion, "How did you all get captured by ordinary people?" Fatty and Abiao were very embarrassed and recounted what had happened. It turned out that the bald man and his group had noticed the auto repair shop long ago. Instead of rushing in, they had scouted the place 3 times. Then 2 women in the group pretended to be attacked by the 3 bald men and shouted for help into the repair shop. After hesitating for a moment, Fatty and Abiao left the safe house and went to the outside of the repair shop, where they rescued the 2 women. Unexpectedly, the 2 women suddenly attacked and snatched their guns. And so, Fatty and Abiao were captured, without even a chance to use their walkie-talkies. The 5 bald men originally wanted to live in the safe house in the auto repair shop and then force Fatty and Abiao to build more RVs. But when the bald man carefully examined the layout of the repair shop, especially when he discovered that the safe house was built after the apocalypse, he immediately concluded that there must be a big boss behind Fatty and Abiao, who had no shortage of food and guns. The bald man was startled and worried that the other party would come looking for him. After thinking it over, he had no choice but to run away with his men. Xiao was deeply moved after hearing this. He had encountered this kind of tactic before. He had just left the CG base when he met Li Dahu, the head of security at the hotel where he used to work. Li Dahu pretended to chase 2 women, but the 2 women ran behind Xiao and tried to attack him. However, they not only failed but were also killed by him. Compared to Xiao, Fatty and Abiao were less knowledgeable, which is why they fell for the trick. The 2 lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. If Xiao hadn't followed the tire tracks and caught up with them, they don't know where they would have been taken and suffered endless torment. Don't blame yourselves. Be more careful in the future, and no matter what happens, never leave the safe house, Xiao said seriously. I can save you once, but I may not be able to save you a second time. After I leave, you have to be careful. The fat man clenched his fist and said heavily, Don't worry, boss. I've learned my lesson the hard way, and I definitely won't fall for it again. Abiao said, Me too. Jihao patted the two on the shoulders and said, "Let's go back to the safe house first." Jihao got into the heavy truck camper van and took the two women on the ground with him. Back at the safe house in the auto repair shop, Jihao said to Fatty and Abiao, "You used to only be able to play with dolls, but today I'll let you challenge yourselves with real people." As he spoke, Jihao grabbed the slightly chubby woman and another tall woman from the car and threw them in front of Fatty and Abiao. Chapter 141: Enjoying Life. Fatty and Abiao looked at the two women with intense hatred in their eyes. They kindly rescued the two women, but little did they know that the two women harbored malicious intentions and tricked them. Their kind heart was exploited in this way, which truly enraged Fatty and Abiao. "You bitch!" the fat man shouted angrily, raising his hand to slap the two women across the face. Abiao was even angrier and kicked each of them. A hint of resentment surfaced deep in the slightly plump woman's eyes, but she pleaded pitifully on the surface. "Please, please let me go. I was forced. If I don't do what the boss says, I will die." Jihao looked at the two women and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to live? Let me think about it." The slightly plump woman and the tall woman nodded at the same time. Jihao pointed at Fatty and Abiao and said meaningfully, "How about this? As long as you serve them well, I won't kill you." The two women were overjoyed and quickly said, "Don't worry, big brother, we'll definitely do our best." The fat man and Abiao looked furious just now, but now they are at a loss. Dolls and real people are different after all, and this was their first time doing this, so it's understandable that they were a little shy. Jihao laughed and scolded, "What are you still standing there for? Go and enjoy life." "Oh, okay. The two of them came to their senses and nodded blankly, but their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. The fat man picked up the slightly chubby woman, while Abiao picked up the tall woman, and they went into the safe house together. Much later, the slightly overweight woman and the tall woman secretly rejoiced and began to instigate the fat man and Abiao to go against Jihao so that they could become the boss. The fat man sneered repeatedly. "The boss said he wouldn't kill you, but I never said that." He raised his gun and fired 2 shots, sending the two women to meet their maker. Outside, Jihao and Chinya were standing in front of the newly built RV, chatting idly. "Boss, sister-in-law, we're done," Fatty and Abiao said at the same time. The word sister-in-law made Chinya blush slightly, but she didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. The fat man pointed to the Madu brand RV next to him and said proudly, "Boss, I didn't disappoint you, did I? This is the result of a lot of hard work by me and Abiao. The quality is top-notch. Although it can't compare to your heavy truck RV, it's perfectly fine for going out to collect supplies." Jihao stroked the car body and nodded, saying, "Not bad, very good, I'm very satisfied." The fat man laughed and said, "I'm glad you like it. Come on, boss, let me explain the features to you." Next, the fat man launched into a long and detailed explanation. He's a reliable person, and the cars he builds are top-notch. Xiao Taohua will be very happy when she sees them. Jihao gave the two a few words of advice, telling them to be careful and not to miss the opportunity if they saw the golden snow lotus. Last time, Jihao had already told the two of them the secret of how the golden snow lotus could awaken superpowers through a walkie-talkie. The two of them were just as surprised as Jihao and wished they could get one immediately. Then, Jihao turned to Chinya and said, "We should set off now. You can drive the newly built RV." Chinya was puzzled. Wasn't there a thunder tower? Could it be stored inside? But she quickly realized. Okay. So, Jihao drove his heavy-duty RV and Chinya drove her new RV, one after the other, out of the repair shop. After the car drove away, Jihao put the new RV into the RV parked in the RV park, then picked up Chinya and put her in the heavy truck RV before continuing their journey. They encountered 2 groups of robbers along the way, but due to Jihao's overwhelming strength, the robbers not only failed to gain any advantage, but were instead killed by Jihao, who also took their food and weapons. And so, Jihao slowly approached the CG base. Chinya looked at the map in the car and asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to Sakura University? But the direction you're going seems wrong." Jihao said, "Let's go to CG's base first. I need to deliver a motorhome to them." Chinya asked, "Silky base?" Jihao said, "It's in the original Tianhong Hotel." Then, Xiao explained in detail. When Qinya learned that the CG base was entirely composed of women, her expression turned somewhat strange. Although she agreed to become Jihao's woman, this guy is too ridiculous. Won't she and Yujishi be dealing with so many women in the future? Sigh, I guess I'll just have to take it one step at a time. As they approached the CG base, Jiao had Qinya get out of the car and took out a new RV from the Thunder Tower for her to drive. And so, the two arrived at the CG base one after the other. At the base gate, the young woman in charge of guarding the gate immediately became excited when she saw Jihao's heavy truck RV and went to inform Bai Yaoqin. A short while later, Bai Yaoqin came out with a smile and personally welcomed Jihao into the base. Sister Yaoqin, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Jihao looked Bai Yaoqin up and down. Although the woman was wearing a thick coat, she had a voluptuous figure and a cool, aloof demeanor, like a fairy, and was extremely beautiful. Moreover, her mature charm added to her allure, making her no less attractive than Zhao Taohua. Bai Yaoqin greeted Jihao with a smile, then looked at Qinya and asked, "And who is this?" Jihao gave a brief introduction. The two women shook hands, thus becoming acquainted. Jihao asked in confusion, "Where is Sister Peach Blossom?" Bai Yaoqin checked the time and said, "She led a team out to collect supplies. Judging by the time, she should be back soon." Jihao said, "Okay, then I'll wait for her." While waiting, Jihao inquired about the situation at the base. Bai Yaoqin said that there were no major problems with the base as a whole, but because of the large number of people, supplies were being consumed very quickly. Zhao Taohua thought the large amount of supplies Jihao gave her last time would be enough for a long time, but in reality it wasn't enough. She was in a hurry, so she personally led a team to collect supplies, which was also a way of setting an example for everyone. After all, since she, the eldest sister of the base, had gone out, no one else had a reason to refuse. Then, Jihao asked if she had encountered any superhumans, and Bai Yaoqin said no. They seemed to be very lucky. The two chatted idly, and time passed by. Soon it got dark, but Zhao Taohua still hadn't returned. Bai Yaoqin grew anxious, pacing back and forth in the hall. Could something have happened? Jihao advised. Sister Yaoqin, don't worry. Sister Taohua has a gun, so it's unlikely that anything will happen to her. How about this, you try contacting her with your walkie-talkie and see if she's within 10 kilometers. Bai Yaoqin immediately took out her walkie-talkie and tried to contact Zhao Taohua, but she couldn't get through at all. After waiting for a long time, it got completely dark. Zhao Taohua still hasn't returned. Bai Yaoqin's face turned pale with anxiety. Jihao suggested, "How about this, you tell me where Sister Peach Blossom went, and I'll go check it out myself." Okay. Bai Yaoqin grabbed Jihao's hand, her voice pleading. "Brother, Taohua is my best friend. I beg you, you must bring her back safely." Jihao said seriously. "I will." Once in the car, Jihao stepped on the gas and drove out of the base, only to see Zhao Taohua returning with her people. Chapter 142 Charm-type Superpowers. Jihao was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Sister Peach Blossom!" Oh! Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Taohua recognized Jihao and immediately exclaimed happily, "Good brother, what brings you here?" For some reason, Jihao felt that Zhao Taohua had changed and become more charming. That allure could seduce you to the bone, making your whole body tingle. I have no idea what happened. Sister Peach Blossom, are you alright? Jihao asked with concern. It's nothing. I ran into a little trouble along the way, but I managed to resolve it, which is why I'm back late, Zhao Taohua said with a charming smile. Come on, let's go inside first. Sister Yaoqin is so worried. Jihao held Zhao Taohua's hand, and the two were very close. When Bai Yaoqin saw Zhao Taohua, she was finally relieved and said in a slightly annoyed tone, Why are you back so late? I was so worried about you. There was a small accident. Zhao Taohua and Jihao's hands were still clasped together, and they didn't let go. Seeing Jihao and Zhao Taohua so intimate, Qinya could only think of 3 words. They were having an affair. Bai Yaoqin asked curiously, What happened? Zhao Taohua said, My sisters and I encountered a group of thugs. They cornered us in an alley and tried to force themselves on us. One of them was even a superhuman. At the critical moment,
I awakened my superpower and killed them in the process. Bai Yaoqin was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in shock. What? You've awakened a superpower? Xiao Taohua raised her snow-white chin, revealing her elegant and slender neck like a swan, and said proudly. That's right, from now on our base's strength will greatly increase, and we will no longer have to be afraid of others. Oh my god, this is wonderful! Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Yaoqin hugged Xiao Taohua tightly. Becoming a superhuman was something they had always dreamed of, and now Xiao Taohua had finally achieved it. Before Jihao left, they worried every day that superhumans might come, break into the base, and capture them all. Now, there's no need to worry anymore. This feeling is wonderful. Jihao was also happy for Xiao Taohua and casually asked, By the way, Sister Taohua, what kind of superpower did you awaken? Xiao Taohua parted her red lips slightly and said in her soft, tingling voice, Guess. In an instant, Jihao felt as if he had stepped into a peach-blossomed forest, surrounded by falling petals, which were like raindrops, crystal clear and exuding a delicate fragrance. In the distance, there is a lake with shimmering water. In the lake, a group of mature women were bathing, their figures curvaceous and alluring, reaching a stunning level. They made playful noises and waved to Jihao. Jihao, his face filled with fascination, couldn't help but walk towards the lake. But suddenly, he seemed to realize something, snapped back to his senses, stopped in his tracks, and felt a wave of fear wash over him. Break! Jihao uttered each word as if it contained a strange sound wave. Whether it was the surrounding peach blossom petals or the group of beautiful mature women in the lake, everything shattered like a mirror and eventually disappeared. Jihao looked around. He was still standing in the hall. On the other side, Xiao Taohua showed a surprised expression, not expecting Jihao to break her charm so quickly. By now, Jihao understood that Xiao Taohua had awakened a charm-type ability, which was rare and often had a special effect, especially when dealing with men. Amazing! Jihao gave a thumbs up. Even though he was stronger than Xiao Taohua, he almost fell for her trick just now. She truly deserves her charm-type ability. Xiao Taohua gave a charming laugh, blew a warm breath on Jihao's face, and said coquettishly, No matter how powerful I am, I can't compare to you, you little rascal. Since you're here this time, why don't you stay a little longer? I've become a superhuman, and my physical abilities have been enhanced. I'll keep you company and have some fun. Jihao stroked his chin awkwardly and said, I have something to take care of. I'll come and keep you company when I'm done. You're not leaving tonight, are you? Xiao Taohua rolled her eyes and said resentfully, If you do that, I'll get angry. Suddenly, Xiao Taohua noticed Qinya standing to the side and asked softly, And who is this? Jihao gave a brief explanation. Xiao Taohua took Qinya's hand and laughed like a silver bell. So it's you, little sister. What a coincidence. We can go together. It's more fun with more people. Qinya blushed deeply, thinking to herself, You're a woman, can't you have some shame? Qinya winked at Jihao, indicating that it was time for them to leave. She was still worried about Yujishi's safety. Jihao replied, Don't worry, good people are always blessed. Besides, compared to other places, students in schools are the least likely to lose their humanity, so you can rest assured. Qinya wanted to say something more, but after opening her mouth, she ultimately didn't say anything. She had already figured out that Jihao wouldn't be leaving tonight, so why waste any more words? Jihao revealed the secret of the Golden Lotus, warning Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin to be careful and not to miss it if they saw it. The two women were quite surprised. How could such a thing exist? This was the first time they had ever learned that superpowers could be awakened by external objects. I brought you a campervan this time, it's parked outside. Come on, let me show you around, Jihao said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taohua and Bai Yaoqin immediately became interested and followed behind Jihao. Soon they saw the Mado brand RV that Fatty and Abayo had built. The vehicle is imposing and powerful. Although it is not as big as Jihao's heavy truck RV, it is at least about the size of a minibus and can carry a lot of supplies. Once in the car, the two women were surprised once again. The car is equipped with high-tech heating equipment, so even in extremely cold weather outside, the interior remains warm and cozy. This RV is mainly used for collecting supplies and facilitating travel, so the configuration on the vehicle is primarily based on practicality.
Things like bathtubs, kitchens, and soft beds were all cut off because they were completely unnecessary. Conversely, RVs offer ample space for storing supplies. In short, with this RV, going out to collect supplies will definitely not be a problem. Zhao Taohua circled the car once, quite satisfied, and said happily, "Thank you, you little rascal." "Do we need to thank each other?" Jihao winked at Zhao Taohua. Zhao Taohua suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is this a gasoline-powered car or an electric car?" Jihao said, "Of course it's an electric vehicle. When the power runs out, you just need to replace the large battery. One advantage of the Madu brand RV is that the battery can be replaced very quickly. Also, when I came, I brought you a lot of batteries, which are stored in my heavy truck RV. You will never have to worry about the range again." Zhao Taohua clapped her hands and said, "That's great. From now on, you can come over every now and then and help fully charge the battery, which means we'll never run out of power." "That's right," Jihao said. "How many of the batteries you left behind last time did you use?" Zhao Taohua said, "Less than a quarter." Jihao estimated that coming once a month shouldn't be a problem. "I've helped you so much, shouldn't you thank me?" Jihao said meaningfully. Zhao Taohua gave a coquettish laugh and deliberately asked, "Then how do you want me to thank you?" Chapter 143 The Former Female Teacher. Jihao leaned close to Zhao Taohua's ear and whispered a few words. Zhao Taohua felt extremely ashamed. "Good heavens, you really have no manners." Jihao's lips curled up slightly. "Let's go, Sister Peach Blossom, let's try it out for a couple of laps." Bai Yaoqin, unaware of the ulterior motives between the two, chimed in. "I'll go too, let me go first." Jihao was secretly delighted. "Great, we're nearby anyway. If anything happens to the base, we can contact them using the walkie-talkie." So, Jihao, Zhao Taohua, and Bai Yaoqin got into the new RV. Bai Yaoqin drove herself, stepping on the gas, and the car drove away from the CG base. Now, she likes the RV more and more. The wheels are tracked, so it can move smoothly and steadily in the snow without any problems, and the speed is not slow either. The heater was always on, keeping the car interior warm and cozy. Bai Yaoqin was overjoyed and wanted to share her happiness with Zhao Taohua, but Zhao Taohua ignored her completely, and instead hugged Jihao tightly, kissing her little nemesis. Bai Yaoqin snorted heavily, feeling like a 100,000-watt light bulb, regretting that she hadn't followed along. Zhao Taohua activated her alluring power, and peach blossoms appeared inside the car, all formed from her special energy. They were crystal clear pink and emitted a delicate fragrance. Jihao looked around and felt that it was very picturesque. So this is how superpowers can be used. "Good sister, such a beautiful day and night, we should leave some wonderful memories." Jihao smiled wickedly. The RV drove back to CG base, and Bai Yaoqin got out, feeling both angry and embarrassed. The Western woman, Elaine, asked, "Sister Yaoqin, why have you been testing for so long? It's been almost 2 hours." Bai Yaoqin had no words to express her bitterness, and finally sighed softly. "There was a problem with the lights, so I went and became a 100,000-watt light bulb for a while." "What do you mean?" Irene scratched her head, confused. That evening, Zhao Taohua threw a grand banquet, and was very happy. Now that she has become a superhuman, many of the base's problems can be easily solved. Actually, not only was she happy, but all the members of the base were happy. They were all outstanding in appearance and tall in figure. In peacetime, they would definitely be goddesses. But in the apocalypse, she became the object of men's covetousness, making her feel very insecure. Now that Zhao Taohua has awakened her superpowers, she no longer needs to worry about safety. Everyone drank and ate, having a great time. The hall was filled with heaters, which quickly raised the temperature, dispelled the cold, and brought a touch of warmth. With Jihao here, there's no need to worry about electricity. He can do whatever he wants. After dinner, everyone sang and danced together. The post-apocalyptic world is very oppressive, and if people don't release their stress regularly, they are prone to mental health problems. The colorful lights were flashing, creating a particularly lively atmosphere. Xinya was quite moved. When she lived in the waterfront community, the environment was very depressing. Most of the survivors she saw were listless and resentful, like walking corpses. Conversely, the members of the Sky Base were so optimistic that they were even in the mood to sing and dance. Infected by the atmosphere around her, Chinya's restless heart slowly cooled down. Jihao picked up the microphone and sang a love song. His beautiful voice was exceptionally pleasant to listen to, making a group of young women's eyes sparkle. Even Chinya was no exception. She never expected that Jihao had this side to him. Sister Ya, let's go to the dance floor and dance, Jihao invited Chinya. Chinya shook her head. I don't know how, Jihao said. It's alright, I'll teach you. Chinya shook her head again. No, I'm not used to it, Jihao insisted. Don't be shy, you'll get used to it if you jump around often. Ultimately, under Jihao's oppressive power, Chinya had no choice but to agree. Jihao gently put his arm around her slender waist and began to teach her to dance. Chinya learned quickly, but it was the first time she had been so intimate with a man, which made her pretty face blush slightly and her heart pound wildly. After the dinner party, Jihao went to find the young ladies from the dance troupe and offered them some warmth. After coming out, Jihao regretted it a little. He should have gone directly to find Zhao Taohua. This mature woman had awakened a charm-type ability, and he didn't know if he could still handle her in his current state. Damn it, I'll give it my all. The next morning, Jihao fully charged all the batteries in the base, said goodbye to Zhao Taohua and Bai Yaoqing, and then took Chinya to Sakura University. Sakura University is not far from CG Base, about 10 kilometers away. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and the two arrived at the outside of Sakura University without incident. Looking at the campus bathed in heavy snow, Jihao was filled with emotion. At Sakura University, the male-to-female ratio is 1:9, and there are countless beautiful girls. Because there are so few boys, they are highly sought after. Jihao was also a student at this university, and has many memories here. But now, the campus is no longer filled with laughter and joy. All that remains is silence. Looking around, there wasn't a single person in sight, and it was unclear how many students were still alive. Jihao drove the car into the campus, parked it downstairs in front of the girls' dormitory, and got out of the car with Chinya and went up into the dormitory building. When I arrived on the second floor, I happened to run into a voluptuous and beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was going down the stairs when she almost bumped into Jihao because she was going too fast. Oh, Jihao, it's you! The beautiful woman looked at Jihao with surprise on her face. She was strikingly beautiful, with her long, flowing hair styled in an elegant updo. This beautiful woman has an amazing figure, graceful and slender, especially her round and full hips, which are like a full moon and wider than her shoulders. To have her would be one of the greatest pleasures in life. Jihao was quite surprised to run into his college counselor, Xiao. Jihao didn't give this woman a friendly look. Because Dufeng's family was wealthy and donated money to the school, Xiao favored Dufong. He complained to Xiao several times that Dufong had brought people to beat him, but the mature woman suppressed his complaints. Jihao ignored Xiao and continued up the stairs. Xiao frowned, still maintaining her haughty demeanor, and coldly rebuked. Jihao, I'm talking to you. Don't play dumb with me. This is a girl's dormitory, not a place for you. Jihao stopped and turned to look at her, sneering. It's the apocalypse, and you still dare to put on airs in front of me. Who do you think you are? Xiao said. Is this your attitude of respecting teachers? No wonder you're a bad student. I heard that after you graduated, you worked as a waiter in a hotel and only earned 3,000 a month. Sure enough, a loser will always be a loser. Jihao said. Idiot! Just as Xiao was about to rebuke him angrily, a cry of surprise suddenly came from downstairs. She went to the window in the stairwell and looked down. She saw several students surrounding a heavy-duty RV, their faces full of envy. That heavy-duty RV has sleek lines and looks very imposing. It's also tracked, so it would be very convenient to drive it out to collect supplies. Xiao was incredibly surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was truly amazing that someone could own such a motorhome. Suddenly she realized something, and said in a trembling voice, That RV downstairs, is it yours? Chapter 144 Yujishi. Jihao said. That's right. Upon receiving Jihao's affirmative answer, Xiao eyes widened, then she was overjoyed and softened her tone, saying, That's great, Jihao.
As your former teacher, I have to give you some advice. This is the apocalypse, and everyone should help each other. You must have food in your car, right? Why don't you take it out and share it with everyone? That way, everyone can survive. I think you would be willing, wouldn't you? Jihaohan said in a cold voice. I'm sorry, I have no such obligation. Xiao Yingchuan's eyes showed a hint of disgust, but she had no choice but to continue to play along with Jihao. Fine, since you're unwilling to hand over the food, I won't force you. But this RV will be temporarily requisitioned by the school. After the apocalypse ends, I will write a letter of recommendation for you so that the school can commend you. Jihao burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and sneered. You think you're worthy? Jihao! Xia Yingchun snapped, her anger rising. Don't be so stubborn. In this apocalypse, we should all help each other to get through this together. Besides, I'm your teacher, you have to listen to me. Help each other? Humph, you have the nerve to say that to me. How did you treat me back then? Just because I was an orphan and my family was poor, you looked down on me and even targeted me. Jihao looked directly into Xia Yingchuan's eyes and said, That's fine, but do you remember how you treated Dufong? Xia Yingchun remained silent for a moment. Jihao clenched his fists and said angrily, You have nothing to say, right? Dufong used to bully me all the time, and even brought people to beat me up. I complained to you, but because his family had donated money to the school, you blatantly protected him and even turned around and accused me of framing him. Ha, you despicable person, do you even deserve to be a teacher? Xia Yingchun's face turned pale and then red, her hatred for Jihao reaching its peak. Now that she'd stopped pretending, she laid her cards on the table. A loser like you has no money to build such a luxurious heavy-duty truck RV. It seems you've become even worse since leaving school, even learning to steal cars. Anyway, you have to leave the truck here today, or you're not going anywhere. Not only was Jihao speechless, but even Qinya, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She never imagined there could be such a teacher in the world. She'd certainly broadened her horizons. Just then, a girl weighing over 200 pounds ran upstairs and asked Jihao, Is that RV downstairs yours? Jihao frowned and asked, What's wrong? The fat woman had a face full of pockmarks and her appearance was hard to describe, but she was extremely confident and said in a domineering manner, You must have food in your car. Hand over the food now, or after the apocalypse is over, I will accuse you of breaking into the girls' dormitory and attempting to rape me. That would be enough to put you in jail for life. Jihao was so angry that he almost burst into tears. There are widows every day, but there seemed to be more than usual today. The chubby girl snapped. I know I'm pretty, but don't look at me with those lewd eyes. It's disgusting. You lewd man, you're clearly stalking me. Hand over the RV keys now, or you'll be sorry. Unable to bear it any longer, Jihao rushed over and kicked the fat girl to the ground. The overweight girl lay on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, screaming, Aya, you perverted man, I'm going to get my black boyfriend to beat you to a pulp. Jihao scoffed. Idiot! Xia Yingchun helped the overweight girl up and scolded. Jihao, you beast! You actually hit someone. Do you have any humanity left? Fine, since you say I'm inhuman, then I'll show you how inhuman I can be. Jihao stepped forward and slapped Xia Yingchun across the face, leaving her stunned. Xia Yingchun covered her face, filled with rage. You beast, you're dead! Jihao ignored her and led Qinya up the stairs to Yu Jishi's dormitory. Don't even think about running away! Xia Yingchun and the chubby girl chased after them. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, room 1202. Two boys with crowbars are trying to break down the door. The person in the room was Yu Jishi. She had just woken up and suddenly heard rustling sounds outside. Looking through the peephole, she was immediately shocked. She saw two boys trying to pry open the door. She recognized them. One was named Lu Tian and the other Lu Hai. They were brothers. Lu Tian and Lu Hai, relying on their family's wealth, acted arrogantly and domineeringly at school, even getting several girls pregnant. However, thanks to their powerful family background, they managed to get rid of those girls one by one. After the apocalypse broke out, the two became increasingly brazen, threatening pretty girls with food and forcing them to use their bodies in exchange. For those who were unwilling, they even resorted to force. Their actions naturally drew strong condemnation from the girls, but since they had many followers,
even if the girls united, they couldn't do anything to them and could only endure it. Yu Jishi had known all along that Lu Tian and Lu Hai were after her, but she never expected that the two of them would actually break into the girls' dormitory and try to pry open her door. It was truly despicable. "You two beasts, stop right now, or I'll call for help!" Yu Jishi panicked, her face deathly pale. Outside the door, Lu Tian and Lu Hai remained unmoved. "Hurry up, or the teachers downstairs will find out and cause us some trouble." "What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just heh." The two quickened their pace and pried the door open, then came in. Looking at the tall and elegant Yu Jishi, the two were so excited they went crazy. "Don't come any closer!" Yu Jishi retreated towards the window, about to shout for help, when she saw Lu Tian and Lu Hai each take out a fruit knife. The sharp glint of the blade, like a venomous snake, was terrifying. "Go ahead and shout, aren't you going to shout?" Lu Tian toyed with the fruit knife in his hand and threatened viciously. "Believe me or not, I'll slash your face and turn you into an ugly monster." Lu Hai chimed in. "So what if someone comes? We'll just say you seduced us, trying to trade your body for food. And we'll announce to the world that we've succeeded, that we've slept with you. Haha, just imagine what people will think of you then." Lu Tian sneered. "The #1 goddess of the flight attendant department has been played by us two brothers. Whether others believe it or not, once this rumor spreads throughout the school, let's see how you face people. You beasts, you shameless people!" Yu Jishi leaned against the windowsill, with nowhere left to retreat. Tears streamed down her face. She was utterly desperate. Lu Tian took out his phone, turned on the camera, pointed it at Yu Jishi, and said with a lewd grin, "If you let the two of us brothers have some fun just once, and take a video as a souvenir, we promise we won't bother you again. Otherwise, you'd better think about the consequences." Lu Hai brandished a fruit knife, a lewd smile on his lips, and approached Yu Jishi step by step. As the school's #1 goddess, Yu Jishi is indeed an exceptional woman, with no flaws in either figure or appearance. It's truly a blessing from heaven that I can play with her now. Chapter 145 Rebuke. As Lu Tian and Lu Hai approached step by step, tears welled up in Yu Jishi's eyes. She had no other choice. "Even if it means death, we must not let them succeed." Just as Yu Jishi was about to jump out of the window, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Wow, it's quite lively here!" Then, the locked door was forcibly broken open with a bang, and Xiao and Qinya were seen standing outside. "Aunt Qin!" Yu Jishi exclaimed with joy, her voice trembling slightly. Then she tensed up and shouted, "Get out of the way! They have knives!" Qinya stood still, staring at Lu Tian and Lu Hai with intense hatred on her face and a cold gaze that seemed to want to kill. Lu Tian and Lu Hai were stunned. This mature woman's figure and looks were no less than Yu Jishi's. Moreover, because she was fully mature, she had a unique charm. If they could win her over, wouldn't they be living like gods? "Have you decided how you want to die?" Jihao exuded a chilling aura. Seeing that Jihao had no weapon, Lu Tian arrogantly said, "You're the one who deserves to die." As they spoke, Lu Tian and Lu Hai brandished fruit knives and slashed at Jihao together. "Be careful!" Yu Jishi was extremely worried. But Jihao easily snatched the fruit knife, and instead slashed Lu Tian and Lu Hai. "Yeah!" The two let out a piercing scream. Jihao said with a relaxed expression, "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. Instead, I'll let you slowly experience the coming of death and die in despair and pain." You're a demon, Lu Tian said in a trembling voice. "You bastard, even if I die, I'll take you with me," Lu Hai roared, swinging his fist at Jihao. Jihao grabbed Lu Hai and slashed him again. Lu Hai was in so much pain that his face turned deathly pale, his features contorted and grotesque. Qinya and Yu Jishi watched, but felt a sense of vengeful pleasure. Serves him right, he really deserves it. As soon as Xia Chun and the fat girl entered the room, they saw Lu Tian and Lu Hai lying on the ground groaning in pain. The gruesome wounds on their bodies were particularly shocking to behold. Xia Chun, looking furious, accused Jihao. "You murderous demon, once the apocalypse is over, I will make sure you face the punishment of the law and spend the rest of your life in jail." "What? It's been so long since the apocalypse, haven't there been any bloodshed in the school?"
Why don't you condemn those villains? Jihao mocked. Xia Yingchen retorted. Is this your reason for killing people? Jihao said. You just think I'm easy to bully because I'm poor. Do you know what just happened? If I had arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xia Yingchen checked Lu Tian and Lu Hai's injuries and said angrily. No matter what happened, they are my students. They won first prize in the city competition and are the hope of the school. They are excellent in both character and academics. They made some mistakes occasionally, so just forgive them. Why did you have to be so harsh? Yu Jishi looked at Xia Yingchen, almost unable to believe it. This teacher must have lost her mind. How could she say something like that? It really chilled her to the bone. Jihao sneered. Let me guess, is their family very rich? Have they donated money to the school? Have they given you gifts in private? Xia Yingchen was speechless. Jihao looked coldly at Xia Yingchen and said, Speechless now? You're a snobbish, materialistic person at heart. What right do you have to be a teacher? You. Xia Yingchen pointed at Jihao, her chest heaving with anger. At this moment, a thin, bespectacled, refined-looking man in his 30s walked in and stood next to Xia Yingchen. Jihao recognized the refined man. He was Xia Yingchen's husband, named Zhang Hongyun, who was also a teacher at the school. Jihao crossed his arms and casually asked, Teacher Xia, didn't you keep saying that boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory? Why was he able to come in? Xia Yingchen argued. He's my husband, so it's different. Besides, it's the end of the world now, so of course we have to live together. Jihao. Hee. What happened? Zhang Hongyun was surprised to see Lu Hai and Lu Tian so badly injured. Xia Yingchen briefly recounted the events, but embellished them and shifted all the blame onto Jihao. A look of disgust flashed across Zhang Hongyun's face as he said mercilessly, Wife, this is the problem student you told me about before, right? He really is a beast born of a mother but raised by one. He should be grateful for the apocalypse, otherwise he would have been in jail long ago. Then, Zhang Hongyun said to Jihao, Hand over the RV keys, and I can put in a good word for you with the judge. Otherwise, humph. Jihao said, Okay, but you have to exchange something with me. Zhang Hongyun was overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and said, Tell me what you want, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Jihao pointed to the charming and mature Xia Yingchen beside him and teased, Use your wife to trade with me. You bastard! Zhang Hongyun was furious, his face turning red with rage. He picked up a fruit knife from the ground, intending to attack Jihao, but Jihao kicked him to the ground. You dare hit the teacher? You're dead! Zhang Hongyun said venomously. Xia Yingchen and the fat girl also spoke up, condemning Jihao in various ways. Jihao didn't hold back and slapped them both, scaring them into silence. Then, Jihao said to Lu Tian and Lu Hai, I will stay at the school for a while. During this time, I will stab you once a day until you die. Oh, and by the way, don't even think about escaping, or I guarantee you will suffer terribly, extremely terribly. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Jihao, making him appear like a god of death. His eyes were incredibly sharp, as if they could kill. At that moment, everyone in the room felt as if they had fallen into an abyss from which they could not escape. That feeling of helplessness was unbearable. Get out! Jihao shouted, scaring the group so much that they trembled and ran away without daring to linger. Lu Tian, supporting Lu Hai, returned to the boys' dormitory with a face full of resentment. Jihao originally wanted to kill them to end it all, but that would be too easy on them. Besides, if the two of them awakened superpowers, it would cause him trouble. But on second thought, wouldn't this be even better? If we take care of those two and absorb their abilities, isn't that a free experience boost? Why not? Fearing that Jihao would harm her, the chubby girl went to her best friend's place. Xia Yingchen and Zhang Hongyun lived downstairs. After returning to their dormitory, they began to discuss countermeasures, as they could not swallow their anger. After asking Yu Jishi for Xia Yingchen's room number, Jihao went downstairs to retrieve his belongings from the RV. When they got downstairs, several students circled the RV, looking on with envy. Owning a motorhome like this would make it much easier to go out and collect supplies. Jihao opened the car door and took out lobsters, abalone, an induction cooker,
batteries, seasonings, hot pot base, and so on, and carried them up the stairs. A group of people stared wide-eyed. Wow, you really have a lot of supplies, and you're eating so well. We're so envious. They wanted to rush forward and grab it, but after Xiao casually killed one of the boys with a crossbow, the group of people became frightened and quickly stopped. Among the crowd, 3 pretty girls, their eyes sparkling, quickly caught up with the stares. Chapter 146 Promise Him. After catching up with Xiao, one of the tall and beautiful girls said, Handsome, can we get to know each other? The 3 of us are from the dance department, and we dance very well. Xiao glanced at the 3 girls and smiled. Okay, come to my place tonight, I live in 1202. The 3 women nodded in unison. Okay. Xiao, carrying his things, deliberately passed by Xia Yingchun's room while humming a tune so that Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun could hear him. He believed that the 2 would succumb to temptation and return to his door. Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun looked through the peephole and saw that Xiao was carrying 2 large, transparent boxes. The box contained a battery, an induction cooker, and seasonings. Another box contained lobsters, abalone, crabs. It looks like Xiao is going to cook hot pot. The couple were furious. They were struggling to get enough to eat every day, yet this guy was able to have a lavish meal. Why was that? He's just a loser. Why does he get to live the life of a superior person? God, you're so unfair. Send down a bolt of lightning and kill that beast. 12th floor, 1202. Yu Jishi was stunned to see Xiao carrying so much food in. When Xiao came downstairs just now, Qinya had already told her what had happened. Yu Jishi found it incredible. What lightning powers, what lightning towers, what unlimited resources. It's like speaking gibberish. Is this guy really that strong? Are you hungry? Come on, let's make hot pot. Xiao put down his things, took water from the water tank, and started cooking hot pot. Seeing Xiao draw water out of thin air, Yu Jishi's eyes widened, and she realized that Qinya had not lied to her. Only then did Xiao have time to properly examine Yu Jishi. This woman was once the most beautiful girl in the dance department, and later transferred to the flight attendant department, where she became the #1 goddess. She had exquisite features, smooth and fair skin, and bright, clear eyes that seemed to hold a pool of water. High-end pearl earrings adorned her crystal-clear earlobes, adding to her noble air. Her height of 174 centimeters made her appear very tall, and her bust and hips were full and shapely. Her slender waist was so thin it seemed like it could be grasped with one hand, and below it were a pair of incredibly long legs, perfectly proportioned and fair-skinned, legs to admire for years to come. As the aloof campus belle of Cherry Blossom University, she truly lives up to her reputation. Xiao chuckled. This trip was worthwhile. Seeing Xiao staring at her with burning eyes, Yu Jishi was a little annoyed. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes and met his gaze without any politeness. In the end, Yu Jishi gave in, blushing as she looked away. The thought of Qinya telling her that they both had to become Xiao's women made Yu Jishi feel inexplicably resistant. How could she possibly accept something like this? As she was lost in thought, the hot pot was ready, emitting a strong, mouth-watering aroma. Even in peacetime, Yu Jishi rarely ate this level of cuisine, let alone in the current apocalypse. Without any hesitation, she picked up a lobster and began to enjoy it. When the delicious taste entered her mouth, she felt as if all the taste buds on her tongue had exploded. Oh my God, this is absolutely delicious! Little did Yu Jishi know that Xiao used only high-end seasonings, which naturally made his cooking stand out from the crowd. Yu Jishi was starving, but she ate slowly and deliberately, showing great manners, truly befitting a goddess. Xiao learned from Yu Jishi that there are fewer than 200 students and teachers still alive today, while the school had nearly 10,000 at its peak. Most students and teachers died of starvation and freezing. A small number of them died directly from bloodshed, or died gradually without medication, or chose to leave the school to seek refuge in a camp, like Yu Jishi's 3 roommates. Some teachers have tried to lead students out to collect supplies, but very few of them have returned alive. As for Yu Jishi herself, because she is the school beauty, she has a lot of admirers who lick her boots. She has only survived until now thanks to the food they give her, otherwise she would have died long ago. After learning about the school's situation, Xiao sighed. Bang! Bang! Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Xiao thought to himself, "They're here." He opened the door and saw Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun standing outside. A strong aroma wafted over, causing the couple's eyes to widen and their faces to show longing for the food. On the desk were lobsters, abalone, squid, crabs, mantis shrimp, meatballs, beef. Damn it, you really know how to enjoy life. Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun were breathing heavily, wishing they could rush to the induction cooker immediately and devour all the food inside. Xiao crossed his arms and looked at the two of them with amusement, saying, "I eat this stuff every day and I'm almost sick of it. What, can't you afford it? Oh dear, look at my memory. You are noble teachers, you must eat at 5-star hotels, with king crab and Buddha jumps over the wall. You would never look down on ordinary seafood hot pot." Xia Yingchun said angrily. "Don't be so smug. You stole the car, so you must have stolen the food too. I advise you to hand it over right now, or you'll face the consequences." Even Yujishi couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Teacher Xia." "Shut up!" Xia Yingchun scolded. "Jishi, you're supposed to be a good student. How can you associate with someone like this? You've really disappointed your teacher." Yujishi's face turned cold, and she retorted. "Hey, do you really think you're something special? Lu Tian and Lu Hai bullied me, but you helped them instead. What right do you have to be a teacher? In my eyes, you're just a slut and a poisonous woman." Xia Yingchun was so angry she jumped up and down. "Yujishi, starting today, you're expelled from school." "Whatever, it's the apocalypse anyway, do whatever you want. I'll just eat my hot pot and watch your clown show." Yujishi picked up her chopsticks, took a mantis shrimp, and ate it while praising it with satisfaction. "So delicious." Seeing Yujishi provoke her in this way, Xia Yingchun was furious and wanted to rush over and tear her mouth apart, but when she thought of Ji Hao's terrifying skills, she had to give up the idea. "Teachers, if you want to argue, then please get out and don't disturb my girl chasing," Ji Hao said. "However, if you want to make a deal, we can talk." Xia Yingchun frowned and asked, "What kind of deal?" Ji Hao said, "You came to me because you wanted food, right? I'll stick to my previous terms, sleep with me for a night, and I'll give you two a good meal. How about it? Think about it." "You bastard, how dare you covet my wife? Do you really think I have no temper?" Zhang Hongyun was overcome with anger, and disregarding the fact that Ji Hao was a martial arts expert, grabbed a chair and smashed it at him. Ji Hao kicked Zhang Hongyun to the ground and said with a disdainful look, "You weakling, don't embarrass yourself in front of me." Then, Ji Hao said to Xia Yingchun, "Teacher Xia, you have a voluptuous figure and a gentle and charming temperament. Mature women like you have always been my favorite. Now that it's the end of the world, you should find a strong backer for yourself. Zhang Hongyun can't protect you. Why not be my woman? I'll make sure you're well fed and watered every day. If you've thought it through, you can come to me anytime." After saying that, Ji Hao threw Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun out of the room and closed the door. The two stood in the corridor, shivering in the cold wind. Not only was it cold, but I was also very hungry. Back at their lodgings, Xia Yingchun sighed helplessly and asked, "What should we do now?" Zhang Hongyun, recalling the aroma of hot pot, licked his lips and tentatively said, "Wife, how about we say yes to him?" What did you say?" Xia Yingchun exclaimed, her eyes wide. Chapter 147 The Arrogant Yujishi. Xia Yingchun looked at Zhang Hongyun in disbelief. She never expected her husband to say such a thing. "Zhang Hongyun, I'm your wife, and you actually want me to use my body to exchange for food? Are you being shameless?" Xia Yingchun said angrily. Zhang Hongyun said matter-of-factly, "We're out of food. You want to go hungry, but I don't. Besides, it's not a loss to be able to have a seafood hot pot." Xia Yingchun almost laughed out of anger, her body trembling as she said furiously, "Sleeping with that beast is absolutely impossible for me." Zhang Hongyun advised, "Don't rush, listen to me. Men are at their least vigilant during that time. You can secretly hide a razor blade in your mouth, and when he's having sex, you can pull out the blade and cut his throat. Then the RV and food will all be ours. You don't want to starve and freeze forever, do you? Get out!" Xia Yingchun shook her head fiercely and refused.
What do you take me for? Even if I succeed, he'll still sleep with me. Besides, what if I accidentally get pregnant? Do you expect me to have his child? Upon hearing this, Jang Hongyun became excited and kept rubbing his hands together. Well, wife, you know I'm not in good health. We've been married for so many years and still don't have any children. That guy is strong and healthy, so his genes must be good. We can borrow his sperm and have a big, fat son. When the child grows up, if you don't tell and I don't tell, who will know? Jang Hongyun, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Xia Yingchun rushed over and slapped Jang Hongyun across the face. You bitch, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you really think I have no temper? Jang Hongyun also lost his temper and slapped Xia Yingchun across the face. The two disliked each other, and soon began to fight fiercely. Yu Jishi's residence. Jihao took out 3 heaters from the Thunder Tower, connected them to the batteries, and the heaters started working, gradually dispelling the cold and bringing a touch of warmth. Qinya and Yu Jishi had eaten and drunk their fill, especially Yu Jishi, who felt she had never had such a delicious meal in her life. She suffered a lot during her time at school, but thankfully Jihao came to pick her up, otherwise she couldn't imagine what kind of torment she would have endured. Jihao stared at Yu Jishi with burning eyes and said mischievously, When I went downstairs to get the ingredients, your Aunt Qin should have told you, right? According to the agreement, you two have to become my women. So, now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, who wants to go first? Qinya and Yu Jishi exchanged a glance, both feeling awkward. Yu Jishi stood up, slammed her hand on the table, and said angrily, I wasn't there when you were talking, so you didn't get my consent. Therefore, I'm sorry, I refuse to honor the agreement. So, you're going to breach the contract? Jihao said expressionlessly, but an aura emanated from him, pressing down on Yu Jishi. Yu Jishi was forced back a step by the pressure, and a hint of fear appeared in her clear black and white eyes, but she still stubbornly said, I can't become your woman with Aunt Qin. She is her, and I am me. She has no right to make decisions for me. Qinya felt a little flustered and called out softly, Jishi. Aunt Qin, please stop talking. How is he any different from Lu Tian and Lu Hai forcing me like this? Yu Jishi insisted. Very good. Jihao did not argue with Yu Jishi, but instead picked her up, opened the dormitory door, and walked out. What are you going to do? Yu Jishi struggled incessantly, but it was of no use against Jihao's terrifying strength. Since you don't agree to be my woman, then pretend I was never here. I'll restore things to how they were, Jihao said. Yu Jishi seemed to realize something, and her eyes widened suddenly. You're going to? That's right. I'll go find Lu Tian and Lu Hai right now and hand you over to them so they can beat you up and film it. I think they'll be happy to do it, Jihao said seriously. You're an adult now, and you have to bear the consequences of your choices. No, no! Yu Jishi cried out in panic, struggling frantically. Qinya caught up, looking anxious, and shouted at Jihao's back. Let go of Jishi, I'll promise you on her behalf. Then, she said to Yu Jishi, Jishi, please stop being so willful. Once you leave campus, you'll realize that the outside world is 100 times, 1,000 times more cruel than this place. Jihao didn't let go of Yu Jishi, nor did he pay any attention to Qinya. He quickly went down the stairs and came downstairs. A group of students were stunned when they passed by the heavy truck RV. That's Yu Jishi, the school's #1 goddess. How could she be carried by a man? He must have ulterior motives. Just as the boys were about to rush forward to help, Jihao said, I'm going to give her to Lu Tian and Lu Hai. If you're interested, you can line up outside their dorms, and I'll film a video for you. Upon hearing this, all the boys in the room became excited. If I could get to play with Yu Jishi, it would be worth it even if I lived 10 years less. A boy patted Jihao on the shoulder and grinned, saying, Hey classmate, from now on, you're my big brother. Yes, hello big brother. Big brother, you really don't treat us like outsiders. Jihao didn't say anything, picked up Yu Jishi, and went to the boys' dormitory. Yu Jishi turned pale with fright, tears welling up in her eyes, and cried out urgently. Let me go! I promise to be your woman, you can do whatever you want with me. Jihao asked. Really? Yu Jishi quickly replied. Really, I'm not lying to you. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Jihao put Yu Jishi down from his shoulder,
then picked her up in a princess carry and turned to go back to the girls' dormitory. To prevent falling, Yujishi had no choice but to stretch out her arms and tightly wrap them around Jihao's neck. She lay in Jihao's arms, her heart pounding. It was the first time she had been so intimate with a man, and she was very nervous. She kept her head down and didn't dare to look at Jihao. "Hey bro, weren't you going to the guys' dorm? Why did you go back? You promised to let us play with the goddess, so you'd better keep your word." That's right, Jihao shouted. "Get out of the way." A chubby boy stepped forward, holding a dagger, and said, "You pretty boy, you're probably not from our school. You're not qualified to act so arrogantly here. If you know what's good for you, hand over the RV keys and leave Goddess you here, or you'll be in big trouble. Everyone, attack together and kill him." "Yes, kill him!" Jihao, holding Yujishi, kicked out with both legs, knocking a group of people to the ground, and left. "This person is amazing! Look at how blush you is, I bet they're a couple and flirting. Damn, we've been tricked!" Chapter 148 Selflessness. Chinya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jihao carrying Yujishi back. She knew that Yujishi had given in. Back at their lodgings, Jihao put Yujishi down and said with a smile, "You should know what to do, right?" Yujishi kept her head down, her face flushed. Chinya sighed. "This is our first time here, and this place is so rudimentary." Jihao said, "I don't mind." Chinya and Yujishi were speechless, thinking to themselves, "We do mind." At this moment, Jihao noticed traces of blood on Yujishi's pants. He was taken aback, then realized. "You had your period?" Yujishi glanced down at her pants, her expression slightly embarrassed, and whispered, "There are no sanitary napkins at school, so—" Jihao was speechless. He took out a new set of clothes and a pack of sanitary napkins from the storage box and handed them to her, saying, "Go change." "Thank you." Yujishi sincerely thanked her, then took the clothes and sanitary napkins and went into the bathroom. When she came out again, she was completely refreshed. Since Yujishi came those days, it was naturally impossible to play any exciting games with her. As for Chinya, to be honest, the environment here is simple, and Jihao doesn't want her to have any regrets. After all, Chinya is a doctor with excellent medical skills and is considered a core member of the team. She cannot be treated as casually as an ordinary woman. However, it's impossible for Jihao to let them off so easily. "How about we try a different approach?" Jihao took out 2 pairs of black stockings and handed them to them, saying, "There's a heater in the room, it won't be cold, hee hee hee." Chinya and Yujishi blushed deeply, feeling both ashamed and angry. Jihao ignored them and lay down on the ground. Xia Yingchun and Zhang Hongyun wrestled for a while before separating. Neither of them spoke, and neither was willing to concede to the other. Xia Yingchun lay on the bed to rest and conserve her energy. There was no food left in the house, and the supermarkets and other places around the school were looted shortly after the apocalypse broke out. She and Zhang Hongyun were lucky enough to grab a lot of food, and with their manipulation of many students, they managed to survive until now. Currently, the entire Sakura University has fewer than 200 students and teachers still alive, a far cry from the 10,000 who were alive when the apocalypse first broke out. Well, Xia Yingchun covered herself with a thick quilt, closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. Zhang Hongyun sat to the side, thinking hard. Since he couldn't get food from Jihao, he might as well smash his car. There was definitely plenty of food inside. Although it was a bit of a pity that it would damage a good vehicle that could be used to go out and collect supplies, he was so hungry that he had no other choice. Of course, Zhang Hongyun couldn't do it himself, otherwise, given Jihao's skills, he wouldn't have a good ending. Anyway, there are so many students downstairs, if he just eggs them on, someone will naturally help him. Zhang Hongyun told Xia Yingchun about his idea, and Xia Yingchun's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. The two went downstairs and came to the heavy truck camper van. A group of students were still surrounding the car, torn between whether or not to smash it. Although we can get food, the heater inside the car is useless now that the window has been smashed, so how will we go out to collect supplies in the future? Besides, Jihao easily took down several boys while carrying Yujishi just now. With that kind of strength, he's not someone to mess with. At this moment, Zhang Hongyan stepped forward, pointed at the heavy truck RV, and said loudly, "Classmates, there must be a lot of food in this vehicle. Let's smash the vehicle together and distribute the food. Now that it's the end of the world, we should unite and help each other to get through this difficult time. But some people, who clearly have RVs and food, are selfish and unwilling to share with others. They only think about themselves. I absolutely cannot allow this to happen." Xia Yingchen chimed in. "Yes, let's smash the car together, distribute the food, and make sure everyone has enough to eat." With two teachers taking the lead, a group of students immediately became excited and started to speak up, wanting to teach Jihao, a selfish and self-serving person, a lesson. "Let's all smash it together." "Yes, smash the car and then divide the food inside. People who hoard food for themselves don't deserve to live in this world." A group of students, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, started looking for weapons, preparing to smash the car. Xia Yingchen and Zhang Hongyan watched, thinking to themselves, "What an idiot! Students are so easy to fool." At this moment, a tall, burly man weighing over 200 pounds became extremely excited, picked up a brick, and rushed towards the RV. "You bastard, how dare you hurt my brothers Lu Tian and Lu Hai! I'll rid the people of this menace today!" The big man's eyes were bloodshot as he was about to smash the RV window with a brick. But then, a gunshot rang out, and the big guy fell to the ground, the brick in his hand falling to the ground. The big guy was blown out of the head, and blood gushed out, falling onto the white snow, creating a stark contrast. "Aya, someone's dead!" a girl screamed. "There are guns! Everyone, take cover!" Not only the students, but even Xia Yingchen and Zhang Hongyan were startled and quickly hid in a nearby building. Everyone looked up and saw Jihao standing on the dormitory balcony, holding a gun, coldly looking down at the scene below, a cruel smile on his lips. Then, Jihao walked down the stairs step by step and came to the RV. "Weren't you going to smash the car? Why did you stop? Keep going." Jihao's icy gaze swept over everyone. The chubby girl who had clashed with Jihao before said, "Hey, you only have one gun, and you probably don't have many bullets, while there are so many of us. If we all attack together, you'll probably end up in a bad situation. If you know what's good for you, hand over the food and the RV. That's what you should do. After all, protecting and caring for women is your men's natural responsibility. Besides, putting aside the facts, don't you men bear even a 1% responsibility for the apocalypse?" Bang! Jihao fired a shot at the fat girl, blowing her head off. The fat girl collapsed, and blood splattered high into the air. "Come on, anyone else who wants to smash cars, step forward and you'll suffer the same fate as her." Jihao's loud voice echoed throughout the surrounding area. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to step forward. Jihao's forceful methods have already subdued everyone. On the balcony, Yu Jishi watched Jihao exude an aura of dominance, and suddenly felt a sense of being conquered. It seems this guy isn't without his merits. Jihao's gaze fell on Xia Yingchen and Zhang Hongyun in the distance. The two were hiding in the building, with only their heads showing. "Teacher Xia, Teacher Zhang, weren't you going to smash the car? Are you still going to smash it or not?" Jihao asked coldly. The two didn't want to get into a conflict with Jihao, especially since Jihao had a gun, but with so many students watching, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak up. Xia Yingchen took a deep breath and softened her tone, saying, "Jihao, you were once my student. I know you're not a bad person at heart, and you usually like to help others. Why can't you share the food with everyone? Wouldn't it be better to live together?" Zhang Hongyan said. "Since you have the ability, you should be selfless." "Selfless, huh?" Jihao interrupted Zhang Hongyan, smiling as he said, "Then, Teacher Zhang, please be selfless and lend me your wife for one night. If you do that, I can share the food with everyone. I mean what I say, so I don't think you'd be unwilling, would you?" "You!" Zhang Hongyan's face turned bright red. He wanted to shout angrily, but he was also worried about angering Jihao and being shot by him. Xia Yingchen felt the same way, both frustrated and humiliated, but there was nothing she could do. Beside them, a girl whispered, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Xia, you're right. As teachers, we should be selfless. Why don't you make a sacrifice so that everyone can have a full meal? We will always remember your kindness."